Turning page by Volturi. Chapter 1. Sometimes, it takes being right in the middle of chaos for someone to realize that the choices they've made might not have been the best. Perhaps wrong isn't the right word, but certainly, those decisions weren't wise. They were not the choices an intelligent young woman would have made. Bella Swan came to this realization as she stood in a fountain in Volterra, gazing at the clock tower. She saw Edward lurking in the shadows, ready to end his life, believing she was gone. It was utterly insane. How could he place so much faith in Alice's visions? How could he not know that she was still alive? How could he not feel it? In that moment, Bella also recognized how irrational she had been. Months had passed where she felt like nothing more than a hollow shell, putting herself in danger just to hear his voice echoing in her mind, urging her not to act foolishly. Her conscience sounded just like him, and that realization churned her stomach. The Bella before Forks would have scoffed at her current self. She would have thought she was boy crazy and ridiculous for how she had acted with Edward, for running off to Italy with nothing but a note for Charlie, and for leaving Jacob the way she did. As the clock chimed and her friend's brother emerged from the shadows, Bella realized that she had loved Jacob. Perhaps not as deeply as he loved her, but she did love him, and that love was genuine. As she sprinted across the water towards Edward, she understood that she could have been okay if she never saw him again. It would have been sad, a little hollow, like something essential was missing, but she would have felt that way about the Cullens in general. They had introduced her to a world she never knew existed, one she longed to be a part of. A world with few rules, where Edward was about to break one of the most sacred. Bella couldn't let him do that, not for her sake, and not when it would shatter so many hearts. Don't. She cried as she collided with him, the air knocked out of her lungs and bruises likely already forming beneath her skin. She felt his arms wrap around her, a touch that was both desperate and familiar. Tight, he murmured. Carlyle was right. They are fast. His voice was low, almost into her neck, and Bella thought she heard him whisper the word heaven, but she couldn't be sure, and at that moment, she didn't care. Bella pounded on his shoulder, desperate to snap him out of it. No, I'm here. I'm alive, she insisted, pushing against him, though it felt futile. He leaned back, confusion clouding his features as he took her in. Please, she said, glancing over her shoulder at the crowd and up at the relentless sun shining down on them. Its warmth enveloped her back, a stark reminder of how close they were to the light. Step back. I'm alive. There was a time in the months before Jacob and the motorcycle accidents, before werewolves and vengeful vampires, when Bella had feared she might forget what it was like to kiss Edward. How she longed for just one more kiss, to feel his cool, hard skin against hers. But now, she realized she didn't long for it anymore. After so long apart, she discovered that perhaps it wasn't quite as she remembered. It was still nice, still good, but she didn't feel utterly addicted to it anymore. This clarity made it easier to pull back before he noticed she wasn't kissing him back. You're here, he said, now in the shade after moving them away from the edge. I'm here, she assured him, trying to figure out how to free herself from his embrace while sorting through her own feelings, and his. But she didn't need to worry. Just as he seemed ready to kiss her again, she began leaning away, and Edward stiffened. For a brief moment, she thought he understood what she had realized about their time apart and where they stood now. But then, without warning, he shoved her behind him. Frowning, Bella peeked around him just in time to see two young-looking, red-eyed vampires emerging from the shadows. I won't be needing your services after all, gentlemen, Edward said, his voice just a touch less casual. Arrow wants to speak with you again, one of them replied. One of the vampires informed Edward, and Bella vaguely recalled the three men from the painting in the Cullens' home, remembering that one of them had that name. No rules were broken, Edward insisted. But the other vampire smiled in a way that made Bella uneasy, and she swallowed hard. Had she not been fast enough? How was she going to explain to Alice that she had brought her here for nothing, that she had let the family down? We should take this conversation to a more appropriate venue, the blonde vampire said, his tone leaving no room for argument. Edward hesitated for a moment, then nodded slightly. Fine, he relented, turning to her over his shoulder. The girl comes with us. The first vampire, a large brute, insisted otherwise, and for the first time since her encounter with Laurent in the meadow, Bella felt truly terrified. That's not going to. Come on, guys, Alice's voice cut through the tension, and Bella momentarily sagged with relief. It's a festival. She skipped up to them, standing between the two threatening strangers and Edward. You wouldn't want to make a scene. There won't be any scene, the brute promised. And we'll still win. Not easily, Edward countered. Enough, another voice chimed in. Bella craned her neck to see a young girl who barely looked older than 14. There was an authority about her that demanded respect, whether it was in the way she dressed or how the other two vampires easily backed down in her presence. It was fascinating, especially since even Edward and Alice seemed to cower before her. Jane, Edward addressed the girl, who tossed him an overcoat. Follow me, she said, not bothering to ask, as she turned and led the five of them away from the scene of the almost crime. They navigated through dark alleys, which wasn't surprising given the intensity of the daylight. The two vampires who had approached Edward fell to the back, effectively boxing them in to prevent any escape. Bella glanced over her shoulder. Bella stole a few glances at the group behind her, torn between curiosity and fear. They smirked at her, and she couldn't tell if it was Edward's firm grip on her arm or the way they could probably hear her heart racing that unsettled her. Deep down, she didn't want to know, but the weight of their gaze had her looking back more often than she'd like. Eventually, they reached an elevator. The cheerful background music felt almost absurd, especially as the tension thickened, making it seem like they were on their way to the gallows. To keep herself from laughing inappropriately, Bella mentally revisited all the reasons they might be heading underground. Edward had wanted to expose himself. She had stopped him because, as a human aware of his true nature, she couldn't bear the thought of his family suffering from a misunderstanding that could lead to his demise. Exposure times 2. It would be nothing short of a miracle if they made it out alive. She wondered if Edward would be forced to kill her himself or if she'd end up as someone else's snack. The elevator doors opened, and they stepped out to be greeted by a lovely, very human receptionist who spoke in Italian. Bella frowned, glancing at the woman who seemed entirely unfazed by their appearance. Does she know? Bella asked quietly, hoping either Edward or Alice would respond. It was Edward who answered. Yes, he said, his voice tinged with regret. Then why? She wants to be, Bella replied, her understanding laced with a hint of envy. It was what she desired too, what she still wanted, if only it were possible. Perhaps they would need a new receptionist after this one was changed. And so she will be, a blonde vampire behind her remarked. For dessert, Jane added, a sinister amusement dancing in her voice as she pushed open a set of heavy doors that led into what looked like an elegant yet dreary throne room. Bella noticed a drain in the center of the floor, something she desperately wanted to ignore, so she quickly shifted her gaze upward. To the ceiling. Bella gasped silently at the splendor above her, but a sudden loud clap brought her back to reality. What a happy surprise! A cheerful, musical voice exclaimed. Bella is alive after all. Isn't that wonderful? They are so rare. Startled, Bella noticed another unfamiliar vampire invading her personal space, gently removing Edward's grip from her arm to take his hand instead. She lowered her gaze in deference, remembering Edward's words about the Volturi being the closest thing his kind had to royalty. A quick glance at the thrones on the dais confirmed her suspicion that the man before them was likely one of those kings, probably Arrow, given that he wanted to speak to Edward himself. La tua cantante, Arrow said in Italian. Her blood appeals to you so much. It makes me thirsty. How can you stand to be so close to her? It's not without effort, Edward replied, his voice strained. I can see that, Arrow chuckled. Arrow can read every thought I've ever had with one touch, Edward explained, glancing at Bella to ensure she understood. Then he turned back to Arrow. And now you know everything. So, get on with it. There was a brief pause. You're quite the soul reader yourself, Edward. though you can't read Bella's thoughts. At the mention of her name, Bella looked up and met Arrow's crimson gaze. Time didn't stand still. Such a notion would be absurd. There was no dramatic shift in her soul, no fireworks, no birds singing, no violins or harps playing. But there was something. Something that made those red eyes, the eyes of a vampire, not so terrifying to behold. Something that assured her, regardless of what would happen with Edward or Alice, she was perfectly safe. And it wasn't just her feeling this. As she looked directly at Arrow's face, she could see it reflected there too. A slight, nearly hidden surprise flickered across Arrow's face when their eyes first met. She noticed how his jaw relaxed and something in his muscles softened. Bella sensed that he had released Edward's hand almost immediately, and she could feel a shift in the atmosphere around them, as if someone who had been still was now moving. Time didn't stop, but in that moment, the seconds stretched between them longer than any two strangers or different creatures should have maintained eye contact. Fascinating, Arrow breathed, and Bella wondered if his reaction was due to what had just transpired between them or Edward's inability to read her thoughts. Arrow continued to hold her gaze even as she inevitably blinked. "I would love to see if you are an exception to my gifts as well," he said, offering her his hand, palm up. She knew she should hesitate, but Bella didn't want to, and she saw no reason to. She felt Edward tense beside her, sensed the air shift as he reached for her arm just as she moved to place her hand in Arrow's. But Edward never made contact, and Bella didn't glance back to see why. Their eyes remained locked as Arrow gently pulled her closer, away from Edward, ignoring the quiet protests from the other Cullens altogether. He placed his other hand over hers, cool and firm like all vampires, his fingers skimming lightly across her skin. Arrow's expression changed again, this time less subtle. Expectation gave way to confusion. He tilted his head as if trying to hear her better. Bella felt a smile tugging at her lips, and in response, Arrow beamed at her. "I see nothing," he said in amazement. The room fell silent, the tension thick around them. "Are you not curious if she's immune to all the gifted?" another voice asked. Arrow finally broke his gaze from Bella, allowing her to follow his eyes to the blonde, ill-tempered man standing nearby. "Of the thrones." "Caius," the other warned. Before the kings could say more, Edward shouted, "No." "Pain," Jane said, and Edward collapsed to the ground, his eyes rolling back in his head. Bella tensed, but not in the way she once might have. Her hand curled around Arrow's wrist, gripping tightly, while her other hand formed a fist at her side. "Stop," she pleaded. "Jane," Arrow said, and Jane immediately shifted her sharp, malicious gaze from Edward to Bella. Bella met her stare, glaring back and resisting the urge to snarl. Deep down, she somehow knew that Arrow wouldn't hurt her, but she couldn't be sure about everyone else in the room. Then he laughed, a gleeful, childlike sound, as he gently tugged her arm, pulling her closer as if he intended to embrace her. "Remarkable," he exclaimed, and Bella looked up to see Arrow grinning in awe at her. "She confounds us all." "Even so, she's a liability," the blonde, Caius, stated. "She knows too much." "That's true," Arrow agreed sadly. "If only it were Edward's intention to give you immortality." "It's what I want," Bella said without hesitation. "Bella, don't," Edward warned from somewhere behind her, but she ignored him. "Why do you want it?" Arrow asked, his brow furrowing. "Is it so you can spend eternity with Edward?" There was a gasp from Alice, but Bella ignored that too, focusing on Arrow as she admitted something she had carried in her soul but never confessed to anyone. "I've always felt out of step, I've never felt normal. But in your world, in this world, I've felt more real, more myself. Because I think it's my world too. Ever since I made the discovery and pieced everything together, it's what I wanted. And Edward leaving, it never really changed that for me." Arrow seemed to understand, a knowing smile creeping into his eyes as his lips curled ever so slightly, Alice said from behind them. Bella glanced over her shoulder to see her friend removing her glove, wearing a sad smile. "Not here," Alice cautioned as she stepped forward and offered her hand to Arrow. "Her father is in law enforcement." If she goes missing, there will be questions. As Arrow released Bella's hand, Edward darted forward, pulling her back and causing her feet to drag. Arrow shot Edward a menacing glance before turning his silent question to Bella. Feeling the weight of multiple eyes on her, she gave a slight nod to indicate she was all right. Arrow then turned to Alice, taking her hand in his and cupping it gently. His fingers remained still, and he bowed his head. Mesmerizing, Arrow said after a few seconds. To see what you have seen, that which hasn't happened. Some visions were new, Alice replied. But from the moment we met Bella, I knew. Arrow nodded, then shifted his attention to Bella. Do you have a date in mind? Bella's eyes widened, and she felt Edward's grip tighten on her arm, but she barely noticed. She started, blinking rapidly as she considered her options. It had to be soon, but not so soon that it raised suspicion. She knew the Cullens wouldn't allow her to change before graduation, and immediately afterward would seem odd. The end of the summer, she finally said. Bella, no, Edward quietly pleaded beside her. She raised her chin, meeting Arrow's gaze as if daring him to challenge her. I can tell my father I've been accepted at a school abroad. Far enough away that coming home would be harder. I'll figure it out from there. Arrow smiled, bringing his hands together in a soft clap. Marvelous, he said, extending his hand toward her. Bella stepped forward once more, shaking off her hesitation. Edward gently released Bella's hand and placed it back in Arrow's, this time in a handshake. But he stepped closer, and after the briefest moment of polite contact typical of a business deal, he lifted his other hand and tucked her hair behind her ear. The gesture was slow, his fingers lingering against the skin behind it. You will make for an intriguing immortal, Isabella, he said, drawing out her name. Normally, she hated it, but it didn't sound so bad coming from him, probably because of the accent. Go now, he instructed, letting go of Bella and stepping back, glancing at Alice and Edward before opening his arms wide. His attention snapped back to her. Make your preparations. And we will see you again soon, the older, quieter vampire occupying the third throne added, smiling at Bella before she was turned around and practically ushered out of the room by Edward. As soon as the doors closed, Arrow brought his palms together, lifting his hands as if he were about to pray, pressing the tips of his index fingers to his lips. Already, an ache was forming deep in his chest near his long-dead heart, and he felt a mix of elation and anxiety. Marcus? He asked, his voice surprisingly steady despite the turmoil within. Yes, his brother replied, a slight, happy note in his voice that Arrow hadn't heard since before Dime. Arrow closed his eyes, trying to rein in the glee coursing through him. Sulpicia had been precisely what he wanted in a mate, and he had turned her for that reason. But there had always been something lacking between them. Their marriage, when it existed, had been perfunctory at best. He didn't want to be the only leader of the Volturi who was unmarried, and she had sought security and a measure of power, as any woman would have in her society when she was human. But after Dime's death, when Marcus was utterly distraught and clearly miserable, Arrow and Sulpicia realized that should something happen to one of them, the other would be sad, too. Heartbroken, they knew they had to move on. So, they parted ways. They officially denounced their marriage but remained friends of a sort. Arrow sent her to Greece to oversee the covens there. He vowed to wait, taking only the occasional lover but never another spouse. He had long given up hope of finding a mate of his own. To discover her now in the human Edward thought was his. What are the two of you talking about? Caius demanded. She is the one he has long awaited, Marcus explained as discreetly as he could. It wasn't as if they could clear the room, not with dinner being served today, and the guard didn't need to know just yet. The Cullens? Caius asked, disgust evident in his voice. Yes, Arrow replied, recalling how passionately Edward loved her, how deeply he felt for Isabella through his memories. Arrow lowered his hands, all joy fading. So, I must wait. She'll return once she's turned. Alice had shown him that much, Bella would be transformed, and she would stand in this room as a vampire, a very beautiful, exquisite vampire. But Alice hadn't revealed how or when that transformation would happen, nor had she indicated how long it would be before Isabella returned. He had glimpsed what Alice used to see, Isabella with the Cullen coven, hunting alongside Edward, hunting alone. But the last vision. He understood that Alice could only see the future when someone made a decision, and he knew Edward's ability to read every thought meant Arrow had to tread carefully. Starting a fight with the boy over a human before confirming with Marcus that he sensed the bond would have caused trouble, both with the Cullens and in the eyes of the guard. Even now, the gathered guards looked at him with confusion or concern. Arrow returned to his throne, tugging at the cuff of his sleeve, appearing as collected as always. "We have yet to settle the matter in Seattle, Washington, over in America," Marcus said in a nearly bored tone, and Arrow turned ever so slightly. Arrow leaned slightly toward him. "The newborns are becoming quite conspicuous." Caius smirked. "And so we shall send someone." Arrow nodded in agreement. "Or we could have asked the Cullens to monitor them for us and eliminate them as necessary, as a gesture of gratitude for sparing them, and Isabella." Caius sneered, and Arrow tilted his head. "The Cullens?" he asked. "They're the nearest coven," Alec informed him, capturing Arrow's attention. "Seattle is very close to this. Forks, where Carlisle has chosen to reside." Forks. The place not only home to the Cullens but also to Isabella. "I shall go with the guard," Arrow said without hesitation. Before any questions could arise that he didn't want to answer aloud, he added, "I believe we will need more than mere representation when confronting this issue. It worked the last time newborns were created in abundance." Just then, the doors swung open to reveal Heidi and the latest group of tourists. Arrow's throat went dry, craving the blood that was being brought to his feet. Chapter 2. First class was comfortable and offered some room, but not quite as much space as Bella would have liked. Edward had insisted on sitting beside her, and she couldn't come up with a valid reason to say no. After all, the Cullens had covered her flight back, and she would have had to sit with someone. She would have preferred Alice, but Alice had been adamant about sitting by herself for reasons Bella couldn't quite understand. After a lengthy phone call with Charlie at the airport, they boarded the plane. Her note hadn't said much, just that she was going, but not where. Bella kept it vague. She mentioned that she had applied for a school and had been conditionally accepted but needed to do an in-person interview, something that couldn't happen in Washington. Yes, Jake was right, she had spoken to Alice. Yes, Edward had been mentioned, but he wasn't her main reason for traveling. Well, not anymore. As they took off, Bella continued to think about her conversation with Charlie. It didn't feel like she had lied, and she knew there would be consequences for running off. He had said as much. But in a way, she was actually somewhat thankful for them. It would give her a buffer, some space to think things through. Like how she had so blindly thrown away a year and a bit of her life on Edward. She closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, going over everything in her mind. She moved to Forks. She met him. He was a mystery she wanted to solve, and once she did, they suddenly became a couple. He was dangerous, he was a killer, everything she should have feared but didn't. Somehow, that led to a relationship. She couldn't pinpoint when her crush had spiraled out of control. The more she thought about it, the more she began to realize that her love might have actually been for the vampire world, with him merely serving as the outlet. And then he left. They all did, and she was left alone in a world that had changed so fundamentally for her. She'd experienced a breakdown, and didn't she hate herself a little for letting it happen? All the things she could have done, the life she could have had if she had only pushed through. But Bella believed it likely wouldn't have mattered, not when she no longer felt she belonged in the human world. She really would have been just fine if the Cullens never came back. Not entirely herself, but she could have thrived with the Quileute tribe, at least. But now it didn't matter whether the Cullens returned to Forks or not. By the end of the summer, if one of them didn't turn her, she would fly to Italy, travel to Volterra, and seek out the Volturi. Arrow would change her, she was confident of that. He would make sure it would go as smoothly as possible, and then... Bella frowned in her feigned sleep as she contemplated that. Would she stay with them? Become a member of their guard? Would she drink human blood? Or would he let her live as she wished, her promise to change fulfilled? She thought he might. Yet, she also wondered if that would truly be what she wanted. He liked her, Edward said softly, breaking the silence and almost startling Bella. He kept quieting his thoughts, stopping them, but he liked her a bit too much. Bella turned her head into her arm a little more to hide her smile. She knew exactly who Edward was talking about. She could still see those red eyes and the way they had looked at her in her memory. How his touch lingered without being possessive. How he smiled at her. How Edward had been very insistent on getting her away from Arrow of the Volturi. She's going to be gifted, Alice reasoned. We both know he collects gifted immortals. He'll want us, now, too. You've seen it? Well, I have my suspicions, Alice replied with uncertainty. I can't see what decision he'll make. There was another long pause of silence, long enough that Bella almost drifted off. She seems distant, Edward said, and Bella felt him stroke her hair. Bella shifted away, but Edward probably thought it was just a movement in her sleep. She came for you, though, Alice said encouragingly. But you've seen her on her own. You've seen her without me. Bella has made the decision to become one of us, with or without your help, Alice replied gently. But Edward, if you love her. I know, he sighed. Not long after that, Bella had fallen asleep. She found herself in a very pleasant dream, filled with cool caresses on her hand, reminiscent of a Regency romance, stolen glances and secretive smiles. It was a gothic tale of blood-red eyes and blood-stained teeth, where she was Mina, yearning for the curse of the vampire, sharing the blood of her Dracula, her vampire king, in a grand castle. But just like long ago, she felt eyes on her as she slept, and Bella was startled awake. It took her a moment to remember she was back in her room. She had slept fitfully on the plane, as one tends to do, and it barely helped her regain the rest she had lost on her way to Volterra with Alice. After a quick lecture from Charlie and an unanswered phone call to Jacob, Bella had gotten ready and crawled into her comfortable bed, longing to sleep until it was time to prepare for school. Once she looked around and recognized her surroundings, she spotted Edward in the chair he often occupied while keeping his distance. He grinned when their eyes met. Go back to sleep, he encouraged. She blinked, confusion flickering across her face. Why are you here? She asked quietly. I thought I'd lost you, he replied, starting to get up. I'm alive, she said, lifting her hand to gesture for him to stop. And I don't need someone watching over me. It wasn't entirely true, not with Victoria still out there trying to kill her. But she didn't want Edward in her room, hovering over her. He looked pained, and guilt washed over her for a brief moment. But things had changed, and she was pretty sure this wasn't what she wanted. Not anymore. Bella turned her back on him and lay down, closing her eyes and desperately trying to grasp the fleeting images from her dream. She heard the window open and then slide shut, but she could still feel his gaze on her, as if he were sitting in the tree outside her window. The next morning, a new Bella climbed into her truck to head to school. She was still slightly jet-lagged, but she felt different nonetheless. She had promised Charlie she'd be home by 4, and while she couldn't think of a reason for a delay, she might drive out to the reservation to talk to Jacob. Humming to herself, she listened to the radio, grateful that the weather was warm enough to avoid icy conditions, which could still be an issue in late March. Pulling into a parking space at school, Bella grabbed her bag and got out of the truck. Just as she was about to cross the parking lot, she stopped suddenly, stumbling a bit at the sight of Alice, Jasper, and Edward standing around Edward's car. They're back, Angela said, joining Bella and glancing nervously between the Cullens and her. Biting her lip, she asked, Did you know? Bella blinked. I knew Alice was around. I'd seen her before I went to a school interview. I didn't realize they were coming back, she confessed. Angela studied her closely. And how are we feeling about this? She asked cautiously, looking back at the Cullens as Bella did. Edward was staring at her, smiling warmly, fondly, clearly waiting for her to smile back and walk straight into his arms. Annoyed, Bella admitted, deciding she would march on as if nothing had happened, as if they hadn't returned, as if she hadn't foolishly put her entire self-worth into a relationship. Angela stayed by her side the whole time. "Bella," Edward said as she approached. She nodded at him. "You're back," she commented without stopping, perhaps a bit too abruptly. Bella felt a mix of satisfaction and confusion. The bell rang, signaling the start of English class. She took a seat between Angela and Jessica, doing her best to ignore Edward, who slipped in behind her. It was exhausting to pretend that Edward wasn't always hovering just outside her social bubble, watching her closely and waiting for a moment alone. As the last class of the day ended, Bella seized the opportunity to escape, knowing the Cullens preferred to keep their speed under wraps. She darted out of the classroom just before the other students could swarm in, giving herself a head start. During the dragging end of history and all the way across the parking lot to her truck, Bella considered how to apologize to Jacob. She wanted to share her revelations with him but also make it clear that she could only be a friend. Even though she had come to realize she loved him, the fact remained that by the end of summer, she would become a vampire. Bella climbed into her truck, tossed her bag onto the seat, and turned the key in the ignition, but nothing happened. Frowning, she tried again, scanning the dashboard for any sign of what was wrong. Suddenly, there was a tap on her window, startling her. She turned to see Edward standing there. She wished she could say it surprised her, but instead, dread settled in her stomach as she opened the door to climb out. "I can give you a lift home," he offered as she exited the car. Jasper and Alice. "It's fine, I wasn't going home," Bella replied, glancing over her shoulder at Angela and Eric as they emerged from the school. "I know," Edward said, causing her to stop in her tracks, missing her chance to catch up with her friends. She glared at him, silently cursing Alice for revealing her decision. But then she quickly retracted that thought in her mind. It wasn't as if Alice could always hide what she saw quickly enough to keep it from others. Bella continued to glare at Edward, who fumbled for words. "The wolves have no control." She cut him off, reaching into her pocket and struggling to get her phone out. Finally, she dialed home. The phone rang a couple of times as she held Edward's unblinking gaze, her frustration simmering. "Hello," Charlie answered. "Hey, my truck's dead. Can you come get me?" "Your truck's dead?" Charlie repeated, his tone a mix of surprise and concern. "Yeah, probably just some battery trouble or something," Bella replied, trying to sound as normal as possible. "All right. You're still at the school?" he asked, sounding suspicious. "Yeah," Bella confirmed. "Okay, I'll be there in a bit." Charlie hung up, and Bella marched back to the truck. "I won't put the battery back in before he gets here," Edward said, trailing behind her. "I'll get it towed, then," she replied, throwing the door open. "You can put it back before the mechanic looks at it." "Bella." "Edward." She snapped, cutting him off. His hurt expression made her falter. "Look, you left." "I did," he acknowledged, nodding. "So you don't get a say in my life anymore." "Who I see, what I do." She thought to herself that he shouldn't have had a say before, but decided to keep that thought to herself for now. Edward nodded solemnly. "I'm sorry. I want you to be happy, but being alive is more important." "I survived months with Jacob and the other wolves," she replied flatly, placing one foot inside the truck. "I know what they're capable of. I've been around Jake and the others when they get angry. I've seen what could happen. I trust them." "You shouldn't," Edward insisted. When Bella merely shook her head, he sighed. "I'm sorry," he said after a moment. "Truly. I'll understand if you're too angry for me to come to your room tonight. Just close the window." He stepped back, allowing Bella to climb into the truck. She slammed the door pointedly, closed her eyes, and leaned back in the seat. After a moment, she took a deep breath, trying to collect her thoughts. A few seconds later, Bella felt the vehicle shift and heard the creak of metal. When she opened her eyes, she found the hood popped open. At least Edward had put the battery back in after all. He'd probably waited just long enough for Charlie to be on his way. and calling him back to say the truck had suddenly started working would raise more questions than she wanted to answer. Closing her eyes again, Bella lost track of time until there was another knock on her window. When she opened her eyes, Charlie was there, flashing her a grin, his mustache twitching with it. He stepped back to let her climb out. "Surprised you didn't get a ride with him," he said, glancing over at Edward, who was sitting in his car, watching them. "Didn't want to," Bella replied as she got into the cruiser with Charlie. He looked at her in surprise, clearly pleased, but he was smart enough not to press the issue. "We'll grab a new battery, and I'll give you a lift in the morning," he said as they pulled away. "Great," Bella said, knowing that if she ever decided to see Jacob again, no amount of new batteries would make her truck run. Bella texted, "Jake, can you call?" A moment later, she sent another message. "I'd have gone over, but I'm grounded." Then, "I get that you need space. Believe me. But, text back. Or call. Something." With a sigh, Bella leaned back against her pillows, glancing at the closed, locked, and curtain-covered window of her bedroom. It wasn't that she was wavering in her decision to let Edward in, she was just wondering if there was a way to sneak out. Doubtful, she thought. For one, she'd likely fall to the ground and break her arm, leg, or even her neck if she tried to escape through the second-story window. For another, Charlie would definitely notice. And somehow, despite her earlier attitude toward Edward, she doubted he'd believe her if she said she was trying to see Jacob. She was pretty sure he'd give her the all-clear to do just that. Bella knew she had a problem. Her truck was parked at school, which meant she would have to walk to the reservation, a ridiculous notion, really. Even if she managed to sneak out and start her trek to see Jacob, she would be making a choice that could lead to trouble. And if Edward was lurking outside her house, watching her window and waiting for an invitation, Alice would likely pick up on her decision. Edward would sense it in her thoughts and come storming after her. On one hand, Bella recognized that she needed to talk to Edward. She wasn't his anymore, in fact, she didn't even feel the urge to be his. The clarity she had gained while racing across the courtyard had wiped away those feelings, perhaps even from her heart and soul. But on the other hand, Edward had left her. He had ended their relationship, and she had never said she wanted him back. He had kissed her, held her, and all she wanted was to stop him from hurting himself and his family. There really wasn't anything left to discuss. Her thoughts drifted to Arrow and the Volturi. Would they really have executed him just for being caught in the sunlight? She had never considered why that would be an issue, especially since she was pretty sure vampires couldn't venture out into the sun at all before she entered their world. It seemed like a weak excuse, considering their own had gone outside to retrieve Edward in the first place. What would have happened if Edward had fought back and pushed the guards into the sunlight? No, she doubted the Volturi would actually put him to death for something so trivial. They, or at least Arrow, seemed to have some benevolence in their rule. There had to be another reason, or maybe Edward had intended to do more than just step into the light without a shirt. Shaking her head, Bella cleared her mind. There was no sense in wondering about it. If asked, Edward would probably say it was because the Volturi are, as he'd put it, refined killers, they were called. But having met them, Bella couldn't be entirely sure that was accurate. And until she became one of them, she realized she probably wouldn't find her answers. The frustrating part about leaving Italy for any significant distance was the preparations that had to be made. If she wanted to go to a neighboring country, she could run there on foot and arrive by sunrise, just in time to reach a safe house in case the sun was particularly bright that day. But for anywhere farther, they had to ready their jet. Arrow had done his best to keep up with modern laws and technology. After all, living for over 2 millennia meant learning about the potential dangers one might face, as well as understanding how humans lived. There were many conveniences that came with these advancements. For example, he could make a phone call to arrange accommodations in Seattle, Washington, for the Volturi Guard during their investigation of the newborns. He also needed to ensure that when they arrived at the airport in Florence late in the evening to board their jet, nothing would hinder or delay them. It took 3 hours to submit a flight plan, but nearly 3 weeks to find and secure suitable shelter. It was aggravating, but given the complexities of the world since the turn of the century, somewhat understandable. Still, they should have already had something prearranged near such a large, independent coven. That was an oversight that wouldn't be repeated in the future. He imagined Isabella wanting to return to her home country from time to time. He pictured her walking with him along a waterfront, marveling at the changes he had witnessed throughout the years. He could visualize her smile, though he doubted he captured it perfectly in his mind. There was the smile he had seen in person, that amused one when he had tried to delve into her thoughts. Then there was the calm and polite smile from Alice Cullen's vision. In Edward's vision, he'd seen her happy, but it was a kind of subdued happiness the arrow couldn't quite grasp. The thoughts swirled in his mind, a mix of curiosity and intrigue. Arrow sensed that the motivations behind others were often rooted in fear or shyness, but he didn't believe Isabella fit either of those descriptions. Then there was Edward. The young vampire presented a challenge for Arrow's imagination. If Edward truly saw Isabella as his mate, he wouldn't easily let her walk away, especially into the arms of someone Arrow knew to be ruthless and evil. It could take centuries for either of them to understand the true nature of their relationship, centuries before Arrow could claim Isabella as his own. He was willing to wait. After all, a life as long as his required an understanding of the world's advancements, and ruling as he had demanded knowing when to wield his power and when to hold back. Still, it wouldn't hurt to improve his chances of winning Isabella's affections, whether before her transformation or shortly after. Seattle wasn't too far from Forks, where she lived, which meant he could, in theory, pay her a visit. 3 weeks was enough time to consider the best approach. He wanted to ensure he wasn't as overbearing as young Edward, but still close enough that she could reach out if her instincts began to surface. He could invite her to speak with him, but only if she wanted to. He had waited this long, he could continue to wait as long as she needed. Chapter 3. It had been 2 weeks of unanswered calls and texts from Jacob when Bella arrived home from school to find him waiting for her on the front step. It had already been a good day. The sun was shining under a cloudless sky, the warmth of the season was pleasant, and she didn't have that ever-present shadow trailing her throughout the day. As she stared at Jacob through the windshield of her truck, a huge smile broke across her face. He responded with a small smile, which was understandable given how things had ended between them. Bella fumbled for the door handle, finally managing to open it, and darted toward him as he stood on the step. He met her partway, still cautious, but when Bella jumped toward him, he opened his arms willingly. "I've been calling you," she exclaimed, burying her face against his shoulder. The sheer joy of having him back made her cheeks ache. "Couldn't drop by," he replied. "Still grounded," she said as she pulled back. "I'm sorry." "Really, about Alice and running off?" She stepped back, glancing past him at the house. Charlie wasn't home, his cruiser wasn't parked out front, but she sensed he would be back soon. Bella doubted her dad would mind finding Jacob in the house. "Do you want to come in? We can talk there." Jake hesitated. "I can smell them all over the place in there," he said. "We can stay out here if it's better," she suggested, gesturing toward the house. Jacob still hesitated before nodding and joining her on the steps. Bella barely let a moment of silence pass before she said, "I really am sorry, Jake." He nodded but didn't respond. "Look, I shouldn't have. I know I hurt you. I shouldn't have done that. I really don't know what I was thinking." "Do you still, are you too?" Jacob asked, his voice uncertain. "No," Bella said softly, shaking her head and lowering it. "But Jake, listen. I'm going away at the end of the summer." Jacob tensed. "There's a key point in the treaty," he said. Jacob said firmly, "If any of the Cullens bite a human, the truce is over." "All right," Bella replied, blinking as she glanced up at him. It's just here, though, right?" He looked at her, disbelief growing on his face. He shook his head. "You're not going to be one of them," he insisted, his voice filled with conviction. "And if it's a choice between dead or alive?" "I'd rather you dead," Jacob stated firmly. Thanks, she said, her tone dripping with sarcasm. I'm serious. Fine, she replied, rising from the step and turning toward the house. Jacob grabbed her wrist. Where are you going? He asked through gritted teeth. Inside. There's no sense in talking to you since. You know what we'll do to you, he reminded her. Bella yanked her hand away. I don't have a choice. She snapped back, nearly revealing that even if she did, she knew what she wanted regardless. The thought was on the tip of her tongue when Jacob suddenly stood up, but he turned away from her. Get your hands off her, Edward's voice came, a belated threat as he appeared, standing not 10 feet away from the house. You can't change her, Jacob growled. Stop. Bella shouted, cutting through the tension before they could start a supernatural showdown. She took a moment to let them catch their breath. Both of you, neither of you gets a say in how I live my life. Who I talk to, where I go, who I see, what I do with it. She snapped, hearing a car door shut but keeping her eyes fixed on her best friend and her ex. When both of them seemed to deflate a little, Bella pinched her nose and sighed. Look, I want. Jake, you are my best friend. I have so much I want to talk to you about, but I need you to be more open-minded. I need you to be willing to listen. And Edward, she said, meeting his golden eyes that were pleading back at her, I want to be friends, again. I want to talk to you about things too, but I don't want to feel smothered, Bella said, her voice barely above a whisper. Everything okay, Bells? Charlie asked, startling her. Right, the car door. He'd come home from the station just as she expected. Charlie eyed the vampire and the werewolf with suspicion, and Bella couldn't help but think it was absurd that he viewed this situation as nothing more than a teenage spat in the middle of a love triangle. Yeah, I was just telling them both to go home, she replied. When no one moved, Charlie turned his steely gaze on Edward. You heard her, he said firmly. Edward nodded in response. I'll see you at school tomorrow, Edward said, his tone hopeful yet certain. He turned and walked down the driveway at a normal human pace, but Bella figured he would probably break into a run as soon as he was out of sight. You too, Jake, Charlie said, a bit more genial this time. Jacob nodded sadly. He didn't say anything as he left, but he looked back at Bella a few times before heading in the opposite direction of Edward. Probably to hide and transform, then spring through the woods. Once they were gone, Charlie grinned at Bella. I'm liking this whole, telling Edward to leave, thing you're doing. It's only temporary, she sighed, heading into the house with her dad. I want to be friends with him. I want to be friends with both of them. She made her way to the kitchen, hoping to distract herself by figuring out what to make for dinner. Being friends with someone you used to date can be hard, Charlie said, shifting uncomfortably as he stood in the doorway to the kitchen. Just don't feel like you have to be friends with his sister. Alice, right? Yeah, Bella nodded. Alice had been keeping her distance, something Bella had noticed but hadn't thought too much about, especially with the way Edward did the opposite. Charlie didn't linger long in the doorway. He eventually went off to change out of his uniform. Arrow settled down to watch something on TV while he waited for dinner. The newborn vampires were reckless, but so far, their numbers seemed manageable. He had seen much larger armies in the 1800s. Arrow overheard one of them, a man who was probably in his 20s when he was turned, shouting about keeping a low profile. At least whoever created him had instilled that much in him. Should we end them? Jane asked, her voice light and inquisitive. Arrow narrowed his eyes, studying the newborns and their apparent leader, if you could call him that. They had attracted too much attention, and soon others would start to question the effectiveness of the Volturi. He pressed his tongue against his teeth, the tip pushing at his upper lip. Caius would want bloodshed. He would want them all either burned or brought to their side. Marcus, on the other hand, would demand a reminder be sent that such behavior would not be tolerated. After all, they were newborns, all having been slaves to bloodlust, some to a greater degree than others. No, Arrow decided. Not yet. We can only assume their purpose, but that assumption is difficult to reason with, He glanced around. I don't see the one young Edward angered, nor her remaining companion. What will you have us do? Felix asked. Arrow tilted his head slightly. Give them a warning. He turned his gaze toward his guard without looking away from the scene, where the vampire in control managed to rein in the younger, less controlled ones. We are watching, but their hunts cannot be this conspicuous. If they continue to draw attention, they will be ended. And if they are here for the purpose we believe? Felix inquired. Arrow tapped a finger against his leg. Then I will summon you once more. Master? Jane asked, her head whipping up to look at him. I will remain, Arrow replied simply. When he could feel the guard continuing to watch him, he added, Carlyle is an old friend, a member of his clan recently came to Volterra too. I wish for death. I want to make sure young Edward hasn't had any further thoughts of risking exposure. And the human? Alec asked, a touch too eagerly. Isabella is not considered a liability, he replied plainly. Turning to face the guard, he looked at Felix. I am tasking you with delivering the message. Then he turned his attention to Jane. Ensure it's made clear what will be at stake if they do not learn control. He glanced at each of them. I will have a flight plan arranged for your return trip in no more than 4 hours. You will return to Volterra. They all bowed their heads, and Arrow took off. He had other preparations to make as well, for a longer stay, free of the guards. Be careful what you wish for. The old adage struck a particularly strong chord in Bella the day after the whole Jacob and Edward situation in her front yard. Simply saying she wanted to be Edward's friend had seemed to allow her to make a decision, and that meant he came out of the shadows and spent time at her side, maintaining just enough distance for it to be deemed friendly. He even went so far as to sit between Jessica and Eric on a couple of occasions when he joined them for lunch. It was early April, with graduation just under 2 months away, and it turned out Jessica was nominated for valedictorian. Bella would have thought Angela a better fit, but she was simply pleased not to have her own name on the ballot. As it stood, Jessica, being one of the most popular people in school, was more than likely to get the votes, which meant she had immediately begun to work on her speech. She wanted to perfect it before the stress of exams and other commitments set in. Eric and Mike weren't helping. If anything, they were antagonizing her, suggesting the worst possible or overused bits for her to include. You gotta embrace the cliches, Jess, Mike said after dodging the rejected speech she'd thrown at him. They're the bread and butter of all valedictorians. It's because they usually don't think them through, Jessica shot back. 2 months in advance, Bella pointed out with a smirk, before turning to Jessica. You'll do fine. Just talk about the future or something. That's a bit cliché, but yeah, all right, Jessica replied with an eye roll. I want to be great. Epic, Angela chimed in. I want it to change lives, Jessica countered. I want people to remember it when they head off to wherever they're going. She glanced at Bella. Where are you going, anyway? Alaska, Edward said automatically, as if it was a given. We're going to the University of Alaska together. Actually, I might go to Italy, Bella corrected, causing Edward to forget to make any human-like movements. Jessica's eyebrows shot up. Wait, is that where the interview was for? Angela asked with a grin. That last-minute one you told me about? Yeah, Bella nodded, a nervous, quiet chuckle escaping her as she ran the heel of her hand down her leg, avoiding Edward's gaze. I mean, it's not official yet, but I'm sure. You don't want to go to Italy, Edward interrupted, while Eric and Mike cringed back, subtly shifting away from him. Bella met his eye. I might, actually. Alaska is cold. And it doesn't offer me as much as Italy. It's far from home and way more dangerous. Actually, Italy is pretty safe, Angela interjected, and Jessica grinned. Not to mention all the hot guys, she added, nudging Bella's arm. Good for you. I say you should go. Edward looked as though he was about to get up and leave or say something else when Alice and Jasper floated over, sitting in the empty spaces beside him. That, at least, was the one good thing to come out of the whole decision to be friends with Edward. Alice was around again. While Edward still seemed to occupy any free time Bella had, Alice was now talking with her again, texting, emailing, reassuring her that she would be there for whatever Bella needed. "I've decided to throw a party," Alice announced to the group. Bella sat down at the table, and Jasper smiled to himself as he casually remarked, "After all, how many times are we going to graduate high school?" Bella blinked, suddenly aware of a daunting reality. If the Cullens turned her, even in Alaska, it would probably mean she'd have to stay with them. That thought brought a wave of anxiety. She might end up going to high school over and over for the rest of her existence. Angela's voice pulled Bella from her thoughts. "A party?" she questioned. "At your place?" Jessica chimed in quietly, "I've never seen your house." "No one's ever seen their house," Eric corrected. "I have," Bella pointed out. "It's big, lots of windows, and has a great view." "So, do you want to throw a party?" she asked, leaning forward toward Alice. "It'll be fun," Alice assured her. "Yeah, that's what you said last time," Bella murmured, noticing Alice's eyes glaze over. "Well, cool." "That's very normal of you," Mike started to say. "Which makes it weird," Bella added, hoping to divert the humans at the table from noticing Alice's sudden vacant expression. Mike took the bait. "Is there, like, a dress code to enter the house?" he asked Bella. "Nah, I doubt it. Unless Alice goes with a theme or something." "She will," Edward interjected. Bella felt a strange sense of gratitude as he helped Alice and her. He didn't look at anyone while he spoke, but at least he was moving again. Probably something like Starry Night. "She'll think it over," he continued. Alice blinked back to the present and smiled. Bella narrowed her eyes, sensing that Alice had just had a vision. For a fleeting moment, she hoped it had something to do with. But that thought was utterly ridiculous. Later that day, when Bella's truck wouldn't start, she knew exactly who to blame. So, it was no surprise to see Edward standing in the empty parking space beside her truck, looking a bit guilty, but not guilty enough. With a sigh, she climbed out of her truck. "I hadn't decided on anything," she said. Bella recalled Alice's vision from earlier. "I know," Edward said, acknowledging her thoughts. "But I had hoped to talk to you, and since you've had your window firmly closed for a few weeks now, I wasn't sure I'd get the chance in time." A spark of anticipation ignited in Bella, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why. "In time for what?" she asked. "Just let me give you a ride. I'll explain on the way." "I wasn't going home, though," she replied. "I was going to meet Charlie at the station. We're heading out to dinner tonight." "Well, this will make it easier than following him in your truck or needing to go back to the station for it." He smiled, as if he had just shared a clever joke only he understood. Bella considered saying no, a refusal solely because he had tampered with her truck. But she had told him she wanted to be friends, and that was true. Plus, he might have news about Victoria or the Volturi. She gestured toward Edward's car, and they walked together. He darted ahead at the last moment, just fast enough to maneuver around her but not nearly at the speed she knew he could achieve. He opened the passenger side door for her, and Bella hesitated before getting in. As she glanced up, she noticed Jessica standing with Angela, Mike, and Eric by the school doors, rolling her eyes and gesturing in Bella's direction, clearly in the middle of some rant. Fantastic, Bella thought as Edward slid into the car. They all think we're back together again. But was it really such a big deal if they did? In just under 2 months, they would all go their separate ways, and by September, she wouldn't speak to any of them again. Then she looked at Edward, who she was sure could hear what was being said despite the distance and the car, or at least had caught the beginning of it. He looked smug, as if he had won something. "Can we go?" Bella asked. "I don't want to be late." Edward started the car and began to drive. At the station, a few minutes passed in silence before Bella finally asked, "So, what did you want to talk about?" Edward hesitated before responding. "The airline ticket. You might want to use it this weekend," No, Bella replied flatly, clearly surprising him with her answer. No? He echoed. No, she repeated. There's a test on Tuesday, and it's a bit short notice. Edward stared out the window for a long moment. It might be your last chance to see her before you graduate, he said meaningfully, turning to look at her directly. She laughed softly. I have until the end of the summer. I'll go see her after graduation. It'll be better that way. I can spend more time with her and get a proper goodbye. You can't be so nonchalant about it, Edward lamented. It's your soul you're giving up. Your human life. I don't believe I'd be giving up my soul, she countered. And I don't feel comfortable in a human life. You have no idea what you're saying, he shook his head. And you have no idea what I'm thinking, she shot back. No. You're right. I don't, Edward agreed, and they fell silent again. Bella looked out the window while Edward focused on the road as they reached the station. Thanks for the lift, Bella said as she scrambled out of the car, tossing her bag over her shoulder. Bella, wait, Edward called, and despite her better judgment, she turned back to him, looking expectantly. Edward squirmed uncomfortably, then sighed. You're right. It's a bit soon to go off to see your mom. I was going to suggest using the companion ticket to go with you. I wanted to help, make this better between us. But I see that wasn't the right approach. Bella nodded, glancing over her shoulder at the station. It wasn't. Maybe we can go back to where this started? He suggested. The biolab? She arched a brow and smirked at him. Edward let out a self-deprecating chuckle, bowing his head with a smile. I was thinking Port Angeles. We could watch a movie together, maybe go for a walk or something. We could talk afterward. Bella shifted her jaw, considering the idea. It couldn't really hurt for the two of them to go out together. A movie felt a bit date-like, but it didn't have to be one. Yeah, she said. I guess. Maybe we can see if some of the others want to join us, too? She backed up toward the station as she spoke. Maybe, Edward replied, his tone suggesting he wasn't planning to ask anyone else. Bella nodded, waved goodbye, and headed inside to meet Charlie. Meanwhile, Arrow was instinctively drawn northward, leaving Seattle behind. He aimed to hunt as far from the newborn's location as possible. Once his thirst was quenched, he bought a car and started driving back toward the place he had initially fled, hoping to find Forks, where the Cullens lived. He glanced at the maps but hadn't committed them to memory. Instead, he decided to rely on his instincts, using the bond he shared with Isabella to guide him. It wasn't as powerful as it would have been if she had been changed, but he could still sense when he was getting closer to her. The only moment he questioned whether he should have consulted a map instead of following the pull from deep within his soul was when he found himself pulling into a city called Port Angeles. Chapter 4. Bella suspected there was another motive behind Edward's sudden decision to take her out of town. He barely let her settle in at home before he appeared in the driveway. She quickly grabbed a few things she thought she might need, and before she knew it, he was at the door talking to Charlie, promising not to bring her home too late. As they drove to their destination, he maintained a slow pace, normal human speed, at least. They missed the earlier showing, which Bella knew was intentional. According to the marquee, they would have made it on time for every feature listed if he had driven at his usual speed. So, instead, they took a walk. Edward asked her a series of mundane questions when he attempted to engage her at all. What did you think of the reading for English? He asked. Are you prepared for your biology exam? Did you actually apply to colleges? Have any offered you a spot? Would you go to them anyway? That last question was filled with hope, and Bella admitted she had applied to a few, but she wasn't sure if she ever really wanted to leave Forks. Edward seemed conflicted by her answer and shifted the conversation to Charlie, inquiring about how he was coping after the passing of his friend. Throughout it all, Edward never let her stray far from his side. A shop would catch her eye, and he would follow her in, lingering just outside her personal space. When she thought about stopping for a quick bite, his gaze remained fixed on her as she got her food from the cart. She recalled a time not long ago when she loved the intensity of his attention, the way he seemed to orbit around her, moving in sync with her every move. Now, it felt unnerving. Even in the theater, if she shifted her leg, he would watch her intently, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Bella hardly paid attention to the movie. She couldn't concentrate, feeling as though every breath she took was being counted. Honestly, she thought she should just give up on going to the theater altogether, considering her last few experiences, and this one was only adding to the list. She needed a break, even if it was just for a few moments, and there was only one place in the building where Edward was unlikely to follow. Bella abruptly stood up from her seat and made her way to the aisle, with Edward following closely behind. At the back of the theater, hoping to remain unnoticed, she quietly hissed, "I'm going to the washroom." "I don't need you following me, and I don't need you waiting outside the door." "But what?" "No," Bella interrupted firmly. "It's weird. Just go back. Wait for me," she insisted before pushing the door open. The bright light of the lobby was momentarily blinding, but after a moment, her eyes adjusted. There was no one around except for a lone concession stand employee, and she breathed a sigh of relief before heading to the ladies' room. She washed her hands for far longer than 20 seconds, wiping them down with a paper towel long after they were thoroughly dry. She knew that if she delayed her return too long, Edward would likely come to the lobby, stand outside the door, and ask a dozen questions about why she was taking so long. With a heavy sigh, Bella tossed the paper towel into the trash and exited the washroom. She stopped abruptly at the unexpected sight in the lobby. Arrow was standing not far from the doors, looking up at the ceiling with narrowed eyes, as if straining to listen. Maybe he was tuning in to all the human heartbeats in various rooms or the half-dozen different movies currently playing within the walls. He was dressed more casually than he had been in Volterra, still in shades of black but less formal than Edward would be. Underneath his blazer, he wore a very expensive sweater, and his pants seemed less finely tailored than what he had worn in Italy. He wore gloves that appeared to be quite luxurious, fitting him like a second skin. "I've never been to one of these moving picture shows," he said thoughtfully. "That's not to say I've never seen one, of course, but I've never come to a building like this and sat in a room with humans." Bella glanced around, feeling the weight of the moment. But the employee was nowhere to be found. Bella thought she should be concerned, especially with the bright red of Arrow's eyes, but she doubted he would be that conspicuous. "I don't like it much myself," she said, and his gaze snapped to hers. Bella shrugged. "It's sort of cramped." "Is it?" he asked, a slight grin forming on his lips. She found herself returning the smile. "So why come at all?" He tilted his head slightly as he studied her. Bella glanced back at the theater room she had just left. The door was closed, but she could see flickers of light from the screen through the small window meant for ushers to peek through. "I don't know," she admitted. Arrow's curiosity deepened. "Do you want to stay?" "No," Bella replied with a smirk. "Then perhaps we can take a walk," Arrow suggested, glancing toward the lobby doors and gesturing to them. A voice inside Bella's head, sounding suspiciously like Edward, warned her against it. This was a member of the Volturi, a predator, a real killer, and it would be foolish to go with him. But despite that warning, Bella nodded and followed Arrow out the doors into the cool night air. She paused just outside, closing her eyes to savor the change in temperature. The theater had felt stifling, the atmosphere oppressive, and this newfound freedom was unexpected. When she opened her eyes again, she found Arrow observing her, maintaining a careful distance a few feet away. "I still get warm," she explained. "It's perfectly human," he agreed, and she snickered at what she guessed was his attempt at humor. Bella joined him at his side, slipping her hands into her pockets while he linked his behind his back. As they began their slow stroll, she wondered if he minded the pace. Surely, he had no reason to act human or move as they did. He probably darted around at lightning speed all the time. But Arrow seemed oddly content. After stealing a few glances at him, she finally asked, "Why are you here?" Bella asked, her curiosity piqued. Arrow smiled slyly. I had wondered if you would ask. He looked at her thoughtfully. There's a situation nearby that the guard and I are monitoring. Right, Bella replied, narrowing her eyes. But why are you here? Did Edward do something wrong? Or me? Arrow shook his head. I sensed another vampire in the area. At first, I was curious to see if it had anything to do with what we're watching in Seattle. That seemed reasonable, though Bella hadn't realized vampires could sense each other. She remembered that Edward had heard the trio that made up James' coven, and she recalled others saying that James was a tracker, skilled at hunting by scent. Still, since she wasn't one of them, she couldn't be sure, and questioning a vampire king didn't seem wise. So, what happened? You mentioned, at first. What changed? Arrow smiled again. I heard you. Your distinct footfall, your heartbeat. Your scent is one I'm quite familiar with, having been in the throne room. Bella grinned. When I first met Edward, he held his nose. I kept wondering if maybe well, never mind. You don't need to hear that. She chuckled, only mildly embarrassed as the memory amused her now. It's because you smell divine, Arrow replied. You are his singer, Isabella. Your blood appeals to him more than anyone else's. He thought himself, perhaps not above such notions, but certainly able to overcome them. He feared losing control. Bella nodded, recalling Edward's explanations, but appreciating this new insight. Have you ever found your singer, I mean? It happens more than once, Arrow confirmed with a nod. The last was a very long time ago, but since I don't venture far outside of Volterra regularly, I don't encounter them often. Bella nodded again, realizing just how open Arrow was being about the situation. Bella paused, her heart racing as she reached out and touched Arrow's arm without thinking. The moment her fingers made contact, she captured his full attention, though she hadn't intended to. Could you, she began, but the intensity of his gaze made her stop short. Realization flooded over her, and she quickly withdrew her hand, feeling a deep blush rise to her cheeks as she stared at her feet. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have. A gentle touch beneath her chin lifted her head, compelling her to meet Arrow's eyes. What is it you want to ask, Miyakara? He inquired softly. So many things filled Bella's mind. She had countless questions, many of which she doubted Edward would answer, either because he didn't know or because he didn't want her to know. She was just beginning to sort through her thoughts when she heard a familiar voice call out, Bella. From the direction they had come. In an instant, Arrow's demeanor shifted, his eyes darkened, nostrils flared, and his lip twitched slightly in a snarl. But he composed himself just as Edward appeared beside them, grabbing Bella and pulling her away. Hey! She snapped, feeling the force of his grip as he positioned her behind him. Edward, Arrow greeted calmly, his tone deceptively polite. Get your hands off her, Edward warned, his voice low and protective. He's not the one with his hands on me, Bella retorted, trying to wriggle free from Edward's grasp. Realizing her point, Edward reluctantly released her. She stepped away, instinctively inching toward Arrow without fully understanding why. The movie was over, Edward said, taking a moment to collect himself. You didn't come back, and I could smell another vampire nearby. I was fine, Bella insisted firmly. Edward shot Arrow a dark glance, his distrust palpable. If the movie's over, should we get home? Bella suggested after a brief pause. Right, Edward replied, sounding weary. Or maybe we could grab a bite to eat. I already did earlier, and you don't eat, Bella retorted. Besides, I want to get home. I still have a report to finish, and Charlie will be waiting up. Edward hesitated for a moment. Perhaps, since Edward seems reluctant to leave, I might return you home? Arrow offered. No, Edward immediately answered for her. I'll take her home. How would you have brought me home? Bella asked, intrigued. I thought I would drive you in an automobile, Arrow replied, causing Bella's lip to twitch as she struggled to maintain a straight face. An automobile, she repeated, nodding slowly. Yes, Arrow said, his tone laced with quiet exasperation, clearly aware of the point Bella was making. If you'd like, I can escort you. Edward can even join us if he wants. I think Bella's father would find it odd having someone he doesn't know bringing her back, Edward pointed out. So Arrow can take me most of the way, and you can drive me the rest, Bella reasoned, eager to keep the peace and muster the courage to ask Arrow a few questions. I don't. You want to be friends, right? Bella interrupted. Think of this as making up for messing with my truck the other day. And for hovering so much. Edward grimaced but eventually nodded. I'll be following close behind, he warned. Of course, Arrow agreed, and the three of them turned around, heading back toward the movie theater. Unlike the cars the Cullens drove, Arrow's vehicle was fairly nondescript. Black, of course, which didn't surprise Bella at all. It blended in seamlessly, drawing no attention, exactly what a vampire would want. They all approached the passenger side door, and after glancing between the two men, who seemed to be in a silent standoff, Bella reached between them and opened the door. Arrow held. The door opened, and Edward stepped into the space Bella had just vacated, leaning in closer. If you need me. I won't, Bella replied confidently, her gaze shifting pointedly between Edward and the door. It took a moment, but he finally got the hint and stepped back, allowing Arrow to close it. Arrow was already in the driver's seat by the time Bella had fastened her seatbelt, his gloves now absent. He frowned for a moment at her action, then seemed to understand and nodded. Starting the engine, he glanced in the mirror before pulling away. I confess I don't know how to get to where you live, though I know it's not in this city, Arrow said as they began their journey. I'll direct you, Bella replied, rubbing her hand against her leg. Arrow narrowed his eyes. Your heartbeat is quickening. Bella glanced at him. I'm nervous, she admitted. Not scared? He asked, curiosity in his voice. She shook her head. No. Then why are you nervous? He inquired, turning to face her. Taking a deep breath, Bella confessed, I'm nervous you won't answer my questions. Or that you'll get tired of them. Annoyed. No, he said firmly, looking back at the road. Does it bother you? Being in a car with a human? It wasn't the first question on her long list, but it was the one that slipped out. Arrow grinned. Are you asking if I want to drink your blood, Isabella? If I will soon be overcome with bloodlust? He looked at her again. No, it does not bother me. I have lived for thousands of years, and there was a time when vampires walked more freely among humans. If being near one inspired thirst every time, we would have been discovered and destroyed long ago. He returned his attention to the road, making the first turn Bella had mindlessly given him. As they continued on their way, she asked, How old are you, exactly? He laughed, a musical sound that was uniquely his. Bella couldn't help but smile at his words. Exactly? I have no idea. Dates were different back then, and after a few centuries, one tends to lose track. I believe I'm not quite 4,000 years old, but it's close. Bella stared at him, her mouth slightly open as she tried to grasp the concept. So, you're like, ancient. You're practically a dinosaur. There are older vampires than I, he replied, glancing at a road sign and following it without Bella's input. How? She asked. How is it possible for vampires to have been around that long, and everyone still thinks you're a myth? She began to ask the questions that truly fascinated her. Arrow looked at her again, this time briefly, a spark of interest lighting up his eyes at her curiosity. We keep hidden, he explained. We do not draw attention to ourselves. It's been the most important rule since Caius, Marcus, and I came to power. We enforce that rule with little to no exceptions. I'm an exception, Bella nodded. You are, but it's because you want to become one of us, he said, then reluctantly added, had you not expressed how you felt, that day may have ended differently. It still could have, Bella acknowledged. You didn't have to let us go. No, I did not, Arrow agreed. Bella wanted to probe further into why, but she held back. He continued, humans still think of us as myths because there aren't enough of us to draw suspicion. Many vampires live their entire existence without turning a human. Venom is usually withdrawn from the bloodstream as one drinks, remaining only long enough to subdue a human. Rarely does someone drink long enough to prevent a transformation. Bella glanced down at the crescent-shaped scar on her arm, turning it slightly. Arrow noticed it too, but instead of asking, he went on. Some vampires have been known to petrify, becoming statues if they sit too long without moving. It's my understanding that they don't even realize it's happening. One moment they exist, the next they do not. So, it's like dying of old age? Bella frowned. It's dying by no longer living, Arrow corrected. Bella nodded. She had many more questions, but choosing just one to ask felt overwhelming. The silence stretched on until Arrow broke it. May I ask you a question, Isabella? All right, she agreed. Were you and Edward out tonight as part of a courtship? A courtship? She snickered. You mean, were we on a date? If that's the term used, then yes. No, Bella replied. At least, I don't think it was. Not for me, anyway. Not really. She glanced at Arrow, noticing him trying to read her expression, and shrugged. When the Cullens left back in September, he broke up with me. I recall seeing that in his thoughts, Arrow said, nodding. But I also recall his reluctance, his belief that it was to protect you, and his desire not to do so. Yeah, Bella shifted nervously. But, he left. He broke me for a while, leaving the way he did. Or maybe I let him break me, it was one of the two. But I got my life back together. And I realized that maybe. She shook her head. When he came back, I didn't take him back. I didn't agree to be his girlfriend again. I didn't agree to a date or anything. But he seems to think I have, or that I will. He tries to pretend or act like nothing has changed when really, everything has. Arrow didn't say anything, and Bella felt her cheeks flush. She turned to look out the window, chiding herself. This nearly 4,000-year-old vampire, a king in every sense, did not need to hear the ramblings of an 18-year-old woman struggling with her teenage love life. She chewed on her nail and began to bounce her knee, but Arrow's hand came down gently, stilling it. Arrow's voice broke the silence, drawing Bella's attention. He was still focused on the road ahead. Vampires find it more difficult to adapt to change than humans, he said gently. Bella's gaze shifted to the hand resting on her knee. Edward mentioned you can read every thought anyone's ever had with just a touch, she said. I can, he confirmed, a smirk playing on his lips. Except for yours. That must be difficult, she replied thoughtfully. Never being able to touch anyone without knowing everything about them, their decisions on what to eat, what to do, whether they like or hate you, and if those feelings have changed. Arrow grimaced. It's not without its challenges, he agreed. Suddenly, a horn blared behind them, jolting Bella's attention to the road. We're going to miss, she began, pointing at the exit, but Arrow quickly maneuvered the car. He instinctively placed his hand on her to steady her as he turned sharply onto the exit. She could already feel the impending pressure of a hand-shaped bruise forming on her arm. Once they were back on course, Arrow removed his hand and glanced into the rearview mirror. Apologies, he said after a moment, his jaw slowly unclenching. It was my fault, Bella responded quickly. When Arrow looked at her with curiosity, she shrugged it off. I wasn't paying attention. Nor was I, Arrow retorted. The topic of our conversation distracted me as well. He rolled his shoulders. I try to avoid touching people without gloves when I'm not in Volterra. Most everyone in our world knows about my gift, so they tend to steer clear of me when they can. Bella couldn't help but smile, even if it was small and involuntary. The way Arrow referred to the vampire world as theirs, including her in it, sent a pleasurable shiver down her spine. But then, the rest of his words caught up with her, and her expression shifted to a frown. Is that She started, uncertain if she should continue. Anything, Isabella, he encouraged. Taking a deep breath, she pressed on. Is that how you know when a vampire is truly deserving of punishment? Bella asked, daring to glance at him. She noticed the surprise on his face. I mean, is that? Yes, he replied without hesitation. Exposure, as I mentioned, is one of the very few things we cannot allow. If a vampire is seen, it's easy to determine whether it was an accident or intentional. Some believe they can trick me by thinking very loudly when I first touch them, convincing me they didn't mean to feed so openly. They didn't intentionally draw attention to themselves. But I hear every thought they've ever had. I know what they actually wanted. It's how you knew Edward's intentions, Bella realized. So you would have killed him if he exposed himself? Yes, Eros said bluntly, glancing at her. You don't seem upset. Bella pursed her lips, trying to find the right words. I'm upset that he'd have been killed, I suppose. But I think that's because his desire for death came from thinking I was dead. A human wouldn't understand what he was. If they'd seen him, they'd have just thought he really liked glitter, she reasoned. Eros laughed lightly at that, and Bella couldn't help but grin along with him. Perhaps, he conceded. But his intentions were clear. If he had decided not to go through with the action, then he would have been free to go but watched closely. Bella nodded, quietly weighing these facts in her mind. It made sense, of course. Edward may have decided not to expose himself at that moment. Maybe the sun wasn't as strong as forecasted, or he reconsidered at the last second. What would have stopped him from deciding to go ahead with it some other way? You stopped him, Eros stated. Yeah, Bella said absently. It's... Alice saw me decide to. She thought you attempted suicide as well, Eros interjected, nodding. And Edward was informed by another member of the coven. Una tragedia di misunderstandings. Romeo and Juliet, Bella groaned. We were studying that in school before he left. She grumbled. He went on about envying Romeo's suicide. He even said he would have gone to Italy and provoked you if I'd died at the hands of James. Having heard his every thought, I already knew this, Eros said conversationally. But to hear your version, to hear you say it with such derision. I was nothing for months after he left, she confessed. I went to school and came home. I barely ate. It took me months and the threat of being sent back to my mother for me to snap even partly out of it. But I didn't consider. I wouldn't have done that to Charlie or the Cullens. Eros seemed to hesitate, gazing into the rearview mirror for a long time before he quietly said, I had a sister, a very long time ago. She and Marcus were in love, they were mates. He glanced at her when he said the last part, and Bella nodded for him to continue. He waited, watching her, then spoke in that quiet tone again. They wanted to leave the Volturi together. Marcus and I founded it together with Didyme. Caius came later. I didn't believe it would be as well balanced without Marcus, and I wanted him to stay. He looked down at the steering wheel for a long moment. I had asked a member of my guard to keep him in Volterra by any means necessary. Your sister was killed, Bella understood. Murdered, on my order, Eros nodded. I ripped the guard apart for it, burned them to ash. But I have had to live with careless words for all this time. Marcus was too heartbroken to be angry with me. Caius thought it was a brilliant idea and praised my firm hand. Sulpicia, she never said, of course, but she thought me despicable and cold for a long time. Bella frowned. Who's Sulpicia? My former wife, he replied easily, and Bella's eyebrows shot up. Former? Like, is she? Are you alive? Yes, Eros replied, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Bella again. So, is there such a thing as vampire divorce? Do vampires even get married? Like, actually married, with a ceremony and everything? I mean, I understand Rosalie and Emmett doing it, but is that a common thing? Eros chuckled, and Bella found herself wondering if she would ever tire of that laugh, or if she would even have the chance to get used to it. I changed Sulpicia with the intention of making her my mate, he explained, his eyes darting across Bella's face. After a moment, he added, we were fond of one another, but it was never a proper match. So you let her go, Bella said, understanding dawning on her. Instead of keeping her with you, you let her go. I did, Arrow nodded. As the sign indicating their close proximity to forks came into view, Bella realized she was running out of time. She had forgotten that vampires drove faster than humans, which meant the hour-long journey was shorter than she anticipated. I just have one more question, she said, and Arrow raised an eyebrow. Well, one more that I can ask before I have to switch cars. All right, Arrow nodded. Why were you practically whispering before? Can Edward hear us? No, Arrow replied. At least not clearly enough to make out anything. But I have no doubt he was trying to read my thoughts the entire trip. My hope was that speaking quietly would keep my thoughts quieter as well. I'm so glad he can't read my mind, Bella said just as Edward began to honk his horn behind them. Arrow pulled over to the curb and was out of the car and around to Bella's side before she even had a chance to unbuckle her seatbelt. Once the belt was unlatched, Arrow opened her door for her, positioning himself in a way that Edward couldn't reach her without physically moving Arrow aside. As it stood, Edward hovered just over Arrow's shoulder, glowering at the older vampire. Thanks, Bella said as Arrow extended his hand, helping her out of the car. For humoring me and answering my questions. You need only ask, Isabella, and I will tell you all you need to know, Arrow replied, placing his hand over hers and holding her gaze. Bella felt a sudden longing for him to kiss her hand, the mere idea leaving her breathless, her lips parting in a quiet gasp. He looked down at their hands, smiling. Such a marvel. To feel touch and hear nothing. We have to go, Edward stated firmly. Charlie will wonder. Bella wanted to ask if she would see Arrow again, but she hesitated. Why would she? He was in town for a situation in Seattle and had only stopped in Port Angeles for a quick investigation. The Volturi would complete their mission and return to Italy. She figured she would see him again when she went to prove she was changed, or to be changed, but that would be it. Good night, she said instead, squeezing his firm hand as much as she could before slipping it from his grip. Buonanotte tesoro, he replied, and Bella felt a giddy rush, even though she didn't know what he had said. Edward took her elbow and guided her back to his car, but Bella couldn't resist stealing another glance at Arrow over her shoulder, where he stood smirking as he watched them go. Once she was in the Volvo, Edward got behind the wheel and sped off. It took him about 30 seconds before he said, that was reckless. What exactly? Bella asked, puzzled. Being in a car with him, alone. Being with him alone, period, Edward replied tersely. Arrow won't hurt me, Bella said confidently. You're human. Emil. He doesn't respect human life. Why would you think you're safe with him? Probably because I was, Bella shot back with a mirthless grin. Edward, just because he's a vampire who's not at the vegetarian. But Edward shook his head, cutting her off. The Volturi don't care for human life. You saw their throne room, I know you did. The drain in the middle of the room? It's not there to prevent water damage. Right, Bella replied, nodding. Because I didn't realize that. Of course. And the tourists who went in after us? I obviously thought they were just sightseeing. You're okay with that? Edward asked as they stepped outside the house. You're okay with dozens of lives being senselessly and brutally taken? How many people have you killed, Edward? Bella shot back as he stopped the car. She fumbled to unbuckle her seatbelt. It's not the same, he reasoned, his voice calm, a stark contrast to moments before. I didn't. I lost control. They don't lose control, it's never an accident. She opened the door, stumbling out in her determination to storm away. She slammed the door and began marching toward the house. Bella. Edward called after her. Bella, please. Just then, Charlie stepped out onto the front porch, crossing his arms and glaring at Edward as Bella climbed the stairs. Everything all right, Bells? he asked without looking her way. Yeah, she replied, glancing back at Edward, who thankfully kept his distance. We're just arguing. With that, she entered the house, Charlie following closely behind. Bella heard him lock the door and couldn't help but snort at the thought that it would keep a vampire out. She sensed him hovering as she made her way to the kitchen, which was unusual for Charlie unless he was feeling protective. Sighing, she offered an explanation. We ran into someone we both know. She shrugged. Edward doesn't like him or trust him. Do you? Charlie asked. Bella shrugged and nodded. So what's the big deal? Does Edward not want you seeing this guy? Like he doesn't want you to see Jake? Sort of, Bella admitted with another shrug. Look, can we drop it? I don't really want to talk about it right now. All right, Charlie conceded. But Bella, if Edward's trying to tell you who you can and can't see. Can and can't see. Doesn't matter, Bella reassured him. I'm not with Edward anyway. So what was tonight then? Charlie asked, his brow furrowing. Bella frowned in response. A mistake, she admitted, struggling to find a better answer. Good night, Dad, she said as she headed upstairs. Once in her room, she gathered her things and double-checked that the window was shut and locked, making sure the curtains were drawn. After completing her nighttime routine, she settled in and drifted off to sleep. Chapter 5. Bella was surprised to receive a call from Angela that morning, asking if she wanted to go shopping with her in Port Angeles. Concerned that Edward might linger around the house, trying to apologize or convince her she'd made a mistake by seeing Arrow again, she eagerly accepted the chance to leave Forks. The sun was shining, something Bella felt both grateful and regretful about. While it meant Edward wouldn't suddenly appear from the shadows, it also meant Arrow wouldn't either. So, there's a reason I wanted to talk to you, Angela confessed as they strolled down the street, iced drinks from a local coffee shop in hand. She carried a couple of articles from a clothing store, along with one from the same bookstore where Bella had made her one and only purchase. Bella glanced at Angela, noticing her friend biting her lip nervously. What is it? Bella asked, smirking slightly to help ease Angela into whatever was on her mind. I wanted to see if you were okay, Angela began cautiously. I mean, Jess, the guys, we're all worried about you. You were out of it for so long when the Cullens left. And, you were starting to come back to yourself. But now they're back, and you seem... Edwards. We're... Bella trailed off, searching for the right word. Complicated, she finished. I realized there was a moment when I understood I didn't love him like I thought I did. I'm still sorting out what that means for me. But he's... a bit possessive? Angela suggested, a hint of a grin appearing. Yeah, he is, Bella agreed, recalling how Edward had reacted when he found out she'd seen Arrow, how he had torn into her about being in his presence. For a moment, she considered how to bring Arrow into the conversation. We came here last night, and I ran into someone I knew, Bella said. I hung out with them for a... Edward was really something else, Bella said, her voice tinged with frustration. He kept trying to convince me that they were going to hurt me. I couldn't get him to understand that I knew I was fine. Why would Edward think that? Angela asked, genuinely puzzled. I don't know, Bella replied, hesitating. She couldn't very well share the truth. Hey, what do you think about the party Alice is planning to throw? Angela eagerly took the bait, and they chatted about the upcoming event for a while before moving on to other topics. Meanwhile, Sunday brought heavy rain that kept Charlie indoors, avoiding any outdoor activities. Bella spent the day reading and studying, though she felt a lingering sensation of being watched as her cell phone chimed frequently. After seeing that the first 3 messages were from Edward, she decided to ignore them, sensing that the eyes boring into her window likely belonged to him. By the end of the night, hours after the notifications had stopped, she checked her phone. All of the messages were from Edward, except for one from Angela, who wanted to know if she could borrow the book Bella had bought when she finished with it. Monday morning greeted Bella with the earthy and wonderful scent of petrichor. She drove to school and was pleased to find Angela waiting for her before the Cullens arrived. Although Edward soon began shadowing nearly every move Bella made, the day turned out better than she had hoped, at least until the very end. As they were leaving the building, Alice suddenly stopped, her eyes darting around in that familiar, unseeing way. Jasper gently nudged her to the side, out of the path of the students exiting. Bella waited for a moment, waving Angela on, wanting to ensure she would be okay despite Edward's proximity. Alice blinked, and Edward seized Bella's arm. "Why don't we?" "No," Bella said, trying to pull her arm away from Edward, feeling a slight bruise forming before he finally released her. "Whatever you saw," she turned to Alice. "What did you see?" Alice shook her head. "Not much, to be honest. Just. Does it have to do with Victoria?" Bella pressed. Alice shook her head again. "Then I'm sure it's fine, right?" "Right," Alice agreed. "Only." "Bella," Angela interrupted, her voice uncertain. "There's a guy in the parking lot waiting for you." With Angela watching, Edward couldn't really do much to stop her. Neither could Alice or Jasper. Bella felt a thrill of excitement at the thought of who might be waiting for her outside. Someone the Cullens, especially Alice and Edward, definitely didn't want her to be around. She couldn't suppress the hope that surged through her veins. When she finally stepped outside, she was only mildly disappointed to see Jacob there. He stood tall and imposing, arms crossed and legs spread in front of his bike. Despite being younger than most of the students still milling about, everyone gave him a wide berth. Bella adjusted the strap of her backpack on her shoulder and strode over to him. "Hey," she said simply. The realization that she had almost given up on seeing Jacob again nearly took her breath away. "Hi," he replied. "I went by your place Friday night. Charlie said you were out of town." Bella frowned. "Yeah, for a movie." Jacob nodded slowly, glancing over her shoulder. He stared long enough that she curiously followed his gaze, spotting the Cullens much closer than she had anticipated. "I came here to warn you," Jacob said, but when Bella turned back to him, she found he was still fixated on the Cullens. "If your kind come on our land again." "Wait, what?" Bella asked, inching closer to Jacob and turning to face the trio of vampires. "You didn't tell her?" Jacob asked incredulously. Alice shot Edward a meaningful glance, which he probably heard despite not seeing it. "Just leave it alone, Jacob," Edward half pleaded. "No," Bella said firmly, meeting Jacob's gaze. "What wasn't I told?" "It wasn't anything," Edward insisted, but Bella could see the way Jacob was holding back an eye roll. Alice hissed a warning tone, but Edward pressed on. "Emmett and Paul had a misunderstanding," Jacob snorted. "Did you lie to get her out of town, too?" He turned to Edward, and Bella's eyes went wide. "Why did you want me out of town, Edward?" "The redhead," Jacob answered for him. Understanding hit Bella like a wave, and she took a deep breath before turning to Edward. "So instead of telling me that Alice had a vision, that Victoria was going to be around, you dragged me out of town?" "You, what? Stalked outside my house? Why didn't you tell me?" Edward hesitated, glancing at Alice for support. She shook her head and then turned to Bella. "He thought it would be better if you didn't know, so you wouldn't worry. We were hoping to get her, but we were too close to the treaty lines." "But why?" Bella pressed. "Because it was safer," Edward offered weakly. "We knew she was going to strike sometime over the weekend. We were just lucky it was only Friday night. If you'd gone to Florida..." "No, no." Bella shook her head and walked toward her truck. She opened the door and tossed her bag inside, then paused, trying to gather her thoughts. Glancing through the window, she thought she saw something, a shadow in the trees. "Bella," Jacob called, and she looked back at him over her shoulder. He was already getting on his bike, helmet in his hands. "I need to head back." "Call me," she replied. "And thanks." She climbed into the truck as Jacob put on his helmet, shutting the door behind her and starting the engine. As she pulled out of the lot, she noticed Alice and Edward deep in discussion, while Jasper seemed uncertain about whose side to take, though he would likely side with his mate. It didn't matter. Once Bella was on the road, heading away from school, she pushed the tension mostly out of her mind. She turned up the radio, enjoying the song that played, smiling to herself as the road remained clear of other drivers. It shouldn't have surprised her, then, when she turned the corner. Bella had to slam on the brakes when she spotted someone standing in the middle of the road. The tires squealed as they came to a stop, mercifully halting just before she got any closer to the figure in black, who stood calmly about 15 feet away. After a moment to collect herself, she realized that had she hit him, the only damage would have been to her truck, and probably to herself. Panting, she stared through the window at Arrow, who smirked back at her. "What the hell?" she yelled, knowing he could probably hear her, and gesturing wildly at him and the road around them. Bella was fairly certain he laughed at her, though she wouldn't have heard it. With a huff, she motioned toward the passenger side. Although there wasn't any traffic on the road now, that didn't mean there wouldn't be soon. She dreaded the thought of explaining to anyone why she had stopped her perfectly fine truck right in the middle of the road, just past the turn, when Arrow wouldn't be standing there if things played out differently. Before she could blink, he was inside, the air in the cab stirring around her as he shut the door. He looked at her, amusement sparkling in his eyes, though his smile was barely there. "Is this a normal thing for you, Isabella? Picking up men from the side of the road?" Middle of the road, she corrected, taking her foot off the brake and moving forward. "And no, I don't normally pick people up, but they don't usually stand where they could get hit either." Then, because Edward had done enough stalking and lurking, she had to ask, "Did I see you? In the trees by the school? Was that you?" She glanced between Arrow and the road, catching a glimpse of his smile. "You saw me," he said, sounding pleased. "Was I not supposed to?" she asked. A smirk crept into his voice as he replied, "Well, Edward and Alice didn't see me, nor did her mate, though I'm sure he sensed someone was there. But you looked right at me." "I had wondered," Bella said, a hint of amusement in her voice as her lips curled upward. "So you're stalking me?" "Not really," he replied smoothly. "I merely asked Carlisle where you would be, and he told me that your school day would be almost over. It's not a terribly large town, it wasn't difficult to find you. I wanted to see you, to speak to you again." "And the middle of the road thing?" She glanced over, catching him shrug. "I had been running alongside your vehicle since you left. I saw an opportunity to get your attention." "You got it, all right." There was a brief silence before Arrow said, "I've displeased you." Bella looked over at him quickly. "No. I mean, sort of, maybe. I dunno." She huffed again. I dunno. I suppose it's better than showing up at the house and trying to explain you to Charlie." "Charlie being your father?" "Yeah. Yes, that would be something to avoid, I believe," he said. Bella hummed in agreement. She couldn't imagine what would go through Charlie's head if an older Italian man suddenly started hanging around her, especially when she mentioned heading off to Italy for school in a few months. What would he think when, after 4 years, she didn't come home? "Why are you here, anyway?" she asked, shaking her head to clear her thoughts. "In Forks, I mean. I thought you said the problem was in Seattle." "I'm here for you," he replied honestly. Bella glanced at him. "For me?" she asked, deliberately driving past her house, not wanting to cut her time with Arrow short. "You had a lot of questions the other night," he said, frowning as he looked over his shoulder in the direction of her house. "I know the Cullens could answer any questions you may have about our kind, but I thought I would stay for a bit, allowing you the chance to ask someone who you know is fully supportive of your pending change." She was nearing the Cullens' home now, their hidden driveway coming up quite soon. Bella slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road. After putting the truck in park and activating the hazard lights, she turned in her seat to face Arrow. "You're staying just to answer my questions?" she asked skeptically. "I'm also here to ensure the situation in Seattle doesn't escalate," Arrow replied. "It's easy enough to monitor, we were already keeping a close watch on it from Volterra." Here, if something needs immediate attention, I can be there in an instant. While I may not have the guards with me, I do have the Cullens. It would be in their best interest, I think, to ensure the newborns over there don't cause any problems here. Newborns? Bella furrowed her brow. Like, vampire newborns? Indeed, Arrow confirmed. Someone is creating a coven, though they aren't being careful about it. Or at least, they weren't. They'll have been warned. Bella nodded slowly, recalling some of the questions she had from before. Just as she was about to ask, a familiar silver car sped by, tires squealing as it nearly turned into the hidden driveway. Suppose that was stupid of me, she sighed, turning away from Arrow and taking the truck out of park. Do you mind? He'll probably follow us if I don't. Arrow cut her off with a delighted chuckle. Oh, by all means, he said, gesturing toward the Volvo parked nearby. As Bella switched on her turn signal to the right, Edward's car began to pull into the driveway. She followed, glancing over at Arrow and his wicked grin, wondering what he was thinking, or, more accurately, what she was about to get herself into. When she stopped and parked outside the house, she saw Carlisle and Esme waiting on the front step. Edward was already out of the car, standing statue still, glaring at Arrow through the windshield in what seemed to be the politest way possible. Just like before, Bella barely had the seatbelt off when Arrow was at her door, opening it for her and offering his hand to help her out. She held her breath, uncertain of what would happen next. Edward turned to look over his shoulder at Carlisle, surprise etched on his face as he felt a cool, firm hand on his shoulder. You can't be serious? He asked his father, his voice filled with disbelief. Carlisle nodded in response. Serious about what? Bella interjected, glancing between the two vampires, trying to piece together the unfolding situation. I believe Edward has just realized that I'll be a guest here for some time, Arrow answered, his voice a whisper that everyone could still hear. Bella noted the grin on his face, suggesting he had known this would provoke a reaction. You mean here? Bella pointed to the ground, her confusion evident. As in? You can't hunt here, Edward stated firmly, his expression tense. We have a truce with the Quillud tribe. Carlisle has informed me of your pact with the local werewolves, Arrow replied smoothly. And as I am a guest, I will respect it. Will you? Edward asked, skepticism lacing his tone. Oh, come now, young Edward. I know you think me terribly barbaric, but I will not purposely expose you or cause your coven trouble, Arrow said, stepping away from Bella and stalking closer to Edward. You'll forgive me if I don't believe you, Edward retorted, his voice steady but cautious. Ah, but you can hear everything, Arrow tapped his temple. Tell me, do you see my ill intent? You can hide thoughts just as easily as you can hide your decisions, Edward countered casually. I'm sure there are some things I'm not hearing. Edward, Arrow is my friend, Carlisle interjected, trying to defuse the tension. He knows the rules, and he'll respect them. And you trust him? That he won't hunt here? Edward asked, turning back to Carlisle. I do, Bella said without thinking, earning a shocked look from Edward. She locked eyes with Arrow, noting the more burgundy than ruby hue of his gaze, a sign of his thirst. You won't, right? She asked, her voice steady despite the weight of the moment. His gaze held hers, unwavering. I will not, he affirmed. As the leader of the Volturi, I can understand and respect a truce when one is made. Caius would never allow it, he'd have had your heads for it. But I'm not him. We can make enemies of our own. Why can't we make allies, or at least weary neighbors, with our adversaries? Bella, will you be staying for dinner? Esme asked, breaking the tension in the air. Arrow smirked, glancing at Bella with amusement. No, she replied, barely able to suppress a grin. I won't be, thank you, Esme. As Carlisle and Esme headed back inside, and Alice moved to pull Edward along with her, Arrow turned to Bella and asked, how does one stay for dinner at the home of a vampire when one is not dinner themselves? Shut up, she laughed. They've cooked for me in the past. Yes, I do recall that, Arrow replied. It was in Edward and Alice's memories. Right, Bella nodded. So, there's actually very little about me that you don't know. Arrow took her hand again, gazing at it thoughtfully. I'm sure there's much about you that remains a mystery. They stood together in front of the Cullen home, just the two of them, but Arrow knew they were being watched. He could sense Edward hovering near the windows, his gaze boring into Arrow when it wasn't focused on Bella. He wasn't alone. Arrow felt the eyes of every other Cullen on them as well, even if to a lesser extent. Carlyle hadn't exactly been fond of the idea of having Arrow as a guest. Though they had parted without ill feelings centuries ago, having the leader of the Volturi around was usually not considered a good thing. But Seattle provided a reason for Arrow's visit, as did Isabella's impending change. After nervously explaining the truce they had with the local werewolves and what that specifically entailed, Carlyle had reluctantly given his blessing. Trust was fragile, and Carlyle had likely noted the way Arrow's eyes had darkened as they spoke. Not to the point of black, he would never allow himself to get that far, that deep into thirst if he could help it. But the scent of blood that lingered in the hospital had left Arrow's throat dry and scratchy. He knew he would have to hunt soon, head north, find someone far from Forks and Seattle, and satisfy his thirst before it spiraled out of control. Yet here he was, holding a human's hand, keeping her close. The touch was light, barely there, loose enough that Isabella could pull away at any moment if she chose to. They didn't realize he could never harm her, even if his thirst burned within him. Isabella glanced at their joined hands, uncertainty flickering in her eyes as she debated whether to remain in his grasp. I have so many things I want to know, she said, looking back up at him. I don't even know where to start. Start wherever you like, Arrow replied. You will have my attention for as long as you wish. She let out a small, mirthless laugh, tinged with nervousness. I do have to go home eventually, she reminded him. Charlie will want me back, especially with all the disappearances happening. I understand, Arrow acknowledged. So, start wherever you like. This will certainly not be the last time we see each other. Isabella bit her bottom lip, brushing her hair back with her free hand. I guess, well, I mean, you're going to have to hunt, right? How do you? I mean, do you just pick someone random, or? Arrow studied her for a moment, fully aware that at least one of the Cullens was listening intently, even from outside. How would you feel about a walk? He asked, gesturing toward the trees and the winding paths leading into the forest, despite the Cullens' likely attempts to keep them close. Isabella smirked. Yeah, because that doesn't sound ominous at all. I ask about hunting, and you suggest we head into the woods. Arrow chuckled, delighted by her sense of humor and pleased to draw a more genuine smile from her. I did make a promise not to bite a human while I'm here. You're still human, so you'll be safe. Come, Isabella, he said, gently tugging her closer and leading her away from the house. She followed, though he had to let go of her hand as the path made it impossible for her to maintain her balance. It seemed she wasn't exactly steady on her feet either. He could hear every whispered curse and startled gasp, despite her best efforts to be quiet. You'll be reborn a perfect hunter, he said, glancing over his shoulder as they ventured deeper into the trees. Is that a nice way of saying I won't be stumbling through the woods? She countered. Or cursing every second step. I realize I may be behind the times, but I was certain it wasn't considered ladylike to use that kind of language. Ha! Isabella replied. It's coming into fashion. Once they were far enough away that he could no longer hear the low rumble of the quiet argument about Edward's desire to follow them, Arrow stopped and turned to face Isabella. She seemed to understand this was the place for their conversation and walked over to a thick, sturdy tree a few feet away, leaning against it. As she brushed her hair back behind her ear, she looked up at him. Arrow realized, perhaps for the first time, just how inquisitive her eyes were. She was someone who genuinely loved to learn, someone who would consider the library in Volterra a small piece of heaven. The opportunity to study everything would be a true gift for her. She wanted to understand the natural ways of hunting, a subject Arrow knew only a couple of the Cullens had any real knowledge of, and they likely wouldn't share it. He pursed his lips, searching for a good starting point. To be honest, I haven't purposely set out to hunt for many, many years. We have people brought in. They believe they've won a trip, most times. Others are offered a tour of the castle. The locals are superstitious, of course. You were there. During the St. Marcus Festival, many locals avoid interacting with tourists. When I hunt, as any vampire should, I look for someone who is alone. It's better if they seem like they won't be missed. I know some who tend to stalk those they think are criminals, or at least should be classified as such. There was one who, before the invention of monitors in hospitals, would visit the bedside of dying patients. So, it's not like I won't just smell a human and suddenly want to drink from them? Isabella asked. Some humans do smell better than others, Arrow replied. But you won't be overwhelmed with the urge to drink from any human you see just because they're a food source. Can you not drink a human to death? Isabella frowned. Arrow's expression turned serious. It's been done, he said uneasily. But it's a very delicate balance, aside from breaking our own laws. A human would remember the bite, he added, glancing at the scar on Isabella's arm. They would have the scar to prove it. Plus, you must drink enough to extract all the venom to prevent a change, but not so much that the human dies from blood loss. It would never be enough. It would quench but not satisfy. So the human would likely need to be in some sort of relationship with the vampire, being bitten on a regular basis. I was referred to as a pet by a vampire once, Isabella explained. One from the coven that hunted me. Would that be? Arrow bristled at the indignation of such a term being used for his mate, known or not. Yes, that would be the term, he replied, his jaw still clenched. But that vampire would know the Cullens don't feed off humans, simply by looking into their eyes. Isabella frowned but nodded, her gaze drifting to the trees. Does it? I mean, you were human once, a long time ago, she said with a smirk. But does it ever bother you? Arrow wondered if she would ask, especially since her only interactions with vampires had been limited to the Cullens or those who hunted her. He wanted to reach out, take her hand again, and have her look him in the eye, but he sensed it probably wouldn't make much difference. She wasn't completely closed off, she wasn't looking at him, but she did bend a leg, resting her foot against the trunk of the tree behind her. Her arms wrapped around the trunk, not crossed over her chest or in any other closed-off position. Your mentality changes, he replied gently. You'll still have affection for your family and friends. Those roots don't fade. I was able to change Dime because she was my sister, and I cared for her. I didn't interact with my friends from my former life, but I also had no desire to feed on them, despite the appetizing smell. But humans you don't know? An instinct takes over. It's no different than a human hunting a deer or a rabbit for nourishment. Even when they beg? She asked. Not all of them do, Isabella, he responded easily. They may cry out in pain, but if it's done right, the venom silences. She furrowed her brow and looked down at her wrist. If it's sucked out immediately. That's the part that causes the most pain, he acknowledged. If it's left to burn in the veins. When she fell silent, he asked, were you planning on pursuing your nature once you've changed? Or will you join the Cullens' coven, even though you and young Edward don't seem to be romantically entangled anymore? If his heart still beat, he was sure the anticipation of her answer would have it hammering. As it was, he noticed her heart had quickened momentarily, just briefly. She had been relatively calm despite the weight of her questions. In the beginning? When I thought Edward was my world? Yeah, I would have been a part of their family. But now? She met his gaze, holding it firmly. Arrow lifted her chin gently. I don't know. I won't be here in Forks, surrounded by people I know and care about. I want to say I couldn't kill anyone, but you mentioned that our nature changes. So, I mean. Carlyle. Carlyle is an exception in how much humanity he carries over, Arrow replied bluntly. He's not the only one, of course. We're aware of other covens around the world that practice similar feeding habits. Bella nodded thoughtfully. So, the nature changes, with exceptions. I guess I don't really know. I suppose I'll see when the time comes. She studied his face. You need to hunt, though. Soon. He frowned. How do you? Your eyes, she said, smiling as she gestured toward them. They're darker. I'm used to seeing the difference in gold, but it's not hard to figure out. He grinned. Yes, I will need to hunt, probably tonight. I shouldn't keep you then, she said, glancing over her shoulder toward the house. You would like to return? He asked cautiously. No, she replied. But I should. May I escort you? He offered. Will you be all right too? She asked, looking at him once more. He tilted his head. You have nothing to fear from me, Isabella. I know, she said, and he could tell she meant it. Like I said the other night, I know I'm safe with you. I don't know why or how, but I do. Arrow wanted to tell her everything at that moment. He wanted to explain the depth of a mate's bond, the reason Carlyle had been drawn to Esme the moment he met her, when she was barely more than a girl. He thought of his daughter, Rosalie, who had once shown disinterest in Edward but was able to carry her mate's mauled body for miles, all while smelling his blood yet refraining from biting. Arrow wasn't sure how he could explain that the moment their eyes met back in Volterra, he had known with barely a thought. Arrow felt a mix of doubt and certainty about their bond. She was his, and he was hers, but she was still human, a human who had convinced herself that she was meant to be the mate of a vampire. Arrow believed that his infatuation with her was a reflection of the bond between mates, dimmed by her humanity and the irresistible allure of her blood. He could imagine Isabella thinking he was intense, perhaps even attributing his feelings to the obsession of another vampire. Worse yet, she might think he was merely preparing her for the moment she transformed, anticipating the gifts that would emerge, and that he would want her only as a guard. Arrow chose to remain silent, smiling instead, pleased that she would at least acknowledge this truth again. Nothing had changed. Suddenly, a rustle in the trees caught his attention, and he turned just as Edward stepped beside Isabella. She startled, her body instinctively jerking away from him. Everything all right? Edward asked. Yeah, Arrow was just about to go home with me, she replied. I'll follow, Edward stated firmly. You don't need to, she assured him, but he was already shaking his head. I just want to make sure you're safe, he replied with determination, causing Isabella to huff in frustration. Arrow noticed the denial forming on her lips when a sudden thought struck him. Allow him to, Isabella, he said simply, surprising them both. He wants to make sure that when I leave you, I don't double back and quench my thirst on you or your father. He glanced at Edward, meeting his gaze. I don't need to see every thought you've ever had to know that's what you were thinking. Edward's jaw tightened, his fists clenched, but he remained silent. Instead, he turned and led the three of them out of the woods toward Isabella's old, rusting vehicle. Her home was simple and quaint, one they would have passed earlier on their way to the Cullens. Arrow felt a mix of amusement and uncertainty as he realized that, for whatever reason, Isabella had not. Isabella wanted him to know where she lived, so she parked the vehicle. The brakes creaked loudly, and the engine sputtered as it came to a stop. She glanced around before looking at him. Charlie's not back from work yet, she said. He wasn't sure what that meant. As Isabella began to unfasten her seatbelt, he quickly moved to her door and opened it for her. Allow me to walk you to the door, he said, offering her his hand just as Edward's vehicle pulled up behind her truck. She snickered. You know how old-fashioned that is, right? She asked, grabbing her bag and taking his hand anyway. Her warm skin against his felt like a novelty he hadn't realized he needed all these years, a soothing touch with no intrusive thoughts. And yet, you haven't told me not to bother, he retorted as Edward got out of the car, slamming the door and stalking toward them. Arrow ignored him, uncertain if Isabella felt the same way. She dropped his hand and turned toward the door, moving a bit slower than usual. It felt like they were inching forward, at a snail's pace or even slower. Arrow reminded himself that he would get to run later, to move as fast as he liked while stalking his prey. This was the speed of the human condition, and perhaps she was deliberately drawing out her time with him. When she reached the door, she fumbled with her keys until she found the right one. Grinning over her shoulder, Isabella said, "So, since you're going to be around, maybe next time you want to talk to me, you could, I dunno, call? Or do something that doesn't involve standing in the middle of the road. Considering how ancient I am, I'm surprised you assume I know how to use a telephone," he quipped as she unlocked the front door. She opened it, and a whirlwind of scent wafted out, enveloping them both. Arrow stepped outside, taking in the familiar scents around him. Isabella's presence was unmistakable, a human warmth that lingered in the air. Alongside her scent was a distinctly masculine aroma that he recognized as her father's, a blend of artificial citrus and light floral notes. There were also hints of food, human food, and animal blood, likely from a recent meal involving meat. But then, there was something else, an unfamiliar vampire scent. Arrow had never been inside the Cullen house, and he knew that scents didn't easily escape its confines. However, he had been in the minds of Edward, Alice, and Carlyle, which gave him a vague impression of the scents belonging to the family members he had yet to meet. This particular scent didn't match anything he expected, and a quick glance at young Edward confirmed his suspicion. A vampire had been inside Isabella's home, and it was someone they did not know. Chapter 6. "All right, what's going on?" Bella asked from the back seat of Edward's Volvo. "There was another vampire in your house, Miyakara," Arrow replied from the driver's seat. Edward had been on the phone ever since he and Arrow had stopped racing around her neighborhood. They had brushed past her almost immediately, and then, in an odd sort of agreement, ushered her right past her truck and into the silver car. Arrow tore out of the driveway in a way that would likely have drawn the attention of any neighbors at home, but neither of the vampires seemed to care at that moment. "Right," Bella said, darting her gaze between the two of them. "I take it wasn't someone we know?" "I would say not," Arrow responded, turning sharply toward the Cullen house. Bella instinctively grabbed the front seats to steady herself. As soon as they arrived back in the Cullens' driveway, Arrow was out of the car and at her door. Edward ended his call and rushed to join them. Arrow led Bella inside, his hand resting gently between her shoulder blades. The cool, weighted touch was grounding, helping her focus on the present. Inside the house, the Cullens had gathered, with the exception of Emmett and Jasper, who were absent for reasons Bella could only guess at. Rosalie's gaze fell on her immediately, though it might have been because Arrow was so close. There was a sharpness in the blonde's eyes that was slightly more pronounced than usual. Crossing her arms, Rosalie turned away, facing Carlyle, who stood in the center of the room. "Jasper and Emmett left as soon as you told me what was happening," Carlyle said to Edward. "They should already be at Bella's home, picking up the trail." "Who was it?" Alice asked, frowning. "Someone we know." "I didn't recognize the scent," Edward replied. And Arrow was just as unfamiliar with it. "So, not one of the Volturi," Arrow added. "Then?" Esme asked Arrow, who nodded in response. "None of my guard should still be here in the Americas. If they are, they would have been in Seattle." He turned to Bella and said calmly, "Your heart is beating rather fast." "I'm scared," she confessed with a mirthless laugh. "A strange vampire in my house? What if Charlie had been home?" "He'd probably be dead," Rosalie stated, voicing the worry that had lingered silently in Bella's mind. "Indeed," Arrow agreed just as the door opened and Emmett and Jasper returned. "Charlie's going to be at the station for a bit," Emmett said with a smirk. "He'll need to have the battery in his car boosted." "Is that the default method for keeping us where we are?" Bella asked, snickering. Emmett's smirk grew into a full grin. "I may have borrowed Edward's trick," he conceded. "Jasper?" Carlyle asked. "The scent disappeared about 5 miles south of Bella's house," Jasper replied. "Disappeared?" Arrow asked, his curiosity piqued. Jasper met his gaze unflinchingly. "Gone. Like there was a car or something waiting for him to take him wherever she came from." Someone's orchestrating this, Edward said, looking at Alice, who shook her head. It's not anyone we know, she told him. I'd have seen if Victoria decided to do something like this. And with Arrow here, we know it's not the Volturi. Even if it were, they pose no danger to Bella. Her certainty made it clear that it would be foolish for anyone to argue. While no one openly questioned her, a few skeptical looks circulated the room, but none more than Edward, who remained silent on the matter. So we keep looking, Emmett said with an easy shrug. We should also take shifts guarding Bella at her house, Carlyle added decisively. Rosalie huffed. Another protection detail? Rosalie, Esme chided gently. But she's right, Bella interjected. You're already searching for Victoria, and now you're looking for someone else. You can't do that. Protect me, watch my dad, and keep yourselves fed. We're not leaving you defenseless, Edward said flatly, shooting a glance at Arrow. No. I didn't say a word, Arrow retorted. You didn't need to, because you were clear. But if you think we're going to leave you alone to watch over Bella, why wouldn't you? Bella asked. How many times does he have to prove he's not a danger to me? Even if I believe that, truly, what about Charlie? What about those who come to your house, like the Blacks? Edward reminded her. An idea struck Bella, and her eyes widened. Jake. Exactly, do you really think? No, I mean. She turned to Carlyle. The treaty. Do you think they would be willing to amend it? Help us? Carlyle looked uncertain, glancing from Bella to Arrow. I'm not sure, he confessed. And Arrow's presence. You can explain to them, old friend, the agreement we already came to, Arrow assured him. But if there's a chance I could speak with them, I should hunt now. Carlyle glanced outside at the fading sunlight and then nodded. Arrow turned to Bella, his hand sliding from her arm to her hand. I will return as quickly as possible, he informed her. Yeah, all right, she replied, and in the blink of an eye, he was gone, the door softly closing behind him. Arrow ran north with quiet rage, where the snow grew thicker and the air crisper. Night was falling, although the clouds had thickened considerably the further he traveled. A light drizzle of rain hung in the air when he stumbled upon a fairly large town, or perhaps a small city. The scent of human-made venom filled his mouth, a reminder of his human origins when a delicious meal would make him salivate. There were many heartbeats, all. Arrow moved through the streets, observing, watching, and waiting, though his impatience was palpable. Someone was stalking Isabella, and he felt a strong urge to be there to protect her. If anyone was going to bite her, it would be him. Anyone who dared to drain her would find themselves swiftly dealt with. But first, he had to quench his own thirst. He couldn't be of any use to her in that state. As he prowled, Arrow spotted a young man waiting alone at what appeared to be a bus stop. The street was not very busy, traffic was sparse but steady. He knew he had to act quickly, timing his move just right. He watched and counted the pauses in traffic, listening for heartbeats that might draw closer. Nothing. When the usual lull in traffic arrived, he struck. With incredible speed and precision, he grabbed the young man from the bench and whisked him into the shadowy alley where he had been hiding. Arrow clamped a hand over the man's mouth, ensuring he couldn't make a sound. Regrettably, he hadn't brought gloves to muffle the flood of thoughts that surged through the young man's mind. The mundane thoughts were overwhelming: what to eat, what to wear, where to go. Should he talk to that girl in his class? Did he dare ask the boy from the hockey team out on a date? Where would he go to college? Was the degree he chose the right path? His mind wandered into deeper territory, pondering faith and religion, science and the news. There were also thoughts of past relationships, partners he regretted, ones he wished he had treated better. Emotions swirled within him: love, hate, joy, boredom, elation, jealousy, and fear. Fear was always the most prominent. The acrid smell of sweat tickled Arrow's nose as he leaned down, his mouth hovering near the man's neck, the glands beginning to pulse with anticipation. Arrow was acutely aware of the scent of fear in the air, a sweet tang of cortisol cutting through the chaos. As his teeth pierced the skin of the young man, a warm rush of blood filled his mouth. Blood was often salty, but this was different. It had a sweetness infused with the terror of its source. Nearby, the bus the man had been waiting for roared past, its engine humming and brakes creaking as it came to a stop. A flurry of footsteps echoed on the sidewalk, 2 heartbeats quickening with exertion. Laughter floated through the air, a man and a woman sharing a moment, while the aroma of spiced food wafted by, distinct from the smoky scent that lingered in the atmosphere. As they passed, Arrow was aware that if they had looked into the alley, they would see only 2 men, one with his head thrown back in pleasure, the other seemingly lost in a private moment at his neck. They would laugh and move on, assuming they had stumbled upon a secret rendezvous. Life had faded long before the blood ran dry. Once he had taken his fill, Arrow licked the last drops from his lips and scanned the alley for a place to conceal the body. In the corner, he spotted a rusty metal trash bin, riddled with holes. He carefully tucked the body inside, then pulled out his lighter and ignited the clothing, jumping back as the flames took hold. For a brief moment, he watched the fire consume the fabric. The scent would blend with the other odors in the air, the flames barely licking over the edge of the can. The holes weren't large enough to draw attention. If anyone noticed, they would likely assume a homeless person had started a small fire to ward off the chill of the damp night. Arrow glanced around to ensure he remained unseen, taking note of the steady heartbeats nearby. Satisfied, he turned and made his way back to Forks. As Arrow left, Bella nervously pulled out her cell phone and dialed Jacob's number. She put it on speakerphone, not that she thought anyone in the room wouldn't be able to hear the conversation, but more so Carlyle could interject if he wanted. The phone rang twice. "I thought I was supposed to call you," Jacob teased, and Bella chuckled, momentarily forgetting the stress she had just been under. "Yeah, well, things happened," she replied. "Oh?" he asked, sounding intrigued. "Yeah, Jake, listen." She sobered, glancing up at Carlyle, who nodded in encouragement. "Is Sam nearby?" "Carlyle wants to talk to him, and it's important." Jacob fell silent for a moment. "What does the bloodsucker want?" "He can hear you," she scolded. "Yeah, and?" Bella huffed. "Look, Jake, something happened, all right? A vampire the Cullens don't know about was in my house this afternoon." When Jacob didn't respond, she added, "Carlyle wants to talk to Sam about a truce. You guys might be able to help watch over Charlie and me." Among other reasons. She really hoped the slight swoon she felt at the thought of Arrow didn't come through in her voice, pulse, or anything that might reveal her feelings. Vampire girl indeed. She didn't want to admit, even to herself, that she was starting to develop a slight crush on Arrow, and she knew, even without acknowledging it, that it wasn't even the whole truth. The last thing she needed was for the family that might become her coven and the boy who was her best friend, and would likely be her enemy, to hear any hint of affection in her voice toward Arrow. The silence lingered for a few more moments until Jacob finally said, "All right. But I can't promise Sam will talk." "That's fine, but there's more. While Carlyle and Sam talk, could you come to the house? Maybe get the vampire scent? Can you do that?" Bella asked, her voice tinged with uncertainty. "Yeah," Jacob replied, his tone still holding an edge, but softer somehow. "All right." Bella sighed with relief, grateful he was willing to help. "So, Sam and Carlyle?" "He can meet Sam at the treaty line," Jacob said after a moment. "And I'll meet you at the house soon." "Great. Thanks, Jake." Bella ended the call and turned to Edward. "I need to get to the house." "I'll take you," Edward offered immediately. "Maybe Alice." "I'm sorry, Bella." Alice shook her head. "I need to be around the wolves. If I'm near them more, maybe I can start to see through them." Bella wanted to argue, but the frown Edward shot Alice made her reconsider. Perhaps there was something the pixie-like vampire hadn't shared with her all-hearing brother. Instead, Bella nodded, glanced at Edward, and headed for the door. The other vampires began to zip around, likely preparing to meet the tribe. She made her way to the car, noting that the sun hadn't set as much as she had anticipated. As she climbed in, she dialed Charlie's desk at the station. "Hello, Chief Swan," he answered, and Bella felt a wave of relief wash over her at the sound of his voice, knowing he was safe. "Dad, it's me," Bella said as Edward got in and shut the door. "Hey, Bells. I'm sorry. Something happened to the cruiser." "I don't know, but it's fine, Dad." She smiled. "I just wanted to make sure you were all right. Maybe get an idea. I'll be home in an hour, maybe a bit longer. I got sidetracked with some work. But I'll bring home dinner." "How's pizza?" "Pizza," she repeated, grinning. "That sounds fantastic. I'll see you later." She hung up, not realizing Edward had already started driving. To her surprise, they were almost to her home. "Are you all right?" he asked after a moment. "Yeah," she replied. "Yeah, I guess." Then she looked at him. "Is it that obvious? The scent of other vampires?" Bella asked, concern creeping into her voice. "I figured you picked up on James and the others because of the wind and their thoughts, but—" Edward shrugged and shook his head. "It's nothing. I'm just used to the smell of your house." Bella blinked, trying to process his words. "Arrow's not. He was probably in the house earlier with Carlisle. He must have picked up our scent," Edward explained. Bella considered this but found it didn't really clarify much. They hadn't even stepped inside the house before Arrow had gone to investigate. She almost asked more, but just then, they pulled up in front of her house. Jacob was already waiting next to Bella's truck. Without a second thought, she jumped out of the Volvo and rushed over to him. "Hey," she greeted, reaching up to hug him. The surprise in Jacob's stumble suggested he hadn't expected it. He wrapped his arms around her loosely in return. "Magnet for trouble," Jacob teased lightly, though he spoke quietly enough that Edward likely heard. "It's the strongest in Bella's room," Edward said firmly, and Bella stepped back, glancing over her shoulder to see him grimacing in the dark. "Come on," she urged, tugging Jacob toward the house and letting him in. As Jacob headed upstairs, she turned on the lights, brightening the room against the encroaching night. Everything appeared to be in its place, but that only made the situation more unsettling. They had known someone had been around solely by scent. A protection detail would mean more for Charlie, but Bella couldn't help feeling a bit safer for herself as well. If she hadn't realized how her feelings for Edward had changed, she might still have had him in her room every night. She wasn't sure if he still watched her window at night, though she suspected he did. But now, hopefully, it wouldn't just be vampires keeping watch over her and her dad. As a door opened and closed, Bella took a deep breath and left the room. In the kitchen, Bella contemplated heading into the living room just as Jacob came downstairs. Edward appeared from the entryway, leaning casually against the wall, surprisingly patient with Jacob for once. "Whoever it was, they left their stink behind," Jacob said, hopping down the last few steps. Bella felt a presence behind her and turned to see Arrow entering from the back, but she quickly shifted her focus back to Jacob. "It'll be hard to miss." Jacob stopped abruptly, his body tensing. Bella took a moment to grasp what was happening. Edward smirked as Jacob began to vibrate slightly, darkness clouding his brown eyes as he looked over Bella's shoulder. "Jake," Bella said, positioning herself in front of Arrow and spreading her arms. "Don't. Stop, it's not what you think. He's with us. He's with me." Jacob relaxed a little, the vibration ceasing, but the tension remained. "Do you know what's behind you?" he asked. Bella, already aware, glanced over her shoulder. Arrow was studying Jacob with a weary, guarded fascination. His eyes glowed a bright red, and oddly enough, she could almost sense warmth in his complexion. "You were fast," she remarked. Arrow turned his gaze from Jacob to meet her eyes. "I told you I would be." Jacob frowned deeper. "You know him?" "Jake, this is Arrow," Bella said, cautiously lowering her arms. "He's with the Volturi," Edward added, then frowned at Jacob. Really? That's your immediate reaction? Unrepentant, Jacob barely managed to suppress a grin as he redirected his attention to Bella and Arrow. You're the second scent I picked up, he stated. I searched the house with young Edward when we escorted Isabella home earlier this evening. Jacob snorted. Isabella? He asked her. Bella simply shrugged, unsure of how to explain. It wasn't terrible coming from Arrow, Bella thought. And you're Jacob, Arrow said, almost uncertain. I saw you in the mind of young Alice when she and Bella came to aid dear Edward. Arrow stepped closer to Jacob, his eyes searching. But you're not a werewolf. Jacob's eyes widened in surprise, mirroring Bella's reaction, and Edward pushed off the wall. Bella and Jacob exchanged uncertain glances. I've seen him transform, Bella said, looking at Arrow. I've seen him as a wolf. Yes, Arrow replied, tilting his head back, his gaze never leaving Jacob's. He then extended his hand, as if offering a handshake. Oh, come on, that's not fair, Bella protested. Jacob frowned at the outstretched hand. What am I supposed to do with that? Well, the polite thing would be to shake it. As a guest of the Cullens, I'm part of your treaty. I would assume your Alpha has spoken to Carlyle about the situation and informed him that I'm here. Despite my more natural feeding inclinations, I am aware of the rules and will adhere to them. He can also hear your thoughts, Bella interjected. If you touch his hand. Jacob scoffed. No different than this one, then. He gestured quickly to Edward before boldly taking Arrow's hand. With utter fascination, Bella watched Arrow's eyes dance for the brief seconds he held Jacob's hand. His grin grew wider, more delighted, before he let go with a slight giggle. You've carried a torch for Isabella for some time, my friend, Arrow said, causing Jacob to blush and scowl. And you were there for her when she was abandoned by Edward, left alone and unprotected until you and your pack intervened. Quite clever how you got around your command to remain silent. How? Jacob asked, looking at Bella. Every thought, Edward interjected. Every single one you've ever had. Well, then at least he knows what I think of him, Jacob replied. Arrow crossed his arms and said, none of us have to like each other. He moved back to Bella's side, standing just behind her. Jacob glared at him. I don't get why you want to help. You're the worst kind of bloodsucker. And he plans to change Bella, Edward interjected. So did you, Jacob shot back. No, I never planned to change her, Edward replied, shaking his head. I didn't want this life for her. Then why did you come back? Jacob asked, his frustration evident. Enough, Bella said firmly, cutting off the argument before it could escalate. Jake, you and I. We'll talk. If you're willing to listen to what I have to say, I promise we'll talk. You mean too much to me for us to not. You mean too much to me. So please, let me say my piece, just not tonight, okay? Jacob glanced past her for a moment before he nodded. Okay. Bella continued, so, we need to coordinate. I'm sure Carlyle and Sam are working out the details, but I don't know what those are, and you won't either until you phase. So go on. I've got these two here with me until Charlie comes home, and by then I'm sure there will be a plan in place. Jacob hesitated, but eventually nodded. Despite Arrow's proximity, or perhaps because of it, he came over and hugged her again. This time, it was a little longer and a little tighter than before, but Bella didn't mind. When he stepped back, he didn't even glance at Edward before heading for the back door and disappearing into the night. Once Jacob was gone, Bella felt a tension she hadn't realized she was holding leave her body, and she sighed wearily. Bella, you should sit, Edward said, appearing in front of her in an instant. He took her hand and guided her toward the couch. Where did you go? She asked Arrow as she collapsed onto the sofa, with Edward sitting in the only available spot beside her. North, Arrow replied. Somewhere fairly. It's populated, well away from here, Arrow said. She doesn't need to know the details, Edward replied, his voice icy yet polite. I wasn't about to give them, Arrow countered, mirroring Edward's tone. If Isabella wanted to know. Bella. Her name is Bella. Edward snapped, rising to his feet. You hear everyone else refer to her that way. You've been in enough minds to know it's what she wants to be called, and yet you insist on saying it. Arrow's jaw tightened slightly. Though he didn't narrow his eyes, there was a sharpness in his gaze as he looked at Edward. And yet, she has yet to correct me, he retorted, maintaining a strained politeness. I do prefer Bella, she interjected with a sigh, feeling the tension rise again. I usually hate my name, but I don't mind hearing it from you. You don't need to do that, Edward told her in a calm, reassuring voice. You don't need to bend to please him. He might be a king among vampires, but he's not yours, at least, not yet. But I will be, Arrow reminded them with a smirk. We'll see, Edward replied evenly. In that moment of quiet, they heard a car pull into the driveway. That'll be Charlie, Bella said with a sigh, leaning back on the sofa, both thankful and disappointed that her dad had arrived home when he did. Edward took a seat next to her on the couch, as close as possible. Bella stood up a moment later and turned to Arrow. Until we meet again, Bella, he said, smirking. The way he emphasized the LS in her name made her brow twitch and her lips curl into a quick grin. Bella blinked, and in the next moment, he was gone, the front door opening likely as he slipped out the back. Bells? Charlie called, a warning lacing his voice. Hey, Dad. She turned to see Charlie holding a pizza box, glaring at Edward as he sat on the couch. Bella smiled. Jake was just here, you probably missed him. I'm going to grab the pizza box from Charlie and bring it to the kitchen, she said, moving toward the door. Edward came by to get notes on what he missed when his family moved. She tossed this over her shoulder as she stepped into the kitchen, setting the box down on the counter. Returning to the living room, she breezed past Charlie, who was still staring, while Edward remained seated on the couch. Bella headed upstairs to her room and peeked out the window, searching the dark for any signs of life. It was then she noticed, just because she was looking for it, the moonlight glinting off fur and reflecting in large eyes. She grabbed some papers from her desk, notes, or maybe nothing important, and brought them back downstairs. Here, she said, handing them to Edward. This should be all you need. Edward chuckled. Thanks, he replied, smiling at her. Bella bit her lip. Can you let me know if. She hesitated, wondering if Arrow made it back to the house all right and if the werewolves would honor a modified truce, allowing him to stay in Forks. I'll keep you updated about the details of Alice's party, Edward said with a warm smile, taking her hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. But I think we both know she'll want you around to help plan it. He then turned to Charlie. I apologize for interrupting your evening, Chief Swan. Yep, Charlie replied, watching Edward until he disappeared out the front door. Once it was closed, he turned back to Bella. Was Jake actually here? He was, she grinned. He came by the school, and we hung out for a bit after. She left out a significant part of the truth but felt relieved that she hadn't outright lied. There would be enough of that in the days to come. Is that all right? Totally, Charlie grinned back. Come on, let's eat before it gets too cold. Chapter 7. Arrow didn't need to read Edward's thoughts to understand that slipping into the young vampire's car right after leaving Isabella's home had left him far from pleased. The amusement Arrow felt as he observed Edward's clenched jaw and white-knuckled grip on the steering wheel was undeniable. I suppose I could have tried to race your vehicle back to your home, Arrow said casually, plucking invisible lint from his suit. Edward remained silent. I can't help but wonder, Edward, what exactly your problem is with me. Aside from the fact that I follow my natural instincts, of course. He glanced at Edward, but still, there was no response. Fine, Arrow sighed, giving up on the conversation. What would I have to do, Edward asked as they neared the concealed driveway to the Cullen house, to change your mind about changing her? Arrow studied Edward, noting the sincerity behind the hostility and teenage petulance. "There is nothing you can do," Arrow replied. "She will be a vampire before her next birthday. September 13th, correct?" "There has to be something," Edward insisted, slowing down to a human driving speed before turning into the driveway. "What if I become one of your guards?" Arrow raised an eyebrow, a smirk creeping onto his lips. "You would join the Volturi to prevent Isabella from becoming one of us? And here I thought you loved her." "I do," Edward snapped. "Which is why I want her to remain human. To spare her soul." Arrow chuckled. "Her soul," he mocked. "You believe that if humans have souls, they don't carry over with the change? Do we not die as well?" "We're damned," Edward countered, the Cullen house coming into view as the garage door opened. "You and I, young friend, have very different beliefs regarding such notions," Arrow replied as Edward pulled into the garage. The door to the main house swung open, revealing Alice waiting for them. "Isabella will change, and the only one who can alter my decision on the matter is her," Arrow said firmly before stepping out of the vehicle. He smiled at Alice, who returned the gesture with a tentative smile of her own. "Young Alice, to what do I owe the pleasure of your meeting us down here?" he asked. "You owe nothing," she replied. "Carlisle merely wanted to speak to all of us as soon as possible, and I thought it would be better to ensure you both made it to the living room." She glanced at Edward as he joined them. The three of them moved swiftly through the house, quickly convening with the others. Arrow looked to Carlisle, who smiled cautiously back. "What news?" Arrow inquired. "The pack will work with us," Carlisle responded. "Even with him?" Edward asked, disbelief lacing his tone. Carlisle grimaced. "They aren't pleased about it, of course, but that's the reason." Edward interrupted, and Arrow frowned, listening just as much to Carlisle's thoughts as to his words. Pursing his lips for a moment, Arrow stepped in front of Carlisle. "May I?" he asked, holding out his hand, palm up. Carlisle glanced over Arrow's shoulder at Edward but nodded anyway, placing his hand in Arrow's. There was the usual surge of thoughts, familiar to Arrow, which he easily glossed over as nothing new. What is he doing here? This can't be good. Perhaps Edward will be punished after all? Thoughts from the hospital, upon seeing Arrow for the first time. Why does he have an interest in Bella? He seems oddly fond of her. Perhaps to see if she will be part of his guard should she be gifted. The immediate aftermath of the visit returned to clinical wonderings until. She's not scared of him. She seems oddly comfortable. She's not afraid to touch him. Edward did say that Arrow could read her thoughts too. It's interesting to see him interact with a human he doesn't intend to drink. Edward, please, calm down. You can see he won't hurt her. I don't know. Why? It's obvious, I thought, recalling how mundane everything felt after Edward went out to the woods to find them. Another threat surrounding Bella, and this time it was unknown. It had to be linked, there had to be a connection to Victoria. Perhaps Jasper would know, see something the rest of us didn't. It might be the Volturi, but I doubted it. Arrow was with them. I could hear him talking to Bella when Edward called. She seemed very much at ease with him, which was strange. His eyes darkened. Was it the sound of her heartbeat affecting him? I wished Rosalie could understand, could open her heart and welcome Bella. I pondered a bit more about the family dynamics and Bella before Arrow arrived, pinpointing exactly what he was after. Bella needed protection. I understood their reluctance regarding Arrow, but if I could explain how gentle he was with her. It was odd, really, how passive he seemed. I could empathize with their hesitation. Their history with ordinary vampires made them cautious. It was a risk. If Arrow hunted within the pack's territory, I couldn't very well stop them from turning on him. But if he did, and if they reacted, we would have the Volturi to contend with. Arrow had seemed willing to protect her on his own, and she was open to it. To tell the pack she trusted him wasn't a lie. She let him touch her, she seemed perfectly comfortable with him. I should talk to Bella, just to be sure. but if it meant gaining the pack's help. Arrow released Carlyle's hand and flashed a reassuring grin. You have my word, old friend, as you had before. I will not interfere with your treaty. Eternity is a long time to avoid one specific area. Carlyle smiled back. I appreciate it, Arrow. So what now? Edward asked miserably, slouching against the wall. The pack will watch over the house at night, most nights, anyway. While the adults of the tribe can adjust their work schedules if needed, the younger members are quite young. School and the need for sleep are essential for their normal growth. It's necessary, especially with the heightened risks following their transformation. I think it would be best if Esme, Emmett, and Rosalie shadow Charlie, keeping close to the station and the house, as long as he isn't on the tribe's land. You, Edward, Alice, and Jasper will stay with Bella during school hours. I'll keep an eye on Charlie whenever I'm not on shift, as well as watch the house on the days when the pack can't. He turned to Arrow. I appreciate any help you can offer, but if being around humans becomes too much. I shall be fine, Carlyle, Arrow assured him. And I will watch over Bella whenever possible. What about Charlie? Edward asked, glancing at the sullen man. Arrow looked back at Charlie. If my assistance is needed, then yes, he replied simply, though he clearly disliked the idea of keeping an eye on Bella's father. Edward must have sensed Arrow's reluctance because a glimmer of mischief sparked in his eyes, hinting at some scheme. How long will we be doing this? Rosalie asked. Arrow immediately shifted his gaze to her, tempted to delve into her vain, selfish thoughts. He had encountered enough people like her over the centuries, having even married one. Until we know who the mystery intruder is and until Victoria is captured. We can't be certain the two aren't connected. With a roll of her eyes, Rosalie turned and left the room, her mate hurrying after her. After a moment, Alice and her partner vanished too, followed by Carlyle and Esme. This left only Edward and Arrow in the room. I recommend finding something to occupy yourself, Edward said as he approached the piano. They can be quite loud, he added, beginning to play a melodic lullaby. Arrow moved to a nearby bookshelf, plucking a random novel from the shelves and settling onto the sofa not far from Edward. He opened the book, but his focus remained on the music, which had a strange blend of sadness and joyful longing. I've never heard this before, Arrow remarked. I wrote it, Edward replied, continuing to play. For Bella, Edward replied, his fingers gliding effortlessly over the piano keys. Yes, Arrow said, frowning slightly. I remember your thought process. Edward had envisioned it as a lullaby, a melody that came to him in fits and starts as he watched Bella sleep, her presence always on his mind. Arrow closed his eyes for a moment, letting the notes wash over him. He realized it had long since transcended mere soothing sounds. It wasn't passionate enough to be called love, it was more like heartbreak, longing. To love a human, Edward continued, clearly picking up on Arrow's unfiltered thoughts, is to long for something. To experience heartbreak. You're going to change her, or you'll insist that we do it, and she will no longer be Bella. She will be a better Bella, Arrow replied, recalling Alice's vision. Because she will be like us? Edward asked, his tone dripping with skepticism. No, Arrow countered, his mind drifting to the confidence of the woman yet to come. The grace of immortality fitting Isabella like a glove. Because she will become what she was destined to be. No one is destined to become one of us, Edward asserted, smoothly transitioning into another round of the song. That's another area where you and I differ in opinion, Arrow said. But I've been around far longer than you, and I've witnessed more changes than you can imagine. You've seen Carlyle save Esme, then Rosalie. You watched him bring her mate back a few years later, all of you pulled back from the brink of death. Saved. Given new life. But there are others who, well, they simply take to it. They always seem to find us, one way or another. Like Isabella. She stumbled upon you and your family by moving here. She figured you all out, even though you probably should have denied it somehow. You could have come up with far better explanations for why you are the way you are. But it matters not. Isabella found you, found our world, and her longing to be a part of it. Not all humans share that desire. Edward fell silent at this, so Arrow turned his attention back to his book, deciding to read as the music continued to play. Slowly, his mind wandered, drifting to thoughts of brown eyes and amused smirks. So many questions lingered, often delving into the personal. He recalled the calm acknowledgement of a life left behind, the way human blood had soaked into him, quenching his thirst. He remembered how she looked at him just before he left, coy, intrigued, fully aware that a joke was at play and relishing it more than she would likely admit. The notes of his lullaby faltered, replaying in his mind. In the early hours of the morning, Edward set off to hunt. With no one else in the house paying him any mind, Arrow slipped away. He drove his car to a spot just out of range of the Swan house, parking in a small clearing off the road. He knew Esme would likely come to follow Isabella's father soon, and the shapeshifters wouldn't leave until someone else was watching over the residence. Arrow dashed through the trees until the scent of canine grew stronger. He slowed down, moving cautiously through the underbrush until he found himself face to face with what appeared to be an oversized wolf. It was immediately clear why the Cullens would assume it was a werewolf. Yet, it should have clued them in that true werewolves wouldn't maintain their form in the sunlight, and the sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon. Arrow tilted his chin high, standing without fear as the wolf sniffed him once, then twice, before making a sort of sneezing motion and turning away. He considered asking if the creature was sneering at him but thought better of it. "I'll watch the house from here," he said instead. After a moment, the wolf, along with another, turned and headed back into the forest. Arrow watched them for a moment before turning his attention back to the house, once again struck by its utter simplicity. Of all the homes in the neighborhood, the Cullen house, much like their vehicles, stood out from the rest. Of the locals, he wasn't entirely sure if it was something worth mentioning. The family likely felt out of place anyway. Arrow waited about half an hour, perhaps a little longer, before the man he had seen the night before, glaring down at young Edward, left the house and headed toward a police vehicle in uniform. He started the engine, and a moment later, Bella's father was gone. Movement from one of the second-story windows caught his eye. He glanced up and saw Isabella peeking out. Arrow moved to the edge of the tree line, ensuring she could see him, that she was all right and not alone. Isabella jerked as if startled, then relaxed. The curtains were pulled back, and a moment later, the window opened. "You can, come in," she said. It wasn't a shout by any means, but he heard her clearly. He approached the house, knowing from Edward's and Jacob's memories that she expected him to jump from the tree, but Arrow chose to enter through the back door instead. He heard her footsteps coming down the stairs, and when he met her at the bottom, he startled her once more. She was so small and delicate, and he felt her fragility in a way he had never noticed with his prey. Isabella stumbled sideways when he surprised her, and he quickly caught her before she could collide with the floor or the wall, wrapping an arm around her waist. The other arm instinctively cradled her to him. Her hands landed on his shoulder, just shy of touching his neck. This close, he could feel her heart racing, first pounding with fear, then slowing, and then picking up speed again. He could smell her, the human scent of slight sweat, blood, and soap. It was a must that everyone carried, but somehow it smelled divine to him when it came from her. Her blood held no appeal, much like the scent of a food he enjoyed but had no desire to consume. Her breath brushed against his skin, and it felt almost novel. Arrow found himself captivated by Isabella's presence. He could almost understand why Edward wanted to keep her human. The thought of never having to worry about hurting her, of holding her truly, without the fear of breaking her, was overwhelmingly tempting. For a brief moment, he nearly kissed her. Having her in his arms, even if it was an accident, reminded him of the time they locked eyes in the throne room. Time didn't stop, but it felt as if it had slowed down. Isabella glanced at his lips, and Arrow sensed she would welcome his advance. But he quickly steeled himself. Now was not the time to give in. "Sorry," Isabella said, her cheeks flushing as she placed her hand on his shoulder to gently push away from him. He released her, respecting her space. "It's as much my fault as it is yours." He looked up the stairs. You intended for me to enter through your bedroom. She shrugged, her blush deepening. No one else uses that door when they sneak in. It was never my intention to sneak, he replied. I was simply ensuring your safety, though I admit I was hoping for a little more time with you before school starts. Yeah, she said, her enthusiasm evident as she nodded. Yeah, just let me. She gestured over her shoulder and quickly dashed up the stairs. Arrow grinned, taking a moment to observe his surroundings. He hadn't properly taken in the house during his previous visit, too focused on the potential threat of the vampire that had trespassed. When he returned later, he had been cautious of the shapeshifter. But now, as Isabella hurried up the stairs at a human pace, he was able to admire the pictures on the mantel. They captured her at various ages, often alongside a woman who resembled her. The house had a masculine feel overall, yet there was a subtle, faded touch of femininity. He could hear her footsteps moving further up, and he positioned himself at the bottom of the stairs, ready to meet her. Are the stairs going to give? You're in trouble again? He teased, pleased to see a smile spread across her face. They might be, she replied, adjusting her bag on her shoulder as she started to head down the stairs. At the bottom, she paused, glancing at the front door and then back at him. Should I take my own truck, or? I would say that's wise, unless you want to draw attention, he suggested. It's early, she said, looking at the clock in the living room. No one would see, but I guess if I have my truck, I could say I went out for a walk. Whatever you wish, Isabella, he said, moving to the door and opening it for her before she could blink. She smirked as she passed him. It's Isabella again, is it? She asked, glancing back over her shoulder. It is whatever you wish, he countered, getting ahead of her and opening the door to the truck. She climbed in, and he closed the door before quickly getting in himself. If you prefer me to call you Bella, I will, he said honestly. I believe Isabella is a beautiful name, but Edward was right. I've been in enough minds to know your preference, and yet, I still called you by a name you didn't care for. I suppose I must apologize for that, but you never corrected me. She started the engine with a frown. That's not an apology, she pointed out. He grinned. I apologize, Miyakara, for not respecting your preference. Would you like me to change it? She twisted her mouth, considering. I really don't mind it from you. But Bella just feels like it fits better. Then I will endeavor to call you Bella, he said, and her face lit up with a smile. After a few moments of silence, as Bella drove toward the school, Arrow asked, Did you sleep well? Yes and no, she replied, tilting her head from side to side. I knew the pack was out there, and I know they can handle whoever crosses their paths. But I worried about you. About me? He asked, taken aback. I didn't know if they would allow you to stay, she confessed. I tried to ask Edward if he would let me know if you were safe, but I wasn't sure how to approach it. You simply ask him, Arrow replied. It's not that easy. I don't know. I haven't figured out how to interact with him now that things are different. Arrow contemplated her words for a moment. He wanted to tell her that when she became his queen, she could ask anything of Edward. He would likely comply. Though Edward wasn't bound to do so, there was a certain fear surrounding the Volturi. The way that word of mouth turned into legend meant they weren't just respected for their laws, they were feared as well. But this wasn't something to discuss so early in their conversation. They had barely spent more than 3 days together, with only fleeting moments in those days. She could easily be scared off, resist the bond, or ignore it. The truth was something she wasn't ready for. She might not even want to acknowledge the power she would wield if she embraced the bond with open arms. You simply ask him, he said again, this time more gently. Because if he cares, truly cares for you, then your happiness will be more important than his own. Bella nodded as she turned into the school parking lot, still empty in the early morning light. She parked and got out, leaving her bag behind. Arrow followed, quickly coming to her side. She gestured toward the woods and began to walk that way, moving through the trees along a loose path. "I'm sure you have more questions," he offered when the silence lingered longer than expected. Bella glanced at him, then faced forward. "Do you ever leave the castle? Fortress? Whatever it is?" He chuckled softly. "Never. I'm still there, upon my throne. I've yet to decide if I'm having a terribly boring time or if it's rather peaceful. Is this a vivid daydream, or have I somehow found my way into yours?" Arrow asked playfully. Just then, Bella stumbled, and he caught her before she could fall again. "Perhaps I should stay by your side," he teased, taking her hand in his as they resumed walking. "A proper answer," he continued. "I do leave the castle. Marcus doesn't, and Caius only does when there's the promise of bloodshed or destruction. I enjoy the run, as well as a proper hunt from time to time. It's rumored that I never leave, that I'm terrified to go anywhere without my guard to protect me." "But clearly, you're not," Bella said, nodding once. "Because you're here, alone, in Forks." "I am," he agreed. "I still don't really understand why I'm important enough for you to stay." They reached a clearing, and Bella paused but didn't pull away from him. She met his gaze directly, unflinching, allowing the intimacy of holding his hand without closing off. Arrow held her gaze. "Because when I said in Italy that you would make an intriguing immortal, I didn't just mean the gifts you're likely to have. I meant you, mia cara. You and your desire to become one of us, the certainty you feel in belonging to this world. You will be an immortal unlike many. I didn't need Alice's vision to know this, but it certainly solidified it. I wish to know you, Isabella. I want you to know me, to understand the world you will soon be part of. I want you to know everything your heart desires to know before I bite you, and the change begins." Her eyebrows shot up in surprise. "You'll change me?" she asked. "If you would prefer one of the Cullens, I can arrange that. But... no." She interjected a bit too quickly. "No, it's fine. I don't mind." Arrow grinned, and for a moment, the world around them brightened. He glanced up, noticing the sun breaking through the heavy cloud cover, the early morning rays filtering through. The sunlight filtered through the trees, casting a golden glow around them. Arrow glanced at Bella, who was intently focused on his hand, a smile playing on her lips. He felt the gentle pressure of her touch, a signal that she wanted to explore, and he relaxed, allowing her to take the lead. She turned his hand this way and that, the sunlight glinting off his skin. Arrow remembered a day when Edward had shown her something similar in a meadow he often visited. The memory filled him with disgust. It reminded him of how much less human he felt. He couldn't fathom how she could see beauty in him. The skin of a killer, he thought. He was no different from a lion in a zoo, an awe-inspiring predator, yes, but one that had been tamed and confined. Arrow was exactly the kind of monster Edward had tried to convince Bella he was. "It doesn't bother you," he observed. Bella looked up at him, her eyes sparkling almost as much as his skin, a radiant smile lighting up her face. "I think it's beautiful," she replied, her gaze darting across his face and neck. "It is," he agreed, taking her other hand and placing it against his cheek. He was surprised when her fingers began to move along his skin, tracing his jaw with a more curious touch than a sensual one. "And what else about immortality delights you?" he asked softly. "Not stumbling around," she said with a light, breathy chuckle. "I've never been what anyone would call graceful." "What about eternal life?" he offered quietly. "I suppose," she said, pulling her hand away from his cheek, her fingertips lingering for a moment as if they were reluctant to leave. "And what of your soul? You don't fear that?" he inquired. Bella let out a small laugh. "Edward does," she acknowledged. "But I mean, I want this so badly, I'm so sure of it, that I can't imagine it damning me. If there's life after death, if a soul goes somewhere, why would a vampire be judged differently than a human?" He could argue that they kill humans, many of them, but he held his tongue, captivated by her conviction. He could almost hear her arguing back that it was simply their nature. Hadn't he already explained that to her? She didn't blink, cringe, or shy away at the thought of his recent hunt. I don't know, he replied. I don't really intend to find out, either. He could hear cars pulling into the school, the soft hum of students gathering and chatting. I think our time is up, he told her gently. It's never enough, she said, and his heart soared at the longing in her voice. It may not have been intentional, but it was palpable. When will I mean, how can we? I will be with you every morning, he promised, disregarding whatever plans Carlyle had in mind. If I can't join you right away from your home, I will find you on the road. It's barely anything, she noted. It's what we have to start with. And you can always find me at the Cullens when I haven't left town to hunt. Bella nodded, glancing toward the school with a heavy sigh. Come, he said, gently tugging her hand to lead her back toward the school. We shall steal more time together again. Once they reached the edge of the forest, he let her hand go. Arrow watched as Bella stepped out from the trees, heading toward her truck to grab her bag. He noticed Alice, Edward, and Jasper waiting beside it. Where were you? Edward asked. I went by the house, but... Out for a walk, Bella replied simply. I bet the sun was lovely coming through the trees, Alice said cheerfully, squeezing between Edward and Bella, looping her arm through hers. A walk this early may have been the best decision you could have made for yourself. Arrow watched with a grin until the younger vampires had his human mate safely inside the school. Then he left, biding his time until the day was done, until the noon warning came, and until he had another opportunity to feel. Her touch was his once more. Chapter 8. Do you ever get bored? Bella asked, sitting on a fallen tree with her chin resting on her hand and her elbow propped on her knee. She watched Arrow, captivated by the way his skin sparkled in the warm sunlight. For the past couple of weeks, their mornings had followed a comforting routine. Bella would rise early to find Arrow either waiting in the truck or climbing in just after she left the house. It had been a week filled with conversation, a chance for her to learn about the world she was about to join, and to get to know him. Those precious early hours, or rather, the single hour they shared each day, were what motivated Bella to get up in the morning. She found herself dreading the weekends, even though there had only been one so far, a weekend spent cooped up inside due to a torrential downpour, accompanied by winds fierce enough to topple the very tree she was perched on. Arrow smiled back at her, amusement dancing in his eyes. Everyone gets bored from time to time, he replied. Yeah, but you don't sleep. You've probably read every book worth reading, know every language, even the dead ones. What do you do? I read the books that aren't worth reading, he said with a playful glint. I study new languages. I indulge in the more modern entertainment of film. And yes, on occasion, I find myself rather bored, as you say. Bella shook her head, lowering her arm and leaning back against the rough bark of the tree. I can't imagine. I mean, I can, I suppose. They say my first year will be all bloodlust. And what did I tell you, Miyakara? It's different for every vampire. You may become near savage, yes, or you may simply feel thirst and quench it. Right, she smirked, nodding as the vivid image he had painted in her mind resurfaced. If I terrorize the city, drinking from everyone I see, that's probably bloodlust. But if I just look at the locals like a midnight snack, well... She shrugged, her smirk widening as he chuckled. Bella hadn't consciously decided what she would do when it came to her new life. On one hand, Arrow had painted a vivid picture of drinking from others. To have to get used to it, Arrow said, his tone light. For us, drinking human blood is as normal as enjoying a cup of tea. Bella recalled what Edward had once said, that she was his own personal brand of heroin. It seemed the Cullens viewed blood as a drug to be avoided, lest one become addicted. Emmett never spoke about his experience, and Bella couldn't quite grasp the reasoning behind it. She suspected it was a mix of shame and Edward's unfulfilled longing, something he hadn't shared with her. For the past couple of weeks, Edward hadn't been as present in her life. He lingered like a shadow at school, but their conversations were limited to small talk. He hadn't tried to tamper with her truck again, although Bella knew he had followed her home a couple of times, hanging around in the forest afterward. Once, he had tried to pick her up early, but she had already left. Charlie had told the story with a grin, pleased to send Edward away. Bella was certain that eventually, Edward would either catch on to what was happening between them or end it if he already knew. But for now, she was happy to be spending time with Arrow, who was quickly becoming her favorite person in the world. I suppose that's one way to look at it, she replied, squinting against the intensifying sunlight, which made it difficult to look directly at him. Sensing her discomfort, Arrow stepped a little closer, finding shade beneath the trees. It was a change Bella lamented but hesitated to address. After that first morning when she thought he might kiss her, he had kept his distance. He still held her hand as he guided her through the woods, but there was always a few feet of space between them. She wondered if it was because he feared losing control around her or if he thought she might be uncomfortable with his proximity. She didn't dare ask either way. Arrow's gaze flickered over her face, as if he were trying to decipher something in her expression. His eyes were growing dark again, yet she noticed he never let them become fully black. "You're going to have to get used to it," he repeated gently. "Do you need to hunt today?" She asked, and if Bella believed Arrow could be startled, she would say she surprised him. "Yes," he replied cautiously. "I'll leave once you must begin your day." "Is it hard? Needing to go so far north?" she asked, glancing up at the sky. "And it's not really a good day for it, is it?" "No," he answered, his eyes darting upward as well. "I'll need to find somewhere with cloud cover, or wait until much later in the evening. Traveling to different towns and cities isn't terribly difficult. It's not much different than when I decide to hunt in Italy." The sun caught his skin again, and Bella found herself mesmerized once more. "It's time, mia cara," he said regretfully. Bella sighed, but he was in front of her quickly, his hand palm up for her to take. "What are your weekend plans?" he asked conversationally, leading her over their regular path a bit more slowly than usual. "A friend of mine wanted me to go to her place after school today," she said, wishing it sounded more interesting. "And I'm supposed to meet with Jake tomorrow to talk." "You're worried you'll upset him," Arrow said, his understanding clear as if he could read her thoughts. He moved his thumb over her hand in a soothing motion, perhaps even supportive. Bella smiled up at him, a bit in awe that he knew her so well despite lacking his usual means of gaining knowledge. "I know I will," she said with certainty. "He doesn't want me to change, and I get it. Vampires are his natural enemy, and I would be one. It makes more sense than why Edward didn't want me to become one, but..." She huffed. "I need to be honest with him. About everything. And you don't feel the need to explain any of this to your father?" he asked casually, his curiosity piqued. Bella looked at Arrow, stopping their progress. "If I tell Dad I'm going to school in Italy, he'll be sad. He'll miss me. But I didn't live with him my whole life, and my mom, she's traveling with her husband. She won't miss me. And after a while, Charlie will get used to me not being around. I'll call at first, but then..." She shrugged. "Jake knows. He understands what has really happened to me. He'll know that I won't be home for Christmas and holidays, not because it's too expensive to travel or because I have work to do, but because I can't." Arrow hummed in understanding. "You know you won't change his mind," he reminded her gently. "I know," she nodded, her heart aching as she added, "but there are things he needs to know. Things I should have told him before." Arrow narrowed his eyes at her, then sighed, his features softening. "You love him." The words felt like a knife to her chest, even though there was a degree of truth to them. It was the way Arrow said it, resigned and understanding. "He needs to know," she insisted, squeezing Arrow's hand just as he seemed about to pull away. He wasn't the only one who could read someone without hearing them. "And he needs to know that just because I love him doesn't mean it would have made a difference." "Because of Edward?" Arrow hesitated, but Bella could hear the doubt in his tone. "At first? Yeah. But now? No." It wouldn't have made a difference because it would never have been enough. It's awful for me to say, but there would always be a part of me that knew something was missing. Maybe someone, even if it wasn't Edward. She mused, but sobered when she met Arrow's gaze. His eyes were wide, filled with delight, hope, and something terrifying in the very best way, making those burgundy depths bright. Come vorrei poterti dire cosa sei per me, mia cara. Come la tua anima parla alla mia, Illinois mio cor morto ti sempre pardonado, he murmured. Though Bella didn't understand a word of what he said, she sensed it might have been something beautiful. Arrow was spectacular as he brought her hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles. Bella felt like a complete fool for the way she swooned, hating how her cheeks flushed with color in a way that was impossible to disguise. She couldn't look away from Arrow, not wanting to turn back and finish the journey to school, even though she knew the crowds were growing larger and someone would notice her coming out of the woods. Then, a crack of a branch echoed somewhere in the trees, breaking the spell. Instinctively, Arrow released her hand and positioned himself between her and whatever was lurking nearby. Heart pounding, Bella instinctively made herself small, tucking as much of herself behind Arrow as she could. She grabbed the back of his jacket, bunching it up before leaning her head against his shoulder blades, trying to quiet her breaths. After a brief moment, Arrow relaxed. It seems you've discovered our little rendezvous, he said, annoyance creeping into his voice. Bella peeked around him just as Edward emerged. I suspected, Edward confessed, his tone eerily calm. He glanced upward. We can't attend today. I thought maybe I could keep an eye on Charlie, give one of the others a break, at least after making sure Bella got to school all right. He looked at her, his eyes softening for a moment before shifting back to Arrow. Esme told me you've been with her every day. I should go, Bella said, deciding in an instant that she didn't want to be present for whatever was about to unfold. Yes, you should, Arrow replied, not looking back at her. His tone remained unchanged from their earlier conversation, but his stance was still rigid. Bella reached up, placing her hand on his shoulder, her fingers grazing the fine, silk-like strands of his hair. He turned sharply, catching her hand once more in his, and smiled gently. Enjoy your time with your friends, Isabella, he said, and for a fleeting moment, Bella almost questioned everything. The shift in how he addressed her caught Bella's attention. Typically, when he wasn't speaking to her in Italian, he would simply call her Bella. But now, she noticed a slight smirk curling at his lips and a glint of mischief in his eyes. Right, I'm going now, she said, gently pulling her hand from his. Her fingertip grazed his palm as she slid away. Neither Arrow nor Edward said anything as she left them in the woods, the sun too bright for them to risk getting too close. As she emerged from the trees, Bella realized there were far more people around than usual. She hurried to her truck to grab her things and start her day. Both vampires remained still until the second bell rang, signaling that class was in session. I require a hunt, Arrow stated flatly, turning to face the tense Edward. So make your thoughts known before I take them from you. You wouldn't, Edward began, but he didn't get to finish. In the blink of an eye, the distance between them shrank. One moment, there was a good 15 feet separating them. The next, Edward was on the ground with Arrow's knee on his chest, one hand gripping Edward's throat and the other pressing under his chin. The younger vampire hadn't even had time to fully raise his hands before Arrow pounced, acting on a thought that had barely formed in Edward's mind. Don't imagine for a moment, Edward, that I wouldn't, Arrow snarled, as a flood of Edward's thoughts and memories rushed in. Arrow could sense a plan brewing in Edward's mind, one he had been contemplating for quite some time. From what Arrow could tell, it was still in the early stages of development, but Edward intended to implement the initial components soon. His plan involved easing the fears and worries of Bella's friends. He wanted to hover less, to express his affection in quieter, more subtle ways. He aimed to give her space when she needed it and to be a bit less intense. Some had accused him of abusing her, or at least of having done so in the past, so he was trying to be more friendly, showing them a different side of himself. He wasn't what they thought he was. He simply cared for Bella, and he loved her. Tomorrow, he planned to offer to drive her out to the treaty line, to show that he could get along with Jacob Black, that he wouldn't keep Bella from him. Maybe he would even remind her, once again, that changing meant letting go of Jacob altogether. Then there was the rage. She seems happy, they seem to be very good friends. You ran all the way here and picked up on her scent, Arrow remarked, tilting his head, amused, as Edward struggled under his hold, fine cracks beginning to form on his neck. Edward grunted, then relaxed. You're corrupting her. How? Arrow asked casually. Edward gritted his teeth, but his thoughts were clear. You're romanticizing our life, he thought. Arrow deliberately recalled all his conversations with Bella, how he had been honest with her, how he hadn't hidden the reality of life as a vampire. He made sure Edward noticed how calm and accepting she was, yet again, at the idea of him leaving Forks to hunt a human. Maybe she's glad you'll be gone, Edward thought. Or perhaps she doesn't carry the weight of self-hatred as you do, Arrow shot back. Now, I must leave to hunt. I assume, since you're here, you'll keep an eye on the school. If it wasn't your intention, and if I so much as catch a whiff of you following me, I won't hesitate to rip your head from your shoulders and scatter your parts so that your recovery will be long and agonizing. Do we have an understanding? Edward glared, but his thoughts were distinct. Yes. Good, Arrow said, easing up on Edward's chin and then on his neck. He made sure Edward stayed down before he turned north and took off. Arrow felt a mild disappointment when Edward made good on his word. I really can't thank you enough for helping me with these, Angela told Bella as they sat on Angela's bedroom floor, surrounded by graduation announcements, envelopes, stamps, and a small stack of sheets filled with numerous addresses to be handwritten. It's no problem, Bella replied, a bit bewildered by just how many announcements Angela was sending out. How much family did she have? Friends of the family? When Angela had asked for help, Bella had thought it was just a way to keep her from going home at the end of the day. She picked up the nearest envelope and a pen, beginning to write out the first address. They were making progress, Angela adding the return address after Bella finished her part. Bella could sense Angela wanting to ask her something, so she glanced up at her friend. They locked eyes for a moment until Angela spoke. Edward seems to be getting the hint, Angela offered as a way to start a conversation. Bella snorted. Seems that way, she replied, recalling Edward's interruption of her time with Arrow that morning. He had seemed fairly accepting, but Bella doubted he truly was. She wouldn't be too surprised to look out the window and see him lurking in the woods at the edge of Angela's yard. Angela chewed her lip thoughtfully. You're not getting back together with him, she stated with certainty, and Bella nodded in agreement. We wondered, Angela confessed. Just thought you already were, but I didn't think so. He hasn't changed, but you have. Bella frowned, desperately wanting to talk to someone who wasn't a Cullen, who wasn't a vampire or a werewolf, about what she was going through, as much as she could. Can you keep a secret? Bella asked, and Angela nodded, her expression showing no excitement or anticipation. Instead, she appeared to be bracing herself for something. Bella took a deep breath, feeling the weight of her words. When I was away from my interview, Alice ran into me. Edward was about to do something really reckless, and it was because he somehow heard that I... She paused, shaking her head. It doesn't matter what he heard, it wasn't true. But Alice asked me to help her talk some sense into him, so I did. But as I was on my way to see him, I realized something. I was over him. Angela nodded patiently, understanding but remaining silent. Bella continued, tapping her pen against her thigh as she addressed the envelopes. I hadn't even realized it until I got right there, where he was, and I felt nothing. I wasn't excited to see him. I didn't feel anything at all. Then I thought about Jacob, the guy from last week in the parking lot. He's my best friend, and I... sorta like him now? Angela asked, a knowing smirk on her face. Bella laughed, feeling her cheeks warm. Yeah. But not enough. How? How isn't it enough? Angela pressed, meeting Bella's gaze. Bella sighed. School is going to take forever. And I won't be coming back for holidays and stuff. It's too expensive. Angela frowned. Really? Too expensive to fly from Allah, she gasped, her eyes widening. You're going to Italy? Like, for real? Bella smiled at the memory of Arrow's promise to be the one to change her. Yeah. For real for sure. Angela squealed with excitement as she launched herself at Bella, wrapping her in a tight embrace. Oh my God, that's amazing. Jess is going to be so jealous. When did you find out? Early last week, Bella replied as Angela finally let go and stepped back. I'm keeping it quiet for now. I haven't told my dad yet. He wasn't thrilled about Alaska, but when he hears that Italy will be Edward-free, he'll be thrilled, Angela agreed, picking up another envelope and getting back to work. Man. Edward's going to lose it, Angela said, a mix of excitement and nervousness in her voice. She glanced at Bella, biting her lip. He seemed really jealous of that Jacob guy, especially the way he was looking at you and how close you stayed to him. Yeah, Bella agreed, though her thoughts weren't entirely about Jacob. Edward had definitely shown his emotions during his surprise visit to the school. He was defensive. She remembered how calm he had been in the woods that morning when he found her with Arrow. Knowing how he had reacted to the Volturi leader in the past, it was a frightening shift in his demeanor. Bella felt the urge to check on Arrow, to see if everything was all right, and whether anything had been said. She wondered if Edward had managed to convince him to leave Forks for longer than it took to hunt. Sensing that Bella didn't want to dive deeper into that topic, Angela smiled and said, So, Eric and I got our dorm assignments from UW. Chapter 9. Arrow returned from his hunt as night fell. He had ventured far north to find suitable weather for hunting, and even at a run, it consumed most of his day. He passed by Bella's home, raising his hands in greeting to the wolves, and caught a fleeting glimpse of her through her window before turning toward the Cullen house. Though he longed to see her and speak with her, he refused to linger. He was above such foolishness. His only intention was to ensure she had returned home safely, and once he confirmed she was fine, he left. He considered rereading Jane Eyre, the last book Isabella had been reading. Even with perfect recall, he knew he might have missed nuances during his first reading. Time can shift perspectives, and while Arrow doubted he would find much difference in the story, it was worth a second look. As he approached the house, he noticed it was unusually quiet. This wasn't entirely surprising for a coven of vampires, but there were no sounds of typing or the shuffle of a board game. Despite the lights being on, there was an eerie stillness, as if they were all waiting for something. He slowed as the house came into view and saw most of the Cullens through the window, all unmoving. Instinct told him they were anticipating his arrival. He wouldn't keep them waiting. As he entered the house, Arrow wagered it was the first time any of them had moved in quite a while. They all turned to him. Carlyle wore a look of concern, Edward had a subtly smug expression, Alice remained stoic, while the others displayed worry and apprehension. My friends, Arrow said, mustering the warmest smile he could. Is there news? I know Isabella is relatively safe. I was just at her home a moment ago. And the wolves let you live? Rosalie asked, her frown deepening. They're quite familiar with me at this point, I'd wager, Arrow replied, glancing at Edward. Seeing as I see Isabella every morning. Arrow, Carlyle began, his tone cautious. Edward has made some serious accusations against you, claiming you nearly destroyed him earlier today. Is that what he said? Arrow asked, looking at Edward. He didn't need to read his thoughts to know the young man was desperate for him to deny the events in the woods. Arrow narrowed his eyes at Edward for a moment before turning to Carlyle, meeting his old friend's gaze. I won't lie and say I wasn't tempted. Nor will I deny that I threatened to rip him apart. But I would not have destroyed him, Arrow asserted, despite Edward's scoff. You were about to rip my head from my neck, Edward countered. If I wanted to rip your head off, I would have, Arrow promised, glaring at the younger vampire. Why did you attack my son? Carlyle asked, and Arrow could hear the sound of a vampire's fist grinding, preparing for a fight, most likely Emmett. He was insolent, Arrow replied casually. Your thoughts were loud, Edward shot back. I could hear them from over a mile away. And when I found you. His teeth were clenched, hands balled into fists at his sides. If it weren't for the feeling that he was one wrong word away from causing a rift with the Cullens and possibly jeopardizing his standing in the truce with the shapeshifters, Arrow would have found the situation amusing. A slight smirk pulled at his lips. When you found me, what? Arrow challenged. It's hardly like we were wrapped up in a lover's embrace. More's the pity, that. Who? Emmett asked softly, but he was quickly shushed. Edward glared at Arrow. Her heart was pounding. What would you expect? Arrow replied, his humor and patience fading. Isabella and I. I've had those quiet moments alone every morning for nearly 2 weeks. We've never been disturbed, but this morning, I heard a vampire, with no wind to carry the scent toward me. And are there not one, possibly 2 vampires poised to attack her? Isn't that why we have a fragile alliance with a natural enemy? Understandably, she was terrified of what lurked in the forest, what I was meant to protect her from. He gestured toward a tense Edward, who had lost all his smugness. But back to the previous point. You mentioned my thoughts were loud, which means you must have heard them. So, Edward, please, share what you heard. I'm not ashamed of it. Edward looked positively green, and if it were possible for a vampire to vomit, Arrow was certain he would have. Edward? Carlyle prompted. The young vampire shifted his jaw, then managed to say, he admires her. It was painfully obvious he wasn't telling the whole truth, prompting frowns and exchanged glances among the others. I suppose that's one way to say it, Arrow conceded. He thinks he loves her. Edward quickly corrected himself, his voice rising. Now we're getting a bit closer to the truth, Arrow said, tilting his head in agreement before moving deeper into the house. Young Edward has a plan to win back Isabella's affections. Win back? Esme asked, confusion, worry, and concern lacing her tone. She looked from Arrow to Edward, seeking clarity. It's nothing, Edward brushed off. A misunderstanding. She says you aren't together, Arrow countered. That there is no longer a courtship, nor does she desire to have one with you. She just needs to see that I can be there for her, Edward insisted with determination. It's just a phase, she'll see it soon enough. So if you 2 aren't together, why are we protecting her? Rosalie asked, and Arrow's gaze shot to hers. In a glance, she made her point clear. Cowed by the warning and rage in his eyes, he was certain. Rose, she's family, Carlyle chided gently. Whether or not she and Edward are together, she's still one of us. We made the mistake of leaving her once, we won't do that again. He then turned back to Arrow, partly facing Edward, appearing torn. My friend, Arrow said quietly. Carlyle sighed, seemingly about to speak, then hesitated, looking hopelessly between Arrow and his son. Arrow has never decided to hurt any of us, Alice said from the side before skipping toward her coven leader, her father figure. She cast a guilty glance at the leader of the Volturi before turning back to Carlyle, her shoulders squared. I've been watching Arrow's decision since we left Italy. I knew he decided to investigate the situation in Seattle. I knew he chose to stay behind when the guard left, but I'm guessing he didn't actually decide to find Bella. Arrow smiled at her, nodding once, seemingly pleased. Alice continued, I knew he decided to stay in Forks after finding her, and Bella has chosen time and again to spend time with him. I knew Edward decided to go after them. Whatever happened after that was spur of the moment. You knew? Edward asked, sounding hurt. Edward, Carlyle chastised, though he hadn't turned to face him. Instead, he frowned off to the side. For what it's worth, Arrow spoke up, I apologize for my rash actions. Not for the words or the warnings, but for my lack of control. Carlyle nodded but didn't look up. After a few seconds, he raised his head and looked between Arrow and Edward. I understand that you both care for her, maybe even love her. But the fact is, Edward, you did leave Bella last year. We all did, at your request. But Edward began to interrupt, but a hand raised in his direction from his father, his leader, silenced him. "We will forever be. I'm grateful she went to you in Italy. She saved you from a rash decision that could have taken you away from us forever. But that doesn't mean everything is forgiven." "I know, I'm trying," Edward said, his voice filled with frustration. "But if he's always monopolizing her time—" "I don't think he is," Carlyle interrupted gently. "He went to her tonight," Edward pointed out. "I went to ensure she was safe, for my own peace of mind," Arrow clarified. "She doesn't even know I was there, and the wolves will confirm I was only there briefly." Carlyle smiled briefly, just a twitch of his lips, before becoming serious again. "It's only fair that you both get an equal chance, for Bella's sake." "How will that work?" Jasper asked, surprising everyone in the room. He crossed his arms, clearly trying to suppress his amusement. "It's hardly like the leader of the Volturi can waltz into the school pretending to be a teacher or a student. I don't need to integrate myself into local society," Arrow replied to the curly-haired man with the southern drawl. "I'm sure I can continue to carve out time with Isabella as I have been." "I think she said Charlie had planned a weekend fishing trip," Alice chimed in cheerfully. "He'll be on the reserve but will leave much earlier than Bella intended to visit Jacob. Perhaps one of you could drive her to the treaty line, and the other could drive her back." Arrow glanced at Edward, who was scowling at his sister. After a moment, he smirked and said, "I can agree to that." "As can I," Arrow replied. "Family meeting over, then?" Emmett asked. "Yes," Carlyle confirmed. A moment later, Emmett and Rosalie disappeared, possibly to hunt or just to seek some privacy. Alice and her mate followed suit, and then Esme led Edward away as well. Once they were alone, Carlyle moved closer to Arrow, bowing his head slightly. "Do you really think you love her?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. Arrow looked his friend in the eye and said, "With my immortal life." Bella let out an enormous groan. She may have even stomped her foot a little, when she saw the silver Volvo in the driveway. Late last night, Alice had texted her, saying that one of the Cullens would pick her up in the morning to take her to the treaty line, and someone would come back for her later. She had hoped it would be Alice, or maybe even Esme, Carlyle, or Emmett. Jasper had managed to be in a car with her, after all. But of course, it was Edward, and she figured it was bound to be him anyway. Needing nothing but her jacket, Bella grabbed it and headed outside, grateful that he couldn't hear her overly petulant thoughts. She gave him a tight, polite smile before getting into the passenger seat. As she closed the door and began to buckle her seatbelt, she noticed him staring at her. "Hi," she said, blinking as she finished fastening the belt. "Hello," he replied softly, smiling. "How are you?" "All right," Bella responded, glancing out the window at the tree line, waiting for the car to move. It didn't. "I missed you yesterday," Edward said, making no move to pull out of the driveway. "Thanks," she replied, unsure of what else to say. It was incredible, really. She used to swoon and sigh about how much she missed him. She would have gone on and on about being miserable without him, how she couldn't cope. In fact, there was a time when she truly hadn't coped without him. Now, she found it awkward to realize he hadn't crossed her mind all that much, while he still looked at her like she hung the stars. She said, glancing behind her again. "I have to meet Jake." "Yeah," Edward said, suddenly shifting into gear and pulling onto the road at a human speed. "So, what did you do yesterday?" "I went to Angela's," she replied. Bella replied, her eyes focused on the passing trees, only to realize moments later that she was searching for Arrow out of habit. She turned to face the road ahead, casting a polite glance in Edward's direction. His eyes gleamed with an intense gold. "You went hunting, too," she noted. "Too?" Edward asked, frowning slightly. "Yeah, Arrow had to yesterday," she said casually. She almost asked if Arrow had returned yet but stopped herself. Then she remembered what he had said not long ago and took a deep breath. "Did he get back?" "Yes," Edward replied, his voice clipped. "Good," she nodded, then added, "Sorry." I know you don't like him, I was just curious. Why do you spend time with him? Edward asked, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the road. I like him, she replied simply. We talk about everything. You mean he talks about being a vampire, Edward said, sounding a bit like he was correcting her. Well, he answers the questions I have, she said. But we've talked about other things. Did you know he was one of Shakespeare's patrons? He saw every play the bard wrote when it was first presented on stage. I didn't know that, Edward said, dipping his head slightly. We spent one morning just debating whether Othello was superior to Romeo and Juliet in terms of tragedy. Italy is full of tragedy, isn't it? He mused. And beauty, she continued. I asked him where his favorite spot in Italy was, and he described this place in the south, just outside of a winery. Eros said the smells are wonderful, fruit and the sea. On a clear night, you can see thousands of stars, and he's gone there to murder someone for dinner? Edward asked casually. Bella stopped talking and looked back out the window. You can't deny. I'm not, she interrupted. I know what he is, what he does. And yes, I suppose it is murder. But it's hardly senseless. No? Why not? Bella asked. How else is he going to survive? Edward replied. How do we all survive? Bella countered. It was a choice you all made. The Denali's made it, along with other covens around the world. But it's not your natural food source. While it doesn't seem to have any long-lasting effects. Oh, so you're an expert on vampires now? Edward interjected, his tone dripping with condescension. I'm trying to be, Bella said firmly. I have maybe 3 months before I'm turned. I want to have all the facts. Why not ask him for more time? Edward suggested, gesturing more than usual. You're so smart. You could go to school, actually attend for a year or 2. Put it off. Maybe. I don't want to, Bella replied, turning in her seat to face him more directly. I don't want to wait. I have a plan, and Arrow will change me. It doesn't have to be him, Edward said softly. No, it doesn't, Bella acknowledged. After a moment, Edward asked, what if I changed you? Bella couldn't help but snicker at that, turning back to face the road. I'm serious, Edward insisted, his tone revealing the sincerity behind his words. I want to give you everything, Bella. I love you, and I want to spend the rest of eternity with you. No, you don't, Bella said with certainty. If that were true, you wouldn't have left. Edward rounded the bend and came to a stop. Just on the other side of the unseen line stood Jacob, next to his motorbike, with only one helmet resting on the seat. Bella unbuckled as quickly as she could, but as she reached for the door, Edward's hand shot out to cover hers. She looked over his shoulder and saw the pained grimace contorting his face. This didn't go the way I hoped, he admitted. How did you want this to go? Bella asked. I was going to ask for another chance at a proper date. Bella blinked, then laughed. Edward's grimace deepened, though he masked it with a self-deprecating grin as he removed his hand. Edward stepped back, allowing Bella to open the car door and get out. She practically dashed across to Jacob, her heart lifting at the sight of his wide smile as she crossed the threshold. As she got closer, he opened his arms, and she stepped right into them. Bella. Edward called out, causing her to pull back from Jacob. About that date? He continued. No, she replied, grabbing the helmet from the back of the bike and starting to put it on. No, for now? Edward asked, his voice tinged with hope as she and Jacob climbed onto the bike. Bella didn't respond, even though she knew he could hear her over the roar of the engine. She had made her decision, and unless Edward completely changed, her answer would stay the same. Still, she thought, holding on tightly to Jacob in front of her, I wouldn't be surprised if he kept trying. Jacob took her to the spot where they tested the rebuilt bikes, and Bella's was already there, ready and waiting. This our plan for the day, then? Bella asked with a smirk, gesturing to the bike. Did you have something else in mind? Jacob replied, shifting nervously from side to side as Bella removed her helmet. I wanted to talk to you, she said plainly, not wanting to beat around the bush. If things went poorly, she didn't want to spend the rest of the day with him sulking. And if she waited, she risked ruining what could be a lovely day. Jacob looked desperate to avoid the conversation but eventually sighed and nodded. He moved over to one of the nearby rocks, thankfully not the one where Bella had nearly split her head open not long ago. He settled against one of the flatter ones, and Bella joined him. She nervously rubbed her hands against her jeans, fiddled with the sleeve of her jacket, and avoided making eye contact. So, he started, attempting to sound casual. The freaky one is going to change you. Yeah, Bella replied, then catching on to Jacob's choice of words, added, an arrow's not freaky. He's just ancient. Bella scoffed. His eyes are. I'm used to them, she replied with a shrug. But my change, that's not what I wanted to talk about. You could, he hesitated. I mean, if you didn't want to, if you're having second thoughts, you could stay here with us. With me? She grinned. I've got a confession, she said, glancing at him. Oh. Jacob smirked, his curiosity piqued. Nerves surged through Bella, and she turned away for a moment. Do you remember, when Edward called? She asked carefully. A pause hung between them. You mean, when Charlie was with Sue and the others? Yeah, when you pulled me out of the water, and we were back in the house? Just before the phone rang, and before that, in the truck? She looked up at him, and while he appeared calm, Bella could see the hope and excitement flickering in his eyes. It hurt her to know she was about to shatter that hope. Taking a deep breath, she said, You were going to kiss me, weren't you? I think we were going to kiss each other, Jacob replied. Bella bit her lip but nodded. Yeah. By then, with the Cullens having been gone, I would have kissed you. He was trying so hard not to grin, but Bella could see it in the twitch of his lips and the sparkle in his eyes. You love me, he finally said, as if declaring a victory. Let's. Bella started, then hesitated. I mean, yeah. But what? Jacob asked, pushing off the rock and turning to face her, lightly taking her shoulders in his hands. Bella, I love you. I love you, and you love me. What is there? I don't love you enough. That way. She said it as gently as she could. There was no way to sugarcoat that truth, no matter how much she wished to spare him from the hurt. You don't love me enough? He asked, skepticism creeping into his voice. She sighed, rubbing her face as she searched for a way to explain. She recalled what she had said before. Bella recalled her earlier conversation with Arrow in the throne room a couple of months ago, noting how confident she had felt back then. Unfortunately, that confidence didn't seem to help her now. Look, Jake, she began. If the Cullens never came back, if Edward had kept his word and I never heard from him or the family again, there's a good chance that I was falling in love with you. I didn't want to, and I thought it was because of Edward, but it wasn't. See, I didn't realize it at the time, but I actually loved the idea of being a vampire more than I loved him. No, hear me out, she raised a hand to stop Jacob, who looked ready to interrupt. It's not like I want to go around drinking blood and hunting people. But I feel so uncoordinated, like my body doesn't fit right. And being with Arrow? The Cullens? I feel like I belong with them in a way I don't with anyone else or anywhere else. Then why tell me at all? Jacob asked, his frustration evident. Because you deserve to know, Bella replied, her tone firmer than she intended. Because I don't want to pretend that you didn't help me. You gave me something I needed when the Cullens left. You're my best friend, and if things had gone differently, I would have. She shrugged, shaking her head, unsure of how to articulate her feelings. She met Jacob's gaze and, in an instant, registered his determined expression before he suddenly leaned in and kissed her. Bella was completely taken aback, blinking rapidly as Jacob's lips pressed against hers. It felt so strange, warm, soft, and pliable. It was weird in a way that didn't quite feel wrong, but it certainly didn't feel right for her either. Would kissing a vampire, as a vampire, feel similar, just without the warmth? Jacob pulled back, studying her face for a reaction, though she couldn't imagine what he might see. "So, if the Cullens were to leave tomorrow?" he asked softly. "I would still go," Bella replied. "It's summer in Italy, and I would still be a vampire," she said flatly as he caressed her cheek. "Even without Edward?" he asked, his voice curious. She snickered. "Yeah, even without him." She nodded, affirming her choice. "It's what you want?" "Yeah," she replied, nodding again. Jacob sighed and pulled back slightly, creating some space between them. "I'm not going to stop hoping you'll change your mind," he said firmly. "The pack knows it's not meant to happen here, as long as it doesn't. But I won't stop hoping, not until your heart stops beating." Bella nodded sullenly, unsure of how to respond. Her gaze drifted around, landing on the bike. She remembered riding it to see Edward, feeling crazy and utterly delusional at the time. Now, she was ready to ride it for fun, real fun, and enjoy the experience. She glanced back at Jacob with a smirk. "Should we give those bikes a go now, then? I've got a helmet this time, at least." It had been a pretty great day. Bella's clothes were stained with dirt and grass, probably reeking of smoke from the bonfire. She was fairly certain there were twigs and leaves in her hair, making her look more like someone who had spent months in the woods rather than just a few hours playing around before joining a pack of wolves for dinner. She felt pleasantly tired from head to toe and was certain she would fall asleep shortly after getting to bed. "I can sense a vampire waiting at the line," Jacob said as they approached. "Was Edward supposed to pick you up?" "I don't know," she admitted, a hint of apprehension in her voice. She pulled out her phone and checked for messages, but there was nothing. She glanced at Jacob, whose grip tightened on the steering wheel. He slowed down as they rounded the corner, allowing Bella to catch a glimpse of the black vehicle parked on the side, waiting for her. A grin began to spread across her face before she even realized it was happening. Noticing her reaction, Jacob brought his own car to a stop. Bella stepped out of the car, hearing the door close behind her as she caught the faint sound of footsteps. There was no one next to the vehicle or inside it. In the blink of an eye, Arrow appeared beside the car. Jacob had just begun to say something when Bella's feet instinctively took off running toward him. As she dashed forward, her mind finally caught up with her. "What are you doing?" it screamed. "It's not like you're going to run into his arms." But that was exactly what she had subconsciously planned. However, that wouldn't do, because for one thing, she probably smelled like a dog. The Cullens, especially Rosalie and Alice, often complained about the scent. She likely reeked of it as much as she did of smoke, and she hadn't even realized it. Another thing was that this was Arrow. While he was kind and polite, maybe even a little dashing, it didn't mean he returned the shadow of a crush that Bella only just recognized she was feeling. She slowed down, but not quickly enough, and stumbled to a halt a few feet away from him. Her foot caught on the pavement, but before she could hit the ground, Arrow's strong, cool hands caught her by the waist, pulling her upright. As she fell forward, her hands shot out instinctively to brace for impact, and they collided with his chest. Bella looked up into his blood-red eyes and felt her cheeks flush. "Right. Hi," she managed to say, desperately trying to mask her embarrassment but failing miserably. "Buona sera, mia cara," Arrow replied, wrinkling his nose slightly. "Yeah, I know, sorry. I wasn't expecting anyone to be here for me," Bella said, her voice tinged with awkwardness. Arrow tilted his head, his nose still a bit scrunched, but the rest of his features relaxed. "Edward didn't tell you?" "He was too busy asking her out on a date," Jacob chimed in from behind them, his voice barely audible to Bella's human ears, but she was certain Arrow heard him loud and clear. Bella glanced over her shoulder, wondering where she had left her. Jacob stood with his arms crossed in a wide stance, observing the scene with an oddly curious expression, as if he were witnessing something he couldn't quite understand. "Thanks," Jake, Bella said easily, knowing he could hear her without needing to raise her voice. For today, and everything. No problem, he replied, a slight grin appearing and disappearing just as quickly. She turned her attention back to Arrow. If you'd rather Jake drive me, the smell. It's fine, Bella, Arrow assured her. I just won't attempt to breathe. She laughed, bowing her head and resting it against his chest for a fleeting moment. Then, realizing how forward she was being, she quickly pulled back. She felt Arrow's hand lift from her waist and move to her hair, his fingers running through the strands as he pulled out a leaf. I'm infinitely curious about what you got up to, he said, turning the leaf over in his fingers. Well, Jake got me on the bikes again, she began, as Arrow guided her to her side of the car, his hand shifting to her lower back. He only removed it to open the door for her. Yes, I recall those from his memories. You hurt your head. Not this time, she replied as he closed the door and zipped around to the driver's side. She turned to him as he settled in and started the engine. I had a helmet. And I didn't crash. So, the leaves? Arrow asked, glancing at her disheveled appearance. And the general air of chaos? I tripped a few times while walking through the woods. And I may have driven a bit too close to a tree. Arrow shook his head. You truly are not meant to be human. I'm infinitely intrigued to see how immortality will look on you. I'm sure there will be improvements, Bella agreed. Yes, Arrow nodded. Though I must confess, a part of me will miss having to catch you so often. I meant more in the looks department, Bella countered. Arrow hummed in displeasure. There's nothing to improve upon, Miyakara, merely enhance. As I said, you seem destined for the life of a vampire, which means you were already exquisite as a human. He glanced at her. I've made you uncomfortable, my apologies. Bella shook her head. No, you didn't. It's just, well, I've seen the women in Volturi. And Rose, Alice, Esme. They're all gorgeous. I'm exquisite, he repeated firmly, slowing down as they approached the house. You see yourself as plain, but I'm not sure I understand why. From what I've seen in Edward's thoughts and memories, as well as Jacob's and Alice's, you are quite admired. It was only because I was new, Bella shrugged. They pulled into her driveway, the house dark since Charlie was still away on his fishing trip. I'm surprised the Cullens didn't try to persuade you to return to their home, Arrow said, his eyes darting around their surroundings. That's because Charlie wouldn't allow it, Bella replied. Not with Edward around. I think he finally believes I'm not with Edward anymore, but he'd still be suspicious. Arrow met her gaze. How I wish I could know what you thought, he said wistfully. What would make you think about how you were when no one was around? She bowed her head in shame. I was a zombie. I didn't do anything I didn't have to do when he left. I was only just beginning to find myself again when Alice brought me to Italy. She shook her head, looking out the front windshield at the darkened house. I was patching myself back together, and it felt like maybe I was almost all fixed, but there was still this gaping hole in my heart. But I was never like that, boy crazy, before coming here. I would never have allowed myself to feel that way about anyone. Giving up everything, making them my world. I would have done almost anything Edward asked of me. But something about being in Volterra, racing against the clock, literally, to try and saving his life made me realize that wasn't who I really am, and it wasn't what I truly wanted. Isabella, he said, her name wrapped in quiet reverence. Do you have any idea what may have caused this shift? What changed your perspective? She met his eyes again, captivated by the hope and longing reflected in his red gaze. She shook her head. I don't know, but I don't regret it, she insisted, feeling the need to affirm it without fully understanding why. He won't rest, Arrow warned her gently. I fear he won't stop trying to win you back until you've turned. Because he prefers me human? Bella guessed, aware that Arrow could read Edward's thoughts. Actually, I think Edward would only mourn the loss of your humanity because of what he believes would be your damnation. He would much prefer to embrace you than to bite you. But once you're changed, if you're not his mate, it will become painfully clear. She furrowed her brow, and Arrow let out that delightful, high giggle. You have more questions, he teased. Yeah, I guess I do, she replied, glancing back at the house. Would you like to come in and answer them? He seemed to weigh his options. As much as I would love to, I believe if I don't return soon, someone will come looking for me. Monday, then? Bella asked, her voice hopeful. Monday, Miyakara, he replied, making Bella smile. Now, I don't mean to be rude, but you do. Smell like a wet dog. Yeah, she laughed, moving to get out of the car. He was already out and around as she opened the door, helping her out in his usual way. As she recalled her earlier kiss with Jacob, Bella's gaze fell to Arrow's lips. She wondered if kissing a vampire while being a vampire would feel similarly warm. She shook her head. Nope. That was a bad idea, a terrible one. Unless. Good night, she said. Bella, he said, pulling her from her thoughts. He brought her hand to his lips and placed a lingering kiss on her knuckles. Night, she managed to reply, taking a few steps backward before she stumbled slightly. Turning around, she headed for the door, tripping again, which made Arrow giggle in delight. She refused to look back, determined not to let him know she had hurt him, feeling a bit embarrassed by her lack of coordination. Once inside, she locked the doors, aware that it wouldn't keep any vampires out, but it still provided her with a sense of security. She made her way upstairs and peeked out her window, spotting two figures in the woods, likely a pair of Cullens, though she couldn't tell who. After a moment, she closed the curtains. As quietly as she could, knowing they could hear her, she finally allowed herself a long overdue swoon. She collapsed backward onto her bed, lightly clutching the hand Arrow had kissed. All right, so she had a crush on him. A big one. An infatuation, really, if she allowed herself to face the facts. And while a small part of her brain screamed that this was just like her feelings for Edward, Bella knew it wasn't the same. Chapter 10. The following morning found Arrow in a new kind of hell, watching the house with Edward. Alice and Jasper had been on watch overnight, allowing the wolves to enjoy their night, one that Isabella had participated in, to some extent, and to get some much-needed rest. But as the morning dawned, it was time for the pair to be relieved, and it seemed to be Edward and Arrow's turn on the rotation. Edward stared at the closed bedroom window, the curtains drawn tight, as if he were willing it to open for him. I realize it's been a long time, but I believe humans tend to be asleep at this hour, Arrow remarked as the sun rose higher in the sky, breaking over the horizon. Bella isn't usually, Edward replied. Just then, the first sounds of stirring from inside the house reached their ears. See? She's awake. He started to move, but Arrow quickly reached out and caught Edward's arm. The younger vampire scowled. If she wants you there, she'll let you know, Arrow said simply before releasing him. Edward shook off the phantom sensation of Arrow's touch and turned his attention back to the house. Arrow glanced toward it, recalling Isabella's invitation from the night before, whether he intended to or not. Perhaps it was a subconscious thought. Edward growled. Is there a problem? Arrow asked casually. How is it that she's so receptive of you? Edward gritted out. I'm fairly certain you already know the answer, Arrow thought as he listened to Isabella moving about in the kitchen. Edward scoffed. She doesn't care for you that way. Bella loves me, she's always loved me. And you think that can't change? Arrow questioned. She's still human, after all, much more prone to change than you or I. What we have? It's forever, Edward stated with certainty. You truly believe her to be your mate? Even as she constantly rejects your advances? Arrow pressed. She's angry, as she should be. Edward said quietly. I did something that should take time to forgive. I just need her to trust me again. He sighed deeply. After a moment, the sounds from the kitchen faded, replaced by quiet, muffled noises from inside the house. The sun shifted, and Arrow scanned the surrounding forest, assessing it critically. It provided cover for their kind, a place to linger, wait, and watch. "Do you wonder," Arrow asked, still not looking at Edward, "why the vampire we're uncertain about happened to be in the house when it was conveniently empty?" Isabella and her father were nowhere to be found when the intruders slipped in. They were all over the house, we could smell them in every room. Yet, they left before anyone returned. If they were still nearby, we would know. You would have heard their thoughts. It is strange, Edward conceded, and Arrow turned to meet his gaze. We know he was likely there for Bella, Arrow continued. So why not stay? Edward asked. Before either could elaborate, a sound from the house, a door closing, made them both turn to see what was happening. Isabella stepped outside, a blanket draped over her arm and a book tucked under her side. She walked toward them with purpose, though her eyes were focused elsewhere. Edward's hope was so palpable that Arrow hardly needed Jasper's gift to sense it. As she approached, Bella met Arrow's gaze and smiled. "Thought I wouldn't see you again until tomorrow." "It's hardly like this was intended to be a social visit," Arrow countered, and she bowed her head, chuckling softly. "Yeah, well, I figured it didn't matter where I was if you were going to be watching me all the same." She adjusted her grip to hold the blanket more securely. "Allow me," Arrow offered, taking the blanket from her and laying it out. "Thanks," she replied, blushing slightly as she settled down and sighed, stretching out. "Reading for class?" Edward asked, his smile filled with admiration. Isabella looked up at him, as if she had just noticed his presence. "No," she replied simply, then opened her book. "Le Fantôme de l'Opéra," Arrow said, glancing at the title in Isabella's hands. "Worth reading?" she asked with a smirk. "More so in its native language," Arrow replied. In a surprising move, he sat down on the blanket beside her, positioning himself just in the shadows where the sun wouldn't hit too directly, if at all. "Did you know it was inspired by real events? Like, actually real? Or just rumors?" Bella asked, turning on her side to face him. Arrow grinned. He was a vampire. His deformity was caused by scars from fighting other vampires, not entirely unlike Jasper. "What happened to him?" Edward asked, his curiosity piqued. Arrow sighed. "We had to destroy him," he said regretfully, recalling the events. "He drew far too much attention to himself, hunting in one place repeatedly. It's only luck that he never told his soprano what he was, and it's likely she never figured it out. She disappeared not long after." "That's horrible," Isabella said softly, meeting his gaze. "It makes the story all the more tragic," Arrow added. "You've read it before?" he asked. Bella shrugged. "Before I moved here," she replied. "I've always preferred the older stories. And I felt bad that she didn't stay with him, it seemed unfair. And now that you know the truth behind the tale?" Arrow inquired. "It doesn't change much," Isabella confessed. "Did you meet him?" "How else would I know he never told the girl?" he asked her. Bella nodded, glancing at the book as if uncertain she still wanted to read it. Then she repositioned herself and focused on the pages. Arrow watched her, fighting the urge to brush the strands of hair away from her face, hoping to see her smile or watch her eyes light up at the gesture. Just then, Edward stepped forward. He blanked out as well, his hand tracing the exact path Arrow had briefly imagined. All the while, he smiled down at Isabella, but when she looked up at Edward, her expression turned to a frown. "What?" she asked. "Nothing," Edward replied, his grin taking on a slightly lovelorn quality. Isabella frowned again, then turned, flopping onto her back and holding the book above her head. It didn't take long before she sighed and flopped back down with a huff. "A perk of being immortal will be never having to find a comfortable position for reading," Arrow remarked with a smirk. Isabella got on her knees, shifting around. "So I could read standing on my head?" she quipped. "If you'd like," he agreed, glancing at Edward, who glared back at him. "Oh, come now, Edward. You can't honestly say there hasn't been a time when you were grateful for the fact that you never tire. I'm just not sure you're painting a realistic picture of what will happen when Bella's changed. She's not going to be in the mood for much reading during at least the first year." "It differs from change to change," Isabella said absently as she set the book down and removed her zippered sweater. As she folded it, she added, "I might not be terribly bothered." Edward scoffed as Isabella placed the folded sweater behind her and rested her head against it. "Is that what Arrow told you?" She scowled back. "Yes," she said firmly, leaving it at that. Arrow met Edward's gaze over Isabella's head, and the golden-eyed boy shook his head as if to say, "Incredible." They remained silent for a while, the only sounds being Isabella's steady breathing and the rustle of pages turning, her heart beating steadily. The forest around them was quiet, likely having been so for some time, given the recent increase in predator activity. It was surprisingly pleasant, something Arrow couldn't have expected. In Italy, where the sun was a more frequent presence than here in this part of the United States, it often meant spending more time indoors. The heat from the sun didn't have much effect. The warmth of the sun didn't embrace Arrow like it would a human, nor did it offer any real benefits. Yet, he found himself missing it at times, just as he missed the fresh air, where each breath brought new sensations. He hadn't realized how dusty and aged he had begun to feel before arriving here. Usually, when minor inconveniences arose, he would send the guard to investigate. That was likely how the rumors started about him never leaving the castle without his guards. But why venture out to quell uprisings among newborns or to settle disputes between covens when the guards could handle those matters just as well? There was always someone seeking permission from the Volturi for one thing or another, looking for favors, or even hoping to join their ranks. Caius was far too cruel, seeing things in black and white. Marcus, on the other hand, often acted more like a figurehead. That left Arrow to make the final decisions. While his gifts certainly aided in understanding, he prided himself on having better reasoning than Caius. He often missed when Marcus was inclined to help. Lost in his thoughts, Arrow didn't notice the sun intensifying until he felt a delicate touch against his hand, warm and devoid of any thoughts. It was Isabella. He glanced down to see her lightly tracing her finger along the edge of his hand and over his pinky, captivated by the way the light danced on his skin. "There's a car slowing down on the road," Edward said, prompting Isabella to withdraw her hand and look at him. "Probably Charlie," she replied. "He was supposed to come back this afternoon. Why don't you come to the house?" Edward suggested as he and Arrow stood. He flashed a charming smile and gave a boyish shrug. "It's been a while. Esme would love it. And so would Alice." Isabella looked down, contemplating his invitation. "I guess," she finally said with a nod. Yeah. I'll go. Later, though. I want to talk to Charlie first." "All right," Edward responded as a car door creaked open. The door shut at the front of the house as Arrow and Edward retreated into the woods, staying just out of sight. "Bells?" her father called. "Back here," she replied, closing her book and getting up. She gathered the blanket with little fanfare, part of it dragging along the grass as she made her way toward the house. "She's going to trip," Edward said with a fond exasperation. "I have no doubt," Arrow agreed, just seconds before Bella did indeed trip over the blanket, though thankfully, she managed to keep her balance. Bella felt a flutter of nerves as she headed upstairs to drop off the blanket and retrieve something absolutely vital for talking to Charlie. She wasn't sure when Alice had placed the very official-looking envelope on her desk, but she noticed it that morning when she woke up. An incredible amount of work had gone into making the ruse believable since Bella checked out, which was why she felt compelled to go to the Cullen house when Edward suggested it. She needed to thank Alice for everything. Taking the manila envelope downstairs, she found her father sitting at the kitchen table, a case file for Riley beers resting off to the side, only partially open, as if he hadn't looked at it since at least Friday night. It seems Charlie had been considering reviewing it before she came in. "I was thinking pizza tonight," he said as she took a seat next to him. "Pizza sounds great," she replied, bracing herself for what she had to say. "Listen, Dad." "Yeah?" He frowned slightly. "I have news." Charlie sat up a little straighter. "Why do I have a feeling I'm not going to like where this is going?" "Because I'm not sure you will," she said, attempting a smile that came off more like a grimace. "Do you remember when I took off?" "Yes," Charlie replied pointedly, as if Bella could somehow forget it was only a couple of months ago. "And you remember it was for an interview? For a school?" "Yes," he dragged the word out, frowning. Bella reached into the envelope and pulled out a small bundle. "Volterra University," he said, reading the header. He scanned the contents, his eyes widening in surprise. "You got into a school in Italy?" he asked, disbelief evident in his voice. "Yeah," Bella smirked. "It's very exclusive." "And you got a scholarship, too?" He noted, that disbelief growing. "You never mentioned any of this." "I didn't think I'd get in," Bella replied with a breathy chuckle. I applied on a whim. Turns out the admissions board really likes me. They appreciated that I asked questions." She thought about Arrow still being in the woods with Edward listening, and she figured he'd get a kick out of this. "So you're going to study art," Charlie said, glancing over the rest of the papers. "And history. Languages." "Bella, what?" "I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm proud. Like, really proud. But I'm a little lost. Italy, that's..." "I know, it's pretty far," she agreed, nodding. "But they don't just let anyone in. And yeah, it means I won't be around for the holidays, but it will be so worth it." She felt it in her soul. Charlie still seemed unsure, looking over everything. "I suppose Edward will be going, too," he said, raising an eyebrow. Bella couldn't help but smile. "Actually, no. He's going to Alaska." Charlie's head shot up at that. "Oh?" he asked, trying to sound neutral but not quite succeeding. "Well, space. Distance. It's a good thing," he agreed. "Just, wow, bells. Italy." Then, with a chuckle, he added, "I suppose pizza's a good way to celebrate that." She laughed, and when Charlie went to hug her, she allowed it. It was quick and to the point, and then they returned to their own spaces. "Alice invited me to their place this afternoon," she said after a moment. "All right," Charlie replied, a hint of doubt creeping back into his tone. "I'll be back for dinner, I promise," she said as she stood, leaving the papers and envelope on the table. Her gaze caught on the poster of Riley, and she frowned. How long has he been missing now? "It will be a year in July," Charlie said with a sigh. "He went missing in Seattle, and his family, they've been plastering these flyers everywhere, hoping to find him." He gestured to the flyer on the table. Bella glanced at the papers, remembering that Arrow had been in Seattle due to a new vampire situation. "Do you think they should give up?" she asked, her mind already piecing together the two most likely scenarios for why Riley hadn't been found. It made a lot of missing persons cases suddenly make sense. "I wouldn't," Charlie replied, pulling her back from her thoughts. "If it were you, I'd never give up. Never ever." Bella smiled, though it felt heavy with sadness. She knew she should try to stay in touch with Charlie for at least a little while after the change. Writing letters, if her voice became too strange, anything to keep him from going absolutely mad trying to figure out what happened. A little while later, she left the house, climbed into the truck, and started heading toward the Cullen house. Not far from home, the passenger side door opened and closed quickly. Bella turned to smile, only to freeze at who her stowaway was. "Arrow is watching the house," Edward explained. "Right," Bella nodded. "Because someone needs to, in case Victoria or anyone else comes along." "Exactly," Edward said warmly. Bella drummed her fingers on the steering wheel, trying hard not to feel too disappointed. She hoped this was just Edward being a bit ham-fisted, that Arrow had wanted to avoid her after her absent-mindedness earlier. He was just so beautiful. All vampires were, of course, which was something she both loathed and envied in equal parts. But after spending so much time around Edward, knowing how much he hated what he was, Arrow was that much more breathtaking. He embraced his nature, he didn't shy away from the sunlight, didn't sneer at his skin when the light caught it. It left Bella longing to reach out and touch his icy skin, marveling at the contrast. Bella felt the smooth crystal beneath her fingertip. Arrow had allowed her to touch it countless times, but in that moment, it felt more intimate. It wasn't just a gesture of fascination or politeness, it carried a part of her heart, an intense infatuation that pushed her to reach out. The drive to the Cullens was short, yet her mind was consumed with thoughts. At least Edward didn't attempt to interrupt her musings. She had barely parked the truck when Alice burst out of the house, her face lit up with an excited grin that Bella couldn't help but mirror. "Thank you," Bella said emphatically as she moved toward Alice and enveloped the petite vampire in a hug. "Thank you so much." "It was nothing," Alice assured her, beaming. "Nothing?" Bella laughed as she leaned back to look at Alice. "You created a website. A really convincing one." "I knew it was fake, and I was still almost convinced." "You're the one who made up the school," Edward chimed in, his tone suggesting Alice had committed a serious betrayal. "Bella will need a cover story, and since she chose Italy as the place she'll change, this is better." "I really can't thank you enough," Bella insisted. "You don't have to. I could see how much easier it would be for you to tell Charlie." "Your story about an interview for a school helped," Alice replied. Taking Bella's hand, Alice skipped toward the house at a human pace, making it easy for Bella to keep up. "I'm glad you're here. You can help me with the party. I haven't been to a human party, and I need your perspective to make sure it feels as normal as possible." As they entered the house, Bella noticed the television was on in the living room, where Carlisle, Jasper, and Emmett were watching the news. Curious, since the Cullens didn't often watch TV outside of sports matches, at least to Bella's knowledge, she ventured into the room, staying near the back. Alice was right beside her, and a moment later, Edward joined them, placing a hand on her arm as if to encourage her away. "Police are baffled by the escalating murders and disappearances," the reporter on the TV announced, their location listed as Seattle. "It's getting worse," Carlisle said, concern etched on his face. "We're going to have to do something." "Isn't," Bella began, but her voice trailed off as all the vampires turned their attention to her. "Arrow, he was here with the Volturi to watch the newborns," she continued. Jasper nodded. "That's how it is, all right. But if the Volturi did give them a warning, they didn't heed it." "There's nothing to say that it wasn't them who started it," Edward interjected. "It's not," Bella scowled at him. "Bella, just because you think you can trust him." "It wasn't the Volturi," Alice cut in. "I saw his decision to come here. Remember? Arrow should know, though." She gestured toward the TV. Carlisle nodded. "It may be that he'll want to call the guard back in to put a stop to it." "Where's the fun in that?" Emmett asked, smirking as though the idea of taking on an army of newborns was just too good to pass up. "I think they were created to fight someone," Jasper said. "Probably us, given how close they are." "Which only makes me that much more suspicious," Edward started, but he stopped short as Alice reached around Bella and smacked him. "Carlisle?" Arrow's voice cut through the room, coming from the speaker. Bella turned her attention to Carlisle, who held his expensive smartphone out, clearly on speaker for her benefit since the rest of the room could hear him just fine. "Arrow, the situation in Seattle is getting worse," Carlisle told him. "News reports are saying gangs or serial killers." A low growl came from the phone. "I would prefer to get in contact with Felix while I'm with you to find out how the message was given and received. It is possible that they placated the guard." Edward scoffed but remained silent. "In the meantime, I'll remain here. Isabella's father is sleeping, Believe me, if the grisly sounds coming from inside the house are anything to go by," Bella said with a snicker, then giggled, quickly covering her mouth. "I'm pleased to have amused you, Mia Cara," Arrow replied. Bella could almost sense Carlisle's surprise, and Jasper raised an eyebrow at her, possibly intrigued by the rush of endorphins that surged through her at the affectionate term. "Are there sports on?" Bella asked, trying to shift the conversation. "I believe there's something along those lines," Arrow answered, then grew more serious. "We'll discuss the matter further upon my return when the wolves come to release me." "Until then," Carlyle said, hanging up the phone. "Well," Alice said, her gold eyes sparkling with excitement. "Shall we go plan?" "Yeah, absolutely," Bella agreed, allowing Alice to lead her away. Later, Bella was in her room, studying for her finals that were coming up that week. True to her word, Alice had kept the conversation focused on planning the Cullens' first ever graduation party. She only shifted topics to ask about Bella's friends and their plans, knowing well who Bella spent time with. Edward had accompanied Alice back but seemed to realize that whatever he wanted to say, or perhaps had planned to say, would be pointless. He left the truck before Bella reached the house, likely opting to run alongside it, and that was that. This made talking with Charlie about what happened at the Cullen house much easier, as there were few omissions. Surprisingly, Charlie seemed to like Alice. Dinner was over, leftovers packed away, and dishes washed. Bella had no interest in the game Charlie planned to watch, so she turned to her studies. She found that she remembered almost everything. There was little she had forgotten. Nothing reading the exam questions wouldn't trigger. It amazed her how much she had actually absorbed during those months of whatever it was she had experienced. Still, it was. Bella found herself drifting into thoughts of the blanket outside from earlier that day. She tried to push away the memory of how much she had wanted to lean against Arrow, to rest her head on his leg. She wished it could just be the two of them. Closing her eyes, she attempted to regain her focus. She knew she was being foolish, allowing herself to get caught up over a guy. It felt like there was an ache in her chest, as if she was missing him because he wasn't there. It was ridiculous and reminded her of the heartache she felt when the Cullens had left. Well, maybe it wasn't quite that bad. Edward's metaphor about her being his oddly specific drug came to mind. She realized she was his drug, and he was probably hers as well. Instead of being slowly weaned off him, she felt like she had been forced to quit cold turkey. It was as if she had gone through withdrawal, and now she was sober, clear-headed and rational. Except when it came to Arrow. He wasn't an addiction, he didn't leave her feeling strung out. Instead, he made her feel stronger and more confident. He was her comfort, a safe haven in the midst of a storm. Arrow never sugarcoated things or tried to soften the truth for her. He shared the whole truth, knowing she could handle it. He never kept anything from her. Just as Bella was about to pick up her copy of Phantom of the Opera to read instead of studying, her phone rang. She reached for it on the nightstand and frowned when she saw it was Alice. "Hello?" She answered. "Good evening, Bella." Arrow's voice came through the speaker, surprising her. But unlike before, his tone was serious and regal, reminiscent of how he spoke in the throne room. "Since this conversation will likely affect you in some way, I thought it important that you hear it." Edward glared and shook his head, clearly opposed to including Bella in the conversation they were about to have. Arrow ignored him, dialing Felix's number and immediately putting the phone on speaker. The phone connected to Alice's line, linking them to Isabella. It rang twice before Felix answered with a stoic greeting. "Master," he said. "Auguri, amico mio." "Spero che tutto vada bene," Arrow replied. "Yes," Felix responded evenly. "Excellent. I'm calling regarding the situation in Seattle," Arrow continued. "Do you need us to return?" Felix inquired. "No, not yet," Arrow dismissed. "I do want to know about the directive I left you. How was the warning received?" "The leader didn't seem to know who we were," Felix confessed. Nor did he really seem to care. When faced with the possibility of their destruction, he simply said we would thank them when they were finished. Jane warned them, but I'm uncertain if the message got through. "Did they mention why we would thank them?" Arrow asked, narrowing his eyes as he tried to envision the scene. He regretted not being able to see and hear everything Felix had witnessed, wishing to know it all. No, Felix replied regretfully. Master Caius has been growing impatient for your return. Tell him simply that I'm still needed here, Arrow instructed. Has there been anything in particular he wants me there for? No, Master. All is well. Good. Thank you, Felix. The call disconnected, and Arrow turned to Carlyle. Someone wants your coven destroyed. We've only had the one conflict since coming here, Carlyle noted. Victoria, Jasper added, standing with the posture of a soldier as he relayed the information. She continues to make an appearance, but there's been no further sign of the intruder. It's likely she's trying to distract you. But is it from the newborns in Seattle, or from the one who entered Isabella's home? Arrow pondered aloud. I can't say for certain, Alice replied, as if he had asked her directly. She hasn't made a decision regarding either, but that doesn't mean much. She could be allowing someone else to make those decisions for her, or she doesn't allow herself to be firm with them, Arrow remarked. You destroyed her mate. That's why she wants Isabella, isn't it? Revenge? He asked Edward. It wasn't just me, Edward confessed. Alice, Jasper, and Carlyle helped, but since it was me that James had taunted. I would like to recall her face, if I may, Arrow said, extending his hand toward Edward. Edward glanced at it but didn't move to touch it. Arrow smirked. Are you afraid I'll see all the ways you attempted and failed to gain Isabella's interest since I had my hand around your neck on Friday? Maybe I just don't want you to see all the ways I would like to return the favor, Edward countered, his boldness making Arrow giggle in delight. Before Arrow could offer Edward a chance to prove himself, Alice took Arrow's hand. He was flooded with memories, visions of things that hadn't happened, could happen, or did happen. Nothing solid enough for him to grasp, but that wasn't what he was most interested in. Alice helped him focus, repeating thoughts of Victoria's face over and over again. Thank you, Alice, Arrow said, placing his other hand over hers and bowing in gratitude before letting go. I knew her. Once. You did? Isabella's voice came through the phone. Indeed, Arrow replied. Though to say knew is a bit misleading. More like I encountered her. She was part of an all-female coven in Germany. I believe they may have been succubi, but it's been a long time. There were rumors, and I went to investigate. The outcome was not what I wanted. After the demise of their leader, I believe it was this Victoria who told the others to flee. She ran, and her decision to do so made her the only surviving member of the coven, with one exception, Heidi, who became part of my guard. You let her go, Edward stated. Yes, Arrow confirmed. Arrow replied, so all of this could have been prevented. If I'd killed her all that time ago? Arrow interrupted Edward. Yes, I suppose. But tell me, Edward, is it better for your moral compass if I had simply slaughtered her and her entire former coven because I wanted one vampire? Edward stared at him for a long moment, his eyes shining with a sense of victory. Do you hear this, Bella? He asked. Do you hear how the vampire you supposedly trust so much is willing to wipe out an entire coven to get what he wants? How little regard he has for his own kind, let alone human life. A small part of Arrow nearly lost control and killed the boy then, regardless of whether it would prove his short-sighted theory correct. But the larger part of Arrow remained as unaffected as possible. He waited, like everyone else in the room, for Isabella to give her verdict. It took a painfully long time before Isabella finally spoke. If the newborns attack you, or if you all have to go there to stop them, wouldn't it be the same thing? Maybe not because you want one person, but because there are no other alternatives. Edward shook his head. Maybe so, but it's a last resort, not the first. He glanced at the phone before locking eyes with Arrow, his victory still evident, though Arrow couldn't quite grasp what he thought he had won. We've already covered the entire southern peninsula down to the treaty line, Jasper said, mercifully steering the conversation back on track, possibly reading the room in a way that Arrow couldn't hope to. Hours later, after the various Cullens had gone off to pursue their own interests during the night, Arrow found himself on the balcony, gazing out over the forest. He couldn't help but wonder if Edward's words held any weight with Isabella after all. She had been terribly quiet for the rest of the conversation, simply saying good night when they let her go. It pained him to think that the choices he had made in the past might affect how his mate viewed him now. Arrow felt a wave of uncertainty wash over him. Despite his hopes, he worried that Isabella might view him the same way Sulpicia often did, power-hungry, ruthless, and cold. He was relieved not to hear her thoughts, fearing that all the trust they had built and the connection they had formed could be shattered by Edward's harsh light on a partially revealed truth, even if it wasn't entirely pleasant. It was in the early hours of the new day, with the moon still high and the sky dark, when his phone pinged. He pulled it from his pocket, expecting a message from Felix regarding Caius and his irritation toward Arrow. But if it were serious, Felix would have called. Instead, Arrow was taken aback to see Isabella's abbreviated name on his screen, indicating that she had sent him a message. He didn't have her number and had no idea how it had ended up in his phone, but he was too intrigued to dwell on that now. The message was simple: "Can you come to me?" Chapter 11. Bella had opened the window as soon as she sent the text message and waited on the sill. She was certain, without a doubt, that Arrow would come to her. Sleep had eluded her, her mind was racing with the thought that this man, whom she was terribly infatuated with and beginning to think she might be falling in love with, could do something so awful. She had tried to remain diplomatic, but Edward's words had struck a chord, whether she wanted them to or not. Bella just wanted to understand, and Arrow had always been straightforward with her. She found it hard to believe he would start lying to her now. A few minutes later, she heard a shuffle from the woods followed by a low growl. Tensing, she scanned the tree line, searching for the wolves and whatever they had spotted. Moments later, Arrow was beneath her window, and in an instant, he was perched in the tree beside it. "Isabella," he said softly, cautiously. Was he nervous? "I wanted to talk to you," she replied. He nodded and glanced around. "Do you still trust me after what you heard earlier? Would it surprise you if I said yes?" she asked. "It would," he confessed, his features softening even more. He held out his hand. "Allow me to take you somewhere we can talk that isn't your bedroom." Bella wondered about his aversion to being in her home, but it was low on her list of curiosities, so she brushed it aside. Taking his hand, she swung her feet onto the sill, ducked out the window, and let Arrow pull her toward him. It should have been thrilling to feel his arms wrapped around her, holding her in an embrace before jumping down to the ground below. But when he adjusted his hold, scooping her legs up and carrying her bridal style toward the tree line, she found herself merely holding onto his shoulder for support, turning her head away to avoid the branches and twigs. Arrow hadn't taken Bella far, just into the woods, a short distance from the house. He chose a spot by a tree stump that could serve as a seat if she wanted to sit down. The forest floor was covered with soft pine needles and old leaves, as if he had considered her bare feet. She wasn't sure he had, but it was the perfect spot nonetheless. He set Bella on her feet, making sure she was steady before stepping back to give her some space. She looked into his red eyes, then dropped her gaze to his chest. Arrow hadn't changed back into the fully buttoned form she had seen in Italy. There was always something soft beneath his jacket, either a sweater or a t-shirt, and this jacket was a little less tailored, more suited for running through the woods on a hunt. Yet, the V with the crest and red stones remained a golden reminder of who he was. "Did you really destroy a whole coven for one vampire?" she asked, meeting his gaze again. "Yes," he replied unapologetically, holding her stare unflinching. "Why?" Bella pressed. "Because I wanted her as part of my guard," he stated. "I wanted her to work for us, to be part of us. I had her loyalty bound to us, with the help of Chelsea. That is her power, you see. So you brought her over against her will?" The first pang of fear regarding Arrow formed in her stomach. He closed his eyes for a moment, as if collecting himself, before looking her in the eye again. "Heidi did not come to us against her will. But, yes, some have, in the past. Chelsea's power is used to strengthen or weaken ties between people. There are exceptions, of course. Bonds between mates, bonds between families, covens that truly see each other as family, cannot be weakened. I have used her assistance in the past to sever ties in covens and bind those wanted vampires to us. Bella nodded, taking in his words. So, what was it about Heidi? Why did you want her? Bella asked, curiosity evident in her voice. She was charming, Arrow replied. Her charisma draws people in. She's the one who attracts tourists and lures people to Volterra. Even her words have a way of captivating from a distance. So, you went there just for her? To collect her? Bella probed, trying to wrap her mind around what she was hearing. No, Bella, he said, shaking his head. I do collect powerful vampires, I won't deny that. A wise ruler knows to keep power close and loyal. But I went there to investigate the coven. That's where I found her. Can you tell me about it? Bella asked, settling onto the stump. She crossed her legs, tucking her feet beneath her and wrapping her arms around herself for comfort. Arrow hesitated, and for a moment, Bella wondered if he would deny her answers. Instead, he slipped off his jacket and carefully draped it around her shoulders. It won't be terribly warm at first, he said apologetically, then stepped back to give her space. In regard to the situation involving Heidi and Victoria, he continued, ensuring she was looking him in the eye. I'm sure you heard me mention earlier, while speaking with the Cullens, that there was a belief they were succubi. Not a crime in itself, but it tends to spark rumors among humans. Covens that grow too large come under suspicion and are often watched. Even the Cullens were scrutinized for a few decades, but their lifestyle, drinking animal blood and moving frequently, means that no one suspects much of them. This particular coven had grown fairly large for its time, and their feeding habits were conspicuous. Too many men were turning up dead in the same way, many of them wealthy or powerful, while others were of ill repute. He frowned, glancing away for a moment. I met with their leader, Hilda. You touched her hand, Bella said, nodding encouragingly. I did, he confirmed. I could see in her mind that she had bigger ideas, Arrow continued. She didn't like our presence because it drew attention. She resented having to hide with her daughters. She'd been in communication with the Romanians. Who? Bella asked, intrigued. The previous governing body of the vampire world, Arrow explained. We usurped them when we came to power. They didn't believe in staying hidden. But that's neither here nor there, he waved it off. It's a story for another time. What we need to address is much more pressing. All right, Bella said as she slipped her arms into the sleeves of Arrow's jacket. Hilda was essentially plotting treason. Before she even sensed my interest in Heidi and her abilities, she wanted the Volturi gone. She would have been more than happy to create a scene, have her daughters fight against my guard. I had to eliminate her before anything could be done. Victoria told the rest of her coven to run, but they didn't listen. All but 2 attacked, and they were destroyed for their efforts. Heidi surrendered, as did another, Anne, I believe her name was. But there seemed to be some rivalry within the coven because Heidi had charmed one of my guards into killing the other. There was a moment when we debated pursuing Victoria, but I chose to let her go. I saw no reason to slaughter her if she had no intention of fighting, no desire to join us. From what I gathered in the coven leader's mind, she hadn't done anything that warranted punishment. Do you regret it? Bella asked. Not destroying her, Arrow replied. Only that she now wishes to harm you. Bella nodded, feeling a strange warmth from his honesty. He didn't sugarcoat his words or try to paint himself in a better light. What about the coven? I mean, I understand the leader, I guess. If she was going to try and, I don't know, take. I don't really understand what it's like to live among you, not yet, anyway. But it makes sense to have someone in charge. No one's told me any laws that seem ridiculous or impossible to uphold. But the coven? Do you wish you hadn't? No. Their deaths are not something I regret, Arrow replied. There have been others over the years that I do regret. Like? Didime. She will always be my greatest regret. But her death was not one I commanded directly. There was one in Japan back in the 1700s, a coven of newborns left to fend for themselves. I regret not taking the time to teach them. Before that, there was a man, just after the way humans mark time changed. He upset Caius, and I didn't learn until after I ordered his death that it was merely due to an insult. Sasha, the mother of those the Cullens consider cousins, was not a victim of my rash actions. Why her, then? Bella asked, pulling her jacket more snugly around herself and standing closer to him than she had before. She was an exceptional coven leader, Arrow explained. She believed our world should have laws, just as any society should. While she didn't always agree with our collective talents, she thought we'd be better than some alternatives. Why was she killed, then? Because she created an immortal child. All right. Bella frowned, lowering her head as she tried to recall anything about that from her vampire research. She felt Arrow's hand touch her cheek and met his gaze again. Immortal children, Isabella, are those who are turned when they are far too young to understand, frozen forever with the mind of a small child. A tantrum could wipe out entire villages. I understand the temptation to try and change a child. Anyone who creates. One must die, as well as the child. The child should never have been created, and the vampire knew they shouldn't have done so. You've had to kill children? She asked. Immortal children are different from human children, he replied, removing his hand from her cheek. Human children can grow, learn, and change. Immortal children cannot. They can never learn or develop in the way they need to. Being a vampire is not an innocent life, Isabella. We're back to Isabella again? She said, reaching for his hand and managing to grasp it. Bella, he said softly, caressing the L's of her name with his voice. She worried she misheard the longing and admiration in his tone, even though she remembered hearing it only the night before in his car. Arrow took her hand more firmly, wrapping his other hand around it as he brought them up to rest against his chest, over the spot where his heart used to beat. Those who create immortal children usually do so to soothe some sort of parental instinct. Perhaps they had children of their own before their change that they never got the chance to finish raising, or they didn't want to let go of. For some, it's about forming an attachment to a child they see regularly. Only once was it meant to cause destruction. But all of them knew precisely what they were doing when they created the child. None of them were an accident. Why did you spare the rest of the Denali coven? She asked, though she had a feeling she already knew the answer. I saw in their minds that they were innocent. They knew nothing, he told her, confirming her suspicions. She nodded, hiding her smile by stepping forward and pressing her forehead to his chest, next to where their joined hands rested. As she closed her eyes, Arrow brought one hand down, wrapping his arm around her waist while shifting his grip to cover her hand where it now lay on his chest. Bella shifted her free hand to rest against the arm wrapped around her and took a deep breath. Something shifted within her then, deep and profound. It wasn't earth-shattering or life-altering. It didn't tilt anything on its axis or leave a mind-blowing impact. Yet, she felt it, a pain-free resolution to a dislocation she hadn't realized she'd been carrying. The realization washed over her. The joy she always felt during the holidays, in her happiest moments, wasn't infused with the scent of pine or cedar but rather with cypress. It conjured images of snow-covered dawns, the sun just beginning to rise, casting a bluish-green hue across the sky before it shifted to that winter blue that was so unique. Thank you, she murmured against the fabric of his shirt. For telling me the truth. I'm not always a good man, Miyakara, but I will strive to be when it comes to you, he promised. She leaned back to meet his gaze once more. Why? She asked, curiosity etched on her face. What makes me so special? What has you, Edward, and Jake all? I can't speak for them, he replied. Not properly. But to me, Miyakara, you are the better half of my soul, the heart I've been missing, the home I've never had. You are a gift I don't deserve. You know I don't speak Italian, right? She responded with a knowing smile, closing her eyes. Her body felt too small to contain the overwhelming joy those words stirred within her. She was on the brink of falling again, and she knew the rush would be akin to cliff diving just before the turbulent waters tried to claim her. "I do," he said when she opened her eyes again. "I use it to express what you inspire in me, Isabella. All the things I fear you won't want to hear. At least not from me." "Shut up," she said, shaking her head before rising on her toes and pressing her lips to his. "Oh." Something shifted, something that held a terrifying certainty. Something that pushed her bodily from the edge into that exhilarating free fall. Bella pulled back and looked up at Arrow. His eyes were closed, his face relaxed, exuding a soft delight mixed with an edge of something primal in the best way possible. And she was the one who brought that out in him. Unable to bear the thought of looking into his eyes when he finally opened them, she laid her head against his chest, her cheek resting against his sternum. Closing her own eyes, she took a deep breath, feeling even more at ease as his hand uncovered hers, holding it gently against him. It was bliss. Euphoria. His soul felt alive, igniting with an overwhelming desire for more. His once dead heart ached to beat, to hammer, to soar. The urge to claim, to mark, to take was powerful. He wanted her. He needed her. He would tear the world apart and watch it burn if Isabella Swan asked him to. He would renounce his throne, hunt deer, do whatever would please her. He would gladly throw himself into the fire if that's what she wanted. He understood why Caius had locked his wife away in a tower, visiting her only occasionally, but Arrow couldn't fathom how he would willingly part from the perfect creature in his arms when she needed to go back to her human life. All of this from nothing more than a simple, chaste kiss. What would have happened if she had chosen to give him more? What kind of beast would be unleashed if she had parted her lips, sighed, or gasped instead of letting out a quiet hum of surprise? What if she had licked her lips? The wolves would likely think he was trying to kill her. He would probably be dead before he had a chance to do anything more than destroy a tree or two in his haste to find a horizontal surface to lay her down on. Bella had surprised him, an impressive feat indeed. He had expected her to press her forehead to his or maybe brush her nose against his, but the kiss had caught him off guard. He wouldn't push for more, nor would he seek them out. Arrow understood Edward's fear of losing control. He couldn't recall ever feeling so feral in all his long life. But he didn't fear hurting Isabella, he feared accidentally initiating the change with a misplaced nip. The heat of passion could ignite a fire with just a touch of teeth. If she willingly offered her affection, he would gladly accept it. Every caress, every kiss, he would cherish them like treasures, gifts from his queen. Ah, his queen. She had listened to him, heard every word he spoke. While he sensed she didn't condone his past actions, she seemed to understand them. She didn't shy away from him like others had. Instead, she stepped closer, allowing him to wrap her in his arms. She stayed there, her feet resting on his to avoid the forest floor, her body snug in his jacket, her head resting against his chest. He felt her growing limp in his embrace, her breathing steady and calm. The sun wouldn't rise for hours yet, and humans, poor things, needed their sleep. He opened his eyes, glancing down to confirm his suspicions, and smiled. Sound asleep. Gently shifting one arm, he scooped her up just as he had when he brought her to this spot, close enough to hear the wolves but far enough to create an illusion of privacy. She grumbled softly, turning her head toward him, trying to bury herself deeper against him. It was all so endearing. Despite his resolve not to intrude on her space, Arrow couldn't resist leaping through the still open window. He didn't take a moment to admire this sanctuary of his love. Instead, he laid her down in her bed, tucking the blanket around her and leaving his jacket draped over her. When she awoke, he wanted her to know that their encounter had been real. He wanted her to remember everything, not just their kiss but also their conversation. That understanding she had gained meant more than anything to him. "I'll see you in a few hours, my darling," he whispered softly, brushing her hair from her face before darting back out the window and disappearing into the trees, heading home to the Cullen house to wait. The night. He returned to the balcony, gazing out at the same woods he had earlier, but now he felt infinitely lighter. When he heard the doors shift behind him, he braced himself for Edward. Instead, the wind brought the familiar scent of Alice, and he was pleased to find her at his side. She grinned slyly up at him. "So, things with Bella worked out," she said, her tone casual. "They did," he agreed. "But I must say, this is quite surprising. Your family seems to be on Edward's side of things." Then, realizing no one had attempted to rip his head off, he frowned. "Where are they all?" "They left after the phone call, but you were probably too lost in your thoughts to notice. Only Jazz and I stayed behind. He was here to calm anyone who might unexpectedly return, and I wanted to keep an eye on things." Arrow nodded. "Still, your support is interesting." "I love Bella like a sister," Alice said simply. "I want her to be happy." "Edward," she sighed, "I warned him. I did my best without revealing too much. I told him when we were leaving Italy that he needed to try harder, to make an effort because Bella was set. You helped her make the decision to become one of us, with or without our involvement." Arrow hummed in agreement. "I hadn't realized why, though." "I didn't either," she confessed. "Not until you showed up here. When you decided to stay in Forks and seek her out. I saw that future of her with you in the Volturi throne room much more clearly. I hadn't even considered thinking about it around Edward. Usually, I find myself reciting Shakespeare or countless fashion designs. Your thoughts did seem a bit odd," he conceded. "But I've seen much stranger over my long life." Alice chuckled for a moment. "I'm on your side," she said, her expression turning serious again. "Because you need Bella as much as she needs you. You're providing her with the answers that Edward didn't want us to give, hoping that if she didn't know, she wouldn't want this life. You're giving her what she wants, and probably what she needs. In return, she'll make you a better leader for our kind." Arrow arched an eyebrow, intrigued. Holding out his hand, he asked, "May I see?" Alice shook her head. "Foresight isn't always a gift," she said cautiously. "I'm trying not to think about it too much. If I don't look at it too closely, neither you nor Edward will get a clear sense of it." "You intrigue me," Arrow said with a smile, withdrawing his hand and clasping it with the other in front of him. "I suppose there's no way to ask you to join me in Volterra, is there? You and your mate?" "I think I would serve better as a proxy," Alice replied confidently, and Arrow couldn't help but chuckle. "Yes, perhaps you would," he conceded, looking out to the forest. The sounds of rustling were still a ways off, carried by the wind. "I must confess, it's nice to have someone in my corner. Carlyle may be my friend, but he wants so desperately for Edward to have someone that he indulges him. And I fear, after what was said this evening, the rest of your family will view me only with distrust, especially with 3 gifted among you." "You're here alone, with no guard," Alice pointed out. "I couldn't tell you if that decision was made as a strangely unified one without discussion or if someone just knew exactly what they'd do. But if you tried, they'd have handed you over to the wolves, and if asked, would play innocent, seeing as there wouldn't be anyone left to know for sure if they were lying. Which would, of course, allow Edward to win young Bella's heart," he noted. "It still wouldn't have happened," Alice said quietly. The familiar scent of Arrow's jacket enveloped her, and with her windows still open, it was easy to deduce that he had brought her back. After a quick shower and getting dressed, she slipped the jacket back on over her shirt, not just to remember to return it, but also to keep the comforting scent of cypress close. Bella headed into the kitchen, grabbed a granola bar, and stopped short at her father's scrutinizing gaze. "That is a man's jacket," he remarked casually. "Yeah, I borrowed it from Alice yesterday when I spilled soda on my sweater," she replied effortlessly, the lie slipping out without a second thought. "Must be Jasper's," Charlie said, his tone suggesting he wasn't entirely convinced but lacked any proof to challenge her. "Right," Bella confirmed, trying to sound nonchalant. "Graduation is in a week. Finals are now." "How are you feeling?" he asked, shifting the conversation. "Confident," Bella said, her honesty shining through this time. "You going to be around for dinner tonight?" he inquired cautiously. "I should be," she replied. "Great," he said, stepping aside as she moved toward the door. "See you later." Bella called back before darting out and jumping into her truck. She unwrapped her granola bar, keeping it in her mouth as she turned the ignition, then took a quick bite while awkwardly holding the bar as she shifted into reverse. She repeated the maneuver to switch gears again, and once on the road, she resumed her one-handed eating. Just as she cleared the house, the truck door opened and closed. "Forgive me, Miyakara," Arrow greeted her, a hint of amusement in his voice. "But considering your general lack of coordination, should you really be eating and driving at the same time?" Bella fought back a smile. "I'm not that bad," she assured him, even if the steering wheel wobbled slightly under her grip. As Bella brought the last bite of her granola bar to her mouth, Arrow chose to remain silent. Once she managed to swallow it down, just before they arrived at the school, she asked, "I thought you wouldn't go in my room? And how do you think your father would react to realizing you spent the night outside?" He replied, "Probably only slightly better than finding me in a strange man's jacket," she countered. "He didn't know you slept in it." "How do you know?" she asked. "Because, my dear, I heard the conversation you had with him this morning. I'm certain if he'd spotted you with it earlier, he would have asked many more questions." Bella pulled into the school parking lot, parked, and turned off the engine. For the first time since the night before, she looked at Arrow and found herself at a loss for words. She must have stared at him for nearly a minute before he asked, "Are you all right, Miyakara?" Bella blushed. "Yeah." She decided it was best not to mention the kiss in the woods and let things unfold naturally. A moment later, he was out of the truck, opening her door for her. Just like always, he was there to help her out. And as always, she accepted his assistance. "I do apologize for not waking you before returning you to your room," he said, holding her hand as they walked toward the woods. "I hadn't realized it would make things easier." "Well," she replied, tilting her head slightly, "to be fair, if you had woken me up, would have probably insisted on climbing back through my own window. I respect your wish not to enter my room. But then I'd probably have fallen and broken my arm. Or my neck." He chuckled. "I suppose you would have," he conceded as they ventured deeper into the woods, where they always met. He glanced around and asked, "What do you plan to do after your formal education is complete?" Bella let go of his hand and sat down on her log. "I thought I'd go to Italy and get a drastic makeover," she replied. "We have discussed this, Miyakara," Arrow said. Arrow's voice held a hint of playful sarcasm. "You'll just appear otherworldly. Anyone who knows you will wonder what's different, but they'll never quite be able to put their finger on it." "Besides the blood-red eyes?" Bella smirked. Arrow smiled softly. "Yes, aside from that. But I was referring to before Italy. We agreed to let you stay until the end of summer. It's only just begun." Bella felt a visceral urge to protest, to express that she didn't want to wait. She didn't want to leave him, nor did she want him to leave her. But she buried those feelings deep down, firmly telling herself to keep them hidden. She wouldn't throw herself at him or cling to him. One brief kiss in the woods wouldn't turn her into another simpering fool. Not again. "I'll probably see my mom," she reasoned. "The Cullens gave me a plane ticket for my birthday last year to visit her. I haven't used it yet." "I recall," Arrow nodded, surprising her by sitting down next to her on the log. "Edward has been considering using the companion ticket. I was actually beginning to wonder if I should bring Jake," she confessed. "I think that would be a wise choice," Arrow agreed, his eyes scanning the trees. "You do?" "Yes," he replied plainly, turning his attention back to her. "You'll need protection, and that's not something any of our kind can provide there. From what I understand, Florida is rather sunny and a bit too hot for layers." "Yeah," Bella nodded. "Jacob, despite his unfortunate circumstances of birth, seems to be a young man of decent character. A bit brash and stubborn, perhaps, but I admire those traits in him, if I'm honest. He knows where to draw the line." She recalled the kiss Jacob had sprung on her, and it must have shown on her face because Arrow narrowed his eyes and smirked. "Or is the young man less chivalrous than I had believed? I know he's had fantasies." "Stop," Bella interrupted. Please, Bella said, lifting her hand as if to pause his words. She couldn't help but smile at his delighted giggle, imagining an eternity filled with moments like this. He kissed me. When I saw him over the weekend, I told him. I can't say I blame the young man, Arrow replied, his smile lingering. Bella didn't know how to respond, so she bowed her head, resting it on his shoulder. I want to thank you, she said, her tone turning serious and capturing his full attention. Arrow's smile faded, but he didn't seem unhappy. I feared Edward's words would hold weight. I can't say I condone what you did, Bella replied carefully. There were probably a lot of innocent vampires who were destroyed, and I know you don't regret all of them. But, you could have turned me while we were there. You could have used that vampire, Chelsea, was it, to make Edward and Alice want to stay with you. I know you said she can't affect family bonds, but still, you could have tried. But you didn't. If you were the man Edward tried to make you out to be, you would have done that or just destroyed us all. You're not perfect, and I'm not saying any of what you did was right or forgivable. But it's not my place to forgive you or absolve you of it. It's done, it's in the past. None of us can change it. All you can do is, not do it again. It is not that simple, Isabella, he said evenly. It's not simple not to destroy a whole coven for one person. She countered. Ah, he said, error mio. I hadn't meant that point. I more or less meant the destruction of a coven in general. Bella had sort of meant that too. But then, she remembered the newborns in Seattle, the likelihood that they had been created to destroy the Cullens and how they were planning to do exactly what she was about to ask Arrow not to do again. How they had destroyed James, and once they found Victoria, it would be the same thing, she said, meeting his eyes. I think I understand. And you don't need to thank me. I wanted to hear your side of things. You've already shared so much more about the life I'm stepping into than Edward has. I feel like I can trust you, and I didn't want anything to taint that. I'm hoping that, given what happened, your trust has not been tainted. He asked cautiously, brushing her hair behind her ear. Yeah, she nodded, smiling shyly as she leaned into his touch against her cheek. Suddenly, there was a rustle in the trees that nearly made Bella groan, but Arrow's smile kept her from doing so. She turned to see not only Edward but also Alice and Jasper approaching. Alice beamed at her while Edward tried to mask his scowl, and Jasper appeared to be barely containing his amusement. Good morning. Alice chirped, practically skipping over to sit beside Bella. Only a week or so to go. Are you excited to finally be done with high school? Bella snickered. I'd ask the same of you, but one gets used to it, Jasper said, his tone indicating he hadn't really adjusted at all. Alice shot him a half-hearted glare before turning back to Bella. If you go to the reservation this weekend, you should ask the younger wolves to come to the party. Edward shifted closer to the trio on the log, crossing his arms. Are you sure that's a good idea? Why wouldn't it be? Bella replied. I mean, I suppose the smell might be a bit much. But you guys have a truce, right? Exactly, Alice said emphatically. And we've been getting along relatively well. I've yet to have an issue with them, Arrow conceded. And as I was saying to Bella not long ago, the one called Jacob is not the bad sort. But if something were to upset the wolves, not all of them have control over themselves, Edward reasoned. One could transform, exposing themselves as well as us. If anything were to happen, I suppose it would be a variable feast for someone like me, Arrow commented. Bella instinctively smacked his chest, but his stone-like body felt as unyielding as a brick wall, and the impact left her hand stinging. Shoot! She exclaimed, hissing through her teeth as she alternated between clutching her hand and shaking it out. Are you all right? Edward asked, startling her as he knelt in front of her, examining her hand. You might have broken it. We should get it checked out. It's fine, Bella replied, trying to pull her hand away, but Edward's grip was too strong. I'll be bruised, but I'm fine. I'd feel better if Carlyle took a look, Edward insisted. Edward, Arrow interjected firmly. I believe she said she was fine. And you're suddenly the authority on all things Bella? Edward shot back. No, I am, Bella said firmly. And I said I was fine. Let go. Edward released her hand, looking a little chagrined as he did. People are arriving, Alice said, glancing around. It might look odd if we all come out of the woods together, Jasper noted. Bella and I will leave first, Edward said, standing up. She's been walking here for a couple of weeks, no one will think it's strange. Bella sighed and stood, grateful that Edward had the decency to step back and give her some space. She took a deep breath through her nose, catching the fading scent of the jacket and reminding herself that she still had it. Smiling lightly, she shrugged it off and turned to Arrow, who had also stood. Thanks, she said, handing it back to him. Think nothing of it, he replied, brushing a hand over her arm. But what will you do? Humans might still need an extra layer this time of year. I have a sweater in my bag, she said, nodding toward her truck. It won't be a problem. Smell is nice, she said teasingly. Bella, Edward said, his impatience evident. She huffed, casting a glance at him before meeting Arrow's amused gaze. She almost stood on her toes to kiss him again, but since the most forward gesture he had made was just a light brush of her arm, she held back. I'll see you later, she asked instead. You will, Alice chimed in from behind them, and Arrow's grin widened in response. Reluctantly, Bella stepped away and made her way toward the school, with Edward following closely behind her. Chapter 12. Arrow had gone hunting while Isabella was in class, heading south where the weather was more favorable. He stumbled upon a 2-for-1 deal in a rather unfortunate situation. The man, if he could even be called that, was dispatched quickly. The victim was too far gone for anything to be done anyway. After cleaning up, Arrow returned to the forest and sent a message to Isabella, letting her know he was there if she wanted to join him. As he waited, hoping she would want to spend time with him when she was free, he reflected on the previous evening. To dwell on Bella would be too distracting, so he focused instead on the plans he and the Cullens had made. They decided to wait until the members of the coven who were still attending school graduated, again, if the collection of graduation caps was any indication. Once free from a schedule that might raise questions about their whereabouts, they would head to Seattle to deal with the newborns. If it turned out that Victoria was behind their creation, attempting to lure the Cullens away from Forks and possibly leave Bella unprotected, they would leave her with the wolves as a precaution. Once the newborns were taken care of, it would simply be a matter of finding and stopping Victoria before she could hatch another scheme. In the distance, Arrow heard the school bell ring. He couldn't comprehend how the younger Cullens managed to repeat this life over and over again. Vampires might resist change, and while most of them were trapped in the form of older teenagers, the monotony must have left them feeling stagnant. Though Arrow had little memory of his own teenage years, Jane and Alec, being younger than the Cullens, constantly reminded him that teenagers could be trying at the best of times. He listened to the distant sounds of students leaving, their hearts beating at various rhythms, the quiet hum of chatter filling the air. Engines of various vehicles started and faded, blending into the general hum of life around him. The sound of twigs snapping and leaves crunching filled the air, a familiar symphony that signaled Isabella's return. He moved to her side, ensuring no one from the school was watching. She yelped, then let out a nervous laugh. Hi, she said after a moment. Hello, he replied, amusement dancing in his voice. And how was your day? Bella shrugged. Finals, she said, as if that explained everything. I don't have anything tomorrow or Wednesday, so I guess I'll have some time to study. How enthralling, he deadpanned, earning another laugh from her. And your hand? He asked, gently taking her hand and noticing the bruising on her knuckles. She glanced at it and shrugged. Fine. I've had worse. Her fingers absently brushed along his palm. I can't stay long, Charlie will be expecting me soon. Of course, Arrow conceded, feeling a twinge of disappointment but understanding her situation. What did you do today? She inquired. Hunted, he admitted, and not much else. She frowned. It hasn't been that long. No, he agreed. But now that we have a plan, and knowing it usually means things will go awry, I want to be prepared. She nodded, though she didn't reveal if the thought unsettled her. I should probably get going. Walk with me? She asked after a beat. At least to the truck. Maybe. I'll stay by your side for as long as possible, he promised, guiding her toward the now empty parking lot. They stopped beside her vehicle, where she seemed hesitant to voice her thoughts. Bella, Arrow said softly, coaxing her to look up at him through her lashes. After the newborns are, how long are you going to be here? He sighed. I don't know, Mia Cara. I want to say I will be here until you're ready to go to Italy. But as it is, I've already. It's been quite a while since I've been away, Arrow said, reflecting on his absence. At least, longer than my usual trips, especially without any of the guard. Once the newborns are taken care of, I believe my return will be expected immediately. So we only have about a week left together? Bella asked, her thumb gently tracing the back of his hand. For the time being, he agreed. She nodded, then let out a mirthless laugh. It's stupid that I don't want you to go, she admitted, shaking her head and avoiding his gaze. It's ridiculous, and I hate it. I hate that I already miss you. I can't even say it's because I hardly know you, I do. Maybe not all of you, but I've seen enough of your facets to get an idea. I just hate that I already know I'm going to be miserable without you around. Arrow should have let it go. But he had never been very good at self-restraint when it came to something he wanted, nor was he shy about expressing it. I missed you the moment you left my throne room, he confessed, carefully navigating the line between passion and honesty, between vulnerability and simple truth. He thought of Edward, who was overbearing and too intense for Bella's human sensibilities. She didn't need a grand declaration of love, that was Arrow's wager. And I will miss you again when I leave you here, he added. Bella sighed, not with wistfulness but with relief. Without another word, she turned to her truck and opened the door. Arrow held it for her, closing it once she was settled, then joined her in the cab. They drove in silence, but it was a comfortable silence. However, it wasn't long before he needed to leave her again, a moment closer to their parting for a couple of months. She slowed down and pulled off to the side of the road, even though it wasn't necessary. When she put the truck in park, Arrow frowned. What is it? He asked. Bella licked her lips, and for a brief moment, he eagerly anticipated feeling her lips against his again. Would it be weird if I called? When you go back, I mean. Or text you. Is that weird? Bella asked, a slight blush coloring her cheeks. Yes, Arrow smirked. But I will anticipate it nonetheless. Good, she replied with a nod. He wanted to reach for her, to touch her, to kiss her, but he held back, at least, not to the extent he desired. Instead, he took her hand and brought her bruised knuckles to his lips, letting his kiss linger on her skin. He could hear the rapid beat of her heart quickening and noticed how her breath hitched. A smile spread across his lips as her blush deepened. Until tomorrow, he promised against her skin, delighting in the way her eyes darkened. He stepped out of the truck before temptation could overwhelm him. Arrow waited until the truck was out of sight, then closed his eyes to regain his composure. Suddenly, he realized he wanted to give her something she could keep with her when they parted. A piece of him, a reminder that he would be waiting. He thought it might even offer her some protection, at least in a way. Inspired, he headed south once more, relieved that being on the west coast meant the trip wouldn't take long. Bella could easily imagine what would have happened if Arrow had stayed just a few seconds longer in her truck. She would have unlatched her seatbelt, stretched across the seat, and kissed him. She would have moved closer to him, and when that wasn't enough, she would have climbed into his lap. Unlike Edward, Arrow wouldn't have hesitated at the thought of her in his lap. He wouldn't have stopped her from running her fingers through his hair, pulling gently yet effectively enough to draw him closer. Then, she could have kissed him deeper. He likely would have. He pulled her closer, wishing to return the favor by weaving his fingers through her hair. Maybe he would whisper sweet Italian phrases against her lips, her jaw, her bells. Charlie half yelled, pulling her out of her daydream. He chuckled, "What's that, you so deep in thought?" He pointed at her barely touched dinner with his fork. Bella glanced down, surprised to find herself at the table, even though she had cooked the pasta dish and told Charlie that dinner was ready. "Finals," she replied, shaking her head to clear away the image of those cool, smooth lips brushing foreign words against her skin, and those red eyes filled with a different kind of thirst. She hadn't realized her imagination could be so vivid before. "Everything all right besides that?" Charlie asked as Bella resumed, or maybe even started, eating. "You haven't had any nightmares that I've noticed for a couple of months now." "I guess I haven't," she said, surprised at the realization. The dreams she did have could easily be considered nightmares, especially given how many times she had been bitten in them. She thought about what she would become in just a few months. But she wasn't scared anymore. The unknown had terrified her, but now that she had an idea of what to expect, she felt a little more at ease. "Been sleeping all right?" Charlie asked cautiously. "Except last night," she murmured. A quick glance at Charlie prompted her to elaborate. "I had some questions for the school in Italy," she said with a shrug. "Didn't think I could sleep until I asked them." "Did you get sorted?" "Yeah, everything's fine," she agreed. After a few bites, she asked, "How do you think Billy would feel if I took Jake to Florida?" Charlie nearly dropped his fork. "Sorry, what?" he asked, regaining his composure. "Well, the Cullens gave me a ticket to see Mom last year for my birthday. I was thinking of using the ticket after graduation to go see her before Italy. There was a companion ticket, and I know it was probably meant for Edward, but since we're not together." Bella shrugged. "What about Alice?" Charlie suggested. "I'm not sure if she would," Bella replied. Charlie sighed. "I don't know what Billy would think. I do know what it would look like to everyone, though." "Jake and I have an understanding," Bella said confidently. "But if that's the only reason you see for not bringing him, I might ask when the time gets closer." "As long as the Cullens won't mind," Charlie said, nodding. "Ask them before you ask Jake. You're still friends with Alice, and I know Carlisle is a pretty understanding guy, all things considered. They may not like the idea of you taking someone else, though." Bella nodded, recognizing the wisdom in his words, and quietly agreed to ask the next chance she got. Dinner proceeded fairly normally after that, although Bella's mind didn't wander back to the truck until she started doing the dishes. By the time she finished washing, drying, and putting everything away, she had a pretty clear idea of what it might have been like if they had kissed in her truck on the side of the road. She imagined his hands traveling up her shirt, over her spine, and tracing along her sides, up her stomach. When she entered her bedroom, she mildly regretted giving Arrow back his jacket. Suddenly, she screamed at the sight of Edward sitting on her bed. "Bella!" Charlie called from upstairs, panic in his voice. "Spider," she called back. "Startled me, that's all." Turning back to Edward, she hissed, "Get out." "Your window was open," he pointed out calmly. "I don't care, it wasn't open for you," she shot back, trying to keep her voice low while still wanting to scream at him. "And who was it open for, Bella?" Edward asked. "Don't tell me it was Arrow." "What would it matter if it was?" "Because he's dangerous," Edward replied. "Did you hear what he said?" He admitted it himself. "I know he was here last night, especially since he didn't have his jacket when Carlisle, Esme, and I got back, and you were wearing it this morning." "How do you know he didn't give it to me in the truck? Or in the woods before you arrived?" Bella countered. Edward looked at her as if she were being adorably naive. "It smelled more like you than him," he reasoned. "Oh, so now you're smelling Arrow?" She crossed her arms defiantly. "Bella, come on." "No, get out," she insisted, gesturing toward the window with a tilt of her head. "You have to let me try." "I don't have to let you do anything." The window wasn't left open as an invitation, she reiterated firmly. Bella, he began, but she darted for her phone on the nightstand. He was right behind her, but he didn't touch her. I'm scaring you, he realized, sounding almost offended, as if he were disgusted, either with her or himself. It didn't matter. She turned to face him. You can leave, she said firmly, or I can call. Edward, Alice interrupted from the window, her voice laced with a fond exasperation not unlike Edward's tone with Bella. She gracefully swung into the room and settled on the foot of the bed. I thought you said you were going to scout for Victoria with Jasper. Edward glanced away, silent. Have you guys? Bella began to ask Alice, but she stopped when Alice shook her head. Jas says he'll pick up the scent, but then he loses it about 5 miles out. He was going to ask Arrow for help, but he headed south earlier for an errand. Edward frowned, looking at Alice with confusion, but she continued to smile placidly, unbothered by her brother likely eavesdropping. A moment later, there was another rustle in the trees, and Jacob appeared. Hey, guys, he said, smiling at Bella, giving a lesser smile to Alice, and casting a dark look at Edward. What are you doing? Jacob, what are you doing here? Edward asked as politely as he could, his nose wrinkling slightly. He hopped into the room. I'm here to see Bella, Jacob replied with a casual shrug. Shirtless? Edward shot back. Jacob shrugged again, stuffing his hands into the pockets of his worn and torn jeans, which looked like they could have come straight from the forest outside her house or been something he just started carrying around. Bella couldn't help but snicker. I hadn't realized I was hosting a party, she said, feeling herself relax even more. Alice's arrival had already taken the edge off, and Jacob was easing her tension just a little bit more. I'm having a party after the graduation ceremony next week, Alice chimed in, her eyes lighting up as she turned to Jacob. You and the other members of the tribe are invited. Jacob raised an eyebrow at Alice. You want us to go to a party with a bunch of bloodsuckers? Don't worry, Alice replied, pulling out her phone and dialing. The ratio of humans to vampires will likely drown out the worst of the smell. It should be the same the other way around. It'll be fine, we'll hardly have to air out the house after you've gone. Just then, Bella's phone vibrated in her hand, displaying Alice's name. She frowned at her friend, who wore a slight smirk, as Jacob looked ready to argue. Bells? Charlie's voice called from down the hall. In an instant, the 3 supernatural beings froze and then vanished out the window. Bella heard faint sounds coming from her phone and hit speakerphone just as Charlie knocked and opened her bedroom door. She looked up at her dad as Edward began to speak. Alice, he chided, and Charlie glanced at the phone. Jacob is Bella's friend, and Bella is mine. If I want to invite him and a few others to my party, then I will, Alice countered, and Charlie arched an eyebrow. That sounded a lot louder from the stairs, he said suspiciously. Sorry, I had it turned up because there was a bat or something's outside my window, Bella said, tossing her phone onto the bed as Jacob erupted into laughter. She glanced outside and spotted the 3 of them just at the tree line. They were far enough from the house that their voices wouldn't carry, but close enough to slip back inside as soon as Charlie left. With purpose, Bella closed the window, locked it, and drew the curtains. Edward was grumbling softly, but his words were too quiet for human ears to catch. Everything all right? Bella asked Charlie as she returned to her bed. He frowned at the window. You used to always have that open. You complained it was too warm. I've been getting chilly lately, she replied. Yeah, it has been a bit colder than normal, Charlie agreed, then turned to leave her room, clearly satisfied that she hadn't snuck anyone in. Bella, Edward said, his tone plaintive. Can you, please, just let me? You're supposed to be watching the house tomorrow with Arrow, aren't you? Bella interrupted. You can talk to me then. I would rather talk to you alone, he insisted, while Alice began to grumble about her phone. Well, that's not going to happen, especially now, Bella shot back. And you'd let him. Good night, Bella said, ending the call and slamming her phone face down on the bed. She leaned her head back against the headboard, staring at the ceiling and suddenly realizing her mind had no interest in revisiting the thought of what being in the truck with Arrow could have been like. It turned out one conversation with Edward was better than a cold shower. Her message arrived in the early hours of the morning, a request to come just after 6. Quite early, especially since she didn't need to be at school that day. He arrived as requested, noting that her father had already left for the day. Arrow watched the house with curiosity, hearing Bella moving about calmly, if the shuffle of her footsteps and her heart rate meant anything. The smell of dog grew thicker in the air around him, causing. Arrow paused, feeling the breath on his neck. He tensed, prepared to either fight or flee depending on what happened next. After a couple of seconds, he sensed a distinct nudge on his back, followed by a snuffling sound that resembled a sneeze. Confused, Arrow turned to face the russet wolf that was staring at him. "I have a feeling you want me to know something," he said, slowly lifting his hand but stopping short of making contact. The wolf looked at him with a hint of disgust, though slightly less than the others had shown. "I can touch you like this to find out, or you can transform back into your human form." The wolf tilted its head slightly, but the sound of the back door made it perk up for a moment. Then, without another glance, it turned and headed into the woods. With the wolf gone, Arrow darted out from the tree line, then slowed his pace as he approached Bella, wanting to avoid startling her again. She smiled brightly when she spotted him, shifting the blanket over her arm. "Buongiorno, mia cara," Arrow greeted, taking the blanket from her as they continued toward the tree line. Hi, I think," she replied, chuckling nervously. "Yes, Bella. What have you planned for today?" "Studying," she said as they arrived at their destination. "Or at least trying to." Arrow flicked out the blanket, and Bella set down her school bag. He heard the approach of someone else, a faster heartbeat and the faint smell of dog carried on the breeze. "As much as I'm flattered that you want to keep me company while watching your house, I'm surprised you're up this early," Arrow remarked. "That's because she left her window open last night," Jacob Black said as he emerged from the trees, wearing nothing but a pair of pants. He looked Arrow up and down, half scowling and half frowning, before turning a softened gaze toward Bella. "I wanted to make sure you'd be all right, knowing who half your guard was supposed to be this morning." Arrow narrowed his eyes, and a moment later, understanding dawned on him. Arrow moved quickly, inadvertently startling Bella as he took her bruised hand in his own, his gaze sweeping over her as he gently grasped her shoulder. "Did he hurt you, mia cara?" he asked, searching for any signs that Edward had laid a hand on her. Bella shook her head, still reeling from the shock. She glanced at Jacob, as if seeking help. Arrow followed her gaze, and Jacob looked between them. "Me and the small one stepped in," Jacob said with a shrug. "We all cleared out when Charlie came around. Anyway," he added with a sigh, "I have school. So." "Thanks, Jake," Bella said, smiling at her friend. With a slight shift, Arrow withdrew his hands, watching as Bella moved to the wolf and gave him a quick hug. "For last night and this morning," she said. Jacob wrapped his arms around her snugly. "You don't have to thank me. Protecting you from vampires is my job," he replied. Bella snickered, stepping back and giving him a gentle shove on the shoulder. "Go on then, get going." Jacob smiled at her, met Arrow's gaze, and nodded before turning to disappear into the woods. A moment later, there was the distinct sound of ripping fabric. "I suppose that explains his lack of dress," Arrow remarked casually as Bella turned back to him. "Yeah," she huffed, rolling her eyes but grinning as she returned to his side. She tossed herself down on the blanket, reached for her bag, and began pulling things out. "Does it bother you that I'm still friends with Jake?" she asked. Arrow glanced over his shoulder, still able to faintly hear the wolf's heartbeat. He considered warning her that he could hear, but thought better of it. It seemed Bella had no desire to keep secrets from Jacob. "Only in that once you've changed, it will be difficult, if not impossible, to maintain," Arrow replied, sitting as dignified as possible beside her. "Even if you decide to stay with the Cullens, there's no. Your relationship with Jacob won't just fade away," Arrow said, watching Bella with wide eyes. her mouth slightly parted as if she were disappointed. "Stay with. Do you want me to?" she asked, uncertainty in her voice. "No," he replied immediately. "I thought I had made my desires clear the other night." "Yeah, but that was in Italian," she grumbled, prompting a giggle from him. Leaning in closer, he smirked and said, "Penso che tu piaccia." As Bella reached to smack him again, he gently caught her wrist in his hand. "Did we not learn anything from yesterday?" he teased, glancing at her already bruised hand. "Only that you have a tendency to make me want to smack you," she shot back, a smirk playing on her lips. Was she flirting with him? "I do love it when you speak impertinently," he grinned, shifting his hold from her wrist to her hand. "How much trouble am I going to get into for talking to you like this when I'm changed?" she asked, and he couldn't help but let a mischievous smile spread across his face. He noticed her eyes darken and her lips part in a soft gasp. "Quite a lot, but nothing that would make you regret it." Bella let out a startled laugh, her cheeks flushing a deep red. He leaned in, brushing his nose along her cheek and relishing the way she shivered. He inhaled deeply, his throat feeling a bit scratchy. She had a lovely scent, sweet and floral. Yet, if he were hunting and prey was abundant, hers wouldn't be the scent that drew him in. There was an underlying musk of dog, but it was there all the same. Her other hand found its way to his neck, fingers curling around the back just beneath his hair. His hands slipped around her waist, their position resembling a waltz, though they weren't dancing. He turned his head, brushing his lips against the line of her jaw, and then he heard They could hear the distant sounds of a vampire running toward them. Arrow sighed, stepping back from Isabella, releasing her waist and gently pushing her hand away from his neck. "What? Why did you?" she stammered, blinking at him in surprise. "Because," he whispered softly, "I'm quite certain it looked like I was about to feast on your neck." She blinked again, considering his words. Would that be such a... But she stopped abruptly when the rustling noise became clearer to her human ears. Her eyes widened, and a new kind of blush crept across her cheeks. "You're a little adorable when you're embarrassed," he remarked, earning himself a scowl. "Shut up." "Now, that's been a promising phrase in the past," he replied with a grin, pleased when she threw her head back and laughed just as Edward emerged from the tree line. Arrow knew from Edward's memories that Bella had never laughed like that around him before. She had never seemed so relaxed, so free to express herself. Was it the eggshells Edward insisted on walking on around her, terrified of breaking her, of hurting her? Was he really that concerned about losing control? Arrow felt a twinge of sympathy for the younger vampire. "I must have missed most of the joke," Edward said as he joined them on the blanket. Situational humor. Bella waved it off, reluctantly pulling her hand from Arrow's and picking up her textbook. Edward glanced between them, concern flickering in his eyes. "You said we could talk today," he said, tilting his head to get a better look at her as she bent over her book. She looked up and shrugged. "Yeah, I did." Then she closed her book. "What did you want to talk about?" Edward looked at Arrow again. "Could we have some time alone?" he asked politely. "I want him here," Bella replied firmly. "Bella," Edward began to protest. "How about a compromise, mia cara?" Arrow suggested, taking her hand once more and cradling it gently. "I won't be far." "Well, within hearing range, but I'll give you some space," Arrow said. "It's not much of a compromise," Edward pointed out. "Seeing as how you'll still get to eavesdrop." "Yes, but it's only fair play since you can listen in on anyone's thoughts but hers. I'm sure you heard a few things in my mind just moments ago that I would rather have kept to myself. All you would have to do is make skin contact, and you'd hear exactly what I think about that, as well as anything we discuss here," Edward countered. "I want him nearby," Bella said firmly. Edward looked displeased, but instead of arguing, he merely nodded. Bella turned to Arrow, shifting her fingers to squeeze his hand. "I won't be far," Arrow promised again before leaving, moving out of sight but likely not as far as Edward would prefer. He remained well within hearing range, with no walls to muffle the sound. Arrow leaned against a tree, keeping quiet and attentive. Right, Bella said nervously. What do you want to talk about? There was a pause. How have you been? Pretty great, Bella replied, and Arrow couldn't help but smile slightly. You know, things are going pretty well. Jake was by this morning. Yes, I can smell him on your clothes, Edward said, a hint of disgust in his voice. I'm surprised Arrow could be so close to it. You are, Bella retorted. Alice is. Is this all that's going to happen? You say you want to talk, and then complain the whole time about every little thing? No, Edward replied quickly. No, it's not how I wanted things to go. I'm just adrift. Lost. I don't know what I am without you. You got along pretty well for 100 years. Yeah, but that was before I knew you, Edward said, and Arrow could hear the charming smile in his voice. There was another pause. What did you think about the final in biology? It was, okay, I guess, Bella replied, sounding uncertain. It was well written. Better than the one I took about 20 years ago, Arrow remarked. Well, science has advanced, Bella teased, and Arrow was surprised to find himself pleased by her comment. No, Edward replied, his voice taking on a light, amused tone. It was written by a teacher who very much did not believe in what he was teaching. As Edward began the story, he engaged with Bella, who made comments and snickered at various parts. The narrative shifted as Edward recounted his more interesting experiences within the U.S. education system, drawing from his varied time there. Arrow listened too, though perhaps not with the same level of interest as Bella. He remained alert, scanning the trees and listening intently, tasting the air. It was during this focus that he noticed a faint rustling that didn't belong to any animal, a sound without a heartbeat. Moving swiftly, Arrow caught the intruder off guard, causing the newcomer to stumble backward. Can I help you? Arrow asked smoothly, offering a warm smile. The vampire's eyes darted past him toward the house before finally meeting his gaze. Are you the one? He asked, his voice trembling. The one who, the smell. Riley gave us a taste of the smell. He said he would give it to us again when the time was right, but it was so good. I couldn't. I had to. My friend, Arrow said, stepping closer and extending his hand. Please. The vampire hesitated, eyeing Arrow's hand before inching closer, then stopping abruptly. He inhaled deeply, his eyes widening. You carry the smell, he said, his voice reminiscent of an addict staggering toward Arrow. Arrow grasped his hand and saw. He caught a glimpse of the blur of a once human life, perhaps a tourist, definitely not a local. Bitten, but by whom? And the burn of bloodlust surged within him. Lies had been told to keep them out of the sun, to stay hidden. The Cullens dominated this territory. If they discovered the new ones were feeding, they would surely be destroyed. Arrow understood that the Cullens had to be eliminated first. The timing was uncertain, but it was clear that something had to be done soon. The blouse was made of silk, red, and exuded a painfully sweet and wondrous scent. The thirst burned within him, yearning for that fragrance. It had to be reached. It had to. Arrow yanked the vampire's arm from its socket before seizing its head and twisting it off. He pulled a lighter from the pocket of his jacket, holding the severed head by the hair as he ignited it. He reveled in tearing apart the body, tossing it into the flames and watching it ignite. Taking deep breaths through his mouth, he tasted the smoke and the charred flesh, clearing his senses of the secondary bloodlust. His throat felt drier than before, but it was manageable, no different than the day he met Bella. He would have information to share with the Cullens, confirmation of what the newborns were created for, as well as a direct link between them and the intruders. Satisfied that the vampire who had wandered here was gone for good, Arrow grabbed a nearby boulder and tossed it onto the flames, smothering them to avoid drawing attention or allowing the fire to spread. He was just adjusting the cuffs of his sleeves when he heard Isabella cry out in agony. Chapter 13. Things had been going rather well. Bella had actually been enjoying her time with Edward, learning more about his life before Forks, or at least before Forks this decade. She couldn't imagine going through school as often as he had, though he did mention some of his higher education. He talked about it in a way that felt like he was preparing her for something, but it was still nice to hear. She had been laughing at a story when she suddenly noticed that he had gone silent, staring at her with a glimmer in his eye. "What?" she asked. "I missed you," Edward replied. "Just this, us. Spending time together, just you and me. It hasn't been the same. And I know why, and I know it's my fault. I want to make it up to you." Bella sighed, but for the first time in the last couple of months, it wasn't out of exasperation. "This?" she said, gesturing between them. "It's a start. But things will never be the way they were before." She began to speak, and Edward nodded. I know. I left, and things changed. But Bella, you have to know I still love you." "Edward," she began, but before she could finish, he leaned toward her, reaching for her face. Instinct took over, and she hid his hand away, determined not to let him do what she knew he was about to. "Did we not learn anything from yesterday?" Arrow's earlier warning echoed in her mind as she felt her already bruised hand scream in agony. A sharp gasp escaped her lips. Edward's eyes widened in horror as he watched her clutch her injured hand against her chest. "Bella?" he asked, concern evident in his voice. His hands hovered uncertainly, but the scowl she shot him through the pain kept him from moving closer. "Isabella," Arrow snarled, appearing at her side a moment later. "What happened?" he demanded, scanning the area as if looking for something. "I was an idiot," she ground out. Bella glanced down at her hand, noticing the swelling beginning to form. Arrow followed her gaze, first to her hand and then to Edward. "I suppose that entirely depends on what the situation was," he said, gently taking her injured hand in his. The coolness of his skin felt almost as soothing as an ice pack. But then, as his fingers flexed, she winced in pain. "Posso solo sperare che tu non resti così fragile dopo il veleno," Arrow murmured, relaxing his grip as he helped Bella to her feet. Edward snickered, drawing Arrow's attention. "If I discover you're the cause," Arrow warned. "Only in that he was what I hit my hand on," Bella interjected, redirecting Arrow's focus away from Edward. If she didn't know any better, she would say that Edward looked relieved, perhaps even grateful for her quick thinking. Arrow sighed and shook his head. "Come. Your hand needs to be examined." He began guiding her toward the front of the house. "I'll call Carlyle," Edward offered, following closely behind. "He can arrange to get Bella admitted faster." "I will not be able to join you," Arrow stated firmly, exchanging a meaningful look with Edward. Edward swallowed hard, cringing as pain flickered across his face. "Perhaps you shouldn't either," Arrow suggested simply. "I'll be fine," Edward replied, his tone firm but laced with irritation. "Perhaps you will be," Arrow agreed. "All right, what's going on?" Bella asked as they reached the truck, while Edward stepped away to get into the Volvo. "Nothing to fret over, mia cara," Arrow reassured her as he opened the passenger door and helped her inside. Once the door was closed, he dashed into the house and returned moments later, settling into the driver's seat with the keys in hand. As the engine roared to life and they pulled onto the road, Arrow began to explain. "Someone was in the woods, but I heard them before they got near the house. You won't have anything to worry about from them. Their thoughts, however, let's simply. I'm not in the right mindset to go into a hospital where the smell of blood lingers in the air." Bella paled but nodded, understanding the implication behind his words. She paused for a moment, contemplating why Arrow would ask if Edward was okay to enter, especially since the Cullens had visited Carlyle in the hospital before without any issues. However, the predatory gleam in Arrow's eyes hadn't faded since he rushed to her side. If Arrow was feeling an intense thirst, despite the bright red of his eyes, Edward might have sensed it too while reading Arrow's thoughts. As they arrived at the hospital, the patient drop-off area was mercifully empty, giving them a few more precious moments together. When Arrow put the truck in park, Bella reached out and touched his hand with her good one. Are you sure you're all right? She asked. I'll be fine, he assured her, and Bella nodded. Then, acting on impulse, she leaned across the seat and planted a quick kiss on Arrow's cheek. He inhaled deeply when she was close, letting out the most satisfied sigh she'd ever heard. When she pulled back, his eyes remained closed, a faint smile lingering on his lips. I tell you as delicately as possible that I'm terribly thirsty, and you bring that elegant neck so very near, he said, finally opening his eyes. They were a darker shade now, the gleam in them hinting at more than just a hunter's instinct. Sorry, Bella apologized. I think you forget what I am sometimes, he replied, extending a finger to trace the pulse at her neck. She swallowed hard. No, she said, not daring to shake her head. I don't forget. I just know you won't hurt me. Not intentionally, he agreed. But I do not wish to tempt fate. You're exceedingly breakable. She chuckled softly. Yeah, she said, turning to open the truck door. She slid out of the seat and then turned back to him. Arrow said, will you be far? Yes, she replied, sensing he didn't want to elaborate. She understood his intentions. I will return your vehicle and have Edward bring you either home or to the Cullens. I believe we should have a conversation later. All right, Bella said, waving briefly before stepping back and shutting the door. The truck sped away in an instant. Bella stood beneath the overhang at the patient drop-off, watching her truck vanish while cradling her injured hand against her chest. It should have disturbed her that Arrow was heading off somewhere to take another human life. It should have bothered her that at least 5 people were already dead since his arrival. And, deep down, she supposed it did. The nameless, faceless nature of it all helped her push those thoughts aside, allowing her to consider what she would do when she changed, without dwelling on it too much. Before her mind could spiral into various scenarios, the hospital doors slid open behind her, and she turned to see Carlyle approaching. He smiled and shook his head as he came closer. Edward told me you hit him with an already injured hand from hitting Arrow, he asked with a grin. Are they giving you trouble? Nothing I can't handle, Bella replied confidently. Your hand says differently, he teased, guiding her inside. Come on, let's get you admitted. I already called for an X-ray, so it won't take too long. Bella was waiting for the nurse who was supposed to escort her back to her spot in the emergency room when her phone rang. Hello? She answered, glancing around the corridor, feeling a twinge of guilt that this might be against hospital rules. Have you been seen to? Arrow asked on the other end. His voice sounded almost breathless, as if he needed to breathe. I just had an X-ray, Bella replied, then added with a smirk, do you know what an X-ray is? Yes, Bella, he said, and she could almost picture him rolling his eyes at her. I assume you won't be much longer, then? Bella asked, her voice laced with uncertainty. Hopefully not, Arrow replied. She glanced up as a nurse passed by. Not her assigned nurse, but a nurse nonetheless. This one didn't scowl or give her any disapproving looks for being on her phone, so Bella relaxed a little more, leaning back in her chair. Where did you go? She asked, curious. South, he answered vaguely, confirming her suspicions about his activities. At least he should be feeling better, and she hoped whoever he had fed on deserved it. Is Edward with you? No, she shook her head, even though it wasn't necessary. He's waiting back in the emergency room. I shouldn't be long. However, I recommend finding a way to excuse yourself from returning home after you leave the hospital. I want to speak with all of you about what happened in the forest. What about my dad? I don't think he has anything to worry about, Miyakara, Arrow said soothingly. She couldn't help the small smile that crept onto her lips. What about my truck? It was returned to your home before I left, Arrow replied just as the nurse from earlier rounded the corner down the hall. I have to go, he said simply. I'll see you at the Cullen house, he added before disconnecting. Bella followed the nurse back to the examination area, sitting on the bed as directed and waiting. A moment later, Edward appeared around the corner, offering a nervous smile before taking a seat in the chair next to her bed. Do you know what happened in the woods? What Arrow was talking about? Bella asked, her curiosity piqued. Edward grimaced. Most of it, he replied. Then, glancing at her, he added, nothing you need to worry about. He wants me at the house, she told him, prompting Edward to stare at her with wide eyes. He told me to go there after I leave here. And you're just going to do what he asks? I did for you. No, Edward shook his head. No, you didn't. Name something, Bella challenged. Live a normal life, Edward responded. Forget me, forget my family. I asked you to do all of that, Bella countered. Right, because I was just going to shrug it off and carry on as if none of you existed. As if I didn't know. And yet, when he asked something of you. Bella leaned forward, careful not to topple off the exam chair. Locking eyes with Edward, she said, Arrow hasn't asked me to do anything I haven't been willing to do anyway. You know what? The only thing Jacob has ever really asked me to do that I didn't was to stay away from you in Italy. You asked me to stay away, then you stalk into my room. You tell me to forget you, then you come back. Accept your gifts, then take them all away. I didn't, Edward said softly. They're underneath a floorboard in your room. She shook her head. Why can't you understand that things are never going to be the way they were before? She glanced at her injured hand. Edward stared at it, really stared, for so long that she began to wonder if he would even respond. Eventually, his shoulders slumped, and he met her gaze again. Before he could answer, the curtain was pulled back, and Carlyle grinned at her. A sprain, he announced. You're lucky. We'll get you set up with a brace, and then I can drive you to the house. You're my last patient of the day. Edward stood. Why bring her to the house? He asked. Alice called. She said Bella would need to be there, Carlyle replied as he began fitting a brace for Bella. I'm sure she didn't mean. He never tried to exclude me, Bella interjected pointedly, turning to look at Edward, whose eyebrows shot up in surprise. He doesn't hide things. He doesn't tell half-truths or try to shrug things off. Edward remained silent, statue still, as Carlyle finished wrapping Bella's hand. We'll get you discharged, Carlyle said as he stood up. Bella patted Edward on the shoulder, snapping him out of his stupor. Once they were on the road, Carlyle asked, now that we don't have others listening in and taking notes, would you like to tell me what really happened to your hand? I know you didn't just trip and fall the wrong way, there were some already healing bruises. Bella sighed and explained her thoughtless actions concerning both Arrow and Edward. It was impulsive on both counts, she said with a shrug. Carlyle didn't seem amused, nor did he look particularly upset. He looked more confused, really. Arrow let you, he began. Smack him? Yeah, I suppose he did. I mean, he caught my hand earlier today when I went to do it again. Carlyle shook his head. I don't mean, well, I suppose I do. I just mean that he let you act that way with him. Bella frowned. What was he like when you were with him? Edward told me that the Volturi were refined, that they appreciated the arts and sciences, but obviously didn't care much about human lives. But, what was he like? Carlyle pursed his lips. It really depended on the moment, the situation, he explained. He wasn't what I would call manic, though there are many who probably would. He told me he went between ruthless and benevolent, Bella supplied. He did, Carlyle agreed. He had an interest in how my lifestyle affected me. He'd heard of others doing so, of course, but they were all weakened, diminished. He did try to convert me to their way of life, but he certainly didn't force it. I witnessed a few of the executions he performed, usually done without much explanation. He knew if they meant it, Bella said, nodding. I suppose. But there were always whispers about whether the vampire was truly guilty of whatever crime they had committed or if they were just a means to a different end. Like with the destroying covens, Bella pointed out. Carlyle glanced at Bella. I get the feeling you already know most of this. Bella shrugged, trying to suppress a blush. The other night, I asked him to explain himself after the call. I wanted to understand. I mean, Jake has a negative view of all of you because that's what he was taught. That's what he was told. It's what his instincts tell him now. He didn't really believe any of it before he phased for the first time. I've always had an idea of what vampires and werewolves are supposed to be like. We all have our views and opinions. I wanted him to explain why he did what he did. And did you get your answers? Carlyle asked. I did. Bella nodded once. And you're okay with what you heard? His question was clinical, devoid of judgment. I know he's not a perfect man, Bella replied, prompting a nod from Carlyle. I don't like what he's done, but he didn't lie about it. And everything I say is going to make it sound like I'm defending him. Bella, I know Arrow isn't pure evil, Carlyle assured her. I do know him, and I call him a friend for a reason. There's a difference between defending and acknowledging. He sighed. I just want you to understand that there is darkness in him. He isn't always nice or charming. I know, she said simply, and they fell into a comfortable silence for the rest of the drive to the house. There was a newborn vampire near the house this morning, Arrow began to explain, causing all the vampires in the room except Edward to still. Bella shuddered at the thought. When she and Carlyle arrived at the house, Arrow was waiting for them in the garage. He quietly moved to Bella's side, helping her out of the car as was his custom, then led them back through the house once Edward arrived as well. Once they were all assembled in the living room, Arrow stood before them, a commanding presence at the center. Carlyle and Esme stood off to the side. I didn't hear their thoughts, Edward said thoughtfully from Bella's left. Alice glanced at him from her right. I would wager the distance was far enough away, Arrow replied. I only caught the sound when I had given you and Isabella privacy to talk. I intercepted him. Arrow looked back at the room. The newborns were created for the purpose of destroying you all. You were painted as territorial, the dominant coven in the area because you wouldn't allow anyone to feed here. So, not Victoria, Emmett said, contemplating the situation. When everyone turned to him, he shrugged and added, our eyes would have told her we aren't human blood drinkers. Unless she lied, Carlyle reminded them. I did not see her in the newborn's memories, Arrow stated. But that doesn't mean she's not somehow linked. I do know, however, that the mystery vampire who entered the Swan residence is connected to the newborns. The vampire was drawn there by Bella's scent, which he'd experienced prior to his arrival through a blouse. How could he have picked up the scent from so far away? Edward asked, frowning. Perhaps he had a gift for a stronger sense of smell. Or maybe he wanted to seek it out on his own, Arrow shrugged. I don't know. You were in his head, and you don't know? Edward pressed. I only know what he knows. If it was the former, he was unaware of his talent. If it was the latter, I ripped his head off before I managed to get to such a memory. Why would you? Edward started to ask, but was cut off when wide red eyes locked onto his. Because he wanted to drain Isabella dry, Arrow snarled. He wanted to, he paused, seeming to take a breath, though it could have just been a reflex. After a moment, Arrow regained his composure, and a quick glance in Jasper's direction made Bella think he'd received some assistance. I was enraged. I felt I'd seen enough, Arrow declared. But you might not have, Rosalie replied, a slight scowl on her face. When Arrow turned to her, she held her ground. He could have gotten permission from whoever was in charge to find Bella. Or there might have been others with him. Yes, Arrow conceded. I suppose I acted a bit rashly. I haven't seen anything regarding a decision, Alice added, gazing thoughtfully into the distance. I don't think anything was left to chance. Even so, we should scout the area around the house, Carlyle said decisively. He turned to Bella. Your father? I called while you were discharging me, she replied. He'll be at the station. He thinks I'm shopping with Alice in Port Angeles. Ah, you chose shopping, Alice chimed in, smiling at Bella. We'll search the perimeter of the house to make sure there isn't anyone else lingering, Carlyle stated. We can't move the confrontation up any sooner than planned, or we risk drawing suspicion. Arrow, he continued, his tone losing its authority, could you stay here with Bella until we return? Will you be all right with that? Arrow nodded once but remained silent. All right, let's go. Stay in contact, if anyone sees anything. What about the pack? Bella interjected before most of the Cullens could leave. Should they know? Yes, Arrow and Carlyle responded in unison. They should be made aware, Carlyle added before taking off, followed closely by the others. Bella glanced around the empty living room, Arrow standing like a statue among the silence. She pulled out her phone, finding it challenging to navigate with just one hand. After a moment, she located Jacob's contact and called. It rang to voicemail. Frustrated, she tried again, receiving the same result. With a huff, she left a message explaining the situation and hung up, turning her gaze to the window. Do you want me to stay? Arrow asked suddenly, startling her. He wasn't looking at her but was instead focused on the view outside, just as she had been. Yes, she replied simply. Bella didn't hesitate. She got off the couch and walked toward him. Why wouldn't I? Arrow turned to her with a quick motion, as if snapping to attention, if he were human. I touched Carlyle's hand while the younger ones teased you about yours. I saw the conversation you had. And that would make me not want to be alone with you? Bella asked, arching an eyebrow and chuckling nervously. Arrow slowly moved his hand to trace the line of her neck, down to her pulse point, just as he had earlier. He leaned in, and Bella's eyes fluttered closed as she felt his lips graze her skin. You know where I was earlier, he whispered into the crease where her neck met her shoulder. You know what I did, how I feed. This will be the third time you've let me so close to your neck, and I wonder if you truly understand the very real danger you may be in. You hunted again, she replied, her hand moving to his neck involuntarily, her fingers threading through his hair. She tugged gently, and he lifted his head, grazing his nose along her cheek before meeting her gaze. And you will again a few more times before you leave. I understand that I should be terrified of you. I was a little this morning, the way your eyes, you're a vampire, I get it. I've seen how Alice, Jasper, and Edward behave when they're in a fight. I know what it looks like. It is a little frightening, but you're not going to hurt me. I know you won't. We never got to talk, he said carefully, about why you are so certain of that. Why your feelings for Edward have dimmed. Do you really want to talk now? She asked, hoping she wouldn't have to take the lead this time. I do not. This time, he kissed her. Arrow didn't know if it was Edward's lack of experience or perhaps his more chaste life that made him cautious. From his memories, he recalled how Edward would always stop a kiss before it went too far, holding Bella at bay. Arrow kept his distance, no matter if they were alone in a field or nestled in her bed. For once, he had to give the boy credit. It was excruciatingly difficult not to lose control with this tiny, delicate, responsive human in his arms. He couldn't pull her too close, fearing he might break a rib. He had to be mindful of his teeth, even the slightest nip could lead to disaster in so many ways. Arrow had to ensure that his hands didn't tug her hair too hard or dig into her lovely, soft curves. Her taste and smell overwhelmed his senses. He wanted to ravish her, yet he didn't have the luxury of letting go just yet. It was a small form of torture, especially with the wonderful little sound she made so softly, likely thinking he couldn't hear her. Then Bella needed air, and she pulled away, panting heavily. Her dark eyes deepened with desire. Lust was a shade she wore beautifully, the flush of her cheeks trailing down her neck to her chest, where her shirt opened just a bit. The plumpness of her lips, glistening, and the way she bit her lower lip was almost more than he could bear. Bella Creatura, Arrow breathed, shaking his head in awe. He leaned in, his lips brushing against her jaw, and he felt her shudder in delight. Come ti adoro così tanto Gia. Ti amo. Ho bisogno di te. She tensed, and he braced himself for her to suddenly grasp the meaning of his words. He certainly didn't expect her to laugh. Arrow leaned back, looking down at her in confusion. "Sorry," she said, biting her lips for a moment, shaking her head to regain her composure. "Normally, I would know what someone would be thinking right now, but I'm afraid I'm at a loss. She cleared her throat and blushed deeply. "I may have, thought about this. Yesterday. The, Italian, yeah." She gestured to her neck or jaw, but the specifics hardly mattered. The message was clear. Arrow couldn't help but giggle in delight. "You fantasized about this? How delightful." He stepped back, noticing Bella's scowl. "It's a terrible shame I can't see your every thought. I would have loved to know how reality lived up to your expectations." "Shut," she started to say, but he cut her off with another kiss, this one more brief as her heart began to race again. He left a trail of kisses from her mouth to her jaw, then skimmed his lips up to her ear, asking softly, "Would you like to hear about my fantasies, Mia Amida?" Bella's voice pitched, and he could hear her swallow, breath stuttering. Just then, her phone rang, and she dashed for it, moving almost as if she had vampire speed herself. Arrow chuckled as she took a moment to catch her breath before answering. "Jake," she said. "What's this about a vampire near your house this morning?" he asked, and Bella began to explain what had happened. As she spoke, Rosalie and Emmett returned through the balcony. Emmett glanced at Bella and then smirked at Arrow. "Do you know how she really hurt her hand?" "I'd guess she was trying to walk and chew gum at the same time," he teased. "She's taken to slapping vampires as a hobby," Arrow replied, causing Emmett's smirk to widen. "Now, why would she start doing something like that?" Emmett asked. "I would ask Edward," Arrow said just as Alice and Jasper returned as well. "No sign of anyone," Jasper informed Arrow, standing tall like a soldier. Arrow nodded, watching as Carlisle and Esme came back, followed closely by Edward. "Nothing," Carlisle said. "Likely just one that wandered off." "Yeah," Bella chimed in. "This weekend sounds great." Edward groaned quietly. "Yeah, I'll see you then." "Thanks, Jake." She hung up and looked around the room, barely meeting anyone's eye. "You all heard?" "Yes," Carlisle said with a gentle smile. "I think it's a good idea. It keeps you and Charlie safe, and the rest of us can hunt if we need to, maintaining our strength in case anyone else comes by. And you and I will spend the day doing what you told Charlie we did today," Alice chimed in, skipping over to Bella's side. "We can even invite the other girls from school and make a day of it." "Sure," Bella replied through gritted teeth, forcing a smile while cringing inside. "And I'll take you home now," Alice added, guiding her to the door. "We'll tell Charlie you tripped or something to explain your hand." Bella waved goodbye to everyone over her shoulder, her gaze lingering a moment longer on Arrow, causing her to blush once again. Then she was out the door. As soon as the sound of the car faded away, Emmett broke the silence. "Is no one going to point out that Bella's lips were a bit bruised?" "Emmett," Esme scolded. "I'm just making a point," Emmett replied, smiling as he raised his hands in mock innocence. "I was pretty sure when we left it was just her hand." "Maybe you just didn't notice," Esme said kindly, glancing first at Arrow, then at Edward. Emmett snorted, and Arrow turned just in time to see Edward shoot him a fierce glare. Emmett raised an eyebrow in question, but Edward turned away, fists clenched, and stormed up the stairs. As the young man stomped off, Arrow casually walked over to Emmett, his curiosity piqued. He didn't have to sneak the touch. Emmett extended his hand in what could have been an offer of a high five. A quick touch of their hands flooded Arrow with memories, most mundane, many involving people he didn't want to dwell on for too long. He was surprised to discover that Emmett had strongly disliked the idea of Bella being left behind, believing she truly belonged with them. A sense of joy filled the air as they returned to Forks, mixed with uncertainty and distrust towards Arrow. The atmosphere was mostly mundane, until Arrow smirked, glancing down at Emmett, who looked back at him with eager anticipation. "Your guess about what happened isn't too far off the mark," he admitted. Everyone chose to overlook the sound of something breaking upstairs. Chapter 14. No, but seriously, what happened? You tripped, Anne. What went wrong? Jessica asked, teasing Bella about her braced hand, while Angela and Alice joined in on the fun. Charlie had been relentless with his teasing too. And she knew when she saw Jacob over the weekend, he would have something to say about it as well. Bella, the clumsy one. Bella, who could probably dislocate something just by sitting down the wrong way. It was never something she enjoyed. But this? Sitting in a restaurant during lunch, Alice claiming she wanted to share with Bella but never actually eating anything, while Angela and Jessica chatted and laughed, oblivious to the teasing. It was sort of nice, which made the teasing feel more good-natured than hurtful. Yeah, Bella agreed, glancing at her braced hand and lifting it slightly as if to shrug. But it's fine, you know. I mean, at prom last year, I hobbled in with a cast. I can't believe you guys are skipping it this year, Angela said, shaking her head. It's our last chance. I get Bella's point, Jessica chimed in, sounding both sympathetic and a bit snobbish. I wouldn't want to go alone, and if you really don't want to go with Edward. Definitely not, Bella replied firmly, taking a sip of her drink. And I'm not much for dancing anyway. It's not a big loss. Jasper doesn't want to go either, Alice shrugged. Especially with the party happening. He's not really a social person. Yeah, I noticed, Jessica said with a grin. So, Alice, she leaned in closer, eager for gossip. What does your brother think about Bella going to Italy? Alice smirked, glancing at Bella in a way that made her feel more unsettled than being in a room full of vampires ever had. He's positively miserable about it, she replied. Especially since I'm sure she'll be much happier there than she would have been in Alaska. Hot Italian guys instead of ones bundled up in winter clothes all the time. Jessica said knowingly, yeah, I would definitely be happier in Italy. Angela met Bella's gaze and smirked. She's already got her eye on someone. Bella nearly knocked over her cup in surprise. What? She asked, startled. That guy you told me about when you came here with Edward last month? The one you said he didn't like because he was dangerous? Alice's eyes lit up. Do you know more about that than I do? Because I would love to know. Bella shot her a glare. I know you know. Nope. Alice replied cheerfully. No one decided to tell me anything. I can only make guesses. Bella rolled her eyes, trying to remember whether she had gone along with Arrow impulsively or decisively. Even though it was only a month ago, it felt like a lifetime. Time with Arrow always felt too short, yet it also seemed like she had known him forever. I don't know that much, Angela admitted, a hint of disappointment in her voice. She wouldn't tell me. Oh, my God. Please don't tell me it was one of those losers with the bikes from that time we went, Jessica interjected, glancing at Bella with a pleading look. It's not, Alice said in a sing-song voice. I know who Bella was talking about. He's not a local. Oh, do tell, Jessica urged. Alice's smirk only widened, and Bella conceded defeat. It was awful. Bella complained the following morning to Arrow, marveling at how his smile seemed to light up the cab of the truck. The rain was pouring too hard for their usual rendezvous in the woods, so Bella had found a spot off to the side of the road, away from the school, where she could park and still talk to him without anyone noticing. And yet you're smiling, he noted. Yeah, she agreed, glancing out the window. I never made friends easily. I moved too much, was too weird, too shy, I guess. Jessica and Angela, they were my first real friends. She shrugged. Arrow paused for a moment before asking, were you planning to keep in touch with them? No, she replied without hesitation. At least, not for long. Not like Dad, you know. We'll email for a bit, but then school will get overwhelming. We'll be busy with new friends and new lives, and things will just sort of fade away. She sensed him studying her, so she wasn't surprised when his hand reached out to cover hers. You're not upset? He asked, making a guess that she knew he had a knack for getting right. No, she shook her head, adjusting her body to face him as best as she could from the driver's seat. I'll still have Alice, and the rest of the Cullens. She turned to him and added cautiously, what about you? Arrow lifted her hand to his lips and kissed her knuckles. Always, Mia Cara. She grinned, giving his hand a gentle squeeze. Do you remember your human life? Edward says those memories fade over time. She felt a flutter of nervousness about his response. Arrow frowned, lowering her hand but not letting go. I don't remember much of it, he admitted. I know I was born in Greece and that my family wasn't well off, though we weren't what anyone would call poor. So you weren't, like, a prince or something? Bella asked, her amusement evident. You didn't form the Volturi just to maintain your status? I was certainly not a prince, Arrow replied, then frowned as if lost in thought. I think I was an apprentice. I have a vague memory of it. I'm not sure what trade it was, whether it was physical or academic. But I do remember the desire and drive for success that has certainly carried over. I also craved power and control. An apprenticeship often came with interesting conditions attached for many years. I don't believe I objected to them. Sexual intimacy didn't hold the deeper meaning it has over these last few centuries. Chastity wasn't exactly valued during that time, but I sensed something unsettling about the apprenticeship. Perhaps it was the politics involved, or maybe it was something else entirely. I think my drive came from a desire to establish rules and maintain a sense of control. Do you think you became a master yourself? Bella asked. I wasn't very old when I was turned, Arrow pointed out with a slight grin. So I doubt it. Bella chuckled, brushing her hair back and nodding. Then, with a more serious tone, she asked, do you remember who turned you? No, Arrow replied flatly. The vampire who found me wasn't the one who sired me, but they ensured I was safe during the transformation and that I understood what had happened to me on the other side. What happened to them? She inquired. Destroyed a very, very long time ago, Arrow said distantly. By you? Bella asked, her voice tinged with nervousness. Yes. Arrow met her gaze. They attempted to lie to me, claiming that Didime was simply missing. They had witnessed her death and destruction, and when they realized it was not what I intended with my request, they believed they could hide the truth from me. Arrow, Bella shook her head. I'm so sorry. It's in the past, he said, but she could tell he was still hurt by the memory. She placed her hand on his cheek, and he immediately covered it with his own, being careful not to apply too much pressure on her bandaged hand. He turned his head, closed his eyes, and kissed the exposed skin of her fingers. You'll need to get to school, he told her after a moment. Yeah, she agreed, feeling displeased at the idea of leaving him. If I open my window tonight? No, he said firmly, though the sparkle returned to his crimson eyes. It will not happen. Why not? She asked with a grin. Because, Mia Cara, I recall. From Edward's memories, your many nightmares. All right, she said cautiously, withdrawing her hand and resettling herself. Do you have any idea why that would have happened? He asked, curiosity tinged with amusement. She shrugged. Anxiety? Eating ice cream before bed? He chuckled. It's more about your brain sensing that something dangerous is lurking in the shadows, and you should be very, very frightened. She blinked, processing his words. Wait. Another blink. Are you saying most of my nightmares, they were because Edward was watching me? Yes, Arrow replied. At least, that's what I would assume. Didime had nightmares when I watched over her. But after he left. He sighed. Your feeling of being left behind? I believe that was your disconnect from the world you were meant to belong in. She considered this. I did have fewer nightmares once Jake started coming around. Then, with a playful snort, she added, I had one once. I don't remember the details, but it was after Jacob gave me a dream catcher. Charlie thought it might have been working until then. I don't know every reason behind your night terrors, he conceded softly. But I will not linger in the shadows and cause them. Well, that's nice of you, I guess, Bella replied as she started her truck again. Once the loud roar of the engine settled into a more tolerable hum, she turned back to Arrow with a smirk. So, that's why you won't come in if I'm asleep. But why won't you when I'm awake? Arrow scowled. I am nearly 4,000 years old and one of the most powerful vampires in the world. I'm not about to mimic the antics of a century-old boy who thought it was charming and roguish to spend time with you in secret. There was a thrill to it, Bella confessed as she buckled up and began to shift gears. I was always the responsible one when I lived with my mother. Edward sneaking in, well, it felt. I don't know. Rebellious. Guess? Well, you'll have to find another way to express your rebelliousness, because you won't find me in your bedroom until it's no longer beneath your father's roof. Bella's heart raced, and her jaw dropped as a fierce blush crept across her cheeks at the blatant implication. Arrow, did you just... The truck door shut, and she glanced at the empty seat next to her, frustration bubbling inside her. You know I'm going to be thinking about that all day. She shouted, realizing he could probably hear her, even though she hadn't raised her voice much. It felt good to yell, and she could always use the truck's barrier and the sound of the rain to justify it. Not that she ever needed to explain herself to him. She could almost hear Arrow's delighted laugh in her mind and tried to suppress a smile at the thought of him listening from the shadows of the trees. If I fail my final, I'm blaming you, she added, shifting into drive and heading toward the school. Friday had been just like any other day without downpours, though Edward had been slightly more sullen and sneering. So, when Saturday arrived, she wasn't surprised to see him come to get her for her meetup with Jacob. Less petulant than before, she climbed into the Volvo, buckled her seatbelt, and said nothing. Edward didn't start driving either. He simply stared at the white two-story house as if it had personally offended him. They sat in silence for 5 minutes before Bella sighed, pulled her phone from her pocket, and texted Jacob to let him know she might be late and why. Jake, 9:03 a.m., sure it's not another bloodsucker keeping you there? Bella, 9:03 a.m., would you like photographic evidence? Jake, 9:04 a.m., I thought they couldn't be photographed. Bella, 9:04 a.m., that's reflection. Also, myth. Are you texting him? Edward asked in a steady voice. The look in his eyes and the tension in his body. Jake? Yeah, he's waiting for us, remember? Bella said, lowering her phone. Then, frowning, she asked, I thought things were getting better between us. I mean, the hospital, after. That was before you let him kiss you, Edward replied as he finally prepared to drive. For a moment, Bella thought he was referring to Jacob. But she and Edward had interacted plenty since then, and he hadn't shown any signs of being bothered by it. Then it clicked. How did you? But she didn't finish her question, realizing that maybe Arrow couldn't stop thinking about it either. The thought made her smirk a little to herself. Right. I'm not angry with you, Bella, Edward assured her as they began their journey. I know it's not like you can fight him off. Who said I wanted to? She shot back, turning to him and bracing for an argument. Edward seemed ready to engage but then deflated. I suppose no one, he agreed, nodding. And, I suppose, yes. I left. I broke up with you. I shouldn't have a say in who you're with. But, Bella, he let out a mirthless laugh, I love you. I am drawn to you more than I have ever been drawn to anything or anyone. I can't be without you. And yet you had no desire to change me. I want you to have more human experiences, he argued. But if it's really what you want, I will change you. You don't need to go to Italy or Arrow. He's just using you anyway. What makes you think that? She questioned, trying to keep her annoyance in check. Edward glanced at her, perhaps with sympathy. You're going to be gifted, he said. Like Alice, like me. Right, she replied, skeptical. Arrow collects powered vampires. He's gone to great lengths to get them. Yes, we've discussed this, she nodded. Edward continued to stare at her. You know he only wants you for his guard, Edward said pointedly. I've seen what's in his mind. He pictures you with a crest around your neck, just like all the others. Bella nodded slowly, turning to look out the window. Okay. Right, so him kissing me in your house. She questioned. I know you like him, Edward replied as he began to slow down the car, still a distance from their meeting spot. And he knows it, too. He might even like you back. But Bella, he's never cared for a mate, not in a very long time. It's rumored he killed her when she tried to leave him. All he's ever cared about is power, and he'll do whatever it takes to gain and maintain it. He might say pretty things, even act romantic. But has he ever truly expressed how he feels about you? The truth must have flickered across Bella's face for a moment, because Edward added, he hasn't, has he? He's probably never even mentioned a future with you, aside from changing you. He wants you for what you'll become, just like he wants Alice and me. Bella shook her head. And what if you're wrong? I'm not, Edward said with certainty, turning his attention back to the road. And even if I am, even if he does actually feel something for you, it won't last. He goes back to Italy after all this is over. Next week. You likely won't cross his mind again until you go there to be changed. She narrowed her eyes at him. So, I'm either desired for my power or I'm forgettable? To him, Edward said quickly, glancing at her again. Not to me. I could never forget you. When I left, I tried to outrun your memory, to put it behind me. But I couldn't. I couldn't forget you or how you made me feel. Because you and I, we're meant to be. I know I hurt you, and I know I haven't done much to make up for that, but I'm trying. Right now, that means trying to protect your heart. His voice was filled with an incredible confidence, an absolute certainty that resonated deeply. Bella felt uneasy. What if Edward was right? Part of her wanted to brush it all aside, thinking this was just Edward trying to twist things to his advantage. But deep down, she felt like a nobody. Sure, Arrow had said he missed her, but he also admitted he would do whatever it took to get what he wanted. She recalled all the moments they had shared, those beautiful little memories. Yet, Edward's reminder that Arrow never expressed his feelings in a way that couldn't be questioned echoed in her mind. What had Arrow said that night? He spoke Italian when he wanted to express emotions he thought she couldn't handle yet. What did that mean? Was it a confession of undying love, or just a list of ways she could be useful to him? This was what Edward wanted, she reminded herself. He wants you to doubt. Edward slowed down and then stopped, prompting Bella to look up and see Jake waiting where he had been before. Be careful, and I'll see you tonight when I come to get you, Edward said, taking her hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. I'm going to ask Jake to drive me back, she replied, quickly getting out of the Volvo and running into the comforting arms of her best non-vampire friend. As soon as Jacob had her in his embrace, he glanced at the car and said, You're shaking. Yeah, Bella admitted. Just, something he said. I don't want to talk about it. She rushed to add, and Jacob didn't push further. What Bella needed was a distraction, and Jacob certainly provided that. At least in the beginning. The sun was bright and intense, perfect for their time at the beach with the other members of the pack. Sam was off a little ways with Emily, and Jared was somewhat isolated with a girl who looked about his age. Meanwhile, the others were roughhousing, goofing off, and kicking up sand, to the point where Bella was sure she'd get some in her eye. It was about then that Jacob, who had been a bit tense. Jacob suggested they go for a walk, his tone a bit distant. The sounds of the others faded into background noise, and Bella noticed they were a little away from the pack, far enough that she hoped to ease whatever was on Jacob's mind and give him some privacy before he phased again. It's beautiful here, she pointed out, looping her good arm around one of Jacob's. At his hum of agreement, Bella looked up to see he was still lost in thought. Okay, seriously, what's wrong? Do I smell that bad a vampire? What? Jacob perked up. No. I mean, yeah, sort of, but it's not that. So, what is it? Bella pressed. Jacob hesitated for a moment. Do vampires imprint? Bella blinked. Sorry, do they what? Imprint? Jacob repeated, as if she should know exactly what he meant. When she raised her brows and shook her head slightly, he huffed and blushed. Running his hand through his hair, he added, I guess it is just a wolf thing. Okay, Bella dragged out the word, laughing nervously. Do you mind enlightening me? Jacob sighed heavily, glancing over his shoulder. Imprinting, it's not something we have control over. Like, Sam imprinted on Emily, but he was engaged to Leah before that. Leah, of course, is Emily's cousin. Right, Bella said, glancing back. They were too far away to see clearly, but she knew Emily and Sam were happily smiling and leaning on one another. As for Leah, she hadn't exactly been warm to Bella, but she also wasn't with anyone else. Wait, Bella said, you guys hear everything when you phase, so that means. Yeah. Jacob sounded pained. We all have to live the Leah, Sam, Emily pain fest. That sucks, Bella sympathized, squeezing Jacob's arm. I mean, I suppose it sort of chooses you sometimes. It's more than that. Jacob sighed again, his free hand moving in a circle as he tried to find the right words. Jacob struggled to find the right words. It's like when you see her, everything changes. Suddenly, it's not gravity keeping you grounded, it's her. Nothing else matters. You would do anything, be anything for her. You sound like you know what it's like, Bella said, leaning away from him slightly. He chuckled, his bright smile lighting up his face as he glanced at her. I didn't imprint on you. I haven't imprinted on anyone. I just know because I have a direct line to Sam's thoughts. And Jared's. I sat next to that girl in class every day for a year. The first day back after phasing, it was just instant. Huh, Bella replied, unsure of what more to add to the conversation. So, why did you ask? Jacob's smile faded a bit, and he looked down at the sand, kicking at it with his feet. Look, I don't know. I mean, I do, but... Jake, Bella said firmly, tugging at his arm. He groaned. Look, I don't like you being one of them. I actually hate it. But, you at least admitted you love me. And I know, it's not enough. I get it, sort of. So I've been watching how you are with them, at least as much as I can. And, damn it, Bella, I had to know if the freaky one imprinted on you. She stopped, and Jacob followed suit, probably to prevent her from falling face first into the sand. What? She asked. Laughing incredulously and blushing furiously, she added, what would make you think that? Jacob looked up at the sky, moving his arm out of her grasp so he could rub both hands down his face roughly. He looks at you. He looks at me? Bella asked, surprised. Yes. Jacob nodded, as though the words were painful to say. And he sees you. Well, he does have eyes, she ventured, noticing Jacob's pause. He gave her an exasperated look, shook his head, and pulled at his hair. When I first met him, he was weird. Plus, there was all the instincts and stuff, Jacob said, shaking his head. I didn't really notice how he was with you, but every other time you've been in the same space together, he just moves with you. It's like a push and pull. He tries to get close, and you back away. I don't think it was like that before he left, but now? I mean. He huffed, a grin breaking through, and Bella couldn't help but smirk. It's like you're the Earth, okay? You're the Earth, and, no, wait. You're just like a planet. And Edward is a black hole, with all his intense gravity, trying to pull you in. Maybe you went for a bit, but now his power is dying out, and you. But Arrow? He's like a moon, orbiting you. It's a really stupid way of explaining all this. Jacob shook his head, and when Bella laughed, he joined in. But do you get what I'm saying? I do, Bella replied, towing at the sand. Just. Edward pointed out he might only want me for what I'll become. And what do you think? Jacob asked. I think that he wants me for me, Bella said simply, shrugging. Not sure why, but... Hence why I asked about imprinting, Jacob said, tilting his head. Then, much more seriously, he added, I'll never be okay with you being a vampire. I'll always hate that I wasn't enough for you. But, crazy as it sounds, I'd trust you with the freaky one way more than with the Cullen. Bella smirked. He has a name. You've even said it. 2 syllables, 3 letters. Arrow. Jacob scoffed, taking her hand in his again. What sort of name is that, anyway? An old one. Like, really old. From super ancient Greece. What is it with you and old guys? Jacob teased. I dunno, she said, pretending to think about it. But I mean, the last guy I dated was only 100, and he was so immature. But Arrow? He's nearly 4,000. Jake repeated, his face a mix of awe, disgust, intrigue, and terror. Bella couldn't help but laugh. Arrow was in the Cullen home, observing the scene. Jasper and Emmett were engrossed in some kind of electronic game, both of them already on their second controller due to frustration. He could be outside waiting for Isabella to return from her time with Jacob, but instead, he found himself listening to Esme scold the vampires on the sofa for breaking their toys like a concerned mother. Upstairs, he could hear Rosalie and Alice arguing. Rosalie thought Alice was inviting unnecessary trouble by bringing so many humans into their home. It made Arrow ponder why this graduation had to be so different from the others and why it felt like it was all for Bella's sake, especially when she wasn't even with Edward. Arrow assumed Bella thought she couldn't be heard. He had debated whether to say something for a long while. Balance. He could settle into one of the ornate chairs in the sitting room, crossing one leg over the other. He could choose not to offend the Cullens by commenting on their eldest daughter's shallowness, wondering how her mate could be so full of life and joy while she seemed like a bitter mess. He could question why it hadn't been a true mate connection between her and Edward, given how much self-loathing they both carried. And, of course, Arrow enjoyed being away from the only other mind reader, who had a constant live feed if he tuned in properly. He let his thoughts drift without needing to mask them, reminiscing about stolen moments with Isabella. He had courted her in his own way, even if he had never explicitly stated it. He wanted to woo her, charm her, and seduce her, allowing her to follow the connection between them naturally, so that when she awoke in her next life, she wouldn't be terribly surprised to find. Arrow felt a strong desire to remain close to her, but only if she didn't resist their bond. There was a chance she would fight against it, especially if he didn't soon reveal what drew them together. Why their conversations flowed so effortlessly, and why she instinctively knew he couldn't hurt her. He couldn't let the next opportunity slip away without discussing it, neither before he left nor in the brief moments they shared before she had to be elsewhere. But then there was the need for balance. He understood it would ease Carlisle's mind to see that Edward had equal time with Bella. Arrow noticed Carlisle's doubts about their bond. He could sense that Carlisle leaned more toward believing his son and the certainty that Bella belonged with him. Tonight would have been the perfect chance to explain everything to her before time slipped away. Instead, he had to hope for a moment that wasn't just brief snippets of time alone in her truck. When Edward returned home about 30 minutes later, he offered Arrow the slightest smirk. How's Bella? Esme called from somewhere else in the house. She's wonderful, Edward replied, a hint of smugness in his voice. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to go hunt. With that, he headed for the patio doors and stepped outside. Arrow's attention shifted as he noticed movement. Jasper was mouthing something he couldn't quite decipher from his angle. However, Arrow thought he caught the word liar. Chapter 15. Charlie was still out of the house on Sunday, but the sun shone brilliantly, making it unlikely that any vampires would emerge from the shadows. Despite this, Bella sent a message to Arrow's phone, asking if he was watching the house. She tidied up the kitchen, though there wasn't much to do. Then she went upstairs to straighten her graduation robes and hat for the ceremony on Tuesday. Bella did everything she could to keep herself busy, but it was hard not to check her phone for a reply. Her conversation with Jacob on the beach had left her with a lot to think about. Edward insisted it was all make-believe, that she was always meant to be his. Jacob, however, seemed less convinced. Bella found herself torn, desperate to shove Edward's words into a box, bury it, and never think about it again. Yet, even after Jacob's comments, the thoughts lingered in her mind like a psalm she couldn't quite shake. When her phone finally pinged, she pulled it out of her pocket so quickly that she nearly dropped the sturdy little device. Her heart sank as she read the message. Arrow, 9:31 a.m. Sorry to disappoint, Mia Cara. The honor belongs to Edward and Emmett. Bella growled, feeling an odd urge to look out the window and glare. Still, if it was Edward with Emmett. Bella, 9:35 a.m. I want to see you. If Edward tried anything strange upon sensing or seeing Arrow, Emmett could intervene. Or at least act as a buffer. Bella wasn't sure how Emmett truly felt about Arrow, and for all she knew, he might hold her back. But she felt it was worth the risk. They didn't have much time left before Edward returned home, and Bella needed to know where she stood with him before that happened. She refused to be in the same town as Edward Cullen, listening to his silken voice planting seeds of doubt in her mind and heart while she felt uncertain. When her phone pinged again, she felt a wave of disappointment and confusion at what she saw. Alice. Be there in 5, get ready, the message read. Bella frowned. Ready for what? She hadn't agreed to any outings with Alice, although she wouldn't mind one. Still, the thought of the sun made her uneasy. Italy had been manageable with gloves, a scarf, and sunglasses, but in Port Angeles? Seattle? That wouldn't work at all. Despite her reservations, Bella slipped on her shoes, grabbed her jacket and keys, and headed out the front door just as the Porsche pulled into the driveway. She dashed to the passenger side, convinced that Edward and Emmett would soon call Alice, wondering how they could leave the tree line without exposing themselves to the sun. She thought she heard the rustling of trees and bushes before climbing in and shutting the door, scanning the greenery for a glimpse of them but seeing nothing. Right, so what are we? She began, but stopped when she turned to the driver. Arrow smiled back at her. Oh, I love Alice, Bella said, shaking her head as she buckled up. I must admit, I'm quite fond of her as well, Arrow replied, shifting gears and backing out of the driveway. Bella squinted. She could just make out Edward and Emmett through the trees. As Arrow shifted gears again and started to drive a little too quickly away from the house, he added, I had only just received your second message when she appeared at my side with her keys. She simply said, You're welcome, and left before I could catch a glimpse of what she saw. Bella let out a laugh, one that felt a bit wicked, but Arrow didn't comment on it. So, where are we running away to? She asked. Would you run away with me, Isabella? He replied. Pretty sure that's what I'm doing at the end of August, she countered. I suppose it is. How about we travel with no destination in mind? We simply drive. And if you have a human need, we'll stop where we need to. I like the idea, she said, nodding before biting her lip. And maybe we can talk. Arrow suggested, glancing at her. Yes, Bella replied. We most certainly will. Arrow began, How was your ride home with Edward last night? He thought it best to avoid starting the day with a conversation about their bond. Bella scoffed. I didn't get a ride home with him last night. I had Jacob drive me. Arrow frowned, his gaze returning to the road for just a moment. Edward returned home and informed us that you were. Well, I guess Jasper was right when he called him a liar after all. Bella smirked briefly before her expression turned serious again. She focused on her hands, wringing them and rubbing one over her leg. Noticing her gesture, Arrow sensed that something was off. What is it? He asked gently. Bella hesitated, then sighed. I don't know how to ask without sounding needy. But I'm not sure if that's the right word. You could just tell me what I want to hear, and I'd never know. But my gut tells me you won't lie to me. You've never done that. You could have made yourself look so much better in any conversation, but you haven't. And I just... She huffed, her face scrunching up in frustration. Do you care about me? Like, really care? Or, no. I mean, do you? She pressed her lips together, blushing deeply. Arrow felt the urge to tread carefully as he replied, I care very deeply for you, Isabella. He kept his eyes on the road, allowing her the semblance of privacy as she processed his words. He knew how intense his feelings could be. Right, she said, her tone clipped but not angry. And, if, when I'm changed, I turn out to be ordinary? Like, no powers, just Bella? You will be powerful, Arrow assured her. Yeah, but what if I'm not? If it's... Is it just a weird fluke? Some bad wiring that keeps all the mind readers from breaking in? Would you still care for me then? Bella asked, her voice almost meek. Arrow frowned at her question, noting the trepidation and uncertainty in her posture as he looked directly at her. What has the boy said to you? He inquired, a hint of displeasure creeping into his voice at the mention of the young Cullen. Bella quickly turned her head towards him, her face paling. Her eyes widened, filled with a worrying terror, and Arrow could sense the slight tremor in her body. They were well out of Forks, heading north toward the mountains. If Edward had decided to follow, he would have lost their scent by now. Feeling that this conversation was absolutely necessary, and vowing to himself to pay for any damages done to Alice's car, Arrow abruptly turned onto a little dirt road off the highway that seemed to have seen better days. He parked under the shade of some trees and stepped out of the car. He zipped over to Bella's side, opened the door, and unlatched her seatbelt. I didn't mean to frighten you, Miyakara, he said gently, taking her hands in his while being mindful of the bandage. When Bella continued to look at him with hurt, fear, and confusion, he asked, may we perhaps move into the shade? I fear I might be exposed here. Bella nodded but withdrew her hands, ready to get out of the car herself. He let her, holding the door open and closing it gently behind her. Once she seemed ready, he gestured for her to lead the way, and she moved slowly into the shelter of the trees, just far enough to keep the sun off him. He watched her fidget with the hem of her shirt, struggling against the urge to pull her into his arms. I'm sorry, he said, hoping it would prompt her to speak. I tell you to forget what I am, yet I sometimes forget to temper my movements. Why would you jump to Edward saying something? Bella began, her gaze fixed on the car instead of him. When I asked in the car, why assume he said anything? Because you only doubt me when he has, Arrow replied, his voice as tender as his simmering rage allowed. Right, that makes sense, Bella responded nervously, biting her lip. It's just, can you answer my question from before? She half pleaded, still avoiding his eyes. Arrow cautiously stepped closer, gently taking her face in his hands and tilting it toward him, locking eyes with her. I'm sure you will be gifted. But if you aren't, I will still love you with all that I am, Isabella. Her eyes widened, and she let out the tiniest gasp. Arrow brushed a soft kiss at the corner of her mouth. I have waited many thousands of years for you. But I will understand if it's too much. Too much. Bella repeated, looking a bit dazed. For now, you're human. But despite the wicked, evil creatures that myths and legends have made us out to be, vampires tend to feel things much more strongly and deeply than humans do. You might sense some sort of draw or connection to me now. That connection will become even clearer when you change. After a moment, she whispered, so you did imprint on me. Arrow stared at her, confused. I what? Imprint, Bella repeated with more confidence. Like, you saw me, and it wasn't gravity holding you here, it was, never mind. Imprint, Arrow echoed, finding the word strange and wrong on his lips. No, not quite, I don't think. It's more that once I met you, looked into your eyes, and saw your soul, I simply didn't want to be without you. It's that I love you without ever having to try, he said softly. Soulmates, she replied, savoring the word. Arrow couldn't help but hum in agreement. Bella let out a small, incredulous laugh, shaking her head as she stepped away from him. She ran her hands through her hair, turning her back to him. Arrow watched her, longing to pull her close, but he remained still. For the first time in his very long life, he felt utterly helpless. He had hoped to see her smile, to watch her worries vanish with the knowledge of his love. Instead, he observed his mate move like a caged animal, searching for a way out. When she finally turned to face him, her gaze didn't quite meet his. "You told me. You said I didn't have to stay with you in Italy if I went. That once I was turned, I could come back or go off on my own." "And I meant that," he replied firmly. "Mia, Isabella, my heart is yours. I give it freely and gladly. But if you don't want to give me yours, if you would prefer I leave and never see you again, I will obey your wishes." The words felt like a knife to him, everything inside him screaming to assert his place at her side, to keep her close, to give her no choice. Yet, it was the thought of her happiness, should leaving be what she truly wanted, that allowed him to suppress those feelings. "You must become a vampire, it is expected and demanded by the laws. That cannot be altered, and going against it would bring devastation to the Cullens. But I can send someone else to verify your transformation. I will ensure that I never lay eyes on you again, if that is what you wish." Bella stopped pacing, her hands falling to her sides as she stared out at the road. I used to think Edward and I were meant to be," she said slowly. "I thought we were soulmates. And when I arrived in Volterra and saw him near the castle, I realized it wasn't what I had imagined. Now you're saying we're soulmates, and I can see through the lines of everything that's happened before. You think I stopped loving him just because I was near you, don't you?" She looked at him, sadness in her eyes, like an accusation. "So, did I really stop loving him? Are you going to leave, and then I'll suddenly realize I want to be with him after all? Did you stop loving Jacob?" he asked in return. She blinked, shaking her head. "No. If I'm honest, I only realized, or maybe admitted, to myself that I loved him when I saw Edward. You were already falling for the wolf. You said your nightmares started to fade with Jacob. As painful as it is for me to admit, I believe that if I left now and never came back, you would be more inclined to be with him than with Edward." Bella furrowed her brow and looked away. If Edward never came back. If Alice hadn't seen me jumping and thought I died. But the moment she returned, when she told me Edward needed me, I dropped everything. I had to be by his side. Until I didn't. "I don't have the answers you seek," he confessed. "I don't understand why you had to go to him then. I want to believe it was out of your love for the Cullens, but I can't presume. I can't say that being near my home is what washed away your feelings, or if it was just an epiphany you had. How do I know anything I feel is real?" she asked softly. There was no answer he could provide that wouldn't sound like mere consolation. Seeing Isabella so lost, so beautifully and terribly human, ached in him more than the deepest thirst. "I left the keys in the ignition," he said, just loud enough for her to hear. Bella turned toward him slightly, peeking at him with apprehension. "When you leave, I'll run alongside the—" "Stay on the highway," she urged, "but please call Alice, Carlisle, Jacob, or someone. Keep them on the line until you make it back home. I can't promise I'll be able to stay close the entire way." In the blink of an eye, he was gone. "No. No, no, please, please don't." "You left," she said softly, her heart rising into her throat. "No," his voice echoed from a distance. Bella searched the area for any sign of him. "No, I won't leave. But I will give you the space you need away from me. I've upset you, and that's the last thing I wanted." Then she spotted him, or maybe he had returned. He stood as a dark silhouette among the trees, a glimmer of white from his pale skin catching the sunlight just right. "Please don't," she pleaded, hating how desperate she sounded. She despised all of this. It felt as though one of her favorite romantic notions had been shattered. She should have been thrilled at the idea of having a soulmate, someone as complex, interesting, and challenging as Edward. She wanted to revel in that connection. But Edward had said so many times that they were made for each other. Just yesterday, he had insisted he couldn't be without her, that they were meant to be together. He claimed Arrow's affections weren't genuine and that he only wanted to use her. Bella rubbed her face and tugged at her hair, briefly wondering if this was a habit she had picked up from Jacob or if Jacob had picked it up from her. Thoughts of him led her back to the months after Christmas, when she and Jacob had rekindled their friendship, allowing it to grow deeper and uncover something surprising and real. "Can I just," she began, closing her eyes, hoping that when she opened them, Arrow would be gone. "Take all the time you need," Arrow replied, his tone calm and collected, projecting his voice so she could hear. "I won't leave." Bella nodded and let her hands drop. Bella paced anxiously in the confined space, her mind racing back to Volterra. No, even before that, when Alice had suddenly appeared. It had taken her by surprise, overwhelming her with joy at having Alice back in her life so unexpectedly. Yet, alongside that joy was a deep ache from Edward's absence. It hurt even more knowing she was the only Cullen who had returned, especially since they all believed she was dead. The day after Alice's arrival, when she brought the news of Edward's intentions, Bella still felt a strong bond with Jacob. She tried to focus on the sickening feeling that churned in her stomach at the thought of Edward. Heartbreak, yes, but there was something else. Was it the crushing pain that had left her in a coma for months, or something less severe? She attempted to recall her emotions during the flight to the city. What had driven her? She remembered the nervous tension as she sat on the plane, grappling with the thought of Edward seeking out the Volturi to end his life simply because hers was over. She had worried about Alice's subtle anxiety, fearing they wouldn't make it. Did she love Edward in those moments? She had told Jacob she did. Despite Edward leaving her, she was determined to save him because she loved him. That was the undeniable truth. Yet, she realized she wasn't in love with him anymore. It struck her like a punch to the gut, but it was also a sweet, wonderful relief to acknowledge. During those long hours spent with Jacob, she had moved past her love for Edward long before Alice returned and before she set foot in Italy. Once she found her footing, she turned her gaze toward Arrow, whose silhouette lingered a few hundred feet away. She had loved another vampire to an unhealthy degree, but he had left her shattered, forcing her to pick up the pieces. Then, she began to fall in love with a werewolf, but even that hadn't been enough. And then she met Arrow. Closing her eyes, she remembered the shift she felt when their eyes first met, the comfort it brought her. Bella felt a trust she hadn't experienced before, not even completely with Edward. It wasn't love at first sight, she hadn't felt the urge to throw herself into his arms. She was able to walk away from him without any compulsion or force, just a slow, steady drip of something extraordinary that began the moment their red irises met her brown ones. "Can we not call it soulmates?" she asked, opening her eyes again. "Can it just be me falling for you? Can it be about my understanding how you feel, and you knowing I feel that way even if I can't say it yet?" "I'll give you anything you want," Arrow replied. "All of me or none, friendship or more." "A kiss?" she suggested, startled when he suddenly appeared closer. He grinned, laughing quietly at her despite her scowl as she willed her heart to calm down. When his grin didn't fade, she fisted her hands in the lapels of his jacket and pulled herself up to kiss him. They stayed in the woods for a while, and when Bella finally needed more than a moment to breathe, they returned to the car and got back on the road. They stopped at a spot in Port Angeles where Bella took care of her human needs before continuing on, looping back toward Forks. While he drove, she covered his hand on the gear shift with hers. "What are we?" she asked at one point. "I mean, you're a bit old for a girlfriend." "We're whatever you'd like us to be, Miyakara," he replied easily, turning his hand to bring hers to his lips. "Though I confess, the thought of you calling me your boyfriend seems painfully ridiculous." She snickered. "Yeah, well, you are old. Like, literally ancient. How is it that I've only really been super attracted to guys who were born before sliced bread was a thing?" "I'd mentioned something about your soul, but that wasn't well received before," he quipped, pleased to have made her laugh. "My super secret Italian lover?" she suggested playfully. "I do so enjoy the sound of that." "Enjoy the implications of that," he said, gently lowering her hand to rest on his knee. My Grecian god? You were born there, after all, she teased, wrinkling her nose. Maybe not, actually. It reminds me of what I used to think about Edward. Probably for the best, he replied reassuringly. I'm sure someone would comment on my ego if you called me a god. He smiled, clearly adoring the sound of her laughter. Yeah, she conceded, her hand gliding up and down his leg, inching a bit higher than he had expected. Isabella, he said her name with a playful warning that held more intrigue than caution. Are you scared of losing control with me? Is it when we kiss? She asked curiously. He glanced down at her hand. I fear if your hand inches any higher, I may lose control of the vehicle. He looked at her, and she obediently shifted it lower. I know why you ask, and I'll say this, not in the same way. I fear changing you before I should. I know my strength, and it's not like I'm going to be overwhelmed by how new it all is. Pleasure is intoxicating, yes, and it's easy enough to lose oneself in it. But I'm not afraid of breaking you, Bella. That's good to know, she replied, her relief genuine. Was that a real concern? He asked, curiosity evident in his tone. Are you afraid I'll hurt you? If you knew why I asked, then you'd know that's not true, she countered as forks began to come into view. That doesn't mean you wouldn't have some trepidations, he pointed out, placing his hand over hers again. After all, you sprained your hand just giving a playful swat. Imagine what kind of injuries you could cause yourself attempting. Yes, she interrupted, her cheeks flushing. I get it. He could sense a question lingering on her lips as they approached her home, but it never came out. When he pulled into the driveway, he parked and turned toward her. I don't suppose I'll see you at graduation? She asked, hesitating. At the simple arch of his brow, she nodded once. Of course not. You may find me around the Cullen house afterward, he confessed. Really? She asked, a mix of hope and uncertainty in her voice. I have a gift for you, he told her. I would like to give it to you if that's all right. And you can't give it to me before? I could, he agreed, but I would rather not. She huffed, though there was no heat behind it. So, I'll see you then. You will, he confirmed. Bella unbuckled her seatbelt, but instead of reaching for the door, she turned toward him. Stretching across the seat, she braced her hands on his shoulders and kissed him again. Arrow didn't waste a second, he wrapped his arms around her waist and pulled her into his lap. She giggled, then burst into laughter. As vexed as he was that she would do this now, he couldn't help but feel charmed and warmed by the sound. Are you sure you can't read my mind? She asked, pushing her hair out of her face. If I could, I would know exactly what my young lover was thinking about during such an intimate moment that made her laugh, he replied, running his hands up her sides, his fingertips grazing the cotton of her shirt beneath her jacket. He leaned in, intending to resume their previous activity, but then he caught a flash of movement in the trees. Growling softly, Arrow gently slid Bella back into her seat just as Edward came into view. The boy narrowed his eyes but then relaxed, likely unaware of what had just transpired. Did he see that? Bella asked, glancing over her shoulder, but it seemed she couldn't spot him. I would wager he didn't. If you see me next and I'm missing an appendage, then he was faster than I thought. Bella nodded, then turned back to Arrow. She twitched as if she were going to lean in again, but then groaned and got out of the car. He watched her make her way to the door, savoring the moment, trying to draw out her departure. He kept her in his sight, ensuring she didn't trip as she made her way inside the house. He heard the door lock behind her before he left. When he pulled into the garage of the Cullen house, Alice was waiting on the stairs, a pleased and smug smile on her face. He paused in front of her, noticing her gloved hands as she held them out to him. What can I give you? He asked, dropping the keys into her palm. What can I offer? You've seen all the possibilities, and yet you still choose to help me. I want to know how I can show my gratitude. Alice stepped up on the stair to bring herself to eye level with Arrow. Keep her happy, she said, her smile widening. And let me see it. Just once before you give it to her, because she'll probably tuck it away where no one can see it. That's an interesting request, he replied. But I won't deny it, as long as you promise not to damage it. I'm not my brother, she said, slightly offended. Arrow chuckled. Come along, then. Chapter 16. Charlie brought Bella to the Cullen house just after graduation, as she had insisted on having dinner before the big event. Graduation had unfolded exactly as she had anticipated. An honorific in English, her scholarship to Volterra University had somehow caught the principal's attention, leading to an announcement just like everyone else's. After the ceremony wrapped up, it hadn't been an emotional experience for her, although Charlie had shown a bit more sentiment than usual. He tried to explain that she would understand his feelings when she had children one day, to which Bella mumbled that she wasn't planning on having kids. He didn't seem to mind, or maybe he hadn't heard her at all. Regardless, it was probably for the best that she arrived at the house ahead of everyone else, giving her dad some space to settle his emotions. The roads were relatively clear, which was a good sign that no one else had made their way to the house yet. Bella chuckled at the balloons marking the end of the long driveway, indicating the turnoff. Jake's supposed to come by later, she mentioned as they began to weave through the woods. Charlie looked surprised. Guess Alice won her argument. Right, Bella replied, glancing down at her lap to hide her grin. I forgot you heard all that. A moment later, Charlie slowed and stopped at the end of the drive. He's new, he said suspiciously, and Bella looked up to see Arrow on the deck, looking down at them. He appeared different somehow, though she couldn't quite pinpoint why from her vantage point. It wasn't his hair, which was half up like it had been when she first met him in Volterra, it was something else. He's a relative, she said suddenly. Here for the graduation. Right, Charlie replied, sounding skeptical. Whose side, exactly? Not sure, probably Esme, though, Bella answered just as Alice came out of the house and skipped over to the cruiser. Immediately, Charlie smiled and jumped out of the car before Bella could think better of it. Alice waved off the concern. Oh, don't mind Arrow. He's a bit elusive. Right, Charlie said, sounding a bit weary. He shook it off and then turned to Bella, clapping her on the shoulder. Have fun, stay safe. Thanks, Dad, Bella replied, giving him one last quick hug before he climbed back into the cruiser and drove away. As soon as Charlie pulled away, Bella headed inside, Alice taking her by the arm as if she needed a guide. The others are currently out for a hunt, just a quick top-up before the house is flooded with humans, Alice explained as they walked in. I went much earlier in the day, knowing all the preparations still had to be made. I have a few more things to do, actually, just some finishing touches. Do you need my help? Bella asked, realizing that she wouldn't be able to accomplish tasks at the speed Alice could probably handle 20. No. Alice smiled knowingly, as if she could read Bella's thoughts. While the party is going on, most of the others will discuss plans for going to Seattle and finalize everything now that we don't have schedules to stick to. Carlisle requested this week off from the hospital, saying we're going to see Rosalie and Emmett for their getaway wedding and all. She rolled her eyes fondly at the last part. So, since a certain someone will be preoccupied. They had just reached the front door when it opened, revealing exactly who Bella suspected Alice meant by a certain someone. You're not wearing a jacket, Bella remarked, finally noticing what was different about Arrow. I was informed, he said, casting a glance at Alice, that it would look rather odd if any of the humans saw me. I needed to look a bit more casual. It wasn't a terrible look on him, really. Still dressed in black, still with. Arrow wore finely tailored trousers, a golden crest around his neck, and a monochrome outfit of black fabric. Yet, despite his attempt at a casual look, he sported a well-fitted sweater that somehow appeared dressier than intended. It works, Bella said with a slow nod, taking him in from head to toe, her cheeks flushing. I'll leave you two for a bit, Alice chimed in cheerfully, skipping past Arrow and disappearing into a blur inside the house. Once Alice was gone, Bella met Arrow's gaze, examining the shade of red in his eyes. Are you going to be all right? She asked. I went out earlier myself, he replied, gently taking her hand and leading her inside. They moved through the house and made their way upstairs to a spare room that Bella hadn't had much reason to visit before. I'm informed that this was meant to be your room, he said as he ushered her in. Bella noticed the bed, simple yet elegant, positioned in the middle of the room. To the side, there was a dresser and a vanity, and a large window offered a picturesque view of the woods outside. Given that I haven't had much cause to use the bed, it's merely a place where I've kept my belongings while I stayed here. Mostly clothing, he added. I didn't know I was given a room, Bella replied, turning to take it all in. The linens were white, with delicate threads of gold and lilac that shimmered in the light. The furniture looked like sturdy antiques, stained dark either intentionally or by the passage of time. I believe it was Alice and Esme's doing, he explained from just inside the doorway. They wanted you to have a space to retreat to, a place to rest when you visited the house. I understand it was prepared when they returned, hoping you would have reason to use it. And, given that it was expected for you to be changed, it would serve as a spot for you among the coven. Bella winced at that thought, becoming increasingly certain she wouldn't be among them post-change. So, we're up here for privacy. Did you have plans? I wasn't aware of that. She asked bravely, her voice trembling slightly. Arrow's eyes sparkled with a dark delight as a smile curled on his lips. As much as I enjoy the thought, the others won't be gone for much longer, and some things shouldn't be rushed. No, I believe I mentioned I had a gift for you. In an instant, he was at the dresser beside Bella, slowly opening the drawer. Bella leaned in, inhaling the wonderful scent of polished wood as she spotted a medium-sized black velvet box nestled inside. Arrow lifted it out, closing the drawer just as gently, the wood creaking in protest. She eyed the box with a mix of apprehension and relief, glad it wasn't small enough to be something terrifying. Remind me to discuss the institution of marriage and my very real opinions on it, she said. Arrow giggled, managing to coax a smile from Bella despite her nerves. I suspect you'll always be Bella Swan, don't you? He replied, locking eyes with her. Do you even have a last name? She asked. No, he said. Those are from my time. So, even if I thought marriage was more than just a piece of paper, I'd still be Bella Swan forever anyway, she pointed out. You're deflecting. I had no idea a simple box could make you so nervous, he teased, grinning. It depends on what's inside, she said, gesturing at the box again. Arrow glanced down at it uncertainly, and Bella suddenly realized she might have sucked the joy out of whatever he had planned. But then he met her gaze, determination in his eyes, and opened the box toward her. Inside lay a smaller version of the V-shaped crest Arrow wore around his neck, resting on a delicate chain. Bella stared at it, a whirlwind of emotions stirring within her, causing her heart to race. Edward had warned her, he wants you for his guard, and here was the proof before her. She glanced from the box back to Arrow, her mind racing. Bella took a deep breath, her voice trailing off as she realized her heart had chosen to settle in her throat rather than the pit of her stomach. Arrow remained still, holding the black velvet box out to her, and the silence stretched between them. I understand that you don't wish to make a declaration of your own just yet, and I'll never expect one from you. That's not what this is, he said. As she met his gaze again, he quickly added, nor is it intended to make you a part of my guard, or even the Volturi coven. It's not. Bella managed to ask, swallowing hard. The guard wears silver, he pointed out. And the size of the crest denotes rank. She glanced back at the crest. It's gold. Yes. Like yours. But smaller. Yes, Arrow confirmed. The only others who have ever worn one like this were Didyme, Sulpicia, and Athenodora. Didyme's was burned with her. Sulpicia's was modified, with a jewel of her own choosing replacing the rubies. Athenodora still has hers, as she is still Caius' wife. Bella stared at the necklace, then back at Arrow. If it's not making me a part of the guard, and it's generally worn by the Volturi wives, queens, whatever, which I'm not, then what does it mean? It's proof you are dear to me, he said softly. You, Mia Amada, will be human for another 2 months. This will give you protection from anyone foolish enough to go after you. A necklace? She asked, skepticism lacing her tone. Anyone not newborn in our world typically knows this symbol. Nomads find one another, talk, and warn the younger ones of the law, of who will come for them, and what to look for. And what's more, should someone get near you and not know, there will be the scent of another vampire that would stop them. So, it's not a magic shield or an arrow summoner. It's a warning, which does have a chance of failing. Let's not tempt fate, he chided gently. With a light tease. He glanced at the crest. I would be honored if you would wear it, at least until you change. Bella looked at it again. It's not a territorial thing, is it? Like a property claim or something from 1,000,000 years ago? No, he assured her. Licking her lips and taking a deep breath, Bella closed the distance between them, turned her back to him, and pulled her hair over her shoulder. Can you help me put it on? She asked shyly, her heart racing as she acknowledged that, despite his words, it felt like a claim, and she was permitting it. His lips brushed just beneath her ear, stealing her breath and causing her head to tilt to the side, her eyes fluttering closed as he placed gentle kisses. He moved so quietly that the only sound she heard was the crest dropping onto its chain, confirming he had taken it from the box. Bella sensed his hands coming around her head just before the gentle weight of the pendant rested on her chest. With a kiss on her pulse point, he whispered, "You have the most elegant neck." She opened her eyes and turned to face him. Given how many you've seen, I'll take that as a compliment. He chuckled in surprise, grasping her hand as she reached behind her to touch him. Arrow turned her hand, kissing her palm, then her wrist, and finally her lips. You know, she said against his lips as he pulled back, you're technically in my bedroom. And I do believe I vowed that you wouldn't find me here unless it was not under your father's roof, he replied, kissing her again and surprising her as his hands skimmed her chest, just beneath her collarbone. Before she could even hope for something simple, she felt the pendant of her necklace lift, then the cool metal dip beneath her shirt. Pulling away with a frown, she touched the crest through the fabric. It's best not to incite the jealous wrath of young Edward this evening, he explained. Right, she replied. Bella blinked, then heard the door to the patio downstairs slide open. In an instant, she realized Arrow was no longer near her like he had been moments before. Standing in the doorway was Emmett, a knowing grin on his face. I thought I heard you up here, he said, stepping forward to wrap her in a bear hug, careful not to overwhelm her human frame. Congrats. Your first graduation down. He set her back on her feet and glanced at Arrow. Maybe, anyway. There are many forms of higher education one can pursue, Arrow pointed out. If you'll excuse me, I should find Carlisle now that the hunting party has returned. Emmett watched Arrow leave, likely with more ease than Bella felt, before turning back to her with a smirk. You still gonna be my sister? He asked, raising his brows playfully. Bella rolled her eyes. Always. You know family doesn't always live together. True, he agreed. We all go off from time to time. But you have a party to get ready for. Alice burst in, her excitement palpable. Out, she said, shoving at Emmett. He complied but not before winking at Bella. There had been protests, arguments, and of course, Alice had known about the necklace. That's why she had tried to coax Bella into wearing open-collared shirts or button-ups that would reveal the crest hidden against her chest. And the dresses, how Alice thought dresses were something Bella should wear was beyond her understanding. She refused to give in, and in the end, Alice only managed to sway her slightly. Bella ended up in designer jeans and a dark blue blouse, but she wore a black shirt underneath to better conceal the Volturi crest. Arrow had hidden it for her, and she intended to keep it that way. Alice had left her to change, and by the time Bella finished and stepped out of the sanctuary that was her room, the party was mostly in full swing. Angela and Jessica spotted her coming down the stairs and immediately rushed over. Alice led Bella to the dance floor she had created in the middle of the living room. Where are the Cullens? Angela asked, her voice rising above the music as she scanned the room. I don't know, Bella called back. I was up in my room. Oh my God, you have a room here? Jessica yelled, her eyes wide with excitement. Where? It's nothing, just a guest room, Bella waved it off, glancing around at the crowd and searching for the Cullens among them. Suddenly, she yelped as Mike collided with her during a clumsy attempt to do the robot with Eric. They both laughed as they steadied each other. Angela then grabbed Bella's hands, coaxing her to dance, at least a little. Bella went along with it for a while, but then she noticed the front door opening. Jacob, Quill, and Embry stepped inside, and Bella gently shook off Angela to weave her way through the crowd, meeting the three of them at the staircase. Hey! She exclaimed. You made it. Yeah, Jacob replied with a huff as he pulled her in for a quick hug. Can't say I never do anything nice for you. Bella said, spotting Quill and Embry eyeing the tables filled with snacks as if they were alien objects. Guess you guys won't be staying too long, then? She guessed, nervously shifting from one foot to the other. Jacob scratched his head. If you only knew how bad it stinks here, he said, causing them both to laugh. Bella glanced at Quill and Embry, noticing that while Jacob seemed a bit comfortable, the other two were tense, scanning the room filled with moving humans. Listen, I got you a present, Jacob said, drawing her attention again. Bella watched as he took her unbandaged hand in his while reaching into his pocket with the other. He then fastened something that felt like leather around her wrist and let go. Bella lifted her arm to look at the bracelet, which had a small wooden wolf attached to it. I made it myself, Jacob said proudly, and Bella's face lit up with a smile. It's really pretty, Jake. Thanks, she replied, her heart swelling with affection. Bella gave Jacob another hug. Bella, he said after a moment. Is she all right? Bella pulled back, frowning as she followed Jacob's gaze. Alice stood frozen on the steps, staring off into the distance. Shit, Bella muttered, quickly moving to stand in front of her friend. Just as she was about to wave a hand in front of Alice's eyes, Alice blinked rapidly and met Bella's gaze. What did you see? Bella asked, noting the fear and surprise on Alice's face. It didn't look good. What's going on? Jacob inquired, standing just behind Bella, frowning back and forth between the two of them. I need to talk to Jasper, Alice said, maneuvering around them both on the stairs as quickly as she could in a room full of humans. Bella exchanged a quick glance with Jacob, and they followed closely behind her. As they wove their way to the patio, Bella noticed the crowd had thinned significantly. Those who remained didn't linger for long. It was as if they had used the more formal area of the living room as a boundary they dared not cross, giving Bella, Jacob, Quill, and Embry a wide berth as they entered what felt like forbidden territory. Alice left the door open, though Jasper and Arrow's expression suggested that wasn't particularly welcomed. Quill and Embry closed the door behind them, standing guard in front of it. The gathered vampires could have easily been mistaken for a family avoiding a party for one of their siblings. Carlisle, Esme, and Edward sat on a long patio sofa, facing a pair of chairs occupied by Arrow and Emmett. Rosalie perched on the railing near her husband, while Jasper stood a little closer to Edward, separated from Rosalie. It was unsettling to feel all their eyes on them as they stepped outside. Alice moved right toward Jasper, holding on to him tightly. Bella, almost instinctively, moved toward Arrow and then stopped, darting her eyes between him and Jasper, feeling a wave of nervousness wash over her. How uncomfortable am I making you two right now? She asked, glancing between them. The vampires were likely feeling the pressure from the influx of humans. You reek of dog, Mia Kara, Arrow said, his tone surprisingly gentle. We will survive. Alice? Carlisle called, drawing attention to her as she slid up beside Jasper. The decision's been made, she said sullenly. Edward frowned and then turned to Arrow. The blouse you saw on the stray vampire's head. Is it the same? Arrow asked, glancing between Edward and Alice. I would guess so, Alice nodded. They'll be on foot, avoiding daylight, but they're coming here. How long? Edward pressed. They'll be here in 4 days, Alice replied. This could turn into a bloodbath, Carlyle pointed out uneasily, glancing at the mass of teenagers inside the house. Was it our dear Victoria behind the newborns? Arrow asked. Alice shook her head. I didn't see anyone I recognized. Maybe one, the local boy who went missing in Seattle last year. I don't think he started it, though. Whoever did is staying out of the action. They must be playing with the blind spots in your vision, Carlyle suggested thoughtfully. Which would lead back to Victoria after all, Arrow remarked casually. I doubt there would be any others with a motive to create an army to go against you all, especially someone who knows about Alice's gift. You're probably right, Carlyle agreed, nodding. How many? He turned to Alice, who looked gravely at her father figure before shifting her gaze to Arrow. Many more than we anticipated. Hold up, what army? Jacob interjected, startling Bella, who hadn't realized he had come up right behind her. His voice was loud, and he placed a hand on her shoulder in apology. Carlyle and Edward exchanged glances, and Edward shook his head. Tell them, Carlyle, Arrow said, you have my approval. Approval? Embry mumbled from by the doors. Respectfully, it's not, Edward began, but Jasper spoke over him. They'd give us the numbers. The cryptic conversation hung in the air, leaving everyone on edge. Carlyle seemed resolute as he turned to Jacob. Newborns. Our kind, he said. Arrow chimed in, the vampire that sought out Isabella the other day was part of them. Is that who they're after? Embry asked, causing everyone to turn their attention to him. Bella? On the surface, yes, Carlyle explained. But they're likely after all of us. The one we've been trying to stop is possibly the one who created them. We can't be sure. This means an ugly fight, with lives at stake. Jacob shifted out from behind Bella and glanced at his friends by the door. After a brief nod exchanged among the three of them, Jacob turned back to Carlyle. We're in. Bella tensed, wanting to protest, but Arrow caught her hand before she could say anything. This is what they do, Bella, he reminded her gently. Their kind and ours have been enemies for millennia. They'll get themselves killed. She protested. We took out the other one just fine, Jacob pointed out. There were, 5 of you, Bella countered. Yeah, and Paul was the one who got to him first, Jacob grumbled, crossing his arms in frustration. Do you believe Sam will agree to help? Carlyle asked. Jacob blushed, glancing nervously at Bella before he sighed. You don't need to talk to Sam. I'm saying we're in, so the pack is in. Sorry, what? Bella asked, confused. Jacob's gonna be chief. Embry piped up, ignoring Jacob's glare and Quill's sharp elbow. You're, really? Bella asked, surprised and pleased despite herself. When I'm 18, Jacob clarified. It's a birthright, apparently. Sam was the first to phase, so he became alpha, but I'm growing into my position. I could take it now, but I wanted to wait. He agreed to a sort of co-alpha, with me leading most of the decisions. He shrugged. It's only been in the last couple of weeks. How many are currently in your pack? Arrow asked, rising from his chair and releasing Bella's hand. About a dozen, Carlyle replied. Are you thinking of calling in the guard? Arrow inquired. No, he said immediately, turning to the blonde vampire. I told you before, Caius would never allow the truce. He would call for all your heads and ensure the pack is hunted to extinction. All but a few gifted exceptions? Rosalie asked. I'm afraid nothing would save any of you should he ever learn of this, Arrow responded gravely. So it'll be just us, Carlyle said, nodding. Might be fun, Emmett smirked. It will be dangerous, Jasper noted. The wolves will give us an edge, the newborns won't know they exist, Jasper continued. Or they might just be surprised that they do, Arrow added. From my understanding of the Rogue One's mind, no one has taught these newborns the difference between the legends they've heard and reality. It might also mean they weren't taught how to fight. Jasper pushed off the balcony. They'd be driven by instinct. You seem to know a lot about them, Jacob frowned. I had an unusual beginning, Jasper replied, his tone not necessarily rude but lacking any friendliness. Jasper has knowledge on how to fight newborns that we would lack, Carlyle explained to Jacob. We'll all need training, and you're welcome to join us. Jacob smirked. Name the time and place. Chapter 17. The house was once again silent in the early hours of the morning. The party had wrapped up just before midnight, and the cleanup was completed within moments of the last guest leaving. Bella was upstairs, fast asleep. Alice had called Charlie to ask for permission on Bella's behalf to spend the next few nights at the Cullen house. Arrow could hear her slow, easy breathing, the quiet thump of her heart, and he felt intensely grateful that he had spent the day before indulging just across the Canadian border. The faint scent of human still lingered in the air, mingled with the unmistakable odors of dogs, food, and the unpleasant musk that often clung to teenagers when they got a bit too sweaty. The following morning would mark the beginning of preparations for the army of newborns approaching the area. With little to do while the hours passed and all the mortals involved rested, Arrow found amusement in a board game with Jasper and Emmett. You have experience with newborns, Arrow said, initiating conversation after about an hour of play. I do, Jasper replied with a nod. The story behind your scars, then, I would wager, Arrow continued, meeting Jasper's gaze. The Mexican Wars? Jasper confirmed, taking his turn. Emmett observed them uneasily. I'm surprised I hadn't encountered you before, Arrow said casually. Considering the Volturi were forced to intervene. It would have been a later war, Jasper explained. Maria, my mistress, had heard of you all coming in and cleaning house when things got too conspicuous. I think that's why she kept her army small but fresh. My job was to train the newborns and then dispose of them. A shadow crossed his face as he spoke. To feel what the one you are about to execute feels, Arrow said in understanding. I don't know the exact feeling, but I empathize, Jasper replied. You do, he agreed. Imagine it's like hearing all their thoughts before you rip their heads off. Indeed, Arrow said. Emmett leaned cautiously over the table to take his turn. But you escaped that life. I did. A friend of mine, who found his mate and managed to escape, came back for me, Jasper replied, a slight smile playing on his lips. And then, sometime later, I met Alice. Emmett huffed and picked up some of the brightly colored pieces of paper, handing them to Jasper, who accepted them with a smug grin. I can't imagine you missed those days, Arrow said, picking up the dice and gently tossing them onto the wooden board before moving his piece. No, sir, Jasper replied, watching Arrow's move. There was an exchange of colored paper for a card, and then Jasper picked up the dice. Instead of tossing them, he leaned over the table and quietly asked, How do you do it? Do what? Arrow responded. You hear all the thoughts anyone's ever had with a touch. How do you feed? I couldn't. I might have gone insane if Alice hadn't found me and shown me this way of life. He glanced around, ensuring no one else in the house was listening to their hushed conversation. I know how you feel about Bella. How do you just? Arrow leaned in as well, with Emmett following, likely not wanting to feel excluded. I hear every thought, but by the time they realize what's happening to them, they're already losing their life. Or I simply snap their neck first. And when it comes to Bella, I think of her more as one of us than one of them. I won't lie and say her scent doesn't make my throat dry from time to time, but I won't dare put my teeth against her skin until she's ready to become what she is meant to be. Arrow narrowed his eyes at Jasper. I imagine you don't miss the standard way of life, if only because animals don't radiate the same emotions. That's true, Jasper acknowledged, and the three men leaned back away from each other. Upstairs, a heart rate began to rise. Arrow felt the tension build as he strained to understand the pounding rhythm echoing through the house. Suddenly, a muffled moan pierced the air, followed by another sound that could have been distress or something else entirely. Emmett grinned. Someone's having a good dream, he said. but the mood shifted quickly when another muffled moan turned into a scream. "Guess not," Emmett remarked, and in an instant, he, Arrow, and Jasper were upstairs. They rushed to Bella's door, where they found Edward trying to rouse her as she thrashed about, screaming and crying. "Move him," Arrow commanded Emmett, pointing at Edward before rushing to Bella's side. "She's having a nightmare," Edward protested. "I've seen them before." Arrow rounded on him, keeping his distance, aware of his own volatile emotions. Emmett managed to hold Edward back with a single arm stretched in front of him. "I'm aware you've seen them. Did you ever stop to think about why?" Arrow asked, sensing Jasper's gentle efforts to bring Bella out of her sleep. "No, Arrow, don't," Bella cried, her fists pounding. "No, no." She shot up, panting, desperately trying to push her hair out of her face. Carefully, hoping Jasper could keep her calm, Arrow reached out to help clear her vision. Given her violent cries, he was surprised when their eyes met and she looked relieved. "You're all right," she sighed, shifting forward to wrap her arms around his neck. Arrow frowned, glancing at Jasper, then at Esme and Alice standing in the doorway, searching for a clue about what was happening. "Of course, Miyakara," he said, gently returning her embrace for a moment before pulling back. "Why wouldn't I be?" Bella sighed again, swallowed hard, and scanned the room. "I had a dream that you were all fighting the newborns. And you were losing," she explained, her gaze drifting despondently around the room. "I was made to watch you all die. That won't." "Hush now, sweetheart," Esme said softly, coming to Bella's side and smoothing her hair with a comforting touch. "We can't promise that nothing bad will happen," she added, casting a quick glance at Alice, "but we'll get through this together. You won't have to watch anyone suffer." Bella nodded, but her brow furrowed. "I have to help," she said, looking to Arrow. "I need to be of some use to you, all of you." "Just your being here is enough," Jasper reassured her. "Are you serious about that?" Edward asked, his voice laced with concern. "We should discuss this another time," Arrow interjected. "For now, we should let her sleep." "Yeah, and I'm thinking you owe me a lot of money," Emmett chimed in with a grin. Bella frowned sleepily at Arrow. "Wait, are you playing Monopoly?" "Rest now, Isabella," Arrow said, stroking her hair back gently before he and Esme stepped away from the bed. Edward opened his mouth to protest, but Esme only had to call his name in that special way mothers do to get their children to behave. They left the room, closing the door quietly behind them. In the hallway, Arrow grasped Edward's sleeve-covered arm, halting him and the others. He composed himself before saying, "Did it never occur to you that lurking over her while she sleeps is what causes her to scream and thrash about? Did it ever cross your mind that you are, in fact, a predator? She's already surrounded by vampires. Did you think watching over her would help?" "She trusts us," Edward argued, frowning. "Trust matters little when she's asleep," Arrow reminded him. "No matter how much she cares for everyone here, all her instincts will sense is danger." Guilt flashed in Edward's eyes for a brief moment before he returned to his stony expression. He nodded in silence and turned to leave. A few moments later, the sound of the piano, Bella's lullaby, drifted through the air. Upstairs, Esme admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. "I hadn't thought about that. When I prepared the room for her, I didn't even consider that it might not be good for her." "She'll be fine," Alice reassured her. "As long as we don't hover." She gently guided her mother back to their previous conversation, leaving only Arrow, Jasper, and Emmett in the hallway. "Back to it then?" Emmett asked eagerly, rubbing his palms together in gleeful anticipation. Meanwhile, Bella sat on the roof of the truck that Jasper drove to the site, observing as the Cullens and Arrow discussed the upcoming training for the newborn army. If she found herself staring a bit longer at the red-eyed vampire than the others, it was only because she struggled to comprehend what she was seeing. He still wore his pendant, but if she had thought he looked casual the night before, she was painfully mistaken. He was dressed in a Henley that was probably borrowed from Jasper, and she suspected he was wearing pants that were almost denim but not quite, perhaps the darkest shade of khaki possible. They didn't clash with his loafers, but they certainly weren't the finely tailored clothing she was accustomed to seeing. His hair was partially pulled back again, looking more utilitarian than elegant. He blended in with the rest of them, yet stood out so distinctly that even if his eyes had been golden, there would be no mistaking he wasn't one of theirs. Adding to that was the thin, flexible gloves he wore, almost like a second skin. It wasn't surprising to see him in them, considering the likelihood of him needing to touch someone. Bella doubted that would be a good thing, especially with the flood of people's visions in the heat of battle. Just the thought of what they were training for, what lay ahead, sent her spiraling back to the nightmare she had experienced the night before. In her dream, the wolves were overrun by the newborns first, all faceless, red-eyed beings surging toward them in overwhelming numbers. Then, the Cullens charged. While they had experienced a brief moment of reprieve, it wasn't long before they were overwhelmed again. Suddenly, Victoria appeared as if from nowhere, advancing toward Bella, ready to strike. Just then, Arrow intervened. He had believed he had the situation under control, convinced that Victoria was finished. Bella watched in horror as the tables turned. She had woken up just as Arrow, Edward, Alice, and the others were engulfed in flames, with Victoria poised to drain her. Shuddering at the memory, Bella turned her gaze away from her family and focused on her hands. This shift of attention led her to examine the scar on her arm, a lasting reminder of James. A part of her still blamed herself for this entire mess. Simply being around the Cullens had drawn the nomads' unhealthy interest, and everything had spiraled from there. As she traced her finger along the cool ridges of the scar, she pondered what her life might have been like if Edward hadn't sucked out the venom. By now, she would have been changed, a vampire for nearly a year, emerging from the newborn phase. Charlie would have been devastated, as would Renee, since there would have been no gentle fading from their lives. She would have been a Cullen, without a doubt, her eyes turning to gold as she embraced their vegetarian lifestyle. But would she still have been with Edward? Back then, she couldn't imagine a life without him. She wanted to be with him forever. Yet, Edward had been adamant against her transformation. It had been his decision whether she would undergo the change, and he had chosen no. If things had followed their natural course, and the venom had taken hold, it was likely he would have descended further into self-loathing, blaming himself for the monster she would have become. He might have rejected her, or she might have rejected him, waking up on the other side with the clarity of the realization that had come too late. Would he still have gone to Volterra to seek death? Would she have followed Alice, the two of them trying to talk him out of it? Or would she have been forced to stay behind while someone else attempted to reach him? Lost in thought, are we, Miyakara? Arrow's voice startled her, pulling her back to reality as she glanced around the field. Jasper and Emmett were sparring, more focused on warming up than serious training. The others watched, but Edward's attention was primarily on her and Arrow. Is everything all right? Edward asked, brushing her hair over her shoulder. Yeah, she replied, looking down at her hand before shaking her head to clear her mind. I just got lost in thought, that's all. Arrow's fingers gently traced the scar that had sparked her contemplation. I've never asked if this scar bothers you. I often wonder if it causes you pain. It's just a bit colder than the rest of me, she said, resting her hand lightly over Arrow's. The silk-like texture of his gloves felt strange beneath her fingertips. Will it go away when I'm changed? I can't see why it wouldn't, he answered, turning his hand to take hold of Bella's. With a gentle tug, he helped her off the truck hood and to her feet, guiding her to stand at his side. But I've never personally encountered any of the few vampires who were kept as pets while human, so I can't say for sure. And even if I had, it's possible their bites were hidden beneath clothing. Still holding her hand, he carefully pushed back her sleeve, revealing the bracelet Jacob had made for her. It's quite lovely craftsmanship, he said, admiring it as he gently touched the delicately carved wood. He has a gift. I'm surprised you don't mind, Bella remarked, glancing from the bracelet back to Arrow. He met her gaze and touched the crest through her shirt, pressing it gently against her breastbone. Leaning in close, he whispered in her ear, so softly she could barely hear him, You accepted a gift from me, why wouldn't you do the same for someone else you care for? He pulled back slightly, looking her in the eye, his expression thoughtful. Louder, Arrow continued. As I've mentioned, maintaining your friendship with him will be difficult, if not impossible, after the change. A reminder of the love you shared could be something meaningful to carry with you. Most of us don't get to have such a luxury. Bella smiled up at him, but her moment of tranquility was shattered by a loud crash nearby. She turned to see Emmett picking himself up from the ground before charging back at Jasper in a blur. "Hey, guys!" Jacob's voice called out as he emerged from the tree-line, wearing his typical frayed pants and not much else. The sparring paused, and the Cullens turned to face him. "So, Sam thinks it's best if the pack is in wolf form while they watch. I'll phase in with the rest, but I wanted to give you all a heads up." He spotted Bella and grinned before dashing back into the woods. Arrow wrapped his arm around her waist, trying to keep her close and safe, but not so tightly that she couldn't leave his side if she chose to. Slowly, the wolves began to emerge from the forest, with Jacob at the center and the large black wolf beside him, whom Bella guessed was Sam. 3 of the wolves eyed Arrow with what she interpreted as suspicion, their gazes darting between him and her. She wondered what they were concerned about, but the moment passed as they shifted their focus to Jacob and then straightened their attention on the Cullens. Bella couldn't help but snort at the mix of dismay and disgust on Edward's face, curious about what the wolves might be thinking to elicit such a reaction from him as he stood on the other side of Carlisle, next to Jasper. "Thank you for coming," Carlisle addressed the group. "Jasper has experience in fighting newborns, so I'll be passing the leader role on to him today. He'll teach us how to defeat them and hopefully provide you all with a better understanding of what you're up against." Edward frowned. "They want to know how the newborns differ from us." He relayed the question. "They're significantly stronger than we are because their own human blood lingers in their tissues. Our kind is never more physically powerful than in our first several months of this life," Carlisle explained. Bella observed as Carlisle and Edward stepped back, directing their focus to Jasper. It was fascinating to see Jasper's posture shift. He stood tall, shoulders back, hands clasped behind him, surveying both the wolves and the Cullens with a sharp gaze. He continued his speech, outlining a quick set of do's and don'ts for the wolves and vampires, before calling on Emmett to help with a demonstration. Bella could only see a blur of motion, unable to distinguish which streak belonged to Jasper and which belonged to Emmett. "Emmett has lunged," Arrow noted. "Jasper will be behind him." Sure enough, in an instant, the action halted. Jasper had wrapped himself around Emmett's torso, his teeth just an inch from Emmett's throat. The wolves let out a low rumble, and judging by the smirk on Edward's face, Bella guessed it was a good sign. Jasper called out to Alice. "He's about to charge her," Arrow observed quietly. "But she'll know what he intends to do." Bella could tell by the way Alice stood still. "She's about to," Arrow interrupted as Jasper suddenly froze. Alice had transitioned from standing still to being on Jasper's back in a flash, so quickly that Bella barely registered the movement. "I imagine her gift makes her both fierce and vulnerable," Arrow continued. "She would know what was coming for her, but at any moment, anyone she focused on could change their mind, which could cause her to stop. So we should ask her to limit her focus on so many decisions," Bella suggested anxiously, twisting Arrow's sleeve nervously. "If it's something she can do, then yes," Arrow agreed. It was startling to see Esme as she faced off against Jasper. The fierce look in her eyes was a stark contrast to her usual warm, nurturing gaze. Bella instinctively moved closer to Arrow as he began to describe what he was witnessing when the fight commenced. Once Esme had finished, he glanced down at Bella with, genuinely concerned, said, "If seeing Esme like that has bothered you, you won't like watching when it's my turn." "I won't see you for long, at least," she replied as Rosalie took her turn. Once each of the Cullens had had their turn, Arrow stepped back. Jasper glanced at the gloves with a smirk but didn't say anything. "When you're ready, Major," Arrow said with a sly grin, causing Jasper to raise an eyebrow. "Major? Like an army major?" Bella made a mental note to ask about that story one day. For now, she wrapped one arm around herself, the other bent to press her mouth to her fist. Jasper said something she couldn't quite catch, and then she watched as Arrow shifted. She had seen it before, shadows of it, anyway. The sharp, dark eyes of a predator. The eerily graceful stance that preceded a quick move. It was terrifying, the way his smile could be perceived as crazed, how his eyes practically glowed, and the way his teeth glistened. Then, in an instant, he became a blur alongside Jasper, the sound of stone hitting stone echoing painfully in her ears. She cringed and squinted, trying to catch a glimpse of what was happening. Jasper and Arrow are essentially at a draw, Edward said, and Bella had been so focused on trying to make sense of the chaos that she hadn't noticed him approach. She glanced at Edward, but he was watching the fight intently. Every time one nearly gets the upper hand, the other makes a comeback. Both are quite fierce, it's impressive to behold. Edward paused for a moment. I can imagine this is what Jasper looked like during the Southern Wars, where he learned the most about newborns. Is that why Arrow called him Major? Bella asked, looking back at the blur of movement, noting the wolves were watching closely, some even pacing. No, Edward replied, his eyes still fixed on the fight. Jasper was part of the Confederate Army before he was turned. It's not something he likes to talk about, just like the Southern Wars. Bella nodded, deciding not to press the issue further. Caius is known to be the more bloodthirsty of the Volturi, she noted, but Arrow seems to genuinely enjoy the fight. He's almost smiling. And despite the gloves, it's as if he knows exactly what Jasper will do next. Suddenly, the blur of motion halted, both men gripping each other's necks, each letting out a low growl that faded almost instantly as Bella registered it. You've definitely dealt with newborns, Jasper said with a grin, and they both withdrew their hands. I've had my fair share of encounters, yes, Arrow replied, straightening his shirt as he glanced toward Bella and Edward. Their eyes locked for a moment before Edward stepped in front of Arrow, standing tall to shield Bella from his view. I've gone up against Jasper, Edward said, his tone almost polite. I'd like to see how I fare against you. Very well, Arrow responded, and the two men stepped back for a moment. Jasper looked to Carlyle, who nodded once in confirmation. A hand or arm around the neck wins, as does having teeth near it, Jasper declared. A familiar look returned to Arrow's face, and then they were off again. This time, there was no narration, and all Bella could see was a blur of blue, black, and white, leaving her completely in the dark about what was happening. More concerning was how the chaos seemed to get closer to her, causing her heart to race with a torrent of emotions. She nearly stumbled back onto the hood of the truck when a cracking sound pierced the air, tensing the family and causing the wolves' ears to perk up. Then everything stopped. Arrow was on his knees, facing her, gritting his teeth as a fine spider web of cracks appeared on his cheek, slowly sealing. Edward had one hand on Arrow's neck, another arm wrapped around his torso, and his foot pinning Arrow's legs. Bella was abruptly reminded of the day they had been in Volterra when Edward had been tortured by Jane. His eyes were dark, intense, unforgiving, and wild. Bella felt a rush of memories from that biology class long ago when she first sat next to Edward. But this time, it wasn't thirst that caught her attention. His eyes had been a brilliant shade of gold before the fight. Instead, it was a haunting nightmare with Edward taking on the role of Victoria. Stop, she cried out, her voice breaking as she locked eyes with Edward. Stop, she repeated when he didn't seem to hear her. Edward, Carlyle said, his tone calm yet commanding. At that, Edward snapped back to reality. He released Arrow and stepped away, returning to her side as he had been before. Sorry, Edward said, glancing toward Arrow. I lost myself a little. It's fine, Arrow replied, his eyes closed as the last of the cracks on his face healed. It was a valuable lesson for me. Then Arrow was at Bella's side, facing forward and watching as Rosalie and Esme moved into the next set. Bella subtly slipped her bandaged hand into Arrow's rigid one, grasping it even though he didn't move. She reached across herself with her other hand, joining it with the first. But Arrow pulled away, and Bella flinched at the pang of disappointment. Just then, Arrow's arm wrapped around her waist, just as it had before. Bella turned to embrace him in return. She took a deep breath, barely catching the evergreen scent through the borrowed fabric, but it was enough to bring her some comfort. It took several moments for her heart to settle. The training continued throughout most of the day, with breaks only for the mortals to tend to their needs. As evening began to fall, Alice took Bella into town for dinner, while Arrow retreated to the woods. He would love to claim it wasn't to lick his proverbial wounds, but lying to himself felt distasteful. He had had the upper hand on the young Cullen, and it had been almost an easy win. Yet, when he spotted Isabella and noticed the worry etched on her face, it felt like a victory in itself. She might have been physically present, but the turmoil around them was undeniable. Arrow could still feel the affectionate connection between them, with lingering touches and stolen kisses. Bella had drifted closer to him whenever they were near, even accepting his gift. But he could sense that she was still grappling with the notion that they were meant to be together. The confession she needed to make, one deeper than simply saying, "I care about you," would take time. It might not come until after her transformation, perhaps not for centuries. Yet, she worried, more than she had with anyone else. The thrill of witnessing that concern had sparked a fleeting fantasy in his mind. Then, everything changed when Edward became feral. It shifted from Arrow trying to keep the young man's arm or hand from around his neck to a desperate struggle to prevent Edward from clawing or punching his face off. Arrow had to keep Edward away from Bella, fearing that the wildness within him would make the scent of her blood, already tantalizing to Edward, utterly irresistible. During one of those attempts to keep Edward at bay, a punch landed on Arrow's cheek, disorienting him and allowing Edward to overpower him. Suddenly, Arrow found himself on his knees, vulnerable before Bella, forced to confront the sheer terror reflected in her eyes. He could still remember how Edward's grip had tightened around his neck before Bella and Carlyle intervened, calling Edward off. It was absurd to think Bella would want little to do with him afterward. But when she reached for his hand, encircling it and drawing herself closer, Arrow was genuinely surprised. Sulpicia, despite her love for him, would have distanced herself in the aftermath of such chaos, her thoughts filled with embarrassment at the thought of losing. Others, too, had reacted similarly when he chose to entertain himself with someone unbound for a decade or two. Bella might have seen him as weak or lesser, but if those thoughts crossed her mind, they did nothing to dampen her affection. And that was something he would never have to know. Some time after his initial escape, Arrow sensed Edward's approach. He tensed, wary of the young man, determined not to be caught off guard again. When Edward stopped a few feet away, he looked genuinely remorseful. "I wanted to apologize properly for my behavior earlier," Edward said, barely meeting Arrow's gaze. "Really? And which of your adoptive parents persuaded you to do so?" Arrow asked. "Neither," Edward replied, sounding confused. "Though I heard enough of my family's thoughts on the matter to know you deserved more than the dismissive apology I gave before. They were right. Losing myself in that moment could have had irreparable consequences, not just for me, but for my family. It's possible I would have fallen even further from Bella's favor than I already have." Arrow assessed the young man. While he didn't completely lower his guard, he did relax slightly. "I'm not here strictly as a leader of the Volturi," he began. "But you are correct in assuming that my death at your hands, or under your family's care, would have led to the worst possible outcome. I doubt Isabella would have survived that." Edward nodded solemnly, his gaze dropping to the ground. "My forgiveness will only come on one condition, an explanation." Edward glanced up. "I lost myself." "Yes, but how? Was it a stray thought? Mine or someone else's?" "Yours," Edward replied, his voice pained. "It felt more like a memory than a fleeting thought. A kiss. I shared a few of those with her, so it's not unlikely that it was a memory," Arrow conceded, his guard rising as he heard a low growl escape Edward. "Would you have preferred I lied about it?" Edward asked, tightening his jaw. "No," Edward snapped back. "I don't suppose I would. It's just, she's mine. She's my Bella, my everything. And she's not even letting me try. She's not just yours, she is her own person." "And she's not letting you try," Arrow replied firmly. "Because you've given her no reason to," Arrow retorted. In a rare moment of sympathy for the young man, he offered an olive branch. "You and she come from different times. You represent an era when men were assertive and dominant, while women were demure, pleased to be chased and flattered by attention. Bella, however, belongs to this era, where women have more choices, though, admittedly, not quite enough. I imagine if my former wife had been born in a time like this, it would have taken far more than the promise of power and security to win her hand. He thoughtfully added, but if she were from this era, she likely wouldn't have bothered with a man at all. And would that have made you kill her faster? Edward asked, his gaze sharp. Arrow scowled back at him. Sulpicia is still alive. Edward didn't look convinced, but Arrow decided not to correct him. You're smothering Isabella, Arrow said, wanting to bring the conversation to a close. And you aren't? Edward countered. I don't stand over her bed and watch her sleep. I don't follow her around, stalking her every move whenever possible. You won't even let her near Jacob without giving an extensive lecture. The wolves are volatile, unpredictable, and have no control over themselves, Arrow replied. That sounds very typical of a newborn vampire, Arrow agreed. Except that the majority of the shifters have control over themselves, Jacob more than most. You've heard their thoughts, I've heard Jacob's every thought. One wolf lost control to the point of harming his love, but he also had a temper to begin with. Edward shook his head, and Arrow sensed that this conversation was going nowhere. The boy clung too tightly to the stubbornness of youth to truly consider Arrow's reasoning. After a moment, Edward said, apology aside, I came out here for another reason. I need your help. I need you to make them see reason. In what regard? Arrow asked. They want Bella to go through the area we plan to lure the newborns to, leaving. Her scent will linger in the air, close enough to the fight to draw them into a frenzy. A fresh whiff carried by the wind could drive them mad with thirst, Arrow said. I'm not sure how this could be a bad thing, Arrow continued. An old, yet still recent trail of her scent would definitely lead them where we want them. There would be enough of us there to keep Bella safe. What if it's Victoria? Edward asked. What if she's using all of this as a distraction? Arrow pursed his lips thoughtfully. Might I ask what you propose we do with Bella during all this? She can't stay in town, that would divert her scent away from where we want them. And she can't go to the reservation either. There wouldn't be any wolves to protect her, and according to the treaty, none of us can go in and protect her. I would stay with her, Edward said, as if it were obvious. And did you ask if that's what she wanted? Arrow countered. No, of course you didn't. You don't ask Bella what she would like, you simply tell her what she wants and expect her to go along with it. She'll say she wants to help. So let her, Arrow replied. She'll be a vampire in just a little over 2 months. Were you planning to convince her to stay at home all the time? I imagine you'd expect a mountain lion to be laid out for you when you got home, wouldn't you? She's not a vampire now, Edward sneered. And I would never. Never say never, Edward. It's a bit of a curse for you, Arrow warned. Edward clenched his jaw and nodded once. When he seemed calm again, Arrow spoke up. If we arrange for her to be far enough away from the fight to remain relatively safe, but close enough for her scent to be noticed, would that suffice? Only if I stay with her, Edward insisted. Then she'll have 2 vampires watching over her. And if Victoria is the one behind this, she'll likely notice your absence in the chaos. She'll follow the scent and find herself outnumbered. Edward looked ready to argue but hesitated. He made a sound of frustration, then fell silent again. A car with a heartbeat drew closer, signaling Alice and Bella's return, and Edward turned his head in their direction. I know you care about her, he said softly. I don't think you love her, not really. I'll never believe that. But you do care for her, so your help will be appreciated. The sound of car doors closing punctuated his words, and Arrow listened as footsteps approached. A few moments later, Bella and Alice appeared, Bella muttering curses under her breath while trying not to laugh at Alice. Hey, Bella said as they entered the clearing. I thought you guys would be tired of the woods after today and tomorrow's training. Edward smiled softly at Bella. So why are you out here then? He teased. I'm not going to be there tomorrow, Bella replied firmly. I'll go back to my house for a bit and come back afterward. I'll hunt while Bella's preparing for the battle and stay with her tomorrow night while you all hunt, Alice said with a grin. Edward met her gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips as he nodded to his sister. I suppose it's for the best that it goes that way, he agreed. Can, Bella said, drawing Edward's attention once more. Can you guys give us a moment? She gestured between herself and Arrow. Before Edward could respond, Alice took his arm and said, of course. With a gentle tug, they walked away. I'm sorry, Bella said as Arrow turned to her. After today, I can't, the battle is going to be bad enough, but today. You don't need to explain, Miyakara, he assured her. Yeah, but I feel like I do, Bella said, her tone laced with frustration. Alice, she told me what the family decided. And I agree, I should be. I want to help in any way I can, she said. But Edward with his hand on your neck. That was straight out of my nightmare, except it wasn't him I saw in my head. Bella, Arrow said softly. She sighed, reaching for him, fisting his jacket and pulling herself closer, resting her head on his chest. After a few seconds, she added, I need a day away from it all so I can be braver. Just a moment to separate myself from everything. And I know it's selfish. No, he said firmly, cupping her head and tilting it up to meet her gaze. It is not selfish in the least. You're not asking to do nothing while others take risks for you, you're simply asking to be excused from a task in which you can have no participation. If anything, it was selfish of all of us to want you near. It's because you all need to watch over me. Which makes me wonder, if I don't show up tomorrow, will you all be worried? It will be during the day, Arrow reminded her. And while that does pose a risk, if the forecast continues as expected, it will be far too sunny for any of our kind to risk exposure. Just make sure you're back at the Cullens before sundown. She nodded in his hands, then slid her arms from his chest around his neck, pulling herself up to kiss him. There's another reason I hate not going tomorrow, she said after pulling back. Less time with you. You're going to go back soon, right? Arrow nodded. I called Gianna this morning to arrange for the jet to be brought here in 4 days. Bella nodded as well, then closed her eyes. I hate knowing that my missing you might not even be me missing you. You may not miss me at all, Arrow said, smiling slightly as she opened her eyes and frowned. Bella, I love you, and I will miss you. But I won't miss you merely because I love you, I will miss you because I like you. Your spirit, your curiosity, your fearless heart, Arrow said with a teasing smile. Fearless? I think I just said I couldn't watch the training tomorrow because of a nightmare, Bella replied, shaking her head. That's completely human, Miyakara. But you're still willing to be on the fringes of the fight despite the risks. Remember when you stepped into the den of vampires without a second thought, just when Jane was ordered to bring you all down to the throne room in Volterra? And now, you keep returning here, to a place that should make you nervous given the events of your last birthday. Bella sighed. Jasper didn't mean it, I know that. Even so, Arrow said, dipping his head to steal a kiss from her. It's no wonder you have so many hearts, both beating and not, that wish to be kept in your possession. She grinned. You're just trying to make me feel better about all this. Is it working? He asked, his own grin widening. Bella kissed him again. Not telling, she said playfully before leaning in once more. Without hesitation, Arrow lifted her by the back of her thighs and turned, pressing her back against the tree. He allowed himself to lose just a bit of control. Bella didn't seem to mind, except for the surprised, muffled oof that escaped her when she hit the tree. At her own human speed, she wrapped her legs around his waist, allowing him to free one hand. He pulled them back slightly and placed his hand at the back of her head, trying to cushion her, but the distinct sound of her teeth clattering together told him it had the opposite effect. Yet, he felt her smile against his lips, so instead of pulling back right away, Arrow continued to kiss her senseless until her need for air became clear. She rested her head against his shoulder and placed a gentle kiss on his neck. The sensation was unexpected, sending a shiver of pleasure through him that made the venom flood his system in ways he usually kept under control. Slowly, Arrow stepped back, letting Bella's legs slide down from around his waist to the forest floor. Then, he moved so he could. Arrow held Bella at arm's length. "We had a conversation not long ago about whether I feared losing control with you," he began, noticing the apprehension wash over her features. He swallowed the excess venom pooling in his mouth. "I fear I underestimated the effect you could have on me when I'm unprepared." Oops. Bella replied, uncertainty in her voice. "Guess that means that the next time we find ourselves in such an amorous situation, I'll be expecting simple things, like a kiss on the neck." Bella blushed and then let out a giggle. "Oh," she said, playfully. "So, I mean, it's not like I know much about vampire anatomy, but you're saying—" "Yes, yes," he interrupted, a hint of amusement in his tone. "Now, please, I would appreciate it if I should be heading back to the house anyway." Alice, she was very vision-oriented tonight. One of those visions had her looking at me like she knew something, so this, here, tonight, probably wasn't a good idea. "On the contrary," Arrow said, stepping closer, now back in control of himself. He took her hand gently, resisting the urge to pull her in and continue what had started before. "I rather think this evening would have been an excellent idea if you'd been a vampire. For now, it was merely an excellent lesson on what to expect in the future." Bella looked at him, her eyes filled with hope. Despite his curiosity, they had moved just enough toward the house that they were in hearing range of the other vampires. It was best to leave things as they were for the night and hope they could have that conversation about her hopes sometime soon. Chapter 18. Bella returned from Port Angeles after a day out with Angela. The sun had been blissfully bright, filling the air with the warmth of summer. It felt liberating to have a day out without a chaperone, and Bella hoped it would be one of many more to come once the newborns and Victoria were dealt with. She stopped by Charlie's to grab a small bag of things after dropping Angela off. He didn't comment on the unfamiliar black car she had been driving, likely assuming it belonged to the Cullens, given their vast collection of vehicles. After promising him that he would spend his next few days off fishing, Bella drove back to the Cullen house, pulling into the garage just as the sun began to set. Walking inside with her bag in hand, she glanced around the empty living room. "Hello?" Edward appeared on the patio outside, startling her for a moment just as Alice came rushing down the stairs. The two siblings stood in front of Bella in an instant, and it looked like a silent standoff was about to unfold, with unspoken tension between them. "What's up?" Bella asked, glancing between them. Alice spoke first. "I told the family it would be smart to hunt tonight, since tomorrow night there's a chance there won't be any animals around for dinner." "I don't need," Edward began to protest. Alice cut him off. "It may be your only chance to power up before the fight." "Wait, why won't there be any animals around?" Bella asked, shaking her head in confusion. "There's going to be a storm tomorrow night," Alice explained. "We'll start to notice the silence around midday." Edward sighed. "I'll be fine." "You go." "Edward." Alice sighed heavily. "Can you please just go?" "Bella is here, she's fine." "And she doesn't need you hovering," Bella interjected plainly. Edward looked chagrined but nodded. He turned back to the patio doors, lingering for a moment. "Go." Alice waved him off. Edward nodded and then left. Alice sighed. With relief. "Right. So, tell me about your day. Did you decide on that dress in the end? The black one? It would look amazing on you. If you didn't get it, I can go back and grab it once all this is over." "Oh. Or we could go together." Bella laughed, feeling grateful that the earlier tension from Edward's constant presence hadn't dampened the evening too much. "Right, maybe. But I have to ask, if there's a storm coming, won't that sort of ruin all the work I'll do prepping the area?" "I see you doing a magnificent job," Alice replied with a sly smile as she led Bella to the stairs, moving at a human pace. "The area we chose will get some snow." Snow. But the wind will be dampened a bit by the cliffs, Alice finished. Snow? Bella repeated, incredulous. It's June. Alice shrugged. Mountain region. Don't worry, Edward wasn't planning to do more than pitch a tent in a spot that has some shelter. But we managed to get a little camper up the mountain. You can thank Emmett tomorrow, although I'm not sure it's necessary. He had a lot of fun going off-road with it. I don't think he'll be able to keep it heated all evening and through the night, not without sacrificing running water. So I get to be in an unheated camper with two cold-bodied vampires during a snowstorm on a mountain. Great. Bella snickered. Sounds fun. I don't know if it will be or not, Alice said as they reached Bella's room. Anyway, you should change into your pajamas. It'll be fun, like a slumber party. She winked and left Bella with her bag at the door. Bella stepped inside, dropped her bag on the dresser, rummaged through it, and pulled out her pajamas and toiletries. It was already after 9, and the chances of her raiding the vampire's kitchen for a snack were quite low, so she figured. Bella decided it was time to get ready for bed. The unexpected prospect of camping out led her to think she could always tell Alice she was tired and wanted to turn in a bit earlier. That way, she could enjoy a longer stretch in her luxurious bed and avoid the discomfort of sleeping fully clothed in a winter jacket, with little else for warmth. Once she had changed and prepared herself, she returned to her room, stuffing her things at the bottom of her bag, and then set off in search of Alice. As she made her way halfway down the stairs, it hit her that she might have been a bit duped. Alice left, didn't she? She asked the seemingly empty room. Yes, Arrow replied, his voice echoing softly. She was very adamant that I returned from my hunt not long after sunset. I thought it had something to do with a possible danger or maybe an unexpected meeting. I can't say I'm disappointed with her reasoning. Bella continued down the stairs, scanning the room until she spotted him to her right, lurking in the shadows. Did you? Hunt, I mean. I don't want you to think you have to hold off from me, she said, drawing closer. He smiled, his eyes a brilliantly bright red. Yes, he assured her, stepping toward her almost cautiously. She glanced around the house. The only light came from the moon outside and a lamp glowing in the next room. Is anyone else here? Bella asked. No one but you and I for a few hours, Arrow replied. Once again, Alice was kind enough to carve out time we would have had difficulty arranging on our own. Bella let out a huff, a light laugh escaping as nerves began to creep in. So, she swallowed hard, you and me, a few hours to ourselves. She brushed her hair back behind her ear, suddenly very aware that she was in her pajamas while he stood before her in his usual attire, buttoned all the way to the collar. Imagine all the questions you could ask, Arrow said with a grin. All the answers you could possibly get. And with no interruptions. Chewing her lip, Bella stepped closer. Bella reached out with a slightly trembling hand, running her fingers along the lapel of his jacket. Does it have to be that? She asked, grasping the second lapel before finally meeting his gaze. What did you have in mind, Mia Amida? Arrow inquired, leaning in a little closer. Taking a deep breath, Bella shifted the jacket off Arrow's chest, sliding it back over his shoulders and down his arms until it fell away from his body. She placed it on a nearby table and returned her hands to his chest, sliding them up to his shoulders as she pulled herself closer to him. She kissed him long and slow, feeling a surge of confidence when his hands found their way to her waist, drawing her nearer. Ah, he said as she pulled back, a wicked grin curling his lips. I see. A chaste evening of board games is what you had in mind. Unable to contain her laughter, she leaned back in, threading her fingers through his hair. Arrow's hands drifted downward, lingering on her skin before he grasped the backs of her legs. Now aware of his intentions, Bella lifted herself up, her legs holding firm as she dared to run her teeth lightly along the outside of his lower lip. He chuckled softly in response, kissing her back, and then, in an instant, they were moving. Breaking the kiss, Bella looked around, surprised yet pleased to find themselves at the threshold of her bedroom. Is this what you wanted, Bella? He whispered near her ear, his lips grazing her jaw. Yeah, she replied, nodding vigorously. Definitely. He moved slowly toward the bed, laying her down gently while hovering just above her. As much as she tried to push the thought away, Bella couldn't help but think of Edward at that moment. He would never have allowed her to be in this position. He would always be beside her in bed, never underneath her. And if she had tried to kiss him the way she was kissing Arrow. If she were kissing Arrow right now, he would retreat to the far end of the room and tell her it would never be. He would say he'd hurt her, break her, possibly even kill her. But she didn't want him anymore. What she truly desired was within her reach, and if it was something foolish, like fate or destiny amplifying her longing, she decided she didn't care at this moment. Her heart knew what it wanted, and so did her mind. If her soul happened to be pleased with the idea, that was just a bonus. As Bella's heart raced, she took a risk. One button at Arrow's collar came loose at her command. Then another. Her fingers moved to the next button, then the next, one after another, until she had to pull his shirt from where it was tucked into his pants to reach the last one. Throughout this, he continued to give her small, measured, yet intoxicating kisses on her lips. When his shirt finally opened, Bella's hands glided down his chest and stomach, feeling the cool, smooth skin beneath her fingertips. She brushed against patches of coarse hair, something she hadn't expected but perhaps should have. When Arrow pulled back, she nearly whined in protest, ready to beg as she would have with Edward. But Arrow simply undid the buttons of his cuffs with an inhuman speed and tossed the shirt aside. He removed the chain holding his Volturi crest from around his neck, setting it on the nightstand before returning to hover over her, his kisses growing longer and more passionate. Bella's hands immediately resumed their exploration, shifting to his back, trailing down his spine, then back up, and down his chest and abdomen again. Her fingers brushed against the belt at his waist, and she began to undo it. Slowly, expecting him to stop her, she pulled it from the loops. This was it. At any moment, she thought she might wake up. As she tossed the belt onto the floor, the clank and thud of it felt foreign to her ears, but she was convinced she was fully awake. Somewhere else, Bella imagined Alice, either passed out watching a movie or completely alone in her bed. She probably was in another room, shopping for dresses or designing one herself. With the belt gone, Bella reached for the button and zipper. She managed to get the button open, but only got the zipper partway down before cool hands caught her wrists, gently yet swiftly bringing her hands above her head and pinning them there. Panting when Arrow broke the kiss, Bella looked up into his crimson eyes, fully prepared for the lecture she had anticipated since she started this whole thing downstairs. Not this night, Arrow said, shaking his head as his hair fell around them. Right, Bella replied, trying not to reveal her disappointment. The smirk Arrow wore suggested she wasn't very successful. You're mistaken, Mia Amada, he said, leaning in to kiss her just a touch longer than before. Letting go of her wrists, he moved one hand to her abdomen, tracing along the hem of her camisole before slipping just underneath it. When I say not this night, I simply mean that I will not be on the receiving end of anything. His hand inched higher, and Bella's eyes widened as the breath left her lungs in a surprised huff, his long, cool fingers stopping just short of anything truly interesting. But I won't leave you wanting. There are, after all, so many other ways to be lovers, if that's what you desire. Bella nodded eagerly. Yeah, she said, yeah. Yes. All of it. Any of it. Then, cringing, she added, oh, that sounds desperate. And pathetic. No, Arrow assured her. It's not either of those things. He kissed her again. There is no shame in knowing what you want, Bella. There is no shame in admitting you have desires and wanting to act on them. I only ask that perhaps some of those desires remain unfulfilled for now. His hand, disappointingly, trailed down, then pleasantly skimmed along the band of her shorts. All right, Bella sighed happily, wiggling a bit in response. In an effort to move his hand down further. I think I can deal with that. Arrow's laugh was a beautiful sound, and Bella basked in it, him, his hands, his presence, his voice whispering in her ear, and his kiss lingering on her lips. His hand dipped below the band of her shorts, and she embraced what he offered freely until she simply couldn't take any more. It was both easier and more difficult than he had anticipated. Venom occasionally filled his mouth, and his urge to bite caused his jaw to relax and tense at times. Bella sang an opera meant only for him, and he felt like the maestro who made her voice soar. She burned where he caressed, where he touched, and where he kissed, and he craved more. Yet Arrow maintained control, and Bella never questioned why he didn't remove a single stitch of her clothing or why he occasionally ducked his head away from her. She didn't attempt to kiss any part of him that wasn't his lips or cheeks, as if she understood that it might break him if she did. Thankfully, her teeth didn't nip. She had no idea how much that action made him want to return the favor. Sleepy and sated, Arrow settled beside her once more after Bella took what she adorably called a human moment. As her eyelids grew heavy, she ran her fingers along his chest. "You're beautiful," she murmured. "As are you," Arrow replied, placing a gentle kiss on her forehead. She smiled. "You made me feel beautiful." Scoffing, she shook her head. "And I think I've lost a few brain cells saying things like that. I would say I accomplished much if I made you feel that way, because you are absolutely breathtaking." Bella blushed, hiding her face in a moment of semi-virginal shyness before turning back to him. "How do you know I'm not hideous under the pajamas? Maybe I have scars or something." Arrow arched a brow. "Isabella, I have known you for only a few months. I would be more surprised by a lack of scars than by the number there are. That aside, I didn't need to see you with my own eyes to know you are every bit the exquisite creature I always believed you to be." My hands conducted a thorough examination. She giggled at that but didn't blush again. Instead, she reached for him, and Arrow moved closer willingly. He kissed her, savoring the unusual sensation of a lover who was too tired to fully invest in the moment. He had no real recollection of his human partners from before his transformation, and while a vampire might grow bored, they never truly grew tired. This was something unique, an experience he would never have considered before her. Bella's eyes were nearly shut when he pulled back, her eyelids heavy with exhaustion. "Will you stay until I fall asleep? I know you can't afterward, but leading up to it." "Get comfortable, Mia Cara," he replied. When Bella shifted onto her side, he pressed against her. She shivered but said nothing, wiggling backward to press closer to him. Instead of wrapping his arm around her, he lightly traced a finger up and down her arms, listening as her heartbeat began to slow and her breathing evened out. How would he survive 2 months without her? He would never know. Now that he had this night to carry with him through the long, tedious hours before her arrival in Italy, the wait was sure to feel even longer. But he could wait, and he would. If, after her transformation, she still wasn't certain about committing herself to him entirely, he would respect her decision. Yet, he hoped, and would continue to hope, that she would choose to stay with him rather than fight their bond and live apart. He closed his eyes and imagined, for a moment, Isabella after her change. Sitting in the library inside the castle, at his favorite desk, a book in her hand, she would be absorbing all there was to learn with time limitless and her thirst manageable. He could picture the sunlight streaming through the window, casting a warm glow on her skin just so. The millions of facets glimmered around them, but Arrow couldn't fathom the idea of placing Bella in a tower with Athenadora if she chose him. He didn't even want to consider it. Yes, there was the risk of something happening to Bella, which could bring him grief similar to what Marcus experienced. But her spirit was vibrant, it would burn brighter, and it didn't deserve to be caged for the sake of his peace of mind. He envisioned her as he saw her that night, but with the features gleaned from Alice's visions of future Bella. His thoughts wandered to those imaginings and beyond until Bella fell asleep. Not wanting to linger and risk giving her nightmares, Arrow rose from the bed, redressed, and ensured everything was in order before heading down to retrieve his jacket. Carlyle and Esme were the first to return, joining Arrow on the balcony. He inhaled the cool night air, a book resting unread on his lap, his thoughts consumed by Bella. "The camp has been set up," Carlyle said as he took a seat across from Arrow. "A simple tent would have been practical, but it's far enough up the mountain that no one should see it before we can take it down. At least this way, Bella and Jacob can take care of their human needs away from the cold." It was thoughtful of you, Arrow conceded, admitting he hadn't considered that. Carlyle smiled. Patients tend to remind you of the small things we often forget. Even Edward, despite being around them in school and having Bella nearby, can forget now and then. I hadn't thought to mention that Jacob would be staying there overnight as well, Arrow said, closing the book and setting it aside. It had slipped my mind. Did she settle in all right? Esme asked as she joined them, possibly having slipped inside to check on Bella or to attend to another matter. I returned early, and Alice wanted to join her mate, Arrow replied, uncertain how much of a concern that was. There was a small bit of truth in that. And Bella settled in just fine. She fell asleep about an hour ago. Esme smiled softly, though her attention shifted to the forest. Arrow could hear 3 more vampires approaching. When Edward cleared the railing, panic flashed across his face as he looked between the 3 of them. She's fine, Esme reassured him, reaching for Carlyle's hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. Edward relaxed a bit. When I saw Alice, I worried. The idea of Bella being left alone. I was with her, Arrow confessed just as Alice and Jasper joined them. Edward winced. I suppose that's better, at least to some degree. Did you get enough time? Alice asked Arrow, the sparkle in her eye revealing that her inquiry wasn't entirely innocent. To be honest, I wouldn't mind an additional hunt, he replied, playing along. I find myself, not thirsty, per se, but I think it's best to ensure I'm completely satiated before the battle. Alice struggled to suppress a smirk, while Jasper outright snickered. They must have been masking their thoughts from Edward, or he simply saw through their amusement and thought them foolish for believing it could happen. Don't go east, Alice warned as Arrow stood up. Rose and Emmett went that way and got a bit distracted. Edward scoffed and shook his head as he headed inside the house. I will, Arrow agreed, taking off west to avoid the amorous couple. Right, so, what do I do? Bella asked Jasper, trying to ignore the 2 vampires and Jacob behind her. Jasper looked so amused that she felt like smacking him, if only she wouldn't break her hand in the process. But honestly, she couldn't blame him. Bella had no idea what Arrow had been thinking about since she woke up and came down to the kitchen for breakfast earlier that morning. She, on the other hand, was thinking of him. She imagined the things he could do with his hands, the way his lips kissed her and whispered secrets in the dark of her room. She wished there could be more time for moments like that before they had to leave for Italy. Every time she glanced at him from across the room, she found him looking back with a subtle smirk that he needed to tame. Edward hadn't seemed to notice at first, but eventually, something must have caught his attention because he began watching them suspiciously. Whatever was happening clearly affected Jasper, who was picking up on all of it. That was frustrating for her, knowing her annoyance was probably amplifying the humor he found in the situation. You're going to load this area down with your scent, Jasper said, gesturing to the vast space around them. Touch everything you can reach and stay as long as possible. When you're done, Jacob will take you up the mountain to meet Arrow and Edward. You'll stay there. Right, yeah, about that. I'm not a huge fan of the outdoors, Bella replied. Esme made sure you'd be as comfortable as possible, Edward chimed in, and Bella dared to look back at him over her shoulder. He smiled at her so lovingly that it made her stomach clench with discomfort. All your human needs can be accommodated. Right, so there's running water? She asked. A very small amount, yes. You probably wouldn't want to take a shower, he replied. Good thing I got one this morning, then, Bella grumbled before turning back to Jasper. So, frolic? Jasper grinned. Try not to trip too much. With that, he disappeared, getting into the truck and driving off. Bella watched him go before turning to the 3 remaining supernatural beings. So, Jake's supposed to help mask my scent, right? What's next? She asked. I'll go around to the other side where we're supposed to head up to the camp together, Jacob said, nodding as he moved into the trees, likely circling the vast clearing. She then turned to Edward and Arrow. And you guys? Providing the expected cover, Arrow replied, his tone light but serious. The scent of vampire is all around you. We won't mask you the way Jacob would, Edward said. With a nod, Bella began to walk around. At first, it felt silly to wander about, touching a tree here and there. She wondered if she should have brought some old clothes to scatter for easier distribution. It's getting chilly, she remarked, trying to fill the oppressive silence. Alice had thrust a down parka into her hands before they left, and there had been a pair of gloves and a hat in the pockets. Bella slipped on the jacket right away but held off on the accessories. Is it? Arrow asked curiously. I suppose I can taste it in the air. What does it taste like? The cold? Bella asked, twisting to look at him. He stood a good 10 feet away, with Edward nearly glued to his side. Like steel, Arrow replied, or blood that's too rich in iron. Oh, come on, Edward groaned, casting a pleading look at Arrow. Arrow smiled at the younger vampire. You don't find it? It tastes like ice, Edward replied, and mint. Bella ran her fingers through her hair as she considered their differing opinions, a few strands coming loose in the process. She shook them off, letting them float away in the wind, hoping they would catch on a tree. I don't recall what mint tastes like, Arrow said. And I'm not sure I've ever tasted ice, considering I'm from the warmer regions of Greece. So, I might say cold tastes like ice, Bella said thoughtfully, taking a few steps backward. Or I might think it tastes like something totally different. It's possible. But, Bella, please, would you watch, Arrow began, but he stopped short. Bella had turned while he was speaking, moving forward, and before she knew it, she tripped. An arm caught her around the waist, but just a moment too late. Bella felt the burning sting of a scrape on her hands and realized she was bleeding, with a vampire holding her. Shit, Bella said, her voice rising slightly. I'm not breathing, Mia Cara, Arrow replied, close enough to show he was the one who had caught her. Edward stood beside them as Arrow helped Bella regain her balance. Panic flickered in Bella's eyes as she glanced between the two of them. You need to get back, she urged, gesturing with her head while pressing her hands together to minimize the bleeding. Both of you, please. I don't want to make either of you uncomfortable. It doesn't bother me anymore, Edward said, reaching into his pockets to pull out a couple of bandages. Since when? Bella asked, skepticism lacing her tone as Edward began to unwrap a band-aid. Since I spent 24 hours thinking you were dead, he replied, motioning for her to give him her hands. Yeah. I'm not sure that thinking I'm dead makes you immune to my heroin-like blood, she said, inching back. Bella, Edward started to argue, but Arrow raised his hand, stopping him. Even if you no longer held such appeal for Edward, a minor injury is not going to incite bloodlust in either of us. You'll have to forgive me if I don't quite believe that, considering what happened after a paper cut. Jasper was thirsty, Edward interjected. And careless in that regard, especially since he knew we were expecting you. The real concern would be if I hadn't caught you, Arrow said as Edward gently tugged at one of Bella's hands, turning it over to apply the bandage. Your scent is one I'm quite accustomed to now, but I admit, had you given yourself a nasty gash, I would have been clear of this field and halfway to the north just to prevent myself from accidentally hurting you. And I would have dragged Edward with me as a precaution. Bella snorted at the thought of Arrow grabbing Edward by the collar and making a run for it. The distraction allowed Edward to bandage her other hand. So, that's got to help, right? A bit of blood added to the mix. Bella gestured toward the rock. Perhaps, but let's not add more than that, Arrow smirked. Stick to touching the trees and the odd strands of hair. He brushed her hair away from her face, catching a few strands in his fingers and scattering them. His touch was icy, making Bella shiver. It was hard to believe she had been pressed against him as she fell asleep, his bare torso against her clothed back, and how comfortable she had felt. Even if Edward wasn't going to be with them, sharing a bed tonight was out of the question. Apologies, Arrow said. It's fine, Bella replied. Just, makes me want to get this over with sooner and find somewhere warm. We're a third of the way through, Edward said, nudging her arm to remind her to keep moving. This time, she was much more careful, watching her feet and stumbling only a few more times, none of which caused her to scrape herself. By the time she reached the spot where Jacob had been waiting, the weather had turned sharper and colder. Once she finished marking the area with her scent, she quickly reached into her pockets for her warm gloves, eagerly wiggling her fingers into them. "All right," Edward said with a heavy sigh. "So, we'll meet you at the camp. Arrow and I are going to take the longer route, but we'll get there first. We know you're capable, but there's no need to carry Bella the whole way," Arrow added, then with a mischievous grin, said, "Of course, that would likely prevent further injuries." "Oh, shut it," Bella grumbled, glancing up at a snickering Jacob in warning before turning back to Arrow. He seemed slightly closer now, looking rather expectant. After a moment, she caught on. "No, it's too damn cold," she said with a grin, making Arrow giggle quietly. "I suppose I can't argue with that," he replied. "We'll see you at the camp." A few moments later, Arrow and Edward disappeared from sight. "I'm surprised anyone let those two be alone together after what happened at training," Jacob said as he knelt down, turning his back to Bella. Awkwardly, she climbed onto his back, holding on tight. "Don't tell me something more happened," she said as he rose to his feet, barely noticing her weight. "Yesterday?" "No. It seemed like everyone made a point to keep them apart. The pack noticed, and of course, Edward heard everything. I suppose the pack was hoping Edward would have ripped Arrow's head off," Bella commented as they began their trek up the mountain. Actually, they were hoping for a rematch yesterday. While they can't deny Arrow was distracted the day before, they also realized Edward wasn't really fighting so much as slapping him around. Bella buried her face in Jacob's hair, soaking in the warmth and comfort. "Can you tell me more about imprinting?" Jacob laughed nervously. "What?" "The imprinting thing. You asked if vampires did it, Anne. I want to hear what it's like. More than just gravity holding you to the ground. Is there free will? Can someone reject an imprint? Does it have to be love?" "No," Jacob replied, still chuckling. You're meant to be the perfect match for one another. But it's also thought to be an old way of ensuring the gene passes on, you know?" He shrugged. "I mean, think about it. Your perfect match for carrying on the gene might mean you like each other enough. But, well, are you trying to make me feel better about this? Because, honestly, it's not working. Vampires, for one, can't really pass on the gene, so to speak." "No, but isn't it supposed to be forever?" Jacob asked, sidestepping a rather large fallen tree. "Look, you wanted to know if you can reject an imprint." "Well, sort of. Yes, I guess. Emily didn't want to hurt Leah, but Sam can be a bit overbearing. He kept going back again and again, trying to get Emily to see his side of things. Eventually, she came around, and they got together, but he still loves Leah too. Part of me thinks he would have given anything to have imprinted on her from the start. It's just not how it worked." Bella looked around, huffed, and then patted Jacob's chest. Catching the hint, he set her back down but took her hand to guide her over the uneven path. "Between us. Or, at least as much as I think anything can be between us with those two waiting for us." Jacob snickered, and Bella grinned for a moment. "Both of them say I'm meant to be with them, but Arrow has mentioned soulmates. And, well, I can't exactly ask any of the Cullens. Alice saw her future with Jasper, and Rosalie literally saved Emmett and carried him to Carlisle to change him. Arrow told me that Carlisle met Esme when she was human before he found her again in the hospital. None of them, as vampires, had a connection to someone else before. Arrow said that vampires sort of feel more, I guess. But, damn it, Jake." She stopped and turned to face her best friend. "I want to believe what I feel for Arrow is real. I don't want to say perfect because he's not, he's just sort of. Perfect for you?" Jacob guessed. Bella sighed. "Yeah." Jacob let go of her hand and placed both his on her shoulders. "So run away with me," he smirked, then laughed at what must have been a truly horrific expression on Bella's face. given the visceral reaction she felt in her soul. Just kidding. But as someone who wanted you to be perfect for me, don't let a little thing like soulmates get in the way. But how can I not? It's not me feeling anything that way. Look. Did you look at him for the first time and want to throw yourself at him? No. Then why aren't your feelings truly yours? Jacob asked, dropping his hands from her shoulders and taking her hand again. As he continued guiding her up the mountain, he continued, and I mean, who's to say that normal, average humans don't have soulmates too? People meet, they sort of connect, they get to know each other. The rest is history. You're still human, and Dracula is very much not. You didn't just drop to your knees and profess undying devotion. You got to know him somehow. And you have feelings for him. Despite the look of utter distaste on his face as he voiced his opinion, Jacob had never looked older or more mature than he did in that moment. Why are you so wise? Bella asked, making him laugh and breaking the illusion that he was anything more than a 16-year-old who occasionally offered insightful thoughts. Though I have to ask, Dracula? Yeah, Jacob smiled proudly. Why? Because you don't like it when I call him the freaky one, Jacob replied with false innocence, and Bella laughed. It was by unspoken agreement that Arrow and Edward broke off from each other to hunt. Despite Edward's claims to Bella, and admittedly Arrow's own, both had noticed a lingering change in one another's eyes. A scrape wouldn't have incited bloodlust, but the scent of blood had lingered in the air. Arrow hadn't breathed after realizing Bella was injured, but he had caught a whiff of it beforehand. It was better for both he and Edward to be safe rather than sorry. He had just stepped outside the boundary where he wasn't allowed to hunt and found a poor, unsuspecting human who would likely be deemed a casualty in the storm when he was never found again. Arrow arrived at the camp long before Edward and took a moment to investigate it. To his right upon entering the small shelter was a pair of benches and a table. There was a sink and stove. Across from him, Arrow noticed what he suspected was the washroom enclosure immediately to his left. Beyond that, taking up a third of the entire space, was a bed, large enough for two. This meant there would be room for both Bella and Jacob. It wasn't exactly a scenario Arrow enjoyed, but he had to admit it was probably necessary. Bella was human, and his earlier touch on her cheek had felt too cold in the rapidly freezing air to be comfortable. Jacob, on the other hand, radiated warmth, far warmer than any human. Arrow couldn't be certain, but he thought the air inside the trailer tasted cold, perhaps not as frigid as outside, but still enough that the structure's limited heating might not last throughout the afternoon and night. He stepped back outside, contemplating just how much the young vampire would complain and bracing himself for what promised to be a very long night. Chapter 19. Night had fallen, and the storm outside intensified. The gentle rocking of the structure had initially made Bella nervous, though she hadn't voiced her concerns. The atmosphere leading up to her bedtime felt strangely subdued. She had discovered books tucked away in what looked like a closet, along with a couple of board games to entertain the mortals. Bella spent most of her time crammed next to Jacob on one of the benches until she finally stood up to heat a couple of cans of soup on the small stove. Edward had tried to keep the heat running on low, but it was a futile effort that only drained their limited power reserves. As the storm worsened, the heat eventually shut off. Bella seemed to be managing all right now, though. Arrow watched her drift off to sleep in the large bed, with Jacob behind her, providing a buffer from the window. Jacob didn't appear tired. He propped himself up on one elbow, glancing between the window and Bella. Time passed quietly for the most part. Jacob seemed to let his mind wander, still except for the rhythm of his breathing. Arrow had chosen a book and sat across from Edward, deciding to read the text as slowly as possible. Occasionally, Edward, who had opted not to find something to do, would growl softly, slam a hand on the table, causing a dent at one point, and look as if he were ready to spring across the room. After about the 12th round of this, Arrow asked, "What are you so tense about?" "I can name a number of things," Edward grumbled. "Please do," Arrow replied, looking up. "Perhaps we could figure out what's got you ready to tear the shelter apart." Edward's face twisted as if he had tasted blood from a long-dead body. I'm trying to understand why you would take away the last thing that could have kept her soul pure, if you really love her. What difference does it make? Arrow asked, glancing around the room. By your words, she's either damned if Bella either becomes one of us or becomes soulless. If she becomes one of us, what's a small sin in the eyes of whoever? And if she becomes soulless? Well, she won't have a soul to be judged, Arrow said. You could have hurt her. Killed her, Edward protested. No, I would not have. Even if things progressed to the point you're imagining, would have had control over myself. Meeting Edward's gaze again, he added, I'm hardly without experience. Wait, Jacob said from the bed. You and Bella did not engage in what Edward is implying, Arrow replied. Edward frowned. Alice saw, and you didn't deny it. What is there to deny? I have no idea precisely what you saw in Alice's mind or whose decisions she was observing when she came to that future. Edward didn't seem to have the courage to ask, but Jacob seemed to understand at least to some degree what was being said. What do you think of your kind? Jacob asked, turning his attention to Arrow. Are you soulless or damned? Neither, Arrow replied. I come from a time and place where such notions didn't exist in the way Edward thinks they do. There were sins, sure, and one could be damned, but you had to be quite heinous. Simply being turned into a different species wouldn't count. We all have a soul, it just happens that beings like us, who transcend humanity, get to hold on to ours a little longer. Forever, if we're lucky. Being turned merely means we're frozen in time, just as we would be for eternity once our souls pass on. The term undead fits that description. Arrow frowned. I suppose, though, should I ever find myself on the wrong end of a flame, I'd likely not end up in Elysium. Our sole purpose is to murder humans, Edward insisted. And in that way of thinking, a lion's sole purpose is to murder a gazelle, Arrow countered. It's food. And yes, I suppose a lion in captivity wouldn't. Why should those in their natural habitat be considered wicked and evil for following their instincts? Edward shook his head. You've lost all your humanity. Define humanity, Arrow countered. Just because I don't feel compassion for humans doesn't mean I lack it entirely. I still have empathy for others of my kind. I possess compassion and tolerance for the choices of others, as long as they don't threaten our existence. I have no love for anyone who imposes themselves on another, whether they are one of us or human, and I certainly don't allow them to live. I have friends, and I love. In particular, I love that wonderful creature in bed with my natural enemy. I trust her, despite all the reasons I shouldn't. Edward scoffed. If you knew some of the things he's been thinking. He can think whatever he likes, Arrow shrugged. A moment of silence passed between them. Don't, Edward said suddenly. Don't what? Arrow snapped. Not you, Edward retorted. Oh. Arrow glanced at the young shapeshifter, who was glaring at Edward. It's a question, Jacob told the younger vampire. Don't ask it. Edward shook his head. No, please, Jacob. Arrow waved a hand toward him. Jacob glared at Edward as he asked, what will it be like for her to change? Hell, Edward replied. Like being burned alive. It is painful, Arrow admitted, but it's worse when one isn't prepared. Both young men looked at him, intrigued. Arrow continued, you didn't know what was about to happen, nor did anyone in your family. Many of our kind are unprepared, too. It's a bit of an assault, really, when you think about it. We're bitten and left to writhe, wishing for death, hoping it would come. Not realizing that it's only a few days, not weeks or years, that pass. Carlyle. He's only ever changed those who were dying or near death. An act of love, really, of mercy. I do wonder if, despite the pain you all felt, it was a more tolerable level because of it, Arrow said. But for the majority of those I've changed, they knew what was about to happen and what to expect. I always asked if they wanted this life. Sulpicia, Didime, Jane, Alec, Felix, they all knew what to expect, and when they underwent their transformation, it was calmer than most. Bella knows what to expect too, even more than most. And what's more, she's asked for it, confident in her decision. Do you really think she won't suffer? Edward asked, a hint of hope in his voice. I didn't say that. I said it would be calmer, Arrow corrected. We're sick for days, Jacob said thoughtfully, his gaze distant. We tell people outside the tribe that we have mono or the flu. It feels like. He scoffed, it feels like we're burning alive, and then our bodies are twisted and broken. In the end, we become a wolf, and we don't know how it happens. Then there are all these voices in your head. You know them, and they try to help, but you're too confused and disoriented to make sense of it. Arrow smirked. How interesting. Just another difference between you and a proper werewolf. Are there even any werewolves left after Caius hunted them? Edward asked. I would imagine so. He was hardly subtle about it. It's likely they passed the gene on and laid low. So if I'm not a werewolf, then what the hell am I? Jacob asked, and Arrow couldn't help but let out a delighted laugh. Something unique, he told Jacob as he leaned back on the bench. In all my years, I've never encountered anything like you. Jacob smiled smugly, and Arrow thought he had every right to. He wondered if the boy knew anything that might explain his ability, a story or a legend, and if he'd be willing to share it. It would certainly be a fascinating topic for discussion. How will tomorrow work? Edward asked. With the newborns. Keeping Bella safe during the fight? Seth will come up here in the morning, Jacob replied. He'll let you know what's happening while you two escort her down the mountain if it is Victoria, like we all suspect. Who is Seth? Arrow asked. Our youngest. He's only 15, Jacob explained. What if we keep her away from the fight? Edward suggested to Arrow. Her scent is already around the field, she's already helped. Bringing her there will only put her at risk. She wants to be there, Arrow reminded him. She wants a lot of things that she shouldn't, Edward countered. That doesn't make them bad, Arrow said. We bring her down the mountain. If it is Victoria, she'll likely try to come to us, to you. If it's not, then we bring a scent they are already intensely focused on closer, and we can head off any newborn who dares to go near her. Eventually, they fell silent, allowing Jacob to succumb to sleep as well. I hate that he's here as much as I'm glad of it, Edward commented after a moment. I can only imagine how much colder she would be otherwise. Arrow glanced around the small metal enclosure. Warmer than canvas by far, but still not warm enough for a human, I would wager. He turned the page but didn't resume reading, sensing it wasn't the end of the conversation. How doesn't it bother you? Having him and her, together like that? Edward asked. They're sleeping, Arrow countered. But if you only knew how he was thinking before. As I said then, they're only thoughts. I've been inside young Jacob's mind and seen every fantasy he's conjured about Bella. I assure you, it's nothing you haven't thought of yourself when you allowed it, in your darker moments. Arrow replied, glancing up to meet Edward's gaze. You should truly get over that. You're only 100 or so years old. You have a very long life ahead of you if you keep berating yourself for not meeting your own expectations. Maddening expectations regarding purity. Edward scowled, but only for a moment. It's hard to let go, he confessed. I come from a time when courting meant chaperone walks or tea on the porch. A kiss wouldn't even be stolen until a gentleman had asked for a lady's hand and she accepted. I suppose, frozen as you are, it would be rather difficult to let go, Arrow conceded, nodding slightly. But I am curious, given your very set ideals, what would you do if you discovered your mate to be male? Edward scoffed. Bella's my mate. Bella is your singer, not your mate. I won't say you don't love her, because I know you do, but you may find yourself rather disappointed when she's changed and looks upon you for the first time. And you're sure you're her mate, then? Edward asked, doubt dripping from his tone. I am. But we aren't talking about me. Though for the sake of transparency, had my mate turned out to be male, it wouldn't have made a difference. But what of you? I know Carlyle turned your sister with hopes, but I doubt, given his heavily religious upbringing, that such a thought would have occurred to him. Edward's face contorted. I can't imagine that would be the case. Arrow shrugged and returned to his book. You're leaving, Edward said after a moment. When we're done, you're returning to Italy. Yes, Arrow replied, already feeling the loss of Bella's company. He also felt a twinge for Alice, and perhaps even Emmett and Jasper. He had grown rather fond of certain members of the Cullen coven. What would you do if, while you're gone, Bella finds she doesn't want you after all? What if she chose me? What if she chose Jacob? Arrow asked in turn, glancing at the pair in the bed. She loves him, she said as much. Edward sighed. Then, I would let her go. I've only ever wanted her to have a normal life. Edward pondered. He could give her a semblance of human life, as close as he could manage. Would you? Arrow asked, raising an eyebrow. Because I seem to remember how much you wanted her to stay away from him. If she tells me to stay away, I will, Edward sighed. Eventually. Eventually, Arrow repeated, rolling the word around in his mouth before shaking his head in exasperation. But what would you do if she chose me while you were gone? Have me killed? Destroy us both? Edward shot back. Despite what you may think, I would do neither, Arrow replied, locking eyes with Edward. What good would that accomplish? If I killed you, Bella would hate me for eternity. If I destroyed you both, I might as well throw myself on the pyre for all the good it would do me. You're that certain she's your mate? Edward asked incredulously. I am, Arrow answered firmly. She has laid claim to me, whether she realizes it or not. I'll never take another lover, no one else would suffice. If she fought the bond and chose you, she knows I would stay as far away from her as possible to ensure her happiness. It's not as easy as you might think, Edward countered. Once she has your heart, it's impossible to keep away from her. I never thought it would be easy, Arrow admitted. But I love her. And because I love her, if she wants nothing to do with me, I'd let her go. I would stay away. The idea of displeasing her is far worse than living without her. I've endured that for thousands of years already. I'd rather exist in a world where she is happy, even if that means she's with someone else, than in one where she is miserable or doesn't exist at all. A flutter of a heartbeat silenced them both, and Arrow listened as it gradually eased back down. He watched the rise and fall of Bella's chest, her back turned to them as she faced Jacob, who was sprawled out on his stomach on his side of the bed. A dream, I suppose, Edward remarked. Arrow narrowed his eyes. Bella lay in bed, recalling how peaceful she had been while asleep the night before. Perhaps, Arrow agreed, though he sensed that even Edward was suspicious about whether Bella had been listening to their conversation. It was impossible for either of them to know how she felt about what she might have overheard. Meanwhile, Bella was lost in thoughts of the long, heartfelt thanks she would give Esme and Carlyle for their incredible support. It was freezing when she woke up, a sharp contrast to the warmth of the bed and Jacob beside her. Instead of sneaking away to have her human moments behind a rock or a tree in the snow, she could now do so in the, still cold, bathroom of the camper. Arrow or Edward had turned on the heat once she was awake, which made things a little more bearable. As she nursed a cup of tea, unable to eat due to her nerves about what the morning would bring, she thought about how grateful she was to the elder Cullens. She would thank them, confident they would all get through this together. Mia Cara? Arrow's voice startled her, and Bella looked up, realizing she had been so lost in thought that she hadn't noticed the others had left. At some point, Arrow had traded his jacket for a cloak. He frowned as he stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Are you all right? He asked. I don't know, she confessed. If something happens to the Cullens, I'll always know it was my fault. And I can't. Bella, he said firmly, bringing her attention back to him. They may not have experience with newborns, but they are as prepared as possible. They understand the risks, just as you know the risks of being so close to the confrontation. Plus, they are natural hunters, past the stage where they are most unstable. Your son in the field will make it difficult for the newborns to focus. She nodded, then sighed, burying her head in her hands. I have something for you, Arrow said, drawing her attention once more. Bella lifted her head and watched as he reached into his pocket. Bella frowned as she took the gold, engraved lighter from Arrow, noticing the Volturi crest etched into its surface. I'm not the one who normally burns the remains, Arrow explained, though I carried this to help dispose of evidence, as it were. Bella cringed at the thought but nodded, glancing between the lighter and Arrow, filled with worry and confusion. I think that when this is over, if Victoria is indeed behind all this, you should be the one to burn her body. Why give it to me now? Bella asked, nervously running her thumb over the metal. Because when either Edward or I remove her head, you should light the body as quickly as possible, so she doesn't piece herself back together. Bella nodded, rising from the bench to tuck the lighter safely into her pocket. As her hand brushed against cold metal, she paused for a moment. Without hesitation, she placed the lighter in her pocket and pulled out her Volturi crest. She didn't think it would be comfortable to sleep in, so she had made a habit of putting it under her pillow. Now, she lifted the chain around her neck, adjusting it so the crest sat comfortably in the center of her chest, resting over her sweater but under her jacket. She caught Arrow's eye and noticed the almost proud look on his face as he acknowledged its place of honor, visible for someone to see. Protection, right? She asked with a nervous grin and a slight shrug. One hopes, he agreed. Edward and Jacob? Bella inquired. Both are waiting outside, Arrow replied. They're currently arguing about whether the youngest shapeshifter should join us in the end. Jacob believes it will help keep him out of the fight and provide a link to the battle as we get there. Edward argues it will only mask your scent more. Bella nodded, unsure of how to respond or whose argument would be best. Then she looked back at Arrow, remembering the terrible dream she had a few nights ago, where she witnessed the absolute worst that could happen. I wish I'd. I hugged them all, just in case, she said, shaking her head. Just in case the last time was. Shoo, Arrow interrupted, moving in front of her quicker than a human, yet not so fast that she missed it. He took her by the arms, though she couldn't feel it through the thick down of her jacket. Don't think the worst, Mia Amida. It won't help you. She nodded, leaning her head against his chest and placing her hands on his waist to steady herself before taking a deep breath. Bella closed her eyes, inhaling deeply, and tilted her head to take in the scent of his skin with his neck so close. Don't you dare, he whispered. I can't have those lips of yours on my neck right now. She burst out laughing, pulling away to see the mirth dancing in his eyes. Why are you wearing a cape? She asked, taking one hand away to fist the red-lined fabric. He scowled. I'm sure you know. Jacob calls you Dracula. I'm beginning to see why, she smirked. He tilted his head. I'm not sure if I should be offended or amused, he replied. She chuckled, stepping away from him as she zipped her jacket up a bit more. Right, well, I suppose there's no more hiding, is there? Putting on a brave face, she shifted past Arrow and stepped out into the morning sun. Snow crunched beneath her feet, a fresh but not thick blanket covering the area. Jacob and Edward paused their conversation as she put her hands in her pockets and headed toward them. So, she bounced on her feet. What's up? Just a bunch of vampires trying to kill you, Jacob retorted. So nothing new, then? Bella attempted a smile, but it was weak and fleeting. When are you leaving? Seth will be here any moment, whether this one wants him here or not, Jacob said firmly, gesturing to Edward. So, I have to phase and join the pack, Bella said, her voice filled with concern. Jacob nodded. Well, be careful, all right? Just, don't die, okay? I'm not the one going down today, Jacob promised. He stepped forward for a hug, which Bella gladly returned. Her hands brushed against his bare skin, and she shook her head at the absurdity of how warm he felt, despite being dressed only in shorts on a mountaintop where the air was still clearly below freezing. Jacob stepped back and turned to Arrow. keep her safe?" he demanded. Arrow nodded in response, and then Jacob turned and started to run, phasing between one step and the next. He vanished into the trees, and Bella watched him go, feeling uneasy. None of them could die. None of them were allowed to die. She had no idea how she could prevent such a thing, but if it were up to her, every single Cullen, Wolf, and Arrow would walk away from this whole mess unscathed. She shoved her hands into her pockets, her knuckles brushing against the lighter inside. Her fingers touched the bandage wrapped around her palm and wrist, and the various sensations helped ground her. She reminded herself that stewing in her thoughts wasn't going to solve anything. Before she could move, something nudged her side. She looked over and smiled at the small, light gray wolf panting happily at her. "Hey, Seth," she said, reaching out a hand to scratch him behind the ears. He looked both completely pleased and utterly humiliated by the gesture, making Bella chuckle. She shifted her hand to under his chin and continued the affection, causing his tail to wag as she laughed a little harder. Suddenly, Seth stopped and tensed, turning his gaze toward where Edward and Arrow stood just a few feet away, watching. "It's starting," Edward said, his eyes unfocused. "Then we should start moving," Arrow replied. "Are we leaving everything behind?" Bella asked, gesturing to the campsite. "We won't need anything for now," Arrow said, moving to her side. Edward placed a hand on Bella's back, gently urging her toward the path. Seth followed closely, while Edward muttered to himself, his grumbling barely audible to Bella. With every name he mentioned, she felt her anxiety heighten, a knot of worry tightening in her chest. They were only 5 or maybe 10 minutes from the campsite, still far from where the battle was taking place, when Edward suddenly halted. "Victoria," he said, his voice low. "She's close. I can hear her thoughts." Bella tensed and instinctively edged closer to Arrow. "You're not supposed to be here," Arrow told Seth, who let out a soft whimper. "We'll be fine on our own. Go. Do as your alpha asked you." Seth hesitated, reluctance evident in his eyes, but eventually turned and sprinted back toward the campsite. "She knew we weren't there, but she caught my scent," Edward grumbled, scanning the trees around them. The area wasn't as open as the campsite, but it wasn't overly dense with underbrush either. Just off to the side lay the manageable slope they had descended from. Returning to the campsite wouldn't help, even if one of the vampires carried her. "Shit," Bella muttered quietly, searching for a place to hide, given the impending danger. Edward turned sharply to Arrow, and they exchanged a look, a silent conversation Bella couldn't decipher, but it seemed to lean in one direction. "It'll throw them off," Edward finally said with a nod, and in an instant, Arrow vanished in a blur of black and red. Bella looked around, trying to guess where Arrow had gone and why he had left in the first place, when she felt Edward guiding her. He positioned her back toward the slope they had come from, trying to shield her while still listening intently. "Who are they?" she asked, hoping for some clarity. Edward met her gaze. "She's not alone," he replied, turning away to act as a barrier between Bella and the approaching threat from the woods. Bella focused on the trees, her heart racing as she braced for what was to come. Bella watched as Riley Beers stepped out of the forest, her heart aching for the family that had been desperately searching for him. She knew they would always wonder what had happened to him, never to find him in any form. Yet, there was also a sense of relief when she realized he was the only one approaching them, sizing them up as he edged closer at a slow pace. Then Edward began to move away. "Riley, listen to me," Edward said, raising his hands in a calming gesture. "Victoria's just using you to distract me. But she knows I'll kill you." He took a few steps further from Bella. "In fact, she'll be glad she doesn't have to deal with you anymore." Suddenly, Victoria appeared not far away, perched on a boulder close to Riley. "Don't listen, Riley. I told you about their mind tricks," Victoria said sweetly. "I can read her mind, so I know what she thinks of you," Edward taunted. "He's lying," Victoria insisted, her voice smooth but urgent. "She only created you and this army to avenge her true mate, James." Riley shook his head, glancing back at Victoria as if seeking her confirmation. And that is what this is all about, isn't it? Bella looked around for Arrow, trying to locate where his voice had come from, just as he landed effortlessly beside her from a place she couldn't see. Victoria noticed him, her eyes widening as fear and hatred twisted her features. "It's you," she hissed. "Yes," Arrow replied, his voice calm. "It is. Come to judge, as is my way. Allow me to understand. Do you want to kill this human because young Edward killed your mate? Is that it?" His posture and mannerisms resembled what Bella had seen in Volterra, and she hadn't realized he had relaxed a bit since arriving here. Victoria remained silent, growing tenser with each passing second. Bella reached into her pocket and carefully withdrew the lighter Arrow had given her earlier, keeping it tightly clenched in her fist. Edward shifted, drawing Bella's gaze to him. His eyes were wide with horror, his face twisted in betrayal as Arrow turned and circled behind Bella. "If it had merely been Edward you were trying to kill, I might have allowed it. But you're going after Isabella, and I simply can't permit that." Arrow wrapped his arms around Bella, gripping the collar of her jacket. Bella braced herself for what she assumed was coming. "Bella doesn't belong to Edward, you see," Arrow continued, as Bella tilted her head back, trying to signal that she was okay with his upcoming revelation. But she didn't expect him to suddenly lean down and steal a kiss, pulling her jacket open to reveal the crest resting against her shirt. It was a quick move, just long enough to prove to Victoria that Arrow wasn't merely negotiating Bella's life. When Bella turned back to Victoria, she saw a sadistic glee lighting up her eyes. "Even better," Victoria said, and in the blink of an eye, she was gone. The sound of stone hitting stone filled the air, growing louder as Riley and Edward became blurs. Edward suddenly skidded to the ground on his hands and knees, then surged back toward Riley before he could get anywhere near Bella. There was a crash, the splintering sound of a tree breaking, and Bella watched as Victoria tumbled down from the branches, charging toward her. Just as she got too close, a black blur landed between them, forcing her back. Feeling helpless, Bella clenched her fists, suddenly reminded of the potential weapon in her hand. Glancing around, she dove to the ground, ignoring the cold dampness seeping through her jeans. She shifted the lighter to her bandaged hand and pushed through the snow one-handed until she found what she was looking for, a fallen branch. A quick peek over her shoulder. Bella had told herself nothing would come of the fights happening in the clearing. They were positioned in such a way that it seemed unlikely anyone was watching her too closely. Ignoring the pain from her sprained hand, she ripped off the cloth and elastic bandage and wrapped it tightly around the end of a fallen branch. Secured as best as she could manage, she flicked open the lighter just as a deep growl echoed through the clearing, accompanied by the crash of rock against rock. Her heart raced, and time felt as if it had slowed. From the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Riley, his arm wrapped around Edward's neck, holding him just like Edward had once held Arrow during their training. Arrow had his hands on Riley's head, twisting it as Riley cried out for Victoria. The satisfaction in Arrow's red eyes shifted to fear as he realized his mistake. Victoria was a blur, speeding toward Bella. She could see the indent in the rock where Victoria had initially landed, and it clicked in her mind what had likely happened. Arrow had probably thrown Victoria against it, thinking she would be disoriented long enough for him to help Edward. Edward, who must have made a slight misstep, had allowed Riley to gain the upper hand. Both Edward and Arrow stared at Bella in horror. Without a second thought, despite how foolish she knew she might look and how likely this plan could lead to her doom, Bella swung the branch. The heat from the flames was immediate, matching the shrill scream that pierced the air. Victoria halted just inches from Bella, while Arrow stood a couple of feet away, paralyzed as he watched the figure engulfed in flames. Bella stumbled backward, her arms smoking as she fell into the snow. The flames that had caught her jacket extinguished before they could spread further. Her hands throbbed with a stinging pain from the cold and wet, reminding her she hadn't escaped unscathed. She watched, entranced, as Victoria's body crumbled to the ground, turning to ash more quickly than she had anticipated. As Edward approached, stopping beside Arrow, he tossed Riley's. As Bella placed the head and then the body onto the pyre, she suddenly realized what she had accomplished. She had defeated a vampire. With a flash of quick thinking, a pair of burnt hands, and a hand that was starting to feel re-sprained, she had managed to stop her tormentor. Feeling dizzy, frowning, and utterly confused, Bella whispered, What the hell did I just do?" Chapter 20. Are you alright? Arrow's voice pierced through the strange ringing in Bella's ears. She hadn't even realized it was there until now. The ringing somehow clarified her disconnection from herself and the scene unfolding around her. It helped her acknowledge the disorientation she had been feeling. Bella had barely managed to bring the lighter to the bandage. She had hardly been able to swing it. It was far more likely that she should be writhing in pain, feeling the burn of venom coursing through her body, rather than just the sting of a burn on her hands. Yet, here she was. And Arrow was there too, at her side, looking at her with those wild eyes she had seen on the battlefield. But now, instead of appearing like a ruthless killer, he looked vulnerable. When Bella said nothing, simply staring back at him, Arrow bent down, took her hands, and pulled her to her feet. Bella hissed and whimpered at his touch, wincing as she realized she had definitely re-sprained her hand. Arrow immediately released her, moving his hands to her arms and studying her face intently. "She's still standing," Edward pointed out. "When James bit her, she couldn't even look at anything straight." "What?" Bella asked, looking between the two of them in confusion. "Victoria." Arrow trailed off, shaking his head. "She was on you, Miyakara. She tried to back away when she realized you had the torch, but you managed to catch her hair. We thought." "Hey," Bella said, reaching up to touch his cheek, ignoring how the strands of his hair irritated her skin. "It's okay, I'm okay. We almost lost you." "I should have." "You saved Edward," Bella interrupted. "If you had gone to stop Victoria, Edward wouldn't be here." "If you hadn't been quick enough, you wouldn't have been either," Arrow retorted. "You would have gotten her off me before she killed me," she said confidently. "I would have had a second life. Edward wouldn't have." She turned to Edward, noticing the awe and concern in his eyes. Bella noticed the appreciation in Arrow's eyes, along with something else she couldn't quite name. He shook his head, bringing her focus back. "Tu bellissima, stupida, magnifica creatura. Sarai l'amor di mi voi, prima che ste mai cambiato," he said, pulling her close as if someone might try to tear her away. "Okay," she replied, prompting a laugh from him, relief evident in his joyful sound. A low growl broke the moment, and Bella and Arrow turned to see Seth staring at Edward, who met his gaze before spinning around with an accusatory look at Arrow. "You called the guard?" "I did not," Arrow responded emphatically. "I take it they're here, then?" Edward hesitated for just a moment before answering. "On their way. Alice has seen it and asked for the warning to be passed up to us. We need to move." Without hesitation, Arrow scooped Bella up, carrying her in his arms as he sprinted down the mountain toward the main battle. Though she wasn't the one doing the running, Bella found herself breathless when they finally stopped. Her eyes took in the wolves, the Cullens, and a large fire off to the side, spewing purple smoke similar to what she remembered seeing from Victoria and Riley's remains. "How long?" Edward asked just after Arrow set her down. "Not long, maybe 10 minutes, Alice replied. "Whose decision?" Arrow demanded, scanning the field. Alice met his gaze. "I don't know. Jane, I think, but she only decided to come here when they noticed the smoke." "The wolves need to leave," Arrow said to Carlyle, looking around. "Jacob's nearby," Edward mentioned, likely sensing who Arrow was searching for. Edward stopped, his eyes widening. "What?" Bella asked, her anxiety rising. When he didn't respond, she pressed, "Edward, he's what?" Silence followed as Edward called out to Carlyle, and they began crossing the field when a horrific howl echoed through the air. Wolves emerged from the woods, zeroing in on them. Turning to look up at him, Bella didn't even have to ask before Arrow scooped her up again and carried her to where everyone had gathered. As soon as he stopped, he turned, positioning his back to the scene, and shifted his hand from her back to cover her eyes. "You don't need to see that, Miyakara," he said gently. Bella squirmed, trying to break free from his hold. "Arrow," she complained. "Isabella," Arrow replied, his voice firm. He met her gaze with a pleading look. "It's not pretty." "Okay," she conceded. "Can you?" He set her down, and Bella quickly moved around him to reach Jacob. Her stomach twisted, and she was grateful she hadn't eaten that morning, otherwise, she knew it would have been all over the snow. As it was, she could barely keep the bile from rising in her throat as she took in Jacob's grotesquely twisted body. She tried to look past his nudity, but the sheer agony etched on his face as Carlyle examined him was impossible to ignore. Swallowing hard, Bella shakily knelt beside Jacob's head, stroking his hair. "Bella?" Jacob asked, his voice weak and gravelly. "I'm here," she replied, wishing she could offer him more comfort. She glanced at Edward, who was holding Jacob's hand while Carlyle did everything he could to help. "What happened?" she demanded, her heart racing as Jacob let out a howl of pain. "There was a stray newborn," Edward explained, his voice steady despite the chaos as the pack emerged, partially dressed and arguing. Leah had it cornered, but the newborn was quick. Jacob came to help, but it got its arms around him. The pack finished it off before it could kill him. "You need to get him out of here now," Arrow instructed Sam, who stood beside the Volturi leader, both surveying Jacob's broken form. "Vampires from my coven are coming, and if word of you and your pack reaches my co-leaders, you and the Cullens will be in serious trouble." "We'll take him back to Billy's," Sam said with a nod, and the pack moved to lift and carry Jacob away. "I'll be there as soon as I can," Carlyle added, stepping back with Bella to make room for the others. "Me too," Bella promised, knowing she needed to be there for her best friend. "Come," Arrow said, picking her up again. "The guard will be here soon." In an instant, they were back with the Cullens, and Arrow set her down. Edward rushed to her side, exchanging a serious glance with Arrow. He nodded once, and Bella felt a tension rise within her. Alice appeared next to her, taking Bella's hand and giving it a reassuring squeeze as she looked to Arrow and nodded once. Arrow met Bella's gaze for a brief moment before turning away, his shoulders squared and chin raised, his posture rigid. It had been months since their first meeting, and Bella had forgotten the way Arrow carried himself in that initial encounter. She hadn't realized how much he had relaxed while being with the Cullens and with her. She had almost forgotten that he was someone to be feared, despite the memory of him easily ripping Riley's head off. Arrow commanded a coven of ruthless predators and wielded immense power over the vampire world, yet he had never seemed that way to her. To her, he was simply Arrow, full of delight, often with a manic laugh, a dark sense of humor, and a vast knowledge, along with the tenderness he reserved just for her. Suddenly, the four guards emerged from the woods, first moving at vampire speed before slowing to a human pace as Arrow stepped forward to meet them. His cloak fluttered around him in a strangely majestic manner, far more so than it did around the four Volturi guards. They all halted in unison, standing side by side, and bowed. "Master," Jane said, and the others straightened, removing their hoods. "When you called, we thought you would need assistance." "I called for the jet, nothing more," Arrow replied, his voice commanding as he scanned the line. "Alec," he said, and The boy stepped forward and extended his hand. Bella watched as Arrow took it. Silence lingered for a moment before Arrow released his grip. "Caius was that concerned about my absence, was he?" "He wanted to make sure you wouldn't linger long with the plane here," Alec said, voicing what Arrow likely already knew. Arrow nodded once. "It's impressive," Jane remarked, surveying the field. "I've never seen a coven escape an assault of this magnitude intact." "We were lucky," Carlyle replied. Jane smirked. "I doubt it." She glanced at Arrow. "Now, Jane," Arrow chided gently, like an affectionate father. "Carlyle's coven is more than capable of handling a few misguided newborns. Admittedly, you missed out on the fun, but there's always another day." Jane nodded once, but as she turned away, something caught her eye, and a smile spread across her face. "You missed one," she exclaimed excitedly. Bella barely had time to react when she heard a young girl's voice cry out in agony behind her. She turned just as Arrow barked Jane's name. The teenage girl, whom Bella hadn't noticed before, stopped crying out, panting heavily and looking pleadingly at Esme. "Carlyle?" Arrow asked, still commanding but with a hint of kindness. "We offered her asylum in exchange for her surrender," Carlyle replied, stepping slightly forward. In an instant, Arrow was back among them, hand extended to the girl as if he meant only to help her up. Bella's heart raced as she watched the girl take his hand, and Arrow pulled her to her feet. He cupped her hand in both of his and bowed his head, much like he had when they were in Volterra. After a few seconds, Arrow looked up at the young girl, his hands moving to cup her face. All the Cullens, except Edward and Alice, twitched toward them, with Esme seemingly having the hardest time resisting the urge to rush forward. Understanding dawned on Bella. Arrow had positioned himself in a way that made it clear he meant to protect the girl. Arrow positioned himself to deliver a swift judgment based on what he had seen in Bree's mind. "You've had a rather hard life, Bree Tanner," he said gently, catching the girl off guard. "I do hope your second life is more pleasant." "Arrow?" Carlyle asked. Arrow released Bree, stepping back and adopting his commanding tone once more. She did not know the true reason for her creation. Moreover, she did not break any laws, though she came rather close a couple of times. Her thirst is quite controlled for someone turned as she has been. She finds Isabella's scent appealing, enough that it nearly makes me thirsty, but she's resisting. I grant her pardon." He finished with a grin aimed at Esme. "Thank you," Esme said, stepping closer to Bree and wrapping a motherly arm around the young girl's shoulders. "Master?" Jane inquired, disappointment heavy in her voice. Arrow turned and strode toward them, his cloak flowing and fluttering around him. "You four will return to the jet. I have a few loose ends to settle here, and then I will join you," he instructed. "Do the Cullens need assistance clearing the mess?" Felix asked, glancing around the field. "No, thank you, Felix," Arrow replied, his voice softening slightly. The four bowed once more, and as they donned their hoods, Jane's gaze caught Bella's, lingering for a moment before they turned and disappeared into the trees. Once they were gone, Arrow relaxed a bit and approached Carlyle and Bella. "Carlyle, while I understand the urgency for you to return to young Jacob, I ask that you take a look at Bella's hands. She likely burned them when she managed to ignite our friend Victoria. Did you fall over the body, Bella?" Emmett teased, as Carlyle glanced worriedly between Arrow and Bella before moving to her side to examine her hands. Bella scoffed, wincing slightly as Carlyle took hold of her hands. Bella turned away, saying, "More like I killed her by setting her on fire." Her tone was casual, but adrenaline surged through her at the reminder of what she had done. The silence hung heavily in the air, but instead of reading the expressions on everyone's faces, Bella focused solely on her hands as Carlyle examined them. Meanwhile, Emmett's smile grew with pride. "Badass," he said approvingly, nodding slowly. "It was a rather exceptional sight," Arrow remarked, and Bella glanced up at him. The quirk of his lips and the intensity in his eyes made her blush. "You're the one who gave me the lighter," she said sheepishly. "To prevent her reconstruction, not to fashion a weapon, though I'm infinitely glad you did." "As am I," Edward added as Carlyle finished his examination. "Your hands have burns, but they're only first degree. I would say you've re-sprained your hand as well, but it's nothing too bad," Carlyle diagnosed. "I'm going to head back to the house to get my kit before going to Jacob." "How long will it take him to heal?" Edward asked. "I imagine a couple of days. He was healing remarkably quickly, but even so, it will take time," Carlyle replied. "I'll return with you to the house to make the necessary arrangements for my departure," Arrow said with a nod before turning to Bella. "I won't leave before tomorrow." "Go to Jacob." Bella nodded, and then Arrow and Carlyle were gone. Edward looked at Bella. "How well known is it who's in the pack around the reservation?" he asked. She blinked, considering. I don't know. I think most people know, but not everyone. I really don't know." A few teachers might, but they could be the ones with family history. But people like Charlie wouldn't, Alice reminded them. He'll need a reason for his injuries, Edward said. An accident of some sort. He grimaced, glancing sideways at Alice, who smiled serenely. I suppose that will work, he added. What will? Bella asked, watching Alice closely. Emmett zipped over to Bella, saying something that made him grin excitedly. A moment later, he was off, with Rosalie rolling her eyes as she followed him. Jacob's car needed a part, Edward said slowly, leaving Bella feeling confused. He probably asked to borrow your truck to drive out of town for what he needed. And he'll have gotten into an accident. An accident? Bella repeated, the realization dawning on her. Why? Why the truck? It's great, why does it have to? You won't be without transportation for long, Alice assured her, returning to place a hand on Bella's shoulder, offering a reassuring smile. Oh good, Bella replied sarcastically. Behind them, there was a soft whimper, and Bella turned to see Bree tense, her eyes closed. She smells good, Bree said softly. I know I can't, but I want to. Come on, sweetheart, Esme encouraged, gently urging Bree to move. I'll take you on a hunt. We can find you a deer or a mountain lion. Bree nodded, giving Bella an apologetic glance before she and Esme disappeared. I'll help you take care of your hands, Edward offered. We can either go to your house or mine. Probably better to go to mine, Bella replied, glancing down at the angry red spots on her hands and the purple bruising forming on her re-injured wrist. Maybe I can burn some cookies to explain this. She gestured with her hands, earning a laugh from Alice. I don't think you need to burn them. Just make it believable that you burned yourself. When Bella arrived at the Black House a couple of hours later, she was met with a chilling scream from Jacob that echoed painfully through the air. Bella stared at the house in horror, realizing the sound was coming from inside, loud enough to pierce through the closed windows and doors. Billy sat on the porch, looking like he was barely holding it together, while Emily tried her best to comfort him. The rest of the pack lingered outside, wincing in sympathy. It's been going on for a while, Quill said as Bella approached. Doc's re-breaking his bones, Embry explained, just as another scream pierced the air. Bella nodded, swallowing the lump of sympathy in her throat that threatened to make her cry. Can someone take Edward's car back to him? She asked, not really looking at anyone. It can wait until after. He's waiting at the treaty line. I'll do it when it's done, Quill offered, taking the keys to the Volvo Bella handed him and pocketing them. With another scream echoing through the house, Bella clutched her pendant, seeking comfort and strength from the small piece of metal, even as she didn't realize she was doing it. Quill placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, and she appreciated the gesture as she focused on the warmth and the thought of Jacob. It was a relief when Carlisle and Sam emerged from the house, signaling that the worst was over. The worst is over, he'll be all right, Carlisle confirmed, addressing Billy first. I gave him some morphine, but his body temperature will burn it off soon. I'll come back to set up a drip once I get what I need. Thank you, Billy said, clasping Carlisle's hand gratefully. Can I go see him? Bella asked. Carlisle smiled at her. He might fall asleep while you're in there, but if he's all right with it, it won't hurt. She glanced at Billy, who nodded, and then she ducked inside the house. Jacob was exactly where she expected him to be, laid out on his bed, a mess of braces and bandages, sweat-soaked and exhausted. Hey, she said, moving around to sit on his uninjured side. Hey, he replied with a tired grin. Was worried about you. You were worried about me? She asked in disbelief. Spotted the redhead, she went away from the fight. Up your way, he told her. She's gone, Bella assured him. Who had the honor, Cullen? Or Dracula? Jacob asked, smirking. Actually, it was me, Bella replied, chuckling at his look of disbelief. I sort of lit her on fire. By accident. By accident? Jacob raised an eyebrow. Well, I didn't mean to, exactly. She went on to explain what had happened. When she finished, Jacob snickered. Leave it to you. Must have felt good, though. Being the one to do it. You should be proud. Bella squirmed a little. I sort of am. Just uneasy, too. I killed someone. You killed a vampire. I'm going to be a vampire, she reminded him. I don't know. It felt easier to accept than it probably should have. I almost feel a bit guilty. Jacob's smile faded slightly. With his good hand, he gently took hold of the crest hanging around Bella's neck. That might be a good thing, he said, running his thumb over the rubies before letting it go. Just then, the phone rang in the living room, and Bella heard someone go to answer it for Billy. Hello? Sam's voice came through. Yeah, he's all right, Charlie. Banged up pretty bad, but nothing too serious. Dr. Cullen was on the road when it happened. No, Bella's here now. He brought her over when he went to the house to get his kit. Jacob frowned, looking to Bella for clarification. You've been in a car accident, she explained. With my truck. Your truck? Jacob frowned even more. Yeah. You had to get a part for your car out of town. You asked if you could borrow the truck while I was staying at the Cullens. Huh, Jacob replied, his eyes looking heavy. Get some rest, Jake. I'll be here, she assured him, taking his hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. He drifted off not long after, and Bella waited at his side, holding his hand and listening to the sounds of movement around the house. At one point, she must have dozed off herself because she startled awake at the sound of something being set down, her eyes springing open. Bella looked up to see Carlyle standing on the other side of the bed. He flashed a grin at her before turning his attention to Jacob. How's the patient? He asked. Jacob replied groggily, Feel like I've been crushed by a mountain. Well, I have something that might help with that, Carlyle said, holding up an 4 bag as he began to set up the drip stand. Anyone get hurt? Jacob asked. Jasper took a few nasty bites while trying to keep the newborns away from Alice. Rosalie is licking her wounds, literally, just a few stubborn scratches that weren't healing on their own. Aside from that, we're fine. Bree had her first animal hunt. Bree? Jacob interrupted. She was a newborn, Bella explained. Noticing Jacob's puzzled expression, Carlyle added, she didn't want to fight. She was trying to stay out of it. We offered her a second chance. How'd she do? Bella asked as Carlyle hung the 4 bag. Well, Carlyle replied, a hint of a smile playing on his lips, she's quite fond of Esme and seems determined to do her best for her. I suspect the poor girl didn't have much of a mother growing up. Bella nodded, feeling a mix of pleasure and wistfulness at the thought of someone new joining the Cullens, even if it wasn't her, at least not yet, and likely not ever. She glanced up just as Carlyle lifted something, spotting the needle in his hand and bracing herself for what was coming next. How would you like to go to Florida? She asked just before Carlyle pushed the needle into Jacob's hand, her focus solely on his eyes, trying to ignore the sight of the blood. She might be able to burn a vampire alive, but blood still made her a bit squeamish. What? Jacob winced and frowned. Bella turned to Carlyle. If it's all right with you and Esme, I want to take him to Florida when I see my mom. Carlyle frowned slightly. Bella shrugged and added, You bought the tickets. And the companion ticket was for you to use as you chose, he replied. Bella pressed against Jacob's side, eliciting another grunt from him. Edward may have been the original intended user, but we thought you would have used them after we left. By all means, Carlyle said with a smile directed at Bella before turning his attention back to Jacob. Well, Jacob managed to grit out, if you want me there, for a bit anyway. Carlyle finished setting up the drip and took Jacob's vitals before straightening up. I'll be back in a few hours to check on you, he told Jacob, then turned to Bella. I need you to come with me for a bit. Bella frowned. Yeah, all right. She turned back to Jacob. I'll be back soon. See you then, he replied with a lazy wave, his eyes heavy and slightly glazed. As they drove away from the reservation, Carlyle remained quiet. Bella sensed he had things he wanted to ask or say but chose not to. It left a frown on her face until they rounded a familiar corner and spotted Arrow's black car parked on the other side. His posture mirrored how he had been when they encountered the guard, and Bella wondered if perhaps someone else in the car was watching. She got out of Carlyle's car, and the moment she closed the door, Carlyle didn't exactly relax, but she noticed some tension eased. Another car door closed, and she glanced over to see Carlyle stepping out as well, standing beside his door. He watched Arrow carefully, with a hint of suspicion. Bella didn't know why, nor did she care. She crossed the street and made a beeline for Arrow. They locked eyes, and while she blinked and took him in, she came to a clear conclusion. "You're leaving now." "I am," he replied with a nod, his voice carrying a touch of that commanding tone, though sadness lingered in his eyes and smile. She nodded, looking down at the ground, wanting to ask him to stay but knowing she couldn't. "I wanted to give you this," he said. He said gently, taking her hand, turning her palm up, and placing a set of keys in it, curling her fingers around them. "I bought the car when I arrived, but I have no use for it now. And your truck has been retired, so I'm told." Bella opened her hands and looked at the keys. "The car you drove when you sensed another vampire. When you came to Forks." "Oh, mia cara," Arrow said longingly, causing her to look up. "I said that because the truth was a bit much for just the second encounter. And, if we're honest, it still is. But I strive to be honest with you, so I will say this: I sensed you. I followed my instincts to you that first night." "Oh," she said quietly, unsure of how to express the emotions bubbling up inside her, feelings she wanted to acknowledge but was afraid to accept. She closed her eyes, trying to push everything down to a more manageable place. "I can't even begin to think about what I'm going to do without you," she admitted. "All the little meetings we had, the conversations. I believe I said you could call me whenever you wished, Isabella," he replied with a smirk, and she ducked her head. "Back to that," she teased, peering at him through her lashes. "It's a beautiful name, and I do enjoy how it feels on my lips." He grinned in a charmingly wicked way that stirred specific memories. Though simply Bella rolls off the tongue quite nicely as well. She shook her head, blushing as she regained her composure. She felt the bite of the keys in her palm and became aware of the weight of the chain around her neck. "I wish I had something I could give you. Your time was all I wanted, and all I need to carry with me. Until August, at least." "Until then," she promised. After a moment, he whispered, "I have to go." Bella nodded, wringing her hands and biting her lip. She wanted to say something, 3 words, 3 simple words that felt heavy in the air between them. Bella felt a rush of emotions, a whirlwind of syllables that echoed in her heart, words she hadn't spoken since Edward. She knew she had meant them back then, but they paled in comparison to what surged within her when she looked at the red-eyed vampire standing before her. Edward had been a slow burn, intense and frustrating, blinding in its brilliance. It was obsessive and all-consuming, yet limited in its passion. Arrow, on the other hand, was different. From the very beginning, he was steady, like the gentle accumulation of snowfall, slow but constant, building into something heavy and beautiful. There was a safety and comfort in him, despite the dangers that surrounded them. He felt as ancient as he was, as solid as the stone beneath her fingers. With Arrow, she felt seen for who she truly was, for what she wanted, and for what she was capable of. The confession lingered on her tongue, yearning to escape her lips and fall at Arrow's feet, something he could carry with him to Italy while they faced the agonizing distance. But the words wouldn't come. So, Bella did the only thing she could think of. She took a deep breath, launched herself toward him, and kissed Arrow with all the intensity she held within her. She poured everything into that kiss, the feelings she couldn't articulate, the ache of her heart and soul that longed for him, even before he had taken a single step away. He wrapped her in his arms, firm yet gentle, cradling her head with his fingers intertwined in her hair. When Bella finally ran out of breath, she pulled back just enough to catch another lungful of air before diving back in, knowing their moment was fleeting. As her breath began to fail her again, she settled for quick pecks on his lips until he gently but firmly held her at arm's length. Arrow looked at her with a mix of desire and urgency, as if he wanted to devour her but also needed to flee. "Go," she whispered, battling the urge to steal one last kiss. "Go, I'll see you soon." He clasped her fingers gently one last time, and then he was gone. Bella turned toward Carlisle's car, expecting him to be there, but instead, she found Carlisle gazing into the woods where Arrow had seemingly vanished. After a moment, he turned to look at Bella, shock evident in his golden eyes and slack jaw. She blinked, and a tear slipped from her lashes, trailing down her cheek. Another blink brought a tear from her other eye, leaving a path across her skin. She hadn't even realized she had started crying. Clutching the Volturi crest tightly, she braced herself for the all-consuming pain she had felt when Edward left. There was a hole in her chest, but this time it didn't feel like it would swallow her whole. For just a moment, she imagined this would be the last time she ever saw Arrow, and it felt as if all the breath had been knocked out of her. "You're going to see him again. You're a part of the world. You aren't shut out from it." "Bella?" Carlisle's voice broke through her thoughts, and she realized she had closed her eyes. Forcing them open, she found him much closer than before. "Are you okay?" he asked, placing a hand on her shoulder. She shook her head, then nodded, closing her eyes again and squeezing the crest tighter. "I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm just having a very stupid moment. He hasn't even left Forks yet, right? I'm going to see him in a couple of months. It's fine, I'm fine." "Bella," Carlisle said gently. When she looked at him again, he gave her a sad, understanding smile. "You're family, and I promise we won't leave you behind again. If you need us, we'll be there." She nodded, murmuring her thanks before glancing at the keys in her hand. Turning her gaze over her shoulder at her car now, she moved toward the driver's side door. "I'm going to go back to Jake's," she said, unable to look up. Bella took a moment at Carlisle's. Yeah. If he needs anything, let me know," Carlisle said. Bella managed to meet his gaze, reassuring him she would before getting into the car and closing the door. She took a deep breath, Arrow's scent filling the interior, soothing her soul even as it pained her. After a brief pause, she inserted the key into the ignition, adjusted the seat, and buckled her seatbelt. Looking out the window, she saw Carlisle watching her with concern, though the surprise from earlier lingered, adding a hint of comfort to the moment. With a wave, Bella set off for the reservation. As she pulled into the Blacks' driveway, worry crept in when she noticed the pack emerging from various corners of the yard. A flurry of thoughts flooded her mind, everything from Jacob getting worse to newborn somehow escaping the fight and returning. But as soon as she parked, the tension seemed to dissipate. "It's only Bella," Sam called out as she turned off the engine, feeling more confused than anything. As she stepped out, Seth explained, "We smelled vampire, but not Carlisle. We thought it was Arrow, but we were told he was leaving tonight. Plus, he's not allowed past the treaty lines, only Carlisle is." "Just me," Bella replied with a shrug, then excused herself to head inside the house. She crept into Jacob's room, and for the second night in a row, she climbed into bed beside him, pressing against his good side. She didn't weep, but tears began to fall, fast and uncontrolled. It felt as if the pain in her chest was escaping through her eyes, providing an outlet so she wouldn't succumb to despair as she had before. Vampires didn't cry, they lacked that ability. And would a man who ruled over a predatory species dare to show such weakness anyway? "He's gone, isn't he?" Jacob asked quietly, startling her but not prompting a physical reaction. Bella felt her heart skip a beat. "Yeah," she replied with a nod, her voice surprisingly steady despite the tears streaming down her face. Jacob didn't say anything more, he simply shifted his good arm and wrapped it around Bella as they both drifted off to sleep. Chapter 21. Snap. Arrow's lip curled as he watched the body fall away. Felix and Santiago held the arms of the vampire, now in pieces. Arrow glared at the face of the careless, arrogant vampire who had dared to think he wouldn't realize they were making a spectacle of themselves. He was aware of their demands for sacrifices from a cult in the Highlands and their enjoyment of being treated like a fearsome god. All of this was masked by their attempt to frame the one who had accused them. This accuser had come to the Volturi while Arrow was in America. Arrow tossed the head into the fireplace, which was lit specifically for occasions like this. The body was swiftly removed, and the arms followed, tossed into the flames along with the head. Arrow rolled his shoulders, attempting to ease a tension that wasn't really there. He then met Felix's gaze, and an understanding passed between them. The accuser was brought forward with only a slight struggle, more confused than anything else about why he was being held down. His arms were extended and secured by a pair of the Volturi's strongest vampires, forcing him to his knees before the leaders. Arrow peered down at him, wearing a sweet imitation of a smile. Caius has told me you came forward a little over a month ago. I am truly sorry for the delay. I was busy, you see, but I'm here now. While I know Marcus and Caius listened to your concerns and found some truth in them, I do wonder how much, he said, reaching toward the vampire, his hands hovering over the accuser's cheeks. All of it, he stated firmly. All of it was true, you had to have seen that. Yes, I did, the vampire replied. Arrow nodded. But I need to know what you knew. He made contact with the vampire, sifting through about 400 years of thoughts and memories until he found what he was searching for. Arrow discovered that the vampire had benefited from such offerings early on and had indulged in some of. The humans had wanted to offer him more than just blood, as they had done with the others. But then that other vampire had torn him apart, scattering his remains and subjecting him to a slow, agonizing reconstruction that felt like it would never end. It was only because of this betrayal that he finally stepped forward, trying to plead his innocence. Arrow could see that it had never truly been his idea. It had taken him a while to participate in the offerings, and deep down, he knew it was wrong. He had wanted to stop, but the blood had been so sweet, so willingly given. Arrow caressed the vampire's cheek and said, "It was quite brave of you to come forward, knowing that what you were doing could put you at risk." He withdrew his hand and clasped his hands together for a moment. The laws exist for a reason, and it's commendable that you recognize this was exposing our kind. With a swift movement, the vampire's head was severed from his body, while Felix and Santiago removed the arms. It's just too bad you waited so long, only coming forward when you could no longer indulge yourself, Arrow remarked to the head before tossing it into the flames. This was his 6th execution since his return a week ago. Arrow worked his jaw, running his tongue over his teeth, longing to sink them into something. He inhaled deeply, taking in the scent of ash and smoke, the end of a life that could have been eternal if only they hadn't been so foolish. He turned and glided back to his throne, sitting down and waiting for the next arrival. Apparently, no one had taken action while he was gone. Unless it was painfully obvious, like a dispute or an exposure, no judgments were made nor requests fulfilled in his absence. These matters didn't happen daily, or even weekly, but it seemed they allowed issues to build up until he returned. As no one came forward immediately, Arrow closed his eyes, allowing his mind to cleanse itself. He pushed aside the thoughts and memories, preparing for whatever would come next. Arrow pushed aside the thoughts of the others, tucking them away in the little mental box where he stored so many useless things. Once that was done, his mind drifted to Isabella. He missed her. The moment he stepped away from her in the dead of night, turning to run toward the Cullen house and Alice, who would take him to Seattle to meet with the guard, he felt the emptiness. With each passing minute in the sky, the distance between them felt even greater. He was beginning to understand, at least in part, how Marcus must feel every day. The ache in his chest made him edgy and more prone to anger, but at least he held on to the knowledge that one day he would be with Isabella again. Footsteps approached, pulling him from his thoughts. He opened his eyes, pushing down his annoyance at the interruption and putting on a bright smile. He raised an eyebrow as a golden-eyed blonde walked in, impeccably dressed and holding her head high. "Welcome," Arrow greeted her, and she bowed her head slightly. "It's been quite a long time, Irina." Arrow, she replied, lifting her gaze to meet his. I've come to express concern. A man I cared for deeply vanished some months ago. We're not here to settle your romantic disputes, Caius snarled from his throne. It's not like that, Irina assured, her indignation barely contained as she turned her focus back to Arrow. He received word from an old friend who needed a favor. He left, and after that, he never came back. I was hoping you might have heard what happened. Arrow nodded, extending his hand. Irina took it, and he sifted through the many memories until he found the one that connected to the man she spoke of, Laurent. He had been a coven mate of Victoria's and had attempted to kill Isabella before the wolves intervened. Arrow withdrew his hand, staring off to the side as he worked to tame the knee-jerk rage that surged within him before he could respond. I'm familiar with his situation, Arrow finally said. Arrow began, I've recently spent some time with the Cullens, you see. Irina nodded. They sent him to us. He was interested in trying their lifestyle. It was hard for him, but he was doing well. Recalling the red eyes from Jacob's memory, Arrow seriously doubted that. I'm afraid none of the Cullens have seen him in some time, he replied. Though we did have an encounter with his former coven mate, Victoria. That's who he was doing the favor for, she said, her excitement evident. Well, she's been taken care of, Arrow said dismissively. I'm afraid you won't get the answers you seek. If Laurent wants to return to you, he will. If not. He tilted his head and shrugged. Irina didn't seem satisfied. The Cullens might know, she asked. Perhaps, he replied. Irina nodded. Thank you, she said, though it was clear she didn't mean it. Arrow watched her turn and leave the throne room, the doors shutting loudly behind her. Are we done? He asked over his shoulder. Yes, Marcus said, sounding as tired as ever. Arrow nodded once and marched out of the throne room. Should he call the Cullens and warn them? Or should he let them sort it out themselves? After all, the only Cullen who knew for certain that Arrow had seen anything of Jacob's mind was Edward. Your mind is miles away, Charlie commented, snapping Bella back to the world around her. She had been drifting like this a lot over the past week when she wasn't busy visiting Jacob. It wasn't despair, she hadn't sunk into a deep depression like she had in September after the Cullens left. If she were honest, Bella couldn't really put a name to what she was feeling. Wistful came close, as did longing. Heart-heavy and lonely, but none of those words fit perfectly. Just thinking, she said, dropping the crest she hadn't realized she had been playing with, letting it fall against her chest once more. Charlie eyed it curiously. Bella felt Charlie's gaze on her, filled with suspicion, just as it had been since she returned home with the car after Jacob's accident. She had shared part of the truth, it was a graduation gift, and it came from her upcoming trip to Italy. But she omitted the fact that it was a present from her vampire lover, a sign of their connection. Instead, she told Charlie it was from Alice, who had arranged for it to be shipped as a surprise. That explanation made the car harder to justify, but given that Jacob had wrecked her truck while she was with the Cullens, it wasn't too difficult to imagine she was borrowing it permanently. The Cullens had plenty of flashy vehicles, and one small, unremarkable black car wouldn't be missed by anyone with their wealth. You haven't seen Alice for a while, Charlie pointed out, locking eyes with Bella. Did something happen while you were there? Bella frowned. No. Did that Arrow guy make you uncomfortable? Hearing Arrow's name sent a rush through her, both exhilarating and painful. It was nothing like before, when she could hardly bear to hear the name Cullen or any of their names. Now she understood what Arrow meant when he said his theory, that it was because they had taken away the world she was meant to be part of. The aching emptiness in her chest had been agony, but this felt so much worse. Only Jacob had asked about Arrow in the past week, which was understandable since Bella had been avoiding the Cullens to give Bree space to adjust. When Arrow's name came up, it felt like a magnetic pull on her heart and soul that would never be fulfilled. She hadn't been torn from his world, he hadn't told her to forget him. All traces of him remained. She still wore the crest every day, drove his car, and knew there was a set time when she would see him again. But the days seemed to drag on, each one feeling longer than the last. "A year," Bella said, her voice firm. She felt a flush creep to her cheeks as her hand drifted to the V crest and lingered there. Arrow was polite. He kept his distance while the party was going on. Charlie hummed, his tone skeptical. "So why haven't you been there for a week?" "They took on a new foster child," Bella replied. "I'm giving her space, time to adjust." "Oh," Charlie perked up. "I hadn't heard." "They're keeping it quiet for now," Bella shrugged. "She's had a pretty hard life." Charlie nodded slowly. "So what's been on your mind then?" "You just sort of space out. It kinda reminds me of when the Edward kid left." "Are you nervous about Italy, or maybe changing your mind?" His voice held a hint of hope. "No," Bella said, dropping her pendant. "Italy is definitely happening. I guess I'm just thinking about how to handle Mom and what she'll likely think of Jake and me." "Well," Charlie conceded, "you are taking him to Florida. You've been spending all your time with him when you aren't with Alice. They're my best friends. So why not take her? Alice is going to visit Rosalie and Emmett when I plan to see Mom. That's kind of why I picked when I did." Charlie seemed to accept that, and Bella sighed, hoping the interrogation was over. She glanced out the window, noticing it was dark outside. It was funny, she only had a vague recollection of her day. Cleaning, laundry, cooking, reading, and a visit to Jacob. And now, it was night, Charlie had a game on TV, and Bella realized she had been staring blankly at the opposite wall. "I'm going to go upstairs and get ready for bed." "Probably read," she announced. Charlie snorted but grinned. "Yeah, I've been doing that a lot too, lately. I like books," she shrugged before getting up. She dashed upstairs, going through her nightly routine, checking the time and feeling relieved it wasn't so early that Charlie would think it strange. Once settled in her room, Bella picked up her book. Bella opened her book but quickly realized she wasn't going to read a single word. Her gaze drifted to the nightstand, where her phone rested, displaying an unread message from Edward and nothing else. It was morning in Volterra, but what did that matter? Unless they scheduled all their important meetings then. But why would they? Vampires didn't sleep. Time felt completely irrelevant. The bill for her phone would be outrageous, though. She had looked into it, and even the best plan would only allow her a few hours of conversation each month. She had switched it, of course, still having enough saved to cover the costs for a couple of months. But was it worth using that call now? They had only been apart for a week. It wasn't the first time she had wrestled with this dilemma. Bella managed the first 2 days without speaking to Arrow fairly easily. Weekends were usually a no-go unless he was the one watching the house. But as the days dragged on, it became increasingly difficult. Now, she sensed she was about to give in. Picking up her phone, she found his contact and dialed, bracing herself for the possibility that he wouldn't answer. "Isabella," he said, his voice wrapping around her name just as it had all those months ago when they first met. Her eyes fluttered closed. "Hi," she replied, a smile tugging at her lips. "I'm not interrupting breakfast, am I? Do you hear anything that would suggest an interrupted meal?" he asked. "No," she chuckled softly. She brought her crest to her lips before asking, "How were things when you got back?" He fell silent. "Do you really want to know what I've done since my return?" "That bad?" "It hasn't been the most pleasant," he admitted, his tone indifferent. "And you, Mia Cara?" "Counting down the days," she said, picking at her comforter. "As am I," Arrow replied. "Oh," Bella teased. "You're looking forward to me going to Florida too?" That depends. Do humans still find those smaller swimming costumes fashionable, or have the larger ones returned to favor?" "Right," Bella laughed quickly. "So, are you over there picturing me in a bikini?" "I could picture you the way people in my time swam. Which is to say, in nothing." Bella slapped a hand over her face, her cheeks burning with embarrassment, but she was also trying not to laugh. I didn't call you for the conversation to turn this way, you know. Oh. And why did you call me, then? Because I missed you. Missed? Past tense? I'm starting to miss you less, yes. She said it with a tone that might have been a threat, but it was too light to take seriously. How the guard would quack to hear you speak to me in such a manner, he said delightfully. You don't scare me. You never have, Bella retorted. Which is wonderful in itself, Arrow replied affectionately. Will I really be expected to call you master? Bow. Watch my tone. Yes, but I will be greatly disappointed if you did, he confessed. I don't want you to be my subject, I want you as my equal. Your wife? She guessed nervously. You don't want that, he said, a hint of confusion in his voice. Good to know you're giving me a choice in that, she said, not bothering to hide her relief. Isabella, I won't make you do anything you don't wish to do, unless what you wish goes directly against vampire law. And nowhere in our law does it state one has to marry. It was symbolic, if anything, an excuse for a party, if one felt it was needed. Good to know that isn't something you're set on, Bella remarked dryly. Siamo anime gemel, mia cara, Arrow said silkily. Non riesco a immaginare di valora qualcosa che ti renderebbe infelice. Right, first thing I'm learning after my change is Italian, she stated, causing him to giggle in that delightful way of his. I look forward to being your tutor, he said, which, of course, made her laugh. I am supposed to be there to learn, she agreed between giggles. Oh. And learn you shall, he promised teasingly, causing another round of giggles to erupt. Oh, how she missed this more than anything, more than his touch, his kiss, his magnetic presence. She longed for these moments where he made her smile and laugh, where they teased and taunted one another, conversing as if they had known each other for much longer than just a few months. This was the part of forever that Bella looked forward to the most. However, that didn't mean she didn't miss seeing him. That's how she found herself in Carlisle's study, staring at Arrow's portrait 2 weeks after their conversation. Well, it was technically the Volturi portrait with Carlisle in the background, but her focus was solely on Arrow. She studied the red eyes that the artist hadn't quite captured, the long black hair pulled back at his neck, and the way he stood at the railing dressed in something other than black. For a painting, it wasn't bad, but something about it felt incomplete, and she couldn't quite put her finger on what was missing. Hello. Bella startled, then chuckled at herself as she turned halfway toward Bree. Hi, she said, her hand fiddling with the crest at her chest. Bree glanced around the room. I thought Alice and you were going to do something, she said shyly, shifting from side to side. Yeah, Bella gestured toward Alice's room. She's changing or deciding on something. Honestly, I think she just wanted to make me wander in here so I could look at this. She pointed to the painting. Bree stepped closer, and Bella noticed she wasn't breathing, or even trying to make it look like she was. He looked so mean there, Bree commented. He was nice to me, but in the painting, he looks really mean. He can be, Bella replied. He's told me as much. Bree regarded her for a long moment. You're supposed to be one of us soon, aren't you? Yeah, Bella nodded, attempting to smile kindly. Then you won't have to worry about killing me, right? Bree grinned. I think I'm getting better. Esme believes I was meant to be a natural with animal blood. I just had a rough start. I like deer. Bella smiled, a more genuine expression this time, pleased to see this girl, who was barely more than a kid, starting to find her way. Carlisle says if I can handle being around humans next month, I might be able to go back to school, maybe even finish this time. I ran away before this. Arrow said you had a hard life. How did he know that? Bree asked, her eyes wide with curiosity. Edward says he reads minds by touching you. That's what they say. No one's been able to read me. Lucky, Bree groaned. I like Edward, he seems nice, but I hate it when he answers questions I haven't asked out loud. And I hate that he knows I feel that way and does it anyway. Is that what it's like to have a brother? I don't know, Bella replied, shaking her head with a chuckle. Emmett's the closest thing I've had to a brother, so your guess is as good as mine. Bree didn't blink, simply staring at Bella as her gentle laughter faded. A moment later, Bree sharply turned her head toward the woods. A heartbeat, she said, and in an instant, she was gone. Without considering the fact that a newborn was now chasing after the sound of a heartbeat, and what that might mean, Bella hurried down the stairs. Edward appeared at the bottom just as she reached the last step, seemingly waiting for her. "It's Jacob," he frowned, listening intently. That only urged Bella to move faster to the patio, where she joined the rest of the Cullens just as Jacob emerged from the woods in his human form. "Hey," he called up to them, smiling when he saw Bella. "Thought you were supposed to be shopping?" "She's been waiting on me," Alice replied, then turned to Bella. "Sorry." "I'm not complaining," Bella smirked back. "What is it, Jacob?" Carlyle asked. Jacob paused, his expression turning serious. "Do you guys know a blonde with yellow eyes?" he inquired. "We have cousins from Denali," Edward replied. "3 of them. One of them was here," Jacob said. Edward frowned. "Irina. Is she still nearby?" Carlyle asked. Jacob shook his head. "I was out for a run, caught her scent, and went to investigate. We got a good look at each other, but she seemed far less friendly to me than I was to her. She turned and left pretty quickly." "Didn't you call the Denalis to see if they would help with the newborns?" Edward asked. "I had thought about it," Carlyle nodded. "But with Arrow here, considering their history with the Volturi, I thought it best not to." "Alice?" Alice frowned, concentrating. "She hasn't decided what to do." "I should call Eleazar and ask him to hear us out," Carlyle said, his voice heavy with a weariness Bella rarely heard. "Perhaps he can explain the truce we have with the wolves." "What if she goes to the Volturi?" Rosalie asked, anxiety creeping into her voice. "Arrow knows," Bella reminded them. "He and Jacob got along." "Well," Jacob said, deliberately being stubborn. "Oh, shut up. You weren't bosom buddies, but you didn't hate each other any more than you had to," Bella shot back. "Well," he said again, this time with a grin that made Bella roll her eyes. "Bella," Carlyle said gently, "while Arrow might have allowed the truce, Caius wouldn't," she interrupted with a nod. "And he'd go for all your heads if he knew about it. He was attacked by werewolves centuries ago. But they aren't children of the moon, they're shapeshifters. All it would take is Marcus siding with Arrow, and nothing more would be said about it." She gestured around, realizing only afterward that all the Cullens, except Alice, were looking at her with varying degrees of surprise. "What?" she asked. "I asked him, and he told me." Politics were a very hot topic one day. Rosalie snickered, but before Jacob could make any inappropriate comment, she smacked him. "Better we try to keep the peace for now," Carlyle suggested. "Irina may need some time to accept our alliance, but I doubt she'd go running to the Volturi. We're family." "Well, just give me a heads up," Jacob replied, his eyes darting between Carlyle and Bree. "If your family comes to town, let me know so the pack doesn't end up trying to destroy them. Our list of no-kills for vampires is already longer than we'd like, but—" "Thank you, Jacob," Carlyle said with a smile and a nod. Jacob shot Bree a frown one last time before turning and darting into the woods. Bella was trying desperately to read, but her phone sat right next to her, taunting her. She still had some international time left, though not much. She forced her gaze back to the page, scolding herself. "You're being ridiculous. You're being an idiot." She had written him a letter the day after their conversation and another one after seeing the portrait in the Cullens' house. She had no idea if he had received the first one or if he would ever get them. But a phone call in the first week? 2 letters? No, she needed some distance. "What," Charlie nearly spat, "is he doing here?" Bella felt a brief surge of excitement before her common sense kicked in, and she quickly reined herself in. Looking out the window, she saw Edward coming up the drive in his Volvo and frowned. I really don't know, she replied. She got up to answer the door, arriving just a moment before he rang the doorbell. When she opened it, Edward smiled shyly at her. I thought I'd come see if you wanted to do something. I haven't seen much of you lately. Well, I've been busy, she said, crossing her arms and leaning against the wall. What did you have in mind? A drive? Edward suggested with a shrug. He glanced around as if someone might overhear. I need to get away. From Bree for a bit, Bella said with a smirk before she relaxed. Leaning back, she caught Charlie's eye as he rolled it. Be back by dinner. You know I'll be at Mom's in about 2 weeks, she reminded him while heading into the living room to grab her phone from the end table. Yep, and until then, especially when you take off with a guy who left you a mess twice, I expect you home by a certain time, Charlie replied as she passed by. Right, she said, grabbing her jacket off the hook. See you when I get back. She shrugged on her jacket and stepped outside with Edward. Bella felt a wave of relief that he didn't try to be chivalrous by opening the door for her. They got in at roughly the same time, and as she buckled her seatbelt, Edward started the car and backed out. Thank you, he said, for spending time with me. It's not just Bree, Alice has been having the strangest thoughts lately. Entire works of Dickens, which is a bit better than Shakespeare, but still, difficult. So you wanted to spend time with me because you can't hear my thoughts, I'm guessing, she asked, reaching up to fiddle with her pendant. Edward glanced at it. Yeah, he replied. Mostly. I just realized that the last time I spent any time with you was. Yeah, she said, I suppose it was. They drove in silence for a bit, and Bella had to admit it was actually sort of nice. A moment later, she realized where he was headed with this conversation, and a heavy sigh escaped her lips as regret began to rise within her. How's Arrow? Edward asked, making Bella furrow her brow and look at him askance. It was clear they were going to the meadow, yet. The last time I talked to him, he was, all right, she said, dropping her pendant and rubbing the back of her neck, feeling the slightly shorter hairs in one spot and fighting down a blush. Just all right? Edward asked. Yeah, Bella replied, dropping her hands into her lap. I haven't talked to him in a few weeks. The long-distance charges would be, well, when I did speak with him, he sounded like he'd been having a hard time. He just said it wasn't the most pleasant. Edward nodded as he pulled into a small space to park the car before their walk. Bella got out and began to follow him along the path. Do you remember if it was before Irina saw Jake or after? He asked as they started their hike. Before, she said confidently. Why? Do you think she went to him? I really don't know, Edward replied, shaking his head. The Denalis don't have a good history with the Volturi. Because their mother had to be executed, Bella added, glancing at Edward and noticing his surprise. What do you all think Arrow and I did when we were alone all that time? She asked with an exasperated chuckle. I tried not to think about it too much, Edward admitted with a self-deprecating grin. He told me about Sasha. It was one of his regrets, that he had to do that to her because of the immortal child. Edward nodded, his expression growing more somber. None of the sisters could ever understand why their mother would do that. Were you hoping he mentioned her when we talked? Bella asked as she maneuvered around a rock. Yeah, but that's not the reason I wanted to talk, Edward assured her. It was more out of curiosity about where you talked to Arrow. Bella nodded, bracing herself against a tree for a moment as they continued uphill. Do you want to talk about him? Edward offered. No, Bella shook her head. I'm trying really hard not to think about him, actually. Why? Edward asked, a hint of hopefulness in his tone. Bella glanced at him and felt a pang of sympathy. It makes me miss him more, she confessed. They walked a bit further in silence. Bree thinks you're weird, he said, a touch of humor in his voice. The fact that I can't hear. Why can she hear you when Arrow can't? Edward mused. That's odd. It's funny, really, because you'd think she'd find it stranger that I can listen in on her thoughts. She's very much a typical teenager of her time. Her thoughts mostly drift towards school. But I have to admit, she's surprisingly stable for a newborn. She mentioned she likes deer, Edward chuckled. Yeah, Bella replied as they arrived at the meadow. She gazed at the landscape, vibrant and alive. It felt strange, it was as if the last time she had been there with Edward had been years ago, as if a whole lifetime had passed since then. This is where Laurent found me, she confessed, stepping forward until she stood roughly where she had collapsed. I was beginning to think I was crazy because no one talked about you guys when you left. I thought, maybe if I came here, proved everything was real, I'd be alright. She let out a quiet haw before continuing. Jacob and the pack found me before he could bite. And the funny thing is, I was alright after that. Not completely, but enough. I'm sorry, Edward said softly, moving closer to her. I'm sorry I made us leave like that. You never explained the real reason, Bella reminded him. I just wanted you to have a normal, human life, Edward replied. Bella nodded, not entirely satisfied, but realizing there would never be an answer that truly satisfied her. She looked around the meadow, taking in the view now that it was alive again, and reached for her pendant. Are you going to stay in Italy? Edward asked gently. After you're changed? Probably, she said firmly. Yes, her mind affirmed. I can't see why I wouldn't. Because of that? Edward gestured to the pendant in her hand. Bella opened her palm and looked down at it. Because of who gave it to me, she said, meeting Edward's golden eyes. Stop trying, she said gently. I loved you once. And maybe there's a part of me that still does, but I don't want to be with you. I haven't felt that way since I went to save you in Volterra. We're over, very much over, and we have been since you left me in the woods back in September. If you had come back in October, November, December, I would have taken you back without question. But after? Edward asked. Bella sighed. After, there was Jake. He nodded, understanding, and took Bella's hands in his, stepping closer. Bella tensed, aware that she wouldn't be able to stop him if he decided to make a move. But all he did was press his forehead to hers and close his eyes. It was the worst decision I ever made, thinking that leaving you was the best for both of us. To see you standing here, unaffected, and to hear you speak of someone else. I had hope. When you told Arrow you were glad he saved me, I thought maybe I could win your heart again. I think I'll hold on to that hope for a very long time because I don't think I can stop loving you. But I won't stop you from going to Italy. I won't try to make you see him as something evil, but I don't think he's worthy of you. She leaned away to look up at him, her brow furrowing. I love you, he said. But I'm letting you go. Bella closed her eyes and sighed. Thank you, she replied. He shook his head. What for? For finally hearing what I'd been saying for months. Edward released her hands, stepping back and looking around the meadow. It's not the same anymore, he said. But then again, neither are we. Maybe you can bring Bree here, Bella suggested. At the look of horror on Edward's face, she threw her head back and laughed. Do you ever get bored? He had been amused when Bella asked, but now Arrow was far from amused. He was painfully aware that he was indeed bored. It had crossed his mind from time to time over the centuries, a realization that he wasn't being stimulated in any way, and he would go find something to do. It was a human condition, he had thought, that one could experience. Felix found himself lost in thought, staring at piles of books on the table. Each one had been read at some point, yet none appealed to him now. Just then, the doors opened, drawing his attention to the secretary as she walked in. She seemed quite nervous, the poor thing. It was amusing to Felix how she had a clear crush on Dmitri. Arrow caught sight of the men across the throne room, noticing Dimitri's smirk and Felix's eye roll. The secretary barely managed to pull her gaze away from Dmitri when Arrow approached her. Yes, my dear, he asked, his tone as friendly as possible. She cleared her throat. You have mail. She handed him an envelope. Curious, Arrow looked down and smiled at the clumsy yet elegant script and the return address. "How delightful," he said, taking the envelope from her. But as his eyes fell on the postmark, he stiffened. It had been mailed over 3 weeks ago, the day after his first phone call with Bella. They had only managed one other brief conversation since, where Bella explained why she hadn't called more often, shared news of Edward's supposed surrender in the meadow, and spoke of their new but still shaky amicable relationship now that she understood he could accept what wasn't meant to be. She had never mentioned a letter, although she had asked about mail delivery to the castle. He had assumed she was inquiring for herself, but now he knew better. "When do you collect the mail?" Arrow asked casually, though every vampire in the room suddenly became alert. I collect it every few days," she replied, her uncertainty evident as her eyes darted around the room. "Every few days?" Arrow asked, tucking the letter inside his jacket. She swallowed hard, her heart racing. "Well, there usually isn't much. It's rare to find anything. I thought I'd save time and focus on other tasks." He smiled at her. "Of course," he said, nodding in understanding. "But you see, it's part of your daily tasks. You're supposed to check the mail every day in case something important comes in. Like this letter," he continued, pressing his hand against his chest, over his left side where he kept the letter safe. "It was a bit unexpected, you see. And there's no telling what might be inside. It could be time-sensitive." "Of course," she nodded. "I won't make that mistake again." "You certainly won't," he replied, his smile revealing glistening teeth. That smile would be the last thing she saw before he tasted her blood. She wasn't the most appetizing, but there was no need to let blood go to waste. He had heard enough stray thoughts from humans lamenting about eating out of boredom. Now, as the last of the overly salty liquid ran down his throat, he understood them a little better. Once she was drained dry, he dropped her corpse to the ground and took a handkerchief from his breast pocket, dabbing at the corners of his mouth where he felt either venom or blood lingering. "Take care of that," he gestured toward their former secretary, "and find someone more competent this time." He turned to where his brothers lingered by the table. Marcus appeared as indifferent as ever, while Caius wore an amused grin. "You couldn't have let Felix have the honor?" Caius asked Arrow as he returned to the books spread out before them. "Felix didn't care either way and never has," Arrow retorted, quickly scanning what was on offer before sighing. "I find nothing entertaining here. I'll be in my study." "Yes," Caius said thoughtfully. "Perhaps I shall pay a visit to my wife. It's been a while." He was gone in a flash, and Arrow stared after him. "A while," he repeated, shaking his head. "Had he even visited her once while I was away?" "You already know the answer," Marcus replied. The two exchanged a knowing look. "Go read your letter from your mate," Marcus said. "I'm sorry," Arrow whispered, the words barely escaping his lips. "You've apologized countless times over the millennia, and I have accepted," Marcus replied, his voice slightly louder. "But now I have a faint understanding of what it's done to you. That's why I can't comprehend." "Mates are different for everyone," Marcus interrupted, his tone tinged with boredom. "They fulfill a specific need we all have. Caius doesn't think like you or me. He never has. That's why we had him join us." Arrow nodded, placing a hand on Marcus's arm for a brief moment before leaving the throne room. His private study was one of the highest points in the castle. A window allowed the near-constant Italian sun to flood the space with light during the day, while at night, it offered a breathtaking view of the stars. Hundreds of thousands of books lined the walls, their topics varied and each kept in near-pristine condition. Sculptures adorned the floor, and paintings filled the spaces on the walls that shelves could not accommodate, creating a rich tapestry of art that led up to his rarely used bedchamber. In the brightest spot of sunlight sat a grand, ancient desk that once belonged to a French king before his unfortunate demise. A chair, a gift from an emperor who had hoped Arrow would grant him immortality, stood beside it. Arrow had not fulfilled that wish, but it was only because the foolish mortal believed himself impervious to Arrow's gift and underestimated the Volturi leader's insight into his desire to conquer the vampire world. Instead of that chair, Arrow chose a lovely leather seat from about a century ago. It was the very chair he could envision Isabella sitting in, reading, her skin sparkling in the sunlight like a diamond, casting facets of light all around. Settled in, he withdrew the envelope from within his jacket and delicately opened the letter. Instantly, he was enveloped by her scent, thick and heavy, though slightly faded. Arrow felt a pool of emotion swell in his mouth, but the rush of fresh blood coursing through his veins made it easy to dismiss. He slipped his fingers inside the envelope and brushed against silk-soft strands. Carefully, he pulled out a lock of her deep brown hair, tied delicately with string. Bringing it to his nose, he smiled as he inhaled the scent he missed so dearly. Setting the lock aside with great care, he unfolded the letter. To my terribly ancient one. I was reading this morning and was reminded of an old practice. I suppose for you, it's pretty modern. Appreciate it, because I have a feeling that in about 8 weeks, I will forever have a small bit of hair at the back of my neck that's shorter than the rest. But the car still sort of smells like you, and if I get desperate, they have some pretty great air fresheners that will do for a bit. I didn't have anything to give you when you left, so now you have something. I just really hope the Postal Service doesn't report me for sending hair in the mail. It's probably pretty weird, they might think I'm some sort of creepy stalker now. I'd say it's a good thing my dad's a cop, since he could get me out of any trouble, but that might be worse. I can't imagine trying to explain to Charlie why I sent a clipping of my hair to a guy he knows only as Esme's brother, whom I supposedly haven't had much interaction with. It's going to be a really long 2 months. I hate it. I hate that I miss you. But it's also kind of nice because I haven't felt like my world has imploded like when the Cullens left. I ache, and I can't think about it too long, but it's not weighing me down. I carry it with me, knowing it won't be long until we're together again. Now I'm starting to sound like a pining maiden or something. I'm closing off the letter now. I miss you. Yours, Bella. Arrow whispered to himself, io sono tua, amore mio. Io sono tua. He ran his fingers over the delicate lock of hair, lost in thought. He picked up the letter and the lock of hair, gently brushing it against his lips and inhaling its scent. He let his mind wander, envisioning that wonderful day ahead, holding on to the moment until the sun sank below the horizon and the moon began to rise. Chapter 22, My Dearest Dinosaur. Arrow looked at the letter, contemplating how long it must have taken Bella to craft these teasing greetings. He still had her first letter addressed to her, terribly ancient one, and now this one had arrived just 2 days later, or at least, he received it 2 days after the first. Who knew how long the initial letter had been waiting to be collected? That thought reminded him they had interviews for a new secretary coming up soon. There was no lock of hair in this letter, nor any memento from Bella, except for her words on the page. It was enough, for now, at least. It would have to be, for another 4 weeks. I went to the Cullens today. It was the first time since the battle. Bree's doing well, in case you were wondering. She was actually alone with me in Carlisle's study. She was pretty calm, and I hope I can be as level-headed as she is as a newborn. I didn't see the others, so I can't say for sure. Given how long Riley has been missing, he's at the tail end of the newborn phase, so I don't think that's a good indicator. But I really hope I have Bree's calm. I suppose we'll find out soon. We started talking because I was admiring the painting Carlyle has in his study. You were here, I'm sure you've seen it during your stay. I forgot that it depicted you in white. I didn't think that was a color you ever wore. Then again, you were around when togas were in fashion. Do you keep all those clothes from years gone by? Is there a vault in the castle that's essentially just a wardrobe? The painting didn't capture you quite right, but I might be a bit biased. I finalized plans with my mom. Jake and I are leaving the second week of August, and he's going to stay for a week, maybe 2 if he can convince his dad that it will be all right. I'm going to stay with my mom until I catch my flight to Italy. I'm not entirely sure how I'm going to get to Volterra, but I'll figure it out as I go. Which, oddly, reminds me that one of the Denali's had. She had been near Forks. I guess she saw Jake and took off. Carlisle was going to talk to someone in their coven to try to explain everything to her. Hopefully, she won't be too upset with them. There was talk of her possibly visiting you guys, but no one was sure if she would actually come. Irina could pose a problem if she decides to backtrack and warn the Cullens about the werewolves, especially with Ernest Carlisle telling her about the truce. It's likely she has figured out that Laurent encountered the pack and didn't survive. That's something to keep in mind if she returns to them. Alice took me shopping. She had some interesting ideas for things I would need for Italy, both before and after my change. Are you planning something? Given all the things Alice kept trying to buy for me, I'm really looking forward to it if you are. Arrow smirked to himself, wondering just how much of his plans for Bella Alice had seen. It was an idea that had planted itself in the back of his mind since that first kiss in the woods late at night, growing with each moment spent in Bella's company. If she was amiable, which her words suggested she would be, he definitely had plans for her. He also had some post-change outfits in mind, particularly one that she really wanted him to wear as a sort of debut piece. Only one of them wasn't black, and while he wanted to wear it just for that reason, it was also a dress. He didn't imagine he would suddenly develop different tastes in fashion, so we shall see. I miss you, but it won't be long now. I'll call you again next month sometime. Yours, Bella. He heard the vampire coming up the stairs before the knock on his study door, but Arrow appreciated the courtesy nonetheless. Master? Dimitri said from the open doorway. They're here. Arrow tucked the new letter away and then retreated downstairs to listen in on the interviews for their newest secretary. You have everything? Alice asked, her eyes conveying that she meant a lot more than just the essentials. A lot more than just Bella's usual travel essentials. Blushing, Bella glanced around, noticing Jacob's frown and Edward's pale face before turning to Alice. Yes. Mostly, Bella replied. Mostly. Alice exclaimed, her voice rising. Well, there were some things that just weren't practical and were a bit complicated. Honestly, I don't think they were really necessary, Bella said with a shrug, shifting uncomfortably. Her luggage had already been checked, along with Jacob's, so Alice couldn't rummage through it now to see what Bella had deemed worthy of bringing. That had been the hardest part of packing. While sorting through mementos from her brief life in Forks was relatively easy, given there weren't many, packing clothes was a whole different challenge. Bella had 3 weeks with her mom, and Florida's heat was no place for sweaters. She knew she'd likely be a vampire before the weather in Italy turned cold. In fact, she wasn't even sure she would see a full day in Italy before her transformation began. Leaving behind all of her warmer clothing might raise suspicions with Charlie, so she had packed a separate case just for those items. Yet, she felt there needed to be at least a touch of refinement to her wardrobe. She doubted she could roam around a castle in flannel and worn denim without drawing attention. Alice's practical choices helped Bella create a wardrobe that still felt like her. But the lingerie? Those delicate scraps of lace seemed far too small to be anything but something you'd find carelessly tossed on a grandmother's dining table. It had been a tough decision, take them with her or leave them behind where Charlie might discover them someday while clearing out her room. And considering that his daughter would be 18 when those things were found? In the end, she packed only what made sense, even if she wasn't sure she would truly need them in her new life. The rest? Well, she just hoped Charlie would never, ever open that bag from the lingerie shop she had stuffed in the back of her closet. Alice didn't look amused at all, which likely meant Bella would be in for a very interesting conversation. There's an interesting package waiting for you in Volterra at some point in the future, Alice said with a playful smile. Can you stop thinking about them, please? Edward interjected, his face contorted with pain. I really, considering who would see them. No one, Bella replied firmly, her cheeks flushing from the intensity of her embarrassment. No one will ever see me in them because I'm not going to wear them. I don't want to know, Jacob said, shaking his head and glancing around the bustling airport. We have to go, Bella urged the vampires, looking back and forth between them. Just a few more minutes, Alice promised. You have plenty of time. You'll breeze through security, and then you'll find you still have way too much time to wait before your plane leaves for Florida, she assured. Before Bella could protest, she noticed why Alice was holding them back from boarding. Carlisle and Esme were weaving through the crowd, smiling and waving as they approached. Charlie had said his goodbyes at home before Alice picked up Bella and Jacob, claiming she was leaving for California around the same time. He had to work, and he mentioned that it would be harder to drive her there and see her off. Bella had promised to call when they landed, and that had been that. But she hadn't seen much of Carlisle or Esme since her last visit to their home a couple of weeks ago, just after her time in the meadow with Edward. As they came closer, Esme called out, "You have to come see us after." She separated from Carlisle and stepped forward to embrace Bella. Bella smiled. "As soon as I can," she promised as Esme stepped back. "We have something for you," Carlisle said, a hint of excitement in his voice. "We would have given it to you sooner, but it took longer than expected." He reached into his pocket and pulled out a long, velvet box. Bella took it shyly, glancing at the Cullens before opening it. As she lifted the lid, tears filled her eyes. Inside was a thick yet elegant silver-toned chain bracelet. Attached to one of the links was a charm shaped like the Cullen crest. "I know where your heart belongs," Carlisle said softly, his gaze warm. "I will keep you," Carlisle said kindly. "But we wanted you to know that, regardless, you're family. You're one of us, a Cullen, even if it's only in spirit." Bella's heart constricted, rising into her throat. She closed her eyes, fighting back tears, and stepped up to Carlisle, wrapping her arms around him. Words escaped her, especially after everything that had happened nearly a year ago. After a moment, she released him, stepping back and swiping at her eyes. Taking the bracelet out of the box, she handed the empty container to Alice as she looped the chain around the same wrist where Jacob's handmade bracelet rested. "Here," Esme offered, fastening the bracelet far more quickly than Bella ever could have. Bella touched the crest where it lay on her wrist, then glanced over at the wolf charm. "I'm carrying all my favorite supernatural people with me," she said quietly, before placing her hand on her pendant. "Thank you," she finally managed to say. "Now you should go," Alice said, stepping forward to offer Bella a hug. To everyone's surprise, Bella also moved to hug Jacob, who accepted it with a puzzled expression, clearly not having anticipated it. Edward stepped toward Bella, opening his arms. "I'll come see you in Italy," he said as they shared an awkward embrace. "If you want," she cautioned, hoping the easy camaraderie they had built over the past few weeks wouldn't vanish just like that. A chorus of farewells echoed around them as Bella and Jacob made their way through security. Once on the other side, they found their gate and settled in, still with 45 minutes to wait before their plane would board. "I'm going to call Dad, let him know we're just waiting," Jacob said, a hint of nervousness creeping into his voice, which he tried to mask. "I'll be here," Bella replied, nodding as she placed her small carry-on on her lap, watching him get up and head just outside the waiting area. With a sigh, she reached into her pocket and pulled out her cell phone, dialing a familiar number. Bella dialed the number, and was greeted by what she was fairly certain was a chorus of screams. "Isabella?" Arrow asked, his confusion evident as the screams abruptly stopped. She blinked, frowning. Was that? It was nothing, Arrow dismissed. "Merely, well, dinner." "Right." "Bad timing," Bella replied, suddenly feeling painfully awkward. "You can. It's fine." "I suppose you could say it was the dessert course," Arrow assured her. "But from those brief messages you sent me electronically about 12 hours ago, you should be on your way to see your mother right now." There was a hint of concern in his tone. "I haven't gotten on the plane yet," she said, looking down at her bracelets, her arm resting on the bag in her lap. "The Cullens, most of them, came to see me off." "You're sad," he observed, his understanding clear. "Mia cara, you have eternity before you. You shall see them again, I assure you." "I know," she said softly. "But they gave me their crest and had a whole speech about me being a Cullen." "Because you are," Arrow replied. "They brought you into our world, even if they aren't the ones to change you. You will be Swan by name, a Cullen in spirit, and Volturi by heart." She snorted. Carlyle said I was a Cullen in spirit. I'd almost think he too planned this out. We're just both simply very wise. Glad you didn't say, beyond my years. You're always eager to point out how utterly ancient I am. I'd rather not give you fuel for the fire. In a few weeks, I'm sure I'll have eternity to hear about it. And given that I will always be 4,000 years older than you, I'll try not to remind you how utterly decrepit you are in comparison. And I'm guessing no one is going to tease you about your much younger lover. Bella smirked, feeling eyes on her. She glanced up to see a woman looking at her with deep concern. Only you, Arrow said. Mia Amida, he replied. Suddenly, there was a muted scream in the background, followed by the sound of footsteps. Master, someone said. Arrow responded awkwardly, as if he were inhaling something deeply. Thank you, Felix. Isabella. Go, yeah. That, she said, shifting in her seat and reminding herself that the reality of vampirism wasn't pleasant, nameless and faceless, far across the ocean. Talk to you soon. Until then, Arrow said, conveying all the affection he didn't express, and then the line went dead. How's Dracula? Jacob asked as he plopped down in the seat next to her. Bella gave him a light whack on the chest. Don't, she warned. Jacob glanced over, probably spotting the woman from earlier, and nodded. Paul was still there. I'm sort of glad I'm getting some space after he imprinted on Rachel. He's there all the time now. Bella wanted to point out that they were being heavily eavesdropped on, but figured as long as Jacob was comfortable talking about it, it must be relatively okay. Is he at least better about the anger thing? Sam doesn't seem nearly as bad as Paul, and, well, he's been getting it under control. He's had no choice, I told him he had to, Jacob said firmly. I can't stop the connection, I have no control over that part. But if he hurts my sister, there will be hell to pay. And he knows he can't hide it from me. I know it made me uneasy seeing him there last week. Your dad seemed. He gets that it's good for the whole, yeah. But he doesn't like Paul much. Rachel still isn't super sure about it all, either. She asked if I had imprinted on anyone. I think she was rather glad I hadn't yet. Bella grinned. I like that. After a pause, Jacob asked, what do you think of the newest Cullen? She glanced at her. Bit of a klutz and a little slow to start, but not bad for what she is. She grinned, chuckling when Jacob rolled his eyes and elbowed her playfully. I meant Bree. What do you think of her? I don't know, Bella shrugged, shaking her head. I haven't really talked to her much. Edward finds her grating, but she's 15, just a couple of years younger than he is. Jacob snickered but kept quiet, the woman still watching them from the corner of her eye. She's adjusting. Hoping to start school. This means the Cullens will be around for at least another 3 years. Yeah, Jacob said, a touch uneasily. That probably means there will be more phases. So Edward doesn't like her? That's a pity. I bet he was hoping. Well, until we talked a couple of weeks back, he was hoping I would ditch Arrow for him. Plus, Bree admitted she finds him annoying too. They're very much like siblings. Though, do you know what she calls you? Bella smirked as Jacob arched a brow. I've only seen her once, he said skeptically. That doesn't stop you from being the stinky cute one. Bella grinned, and Jacob scoffed. I smell fine. It's them who stink. I can't tell, Bella shrugged. You all smell like trees and plants to me. What's Dracula then? Olive oil? Grapes? Cypress, she replied just as the flight attendant called for first-class boarding. That's us, she said, patting his leg. Jacob's eyes went wide. What, really? He asked as they stood up. I don't think the Cullens know how to do commercial unless they're desperate, Bella said as she shouldered her bag. Not surprising, considering, Jacob grumbled. Arrow's got his own jet. And that's why you chose him over Cullen, Jacob teased. Bella stole one last glance at the woman who had been listening. The poor thing looked as if she thought they'd lost their minds, her eyes wide with disbelief. Bella absently shook her head at them as they scanned their tickets and checked their IDs. Leading Jacob down the gangplank to the plane, they were directed to their seats. Once settled, Bella noticed Jacob puffing out a breath of air, his leg twitching. "You okay?" she asked. "Just used to my feet on the ground is all," Jacob replied. "Close your eyes, try to sleep, or let your mind wander. It's not so bad when you relax. And it's only a few hours." Jacob nodded and closed his eyes, but Bella reached over and took his hand, holding on until they were up in the air and Jacob finally seemed to drift off to sleep. It took Renee 3 days to finally get Bella alone. Phil and Jacob were outside on the sand, tossing a baseball back and forth, with Jacob using an extra glove. Renee had set up the loungers on the deck facing the beach. It was glorious, the sun warming her skin, the scent of sand and salt carried on the breeze. Bella was basking in it, momentarily lamenting that she wouldn't have this luxury in a month or so. If she somehow managed to tan, would it carry over? Would she be just a touch less pale? Probably not, but still, there was no harm in trying. "Jacob seems really nice," Renee said, cutting through the sleepy fog that had lulled Bella into a comfortable daze. "He is," Bella replied. "But it's not what you're thinking. He's just my best friend, and he's the one I likely won't see as much after I go to school." Bella opened her eyes to find her mother studying her closely, as if sizing her up. "You and Edward never work things out?" Renee asked. "That depends on what you mean by to work out," Bella shrugged. "He wasn't for me. I fell fast and hard, and so did he. But we just weren't right for each other." Renee hummed in response. "I'm glad you figured that out early," she confessed, reaching for Bella's hand and clasping it in hers. "I didn't want to say it, but you and Edward reminded me a little of your father and me. Young and in love. I had a lot of big dreams, you knew that. And your dad, he was never going to leave that town, not for anything. I was worried you'd make the same mistakes I did, giving everything up for a boy." "I almost did," Bella admitted. "But Jake helped me get over him," she added. "Which is why I'm surprised you're just friends," Renee said with a smirk. "Or is there something more than on the horizon? Despite school?" "No," Bella replied firmly, shaking her head. "Actually, between us, I'm already seeing someone." Renee perked up. "Really? Your dad didn't mention that." "Because Dad doesn't know," Bella replied, feeling a mix of pride and irritation at how pleased her mother looked. "It's not like that, it's not a teenage rebellion thing. He's older. And we'll be in Italy together." "He goes to the school?" Renee asked. Bella considered her options. She could say no, but that might come across as strange, her knowing a random older man who would be in Italy at the same time. She could say he was a professor, but that might lead to her mother declaring it either very romantic or very risky. "He's an older student, yeah," she said. "Been there for what seems like forever. We, met during my interview for the school. He's been great, answering all the questions I had. He helped me decide to accept the offer in the end." "What's he like?" Renee asked, her curiosity piqued. "What's his name? What does he study?" "He's Greek. And he has a very, very old soul. Smart, and, I don't really want to talk about him right now." Bella didn't want to give her mother any more material to work with, knowing that if she did, the questions would never stop. The risk of saying too much was always there, and the last thing Bella wanted was to slip up and reveal something that could come back to haunt her. Renee nodded in understanding. "Well, we could talk about me," she said slyly. "One of the reasons I'm really sad you don't expect to be coming back for the holidays anytime soon." "Oh?" Bella asked, shifting to get a better look at her mom. Renee grinned. "You're not going to meet your baby brother or sister?" Bella's eyes widened. "Wow. Mom, that's great. Isn't it?" Renee gushed. I know I didn't always do the best for you, and I'm sorry that this one will get to have two parents all the time, but... No, Mom, it's great, Bella assured her, even though she couldn't quite imagine her mom with a baby all over again. But this time, there would be Phil. And Renee was far more settled now than she had been when Bella was a baby herself. She seemed happier. Bit weird, though, right? If your children are closer in age to your sibling than you are? Renee asked, scrunching her face a bit. I'm not having kids, Bella said firmly. And I'm not getting married. Oh, you say that now, Renee started. No, I mean it. I don't want them. And I don't want to get married. Arrow knows that. Arrow. Renee perked up. I get to know his name. That's a bit unusual, isn't it? Bella wanted to smack herself for mentioning Arrow, wishing she could bury her head in the sand until it was time to leave. Don't tell Dad. Please, just, don't say anything. I won't, Renee promised. But if you do get married. Not. Ever. So, yeah. They fell silent for a moment, listening to Jacob's laughter and the thud of the ball hitting the gloves, along with Phil's voice in the background, though she couldn't quite catch the words. Are you going to be happy? Renee asked. Yes, Bella replied without hesitation, her hand reaching for her necklace. I am. Good, Renee said. That said, I have a graduation present for you. Something you can take with you to Italy, maybe to snuggle under. With Arrow, Bella said, scoffing as Renee dashed inside. The thought of Arrow snuggling was a bit absurd. Even after that one night when she had asked him to stay, well, she wouldn't exactly call it snuggling. Do vampires even snuggle properly? Renee returned, and Bella placed the pendant back on her chest to reach for the box her mom had brought. As she opened it, she discovered a quilt made from all their old trip t-shirts from their travels before she moved back in with Charlie. Bella smiled, reminiscing as she endured a light ribbing from Renee, who had hoped Bella could add to it someday with her own children. The quilt held significant meaning for her. Eventually, it might deteriorate, turning to dust like so many things do over time. But for now, she had a piece of her human history to carry with her, a reminder of where she came from. Maybe she wouldn't remember these trips on the other side, but she would always remember her mom and what this quilt meant to her. It was all so bittersweet. Meanwhile, Arrow had spotted Felix and Dimitri heading toward the parking garage of the castle and couldn't resist stopping them. And where are you two off to this evening? Arrow asked. Felix and Dimitri bowed their heads in unison. Master, they greeted together, before Felix added, we're heading into Rome for a hunt. Really? Arrow inquired. A night out for the two of you? Heidi plans to join us, Dimitri informed him. You'd be welcome to come along as well, Master. Arrow almost immediately declined. It wasn't customary for the guard to hunt with the rulers. Then again, it was rare for the Volturi leaders to hunt at all, unless it was necessary for a mission. Yet he had enjoyed the thrill of it, the rush of running around, finding someone secluded while he had been away. Stalking, pouncing, and following his instincts felt so much more satisfying than he had realized until the offer was made. I think. I might if you don't mind, Arrow said, surprising both young men. Of course, Felix agreed readily. If you're ready. I am, Arrow replied eagerly, looking forward to the night's events. That'll be you, Jacob said almost nonchalantly, gesturing at the screen. I'm genuinely insulted, Bella retorted as the movie came to a close. She twisted a bit, trying to look up at Jacob from where she was lying against his side. He had his arm around her, and before leaving them alone, Renee had glanced at it oddly, considering her conversation with Bella from the week before. Like, seriously, truly insulted. For one, I won't have fangs. Or get burned by sunlight. Jacob snorted. That's what you call bullshit on? Bella glanced toward the hallway, where she knew her mom and Phil were only a few doors down, working on the nursery for the new baby. Renee had mentioned that the film had left her a bit unsettled, but she didn't want to stop Bella and Jacob from enjoying it, so she left them to it, with Phil joining her. They might be out of hearing range unless they fell quiet and strained to listen, but Bella still lowered her voice to nearly a whisper. "I call bullshit on a lot of it," Bella replied, settling into a position where she could see the screen. "For one, if he'd been a real vampire, he and the band would have been destroyed by the first single. The Volturi would have wiped them all out. Then there's the whole last drop thing. And the changing? It's not like that at all." "Dracula did tell me about the changing thing," Jacob agreed. At Bella's furrowed brow, he shrugged. "I was curious." She shook her head in wonder but let it go. "Climbing on the walls and ceiling?" "Yeah, they aren't Spider-Man," Jacob chuckled, joining Bella in laughter. "But then, it's probably a good thing they don't have it right? Means it's not like a bloodsucker making movies." Bella hummed in agreement. "I wish you weren't going back tomorrow," Bella confessed as the credits rolled. "I wish you could stay until I leave." Jacob tightened his arm around her. "I need to get back. I can't be away from the pack for long." "I know," Bella replied with a sigh. "I'm really going to miss you." "Me too," Jacob said, echoing her sigh. A few seconds passed, and he sighed again. "I still don't agree with your decision. Overall, I hate the idea of you willingly becoming one of them. But I'm not going to stop being your friend." "Really?" Bella perked up, sitting up slightly to look at him. Jacob shifted uncomfortably. I'm warming up to the Cullens. I don't like them entirely, and I don't think I ever will. But I see that they aren't evil. And despite what he does, I didn't see Dracula as truly evil either. Don't get me wrong, he is definitely the worst kind of bloodsucker. But he respected our rules, and when his people came, he sent mine away. He could have easily allowed us to be targets, but he didn't. I know not all of them will be like him, and I'll always hate them on sight for simply existing. But, you're Bella. I don't think you're going to change that much when you change. I don't think I could ever hate you." "Thank you," Bella said, leaning in for a hug. "Not saying this will happen," Jacob replied as he wrapped his arms around her. Bella laughed into his shoulder, relief and joy bubbling inside her. It had been a long time since blood had appealed to Arrow in quite this way. He had forgotten how absolutely tantalizing it could be. Once he caught a whiff of the human scent, he broke away from the others to follow it. It had been ages since he had stalked prey like this. Even while he was overseas, it was easy. Find someone alone, drink, destroy. But this human hadn't been alone. They were a traveler in a group, and by the sound of it, French. Arrow had trailed them, observing their movements. They were heading toward the Colosseum when fortune struck. The traveler fell back from the group. "Continue, je vais te rattraper," they called out, and the others had no issue leaving them behind. Experienced, it seemed. Confident. The traveler bent down to tie their shoe when their cell phones slipped out of their pocket. In an instant, Arrow moved, deliberately kicking the phone down the side street, watching it skid to a stop right in front of a narrow gap between buildings. "Murd!" they exclaimed, standing up and lightly half-jogging to retrieve their phone. As they bent down, Arrow seized the opportunity, grabbing them and pulling them back into the shadows, covering their mouth and aiming for the neck. He felt his eyes roll back in pleasure as the venom pooled in his mouth, intensifying the decadent taste of the mortal. They went limp long before losing consciousness. Arrow nearly let out a moan, rediscovering the thrill of a good hunt. It had been far too long. Once the human was drained, he glanced out into the alley, ensuring no one was around before he set the body ablaze with his new lighter. It must have been the one he'd given Isabella, left behind on the mountain when she had ignited Victoria and forgotten in the chaos that followed. "Master?" Felix's voice called from above. Arrow looked up to see him perched on a fire escape. "There's a gathering up here with Dimitri, Heidi, and me. Perhaps you'd like to join us?" Arrow smiled, quickly scaling the fire escape. "I've just had a rather satisfying meal, but one shouldn't pass up dessert when it's offered, he replied, running a quiet snicker from his guard as they headed inside, the intense aroma of liquor and drugs filling the air. You hunted, Caius sneered. Like a nomad? Like any of our kind outside this castle, Arrow replied dismissively. It used to be one of your favorite activities. Our own laws demand we remain inconspicuous. How are 4 of you going to the city and feasting without drawing attention? Caius half demanded. Arrow shifted his jaw, trying to maintain a calm expression. There was no court in session at the moment, which meant the throne room was empty except for the 3 leaders, Athenadora, and Corin, who was always present to keep her mistress content. Content enough not to care that her husband was arguing with the man he called brother over something she had never been able to do on her own. Content that she was released from her tower only because there was no one else in the throne room. The first is Ash, Arrow said. We then dispersed the other 6. None were close enough to draw attention in the end. What's more, Roan will be avoided for a while. In a softer tone, he placed his hand on Caius's sleeve. We must let the guard have these little indulgences from time to time. And when they are out of range of Chelsea? Caius challenged, just as softly but with more bite. When they finally find themselves less loyal? What then? Marcus sighed heavily from his spot at the table in the corner of the room, a book in his lap that likely hadn't been read. Caius turned sharply to the eldest among them and scowled. You approve? He asked. I'm afraid I don't really have an opinion, Marcus replied. But I think Arrow is right, they should be allowed to be their natural selves. It would prevent any of them from sitting still for too long. Caius scoffed. We ensure that doesn't happen. He grumbled but let the subject drop for now. When is your Isabella supposed to arrive? She's set to arrive in a weekend. A few days, Arrow replied, a surge of anticipation rushing through him. Good, Caius said. Athenadora will enjoy a companion. She will not be joining your wife in the tower, Arrow stated, shifting past his brother to examine the papers on the table. He was pleased to see that there were no more reports coming from Seattle regarding suspicious activity. No? Caius asked, his tone less hostile than before, now tinged with confusion. Well, you say that now. She's still human. Once she's turned, once you understand. Caius tensed for a moment, then turned sharply to the women in the room. Back. Time is up, I will see you soon. Athenadora bowed her head with a serene smile, and Corin followed suit, more obediently. Then, the 2 were gone. Have we heard more from that, blonde? The one who follows that foolish diet? Caius asked, glancing at the papers as well. No, Arrow replied. I don't believe we have. Good, Caius said as he settled next to Marcus. Let's hope she refrains from coming to us with her romantic woes. Arrow nodded and joined his brothers, but his mind was too preoccupied to focus on reading. So many thoughts were vying for his attention. He sat quietly, occasionally turning a page, but not truly absorbing any words. A.B. Jacob had left the week before, and Bella was just days away from departing for Italy. She was in a funk. Not that she didn't love her mom and Phil, but she felt a strange sort of limbo without a supernatural entity by her side. The deep pit of despair she had felt back in September loomed in the shadows, waiting for something to happen, ready to pull her back into the disconnect from the life she was supposed to have. Renee was well-intentioned when she dragged Bella out for dinner and then shopping as Twilight gave way to night. Phil had practice or something, leaving them to stroll down the bustling streets alone. They walked down the streets arm in arm. Oh, there's the bookshop I was telling you about, Renee pointed out, and Bella allowed herself to be pulled toward the storefront. Outside the brightly lit shop, tables displayed a collection of books, a bit surprising, given how close they were to the beach. The salt water couldn't be good for the pages, nor could the gentle wind that swept toward them. I think about you every time I come by here, Renee said fondly as Bella picked up a book and examined it. Suddenly, she stiffened, sensing that familiar feeling of being watched, like a predator lurking nearby. She placed the book back down and scanned her surroundings, trying to locate the source of her unease. Yeah. Bella replied to her mom, her hand instinctively moving to her necklace, playing with it, twisting it this way and that. She even flashed it over her shoulder as a precaution, though she had a feeling she knew where the stalker was hiding. They have more inside, of course. A great selection of classics, Renee continued, and Bella grinned at her. Why don't you head in? I'll be there in a moment. Renee affectionately patted Bella's hair. I'll be in the baby section, she confessed before stepping into the quaint little shop. The tinkle of the bell was the only sound in the night, aside from the waves crashing on the shore. The night air hung still, as if holding its breath, anticipating what might happen next. Are you going to come out? Bella asked quietly, her gaze still on the books as she addressed the unseen stalker. A few seconds later, she felt someone just behind her, invading her personal space, looking over her shoulder. You should not be wearing that, he said in a friendly tone that was both amused and perplexed. Bella stepped aside, glancing up at the red-eyed figure with long dark hair as she picked up her Volturi crest. This? She guessed, but his eyes were fixed on something else. You're a double threat, he remarked as he took her hand. He held her wrist gently. So, what is it then? Cullen or Volturi? Both, she replied without hesitation. That can't be, the vampire said. I know Carlisle's on friendly terms with the Volturi, but they aren't exactly chummy. You're behind the times, she shot back, then extended her hand. I'm Bella. Garrett, he replied, bemused as he shook her hand. Now, Bella, what's a deliciously scented human like you doing still human, given your connections? She glanced at the shop, knowing her mom wouldn't have heard their conversation anyway. I'm scheduled for my immortal makeover soon. How do you know Carlisle? She asked curiously. We go way back, Garrett smirked. But how do you know Carlisle? Or even the Volturi? I'm not sure which one is more interesting, to be honest. Long story on both accounts, Bella countered, her gaze pointedly shifting back to the shop. Garrett looked at it, seemingly listening to the activity inside. Suppose it is, he agreed, turning back to her. So, I'm going to ask about the latter, considering Carlisle's always had a fondness for humans. I found myself with Edward and Alice in Italy, she explained. Garrett frowned. Edward the first no, but Alice I don't. All right, so you end up in Italy. How do you walk away with that? He flicked the crest delicately. It was a later gift. Oh. Bella hummed, nodding slightly. It's to say I'm quite special to someone. They don't give those out at dinner. No, they don't, Bella agreed with a smirk, enjoying the banter. Garrett studied her for a long moment before shaking his head. I'm almost afraid to ask. Ask what? Who you belong to. He glanced at her hand, where the scar from James lay. I doubt you're a pet. That's from a different encounter with a nomad. You're something else, aren't you? Garrett grinned, glancing back at the store again. I hope I find myself running into you again, Bella. Though I'm hoping for my sake it's not in Volterra. Same, Bella agreed, prompting a soft snicker from the vampire before he turned and disappeared. She stared at the spot where he had been until the bell above the shop door tinkled. Bella? Renee called. Yeah, I'm on my way, Bella replied, turning to her mom. She tried to imprint Garrett's presence in her fading human memory, hoping to carry him and her experiences into her second life. Chapter 23. Someone had messed with her booking. Bella wasn't sure if it was Arrow or the Cullens, but she definitely hadn't arranged for a first-class seat on her one-way trip. She had to admit that it made sleeping easier, and since that's exactly what she did during the exceedingly long flight, she couldn't complain as much as she wanted to. Nerves had kept her awake most of the night before, a sick feeling in her gut making her reluctant to eat much before boarding. Part of her was excited. This was it. The beginning. The start of her forever. Bella Swan from Forks would soon be a memory, while Bella Swan the vampire was just around the corner. It was everything she wanted, everything she longed for, and the one person she cared for and trusted more than anyone else was going to be the one to give it to her. But she was also terrified. The burn from James' bite was still fresh in her memory, even after a year. Despite the reassurances that she would remain herself, she feared she would forget who she had been. The bond with the one who was to change her might overpower her, altering her into someone and something else. Then there was the mourning for her old life, for who she was now, and for all her friends and family. The siblings she would never know, and the father who would never see her again. Her mother and Phil, with whom she had already started to lose touch, and the human friends who had been so thrilled for her, eager to hear about her studies in Italy. As the plane began to touch down, the sun shining cheerfully through her window, Bella wished Jasper had been beside her to calm the storm of emotions raging inside her. She had no idea what to expect as she departed the plane. Customs was straightforward enough since she wasn't really there for school and didn't need a visa. She was traveling across Europe and hadn't booked a return flight because she didn't know when or where she would leave from. Once she finally made it past the secured area and into the bustling crowd, she felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. Bella hadn't planned for what would happen next, beyond collecting her luggage. All she knew was that she needed to get to Volterra. So, it shouldn't have surprised her when she spotted a man standing in a shaded area of the airport, wearing sunglasses and gloves, holding a sign with her name on it. She pulled her suitcase along, making her way toward him as he began to smirk well before she reached his side. "You're Felix, right?" she asked, trying to recall his name. "That I am, mistress," he replied. "No," she said firmly. "None of that. It's Bella, just Bella." Despite the sunglasses, she could sense Felix's gaze fixated on the gold crest around her neck. Bella rolled her eyes and gestured behind him. "Lead the way." Felix lowered the sign and turned to lead her. At some point, he tossed the sign into a recycling bin and took over the burden of her luggage, making sure the wheels skimmed the ground to appear more human. They navigated their way to a parking garage. While the sun still shone brightly through the open spaces, the shade provided enough cover for the vampires to stay relatively safe from detection. Felix guided her to a nondescript black car that reminded her of the one parked in her father's driveway back in Forks. Standing beside it was the smaller, blonde vampire she remembered from Forks. "Dimitri?" she asked, and he simply nodded once before moving to the back of the car to open the door while Felix placed her luggage in the trunk. "Thanks," she said as she shifted to get inside. "Think nothing of it, mistress," he replied as she passed by him. "Bella." "Just Bella," she insisted firmly as Dimitri shut the door behind her. "They're only paying you respect," she muttered under her breath. Suddenly, a smooth, calm voice interrupted her thoughts. "Bella." She startled, letting out a yelp as her body jumped, nearly hitting her head on the ceiling. Arrow's voice was completely unexpected, sending her heart racing as she pressed a hand over it, panting slightly. Furiously, Bella turned to him and glared at his amusement. When he started to giggle quietly, she huffed, crossing her arms and directing her gaze toward the tinted window. "Oh, come now, Mia cara. You're an asshole," she shot back, her voice filled with anger. The air around them momentarily stilled as the two other vampires paused whatever they had been doing, which Bella hadn't been paying any mind to. "I've missed you as well," he said fondly, prompting her to peek over at him. The fondness in his expression faded to concern as she watched him. Felix and Dimitri resumed their previous activities, but with a careful sort of caution. Arrow's concern then morphed into worry, and Bella found it hard to stay angry with him. "I didn't expect you to be here," she eventually said, reaching for him and taking hold of his hand. The tension in his shoulders eased, though he certainly didn't relax. "Would you have preferred I wasn't? I didn't even know I was going to have a way to get to you waiting here, let alone you," she replied. "I'm more annoyed that you found my reaction amusing." His lips twitched with a hint of a smile. "It was rather adorable," he said softly, turning his hand to hold hers more firmly. "I see there's no bandage anymore. Did you finally allow yourself to heal without further injury?" "Yeah," she said, glancing down at her hand and noticing the way his cool fingers wrapped gently around it. Did you ever get my letters? I did, he replied tersely. Should I not have written them? She asked nervously. I'm glad you did, Arrow assured her quickly, his tone softening. It simply highlighted the incompetence of our secretary. Gianna? Bella frowned. Oh, no. She departed not long after my return, he explained. Dessert? She ventured, recalling Jane's glib comment when they were being led to the throne room. I suppose, Arrow agreed nonchalantly. I thought she was going to be, Not everyone. Getting turned, Bella, Arrow said gently, having a human secretary helps us stay updated on advancements. But if we turned all of them, we'd certainly have a large coven indeed. I get the feeling that incompetence isn't going to lead to anyone being turned, Bella replied, cringing slightly. It indeed does not, Arrow agreed. But regarding your letters, I did receive them, and I genuinely enjoyed them. They brought a bit of sunlight to my day. Your lock of hair, in particular, was a wonderful surprise. Not too modern? Bella teased as the car began to move. I have an eternity of this, don't I? He asked with a dramatic sigh. Yes, she replied without hesitation. Are you about to send me back? Only if you want me to. Not yet. She leaned across the space and kissed his cheek. Arrow breathed deeply, reaching for her and pulling her closer. I rather hope you never wish to leave, he murmured into her hair. Each time we've parted, it's been for longer, and each time it grows more unbearable. Bella nestled against his stone-like body, her heart racing as she realized it wouldn't likely be much longer, and she might not notice a difference between them. How long do we have? She asked, wrapping her arms around his waist. About 3 hours, 2 if Dimitri finds us a fairly clear route, Arrow replied, cradling her head. Bella groaned, the anticipation and nerves almost overwhelming. She was too terrified to ask how much longer she had left as a human, not wanting to know the hours or minutes. She doubted Arrow would share that information here in the car on their way back to Volterra. You're the one who took the plane landing in Rome, he chided gently. It was the cheaper one, she grumbled against his coat. Someone changed the ticket to a higher class, but before that, it was the cheapest one I could get out of Florida. Well, it wasn't me or anyone in the Volturi who tampered with your choice, Arrow assured her. But I do have to ask if you're all right. Your heart is beating far faster than it should for a mild annoyance. I don't want to talk about it here, she replied. I can grant that reprieve as long as it's not something that should be remedied now. No, she shook her head as much as she could. All right then, he said, and they fell into silence. About half an hour into their trip, Bella was as relaxed as she could be, given everything looming ahead. She realized that Arrow hadn't stopped touching some part of her skin, his hand, her hair, and occasionally, the brush of his nose against her temple. He was essentially her seatbelt, his arms wrapped around her, holding her safely to him. While it wasn't strange for him to remain still, considering who he was, she had always known him to fidget at least a little for her sake. The phrase touch-starved came to mind, though she doubted that was entirely accurate. It seemed more like a different kind of need, one where contact with flesh was necessary, a way for him to avoid hearing and seeing everything that came with it. She remembered from her advanced biology class back in Phoenix that oxytocin was a hormone released with touch. While she wasn't sure if vampires operated the same way, given their undead nature, she couldn't imagine the mixed signals that must arise from touching someone while also being bombarded by all the awful, or even just unpleasant, thoughts that crossed their mind. Do you think this will change when I am? Bella asked, bringing Arrow's attention back to her. Do you think you'll hear me when we're the same? No, Arrow replied. I truly think you will be immune to me for eternity. Good, she said decisively. Oh? He asked, a smirk playing on his lips that held no real weight. She couldn't quite articulate why she felt that way, not in a manner she thought he would want expressed with 2 of his guards in the front of the car. But considering he had been holding her and allowed her to kiss his cheek, she decided to take a risk. She kissed his corked lips, and after their brief yet firm embrace, she said. Yeah. La mia meravigliosa creatura, he whispered before stealing a longer kiss from her. Bella hummed happily, a feeling of home washing over her that was almost overwhelming. Pulling back, she rested her head against his neck, remaining there for the rest of the car ride. Hey, Dad, Bella greeted Charlie when he answered the phone. Hey, Bells. You in your dorm? He asked, a mix of eagerness and uncertainty in his voice. Bella looked around the room, taking in the pristine bed, the wardrobes, the large windows, and the bookshelves. It was nothing like she had pictured, yet it was perfectly Arrow in every way she knew him. The furniture and bedding were dark, but the walls matched the pale stone of the throne room. A soft white rug covered the floor, and the books were in varying shades of browns, reds, blues, and greens, pops of color alongside various antique instruments from years gone by, their functions a mystery to Bella. Yeah, she replied, absorbing it all again. Yeah, I'm all settled in. Or at least as much as I can be for now. She made her way to the stairs leading down to his study. Once again, it was so different from what she had expected, yet still so much like him. She realized there had been a bias lingering in her mind that she hadn't fully acknowledged. Arrow embodied the essence of a vampire, owning who he was and looking exactly like what many would envision. She had expected dark walls and even darker furniture, nothing soft or comfortable, perhaps dust and cobwebs, maybe even candelabras for light that wasn't needed. Yes, she recalled the throne room, how it was as modern as possible, but she had thought that was just for the benefit of tourists. Yet the whole castle had been updated, with lights used throughout, even though they weren't necessary. As Bella reached the bottom of the stairs, she spotted Arrow sitting in a chair by the window, the sunlight shimmering off his skin. She leaned against the wall, captivated by his presence, simply because she could. How's your roommate? Have you met them yet? Charlie asked. Yeah, I have. They're all right, I suppose. They seem to have a bit of an ego, Bella replied, noticing the amusement that twisted Arrow's mouth into a nearly smile. Well, a program like that, exclusive as it seems, I think an ego's well-deserved to some extent, Charlie remarked before a massive yawn broke through the line. Glad to hear you made it, Bells, but... Yeah, it's early there, Bella agreed. Just letting you know. Right. Okay, well, thanks. Talk to you soon. Maybe in a couple of weeks, she said, not wanting to promise anything. After a quick goodbye, she hung up her phone and walked over to Arrow. She dropped her phone on his desk and paused in front of his chair. I want you to know, she began, that this is starting to feel a bit weird to me. What is, Mia Cara? He asked, tilting his head. That I've essentially moved in with a guy when I'm 18, she said, stepping closer as he uncrossed his legs. She placed her hands on his shoulders, her thumbs fiddling with the collar of his shirt. That I flew halfway around the world to be here with you. This feels as close to married as I'll ever get, and I've done it really young. You're also going to allow me to bite into that beautiful neck of yours and change you into an immortal being. I would wager that's a far greater commitment than sharing a space with me until you either have your own or decide to leave Volterra altogether, he replied, rising to his feet and slowly placing his hands on her waist. Is that what had your heart pounding in the car on the way over? He asked, frowning. No, she replied, shaking her head before resting it against his chest. The gesture felt familiar and comforting, and she wished she could stay there forever. Later, he suggested. When you're ready, he assured her. One of the most wonderful things about you is that you're a mystery, and I don't need to know your secrets until you're ready to share them. She smiled into his shirt, feeling warmth spread through her. But, he said, sounding more uneasy and uncertain than she had ever heard him. I'm afraid there is a secret I've been keeping from you. Which is, she asked, peeking up at him. You mentioned the painting in Carlyle's study in one of your letters. Do you know when it was done? No. During a very lavish party. One of the last times a vampire was turned in our coven. Bella frowned. All right, she said slowly, a moment before she connected the dots. Oh no. She groaned, flopping her head back against his chest and ignoring the uncomfortable thud that vibrated down her neck. "I'm afraid so," he replied, a hint of humor in his voice. "That's why Alice wanted me to have the dress," she complained, still wondering why Alice had been so insistent about Bella needing an evening gown. "Leave it to dear Alice to ensure you're prepared," Arrow said fondly. "I'm not expected to dance, am I?" Bella asked, leaning back and wincing as she anticipated his answer. Arrow pursed his lips. "I would like to say no. You're human, and more importantly, it would be an introduction of you to the coven as my mate. Or, as I'm sure many will speculate, my intended mate, much like Sulpicia had been. Caius, Marcus, and I tend to watch over the spectacle rather than participate. But I imagine it would be beneficial for you to show that you're unafraid to be with those of our kind before you become one. So I'm going to have to dance, and I can't even do it with you." "Great. Dance now," he said, catching her off guard as he swept her into a waltzing stance and spun her around. Bella couldn't help but let out a surprised laugh as he twirled her about half a dozen times. His smile was infectious, and despite her dizziness and sudden nerves, she found herself smiling back. His red eyes sparkled with delight, reminding her that he had been waiting for her for quite some time. The idea that they were soulmates was still a terrifying concept, but how could it be bad when it brought so much joy to this ancient being? Joy that he probably hadn't experienced often in his millennia-long existence. "Will she be there, Sulpicia?" Bella asked as he brought them back to a standing position. "No," he replied. "It's only the main coven, maybe a passing nomad or a few guests lingering in the castle. If we extended the invitation to everyone who could be considered part of the extended family of the coven, we'd have far too many vampires in one spot." Bella hummed in understanding, her hand gliding up his shoulder to play with the soft strands of his hair. "How long before we're expected there?" she asked. "Long enough that if you wish to see the city and have a taste of it beforehand, you could do so." "But alone," she said, glancing at the sun shining through the windows. "I thought Bianca, the new secretary, would be a good companion," Arrow suggested, lightly tugging at the tips of Bella's hair that rested just above where his hand lingered. "All right," Bella replied. "I suppose it's a bit like a last meal. As a human. Can I make just one request before I leave you for the afternoon?" "Depends on what it is," Arrow said. "Kiss me?" Gladly, he responded, fulfilling her request just as someone knocked on his study door to announce that Bianca was ready to take Bella to lunch. Bella was a vision. The dress she had worried about was absolutely perfect, simple, yet elegant and modern. So many of those in attendance relied on old favorites, with very few deciding to update their wardrobes. Arrow, despite his usual preference for more formal fashions, had revived a favorite style from the late 1800s. There were no other humans in attendance, aside from Bella, who might question their choices. Among the gowns with wide skirts and tightly laced corsets, her black dress stood out as minimal and perhaps a bit scandalous. It clung to her torso but flowed freely everywhere else. As Dimitri twirled her around the floor, Bella laughed, and Arrow couldn't help but wonder how the dress stayed in place. It seemed that only the trail of fabric draped over her left shoulder and cascading down her exposed back held it up. Every so often, the fabric would catch the light, reminiscent of how vampire skin sparkles in the sun. Her pendant hung just low enough to avoid getting lost in the dress. Arrow watched her with rapt attention, barely aware of anyone else around him. As the night progressed, it became clear that word of Bella had spread among the coven more than he had anticipated. He overheard Jane and Alec discussing how she remained human despite Arrow's long presence in Washington, questioning why she wore a crest of such high rank while still having a beating heart. It seemed that only Dimitri and Felix, aside from Marcus and Caius, were aware of the true nature of their relationship. Arrow noted that realization had only dawned on him earlier that day, after Bella had cursed him and they shared a kiss in the car. It stung a little to hear the general consensus that he would remain mateless, that he would never have one, and that his fascination with Bella was merely due to her immunity to him. He wondered if they realized he was watching her now, as she switched partners from Felix to Dimitri, smiling shyly, if not nervously, at those who caught her eye. Did they find it strange that he remained on the balcony, the same one depicted in the painting in the Cullen house, while she mingled among the merrymakers? Eros stood with his brothers at his side when Caius interrupted his thoughts. "When will it happen?" Caius asked. "Tonight," Eros replied confidently. "I won't let her remain human for much longer. Not beyond the next few hours." "So, we won't see much of you for a few days?" Caius inquired, attempting to sound casual. "You do enjoy watching over those you turn." "No, you won't see much of me," Eros agreed, noticing a few hungry vampires eyeing Bella from across the room. A sharp look from Felix, positioned on the side, was enough to deter them from anything more than dancing in her presence. "No wedding?" Marcus asked. "No," Eros confirmed. "So, we're not hosting an engagement party, but a funeral," Caius remarked, glancing at Eros. "I suppose that's fitting," Eros replied. "And where is your lovely wife this evening?" Eros asked politely. "In her rooms." "She didn't want to join the party," Caius answered. "She was content to stay," he continued. "I'll join her later, once you take Isabella to be changed. I'll inform Corin to expect a new addition in a couple of weeks." Eros opened his mouth to argue, but Caius insisted, "You'll change your mind. A few days into her new life, you'll realize that the idea of her being anywhere but under your thumb will drive you mad." He glanced back at Bella and caught Dimitri's eye. With a simple gesture, he summoned them both. "I hope you don't find yourself too tempted to drain her," Caius teased as Dimitri stopped their dancing and led Bella toward the stairs leading to the balcony. "She holds no appeal for me in that way," Eros assured. "I think you may be the only one," Caius mumbled as he distanced himself from Bella's arrival. She was flushed but smiling, clearly enjoying herself more than she expected or perhaps wanted to admit. Dimitri guided her by the hand to Eros, bowing before his master before passing Bella's hand to him. A flutter of thoughts echoed in the brush of their connection. Eros noticed that his guard, Dimitri, seemed quite fond of Bella, almost enchanted by her presence. If it had been anyone else, Eros thought, there would have been consequences. "Thank you, Dimitri," Eros said kindly. "A pleasure, master," Dimitri replied. Then, with a cheeky grin, he added, "Mistress," directing his words to Bella, which made her huff in annoyance. "Just Bella," she insisted, trying to clarify her preference. But Dimitri simply smiled and left the balcony, heading back to the ballroom to join Felix. "Come, mia cara," Eros said, guiding Bella through the doors at the back and into the empty throne room. Their footsteps echoed in the vast space as Bella looked around, taking in her surroundings. They passed no one in the quiet corridors, and Eros found the pace agonizingly slow. He was so accustomed to moving at incredible speed. Yet Bella seemed content to hold his hand, her fingers lacing with his in a way that might not have been entirely comfortable for her. "How was your afternoon out?" he asked, eager to catch up with her before the evening's events began. Bella shrugged. "It was all right. Bianca is different. She reminds me a bit of Jess, a friend from Forks. Not quite as smart, though. And she fawned over me a lot. It was weird." She scrunched her face as she said this, prompting Eros to laugh. "She was probably in awe of you. Still, she was the best of the last group of applicants." "Having trouble keeping the position filled?" Bella asked, raising an eyebrow. "Gianna had been with us for a long time, to be honest. Well, long for a secretary of ours." As they rounded a corner, Bella chewed her lip thoughtfully. "You might need to consider having an immortal fill the position for a bit. It might look odd if the same place is always hiring for the same role." "Perhaps," Eros agreed, allowing their conversation to fade as he focused on the sound of her breathing and her heart, which fluttered as they approached the tower. The moment began to quicken as they approached the stairs. Eros felt Bella's grip tighten around his hand. By the time they reached the top, he suspected her uneven breaths weren't just from the exertion of climbing. He guided her through the door, releasing her hand, and watched as she wrung her fingers together, her gaze sweeping the study. Her attention settled on the window, where the deep darkness of the sky hinted at the early morning hours. The moon glimmered faintly at the edge of the frame, low, but still visible. "May I carry you upstairs?" he asked gently. Bella nodded a bit too quickly in response. Arrow approached her cautiously, bending slightly at the knees to scoop her up. Her arms barely wrapped around his neck before he set her down again at the foot of his bed, where she would be safe during her transformation, away from prying eyes. He observed her as she looked at the bed, her expression twisted in discomfort, as if she were grappling with something painful. The steady thrum of her heartbeat filled the silence of the room. "Your heart is pounding," he remarked, carefully pulling her into his arms once more. Bella's hands found their way to the lapels of his jacket, her fingers brushing against the soft velvet of his waistcoat. "I'm scared," she confessed, unable to meet his gaze. "I still want this more than anything. It's just that I remember how it felt when James bit me. I remember, and it had only been a few minutes. Now it's going to be days of it." He slowly moved his hand to her chin, gently guiding her to look at him. "Bella, mia amata, it will burn. I can't ease your fears in that way. But it won't last." She nodded. "I know. I do. I'm just nervous." He shifted his hand, caressing her cheek. "I will be here through it all," he promised, feeling a swell of affection as she closed her eyes and leaned into his touch. "And," he continued, capturing her attention, I can think of one way to ease your fear," he said softly. "How?" she asked, a slight smile playing at the corners of her lips. He leaned in and kissed her gently, a mere brush of his lips, but even that sent a rush of anticipation through him as venom began to seep into his mouth. Pulling back just enough to nudge her nose with his, he watched her chase after his lips. "I could bring you pleasure before you plunge into the pain." Bella hummed, her interest piqued. "That was quite nice last time." "It was," he agreed. "But I thought perhaps this time you could be a more active participant, and we could discover that pleasure together." Bella pulled back slightly, and for a moment, he feared he had said the wrong thing. But then he saw the hope in her eyes, a spark of anticipation that began to push her fear away. "Why, you mean?" "Yes," he replied against her lips, earning a delightful shudder from her. "You would?" "Really?" "Before, really?" When he frowned just a bit, she added, "You didn't want to before." He grinned. "I didn't dare to before, because I wanted to do exactly what I planned to do this evening." He pressed a gentle kiss to her lips. "Nip," he whispered against them before trailing kisses down to the pulse point on her neck. "Bite," he added, feeling her breath catch in that familiar, delightful way. He continued to trail his lips up her neck, bringing them close to her ear. "Change you." "That," Bella said, leaning back so she could see his face, "is exactly how I want to spend my last moments as a human. With you. Like that." "Perfetto," he replied, the words slipping from his lips just before he kissed her again. In an instant, Bella was lost in bliss. But then, venom filled his mouth for the dozenth time. This time, he didn't swallow it back as he had before. He didn't turn his head or press his forehead to the warmth of her shoulder to prolong the night. Instead, he turned toward Bella's neck and bit down. The sounds in her throat shifted, transforming from pleasure to something deeper. The sensation shifted from pleasure to sharp pain. Bella's blood seeped from her skin, flowing past his teeth and onto his tongue. It was a beautiful flavor, with a wonderfully floral aroma, intense and sweet. Arrow withdrew his teeth from her neck and gently licked the bite closed, savoring that unique taste while sealing the wound. He then kissed the hollow of her neck, moved to the other side, and delivered another bite, eliciting yet another yelp from her. Another lick, another sealed wound. He kissed the corner of her mouth, feeling her body grow more rigid as the venom surged more vigorously through her veins. Arrow shifted himself out from beneath her and laid her down on her back. Bella fell silent, her face pinched and her eyes widening and narrowing as she fought against the burn. She met his gaze, and he caressed her cheek. 3 days, mia amata. It will only be 3 days, and then this will all be over. I will be here, right here the whole time, I swear it, he said, clasping her hand and feeling her weak grip. Weaker than usual, but that was to be expected. Close your eyes, breathe while you can. Remember how you felt just before. Fortunately, she still had enough of her mind to hear him. She followed his suggestion, shutting her eyes and attempting to draw in a breath. She didn't fully relax, but the tension eased slightly, and she let go of his hand, choosing instead to ball her hands into fists at her sides. He pressed another kiss to her lips before redressing. He decided to wait until the change was further along before bathing and changing his beloved, when it was less likely that the touch would irritate her skin. Standing at her bedside, he looked out the tower window and noted the green-blue tint of the sky, marking the sun beginning to peek over the horizon, heralding the dawn of a new day and the start of a second life. The world was bathed in twilight as the sun dipped below the horizon. High in a tree, Alice Cullen watched the colors fade, relishing a quiet moment for reflection. Everything was crystal clear. Events had unfolded just as Arrow had predicted. Bella had made her choice to try, just as Alice had foreseen. It was both wonderfully exciting and terrifying, especially since one of the paths she had glimpsed didn't seem promising at all. A rustling below announced Jasper's arrival, and soon he settled on the branch beside her. He gazed at the horizon, attempting to see what she saw, knowing he never could. "Has it all taken place?" he asked, his sweet southern drawl wrapping around the words. "Precisely as I envisioned it from the moment Bella chose to trust him," Alice confirmed, a pleased smile gracing her lips, though it quickly faded. Jasper noticed, or perhaps sensed, her unease. "So that means the rest of it?" "Hasn't been decided," she replied, a hint of sadness in her voice. "It's all still uncertain. Someone isn't sure. Or maybe there are a few who are unsure of what they want to do. I can't focus, I can't see anyone outside of our family, Bella, and Arrow clearly. So as it stands." "As it stands," Jasper echoed, speaking in that solid way he had that conveyed everything and nothing all at once. He understood her feelings, having felt the weight of the events that might unfold. She had confided in him, knowing he could handle it without wanting to intervene. "But there's no use worrying about it until we have a clearer picture. I still say don't mention anything to anyone until you know more. You saw Bella as one of us, but the vision wasn't as clear until after her birthday. Then you went to Volterra and understood why. Now." Alice's focus shifted back to Bella, and her face lit up. "She's going to be beautiful." "Not nearly as beautiful as you," he said, placing a gentle kiss on her cheek. "You would say that," she teased, "but—" Jasper chuckled softly, fully aware that she believed him and recognized it was all in good fun. As the sun dipped below the horizon, he held Alice close. She allowed herself until nightfall to focus on the possible futures that lay ahead now that Bella's transformation had likely begun. However, when none of those visions solidified, she jumped down from the tree and shifted her attention to searching for prey. Chapter 24. Bella hadn't really expected to be conscious through most of the transformation. She'd heard the stories from Carlisle and Edward. Arrow had been transparent about the entire process, which was probably why she managed to endure it as best she could. It was more bearable than the bite from James. When her heart came to a sudden and rapid stop, the silence had been nearly deafening. If it hadn't been for Arrow, she might have thought she had gone through all that pain and suffering just to die. "Bella," Arrow said, and his voice sounded different to her ears, more lilting, more soothing. She opened her eyes but quickly shut them again. The overhead lights, the stone walls, the dust motes floating in the air were all overwhelming. Taking a deep breath through her nose to steady herself, a habit from her human life, she tasted a variety of scents. Dust, stone, old books, and various fabrics filled her senses, along with a plant that she couldn't recall seeing in the room but was clearly present somewhere. There was a stale yet glorious smell that made her throat ache as if she had swallowed sandpaper, but then she caught a familiar and comforting scent, and the ache began to ease. Bella opened her eyes once more, taking in every grain in the wood of the ceiling above her, every speck in the stone surrounding her. She felt the fibers of the bedding beneath her and noticed the intricate details of the leaves on a vine curling up the side of the tower. The plants she hadn't noticed before, perhaps. Now that she was attuned to her surroundings, she could hear the sounds of birds and insects outside, the distant hum of traffic in the city below, and a faint, echoing heartbeat deep within the castle, alongside her own movements against the sheets. The sheets were incredibly soft beneath her fingertips, something she hadn't realized or perhaps hadn't noticed during the last few hours of her human life. But it was just her fingertips that were aware, as she suddenly realized she was clothed. She hadn't been dressed before, so someone, probably Arrow, had taken care of her. Arrow. She wanted to get up, and suddenly she found herself on her feet beside him. Bella sat up in bed, bewildered by how she had moved so quickly and with such ease. How was she standing just a few feet from the bed? She glanced down, taking in the space between her and the furniture. She was wearing snug black jeans that felt comfortable yet different, stiffer. No, denser. No, that wasn't quite right either. Just different. She felt lighter and heavier all at once. A soft navy knit shirt hugged her body, similar to the bedding she had just been resting on. She wore boots, but were there socks? No socks, but yes to undergarments. Why was that? Arrow hadn't worn any. Arrow. She found him instantly, whether it was because he had never been far away or because some instinct guided her to him. Oh. She remembered meeting him, looking into his eyes for the first time and feeling something shift within her. She recalled those moments when bits and pieces of her soul had clicked into place, revealing a part of herself she didn't know existed. Now, seeing him through her new vampire eyes, everything felt clear. It didn't seem so frightening anymore, because this was forever. It was eternity. He was her lover, but also her mentor and friend. She could share anything with him, literally anything, including the fact that she had loved another, and he would never hold it against her. She thought back to the conversation he had with Edward, the one they shared while she and Jacob were asleep. At the time, she had been touched by Arrow's willingness to sacrifice his own happiness for her. But now, she understood. If he ever looked at her and decided she wasn't worthy of him, she would let him walk away. Because it would be better to exist in their world knowing he was happy without her than to be with him and see him miserable. Before she could fully process her thoughts, Bella found herself in front of Arrow, her hands tangled in his hair as she pressed her lips to his. Arms wrapped tightly around her. Then he pulled back, surprised by her softness and warmth. It wasn't the human warmth she remembered, but it wasn't ice or marble either. Her astonishment must have been evident because he broke into a smile, followed by that delightful giggle that sounded even better with her enhanced vampire hearing. It was infectious. Although she wasn't sure she could laugh with him, Bella found herself grinning. "You're delightful," he said, shaking his head gently in her embrace. "A marvel. Exquisite." He lifted a hand to her cheek, caressing it and cupping it tenderly. His palm was warm and pliable. It didn't make sense, but at the same time, it did. "And I don't hear a single thought of yours, just as I expected." "Good," she replied, her voice sounding so much prettier to her own ears. "I want you to have that. To be able to touch me, to be touched, and not have to hear everything." The love in his eyes was both terrifying and empowering, a feeling Bella recognized well, having felt it since her human days. But she still wouldn't say it, not yet. Instead, she kissed him again, prepared for the differences this time. Distantly, there was a crash, followed by the sound of rock and dust falling. A growl rumbled from deep within him, and she felt something tap her on the head, though it didn't hurt. Pulling back, Bella took in the scene. One side of Arrow's bookshelf had broken, books tumbling to the floor, and there was a faint, vampire-shaped indent in the stone wall behind her lover. "Oops," she said, the gleam in Arrow's eyes preventing her from feeling too guilty. "Your strength will temper out, and you'll adjust soon, Mia Cara. But it's exactly as I thought. You wanted this and were prepared for it, so you're not feral like some newborns are." "I could be feral," she teased, raising an eyebrow and quirking her lips. "And I'm quite looking forward to that. But first, you'll need to hunt." "Right," she replied, stepping back. She tried to imagine stalking a human, picking up on the scent. Their smell was that tantalizing, wondrous thing that lingered in the air, but it felt distant. The warm heat of glorious liquid dripping down her throat. Right. She said more pointedly this time, looking out the window and realizing that there were thousands of humans just outside the castle, milling about. Isabella, Eros said, drawing her attention. He beckoned, come. She was at his side in an instant, her hand slipping into his. Would you like a proper hunt, or something simply to ease the ache? You mean, do I want the delivered humans or do I want to go find one? More or less. Find one, she said firmly. I don't want to, this will be my first, and I don't want to do it in front of everyone while they watch. Fair enough, he said, guiding her through the castle. We'll go on foot. Head toward Venice. It occurred to her that they were moving incredibly fast without her even realizing it. So much faster than when she was human. Yet, she could still take note of every detail of everything they passed. Suddenly, she stopped, looking around and realizing she hadn't missed a thing despite their quicker speed. Bella? Arrow asked. She let go of his hand so she could turn around. As she spun, she found herself moving quickly enough that a human would be dizzy, but she felt perfectly fine. No one told me this part. You all said the senses were stronger, but no one mentioned I would feel like this. It's awesome. She halted exactly as she intended, facing Arrow, and was once again struck by how clearly he loved her. How plainly he adored her. Pensado per questa vita, he murmured softly. Arrow, she warned, though her tone held no heat. I wasn't reborn with the ability to speak Italian. No, he replied, but you were reborn into exactly what? You were always meant to be, he replied. Because I was made for you? She asked, raising an eyebrow once more. No, he shook his head. You were made for this life. I was just the one lucky enough to be fated to live it beside you. Shut up, she grumbled, kissing him as if it were an attack. A throat cleared down the hall, pulling her back to reality. She felt a wave of gratitude that she could no longer blush. Dmitri and Felix stood at the end of the corridor, amused and patiently waiting. Master, mistress, Felix addressed them. Bella, she reminded him pointedly. We're ready when you are. Bella frowned and then looked to Arrow. Dmitri was present near the end of the transition. You may not have noticed, as it tends to be the most painful. I knew you would likely want to hunt once you were awake. I asked him and Felix to accompany us to ensure you could be reined in if things went poorly. Ah, she nodded. Well, what was she supposed to do with her hands? She didn't need to do anything with them, she could keep them at her side. But she had been holding arrows. Should she hold it now, in front of the guards? Would that be appropriate? This way, Dmitri gestured, and Bella followed, Arrow at her side. Master, if you didn't wish. I'll go with you, Arrow interrupted. I don't wish to leave her just yet. They didn't even make it to Venice. Walking through Volterra on foot had been difficult but not impossible. The humans milling about them smelled both divine and repulsive. Things Bella had never noticed before were now clear in the air and overwhelming. The multiple chemical scents from various soups, cosmetics, food, drinks, and bodies that had been out in the heat all day filled her senses. It certainly helped ease the scratching in her throat. She held on to Arrow's hand while he, Dmitri, and Felix led her to the walls surrounding the city. It was nothing to leave. The city bustled around them, yet no one seemed to notice four figures leaving on foot. No one saw them take off at a speed that was impossible for a human. Bella relished the sensation of running without tripping, the thrill of speed, and the clarity of seeing everything around her. She loved it so much that she ended up overtaking the others, letting go of Arrow's hand to race ahead, with Dmitri hot on her tail, tracking her every move. She headed toward the mountain, staying near the road but hidden from view, following the path to their destination. That's when it happened. Suddenly, she stopped, captivated by a scent unlike anything she had ever encountered. Before anyone could stop her, she darted to the edge of the trees and peered out. There, a human was crouched down, struggling to change a flat tire on the mountain road. No one else was around, they hadn't seen a car for miles, just this solitary person, their vehicle, and a tire iron. Bella watched for a moment, her head tilted, listening to the rhythm of the human's heartbeat as it quickened and slowed with effort. A part of her was amazed that she felt no kinship with this creature. That's what they were now, just creatures. At least, the ones she didn't know. She thought of her dad, but the hazy memory of him didn't connect her to this person who was cursing their misfortune. No one from her past life did. They belonged to a separate category, like a pet would be, and this was simply dinner. In one moment, they were struggling with the last bolt, and in the next, Bella had them in her grasp. She bit into their neck and drank. While the humans smelled enticing, Bella had to admit that the taste was a bit of a letdown. It was plain, maybe a little sweet, perhaps a touch salty, but nothing that could drive her wild. Still, it satisfied her thirst, and she drank until there was nothing left. "Well done," Dimitri said as Bella dropped the lifeless body to the ground. "Thanks," Bella said, glancing at the human sprawled on the forest floor. "What do we do with it?" "Normally, we burn it," Dimitri replied. "But here? We could probably leave it. Someone might think an animal mauled it. Or maybe an animal will. There's always a bit of blood left that we can't get to." Bella nodded, then looked around, trying to sense if anything else was nearby. "Come on," Dimitri said, tilting his head. "Master Arrow and Felix are about a mile east of here. They split off when you did. Master Arrow will be quite disappointed that he didn't get to see this himself." "I bet he would be," she agreed as they moved, catching up with the others in mere seconds. Arrow assessed her, and Bella quickly checked her clothes for any blood or tears but found nothing. "How was it?" he asked. Bella shrugged. "All right, I guess." "She was a natural," Dimitri chimed in, stepping up to Arrow and offering his hand. Arrow eagerly clasped it, his eyes sparkling for a moment. "Seamless," Arrow agreed. "And you were right not to burn it, but perhaps we should drag it further in." "Consider it done," Felix said with a nod before disappearing into the trees. Bella watched him go, exasperation creeping in. "I could have done it myself." "Yes, but it's not your place," Arrow replied matter-of-factly. Bella's jaw tightened, and she turned to Dimitri. Without a word, he followed after Felix, leaving Arrow looking a bit puzzled. Stepping closer to Arrow, Bella took his hand. "I want to be with you," she stated plainly. "But I'm not your queen or whatever. I don't want to be." "Bella, you're my mate," Arrow replied. "If you stay, if you wish to be with me, that makes you of equal ranking to Athenadora. It places you just one step down from myself." "Is that a what law?" she asked defensively. "It means that regardless of what you want, you will be treated as a queen. The guard will respect you, and they will obey you." "I don't want that," she replied plaintively. "I want you, that's it. It's all I want from this deal. You. And, maybe your library," she added, hoping to lighten the mood. Arrow looked painfully confused, and she could understand why. It was the reason Sulpicia had married him, for power. It was likely what attracted most of the vampires he'd had affairs with over the years. But the mere thought of sitting on a throne, standing beside him, and holding power over someone made her newly hardened skin crawl. "Is it possible to just have you?" she asked hopefully, squeezing his hand. She was startled by the cracks that echoed from their grip and quickly glanced between his hand and his face, catching the wince of pain before she promptly let go. "Sorry," she rushed to say. "You're newborn, Mia Amida. It's a bit expected." He sighed, glancing around the forest. "I'm willing to compromise," he said after a moment. "I'm willing to listen." Bella nodded once, hope bubbling up inside her. "I will not announce you as anything but my mate. I'll attach no title to you, and you can continue on this adorable mission of yours to correct every guard that dares call you mistress. But in turn, you will continue to wear your pendant while you live with us, and you will accept the respect that your position deserves. But didn't you say the color denotes rank? That the only one who still has one exactly like this is Caius' wife? She asked, touching the pendant that hung around her neck, realizing only then that it had been there all along, its weight barely noticeable. It merely says you're my mate, he countered. Do you really think that any vampire outside the coven would have considered a human as a leader of the Volturi? That you held any power at all should they have seen it? Well, it did get me out of being eaten. Once, she said casually, playing with the crest. Suddenly, a memory of Garrett came flooding back, clear as day. The thought made her face light up, which was a stark contrast to Arrow's thunderous, bloodthirsty expression. Who? Where? I want a name, he demanded. Relax. He saw the crest and decided to chat instead of snack. Bella replied with a shrug. She dropped her pendant and noticed the bracelets still on her wrist. If she could have taken a breath, they would have come out in a huff at the sight of them. The silver medal and coat of arms draped next to the leather band with the small wooden wolf. Arrow had redressed her. He had put her together while she was changing. He could have stripped her of all identifiers that didn't belong to him, yet he left those pieces in place. The Cullens she could understand, they were essentially considered her secondary coven, her extended family. But the wolf? She lunged at him, knocking him back against a tree and sending them both crashing to the ground as she kissed him, as if trying to take the breath out of him, had they been alive. His kisses were tentative, coming from downturned lips, eager yet a bit unsure. After a moment, she decided smaller kisses would be better. She placed them on his cheeks, on his frown, and on the wrinkle of his forehead, all so soft and pliant and wonderful, even though it was clear he had no idea what had prompted her sudden onslaught. I'm quite unsure how to deal with your mood swings, he confessed helplessly, gently attempting to push her off while she continued to shower him with kisses. Isabella, he said when she wouldn't relent. Isabella, he tried to sound exasperated, but it was clear he didn't have it in him to command her like he would anyone else. Bella couldn't help but laugh as she finally stopped. You let me keep Jake's gift, she told him. He frowned deeper. I believe we had that conversation when you were still human. Twice, Bella said. Yes, but you could have taken them off. You could have told me they were somehow destroyed when I was changed. You could have removed both my bracelets, and I would have been none the wiser about what happened to them. I wouldn't have done that to you, he replied, helping them to their feet. I won't do anything intentionally to bring you misery. I can't promise I won't ever upset you. Eternity is too long for such a promise. I know, she said. But it means a lot. It means so much that you wouldn't even think to. That you don't want to take away any part of who I am. Or, at least, you don't want to take away any part of who I was, except the mortality part. It means so much. Then perhaps you can understand why I want you to accept your place at my side. Even if it's just by wearing the crest. I won't demand it, nor do I expect you to suddenly conform to the expectations that come with it. I just wish for you to wear it so that everyone in our world knows I am yours, and you are mine. If you'll allow it. And this is the only piece of jewelry you expect me to wear? She asked, narrowing her eyes, which earned a chuckle from him. Yes, Mia Amida. It's not to say it will be the only one I give you. There are a few other necklaces in the vault that would have looked wonderful on you the other night. Earrings that would complement your complexion, perhaps a ring for a finger on your right hand, he said, trailing his fingers up and down her sides. Are you trying to keep me around with the promise of shiny things? She asked, raising an eyebrow. I'd like to think I know you well enough to know you would be far more tempted by the library, and perhaps a vehicle to speed around in. That's not to say I won't try to bestow upon you a new trinket now and then. But mostly, I hope you would stay with me because you want to. She kissed him. All right, she agreed. I'll wear it. The crest, but no one calls me mistress, Bella said. I will greatly enjoy watching you command everyone to treat you as they should, Arrow replied with a smirk. I won't command, I'll ask nicely, she said, her tone sharp enough to hint that she wouldn't be so polite for long. As you say, Arrow conceded for the moment. Now, about that vampire you mentioned. It was nothing, really. I just asked him to come out and talk once I was sure he'd seen the crest. Then he noticed my Cullen crest, too. He was a friend of Carlyle's. Carlyle has many friends, Arrow remarked casually. Arrow, let it go. You said it was for protection, and it worked, Bella said firmly as she took his hand again. He didn't look convinced, but he nodded in agreement. After a few seconds of silence, Dmitri and Felix returned. It's been done, Felix announced. Thank you, Felix, Arrow nodded. Shall we hunt again? Perhaps this time we can make it to the city? The man had touched her. Bella may have been more than capable of handling the situation herself, but Arrow couldn't shake the feeling. After a brief discussion, they decided to continue onward to Venice. It wouldn't take long, the night was still young, and Bella had been quite stable before her first meal. They parted ways with Dmitri and Felix, allowing the pair to go off on their own since it was clear Bella wasn't about to turn feral. This also gave Arrow and Bella a moment together, almost like a romantic outing. There was a certain amusement in the idea that he was taking his lover out to dinner, strolling hand in hand through the late-night streets of the city. Arrow watched her as they wandered, captivated by her wonder at everything, which seemed to overshadow her need to hunt. He let her soak in the surroundings, aware that it was her first time experiencing it all. Bella suddenly let go of his hand and darted over to admire a street artist's work graffitied on a wall when the artist and his friends noticed her. Arrow remembered how Bella had always been a magnet for trouble during her human life. He recalled the unpleasant encounters that Edward had scared off early in their acquaintance. The men he observed now were of the same sort. They saw Bella, but they didn't see Arrow. He was accustomed to blending into the shadows, keeping his distance. These men thought Bella was alone, and their lust was so apparent that Arrow didn't need any of the Cullens' talents to sense what was about to happen. The man he was draining now, in a dark alley, had been the worst, handsy and aggressive. The other two, the ones Bella had snapped the necks of after they followed her, had likely thought they were about to corner her. She had seemed unsure of what to do when they cornered her. Arrow could see the determination simmering in her eyes, as if she were waiting for permission to act. When he bared his teeth and pounced on their leader, it was all the encouragement Bella needed to dispatch his two friends. Now, she watched Arrow drain the ringleader, her curiosity evident. She observed his technique with an undertone of appreciation that might serve her well later. He couldn't help but look at her the same way. Bella looked stunning with her red eyes. She truly seemed meant for this life. Her scars had faded into smooth marble, and her hair appeared softer and fuller, but those were the only physical changes. If a vampire didn't have a perfect memory, they might forget what she looked like as a human, because it felt like this was how Bella had always been. I can't tell you how often I tried to picture you like this when I was human, she confessed. I tried to picture the Cullens too. But I had dreams of you biting me, and I don't think you ever looked like this. He finished his meal and dropped the body. I wouldn't have. Weren't prey, Arrow remarked. I suppose not, Bella replied, watching him cross the darkened alley where she leaned against the wall. Did you drink any of my blood? She asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes. I had a taste, he said. Was I good? She asked, smirking. Unexpectedly so, but you were quite riddled with all the lovely chemicals that would have made you pliant and relaxed. She snickered. I suppose I was. You should drink, he suggested, nodding toward the men at her feet. Bella shrugged. I suppose. How are you not aching for more? Arrow asked, furrowing his brow as he took in his newborn mate, who seemed to act more like a vampire closer to Edward's age rather than someone freshly changed. Even for someone who had been prepared for this life, she was remarkably calm. She began, bending down to pick one of the men up. It's good, but everyone made it sound like this would be the best thing I've ever tasted. She shrugged, adjusted the dead man's neck, and bit down. She had to suck a little harder, considering his heart had stopped just a few minutes earlier, but she managed without any instruction. Arrow picked up the other body, not wanting to waste any blood, and drank while keeping his eyes on Bella. When she finished, she tossed the drained corpse onto the pile, swiping her thumb at the corner of her mouth. "How fascinating," Arrow said, finishing his own drink and adding the last body to the pile. "Do you enjoy it?" At Bella's frown, he clarified, "The hunting of a human." "I suppose," she shrugged. "How do we? I mean, how did you when you were visiting?" "It depends, really," he replied, noting the nearby sewer drain. "That will do without drawing attention." He moved toward it and lifted the grate. Bella dragged each body over, tossing them in, the splashes echoing with each one. "We won't be able to come here for a bit." "Not with Dimitri and Felix also hunting," he said. So this wasn't the norm, Bella observed as Arrow returned the grate to its place. "You guys really? Do you have everyone brought to you?" Bella asked. "It's been the way we've done it for a few centuries," Arrow agreed. "But what about cell phones? GPS? Aren't those things traceable? All the people visiting Volterra just vanishing?" "Accidents happen," Arrow replied casually as he took her hand and led her out of the alley. "Yeah, I get that," Bella said quietly, her voice low enough that a passing human wouldn't hear. "But it's going to start looking really suspicious. More suspicious than a few missing people in major cities." 36, Mia Kara. "We are a coven of 36 now. We are not small." "I'm just saying it's something to consider," Bella countered. "We can run, we can drive, we can go anywhere in Europe. I mean, how often do we actually need to feed? You went every 2 or 3 days, didn't you?" Arrow thought for a moment. "Depending, yes. I went a week at most. We can go a week before the thirst sets in, but that thirst makes us more vulnerable to the few threats that exist for us and weakens our ability to control our bloodlust. All right, so let's say you stretch it to once a week. 52 weeks. 36 members hunting once a week, that's 1,082. If you spread that out over Europe, triple it if it's a week between feeds." "Fine, 3 times a week," Bella countered, and Arrow couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head. "You're quite calculating, Mia Amida," he noted, appreciating that at least there wouldn't be an argument about her natural prey. "I'm just trying to justify the idea of bringing people in when the one law you don't want broken ever is exposure. It's something that lingered in my mind when I was still human. I wasn't really going to bring it up, but I had a lot of fun, and I can't imagine just sitting around and waiting like I ordered a pizza." "You're thinking in the long term, considering the advancements of the human world and their modern technology." "You're thinking like a leader," Arrow said, noticing Bella shake her head out of the corner of his eye. "No, I'm just making a point," Bella replied quickly and firmly, but her mood shifted to one of excitement. "Hey, if I'm not trying to destroy the population, then I guess there's no harm in starting my potential hobby of academia, right? Especially since I don't sleep." "It does," he agreed. "Though I do hope part of those sleepless studies will involve me." Bella frowned. "Well, Italian is rather high on my list. I want to understand everything you say to me. And French. And all the sciences I didn't get to explore before. And art. And you're hurting my ego, Isabella, because I hadn't meant for my involvement to be academic." Her jaw snapped shut, and despite not needing to, she blinked. Arrow suspected there would have been a blush if she'd been human. "Oh," she said simply, before a mischievous grin began to twist at her lips. "Well, I suppose there's that, too." Bella couldn't stop laughing when the bed broke. It had certainly ruined the mood, but it was also a beautiful sight. Her red eyes sparkled, venom glistening in them as if to say that had she still been human, there would have been tears. It was such a musical sound, warming his chest and filling him with an incandescent affection as he watched her laugh uncontrollably, her lack of need for oxygen allowing the amusement to continue until she finally wore herself out. "I really hope you weren't attached to this," she said, pushing his hair behind his ear, her fingers lingering on his neck. "It was only a century or 2 old, hardly worth much." It was an antique. She protested, finally sitting up and resting against the wall, the headboard having fallen away an hour ago. Arrow scoffed. Antique by age alone, the value was essentially nothing. It was a replacement for the last broken bed. Right, Bella said. Arrow's smile faltered a bit. Because of vampire strength. Beds, yeah. I vaguely remember a story or two from the Cullens. He studied her face before taking a guess. You're a little envious that there were others before you, and after Sulpicia. Bella scowled, clearly not pleased to be caught out, but she nodded. I know I shouldn't be. I'd hate for you to have been entirely lonely this whole time. I guess it's just that you're my only, ever, Anne. Ever, Arrow interjected. As in you've never been intimate with anyone before? She gave him a bemused grin. I'm only 18, you know. Yes, I'm aware. He shifted to sit beside her. But I was under the impression from the thoughts I've seen in recent years that exploring one's sexuality at a young age is coming back into fashion. And from Edward's memories, I knew you were quite adamant that his notions were outdated. That doesn't mean I explored it before you. Edward was my first everything up to a point. Was that something you wished to, that is to say, would you want to experience other? No. She said firmly, cutting him off before he could voice an idea she actually loathed. I'm not. It's not that I'm jealous of you being more experienced. You're literally thousands of years old. It was, actually, really stupid to think you would spend all your unmarried time alone. And I'm not lamenting my lack of experience, except maybe that I first fell for a guy who would probably have kept me a virgin until I was a vampire. Given his thoughts on that, he'd have kept me a virgin forever. I guess I thought maybe we were more passionate. She flailed in a very human way, gesturing at the feathers and scattered cotton, the splinters, and the boards that only vaguely resembled what they used to be. I thought maybe this happened because it's us, not because of what we are. He leaned in, listening intently. He kissed her, lingering on her lips. I have a broken bookshelf because of our passion, a dent in the wall shaped like me. Our clothes are in tatters, and anyone passing by would likely think I was trying to tame my newborn mate, driven by a very different kind of lust. Beds have been broken before, but none have seen this level of destruction. He kissed her again, savoring the unspoken confession he sensed on her tongue. He could hear it in the catch of her breath, though she didn't need to breathe, see it in the way her lovely ruby eyes fell half-closed. It was in the way she touched him and how she responded to his touch. He could smell it on her skin and in her hair, just as she likely could with him. They were completely accepting of one another for who they were. Though she hadn't given it voice or applied words, he felt it all the same. She loved him as much as he loved her. And while he longed to hear those words, the fact that she could hold them back only made the anticipation of her confession sweeter. He would wait as long as it took. For now, he would bask in the physical demonstrations of her affection. Bella returned to Arrow's room, or was it their room, after spending hours in the library. He had shown her where it was before heading to the throne room, informing her he needed to make an appearance now that it was known her transformation would be complete. Even though she had lingered there for a while, she sensed that no one would enter the room while she remained. Racked with sudden loneliness, Bella figured if she was going to be alone, she might as well do so in a space that held the scent of someone she cared about. To her surprise, as she entered, she heard voices. I'm just saying, a female voice chimed in, Heidi, if Bella's memory served her correctly. The level of destruction. She's a newborn, Dimitri cut in pointedly. Yes, which is my point. This is not the result of some sort of frenzied coupling. It can't be. It was, Bella replied, now aware that the vampires were just above her. She placed the book she had carried back onto Arrow's desk, quickly realizing she might take it over and hoping it served more purpose than just being ornamental. Mistress, Dimitri greeted, amusement lacing his tone. Bella, she corrected, a hint of annoyance creeping in. I believe that was actually Dimitri, mistress, Felix chimed in cheekily, and Bella couldn't help but grin. The thought of heading upstairs barely finished running through her mind when she found herself at the top, looking at the three of them gathered in the bedroom. Pieces of the old bed were pushed aside, and the new bed was nearly all assembled. Bella guessed they hadn't been there long and were likely asked to sneak in while she was out of the room. They weren't dressed in the business casual attire Bella remembered the Volturi favoring, but instead wore dark denim and plain black shirts. Their silver crests were visible, and for a moment, Bella wondered if there were rumors of a cult living in the castle in Volterra. "We apologize for the intrusion," Dimitri said seriously. "Since Felix and I are the two you're most familiar with, we volunteered to help replace the furniture. We didn't expect you to be here." "It's fine," Bella replied, just noticing that the bookshelf had been replaced, though the dent shaped like arrow was still there. "Do you need help? I mean, I know we can just, but do you need it?" Heidi looked completely flabbergasted, staring at Bella as if she'd grown a second head. "I know, vampires don't really need assistance, and there are three of you, but..." She trailed off when she saw the three of them glance at one another uncertainly. "It's because I'm me, right?" she asked. "It is," Felix confessed when it seemed the other two wouldn't. "Well, don't, I'm just Bella." "I'm not, she stuttered, her hand flailing. "You could help me gather the debris," Heidi suggested, glancing at the two men who looked utterly aghast. She ignored their expressions. "It's cleanup and assembly like this where our strength and speed would work against us. We could end up causing more damage than we started with. We need to go at human speed." "I could use the practice with that," Bella admitted, stepping further into the room and noticing the garbage bags. "So, there are no Volturi janitors? No handymen?" she asked as she grabbed one and began stuffing the bits of debris inside. "We do what's needed," Felix replied as he and Dimitri returned to their task. "It's rare that manual tasks must be done. And it's not as though there would be much to clean, given what we are," Dimitri added. "I suppose," Bella agreed, realizing she hadn't thought much about why homes got dirty when she was human. "And you volunteered." "As I said, you know us," Dimitri said. "And you're a newborn. Despite how tame you seem, there's no telling how you might react to a strange scent or a strange vampire in your room." "Really?" Bella asked. When she only received nods in response, she let the subject drop, though questions still lingered in her mind. After a long silence, one that felt heavier since Arrow had left her earlier, she turned to Heidi. "I had a bit of a run-in with your former coven mate." Heidi glanced up, momentarily perplexed, before her expression morphed into a disgusted scowl. "Victoria?" "Yeah, she tried to kill me a few times," Bella said with a nervous chuckle. Heidi frowned. "That doesn't sound like her. She didn't chase, she hid. And she ran, the coward." Bella peeked up at her, noticing the distaste still etched on Heidi's perfect features. "My ex killed her mate. She tried to kill me for revenge, creating a newborn army to do it." "Was that the reason behind it?" Dimitri asked. "Yeah," Bella replied casually. "Did Master Arrow burn her with her little trope?" Heidi asked, a hint of hope in her voice. "Actually, I lit her hair on fire when she tried to kill me," Bella said, a touch of smugness creeping in that made the other vampires pause. She glanced up and shrugged. "I wasn't exactly aiming for that, it was a happy accident." "Huh," Felix said, respect lacing his tone. "Good," Heidi declared. "I hated that bitch and her sister." "Can't say I was fond of her either," Bella agreed, feeling a sense of victory at the tiny smirk that appeared on Heidi's face. It had been a week since Bella's transformation was completed. A week, and not once had she succumbed to the bloodlust so typical of newborn vampires. This had initially concerned Arrow, as even the tamest usually went mad at the scent of human blood. She didn't seem overly interested in blood, but she also didn't reject her natural instincts. To her, it was simply nourishment, something necessary for survival. If Arrow encouraged her to leave the books behind and focus on her tasks without getting too distracted by her new vampiric senses, she would hunt with little thought about what she was seeking. Bella hadn't been with the others during the last group of humans, so Arrow had no way of knowing if her indifference was genuine. But then again, he hadn't been there either, they had been preoccupied. She had felt a bit self-conscious after the new furniture arrived, and it only took a brief interaction with Felix to understand why. While Arrow was displeased at the idea of Heidi gossiping about their affairs, Bella didn't seem offended, at least, not according to Felix's memories of her interrupting their conversation. He had warned Heidi that it wouldn't happen again, but that was all he said on the matter. He figured that was the reason. Bella's approach to intimacy was more subdued, yet still brimming with passion. She was simply more aware of her strength in their surroundings. With him, she let her guard down, and he appreciated that. It didn't make him question her love for him, if anything, it intensified his awareness of it. Right now, he missed that connection. Since it became clear that Bella wasn't planning to escape the castle and wreak havoc on the city, Arrow had returned to his duties, which had turned out to be dreadfully dull. Days passed without a single disgruntled vampire coming to complain about another encroaching on their favorite feeding ground. It was a relentless cycle of sitting on thrones, occasionally moving, and mostly keeping quiet until they left the room for their various distractions. If Arrow's distraction happened to be his mate, then so be it. There was something wonderful about simply being in her presence as she sifted through various texts. When he entered his study or the library, he wouldn't be greeted with a fond hello or a kiss, but rather a question. She seemed unable to maintain her focus on any one topic for too long, often going off on small tangents that led her down numerous paths of information. She had once explained to him that this was how she learned about Edward. She wouldn't stop until she understood everything. He found himself wondering what topic Bella had immersed herself in today when he heard 3 sets of footsteps approaching the throne room. "Masters," Felix greeted with a nod as the doors opened. "We have a guest." "Do we?" Arrow asked, rising to his feet. He gestured for the newcomer to be brought in, and Dimitri appeared, Edward Cullen at his side. Arrow's eyebrows shot up in surprise. "Well, this is a surprise. Come to ask us to kill you again?" Caius jeered. Edward glanced uneasily at him before meeting Arrow's gaze. "I've come to see Bella." There was a shift in the air, a palpable tension as the guard became alert, sensing that something was about to happen, or perhaps just hoping for it. Bella had only been in the company of Dimitri, Heidi, and Felix, apart from Arrow. No one approached her, and she hadn't set foot in the throne room since her transformation. Many believed she was locked away like Athenadora, while others thought they had caught a whiff of her unfamiliar scent lingering in the halls, prompting them to avoid her out of fear or respect. "You're a touch early, I would wager." "A few months, I'd guess, since she's only been changed for a week," Caius remarked disdainfully. Arrow raised a hand. "Actually, if our young friend wishes to see his former flame, we should let him." Felix and Dimitri exchanged a glance, and then Dimitri was gone. Edward watched him leave, then glanced at Arrow, who wore a smug smile as he observed the boy standing just a few feet away from the dais. After a couple of minutes of heavy silence, the sound of 2 vampires approaching the throne room broke the stillness. "This way, mistress," Dimitri said, and Arrow heard Bella groan. "Just Bella." "None of the other stuff," she replied, her voice firm before Dimitri opened the doors for her, leading her inside. Even in modern clothing, so casual compared to everyone else in the room, Bella's second life had brought a certain refinement to her features and posture. No one would question her position at Arrow's side if she ever chose to claim what was rightfully hers. He noticed that a few onlookers were slightly horrified by her casual attire, Jane and Alec being the most visibly affected. Bella, however, paid them no mind as she walked straight to Arrow. "See, Caro," she said, her sarcasm laced with a barely learned accent and a slight smile playing on her lips. "Ah, you're getting better. Parlerai la mia lingua in men che non sai dica, mia cara," he teased her. She opened her mouth, then quickly shut it. "I only learned that bit," she replied. Bella admitted after a moment, "And you'd been calling me my dear since before anything." She added with a playful swat, her eyes sparkling as her lips curled into a slight smile. "I knew what you were to me," Edward replied with a shrug. "We have a guest," Arrow said, watching as Bella turned her attention to Edward. Arrow had been deliberately ignoring him, building anticipation for Edward's reaction to seeing his former singer. He felt a surge of frustration at the awe and longing reflected in Edward's golden eyes, the way he looked at Bella with such adoration. Arrow had hoped to see hurt, confusion, or perhaps even an understanding that Bella being his singer was the only connection they shared. He glanced at his mate and felt a wave of relief wash over him when he noticed she seemed only mildly pleased and otherwise indifferent to the young man. Arrow was right, Edward confessed to the room, which helped a bit, though not as much as Arrow had hoped. "You were made for this life," he added. "It's starting to seem that way," Bella agreed with a shrug. "I know you said you'd come to see me, but I needed the space," Edward said with a slight cringe. Arrow nearly rushed over to take his hand, wanting to understand what he meant. Bella nodded in understanding and then turned to Arrow. "Do you need me for anything else?" she asked, reaching out to touch his hand. "No," Arrow assured her, turning his hand to hold her fingers. "Then do you mind if—" She gestured toward the doors with her free hand. "Not at all," he replied as Bella stepped away from him. Unable to help himself, Arrow added, "Although I would like to point out that entertaining guests would be considered a duty of yours if you—" "No," Bella said firmly, turning toward the door and beckoning Edward to follow her. "You're being commanding," Arrow teased, unable to resist. "As would be your right," Bella said, tucking her hand into her pocket. Bella flashed Edward a playful gesture, one that he couldn't help but enjoy. It lingered in the air until the doors closed behind her and Edward. The room fell silent, filled with a mix of horror and confusion. Arrow guessed that the others were likely pondering how Bella managed to get away with everything that had just happened, if they weren't too preoccupied with her seemingly tame demeanor. Then, out of nowhere, a sound that hadn't been heard in thousands of years shattered the silence, leaving every vampire and the guard even more puzzled about the situation. Arrow himself was taken aback, unsure if he was imagining it. He turned over his right shoulder to confirm that Marcus was, indeed, laughing. When Marcus noticed Arrow's gaze, he simply said, "I like her." Arrow couldn't help but smile as Marcus let out a few more chuckles. "I'm rather fond of her myself," Arrow admitted, all the while ignoring the waves of fury radiating from Caius as he settled back onto his throne. Chapter 25. The sun glinted off their skin as Bella and Edward stepped into what could only be described as a courtyard. It was stunning, with plants that filled the air with a heady scent, masking any human smells wafting up from the city. In the center stood a fountain, home to little fish that swam playfully at its base. Bella found it endlessly amusing that she could hear the swishing of their tails from across the garden. She led Edward to the far end, where cypress trees towered above them. There was a stone bench that, had she been human, would likely have been uncomfortable. Though they didn't need to sit, Bella disliked the feeling of standing still without moving. "You seem to be causing quite a stir," Edward mused as they took their seats. Bella frowned in the direction they had come from. "It was my first time being among them since I was human, to be honest." "Arrows keeping you secluded?" Edward asked, concern evident in his expression. Bella shook her head. "I'm doing that to myself. I don't like the attention. And I hate being called mistress." Edward's gaze fell to her crest. "So you're not a member of the guard, then?" he inquired, meeting her eyes again. "No," Bella replied, letting out a frustrated huff. "If Arrow were here, he'd say I was his mate, and therefore a sort of ruler in my own right. But I've never seen Caius' wife, and no one ever talks about her. So I have to wonder why he's so insistent on this whole queenly thing." Edward smiled warmly, a familiar expression that sent a surge of instinct through Bella, making her tense. She knew he had promised to back off. He couldn't possibly be foolish enough to go back on that now. Still, she had long associated that smile with Edward's devotion, and it made her uneasy. Before he could say something that might ruin the moment, she asked, "How is everyone?" The smile faded, just as Bella had hoped, and Edward's expression turned serious. "Well, Alice still seems troubled from time to time and avoids letting me know what's going on. Rosalie and Emmett left for a A little while before I came here, Edward said. Bree? Bella asked, her curiosity piqued. She's adjusting. No slip-ups yet, but we're not sure she's ready to start school. And then there's the question of whether we can really stay there for another 3 years while she finishes. But we have to consider Jake. Jake? Bella replied incredulously. Why Jake? It's not something you might want to call Alice about. Ask her to fill you in, Edward suggested carefully. Bella opened her mouth to challenge him but paused when she heard the garden doors creak open. Jane and Alex stepped out, keeping their distance. They watched Bella and Edward, their gaze more akin to a stare, motionless in their observation. Jane thinks you somehow played Arrow, Edward murmured softly, just loud enough for Bella to hear. She doesn't trust that you won't run off with me, especially since I was at your side on the battlefield. Alec is uncertain too, but he's not willing to take any chances. Bella smirked. I guess they never talked to Dimitri or Felix. Then a thought struck her. Wait, you can't hear my thoughts? Edward frowned, as if straining to listen. No, he replied, shaking his head. Why? What were you thinking? Just then. I was contemplating the frailty of 200-year-old oak furniture and how much I'd like to break some again. She said it casually, all while recalling how the first bed had broken. It made her smile. So, you're happy? Here, with him? Edward asked after a moment, uncertainty lacing his voice. Bella pursed her lips, searching for the right words. I want Arrow. I want him, and I'll take all the other bits that come with him. It's still too early to know if I like it here. I miss you guys, though. All of you. They'll be happy to hear you're doing well, Edward said with a sad grin. Carlisle was very, very certain you'd be content here, but Esme, Emmett, and I were worried. And Rose? Bella asked. Bella smirked, guessing the answer. I was actually fairly certain you'd be happier here, Edward replied, surprising her. Huh, Bella said, turning to face the garden and noticing the twins still staring. Well, that's something, I suppose. She never hated you, Edward said. She just never really liked you. She didn't understand why you wanted this. She would have given anything to live a human life, especially with Emmett. If I could have traded my humanity for hers, would have, Bella said. This life, it's only been a week, and yet it feels like so much has happened. The sights, the smells, and not falling all over myself. I ran beneath the sea to Croatia the other day. It's amazing. I can't imagine not having this life. Wait 100 years, Edward teased. But would it really make a difference? Arrow's been around for thousands of years, and he still loves his immortality, she countered. Edward opened his mouth to respond but stopped, deflating. And you'll have each other, he agreed. I'm sorry, Bella winced. I realize now that, is that why you came? Because you're alone there? Bree couldn't have found someone already? He winced again. Not really, he admitted. I wanted to make sure you were all right, that the transition went as smoothly as possible. It burned, Bella confessed. But every time it started to feel unbearable, I would hear Arrow's voice or feel his touch. Even if I couldn't really focus on what he was saying, it was an anchor. Others had gone through it and come out the other side, and he told me everything that was going to happen. Edward nodded, and then the doors opened again. Bella looked up and smiled as she saw Arrow coming out. Jane and Alec bowed, their greetings muted. They waited until Arrow started toward Bella and Edward before rushing back inside. Bella was on her feet by the time Arrow stood in front of her, and she grinned up at him. Checking up on me? Bella asked. Arrow smiled at her. I thought I should inform you that the guard seems to be somewhere between awe and terror of you. You made Marcus laugh. Did I? Bella replied, a swell of pride and warmth filling her. Jane thinks I came here to have a torrid affair with Edward. I see Heidi has been discreet since our conversation, Arrow remarked, glancing over at Edward. I heard you had a visit from one of your so-called cousins. Edward nodded, standing up and extending his hand for Arrow to take. Bella observed as their eyes locked, engaging in a silent conversation that was clear only to them. I appreciate the thought, Arrow said, releasing Edward's hand. Will you be staying with us long? No, Edward replied, shaking his head. I just wanted to check on Bella and make sure everything was fine. He said this, even though Arrow likely already knew what was on his mind. I thought I'd pop over to London on my way back, enjoy the sights before returning to Washington. Send everyone my love when you get back, Bella said as Edward turned to leave. He nodded once, and then he was gone. After a moment, likely when Edward was out of earshot, Arrow said, He's happy you're happy, but a bit wistful that you found it with someone else. I hope he finds someone, Bella responded. In terms of immortality, he's still young. Not everyone can be as lucky as you to find their match while still human. She hummed in agreement, then turned and pressed her face against Arrow's chest, just as she had when she still had a beating heart. Bella took a deep breath, savoring his scent, which was intensified by the cypress trees surrounding them. Her hands seemed to move of their own accord, inching their way up to his neck and into his hair. Isabella, he warned in a sing-song voice. She groaned and stomped her foot. This is taking some getting used to. Sorry, Bella admitted, stepping back to give herself some space as she looked at him. You told me vampires feel more than humans, but I just wasn't expecting this. As much as I would love to let you feel as freely as you like, I've been informed that someone is expected to arrive from Australia within the hour. Given our previous encounters, that doesn't leave us enough time. Later, then? Bella asked, her voice hopeful. Later, Arrow assured her, kissing her just a bit too passionately for Bella to believe he wasn't planning to make the Australian wait. But then he pulled away, half-turned, and offered his arm to lead her back inside. At least there was the promise of later, along with a book on 16th-century vampire myths to keep her occupied for a while. When her phone rang, her instinct was to answer it immediately. Thankfully, it was rugged enough that her slightly too strong press of the answer button wouldn't cause lasting damage, but Bella still felt it crack under her thumb. Hello, she said, wincing at the near break of her phone. There was a long pause on the other end. Bella? Charlie asked, and she cringed all over again. Hi, Dad, she replied, cursing the fact that no one had taught her how to sound more like she did before the change. You sound different, Charlie said, his tone hinting at suspicion, though he couldn't quite place why. Must be picking up on the accent already. She tried to laugh it off, then remembered her laugh likely sounded different too and stopped. How are things? Good, good. I hadn't really heard from you in a couple of weeks. Busy with studies, and the time difference, Bella shrugged. She didn't mention that her dad hadn't crossed her mind all that much either. With never needing to sleep, she had easily lost track of the days. How's everyone? Everyone's good. I've been, seeing Sue lately. Clearwater, that is. Have you? Really? Bella asked with a smirk. Are you telling me Seth and Leah are going to be my step-siblings now? She found it amusing that she could hear Charlie's pulse quicken on the line. It made her throat feel a little scratchy, but she pushed the sensation aside for now, knowing she'd need to hunt soon. It's too soon to tell. Listen, Bells, your mom called. Oh. Yeah, she mentioned something about you forgetting something in your room there, and that she's having a baby? Yeah, she is. What did she say I forgot? Bella asked, confident that everything she had brought with her was right here in Italy, including the blanket her mother had made for her. She hadn't taken it out of the case yet, the sentiment still felt wonderful, but there was an odd sense of detachment. She wouldn't say. She just wanted the address where you are. Did you give it to her? I never had it, Charlie replied dismissively. I figured whatever it was couldn't have been too important for you to forget. I'll write her a letter, Bella shrugged. She'll have the return address that way. Just then, she heard someone approaching the stairs leading to the study, so she said, Listen, Dad, I gotta go. Yeah, probably need your sleep, Charlie said. Bella looked out the window and realized it was indeed nighttime. Yeah. Talk to you soon. She ended the call just as there was a knock on the door. Frowning, Bella zipped over and opened it, uncertain about what to do next. Good evening, Isabella, Marcus greeted her warmly. Your maid and our coven brother are rather wrapped up in a game of chess, heatedly discussing what should be done about the Australian matter. I thought perhaps you'd like to take a walk with me. Bella felt the urge to blink, a reflex that surged forward every time she didn't know how to react. Okay, she said, stepping out of the room and following Marcus down the stairs. Have you been hiding? He asked casually as they strolled through the castle. It's been a few days since your rather unorthodox introduction to the coven. Not really on purpose, Bella replied. I just don't want people treating me like I'm better than them. Yes, Marcus said wistfully. I once knew someone who felt very much the same. Bella glanced up at him, then around to see they were alone. Dime? She guessed quietly. Marcus' eyes lit up, but sadness clouded them, making him look older. He spoke of her. I had wondered if he would. He told me about her the first night we met again, Bella nodded. And I'm sorry. I know the loss isn't fresh, but... Marcus lifted his hand to stop her. You do not need to apologize, Isabella, though I appreciate the sentiment. I miss her terribly, all the time, every day. But what a lot of people forget is that it wasn't only my loss that day, it was Arrow's as well. We haven't talked about her much, Bella admitted. Only that he regrets her death fiercely. He shouldn't. He was not the one who did it. Marcus led Bella out to the roof of the Volturi castle, where the sounds and smells of the city drifted up to them. He breathed deeply, closing his eyes and smiling faintly. I so rarely leave the confines of the castle, he said before turning to Bella. Arrow once told me you were inquisitive. And given the scent of books surrounding you, I would say that remains true. I feel as though there are things about this life, particularly the life you'll embark on at his side, that Arrow wouldn't know to tell you. Would you like to hear them? Only if you want to tell me, Bella replied, sensing where this was headed. Marcus smiled, a serene, gentle expression tinged with heavy sadness. Then allow me to begin. The story starts in Greece. I was a nomad, preferring not to stay in any one place. In those days, covens often fought for territory more frequently and fiercely. With the ancient vampires, who could have established authority, either burned or turned to stone, there was no one to settle disputes. During my journey, I encountered a young vampire just emerging from his newborn stage, Arrow. When I asked if he would like to join me, he hesitated. He had a younger sister, still human, and he wanted to make sure she would be okay. He was reluctant to wander too far from her. It was rather charming to see a vampire clinging to familial love after their transformation, and his dedication to her was evident. So, I chose to stay with him instead. We would roam during the day, hidden beneath the cover of trees and shadows. Our skin attracted far too much attention, and we had witnessed other vampires venture out, only to draw the ire of humans who saw them as monsters. At that time, we didn't know that we were nearly immune to most threats, except for fire. We had seen enough unfortunate souls rush into danger, unaware of the consequences, and end up on the wrong side of the flames. I hadn't met Arrow's sister while she was human, but I could see the deep bond they shared whenever he spoke of her. I looked forward to meeting the one who brought him so much joy. Arrow had plans to change her, motivated both by his unwillingness to part with her and the hope that she might possess gifts like ours. Dime, of course, knew about her brother and what he had become. She kept it a secret, pretending he was completely dead as was commonly thought. Their bond was so strong that when Arrow asked if she wanted to become like him, there was nothing she desired more. Their parents were indifferent at best, and many suitors were vying for her hand. So, when she came of age, Arrow swept her away and transformed her. When I first laid eyes on Dime, she was mid-transformation. It didn't. I couldn't help but notice the immediate connection between us. Over the years, I had witnessed the deep bonds shared by mates, and I knew without a doubt that was what I was seeing. I shared my thoughts with Arrow before his sister's transformation was complete, and I was grateful that he accepted it. We were already like brothers, and this would only strengthen our bond. Dime was as beautiful in spirit as she was in appearance. Her gift was the ability to bring utter happiness to those around her, and she made Arrow and me even happier. The problem, however, arose later. The smaller, feuding covens we had been avoiding banded together to form the Romanian coven. As the largest coven known, they wielded significant power. During that time, it was common for humans to have a ruling body, and given that humans far outnumbered vampires, it wasn't unusual to have one governing authority for our entire species. The real issues began when the Romanian coven flaunted their power. Humans believed them to be gods and offered sacrifices in the form of their own people. Most of these offerings were consumed, and very few were turned. With their numbers, the offerings were indeed substantial. At one point, I heard that twins were considered a blessing because families only expected one child and felt secure in not having to give them up. Our coven was small: Arrow, Dime, a guy named Eugenius who found Arrow after his transformation, and myself. Even our little wandering group began to struggle to find humans to hunt. Villagers, having heard tales of vampires, would not allow themselves to be sacrificed. They started lighting fires around their entry points, using torches to keep us at bay. They slept closer to the flames than necessary, having learned how to defend themselves. We had seen too many vampires succumb to flames to doubt that humans would find a way to stop us. This is also how the stake mythology emerged. They would halt the transformation by killing the bitten one through the heart, effectively ceasing the change. What was also? It was troubling to witness the extent to which humans were being wiped out, the slow spread of destruction reaching every corner. There were no laws to impose limits, no regulations to govern movement, and no need for secrecy. We encountered Caius and Athenadora after they had been driven away from their desired territory due to a lack of prey. Of course, animals were always an option, but they lacked appeal and were believed to weaken us. Caius, in particular, sneered at that notion. Yet, he shared our conviction that this had to stop. We needed order, or we risked the extinction of our kind. Either the humans would destroy us, or we would starve ourselves into madness or petrification. In response, we sought out others who shared our mindset, many possessing gifts like ours, and formed an army to reclaim control over our kind. It was a battle that lasted nearly 100 years, but ultimately, we succeeded in driving away the Romanian coven and their leaders. Many of those who fought alongside us during those times are gone now. Some petrified, others faced battles they couldn't win. A few even asked us to end their lives, unwilling to continue. But they were the ones who understood that it was the three of us who now sit on the thrones, the ones who raised the army and used our gifts strategically. Arrow could see the thoughts of those we captured before they met their end. I identified the weak links, those who were not fully loyal to the Romanians. Caius, with an insatiable thirst for battle, had an unrelenting drive to slaughter, and he often mused about having been a soldier before his transformation. We were strict in our laws, offering no leniency when someone broke them. Arrow could sense their intentions, while I could see their deep loathing for us. Caius devised many varied and interesting methods of execution to make a point. The gifts of those who remained with us instilled a sense of foreboding in others. Our reputation made us fearsome, and it wasn't long before. We weren't just leaders, we were kings. And in turn, our wives became queens. Athenadora always had a rather indifferent nature. Sulpicia, when she joined us, truly relished this life. She enjoyed the status that came with being Arrow's wife, even if she didn't always appreciate the relationship itself. Dime, however, quickly grew disenchanted with the whole idea. She tried her best to make the most of it, of course, because she brought so much happiness to those around her. She was able to be with her brother, who loved and cared for her, protecting her when I couldn't. Many were drawn to her. She had a magnetic quality that some found intoxicating, to the point of madness when they were eventually pulled away. She confided in me that she wanted to leave, at least for a little while. I would have given her anything, so I began planning our departure from Volterra. I don't know who overheard our conversation or how our plans reached Arrow, but I remember the night of that terrible event when I met with him. He was furious. He believed we intended to abandon him, that we would leave without a word and I without a suitable replacement. He thought I would tear our family apart so callously. He warned me, saying he had instructed the guard to stop our escape by any means necessary. He even suggested that causing our beloved Dime a little pain would be worth it to ensure we did not leave. I managed to calm him down, talk sense into him, and made him see reason. Just as we reached a point where he wished us well and we were once again amicable, one of the guards rushed in with alarming news. We were too late to prevent the chaos. Arrow, filled with rage, barely allowed a moment of contact before heads and limbs began to fly. No one could be burned in the same fire as Dime, so they were cast into a separate pyre with little ceremony. We lost a dozen guards in that first onslaught. Batch and anyone who knew about the plans followed until I asked him to stop. I had lost my heart and half my soul. I didn't want to lose my brother to madness as well. Many people believe I am bound to him by Chelsea, and in many ways, they would be right, Marcus said, his voice weary, as if recalling events from hundreds of years ago weighed heavily on him. I asked her to strengthen my bond with Arrow and, on occasion, to ask Corin if she would kindly make me content once more. It never lasts, though. Bella looked at the ancient vampire, her eyes stinging, likely glistening with venom. She didn't suppress the impulse to hug him, and it seemed Marcus hadn't expected it. She felt his awkward movement as he patted her back, and she wanted to sob and laugh all at once. I don't even know what to say, she confessed. I feel so, and you don't want me to say it. I know, Isabella, I know, Marcus assured her. Believe it or not, I could see our own bond strengthen as I told you about Dime. It reassures me that it was the right thing to do. She shook her head as she leaned away, rubbing her face as if to clear the tears that would never come. How could they have done that? If she made everyone so happy, how could they rip her apart? I don't know. He sighed wearily. But the consequences of those actions have had long-reaching effects. Our reign has become fear-based, as word spread that we could twist anything to our liking. That Arrow is prone to violence on a whim, for any reason he sees fit. That so much as the wrong thought can land someone in the fire. Sulpicia left us to go to Greece, where she watches over the covens. Athenadora rarely sees anyone but Corin and is content with her situation. I did know much of that, Bella admitted. I'm glad, but while this seems like a simple statement, it's also a warning. Marcus grew serious again as he cautioned, I'm not afraid of him or what he is. I know what he's capable of, he's told me, Bella assured him. It's more about what others might try to do to you. You caused quite a scene in the throne room earlier. Most found it amusing, but there are some who believe you need to be put in your place. They think Arrow allowing you to behave that way is in poor taste. With a smirk, Marcus added, personally, I think it was the metaphorical fresh air we've been needing, considering our youngest vampire was 500 years old before you came along. Bella snickered for a moment before her expression sobered. So, watch my back, she said, understanding the weight of his words. And, perhaps, despite your apparent feelings, act as though you belong at Arrow's side. Marcus placed a reassuring hand on Bella's shoulder. She glanced at it and frowned. Does he touch you? Arrow? Does he read your thoughts? He hasn't since Dime's death. Not mine, nor Caius, he replied. So he'll never know what you really think of him. Bella nodded, her heart heavy for the man she loved. For what it's worth, Marcus said softly, I never held him to blame. I wish he would have chosen his words better, but no one could fake the devastation he felt at her loss. Bella leaned against him, resting her head on his arm, and fell silent. She could hear someone approaching, but being outside left her thoughts scattered. She wasn't too surprised when Arrow arrived on the roof with them, though she was caught off guard when the door was slammed open, splintering off the wall and crashing down onto the castle roof in pieces. Bella felt alarmed, but Marcus remained as unbothered as ever. I take it Caius won the argument? He asked in a bored tone. More like I got played into going to Australia myself, Arrow growled. He agreed we should investigate. We cannot take the word of a leader who hasn't experienced the problem firsthand. He merely came here to ensure his own safety, Marcus said. What's the situation? Bella asked, glancing between the two leaders. A possible immortal child, Marcus answered. There are feuding covens in the north, Arrow explained further. One coven reported the situation to our contact there, hoping he would inform us. However, a member of the opposing coven is adamant that the child is not immortal. It's now up to us to make that determination. Isn't it better if you handle it? Bella asked, a bit perplexed. You can tell who's lying. Yes, but I believe I was the one who went to Seattle to settle the newborn issue, Arrow countered. You volunteered, Marcus replied with a hint of slyness. Arrow shot him a look that conveyed their sibling-like bond. Can I go with you? Bella asked before she could think it through. When they both looked at her without much expression, she quickly added, I get to see other places. And you were very much in favor of me doing my part. She hesitated, hoping to appease them both. When they still didn't respond, her nerves began to rise. Or, I could stay here. Do you really want to go? Arrow asked, glancing at Marcus, as if he believed Marcus was the reason behind Bella's request. I wouldn't have asked if I didn't truly want to, Bella replied honestly. After a moment, Arrow nodded. We'll be leaving in a few hours, once the jet is ready. I'll have Felix, Dimitri, and Jane accompany us. Not Alec? Bella asked. No, he'll be better served here in case we need defense, Arrow said decisively. And we'll need to get you fitted for a cloak. Bella blinked. Sorry, a what? This is ridiculous, Bella grumbled as she looked at herself in the full-length mirror. She was in the privacy of a spacious bathroom within the Volturi's private quarters. The jet still smelled brand new, or at least not used. There wasn't even a hint of soap anywhere, which was a little disconcerting but understandable. No bodily functions meant no need for a bathroom, but it also meant that no one showered on the plane. Then again, she hadn't showered once in the 2 weeks since she'd been changed. Did vampires even need to shower? That was a thought for another time, when she had all the time in the world to ponder it. In the meantime, she had to reconcile the image in the mirror with the reality of her life. She was wearing a black cloak similar to the one Arrow had worn when confronting Victoria. It was lined with red and trimmed with gold, designed to wrap around her so that her arms peeked out between the folds. There was a hood, which she realized she'd probably have to pull up over her head, just like the guard had done when they came to Forks. At least she managed to wear something comfortable underneath, a long, dark gray sweater that felt soft and lovely against her skin, paired with the darkest denim she could find in her wardrobe. With the hem of her sweater covering all the pockets and grommets, and her knee-high boots obscuring the way the hem looked at the bottom, no one would be the wiser. Ridiculous, she muttered. It's not, Arrow said from somewhere outside the room. I'm sure it looks lovely. Sighing, Bella turned away from the mirror and left the bathroom. She opened the door to find her mate waiting for her, and she nearly laughed at his outfit. What century did this come from? She asked, trying to keep her tone calm, though she was sure Arrow could see right through her amusement. Modeled after a soldier's uniform from within the last 2, he replied, as Bella traced one of the rectangular bands trimmed with gold on his jacket. I take it you don't particularly like the look? Is this meant to be intimidating? She asked, a slight smirk tugging at her lips. Jane. A growl echoed from somewhere else in the plane, but Bella chose to ignore it. It makes an impression, Arrow said, glancing at her. Much like how your lovely cloak will as well. I'll take your word for it, Bella replied, feeling the plane start to dip. Landing? That's good. Are you nervous, Mia Amida? Arrow asked, cupping her cheek and frowning with concern. Bella sighed. A little, she admitted. It's my first time in what I'm guessing will amount to a trial. And since I already know what the punishment for creating an immortal child is, I know what to expect. You won't have to do anything, Mia Amida, he promised. You're there to watch, to be seen, nothing more. I won't ask that of you. My word regarding your position in the coven stands. She reached up and took his hand off her cheek, holding it gently with both of hers. Forgive me if I react poorly. Later, she said quietly, hoping Jane wasn't eavesdropping too closely. I'll do my best, he promised, placing a quick kiss on her lips. We should be landing soon. It's daylight, so you'll need to cover your head and make sure your hands are tucked inside your cloak. There will be a car waiting to take us to the safe house, and from there, we'll wait until nightfall to make our way to the neutral meeting ground. You've done this before, Bella remarked with a huff. More than I care to admit, Arrow replied, wrapping an arm around Bella's waist as they made their way to the front of the plane. Chapter 26. The weather was on their side, allowing them to leave the safe house well before nightfall. It was Bella's first experience with rain since her transformation, and surprisingly, a sense of homesickness washed over her, despite her aversion to it. It felt strange to know the rain was falling on her, yet she remained relatively unaffected. She kept her hood up anyway. Alongside Bella were Arrow, Jane, Felix, and Dimitri, accompanied by the man who had guided them from Italy back to his homeland. He led them to a clearing where the two covens were supposed to convene for what felt like their trial. As they arrived, Bella noticed that the covens were positioned a good distance apart, each group glaring at the other, tension hanging thick in the air. A fluttering sound caught her attention, something oddly familiar, though she couldn't quite place it. She observed the clear animosity between the two groups, the way they scowled at one another, clearly on edge. 5 members stood to the left, 6 to the right, none of them resembling a family. Bella noted a pair in the coven on the right with striking orange eyes, as if they were halfway to becoming vegetarian. A low growl of frustration broke the silence, and Bella turned to Arrow, noticing the narrowing of his eyes and the stiffness of his jaw, which made his features appear more menacing. She glanced around at the guards, seeing Jane's nose wrinkled in disgust. Felix and Dimitri looked unsettled, as if they wanted to escape their own skin. Arrow sighed heavily. Have I really been called out here for this? He asked, his tone polite but laced with menace. He turned to the group on the right. Surely you could have figured this out on your own. You haven't seen it, someone retorted with derision. I don't need to see to know, Arrow snapped back. Then, more calmly, he asked, Isabella, what do you hear? Bella concentrated on the fluttering sound. That had to be what he meant. She listened intently for a moment, trying to discern its source. A few seconds before she realized what it was. A heartbeat, she answered. And does it make you thirsty? He asked. Bella took a moment to assess herself. No, she replied, frowning in confusion as she glanced between the two covens and her lover. Arrow flashed her a quick grin before it turned sharp, aimed at the two rival covens. I ask her because she's a newborn, you see. Only changed within the fortnight. Remarkably restrained, isn't she? Though there would have been no harm toward the child anyway. Bella's eyes widened as she realized she hadn't spotted the child yet. Bring him forward, come on. A boy who looked no older than 4 stepped out from behind one of the women in the left coven. He gazed at them curiously, as if he hadn't really wanted to be hidden or quiet, but had only done so because he was told to. Bella watched as Arrow knelt down and beckoned the boy closer. The woman he had been hiding behind moved with him, careful to stay nearby while also keeping her distance, as if she didn't want to be seen as overly protective. They both moved quickly, far faster than a human should have. When the little boy stopped before Arrow, he looked up with big brown eyes that held no fear. His little heart didn't quicken at all. What's your name? Arrow asked the boy. Jack, the little boy replied. Jack, Arrow repeated with a smile. May I shake your hand? The boy nodded, oblivious to the tension radiating from the coven behind him as he took Arrow's hand. Bella observed as Arrow's grin transformed, losing its menacing edge and becoming almost childlike with wonder. Magnifico, he said, moving his hand in a shaking gesture before letting go and standing up. Looking down at the boy, he asked, Do you play on your own? Lissy won't let me, Jack said, and Arrow turned his gaze to the woman who had been hovering over the boy's shoulder. "Lissy," Arrow said with a grin. "You are quite protective. Protective of this one, aren't you?" Arrow asked, and the woman simply nodded in response. "May I?" He offered his hand. "Lissy, don't you?" A man began to snarl, but he suddenly dropped to the ground, curled in a tense ball of pain. Jane's delighted giggle confirmed to Bella what was happening. Lissy placed her hand in Arrow's, bowing her head as she did. "You've done the right thing, with one exception. I'm sure you know what it was. But, given the ultimatum, I can't judge you too harshly," Arrow said after a moment of holding the woman's hand. "Go," he told her as he released his grip. "You and Jack need to leave. Head home." Lissy seemed to understand something Bella hadn't quite grasped yet. The beautiful woman gave Arrow a watery smile. "Thank you," she said, turning to the boy and picking him up. She sped away with Jack in her arms, and a deafening silence hung in the air after the sound of his strange heartbeat faded from their hearing. All kindness vanished from Arrow's face in an instant, his eyes darkened and his jaw tightened once more. He turned to the coven on his right. "You should have simply used your ears and your sense of smell." "We thought a child like that was against the law," someone retorted. "A human child turned is against the law," Arrow snapped. "But a child conceived while the mother is still human is not." "We only did what we thought was right," another voice spoke up. "I suppose you did," Arrow conceded. "For that, and that alone, I grant you pardon. Go, before I change my mind." The coven didn't need to be told twice. They quickly left in the opposite direction of Lissy and Jack. Arrow then turned to the remaining coven, who appeared nervous, unsure, and angry. He gestured to Jane, and she paused whatever she was doing to the man on the ground, allowing him to get to his feet. "Now then," Arrow said. "You're Jack's father," Bella said. "Yes," he sneered back. "He must take after his mother," Arrow retorted, eyeing the vampire with disdain. "I'm sure you know what I'm going to ask of you," Arrow continued, extending his hand. The man stared at Arrow's hand for a long moment before snorting. He turned to another member of the coven. "You know what to do," he instructed with a grin. "He knows to W," Arrow began, but suddenly stopped. Bella noticed him frozen, his eyes wide with terror, barely able to move. She glanced at Jane and saw the same expression on her face, as well as Felix and Dimitri. Turning back to the coven, she saw one member deep in thought, mostly focused on Arrow, while the others looked to her. "Shit," Bella muttered, and instinct kicked in. She quickly shed her cloak to increase her speed and darted toward the vampire who was likely causing the paralysis among the Volturi coven. He didn't seem afraid of her, and when Bella glanced over her shoulder, she understood why. Even if she reached him and managed to remove his head to stop whatever he was doing, the rest of his coven would likely have 3/4 of hers in pieces. She had never been one for fighting. Her encounter with Victoria had been a fluke, and with James, she had only been trying to buy the Cullens time. So Bella relied heavily on her instincts as she leaped well before reaching the vampire, twisting in mid-air to land facing her people. A thrill coursed through her. It was the first time she had truly jumped since her transformation. She moved through the air with a grace she had never known as a human, and it felt exhilarating. Bella landed just behind the vampire and found the view over his shoulder utterly terrifying. 2 of the 3 vampires were advancing on her coven. Arrow stood opposite Felix, and Bella's heart raced. "No!" Her mind screamed as she saw 2 sets of hands reaching for her unmoving mate. In his eyes, she could see the understanding of what was about to happen, and they bored into her with a desperate plea to see her one last time. "No!" She snarled, the word tearing from her throat. She willed the world to bend to her desire and protect him as she reached for the vampire in front of her. Then he was moving, quick and agile, dodging the other 2 and managing to grab one from behind, sinking his teeth into the vampire's neck. Bella didn't take her eyes off Arrow as she wrapped her hands around the head of the vampire who had paralyzed him, covering his eyes. He growled, clawing at her before he managed to flip her over his shoulder and onto the ground. She rolled out of the way just as he lunged for her, quickly getting back on her feet. Dmitri rushed in to help, holding the man by the arms. "Stay still, bitch," the guy snarled as Bella approached again. "How do I do it?" she asked Dmitri, glancing at the vampire he held. "Bite his neck and twist his head." "It will be the easiest," Dmitri replied casually. Bella locked eyes with the vampire before stepping forward, grabbing his head, and following Dimitri's instructions. The head in her hands looked half asleep, perhaps even drugged, and she felt a morbid fascination with it until she heard the flick of a lighter. Dmitri set the body on fire, and Bella tossed the head in with it. Looking up, she saw Arrow sneering down at the man who fathered the half-vampire child, while Felix held him with one hand around his neck and the other gripping one of his arms. In an instant, Dmitri was on the other side, taking over for Jane, who appeared rather out of her element despite the torture she inflicted on others. Bella moved to rejoin them, her mind struggling to process everything that had just happened. Bella had just killed a vampire, and a part of her felt she should be more concerned about how unbothered she was by it. She was a vampire now, and this wasn't just a matter of fighting for her life and getting lucky. She had executed someone. Yet, that someone had posed a threat to her coven, her mate, and the two men she was beginning to see as friends. Jane, too, but there wouldn't have been much love lost there. Picking up her cloak, Bella slung it over her arm just as a resounding crack echoed through the air. She looked up in time to see pieces of the vampire being carried toward the fire before she moved to stand by Arrow's side. "Are you all right?" she asked, scanning him for any signs of injury or damage. She reached out to touch him, needing to feel him whole beneath her fingers. "I'm fine, Mia Amada." "And you?" he replied, his gaze assessing her as well as he took hold of her waist. "Yeah, I'm fine," she nodded, stepping closer and inhaling his scent before looking to the others. "Dmitri? Felix? Jane?" Felix lost a hand initially, but Jane subdued his attacker long enough to reattach it. Dmitri and Jane were more like afterthoughts. It seemed the coven hoped to overpower us when they realized we would come for the boy, aiming to eliminate a part of the Volturi. They didn't expect. Arrow trailed off, shaking his head. "We'll need to go back." "All right," Bella said, nodding uncertainly as Arrow stepped back. He took the cloak from her arm, flicked it to the side, and draped it over her shoulders, fastening the clasp and adjusting the fabric in her hair until everything sat just right. He kissed her quickly before turning to the others. Bella spotted Felix and Dmitri a few feet from the fire, heads bowed as they held one another's arms, quietly conversing in a manner that felt all too familiar. Bella had just finished a conversation with Arrow. "We're off," he said, his tone slightly elevated. The pair darted toward their allies, forming ranks with Jane positioned behind Arrow and Bella as they made their way back to the safe house, likely heading to the jet next. "I have questions," Bella stated, her curiosity piqued. "Not here, Mia Cara," Arrow replied, his voice smooth and reassuring. Yet there was something unsettling in his refusal to entertain her questions, a stark contrast to his usual openness. Why wouldn't he want her to ask about the half-vampire's existence on the plane? It seemed everyone else knew, yet he remained tight-lipped for the 20-hour flight. Jane's persistent gaze, filled with a strange satisfaction, only added to Bella's discomfort. She couldn't quite grasp Jane's dislike for her, her evident distrust. Bella imagined it was akin to a daughter's resentment toward the woman her father was involved with. She could relate, recalling the men her mother, Renee, had dated before Phil. While she couldn't remember their faces, she distinctly remembered that sense of disapproval. With Arrow's silence and Jane's frosty demeanor, Bella was more than ready to find solitude by the time they landed in Italy. It was still dark when they exited the jet, the early hours stretching endlessly as they crossed back through time zones. The car they took was large, almost like a miniature limousine, yet even with all that space, it felt stifling. Felix and Dmitri occupied the front seats, much like they had in the cockpit of the plane, and Bella doubted they would engage her in conversation given the distance. Jane sat in the center of the seat across from Bella and Arrow, her gaze fixed pointedly at the space between the two mates, a shadow of a grin playing on her lips. Arrow had turned his attention to the window. "I need to run," Bella said suddenly, feeling her limit reach just an hour before they would arrive in Volterra. She glanced out the back windows, listening for the sound of another vehicle on the road, but heard nothing. In the early hours of the day, the highway was empty, just Bella and her companions. "I'll see you back there," she said as she opened her door and jumped out of the vehicle, catching the door and shutting it behind her. It felt interesting to land on her knees without any aches in her body. She sprang back up and tore across the Italian landscape, weaving through clusters of trees and shadows. As she ran, she listened to the sounds around her, noticing the only heartbeats were those of the animals rustling in the underbrush. There were no buildings for miles, no humans awake to witness her. It was disappointing that running wasn't as cathartic as she'd hoped. There was no exertion, her muscles would never ache or tire, and she would never need to catch her breath. She could keep running all the way to Volterra, maybe even beyond, and still not escape the edginess that gripped her. Logically, Bella understood that Arrow's behavior wasn't a personal rejection. He had nearly died, just barely breaking free from paralysis to save himself at the last moment. She doubted it was the first time he had faced such a terrifying experience in his long life, but it must have been unsettling nonetheless. This was not the right moment to discuss the existence of beings that were half their species. Suddenly, she stopped among a cluster of trees, scattering the animals that had been nearby and plunging the area into silence. "Don't be ridiculous," she scolded herself in her mind. "Don't be so selfish." They had nearly died. The shame and guilt of running off so suddenly, of jumping out of the car like a petulant teenager, crashed over her. Well, a petulant immortal teenager. That thought brought Edward to mind, how he had acted when things became unbearable for him, often without considering anyone else. Bella buried her face in her hands and bent over, groaning softly to herself. She remained there, lost in her thoughts. Bella remained in her position, listening intently as someone rushed toward her. She braced herself, expecting to see Arrow, but instead found Dimitri. "Forgive me," he said, meeting her gaze. Bella nodded in acknowledgement. "I just needed." Understandably, Dimitri replied. "It's not easy, that first execution. I haven't been human for a very long time, so I don't remember what it was like to face mortality. But I can imagine it's unsettling to be reminded that we aren't gods, especially so soon into your new existence." "It's not my first vampire execution," Bella reminded him. "It's not even the first one I've done myself." "No, but it's the first one done with intention. The first where your hands were the ones doing the work, your mouth severing the flesh. I doubt you'll be behind many more, given your ranking, but I'm sure you realize you won't always be able to avoid the battle." "I guess that was just a part of being a vampire I hadn't considered," Bella admitted. "All of us do, from time to time, find ourselves in a fight where it's you or them," he said. "Today was unexpected. We had no idea there was a vampire there with such talents, limited though they seemed." Bella nodded, almost asking Dimitri what he thought about those limitations when they heard another vampire approaching. Dimitri grinned and pulled out his phone. "It's a good thing most of our kind don't carry these new types of phones. I'd be out of a job," he mused, glancing over his shoulder as Arrow emerged from the trees. "No trouble finding us?" Arrow asked. "No, Dimitri, thank you," Arrow replied, acknowledging the slight bow of Dimitri's head before the tracker took off. "At least you aren't tracking my phone," Bella remarked, watching the other vampire leave. "I wouldn't do that to you. I would have given you your space if I wasn't terribly worried about you. I had to ensure you were well, for my own peace of mind, if nothing else," he confessed. "I was." Having a moment, Bella replied. "I'm trying to understand why you would be dismissive." Arrow sighed. "I apologize," he said, looking chagrined. "I didn't mean for it to come across that way. It's just that I know the others haven't a clue what happened. None of them were able to see it from their petrified perspective." Bella frowned. "See what? The baby?" she asked. "Well, the little boy. I get that he and Lissy left." She trailed off, realizing that Arrow had no idea what she was talking about. I have questions. So many questions about how something like him can exist. And if there was a very real possibility I could have had a half-vampire baby if you hadn't changed me right after a few times. Arrow stared at her for a moment before a slightly crazed laugh bubbled up from his chest, continuing for a good few minutes. Bella began to worry that he had snapped, that the idea of him possibly fathering something with her had just clicked and was driving him mad. One of the most powerful vampires in the world and she has no idea, he said, much to Bella's growing frustration as she struggled to focus on the language. Arrow. She snarled, her hands balling at her sides. If you don't start talking, and in English, thank you, I'm going to tear something off of you. I will tell you everything you want to know about the hybrid. All of it. I would have given you a full lesson on them on the jet if I had only realized that's what you meant. Because, my darling Isabella, I thought you would have realized you did something quite amazing in Australia. Something entirely unexpected. What did I do? She asked as Arrow closed the distance between them. She absently lifted her hands to rest on his waist as he reverently cupped her face. You protected me, he said softly. You, Isabella, shielded me from the vampire's abilities. I felt it surround us. Stay close to me, and keep surrounding me until you engage the vampire in the fight. That's when both of you lost your focus. You took the power you possess that shields you from such things and expanded it for a moment to include me. Oh, Bella said. I didn't know. I just wanted you safe. I couldn't bear the thought of anything happening to you. That's why I tried to get to the vampire before the others could. She closed her eyes, shaking the thought from her mind. I didn't know I could do that. Frankly, neither did I, Arrow replied. Shields are rare, very rare, in fact. I've only seen one other that came anywhere close to what you demonstrated today, and that was 600 years ago. What happened to her? Bella asked. She was with us for a time but eventually asked to return to her family. Renata was a magnificently skilled vampire who could repel physical attacks. I witnessed her in the mind of her very distant uncle, where someone would charge at her only to change their mind at the last moment. Her bond with her family was too strong. Bella guessed, and Arrow smirked. Yes, I met her during one of my more power-hungry phases. Chelsea did tighten Renata's bond to us, but it wasn't enough to pull her away from her family for long. Caius wanted to wipe them all out for that, citing their breaking of the laws as the reason. In what way? Bella asked. The family still interacts with their human members. They have a lineage that tends to produce humans born for the immortal life. Not all choose to go through with it, but since the patriarch never reveals what he is and never lets them see him hunt, it's a bit of a gray area. Think of it like you still interacting with your father, who sees how you are now but doesn't have the words for it. Myths tend to come in handy to deflect suspicion. And do they have children like Jack? Bella inquired. Arrow grinned. I can see that's weighing heavily on your mind. A bit, yeah, Bella admitted. Arrow chuckled, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. We should definitely discuss this more at home, he said. I'd prefer not to have these kinds of conversations among trees. All right, Bella replied, grinning. As they began to run, she added, I have another question, unrelated to everything else. Arrow turned to her, his expression a mix of expectation and amusement. Do vampires need to bathe? He smirked. Need? No. But you've just given me a rather interesting idea. It had been ages since he had lounged in a tub filled with hot water. Well, it would be hot for a human. It would have made Bella an appealing shade of pink, though uncomfortably sweaty. Instead, she rested against him, her head on his shoulder, eyes closed in near-perfect bliss. The delightful scent of violet and jasmine that clung to her skin was intensified by the warmth around them. He remembered why he had installed the large clawfoot tub in the first place. He recalled the heady aroma of his lovers in the air when public baths were all the rage. Sulpicia had been a favorite until she found her own mate, but now, she hardly compared to Bella. All right, Bella said after a moment, opening her eyes just enough to sneak a glance at him. "Tell me about these hybrids. Was there a chance I would have ended up bearing hybrid children if you had kept me human?" She smirked, just enough to let him know she understood he wouldn't have done that. Still, Arrow felt a flicker of discomfort as he realized the direction of their conversation. "The circumstances for their conception have to be just right," he explained. He gently ran his fingers through her silk-like hair, trying to comfort her before she might need it. "We must have fed quite recently, as the blood rejuvenates us to a degree. It's assumed the woman needs to be in a very specific phase of her cycle, though I have no idea what that would be. But the most crucial element is..." Arrow paused, watching her carefully. He hated that she had already closed her eyes and relaxed against him. She would have to be his singer. "Well," Bella smirked again, "it's a good thing I was your mate and not your..." Before she could finish her thought, she moved so quickly that half the water sloshed out of the tub with a heavy splash. She stared wide-eyed at him, her legs bracketing his, hands gripping his shoulders, genuine fear evident in her eyes. "Edward. I was Edward's singer, and he loved me. Which means that, probably, possibly, at some point, there might have been a time when, and if things went right then..." She covered her mouth and stomach. "Oh God, I feel sick, but I can't be sick. Oh God." She dropped her head onto Arrow's shoulder, and he instinctively wrapped his arms around her. "I'm sorry, Mia Amida. I'm sure it was not something you particularly wanted to hear." "I didn't want kids," Bella murmured against his shoulder. After a moment, she lifted her head to meet his gaze. "I never did. It wasn't something I had any urge for. I know Edward tried to hint that it wasn't in the cards because vampires are frozen, but maybe that was just something he said. Just another way he could take advantage of my humanity. I thought he was trying to deter me, but now... If it helps, he genuinely believes it's not a possibility. And if he did know, he likely wouldn't have allowed it to happen. For one, he doesn't particularly like what he is, and he wouldn't wish it on anyone, even by half. For another, there are no normal births with these offspring. They rip their way out, usually leaving the mother to die." Bella's brow furrowed, the horror still lingering on her features. "Then how do the babies survive?" Arrow gently soothed a hand over her spine. "Jack was 4 months old." 4 months? Bella asked incredulously. "They grow fast. Usually reach what one might call adulthood by 7, and barring any accidents, they will live for about 300 years, Arrow explained. Bella's expression softened as she absorbed the information. "They're mortal?" "They are indeed mortal," Arrow confirmed with a nod. "They have a heart that beats, blood in their veins, and they cannot be turned immortal because they possess a variation of our venom." Bella nodded thoughtfully, then turned the hot water back on at the taps. She stepped out of the tub for a moment, grabbing a few towels to soak up the spilled water. "Exactly what are you doing?" Arrow asked, frowning at her actions. Bella looked up from where she was kneeling on the floor. "Cleaning up the water," she replied, a hint of condescension in her voice. "You do realize there's no point, right? The floor is marble. It's hardly going to warp. And we won't slip, and if we do, we can easily regain our balance." Bella continued to mop up the last of the water before climbing back into the tub and turning the faucet off. "It's for principle," she insisted as she settled back between his legs, leaning against his chest. "The water will take hours to dry," he pointed out. "And so will the towels now," she countered. "Yeah, but we can wring out the towels," Bella argued. "We can't possibly be having this argument," Arrow grumbled, mostly to himself. But he was glad he voiced the thought when Bella laughed, the sound so soothing that it helped him relax even more. As he resumed stroking her hair, his mind wandered back to the confrontation in Australia. He hadn't seen anything to tip him off in Lissy's thoughts. She was one of Jack's father's coven mates from around the time he had turned. Only a few years older than him, she had thought of him as a younger brother. When he had shared what had happened with his singer, she brought the woman to live with them in an old shack away from humanity. They fed her, cared for her, and watched helplessly as she wasted away, unsure of how to prevent it. Then Jack made his gruesome entrance into the world, and they burned the mother's body, leaving the past behind. Lissy sat in the shack with the baby, fully aware of her responsibility to keep him in line and out of sight. They had stumbled upon a gifted vampire who had apparently made a deal with Jack's father to ensure his silence. This deal meant that Lissy couldn't report Jack to the Volturi, a fact she was unaware of until now. She didn't even know the vampire was gifted. All she knew was that if she revealed the child's existence to anyone, they would be destroyed. So, she was bewildered by the excitement of her coven mates when they learned there would be a meeting with Arrow and the guard. The limited knowledge she possessed allowed Arrow to be cautious after sending her and the child away. However, the attack that unfolded was horrifying in its unpredictability. If Arrow had known, he could have had Jane subdue the threat. If he had known, the rest of the coven would have faced destruction. But he didn't, and now Arrow found himself paralyzed, able to move only his eyes slightly. Just enough to see and comprehend that his newborn mate was the only one immune to the vampire's ability. The sickening realization hit him that it was her against 4 attackers, all while she had no training. Her sudden flight had stunned the others, as Arrow gathered from the ringleader's mind when he later accessed those thoughts. She shed her cloak and bolted the moment the rest of the Volturi were frozen, leaving them to debate whether she was worth pursuing. She was heading toward their gifted one, but it appeared she was planning to run past him instead of toward him. They had misjudged her, and that may have been the only thing that allowed Bella to become their savior. Arrow had been watching her closely. If he was to focus on anything before meeting his end, it would be Bella. He saw her land gracefully behind the attacker, her expression a mix of fear and determination as she moved to confront the gifted vampire. Then, Arrow heard her say, "No," he said, feeling the wonderful warmth of her presence wash over him. Instantly, it freed him from the hold he was in, allowing him to dismember one vampire before turning to face Jack's father. Just seconds later, the others were free as well, with Dimitri springing into action to help his mate. When Jane finally subdued the vampire, she dashed to assist her mistress. Arrow hesitated to discuss what had just happened, not until he could assess who had witnessed Bella's actions. Jane had seen nothing, and even if she had, Arrow doubted she would trust Bella. She still wore the Cullen crest and had hardly been seen with Arrow since her introduction as a human. Edward Cullen had come to visit, and Bella had taken the opportunity to escort him out for privacy. To Jane, Bella was just another Sulpicia, and Jane would only respect her as much as necessity dictated. Dimitri and Felix had eyes only for each other, oblivious to Bella until Felix's attacker was subdued and Dimitri approached her. They were grateful for her swift actions in stopping their foe. They had already liked and respected her, but that admiration grew exponentially in the aftermath, especially when they realized she had witnessed their intimate moment and didn't flinch. Acceptance was a fickle thing, but Bella's calm demeanor endeared her to them further. For now, her abilities remained their private secret. She truly was a remarkable prize. The power she possessed was completely unexpected. Arrow had wondered while she was still human if she held any special gifts, but he never imagined they could expand to encompass others. With her protection, their entire coven could be safe from harm. He pictured the Romanians rising once more, trying to reclaim their lost title, only to be defeated again in the blink of an eye. Even if they finally understood the advantage that supernatural gifts could provide, and found a few of their own, Bella would stop them. She truly was a perfect queen, if only she would accept her role. That half-dream lingered in his mind, the fleeting thought of having Alice accompany him to Volterra. He would consult with Marcus, ask if he would consider making room for the seer, perhaps taking a lesser role within the coven. Arrow couldn't bear the thought of parting with his brother completely, but he could envision Marcus stepping aside for her. He had also thought about Edward, but Bella painted a much finer picture. "Did I really protect you?" Bella asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "I wanted to, desperately. I wanted you to be free so you could defend yourself, and you think that was me?" "I know it was you, Mia Amida," he replied, matching her quiet tone as he brushed his lips against her temple. "I could feel you, your presence around me. It may not be the same for others, they might not even notice it. But how could I not feel your protection of me? Do you think you could have heard my thoughts if we had touched then? She inquired, turning her head to face him. It's possible, he agreed. But why would you want me to? I quite like our current arrangement. Bella smiled. Yeah, I sort of prefer you never knowing what goes on inside my head. You look at me sometimes like I hung the stars, and I'd hate for you to be disillusioned by the truth. Like how some days it took me far too long to choose a cereal. Or how I really wanted this stupid golden onion thing, but Edward kept showing off and distracted me. I assure you, I've seen far more mundane things in my lifetime. At least humans have those sorts of decisions to make. A nomad may have gone literal days without a thought beyond boredom. I suppose there's that, Bella agreed. Imagine what we could do together, he said softly again, his fingers moving from her hair to trail across the. He traced his fingers across the vast expanse of her skin. Imagine how the world would tremble at the mere mention of us, knowing we were invincible against so much more. He felt her tense beneath him and paused. Would you make me? She asked. You hear of a vampire you want for the guard. I'll never make you do anything you don't wish, Arrow promised, shifting so he could look her in the eye. That wasn't my intent. I merely meant that the Volturi reign would be secure. He cupped her cheek, his thumb trailing water across her skin. I love you, Isabella. You are not my guard, you are my equal. You'll hear no command from me. From you, she said pointedly. But Marcus? Caius? He's more likely to do that, I think. We'll tell no one, he replied. No one knows what happened but you and me, and we can keep it that way. You could simply practice, trying to see if you can feel it expand. Not going to use me for world domination? Bella asked, a hint of teasing in her voice. If I didn't love you, I might have, he admitted. I may have hoped you would be my new Renata. I would have asked Chelsea if it were possible to bind you to me. I don't know if it's feasible because of your shielding, but barring that, I would have done whatever I could to convince you to stay. And if I couldn't, you'd have killed off all the non-gifted Cullens to have me for yourself? She suggested, the sting of her words evident. If I couldn't have you, I would hope that if I needed you, you would stand with me in gratitude for the freedom we granted. He corrected himself. But we shall never know, which may well be for the better. When Bella didn't look entirely convinced, he sighed. What will it take to prove this to you, Miyakara? Nothing, she said, shaking her head. You don't need to prove anything to me. Bella shifted gently in the tub, her legs once again framing arrows. She ran her fingers through his hair, her hand gliding over his cheek. Just promise me this, she said, looking into his eyes. You will treat other gifted vampires the way you would have treated me. I'm not asking you to dismiss your guard, I just want you to avoid bringing them in against their will. I will endeavor to keep that promise, Arrow replied, nodding. His hands wandered along her body as he maintained eye contact. You'll have to remind me from time to time. Had that gifted one today not been hostile and held a vendetta against us, I might have tried to lure him in. Why was he so hateful toward you? Bella asked. I honestly don't know, Arrow admitted. Sometimes, given who we are and what we do, some of our kind simply hate us. His gaze followed the path of his hand, savoring the sight of her before returning to her striking ruby eyes. Though I doubt anyone could truly hate you. Bias, Bella smirked. And we both know Jane lies as well. She doesn't hate you, Arrow corrected. She merely harbors an intense dislike. Bella laughed, settling more firmly against him. Same thing, she said, leaning in to place a kiss on Arrow's lips while wrapping her arms around his neck. Now, tell me the most boring thing you've ever seen in someone's mind. Arrow glanced down between them, then back up, arching an eyebrow. Is that really what you want to do right now? Bella grinned smugly. We're vampires, we can multitask. Not if things are done properly, he countered, resting his hands on her waist. The stories first. I already cleaned the floor once. Which you didn't have to, she reminded him. It's the principle, he replied. And I'm not going to sit around while someone else cleans it for me. It's just water on marble, it won't cause lasting damage. It's not the point. The conversation continued, each playfully insisting on their perspective until one of them finally decided to relent. They wrapped it up in a way that left neither of them with any complaints. Chapter 27. As the city around the castle began to decorate for the Christmas season, Bella was sharply reminded of the expectations placed upon her. She struggled to keep in touch with her parents, and it hit her that 2 weeks had passed without so much as a word. Charlie would call like clockwork, sounding mildly suspicious, but all it took was for Bella to share a fraction of what she was learning as a vampire to get him to laugh and ease off, understanding that she was busy. Renee was a bit more flighty about it, but the upcoming arrival of Bella's little brother, Beau, had provided a nice distraction. Bella had received the news in an email. Renee was far too excited to wait until Bella was awake, and she likely wouldn't have been able to stay up late enough for a call herself. Thoughts of her family were at the forefront of Bella's mind as she began her holiday shopping online. That's when Arrow found her in the study. As was his habit, he approached her side to kiss her, anticipating any questions she might have. But he froze as he rounded the desk. "Why are you shopping for infant toys?" he asked. "Beau," she replied. "I'm pleased you think so, but that doesn't answer the question," he quipped, a self-satisfied smile on his face. "It's Christmas time," Bella said. "Yes?" he replied slowly, raising an eyebrow. And my family would expect a gift." Bella leaned away from the computer and turned to face him properly. "I'm still supposed to be here studying. They'd expect me to send something." "I suppose," he agreed, "but you could have Heidi do it. She's quite remarkable at these sorts of things." "No," Bella said firmly, turning back to her laptop. "I'm not going to put the task of buying Christmas presents for my family on someone else." Arrow ran his hand over her shoulders. "I didn't mean it like that," he assured her softly, the weight of his apology evident in his voice. Sometimes, it was easy to be at his side. Bella stood quietly to the side as court was held, often keeping company with Dimitri and Felix. When she wasn't with them, she would immerse herself in the countless books available, meant to occupy the minds of the leaders during their deliberations. Since their trip to Australia, she had only accompanied him on one other journey to settle a dispute. Those moments, along with their stolen time spent hunting or simply being together, made being his mate worthwhile. Yet, there were times when it felt overwhelming. He frequently suggested she delegate tasks. "Why bother fetching the books from the library when someone else can do it for you? No need to buy new clothes on your own, there's always someone who can run to the store. And why drive anywhere when you could be driven?" His suggestions to adopt a more leader-like role could be amusing, but at times, they were downright frustrating. Then there were moments like this, where he genuinely believed he was being helpful. Bella could feel the tension building in her back and neck, almost manifesting as a phantom headache. She reached over her shoulder and grasped his hand, holding it firmly. "I'm not good at this," she admitted. "I struggle to keep up appearances. I just wrote back to my friends in Forks after ignoring their emails for so long. I came up with so many excuses for why I hadn't responded and spent hours editing photos to make my eyes brown again and dull my skin. I missed Halloween and Thanksgiving, and I have a few more years of this before I can just say, I got a job here, won't be coming back. Or, oh, I'm so busy, I'll have to miss the holidays again." Arrow reminded her gently, "We don't perceive time the same way humans do. In some ways, that's a blessing. As you fade from their lives, they'll fade from yours, becoming nothing more than memories. It will get easier as the decades pass." "I don't intend for this to carry on for decades," Bella said, placing a quick kiss on his hand before letting go. "For the best. You won't age, after all," Arrow replied as he moved to a nearby bookshelf. "Come sta andando il tuo italiano, mia cara?" he asked, taking a book down and thumbing through it. "Stai migliorando, antico," Bella answered, clicking on a lovely baby blanket. Arrow giggled. I'm not so sure, but it's a start. After a moment, he asked, have you spoken to any of the Cullens lately? No, Bella admitted, then added, I probably should, though, shouldn't I? Again, Mia Amida, time passes differently for us. I only asked because nothing more ever came of Irina, and I wondered if perhaps the Cullens had settled things with her. Probably, Bella agreed. She glanced over at her mate, taking a moment to appreciate the view before attempting to stretch her shield, something she had been practicing for months. It took her a couple of weeks to realize she could actually feel it, like trying to stretch a latex glove beyond its shape or a sturdy hair elastic. What's more, it often felt like she was doing this while at her weakest, as if she didn't have the energy to manage it. It had been easier after a hunt, but only just. Now she focused, trying to wrap her shield around him as he seemed lost in the words of the book. She thought she might have him before she felt it snap back around her. I could feel it, he told her. Like sensing your presence. Still frustrating, she grumbled. I know, Mia Amida, he soothed, his voice gentle as he closed the book with a smack and placed it back on the shelf. Will you be joining us for dinner today? I know you only hunted last night, but I thought I should ask. I'm fine, Bella replied, staring at the screen and trying to think of what to get for Jacob. She had tried the Volturi way of waiting around and then. Heidi had just grabbed a human from the crowd she had gathered and brought to them. It felt strange. Part of Bella thought she should be horrified by the screams that erupted when the vampires attacked, but she wasn't. Even when children were involved, the scent of blood triggered something in her vampiric mind, reminding her that predators didn't choose their prey based on age. Those unfortunate souls were simply in the wrong place at the wrong time. Most of the time, there weren't any children, but Bella had noticed that Jane and Alec typically targeted them when they were present. What Bella truly preferred was hunting. She had become quite skilled at causing car accidents, and there was something far more satisfying about obtaining blood that way. She didn't see the appeal of the frenzy, nor did she hate it. She felt indifferent, which was another reason she didn't enjoy dining with the others. She knew they thought she was strange. While they would leap at a human, igniting a chaotic frenzy, Bella would calmly wait for a straggler or a runner to pass by, ready to feast. If someone else wanted the person, she would gladly let them have it. Even the intoxicating scent that filled the air only made her thirstier, it never ignited her bloodlust. She was different. Bella Swan had always been peculiar, and now, as a vampire, she was even more so. At least she was still herself. Would it be weird to order Jake an Italian bike? Bella asked, earning a frown from Arrow. Like a motorcycle, she clarified, imagining Jacob pedaling around Forks on a regular bike. Are you sure it's not something you would actually be purchasing for yourself? Arrow inquired, a hint of amusement in his voice. I'd have to test them out, she replied with a casual shrug. Just to make sure it's good enough. Arrow laughed, the delight evident in his high-pitched tone. Yes, of course. It has nothing to do. Those late-night adventures with 3 of our guards have been quite the delight for you, Isabella. I can see the joy in your eyes from those memories. You can't tell me you're not interested in your own, Arrow said, leaning in closer. Bella leaned back in her chair and crossed her arms. You once mentioned wanting to gift me with shiny trinkets, but I haven't seen a single one. If anyone's buying me a bike, it's definitely you. Before she could finish her thought, Arrow was suddenly in front of her, his hands on the armrest, effectively caging her in. Would my queen like a gift? Does she finally wish to make a command? Oh, just leave me alone. I don't want it now, she replied, uncrossing her arms and slipping out from under his grasp. He laughed, and she hated that she hadn't quite grown accustomed to it yet. Yet, deep down, she loved being the one to draw that reaction from him. She realized she was one of the few who could make him laugh so freely. Not that he didn't laugh with others, but it was always more muted and controlled. This thought made her smile, despite her attempt to appear miffed. He moved behind her, his hands gliding over her upper arms as he nuzzled her neck. You are so easy to rile, Mia Amida, he teased, his lips following the trail of his nose. And I do love it when you're riled. Aren't you supposed to be getting ready for dinner? She asked, reaching behind her to find the base of his neck, feeling his hair between her fingers. I could always skip it and go hunting with you the next time, he suggested, before kissing her neck. Just as she nearly decided that was exactly what he would do, her phone rang. She frowned, an arrow pulled back. When it rang a second time, she returned to her desk, her expression darkening as she saw her mother's name on the screen. Hello? She answered. Bella. Her mom's voice chimed in, surprise. Arrow frowned as Bella did, the two of them exchanging a look filled with uncertainty. Surprise? Renee asked, her excitement palpable. Well, you see, there's this thing called Push Presents. Did you know about that? It's basically a gift for giving birth. Anyway, Phil got us tickets to Italy. It's a bit early, but since little Bo won't be able to fly when Phil starts his season, I convinced him to head out a little sooner. We didn't know where you were at first, so we booked our hotel in Venice. But after we got your letter, we figured out where the city was on the map, and here we are. Where is this school you're attending? Bella's eyes widened in panic as she quickly grabbed the winter jacket she had put on for appearances. Arrow stood beside her, placing a hand on her arm to pause her for a moment before handing her a case of contact lenses. She kissed his cheek in gratitude and then dashed out the door. Where are you? Bella asked, trying to sound calm as she raced through the castle. I don't know. I think we're in the center of the city, but I can't tell, Renee replied just as Bella picked up the sound of Heidi's voice in the distance. There should be a fountain, Bella said, quickly putting in the lenses she used to shop with Heidi on rainy days. She despised them, as they highlighted every minor scratch and detail that would be invisible to the naked eye. She could still see, of course, but it was frustrating to focus past those imperfections. Plus, she had to change them every hour because her venom would dissolve them after that time. As she donned her all-black jacket and gloves, she neared the exit. I'm not far, I'll join you in a moment. After hanging up, she pocketed her phone and rushed out the same doors that she, Edward, and Alice had once passed through. Heidi had already drawn quite a crowd, and Bella felt relieved to see that her mom wasn't among them. Unsure if it would work, she stretched her arm out as soon as she spotted the very pregnant Renee. Bella positioned herself like a shield around her mother, determined to block Heidi's charm from reaching her. She wasn't even sure how Heidi's talent worked, but she felt it was better to be cautious. Moving at a human pace while trying to prevent Renee from stumbling into a literal tourist trap was excruciating. Heidi spotted Bella almost immediately and halted her tour pitch, her expression shifting to one of concern as she watched Bella navigate through the crowd. The sun wasn't too bright, just enough to keep Bella from sparkling under her hood, which she was grateful for. If her mother had chosen any other day to visit, things might have been different. As Bella approached her mother, the enticing aroma of something delicious wafted through the air, causing her to stop momentarily. Venom pooled in her mouth, and she swallowed hard as she finally made her way to Renee's side, managing a smile. Bella. Renee exclaimed, her face lighting up. She wrapped her arms around Bella, squeezing tightly despite the constraints of her belly. Oh, you feel like nothing but bones under there. Just tense, Bella replied, trying to brush off the comment. It's been stressful. The delightful scent still lingered in the air, and she glanced down at Renee's belly. You're getting round, she said, unsure how to express her thoughts, hoping the smell wasn't due to Renee essentially being a 2-for-1 deal. Yes, and he's quite the kicker, Renee said, rubbing her belly over her coat. I think maybe he likes you. Do you want to feel? Yeah, not really, Bella admitted, wincing at the thought of the baby's movements, uncertain about what it would feel like as a human, let alone as a vampire. A little weirded out? Renee asked knowingly. I guess, Bella replied, glancing around and trying to pinpoint the source of that intense smell. You get used to it, Renee assured her, and Bella turned back to her mother, taking a deep breath and immediately regretting it. I'm not changing my mind about children, she said firmly. Renee laughed, but Bella could feel the scratchy sensation in her throat was here to stay as she swallowed another mouthful. Of course not, Renee sighed reluctantly. I had hoped for grandkids, but I suppose Beau could always be the one to do that. She patted her belly as she spoke. Don't put that on him, Bella said, shaking her head. She noticed Heidi bringing the tourists inside and tasted the air again. That wonderful scent lingered, growing stronger instead of fading as the crowd entered. Don't be the mom who tries to pressure her children into having kids. I'm just saying, he's probably my last hope. For now, anyway, Renee added with a smirk. More kids? Really? This one hasn't even arrived yet. Bella smirked back, and Renee shrugged with a grin. Just, no more B names that mean some form of beauty. Your name is Isabella. It starts with an I, thank you very much. You only ever call me Bella, she pointed out. Because it's such a pretty name. And look at how well you suit it. Italy is doing wonders for you, Renee gushed, petting Bella's hair. Your hair is so soft now. What have you been doing? Anything special? Just moisturizing, Bella replied quickly, flapping her hands as she tried to ignore how dry her throat felt and how the venom was trying to line her mouth. The smell reminded her of decadent chocolate or the absolute best pizza she'd ever had, all while she was starved after not eating all day. It was like hot coffee and pancakes first thing in the morning, awakening her senses in a way they hadn't been tickled in the 4 months since her rebirth. It's too bad you clearly haven't seen much sun. You seem paler than you used to be. Probably from living in Forks for the last year and a half. Were you this pale in Florida? I can't remember, pregnancy brain and all, Renee rambled, while Bella ran her tongue over the back of her teeth, desperate to sink them into something and drink. Preferably, whatever was causing that intoxicating scent. It was closer now, she could sense it. There she is. Phil cheered, and Bella spun around a bit too quickly, though neither he nor Renee seemed to notice. Bella didn't respond to her stepfather because she knew that if she opened her mouth, words wouldn't come out. Instead, she would just latch onto Phil's neck and drain him dry, savoring every moment until Arrow came outside to remove her head. So, she smiled and waved instead. However, the way Phil flinched suggested her smile was likely just as predatory as it felt. He looked at her warily, and that made Bella excited. Proper prey, frozen in fear, holding 2 coffee cups, looking as if you were 1 second away from turning and running. They were both waiting to see who would move first, and he had no idea how quick she could be. He didn't stand a chance. His heart raced, pounding, making the ambrosia-like scent even more pungent around them. Renee laughed nervously, and Bella stopped breathing. She looks really different, doesn't she? Renee asked, taking a step back. She reached for one of the drinks, and Phil barely seemed to notice as she took it from him. I think this place is doing good things for her. Is Arrow around? She teased. No, Bella replied, grateful that she didn't need to breathe to speak. Renee frowned. Are you all right? You sound off. The air's a little. I think I might be coming down with something, Bella answered, her eyes fixed back on Phil. Oh, that's too bad, Renee said, sounding genuinely disappointed. We were hoping you would join us for dinner somewhere in the city. Maybe you could show us around your school. The school. Right. Yeah, that would be great, but it has a lot of stairs, and I don't think you'd want to tackle those in your condition. Bella said, and... Phil glanced at Renee's belly, almost calculating whether he could position himself between Bella and her stepfather if she decided to move. Part of Bella's new instincts found this endearing, if not a little foolish. And there are specific days and visiting hours. I'm afraid you just missed it, she said. Did we? Phil replied, his tone a bit tense. Yes, it's just too bad, Bella said, watching as he visibly swallowed. His throat moved, and she felt a primal urge rise within her, nearly causing her to growl. Well, what about dinner? Renee asked again. I know you might be coming down with something, but... We can't risk it, Phil interjected immediately. Not while we're traveling. Bella might pass on whatever she has to you. A fleeting smirk crossed Bella's face, too quick for Phil to notice, but she was aware of the danger and amusement swirling within her. I almost feel like this trip was a waste, Renee said bitterly. We came all this way to see you. Without calling, or writing, or even asking if it's what I wanted, Bella snapped, pulling her gaze from Phil for the first time since he arrived. Hey, don't talk to your, Phil started to defend, but the moment Bella's eyes shot back to him, he fell silent. You aren't my dad, she declared firmly. You're not anything to me. Bella, Renee exclaimed, sounding scandalized. Bella took a breath and immediately regretted it. Clenching her jaw, she managed to say, sorry. She swallowed a mouthful of venom. Can you give me a few minutes? I wasn't really prepared. She realized she was regaining clear vision faster than usual. Headache. Meet you back here in a bit, okay? I'll call you. You know, it's okay, Phil said, oblivious to Renee's betrayed look. He continued, you're right. We didn't call or write. And you have a life, and we're. Just carry on. We'll be in touch, Phil said, stepping in front of Bella. Phil. Renee protested, giving Bella the chance to turn around and head back to the castle. She moved as slowly as she could until she was inside and out of sight. Once she felt safe at home, she hurried to the throne room. The scent wasn't as appealing, but she caught a whiff of blood as she got closer, and she craved it. With a loud bang, she threw the doors open and scanned the room, spotting a group of humans off to the side. Isabella? Arrow called out, but she was too focused on the humans to respond. She darted toward one, barely registering its yelp before sinking her teeth into its neck. A groan escaped her, the taste wasn't nearly as good as she knew it could be. She shot a glance at the thrones, daring anyone to comment. Oh dear, Arrow said, his eyes wide and glowing red from the fresh blood. I thought you said she wouldn't be joining us because she fed yesterday. Caius added with a gleeful grin, her eyes are pitch black. Were they? She almost wished she could see them. Curiosity flickered within her, as she had never really seen a human drinker with black eyes, except just before they dove into the latest delivery. James was a fuzzy memory, too distant for her to recall clearly. But her curiosity faded quickly when the human in her hands had nothing left to give. Tossing it aside, she grabbed the next one, half aware that she was near what the others called the leftovers, the humans brought up to Athenadora and Corin, as well as any Volturi who hadn't been around. The second meal did more to ease the dryness in her throat than the first. It wasn't as satisfying as drinking from Phil would have been, but it was enough for now. With each swallow, she felt herself returning a little more. The frenzy in Bella's mind began to fade as she took her final drink. She recalled how desperately Phil had wanted to escape from her. The effects of the lenses had worn off more quickly than she expected, and she couldn't deny that a part of her vampire instincts had taken over, seeing him not as her mother's husband, but as a source of sustenance. She had no idea how much damage she had caused. What troubled her even more was the uncertainty of whether her actions could be exposed. Arrow, she said quietly, meeting his gaze, hoping he would understand just how much she needed him. In an instant, she sensed that he did. Out, he commanded, and the guard complied. Heidi, Dimitri, and Felix exchanged worried glances, while Jane and Alec showed a mix of hope and derision. 2 more vampires arrived to escort the remaining living humans out forcefully. The group was so stunned that they didn't make much noise, only expressing their shock once the doors closed, allowing Bella to block them out. Isabella, Arrow said softly as he approached her, removing the human from her grip and setting it aside before taking her hands in his. Bella glanced at one corpse and then the other, realizing she hadn't been particularly careful in her haste. She severed a connection, Marcus observed sympathetically. With who? Caius asked, his confusion evident. What connection does she have to worry about? Mia Amida? Arrow asked, tilting his head to meet Bella's gaze. My stepfather, she replied softly. I've never wanted blood so desperately. Isabella, Arrow said, a hint of fear in his voice. I left, she assured him firmly. They're alive, both of them. I left before I could do anything, but I acted strangely. I wish I could show you. They both understood there was a chance she could, but it was a risk neither of them was willing to take. Attempting it here would expose their secret, and while Bella trusted that Marcus wouldn't abuse her gift, she still hesitated. Caius was a different story. How did you leave things? Arrow asked. I told Mom I had to step away. Phil was very adamant that we not meet up again. They were arguing, and I just left. Call your mother, Arrow insisted. And say what? Bella replied, confusion evident in her voice. Forget what to say, why should I do it at all? Caius interjected, his tone sharp. She shouldn't have connections to her human life. It's not that simple, Marcus interjected as Bella took out her phone and dialed her mother's number. It is, Caius shot back, but before he could elaborate, Renee picked up. Bella, she said, her voice a mix of anger and relief, tinged with hurt and a hint of hope. Hey, Bella began, closing her eyes. I'm sorry about earlier, it's just. Phil is being weird, Renee interrupted. Arrow swiftly moved away from her, opening the doors to the throne room and calling for Heidi. He doesn't want you near me, and I don't understand why. I can't explain it, Bella said, trying to suppress a laugh at the truth in those words. Arrow reappeared in front of her, beckoning for the phone. Hold on, she said, frowning as she handed the device over to her mate. Arrow smiled. Hello, would this be Isabella's mother? He asked. Bella could hear her mother gasp, and she face-bombed when Renee replied. It is, and you must be Arrow. Oh, she lets you get away with calling her Isabella. It must be because of the accent. The tone was flirty and simpering, and it felt all wrong to Bella. Perhaps it is, Arrow said with a smirk directed at Bella, a smirk that reminded her of something she'd said in her human life. Would you still happen to be in Volterra? He continued. There was a pause. We hadn't even left the square. Well, actually, my husband did, but mostly because he didn't want to listen to reason. Ah, excellent. Isabella was worried you might leave when she stepped away. Are you planning to? Are you going to be in the city for longer? Of course, Renee replied quickly, relief evident in her voice. Stay in the square, then. We'll be there in a moment. Arrow disconnected the call and slipped Bella's phone into the pocket of her jacket. What are you doing? Bella asked as Heidi entered, wearing a long black jacket and holding something in her hand. I can't be near Phil or I will rip his neck apart. You were unprepared, and it had been hours since your last drink, Arrow assured her, extending his arms so Heidi could help him into his coat, then adjusting it around his body. Unprepared for what? Bella asked as Heidi handed her another set of lenses. Louis A.I.L. Trois Cantante. Bella blinked. Seriously? My stepfather? Edward's first love, he countered, as Heidi handed him a case of lenses as well. Of course, you would have the exception to the belief that one's family cannot be their singer. But then, I don't think there were many vampires who could claim to have had a step-parent before their change. A step-sibling, yes. One in Spain found their singer in such a relationship, but they hadn't realized the family connection until news of their disappearance reached them through their step-parent. Arrow grimaced. The vampire wished for death. I did not enjoy that execution. Rather pointless, Caius mumbled as Bella put in the lenses. I cannot believe you're allowing this, he sneered. A perfectly acceptable severed connection, one that should have been made before she was even changed. A plane crash, or a vehicle crash to make it seem she was dead. She has connections to the Cullens, Marcus reminded him in a bored tone. If she goes back to see them, it would seem suspicious. She is one of us, Caius stated firmly. Not a Cullen. Calm down, Caius, Arrow said, reaching for Bella's hand. She glanced up and was taken aback by the brown eyes that met hers, the shade all wrong. Bella had never seen him look anything but a shade darker than burgundy. We won't solidify her relationship, we'll just ensure her stepfather is behaving erratically. He gave her hand a gentle tug, and Bella followed him willingly. Once they were well away from anyone who might overhear, Bella pulled him to a stop. She started, wringing her hands nervously. What's considered exposure? She looked up at him, her eyes almost resembling her former human ones. It made her seem vulnerable and fragile all over again. Why are you asking? He replied quietly, fear gripping him at the thought of her answer. He remembered all too well the terror he felt when his usually unyielding mate had burst into the throne room and torn into two humans like they were mere pieces of bread. It was the same fear he had felt when she confessed her desperate desire for her stepfather's blood before she decided to leave them. From the moment I looked at him, Phil became terrified. It was as if he knew what I was, or at least sensed that I wasn't me. You haven't changed, Bella. Not in the ways that define who you are. But it's possible your stepfather has a sensitivity to such dangers. After all, he is an expectant father. But what about him acting out of sorts? And me? I don't think I acted weird, but what if? Let's not think about that, Arrow said, cupping her cheeks. A horrifying thought crossed his mind. What if she had exposed who she really was? He would have to take action, and he couldn't bear to think of it. Leaning in, he kissed her quickly and then led her the rest of the way out. He had no idea how old he appeared to an ordinary human. Frankly, he was so old that he couldn't even remember what his age was when he was turned. He knew he looked young, but not nearly as young as Bella did. For them, that didn't matter. Yet, as he held her hand and walked through the square with his mate, he couldn't help but wonder if anyone else noticed. Some humans found them to be an odd pairing, and Bella couldn't help but wonder what her mother would think. They spotted Renee sitting on the edge of the fountain, frowning at her phone, her belly noticeably swollen with child. Mom, Bella called, catching her attention. Renee looked up, her smile brightening as it turned into a beaming grin. Are you the boyfriend? She asked dramatically, emphasizing the word boyfriend with a playful, scandalous flair. Renee, he said, and he could hear her heart flutter in response. He extended his hand. A pleasure to meet you. As any polite person would, she took it. In that moment, Renee Dwyer was exposed to him, a flighty girl with dreams of a bigger life. She had imagined a trip to the Pacific coast, camping along the way, and a chance meeting with Charlie Swan that led to a whirlwind romance. Then came a pregnancy, filled with hope that soon turned to despair, leaving her feeling trapped. The birth of Isabella Swan brought a fleeting spark of joy, but that too faded into despair. She took off with her newborn daughter to live with her mother, trying so hard to make things work, often relying on her steadfast mother to watch over Bella. Renee wanted to be better, but perhaps she never felt good enough. She often wondered if it would be so bad if she didn't return one summer. Charlie would probably be better for Bella, more stable. By the age of 10, Bella was learning to manage the house and finances, and Renee struggled with the thought of giving that up. As a teenager, Bella encouraged her mother to date again, all while staying at home with little to no social life. Meeting Phil, Renee fell fast and hard. She felt a strange sense of gratitude when Bella left for Forks to live with her dad, despite knowing she shouldn't feel that way. She didn't miss Bella as much as she thought she should, and when she learned of her own pregnancy, there was a momentary feeling of replacing her daughter. Arrow sifted through all these memories in the blink of an eye and found himself disappointed that he couldn't uncover anything particularly endearing about her. She was a nice enough human, but that was about it. She loved her daughter and was glad to see her happy. However, Renee often looked at Bella and reflected on the poor choices that had shaped her life. Then, Arrow turned his attention solely to Bella. He nearly sighed with relief when he realized there was nothing in her actions or words that would reveal their true nature. Even as her eyes began to darken from the dissolving contacts, Renee remained oblivious, and Bella turned away just in time to hide the change. Arrow smiled politely at Renee as he released her hand, pulling her from her thoughts. And you too, she said coyly. Bella has been very tight-lipped about you. All I know is that you're from Greece and that you went to school here with her. He nodded once and glanced at Bella, curious about how she had managed to keep that information under wraps. She simply shrugged. So, do you have a last name? Or is it just Arrow, like Madonna or Cher? He had no idea who those people were, but by the soft snicker from Bella, he guessed it was a reference to popular culture. He smiled back at her mother. Arrow Signo, he replied. Bella made a choking noise, perhaps on her venom or maybe in reaction to his choice of alias. He figured he might pay for the latter later, and he was looking forward to it. Renee glanced past him, and her expression shifted to one of exasperation. Arrow turned, and as he did, he felt Isabella's hands slip into his, gripping him tightly. Decided to come back? Renee asked as a man approached them, eyeing Bella with apprehension before looking at Arrow. Yeah, the man said. Yeah, I don't know what got into me. You must be Phil, then, Arrow said, extending his hand. He found it amusing that when Phil took it, he tried to give a firm grip, attempting to assert his presence. Phil was rather average, a boy who grew into an average man, nurturing nothing remarkable. Arrow had never really understood the Cullens' passion for baseball, and he certainly couldn't grasp why anyone would choose it as a career. But Phil adored the sport. He loved Renee, and in a distant way, he cared for Bella as well. Yet today, he felt as if he hardly knew her at all. There was something darker about her, something different. It was as if the Bella he remembered from Florida had transformed into someone entirely new. Dangerous. A bad influence on her little brother. Arrow also noted that Phil wasn't particularly trusting of him. He probably thought Arrow looked too old for his stepdaughter and might even be responsible for the change he sensed in Bella. For someone who usually focused on little more than his wife and baseball, Phil was surprisingly perceptive. But Phil had already decided to keep his thoughts to himself. When Arrow shook his hand, it didn't feel like cold stone to Phil. It felt excessively strong, much stronger than the minor leaguer himself, and Arrow had been exposed to the chill of the air all day. That I am, Phil said, releasing Arrow's hand and slipping his own into his pockets. He then glanced over Arrow's shoulder. Do you know those two? Arrow followed Phil's gaze and spotted Dimitri and Felix at the other end of the square. What surprised him was the relaxed way they smiled and waved, completely abandoning their usual decorum. Bella returned their greeting with equal enthusiasm, a tight smile on her face as she glanced at her mother and stepfather. They're friends of mine, she said, her voice firm. So, you mentioned dinner earlier. I don't think we'll be able to make it. We have studying to do and papers to finish. Oh, that's too bad, Renee lamented. But you think we can spend the day together, right? At least for a few more hours? We can try, Bella replied, biting her lip as she glanced at Arrow. He noticed the venom glistening on her teeth, and he understood that something was brewing beneath the surface. She was suffering greatly. They would be hunting tonight, at least, she would be. He pressed a quick kiss on her lips, prompting a coo from her mother. We can try. After a couple of hours, they parted ways. Bella had gone through 2 sets of lenses, and her mother was eager to return to Venice, where they were staying, to take a nap. Once they left Renee and Phil behind, Arrow escorted Bella out of the city, ensuring they were well clear before they ran through the trees, searching for humans who were alone and available. As they waited among the trees, listening for the sound of a passing motorist, Dimitri and Felix caught up with them. What were you two doing out? Arrow asked, perched on a rock and trying to maintain a dignified demeanor. It struck him that he had spent more time outdoors since meeting Bella than he had in his early days of this life. Master Caius sent us to ensure everything was well, Felix replied. Arrow scoffed. You mean he wanted you to spy? To see how our interaction with Isabella's family went? Yes, Master, Dimitri said. How would he know? Bella asked from near the edge of the tree line, a frown creasing her brow. You could have said, oh, she ripped her stepdad's neck out and bathed the city in blood, or you could have mentioned that Arrow and my mom talked about baby blankets for an hour. Felix snickered but quickly sobered, stifling a laugh with what might have been an attempt at a cough. Dimitri smirked. I think he trusts we'd tell him if it was the former, he said, his tone a touch too casual given his status compared to Bella's. Mostly, I think he was curious if you would say you'd see them shortly. Glancing back at Arrow and noticing him watching, Dimitri added a more serious, mistress, to the conversation. Bella rolled her eyes. Don't, she said, just as a pathetic-sounding vehicle puttered along the road. After a moment, she darted out, the sound of a car door opening and tires dragging on the pavement filling the air. The vehicle had found itself in a compromising position with a tree. Moments later, the human inside was half screaming and flailing, but soon fell silent. Felix turned to Arrow and asked, I take it she encountered a very tantalizing morsel today? Yes, Arrow replied, his gaze fixed on Bella as she drank. He felt a slight scratchiness in his own throat, but it wasn't bothersome. But her first singer is rather off-limits to her. More's the pity, Dimitri lamented. They are such a treat. Bella pulled her mouth away and said, not helping, her voice thick before she resumed drinking from the neck. Dimitri smirked. Just wait for the next one. Your lack of interest in blood won't last then. Bella pulled away again and tossed the remains aside. It's not that I lack interest, I just don't feel the need for it every second of the day. It's not that good. I think you'll change your mind once you've had a taste of something richer, Dimitri teased, his tone almost flirtatious. Arrow had noticed similar behavior with Heidi, but instead of correcting Dimitri, he chose to remain silent and observe. Bella approached the pair, crossing her arms and jutting her hip. So tell me about your first singers then. Oh, Felix beamed, instantly relaxing his posture. He leaned against a tree, smiling dreamily at the sky. My first was not long after I changed. Someone was brought in, and I remember ripping Santiago away from them because I had to have it. I had to. And believe me, once you taste it, you understand. It's everything. Don't oversell it, Dimitri chided. Mine was while I was still with the Egyptian coven. I stalked her for days, waiting for my chance to have her alone. And she was everything I had expected her to be, but I hadn't lost my mind to it either. Bella noted. Were you ever attracted to her? I see you learned about the half-breeds, Dimitri said, cringing. No. Food is food. I understand why some of our kind might look at a human and see something more. Love is love, of course, and you can't fight soulmates. It completely baffled me how Edward Cullen could fall for his singer, knowing the consequences. Though perhaps he didn't fully grasp them. But I don't think those who create half-breeds typically love their singers, they just choose to channel their bloodlust in another direction. Felix challenged, you're telling me that before I arrived, if a beautiful man had been your singer, you wouldn't want to seduce him? Dimitri glared back. Are you saying you would? No, Felix replied with a grin, causing Dimitri to roll his eyes. So, they bother you? The half-vampires? Bella asked. They unsettle me, Dimitri confessed, a truth Arrow was well aware of. I've seen children grow up, their natural progression. They aren't natural. Their hearts, their breath, their smell. To watch one hunt without any change in their eyes, to see them jump and run like us but blend in among humans, it's disturbing. They never age once they reach maturity. They half freeze, they die looking exactly as they did when they matured. And to think that one must. It's too much to consider. It is unsettling, Bella agreed. Hey, when were you going to show me that other bike in the garage? No, not that one, Felix interrupted, his mate amused by his intensity. That one's my favorite, and if you crash it. I didn't crash the last one. I'm not human Bella anymore. She smiled and playfully punched him in the arm. Arrow watched them interact, smiling as they laughed and chatted. He knew they spent time together, that they favored Bella more than anyone else and respected her greatly. It hadn't occurred to him until now that what he was witnessing in their minds during these moments was a genuine friendship. She had made friends with the guard, and he He realized he wasn't as horrified by the idea as he had anticipated. The moment they returned to their rooms, Bella pinned him against the wall, and he couldn't help but grin. "Arrow Swan," she said, arching an eyebrow, trying to sound annoyed but clearly amused. "Do you not like it? I have no last name, so it's only practical that I take yours." "You didn't have to give her a name at all," he reminded her, feeling her hands trail down his chest, opening buttons along the way. "You could have kept the mystery alive. Like this Cher and Madonna she mentioned? You don't know who they are?" "Not the faintest." "Old, so very old." "My ancient, decrepit man," she teased, kissing his neck. "You don't seem to mind," Arrow noted, unsure whether it felt like a reward or a punishment when she licked his skin. "I'm just frustrated that I couldn't call you out on it," she said, abandoning his upper body to focus lower. "And I hate that I liked it. It's making me possessive." "That explains what's happening here," he replied with a smirk. "By all means, possess," she laughed, pausing her playful assault to rest against his shoulder. "It means more than I can say that you were there for me today. You did well, Mia Amada. But I'm afraid this will have to be the end of your relationship with your mother. At least in person. Next time she spontaneously visits, I'll lie and say we went to France," Bella agreed. "I can't be near Phil again. I don't think I could have stayed if I hadn't had you with me. I really don't know how Edward did it." Edward was more intrigued by the fact that he couldn't hear you than by his desire for your blood. "And later, he fell in love with you. But I remember from his thoughts that when he sucked the venom out of your hand and tasted your blood, he wasn't sure if that love for you would be enough," he said, turning to kiss her forehead, offering her reassurance. "That should have been his first clue that you and he weren't mates." Bella hummed in agreement. "You, Dimitri, and Felix are quite close," he remarked. "Please don't say you're jealous," she groaned. "No," he assured her quickly. "I can see there's nothing to be jealous of. I'm simply making an observation." She lifted her head and met his gaze, her eyes sparkling brighter from the extra blood she'd had today. She must have been feeling quite full, which explained her enthusiastic actions upon their arrival in their space. "Do you mind?" she asked. He considered it, weighing the propriety that was lacking in such friendships. Arrow thought about what Bella should be and what she chose to be, as well as the benefits of having such connections when she was meant to be above them. They were her guard, and she was their queen, accepted or not. Yet, the thought of telling her to end those friendships broke his heart. "I do," he admitted. "But I won't deny you. They should know, however, that the behavior I witnessed this evening shall not happen in front of the rest of the coven. They must show you respect." "Heidi, too?" "Yes," he replied firmly. "And any others you managed to win over." She beamed and kissed him, a spark igniting the passion between them until she found humor in his words, causing the moment to shift. Chapter 28. Arrow had bought her a bike, and Bella absolutely loved it. It wasn't a gift for any particular reason, though it had arrived in February. Bella wasn't quite sure if it was a strange sort of Valentine's present, a nod to the birth of her brother on that holiday back in the U.S., a 6-month marker of her transformation, or simply a bribe to encourage her participation in the coven. Honestly, she didn't know, and she didn't care. What mattered was the thrill of racing down the highways of Italy, the rush that would have been terrifying if she were still human, but now she could embrace it without a second thought. She reveled in the wind whipping against her skin and through her hair. Heidi, however, was less enthusiastic. "My hair is a mess," she complained as they left the parking garage and headed into the castle, fussing with strands that seemed to fall perfectly into place despite the breeze. "Your hair is perfect," Bella retorted. "It's impossible for it not to be." "Flatterer," Heidi smirked. "But next time we hang out, it will be for shopping. You're in desperate need of a wardrobe upgrade." She glanced down at Bella's usual outfit, dark washed jeans and boots, with a sweater beneath a leather jacket worn strictly for aesthetic purposes. "When Alice Cullen comes to visit next, you really should meet her properly. You two would get along great." Bella smirked back, enjoying the banter. As they rounded the corner, they found Jane standing stoically in the middle of the hall, blocking their path. "Yes?" Heidi asked in a sickly sweet tone that Bella always found a bit amusing. Though Heidi possessed the gift of charm, it was clear when she didn't care much for someone. Jane didn't seem to mind. She offered the faintest smile, as if envisioning all the ways she could make Heidi loathe existence, given the chance. Then she turned her gaze to Bella, her expression sobering. "Master would like to see you." "I would like you to come with me," Jane said. Bella frowned. "Arrow would just come for me himself," she pointed out. "He's indisposed at the moment," Jane replied simply, waiting. "Well, mistress," Heidi teased, waving Bella on. "Let's not keep the child waiting." Jane's glare snapped to Heidi, and in an instant, Heidi was down on the ground, clutching her sides. "Stop," Bella demanded. When Heidi didn't seem to find relief, Bella barked, "Jane." Jane paused, likely aware that Bella's voice could be heard far beyond their immediate vicinity, and there could be serious consequences if word got out that she hadn't listened the first time. After a moment of glaring, Bella sensed that Jane was trying to push against her protective shield, even just a little. But then Jane seemed to remember herself and sobered again. Before they drew any more attention, Bella gestured forward. "Lead the way," she said, glancing back at Heidi to ensure she was all right. Heidi was still slumped on the floor but managed to look up and nod, assuring Bella that she would be fine in a moment. Jane began to lead her through an unfamiliar part of the castle that Bella had yet to explore. She figured she had all of eternity, so why rush to places she hadn't needed to visit? Up, up, up they went, and Bella wondered if perhaps this was where Kaya's study was located. She had been to Marcus' study before, where they had discussed books and music one evening while Arrow was preoccupied with correspondence. At the top, Jane opened a heavy door, and Bella was led into a sitting room decorated in soft cream colors and gold. Everything seemed so light and bright compared to the darker tones that dominated the other marble rooms. It was slightly smaller than the brothers' rooms, but Bella guessed that was to accommodate whatever lay behind the 3 doors on the back wall. Even those doors were adorned with gold instead of the usual black metal, and they were painted white instead of the dark browns of the others. Jane smiled at Bella, her expression filled with a hint of malice, as she gestured toward the 2 vampires in the room. One was seated on a fainting sofa, her serene smile directed at nothing in particular. Bella couldn't help but think of Sleeping Beauty. The vampire bore a striking resemblance to Princess Aurora from the Disney movie, and Bella wondered if this vampire had somehow inspired the character. Dressed in a flowing white gown reminiscent of ancient Greek art, she exuded a timeless elegance. The other vampire stood nearby the sofa, her darker coloring giving her a somber air. She was beautiful, too, but her demeanor was far less content. "Mistress Bella, have you met Mistress Athenadora and Corin?" Jane asked innocently, turning to the blonde. "Oh, hello," Athenadora greeted in a strangely cheerful, almost robotic tone. "Hi," Bella replied, feeling a bit uneasy. With a giggle, Jane turned and left them alone, the door clicking shut behind her like the finality of a jail cell locking. The expectation in the room was palpable. "You were called mistress," Corin stated, drawing Bella's attention. "You must be Arrow's wife." "Mate," Bella corrected. "We won't marry." Corin tilted her head, curiosity glimmering in her eyes. "Why not?" "I think you'd be happier if you did." Bella blinked in surprise. "No, I really don't think I would." She turned to Athenadora with a warm smile and moved to sit beside her. "It's really nice to meet you. I've lived here for half a year, and I haven't seen you once." Athenadora frowned. "Of course you wouldn't, silly. Caius only likes for me to come down when it's just him, Marcus, and Arrow. It's so nice to see him with his brothers." "That's got to be hard, staying up here all the time," Bella said, glancing around the beautiful room. "Oh, no," Athenadora assured her, reaching for Bella's hands and taking them in her own. "I promise you will love it up here. We'll have so much fun. It's been centuries since I've had an equal." "Centuries?" Bella thought, recalling Arrow mentioning that he and Sulpicia had split well over 1,000 years ago. Corin stepped up beside Athenadora, urging Bella to meet her gaze. "You'd be very content up here," Corin assured, attempting a smile that only made her look more strained. It would have been amusing if Bella hadn't recognized the forced effort behind it. Instead, she felt anything but content. In fact, she was growing increasingly frustrated. "Arrow didn't send me here, did he?" Bella asked, pulling her hands from Athenadora's grasp and crossing her arms defiantly. "I'm sure I don't know what you mean," Corin replied, her tone clipped as she fixed her gaze on Bella. Bella turned to Athenadora, who continued to smile placidly. Curious, Bella focused on her shield and extended it toward Athenadora. The vampire didn't flinch, but Bella was certain she was within the barrier. "Are you really happy up here?" Bella asked. Athenadora seemed ready to answer, but then her smile faltered. "I don't know." Corin's eyes darted to her mistress, panic evident in her expression. Athenadora frowned. I hadn't really thought about it. I suppose, well, Caius wants me protected. He's very concerned, you see, after what happened to Didime." "Mistress?" Corin asked weakly, fear creeping into her voice. "I do long to be with my husband," Athenadora said wistfully. "To see others." "Oh, but I understand, I do. It's just..." Bella withdrew her shield, and in an instant, Athenadora's smile returned, robotic and unfeeling. "How silly of me," she said. "Of course, I'm quite content where I am." Corin appeared relieved, but Bella felt a wave of sickness and heartbreak wash over her. Bella knew she couldn't keep Athenadora protected forever. Even if she tried, someone would eventually figure it out. She wouldn't be able to spend every moment with Athenadora, and anyone observing would start to notice the stark contrast between Athenadora's more authentic personality when she was with Bella and the dazed demeanor she wore when they were apart. Reaching across the sofa, Bella hugged Athenadora tightly. "Oh," Athenadora giggled. "How nice. Will you stay, then?" Bella shook her head, while Corin let out a whimper. "I'm more content out there," she said, standing up and heading for the door. "No, please. You must stay," Corin called out desperately. As the door closed behind her, Bella paused on the stairs and mouthed an apology to both women, one for not being able to save her, and the other for the likely punishment she would endure. With a heavy heart, Bella set off in search of her mate. Her first stop was the throne room, but a quick glance through the open doors revealed it was empty. Next, she decided to check their study. Just as she was about to head that way, she spotted Felix and Dimitri emerging from the corridor leading to the guards' chambers. Looking around to ensure no one else was nearby, Bella stopped them. "Have you guys seen Arrow?" she asked, scanning her surroundings. "No," Felix replied, sounding confused. Dimitri's eyes momentarily lost focus, then he said, "He's not in the castle. He hasn't been for a while." With a frown, he added, "Weren't you riding with Heidi?" Bella shook her head. "We got back maybe 10 minutes ago. I can sense that Master Arrow left well before that." "He's hours away," Dimitri informed her. "Well, he'll want to be much farther away for a long time," Bella grumbled. Felix grinned sharply and leaned in closer. "What did he do? Have a throne delivered for you?" Bella shot him a glare. "He sent me to Athenadora's tower," she hissed quietly. "He wouldn't. Why would he do that now?" Dimitri shook his head. "If he wanted you there, you would have been marched right up the moment we all realized you weren't going to be feral." "Then why would Jane?" Bella started, but Felix growled, catching her off guard. "Okay. Jane has always been happy to be Master Arrow's favorite," Dimitri explained, picking up where his mate couldn't. "And in a way, she always was, though I can't say he really paid her and Alec any more attention than the rest of us. At least not in the last few hundred years since the Romanians attempted to attack again." "Now you're here," Felix said pointedly. "And you are the one who has his attention." Bella glanced between them. "But I'm his mate." Yes, you are, Dmitri agreed. And Mistress Athenodora is Master Caius's. Yet, when do we ever see her? When does he ever spend time with her? You can imagine what Jane thought her cunning plan was. Bella sighed and rubbed her face. There's no getting her to like me, is there? Felix laughed. She doesn't like anyone. No one but her brother and the masters. Well, perhaps not Master Marcus. And why would you want her to like you? Dmitri asked with a grin. She's hardly any fun. Bella snickered. I suppose. We were about to go out for a bit of a ride ourselves. You should join us, Dmitri offered, and Bella grinned. Yeah, sure, can you give me a moment? I want to head to my room for a second. Meet you there, Felix said, and the pair took off, followed by Bella. As she entered their tower, Bella noted that nothing had really changed since they left earlier. The book Arrow had been reading still sat by the chair, and the book she'd been reading lay on the floor beside it. Everything was in its place, except for a note in the center of the desk with a quill pen resting across it. Mia Amida. Caius, Marcus, and I received an invitation to meet with some friends in Greece. Naturally, Marcus didn't want to join us, so he will be staying at the castle if you need anything. We won't be gone long, just a few hours, maybe a day at most. Alec and Santiago will be with us, so you can rest assured we have some protection. I look forward to seeing you when I return, and I might even bring you a shiny trinket to see that delightful irritation light up your lovely eyes. Yours, Arrow. She smiled, briefly wondering what he could possibly bring back that would annoy her, then decided it was best not to dwell on it. Leaving the rooms, she went to find her friends, deciding that another bike ride around the countryside would be a far better way to spend her time. You're miles away, Arrow said, glancing at the goddess sitting next to him. Her skin sparkled in the sunlight, and a smirk played on her lips. Sulpicia was easily the second most beautiful vampire Arrow had ever seen, until Bella's rebirth. No one else had come close. Even after realizing he didn't harbor romantic feelings for her, it had been hard to part with her. She looked like the kind of woman who belonged on the arm of a powerful man. Regal in appearance, her skin had a golden glow even after the transformation, and her long dark hair was the envy of many. It was one of the reasons he had been drawn to her while she was human, and why he wished they could have been proper mates afterward. I suppose I am. My mind is back in Italy, he admitted. But I'm so glad you could make it here, she assured him, placing her hand on his sleeve and smiling warmly. You missed our last introduction to the coven. It was such a shame. There had been other matters, he replied. There are always other matters, Sulpicia teased. You still should have made yourself available to come to my wedding. And be forced to witness how I would have been parted from you. Forever. My fascinating friend, I can't imagine how I endured such a thing, Arrow mused. Sulpicia's grin shifted to one of confusion. What happened to my dear? She asked. I'm afraid I can't call you that in good conscience, he replied, glancing over at Caius, who was speaking animatedly with the bride and groom. He seems like a decent sort. Where did Diane find him? He was a nomad, passing through from the Americas, Sulpicia explained, her eyes following Arrow's gaze. An American, he grinned, his thoughts drifting back to Bella. Sulpicia snapped her attention back to him. You have a new lover. She concluded eagerly. An American lover. Oh, Arrow, how intriguing. Not a lover, he said, caressing the word with all the affection he felt for Bella, meeting his former wife's gaze pointedly. Her eyes widened, a flash of joy in them before she scowled. Don't tell me she's with. She darted her eyes toward Caius and then locked eyes with Arrow again. Absolutely not, Arrow growled, glancing at his brother, who, if he had been listening, was paying them no mind. With all the noise around them, it was likely hard to catch their quieter tones, but Arrow genuinely doubted he was eavesdropping. I wouldn't do that to Bella. Bella, how fitting, Sulpicia said, surveying the partygoers. It was a fairly large gathering, one that would have posed a risk if it hadn't been on a secluded island. A boat full of very drunk humans would soon be making its way to them, and hours later, that same boat would find its way to the bottom of the ocean. Parties were rare for Arrow's former wife. Typically, she and the small coven she led would venture onto land to hunt. But a party called for something special, and when members from other covens came to her island to celebrate, Sulpicia made sure it was an occasion to remember. There would be something to drink, and Sulpicia always made sure to invite someone from the Volturi. Often, she extended the invitation to the 3 leaders and Athenodora. Most of the time, it was Arrow who would attend, accompanied by a few members of the guard. For Sulpicia's wedding, it was just Demetria and Felix, bringing a gift that Sulpicia wore around her neck, along with her golden V pendant, the rubies replaced with emeralds. "So, why didn't you bring your American wife then?" Sulpicia asked with a devilish grin. "Worried she'd go into a jealous rage?" "Bella has known about you since before she realized we were mates," Arrow replied. Her grin faded. "Arrow, was she human when you met?" When he didn't answer, concern washed over her. "Are you sure, my dear one? Are you certain she's the right match for you this time?" He understood her worries, given their shared history. A wave of fondness for her overcame him. "I felt at the moment we met, even when she was still human," he confessed. "I had fallen in love with her properly within the first week of getting to know one another. She's inquisitive, confident, witty. She certainly isn't hesitant to voice her thoughts. She called me a few colorful names in front of the guard." He smirked, and Sulpicia's eyes widened with delight. "Oh, I think I like her," she said. "But what must she have thought, meeting you as a human? How fearful her mind must have been. I know when I encountered you, there was an otherworldliness to you that unsettled me." She'd been friends with Carlisle Cullen's adopted children. "You remember him, don't you?" Arrow asked, and Sulpicia hummed in agreement. She had been courting one just a few months before our first meeting. If she was afraid of me at all, I would guess it was because of my diet. But she claims she's never been fearful of me. "If?" "Claims?" Sulpicia frowned. "Surely you know she's lying. Why do you allow her to?" "I can't." "Her thoughts," Arrow said. "I've never been able to, not even when she was human." Sulpicia's eyes widened. Mates indeed. A perfect match. How delightful. "But you must tell me more about her courting one of Carlisle's coven." "Who's courting one of Carlisle's coven?" Calliope asked as she skipped toward them and settled onto Sulpicia's lap. Calliope was lovely in her own right, complementing Sulpicia beautifully. While Sulpicia exuded a regal beauty, Calliope had a dainty, almost adorable charm. She was petite, her voice high and melodic, with features that were both soft and striking. Her skin was a deeper tone than her wife's, and her hair cascaded in waves down her back. She radiated kindness, but Arrow had no doubt that when she hunted, she was a force to be reckoned with. Arrow's mate had courted one of Carlisle's coven in the past, apparently, Sulpicia replied, and Calliope's eyes sparkled with delight. "You have a mate?" "Oh, that's so wonderful," Calliope exclaimed, reaching forward to grasp Arrow's hands, making Sulpicia cringe slightly. Calliope had no qualms about Arrow seeing her thoughts. In fact, she was one of the few who never felt any lingering apprehension about having her every thought laid bare before him. Out of respect for Sulpicia, Arrow tried not to delve too deeply into her mind, but he couldn't filter her thoughts completely. Thankfully, Calliope pulled back before anything new could be revealed, though it likely wasn't an intentional move on her part. Once back on Sulpicia's lap, Calliope looked around at the guests. "Where is she? Is she here?" "No, she remains in Italy. She had just left on an outing with Heidi when your message arrived. Since it reached me so close to the time of your gathering, I couldn't wait for her return. I would have certainly brought her along if she'd been at home." "An outing with Heidi? You let her mingle with the Lessers?" "Oh, who cares about that?" Calliope waved it off. "I want to hear about the courting. Yours or the Cullen boys, I'm not fussy." Sulpicia rolled her eyes but wrapped her arms around her wife, settling in for the story until the boat with dinner arrived. When they returned, Eros summoned Bianca to the throne room. It was late, and she had likely been asleep, but he didn't care much about that. The day before, when she delivered the mail, they had dismissed her rather quickly. Eros realized shortly after that it had been a mistake. Marcus, who had been in the throne room when they arrived, merely sighed as he and Caius took their places, voicing his disapproval without a word. Eros shot him a glance filled with annoyance, wishing for just a moment that Marcus would care about the standards that hadn't been met. But as he took in his brother's demeanor, he forgave the dispassionate attitude. It didn't lessen his own displeasure, though. It was taking too long for Bianca to reach them, and it certainly wasn't doing her any favors. Finally, when the doors to the throne room opened, he smiled at the sleepy blonde and rose to his feet. "Bianca," he said cheerfully, startling her a little more awake. "Thank you for coming." "Oh, of course," she stammered, her smile fleeting and uncertain. Her heart raced as she glanced at Caius before quickly returning her focus to Eros. "My dear, you've been a wonderful secretary," Eros began, slowly making his way toward her. "Quite punctual, very polite. It's just, there was an invitation yesterday that I came across rather late. One that is of the utmost importance. Relations between us and other covens can't risk deterioration, especially when the leader is a very dear friend of." Bianca frowned. "I'm not sure what you mean." "I always hand off everything as soon as it arrives, unless you're, in the middle of a meal, of course." "Of course," Eros acknowledged with a nod. "I did say you were punctual. At least, you had been before this incident." Bianca's eyes widened as understanding dawned on her, and she swallowed nervously. "Eros, are you terrorizing our secretary?" Bella asked as she breezed into the throne room. Bianca remained frozen in fear while Eros turned his attention to his mate, frowning. "Have you and Heidi been out this whole time?" he asked, taking in her clothes and hair, noticing that her outfit was the same as when she left the day before and her hair was extra windswept. "No, I've come and gone as I've pleased," she replied, an edge of defiance in her tone that Eros didn't like. "Why do you look like you're about to have a midnight snack?" Bella asked, the edge gone as she glanced at Bianca. It had been a couple of months since she'd been this mercurial, not since she was newly transformed and everything had overwhelmed her. "Do you know where I was, Mia Amida?" Eros asked carefully. "I have no clue, Eros," she replied, the formality in her tone momentarily throwing him off. "A wedding," he responded. "Oh," Bella said, her tone disinterested. "Yes. It seems someone from the Grecian coven found their mate, and we were invited to the celebration. We nearly missed it, as we only received the letter yesterday. Travel had to be rather rushed." He glared at Bianca. "Had the invitation been delivered more promptly, we would have been better prepared. We could have brought a more appropriate gift and a greater number of the coven with us." Bianca's eyes widened, and she began to tremble. "Eros, did it ever occur to you that the mail was slow?" Bella asked, crossing her arms. "What?" Caius asked, looking confused. Bella glanced at Eros before meeting his gaze again. "It could have been slow. It happens. Weather, traffic issues, or problems at the border. Unless there's some super secret vampire mail I don't know about, it would have come to us through human means, wouldn't it?" "Of course there isn't vampire mail," Eros retorted, bristling slightly. "Are you suggesting that Sulpicia would send the missive late? That she would risk it not arriving in time?" Bella arched an eyebrow incredulously. She blinked, then smoothed her features with a slight shake of her head. "How long do vampires usually wait to throw a party or a wedding, or whatever it was? Normally, I mean. A day? A week? 100 years? What's your point?" Eros asked sharply. "My point is that maybe the letter, or invitation, or whatever it was sent as soon as possible but just happened to arrive yesterday. Or maybe it was brought here by a vampire who ran," she said, turning to Bianca. "Was it in the mail, or did someone drop it off?" Bianca blinked, confused. "It was in the mailbox." Yesterday, I swear. It only came yesterday. See? Bella gestured to Bianca. You can't blame her just because you nearly missed an invite from your ex-wife. Find the postal worker who does the route here in Volterra and have them for dinner. Eros stood stunned, unsure if he should feel irritated by her interference or pleased that this was the most authoritative Bella had been regarding coven matters during her time with them. Go to bed, my dear, Marcus said, and Bianca snapped her gaze to him, shocked. Marcus smiled at her benevolently. But be aware that such a reprieve will likely not be granted twice. He warned her, a hint of the predator he was showing, but mostly he was kind. Bianca nodded vigorously, bowing to Marcus, Caius, and Ero before turning to Bella. There was the softest, thank you, from the human, likely a product of gratitude. Mouthing the words, Bella felt her breath still heavy from the rush of adrenaline. She offered Bianca a kind grin and nodded once, prompting Bianca to flee the room. I trust you'll ensure this sort of intrusion on these matters doesn't happen again, Caius said smoothly, his gaze fixed on Ero. Or is she to take your place? Caius added, gesturing toward Bella with an expectant look. Ero narrowed his eyes, but it was Marcus who spoke up. Our mates or wives have always been able to weigh in on such matters, he said, his tone a mix of boredom and deep grief. Perhaps it's because yours hasn't been part of the discussion for centuries, and mine has been dead just as long, that you've forgotten. It's fine, Marcus, Bella interjected, her voice placating, tinged with a hint of bitterness. I apologize for the interruption. It won't happen again. To Ero's horror, she gave a slight bow of her head to Caius before turning and leaving the room. I believe I need to pay our dear Athenadora and Corin a visit, Marcus said heavily. If you'll excuse me. I'll go with you, Caius replied. I wish to speak to the latter anyway. The two slipped away, leaving Ero alone in the throne room, trying to reconcile everything that had just transpired in such a short time. She couldn't possibly be angry with him for leaving, he'd left a note. Yes, he could have called her, but in his haste, that hadn't occurred to him. Notes and letters had been the norm for so long that he hadn't realized modern technology might have been more beneficial. No, she couldn't be angry, that wasn't his Bella. If she were truly upset, she would let him know, rather than exhibit this strange, passive-aggressive attitude. Her shifting moods were unsettling too, especially since she had been more stable for a while. He needed to sort this out. Ero needed to find out what had caused this change and determine how he could fix it. He left the throne room in a hurry, heading toward their rooms, certain that was where she would go. Halfway down the hallway, he caught her scent. Just as it enveloped him, Bella reached out, grasping his hand and pulling him down a side corridor toward the garden. Ero remained silent as she led them into the moonlight, the garden empty except for the two of them. Bella continued to guide him to the farthest end from the castle, glancing around as if checking for anyone who might be hiding. What is it? He asked, confused. First, Bella said, I really think you need to go easy on the secretaries. She would have been the third in under a year. That's too many. You want to avoid drawing attention to us, but cycling through that many secretaries will definitely attract the Italian Better Bureau to our doorstep. Ero frowned, feeling a bit disoriented. There was none of the tension or formality from the throne room, only a playful edge. Bella was smirking slightly, but just as quickly, that expression vanished. Still, she didn't seem angry or upset, whatever it was she had felt before. Second, she continued, I'm a little put out that your note said friends from Greece, when what you really meant was your ex-wife. I'm not jealous, but it feels like you were deliberately leaving that part out, especially since I wasn't there to go with you. Honestly, after you'd been gone for almost a day, I started to think that maybe you intended to wait until I was out of the way to leave me behind. I'd have preferred you to be with me, if I'm honest, Ero replied, his frown still in place. But Bella, I'm quite at a disadvantage here. I'm not sure what to make of all this, and I'm having a difficult time deciphering whether I've angered you or if it's something else entirely. Irritated you, Bella said, glancing around again. Jane introduced me to Corin while you were away. Ero felt a pulse of cold rage rush through him. And Athenadora. Why would she do that, I wonder? Arrow asked, his jaw tightening. I don't know, Bella admitted. But there's something I think you should know. Oh? Arrow replied. I managed to talk to the real Athenadora for a moment, Bella said. It took Arrow a second to grasp what she meant. The rage fled, replaced by overwhelming pride. Bella must have noticed his change in demeanor because she smirked and lifted her chin for a moment before the pride faded. I couldn't help her, she said. She knew what life would be like when she agreed to it, Arrow reassured her. She agreed? Bella asked, surprised. Because she sounded pretty miserable. I imagine she didn't expect the level of isolation Caius has kept her in. Then the rage returned. But why would Jane have brought you up there, I wonder? I'm not sure, and I don't think we need to know. Not yet. Let's just see if maybe she was being a kid and trying to get rid of the wicked stepmother. She has no right to. He stopped as the words sunk in. What did you just call yourself? Well, Bella shrugged. It's sort of what it is, isn't it? She sees you all as father figures, you especially since you created her and Alec. Anne. I mean, she's sort of forever 12. Arrow barked a laugh. Yes, I suppose she is. He tilted his head, looking at his mate in the moonlight. Are you actually angry with me in any way, or was the attitude for show? Well, again, I'm not thrilled to find out that you took off to see your ex-wife at the drop of a hat and left me a note. It won't happen again, he assured her, pulling her into his arms. Though I must admit, hearing that you were targeted in some way while I was gone does make the tower a bit more appealing, Arrow suggested playfully. Don't you dare, Bella growled in response. I wouldn't. As appealing as it is, your friendship with the others is a better deterrent against any future manipulation. He leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on her hair, and gazed up at the towering structures above them. A sense of dread settled in the pit of his stomach, though he couldn't quite pinpoint the reason, perhaps the thought that Jane might try to trap his mate. He knew he would have to inform Caius and Marcus, discuss whether she should be punished. He was reluctant to do so, but if it was necessary. Did you actually bring me back something? Bella asked, pulling him from his dark thoughts and bringing a smile to his face. I didn't this time, which is probably for the best. I managed to irritate you with my actions alone. You usually do, Bella teased, and he tightened his embrace around her. You know how you acted this evening? He asked, a teasing lilt in his voice as he felt Bella shake her head against his chest. You were what one might call regal, he continued. It's a one-off, I promise you, Bella said firmly, and he chuckled softly. We shall see, Mia Amida. We shall see. Vampires didn't need to lie in bed, but Bella never complained when she and Arrow ended up there many nights. Not all of it revolved around one of the few reasons vampires even used beds, though that certainly happened often. Honestly, she suspected it was just one of those remnants from her human life, as she nearly always had a book with her. But tonight, they were simply talking, wrapped in each other's presence after the events of the last 2 days. I could look into her mind, Arrow suggested. See what she's been thinking. And what would you do if you found something you didn't like? Bella asked, running her barefoot over the back of Arrow's leg. The fine wool of his pants felt pleasant against her toes, not ticklish but comforting. Arrow sighed. Depending on the situation. Severity means I might have to punish her. And punishment could lead to her execution, depending on her intent. So why look? Bella asked, her fingers trailing along the skin just beneath the collar of his shirt. Why risk having to do something you don't want to? It's not like I wasn't protected. But what if you weren't? Arrow countered, his voice soft but his eyes hardened with fury that wasn't aimed at her. He pressed his fingers into her back, then quickly relaxed, moving his hand in a soothing motion, even though he hadn't actually hurt her. What if you couldn't block Corin's powers? Just like you can't block our friend Jasper? What if I returned from Greece only to find my mate addicted to a false sense of contentment she didn't need? How do you know I'm content? Bella teased, pleased to see his expression shift from cold anger to the warmth she adored. "I suppose I don't," he conceded, using the leg draped over Bella's to pull her closer. "What can I do to make you happy, Mia Amada? What would please you?" She kissed him quickly. "Well," Bella began, but her phone rang, cutting her off. "Hold that thought. I'm beginning to load that infernal thing," Arrow said as Bella got out of bed and headed down to the study where she'd left it. "It seems determined to interrupt our more intimate moments." "It's only happened maybe once before," she countered, picking up the phone and glancing at the name on the screen. "Hey, Dad. What's up? You don't usually call twice in a week." "You sound chipper," Charlie replied, his voice noticeably more upbeat than Bella's. Frowning, she returned to the upper level, but instead of lying down with Arrow, she sat on the edge of the bed. "Good night's sleep?" she asked, glancing out the window to confirm it was still early morning. "Now, what's with the call? I know you said you weren't coming home for the summer, and I know I said I was okay with that, and I will be for all of the others, I promise. But I really need you to come home for this one. Your semester ends in May, right?" "Yeah." Bella frowned. "Why do I need to come home? What's going on?" Charlie's excitement was almost tangible, so Bella didn't anticipate any bad news. That made it all the more surprising when her father announced, "Sue and I are getting hitched." Chapter 29. Alice squealed on the other end of the phone, and Bella could almost picture her hopping around with excitement. "Oh, I'm so happy you decided to stay with us," Alice exclaimed. Bella thought she didn't really need to explain herself, but she did anyway. After assuring her dad that she would find a way to be at the wedding in May, Bella began to plot and ponder how she could make that happen. A part of her feared she might stumble upon yet another singer, maybe a cousin she'd never met or a friend of Charlie's. She nearly backed out half a dozen times. But this was her dad, and she had been a part of her mother's wedding, so the least she could do was be there for his. Then there was the fact that she, a vampire, was about to become step-siblings with shapeshifters who despised her kind. One of them, in particular, had harbored a strong dislike for her even when she was still human. Bella hoped Seth would still be friendly toward her since he had been nice enough to the Cullens and even Arrow to some degree. She was sure Sue knew what she was, or what she planned to be, so it would only be Charlie left in the dark. Bella realized she would need plenty of pairs of contact lenses. Unless she started changing her diet immediately, but that was hard to do when living in a coven that maintained a natural diet. She quickly came to understand that she needed to find a different place to stay instead of her old bedroom. Out of respect for her new family, she didn't want to bring her scent into their home and make them any more uncomfortable than necessary. Not to mention the very real possibility that the house would reek of dog, though that was just an afterthought since she hadn't exactly smelled one in her new life. Her options were pretty straightforward, the Cullens or a hotel. A hotel would provide privacy, of course, but it would be difficult to explain to her dad how she could afford one when she was supposed to be a scholarship student, barely scraping by with just enough for the round-trip flight to the wedding. "Please don't pay for it, Dad. I promise, I have enough. I won't starve just because I used my food money. I'm good." Bella thought about how admitting she was in a committed relationship with someone who happened to be wealthy and covered her expenses would likely send her dad into an interrogation. She hoped her mom hadn't called Charlie after Beau was born and spilled the beans about Arrow. This meant the Cullens were her only suitable option, yet she still couldn't decide to stay with them until now. She had only spoken to Edward after her transformation, and that was only because he came to see her. She sent the Cullens a card and some gifts for the holidays, and in return, they sent her a photography book of the Pacific coast along with a card. But they hadn't had an actual conversation. Bella knew they were family, and being an immortal family meant they could go much longer without talking than a normal one without any ill will. Still, it felt like she was using them, which held her back for over a month before she finally made the decision. Alice called her immediately. "Hello to you, too," Bella smirked, laughing at Alice's unending joy. "I can't wait to see you in person. And for everyone else to see you. We still have your room here." I know sleep isn't necessary, but it's your space. And I can help you get ready for the wedding. You're going to look beautiful, of course. We can even go shopping while you're here, though I have to admit it's probably way more fun in Italy. Oh, Bella, I'm so excited. Are you sure Carlisle and Esme would be alright with this? It's their home, Bella asked. And your family, Alice reminded her. You're more than welcome here anytime. Bella smiled, pleased to hear it. How is everyone? She asked. Everyone's doing just fine, Alice replied. Carlisle's been adding a bit of gray hair putty I found online to make his temples look grayer. It helps with his cover since we'll be here a bit longer. Bree started school. A little later, Alice continued, but she's doing all right. Rose and Emmett stop by every few months to visit, and Jasper and I usually try to stay out of the way. Edward? Bella asked, her curiosity piqued. Alice sighed. He just came home a couple of weeks ago, and he keeps wavering on whether he wants to leave again. It's getting close to the day, after all. Bella frowned. The day? The day he lost you, Alice said gently. Bella's frown deepened. He broke up with me a year ago in September, she reminded Alice, who couldn't possibly have forgotten. No, Alice replied softly. It's nearly the day I took you to Italy to save him from himself. And the day you met Arrow. Oh, Bella thought, realizing she hadn't really paid attention to the date. She glanced at her phone and saw it was the 17th of March. He's glad you're happy, Alice continued as Bella put the phone back to her ear. And he understands now that Arrow was right about what you meant to him. But he still regrets everything that led to that moment, and he's not sure if he wants to be alone to mourn all his losses just yet. Well, tell him not to, Bella said firmly. Believe me, if he only knew how much worse it could have been if we had stayed together. Just tell him it would have been very, very bad. Okay, Alice replied, dragging out the word. I never really saw anything like that. Yeah, not sure you would, Bella winced. Listen, I have to go. I know, Alice said cheerfully. Tell Arrow hello for me. I will, Bella assured her before they hung up. She set her cell phone down with a sigh. Well, that was settled. In a month and a half, she would be in Forks for a week, staying with the Cullens and watching her dad remarry into a family of shapeshifters. You're a masochist, Heidi said from the wardrobe, and Bella couldn't help but smirk. Honestly. Going to this wedding and interacting with humans, Heidi said, her voice laced with skepticism. It's my family, Bella replied. And I didn't magically disappear from their lives, I'm just away at school. Heidi raised an eyebrow, pulling out a fancy black dress that Bella had yet to wear. How is a student going to afford these outfits? I have a friend with a lot of money and a shopping habit, Bella countered, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. This wouldn't be new to my dad. He probably wouldn't even question it. Even still, Heidi sighed. I can't imagine. I need to feed before we go anywhere outside the castle and interact with them. I can't imagine doing that for days without a bite. Not to mention, how are you going to avoid eating? I'm pretty sure from those films I've seen occasionally that there tends to be food at those things. I'll just ask the Cullens for advice, Bella said. They'd been through enough public school lunches, and I think I was the first one to notice they didn't eat. Heidi huffed and returned to the closet. So what are you going to take, anyway? I've never even heard of this town you lived in, so I have no clue what would be expected. The wedding is still a ways away, Bella reminded her, moving to Heidi's side and peering into the wardrobe. Honestly, none of these outfits are what human Bella really wore. So, I guess the most casual parts. Heidi looked offended. The most casual? I'm going to be there before the wedding and probably after. I need to blend in. Look normal. I suppose, Bella agreed, then a smirk slowly spread across her face. I guess that means we can have a trip to Milan before then? Just you and I this time, though. The boys can be a bit of a buzzkill. Arrow was the one who wanted them with us, Bella reminded her. Yes, Well, I suppose I can't blame the master for being a tad overprotective. And while I did enjoy having them with us for a change, their complaining was a bit much. Why does it matter how much? What's the point of taking our time when we have eternity? Bella shrugged, deciding it was best not to mention that she hadn't exactly enjoyed the trip herself. What will you be wearing? I thought we covered this. Bella leaned against the wardrobe. Heidi scowled at her. I meant for St. Marcus Day. Bella blinked. Is that actually something we celebrate? Heidi chuckled. Sort of. We dress up nicely, I bring in some tourists, and there's usually a bit of a celebration in the garden. We listen to the locals cheer and chant, their music and revelry all in honor of believing that the vampires had been driven out of their city. We get a kick out of it. It's actually the one day of the year when Master Marcus is in the best of spirits, since it was him who made them all believe it. How did that work? Bella asked as Heidi flipped through the clothes, frowning slightly at a few pieces. Well, Heidi said thoughtfully, pulling out a black dress and contemplating it before placing it back in the wardrobe. There had been a nomad passing through, causing havoc. Masters Arrow and Caius were away on separate missions, leaving Master Marcus as the only one available. He went outside, his eyes a leaning black from thirst but with just enough red that the humans must have thought they were brown. He confronted the nomad, and the poor thing went fleeing. It was about then that the others began to return. Since the humans believed him to be some divinely appointed man capable of such bravery, Marcus spread his arms wide and commanded, "Begone. Do not enter these walls, foul creatures." Your mate laughed for almost a full day at the antics. We had to wait until we could all pull ourselves together before sneaking back in at night. By then, Master Marcus had been proclaimed a saint, and the humans threw a celebration in his honor. He, of course, claimed he had disappeared when they weren't paying attention, which it made him seem more saint-like, or something like that. I'm not really sure, but it's the only time of year when he doesn't seem to need corn around to lift his spirits. So Master Arrow insists we celebrate it, and Master Marcus truly enjoys hearing the celebrations. Bella grinned at the thought of Marcus genuinely smiling and enjoying himself without any outside help, no mood-altering contentment. This one for the festivities, I think, Heidi said, pulling out a deep navy blue dress. It was far too formal for everyday wear, sleeveless, with a V-neck that wasn't too scandalous, and the length hit just above her knee. Bella pursed her lips and shrugged. It is nice. I don't really have any other reason to wear it. Heidi glared at her. You're immortal, which is reason enough to wear whatever you want. Also, mistress. Don't, Bella warned, grinning as Heidi laughed. Fine, yeah, all right, point made. Heidi took the dress from Bella's hands and examined it. After a brief moment, she nodded and set it back in the closet. So, St. Marcus is basically Marcus. Is there anything I should know about St. Patrick? A couple of days later, when the day finally arrived, Bella had almost lost track of time. She had been caught up in reading for pleasure, savoring each moment as she enjoyed the fact that she would never feel fatigued while the faint sounds of the city drifted through her window. She changed quickly, slipping on a simple pair of flats to go with the dress, despite being able to walk in anything. She pinned her hair half up, just to do something with it. When she sat down to secure the last pin, she caught Arrow staring at her in the mirror. She decided not to say anything, allowing him to simply watch. He hadn't moved an inch as she took her time fixing her hair, something her vampire speed didn't help with until the final pin was in place. You look lovely, he said from the doorway. Thanks, she replied, glancing at his reflection. Bella felt a wave of uncertainty wash over her. She didn't know how to respond, caught between the weight of the moment and the doubts swirling in her mind. Was this tension something she should have anticipated, or merely a figment of her imagination? She was acutely aware that Arrow likely hadn't forgotten what had transpired on this day a year ago, but she questioned whether it held any significance for him. After all, they had only just met. They hadn't engaged in deep conversations, held hands, or shared a kiss. Perhaps she was overthinking everything. I have a gift, Arrow said, his voice breaking through her thoughts. It was then that Bella noticed the brown box he held. He placed it gently on her vanity and opened it to reveal a stunning diamond, nearly the size of a golf ball, hanging from a beautifully decorated chain. "It's beautiful," Bella admitted. Despite it not being her usual style and something she might not wear often, she couldn't deny its loveliness. "It belonged to the royal family of England," Arrow explained. "It was given to us in gratitude for helping them with a troublesome matter some time ago. No one has worn it since it hung around the neck of a different queen." "I'm not," Bella began, but Arrow cut her off. "I know," he said, placing a gentle kiss on her temple. "But I thought it would suit you all the same." He carefully swept her hair aside, and just as he had done months before, Bella tilted her head, allowing him better access to the clasp. Once it was in place, the diamond rested just above the Volturi pendant. While they didn't exactly complement each other, the new necklace drew attention, making it stand out even more. "I didn't think diamonds were supposed to appear until the 60th anniversary, Bella teased, her fingers brushing against the gem at her neck. "You remember the day," Arrow said, his voice filled with delight, almost a sense of triumph. "Are you surprised?" Bella asked, feeling his lips press against her shoulder. "It was a pretty significant day for me, even as a human," she continued. Arrow leaned back just enough to meet her gaze. "I suppose it was. After all, your intention was to come here to rescue the boy you." "I loved that day," Bella said. "It was also the moment I realized I was more than just his definition. I finally voiced what I wanted and met someone willing to give it to me, even if he didn't benefit from it." "Oh, but I would benefit from it, Mia Amida," Arrow reminded her. "Even if you didn't want me, knowing you were out there, immortal, would mean everything." Bella responded with a quick kiss on his lips and smiled. "Did thing for you I like Dimitri and Felix so much. Heidi, too." Arrow grinned. "Indeed." He stood up straight and offered her his hand. "We'll be expected in court. Would it be frowned upon if I don't partake in the meal?" Bella asked as Arrow placed her hand in the crook of his elbow. "No, Bella. Marcus will understand, given it's not your norm." As they passed through the castle, he asked, "Have you considered what you will do for your diet while away?" "What did you do?" she inquired. "I left the vicinity quite often," he confessed. "Rarely did I stay in state." "I'll keep that in mind." "Are you sure you won't come with me?" she asked. "I had best not," he replied as they approached the throne room. "It would look oddly suspicious, wouldn't it? Esme's brother showing up at the same time you do?" "I suppose," she sighed, resting her head against his shoulder for a moment before straightening up so they could enter the throne room with dignity. Arrow took her hand off his arm and kissed it before they parted, Bella moving to join her friends while Arrow made his way to his throne. Bella glanced up at Marcus and noticed he was actually smiling for a change. When she managed to catch his eye, she grinned, and he brightened for a moment before turning to face forward. It surprised Bella to see how many nomads came through, both before and after the meal. Most simply approached them to say hello, as if they thought passing by without stopping in was somehow offensive. Maybe it was, for all she knew. It was one of those unspoken rules. Some people glanced in Bella's direction, startled, their eyes dropping to the pendants hanging from her neck. Perhaps they wondered about her, or maybe they already knew, but many nomads didn't even offer a smile and quickly turned their attention back to the leaders. Arrow greeted each of them warmly, taking their hands and reading their thoughts. They had to have known what was coming, and Bella felt a wave of relief wash over her when she realized that none of them seemed to have broken any laws. A day without executions was indeed a good day. Just then, another nomad entered, a tall, proud figure who walked in with his head held high. Felix growled low in his throat. Bella shot a confused glance at him, but he maintained the decorum expected in the throne room, essentially ignoring her. "Roque," Arrow said, greeting the newcomer. The man promptly knelt and bowed. "Arrow," Roque replied with a tone of reverence. "I come with what I believe you will agree is wonderful news." "Oh?" Arrow asked, reaching to take Roque's hand. But the vampire raised his head and met Arrow's gaze. I have found you a mate. You're a perfect queen. Bella couldn't help but laugh. She was the only one in the room who did, although Marcus looked like he was holding back a chuckle. She suspected that everyone else had been conditioned to remain silent in this space, but she found the announcement utterly hilarious. Meeting Arrow's eyes, she sobered slightly, guilt creeping in as she noticed his expression darkening. Roque glared at her. And who are you to laugh in such presence? What makes you think you can walk away with your head after such a display? Roque, allow me to introduce Isabella. My mate, Arrow said tightly. Roque looked between them, his frown deepening. She is nothing, he said dismissively. Arrow reached out and wrapped his hands around Roque's neck, and Bella sighed as her hopes for an execution-free day quickly vanished. But Arrow did not sever. Roque's head remained firmly in place, but his eyes widened in wonder as he experienced what Roque had just gone through. Roque didn't struggle at all. Instead, with every passing moment, his smugness grew. Remarkable, Arrow breathed, his voice thick with wonder and desire as he finally released Roque and stepped back. Oh, I would very much like to meet her. She resides here? In Italy? She does, Roque confirmed, a prideful smile spreading across his face. Though she often travels into Switzerland. I can bring you to her. Indeed, Arrow replied, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. We should set out tonight. Am I to drive the vampires off again? Marcus asked, his earlier good humor only partially intact. You'll want to see her for yourself, brother, Arrow said gleefully. She is remarkable. He turned to Roque. You will take us there tonight, near midnight. We cannot miss listening to those celebrations in the city below. Roque bowed low once more, then stood, smirking at Bella as he glanced her over. Oh, Roque, Arrow called. Roque stopped and turned to face him. Arrow merely darted his gaze at Jane, who brightened at the moment, turning her attention to Roque and smiling. Suddenly, he fell to the ground, writhing and twitching. Arrow glanced at Dimitri and Felix, who promptly moved in to pick him up, holding him still. Jane ceased her torment, and Arrow closed the distance between himself and Roque, cradling the man's head in his hands. You are useful to me. You are only the second of your kind I have ever encountered, and your loyalty is a rare find. But you called Isabella the nothing. She is not nothing, she is worth more to me than you or this vampire you have shown me. He snarled slightly at the end, then sighed. Alas, I'm torn between keeping you alive for your usefulness and excellent service over the years, or tearing you apart for. Arrow glanced at her, his expression softening just a bit. Mia Regina? He asked. Bella understood that this wasn't the moment to debate titles. Instead, she crossed the room to her mate. Don't kill him on my account, she said to Arrow. Oh, please, mistress, Felix interjected, his tone laced with a hint of hope. For his great offense against you. I would never, Roque began, but he was cut off by Arrow's sharp TSK. Don't lie. I know you are, Arrow replied, addressing Roque as if he were a disobedient child. You didn't like her because she wasn't your find. You thought she was just another person here to help me pass the time. And since you sense no gifts about her, you deem Bella unworthy. Arrow, Bella sighed, I'm really not offended. I am, he said through clenched teeth. You said he was useful, she reminded him. When Arrow wouldn't look away from Roque, she reached up and gently turned his face toward hers, cupping his cheek. I won't make the call. Not this time. But if he tries to set you up again, it's not his head I'll be detaching. Arrow's eyes sparkled with interest. What an intriguing idea. Save it for another time. It's Marcus Day, Bella replied, then turned to the man of the hour. Marcus, would you like Roque here executed for not liking me? She deliberately mispronounced his name. Marcus smirked. Not today. Great, see? Bella said, turning to Dimitri and Felix, both of whom were equally amused and disappointed. Let him go for now. As they released him, Roque had the audacity to glance back at the guard, as if they were beneath him. I believe there are thanks owed, Arrow warned as Roque started to rise. Thank you, Master, Roque said, bowing his head deeply. It's not me you need to thank, Arrow replied with biting politeness. Roque seemed to have a great deal of confidence. Bella struggled to say the word mistress before finally getting to his feet and leaving the throne room. Arrow stared after him, his lips subtly curled and his jaw tense. I want the two of you, Chelsea, Jane, and Alec to join Marcus, Caius, Isabella, and me on this journey, he told Dimitri and Felix. The pair nodded and returned to their spots off to the side. Bella moved to follow, but Arrow caught her hand and held it for a moment. He didn't say anything as he looked at her, his expression revealing nothing. He simply gave her hand a subtle squeeze before letting her go. It was dull being up in the garden. Most of the coven mingled, scattered in groups, talking and listening to the festivities below with amusement. Bella longed to be with the friends she cherished, and the glances Dimitri, Felix, and Heidi shot her from time to time made it clear they wished she could join them too. Alas, she was stuck with the coven leaders, Athenadora and Corin, lingering in the shadows. Chelsea hovered nearby, casting her glances that made Bella constantly pull at the hem of her dress, adjust her necklace, and try to appear more human than usual. Arrow had been busy transitioning from the throne room to the garden, passing along instructions for their trip and ensuring that everyone in the area was informed about meeting with the mysterious vampire to avoid any complications. Now, he was chatting with Caius and that dreadful vampire, Roque, who struck Bella as incredibly skeevy. Ugh. Would you care to take a stroll with me, Isabella? Marcus asked, and Bella nearly sighed with relief. Yes, please, she replied, taking his arm as he offered it, and they headed away from the other leaders. I hope you aren't worried about yourself and Arrow, he said as they started a circuit around the garden. No, she answered. Much as I hate to admit it, the bond really is quite strong. It feels unbreakable, Marcus said, his tone thoughtful. You hate to admit it? Really? Bella raised an eyebrow, surprised. How odd, Marcus mused, tilting his head slightly. I suppose that in these times, having someone matched for you is less desirable. But that's neither here nor there. I had hoped Roque didn't upset you. I know Arrow wants to reassure you himself, but he feels he shouldn't do that in front of everyone. Arrow's fine, Bella replied. I understand why he acts that way. Roque, though. She made a face of distaste, and Marcus smiled. He's not exactly favored among us. He's merely useful. We once had a vampire like him in our coven, Eleazar. He's now part of the coven the Cullens call cousins, but he was part of our guard until he met his mate. We let him go, hoping that if we ever needed him, he would come back to us. What are their gifts exactly? Bella asked, intrigued. Scouting? Marcus shook his head. No, they sense gifted individuals. They can detect what gifts a vampire possesses and what potential gifts a human might have if changed. Eleazar would inform us if there were vampires in a coven that could benefit us, and we would see if they would join us. Or, Bella said, glancing pointedly at Chelsea, who was watching her intently. Yes, Marcus nodded. Chelsea would also bind those gifted to us. How many gifted members of the coven actually wanted to be here? Bella asked quietly, her gaze sweeping over the group. Not as many as I'm sure you would like, Marcus replied honestly. Threats from the Romanians, and even the Egyptians at times, have made us all seek comfort in assured allegiances. They are bound to us, and I like to think we treat them fairly. Don't you, Isabella? I suppose. But, they're essentially enslaved, Bella pointed out. In that regard, so am I, Marcus replied. They don't have blind loyalty. They choose to stay. Devotion, Isabella. They feel connected to us. I imagine it's similar to how the Cullens feel about one another. Or perhaps it's like the affection you might have had for your stepfather before your change. Bella hesitated, unsure it was quite the same. So, when we encounter this vampire, depending on their gift, Chelsea will be there to bind them to you three? If Arrow decides that it should be, yes, and they don't have a choice, they'll suddenly find themselves wanting to leave their coven and come with us. We do ask, Marcus said, trying to reassure her. And what happens when they say no? I know about Renata. I know she was part of the guard, but the love of her family was too strong. Not everyone we find has that. No, you're right, Marcus agreed. But if they don't have it, what's the harm in giving it to them? Eleazar was bound to us the same way, and then he met Carmen, and that bond was essentially nothing. It was too strong, stronger than anything Chelsea can fabricate. What about those here who have their mates? Bella asked, stopping Marcus before they could head back toward the others. Afton is here because of Chelsea, but Dimitri and Felix? Dimitri was here first. He was lured from the Egyptian coven. It wasn't terribly difficult, Marcus interrupted. And I believe they have an equal reason for staying. It's not as bad as you think, Isabella. You're not under her influence, so you can't feel it. But I assure you, it's not oppressive. It's fake love, Bella sighed. Maybe not for you, maybe not for all of them, but it is. It isn't about having a choice in who you want to be with. Marcus gave her a sympathetic smile. We should be getting ready soon, he said, choosing not to counter her argument. He guided Bella back to where they had started among the heads of the coven, remaining a comforting presence by her side until it was time to leave. Arrow often found himself left to guess, and he hated it. He despised the uncertainty that came with it. As unpleasant as it was to see every negative thought anyone had about him, at least he knew where he stood. He understood the leanings of others. That's why he rarely considered Chelsea's ability to create and strengthen bonds within his coven. They might still dislike him from time to time and disagree with his choices, but he knew they would remain loyal. With Bella, however, he had no way of assuring her loyalty. He wouldn't want to taint their natural bond with Chelsea's influence anyway. The thought made his stomach churn, a feeling he hadn't experienced in a long time. Following Roque's declaration and dismissal of Bella, combined with her conversation with Marcus, a part of Arrow wished he could be certain that she would never leave him, never want to. It's fake love. It isn't getting a choice in who you want to be with, she had said to Marcus, defending those in the coven under Chelsea's influence. Her words echoed her initial reaction upon discovering they were soulmates. As he stood across the garden, those were the words he heard her utter on the anniversary of their first meeting. Arrow had been particularly attuned to her ever since Roque, the fool leading them, proclaimed Arrow had a mate. It was never something he had asked of the scout, and it felt insulting on many levels. Had it not been for Bella asking Arrow to spare the worm's execution, there might have been a lovely fire roaring in the castle. There still could be, given Bella's silence with him since that moment and her words with Marcus. Yet, she had allowed him to help her with her cloak and had offered him a small but affectionate smile. It was a moment he clung to as he, Marcus, and Caius followed Roque in formation through the dark of night, with Isabella and the guard trailing behind them. Arrow clung to those fleeting moments with his mate, even as the taste of uncertainty lingered from Roque's memories of another vampire's power. The anticipation built within him, a venomous knot forming in his throat. He could sense the small coven approaching, and Roque darted ahead, likely to ensure everything was in order and that the gifted one wasn't hiding. It had happened before. Then they arrived, and Arrow's gaze immediately landed on the vampire in question. Here she is, Master, Roque said, gesturing broadly. Yes, I can see, Arrow replied, moving slowly toward the timid creature who stood half-hidden behind two more robust vampires. She seemed meek, perhaps not much older than Bella had been when she was turned. Hello, he said, extending a friendly hand. I'm Arrow. Hello, she responded softly. This is Julie, the older female vampire introduced her. Julie, Arrow repeated, savoring the name. It's a pleasure to meet you. Roque has shown me that you're quite special. Don't, the male vampire lunged toward Arrow, but Felix quickly restrained him. The female's eyes widened, and she shook her head, clearly urging her coven mate to back down. Arrow glanced between the older vampires before approaching Julie. The male struggled against Felix's hold while Arrow smiled at her and offered his hand. Julie looked first at the male, then at the female, before meeting Arrow's gaze. After a moment's hesitation, she clasped his hand. She had been changed in the 70s and kept hidden. Her coven mates, Matt and Dominique, knew they would attract the attention of the Volturi if word of Julie's unique abilities got out. They had nearly been exposed as something otherworldly when they encountered a human with a possible gift. That human had run into the street, shouting about them, before collapsing and dying before their eyes. The blood had been almost too much for Julie, but Matt and Dominique had pulled her away before the humans could see that what they mistook for her grief was something far more profound. Your gift is truly unique, Julie thought to Arrow as he delved into her memories, recalling the moments leading up to their touch. She had felt a deep apprehension, but her coven mate had reassured her that complying would be in their best interest. The fate of her friend depended on what Arrow would see, and there was a chance he might not like it. And you're really old. Ancient, even. You've seen all my thoughts and memories, yet I feel like I haven't even scratched the surface of yours. Arrow smirked, deciding to maintain the connection. He observed as Julie's expressions shifted through enchantment, horror, terror, disgust, humor, fear, understanding, rage, and finally, a spark of awe as she navigated through his thoughts, arriving at the point where she could sense his feelings about her. What a terrible burden, she thought after several minutes. I wouldn't wish your gift on anyone. I quite enjoy it, he countered. It's handy when you can know the truth without any trace of a lie. Perhaps, Julie agreed. But the truth isn't always pleasant, is it? No, Arrow replied, gently withdrawing his hold on her hand. So, Julie said stoically, I already know the decision you intend to make. I've seen it. I'd appreciate it if we could get this over with as quickly as possible. Chelsea, Caius interjected, but Arrow raised his hand to halt the command. Julie frowned, glancing between Arrow and the vampire whose power she knew was about to be used against her. Arrow wanted something from her, not in the way Roque anticipated, but rather her unique talent. He envisioned her and Bella working together to create a formidable shield, while Julie and Dimitri hunted down those who dared to escape their sentence or sought out the Romanians and their current whereabouts. Oh, she could even use Marcus' gift, freeing him from the throne. But it wouldn't last, she wouldn't retain the latent abilities of the vampire or human. Julie had always known her gifts would only last long enough to be useful, just enough to potentially help her escape a difficult situation. With that in mind, it was unlikely she would touch anyone until Arrow's tactile telepathy faded away. She was precisely the kind of gifted vampire he coveted, needed, wanted. And it would be so easy. None of these vampires were mated, they were merely friends. Arrow could eliminate the other two for risking exposure to their kind. He could have Chelsea manipulate Julie's feelings toward him. After all, she had empathy for Arrow, understanding that he only had Bella in his life, someone he could touch without hearing her thoughts every second. It was Bella who stayed his hand. Bella and her words, her request, and what she would think of him if he took this young woman, one who was not much older than Bella, and forced her into the coven against her will. Chelsea, Caius snapped, growing impatient. Calm down, brother, Arrow replied, holding Julie's gaze with a grin that made her coven uneasy. She won't be needed today. Turning to Caius, Arrow met his eye, widening his own slightly before darting them quickly in Roque's direction. Caius followed suit, smirking wickedly. Arrow then glanced at Jane, shifted his gaze to Roque again, and smiled. In an instant, Jane had Roque on his knees, screaming in pain. Arrow looked to Dimitri and gestured. Dimitri moved swiftly, grasping Roque by the neck, causing Jane to cease her torment. I must say, it's quite rare for someone to make me believe a lie, Arrow said casually, turning slowly to face Roque, who struggled in Dimitri's grip. You presented me with an exceptionally gifted vampire. What I found, he glanced at the coven, then back at Julie, was someone who can read thoughts, a talent I already possess. He was grateful that none of them reacted outwardly to the deception, each remaining as still as statues as he spoke. No. Roque protested. Matt was nearly free from Dimitri in his desperation, With a simple gesture, Felix released him to aid his mate. No. She takes on the gift, master, I swear. I saw her. I saw her produce a butterfly like the one we encountered. And she couldn't do it again after, Map tweeted. This is the problem with being a sneaky sort of cretin. You don't see enough of what you need to. I learned from our young friend that she didn't produce the butterfly, it was merely created in her hand by the gifted one. A useless talent, of course, hardly one I would bother with, Arrow said dismissively, waving his hand as if to brush the thought away. Did we come all this way for nothing? Caius asked, sounding as if the journey had taken days instead of just an hour. It would appear so, Arrow replied, casting a glance at Roque. A presumptuous, pathetic, pitiful man desperate for favor. He lied to me, insulted my mate, and then proceeded to waste our time with lies. Arrow sighed, flicking his hand at Roque. Felix was positively gleeful as he and Dimitri twisted the vampire in half. Julie and her coven watched in horror, and when Arrow approached them, he could see their flinching. Apologies, my friends, he said warmly, opening his arms for a moment before bringing his hands together in a clap. It seems all our nights have been wasted. Go, think nothing more of this. You're under no watch from us. He assured them, and Julie's eyes sparkled, though she said nothing. Thank you, Dominique said, then looked to Matt as she wrapped an arm protectively around Julie. Moments later, they were gone. Burn him, Arrow ordered, gesturing to the twitching remains of Roque. He is still of use, Caius noted dispassionately. No, he's not, Arrow said firmly, turning to Alec, who had found a decent branch and lit the end. He touched it to Roque's body, and they watched as the flames began to consume him. They watched as the pieces burned until they were completely consumed. Once the body was beyond recognition, Felix picked up a nearby boulder and used it to smother the flames. With that, the Volturi coven began their journey back to the city. When they returned, the festivities in the garden were still in full swing among the rest of the coven. The guard rejoined the others, but Arrow noticed that the twins were present without engaging in any socializing. Dimitri and Felix quickly found their way back to Heidi and a few others, which was hardly surprising. They glanced back but quickly looked away when they noticed Arrow watching them from the doorway. Caius went off to see his wife, while Marcus headed to his study upon their arrival. Isabella had lingered outside the castle, telling everyone that she would join them shortly as she stood by the fountain. Arrow felt a twinge of unease. There were virtually no humans around, and Bella had promised not to be long. He wasn't particularly fond of the idea that she might be lingering outside near a place associated with unpleasant memories from her last year, yet he couldn't quite understand why she would want to. Respecting her request, he settled into a distance where he could observe his coven without them being fully aware of his presence. He realized he had never noticed before how many of them appeared to be friends. Little clusters formed, with some individuals closer to each other than others, occasionally breaking off to mingle like bees hopping from flower to flower. They seemed happy, or at least content, none of them under Corin's influence, genuinely enjoying each other's company. Bella fit in among them, looking happier in their midst than she did by his side. A year ago, he could never have imagined this, but after getting to know her, Arrow figured he shouldn't be surprised. His attention shifted to the three individuals she seemed most attached to, and he pondered what it was about them that Bella found worthy of her time. Was it familiarity? Perhaps, since they were the vampires in the coven she had interacted with the most. In both lives. It's possible they were the closest to her in physical age among the guard, at least among those who didn't hold the stern belief that those in power and those who protected them should never interact. A pang surged within Arrow, not jealousy or fear, but something he couldn't quite identify. As he headed back inside, he made his way to the throne room, thinking it would be too silent without Bella. He dreaded the thought that she might be there, yet the silence would still linger. To his surprise, he found Bella standing in the middle of the empty room, gazing up at the ceiling. I thought this room was beautiful, she explained. But it felt really stupid to look at the decor when I was about to face what Edward painted as the most evil, vile vampires that ever existed. And now? Arrow dared to ask. She smirked. The room is still beautiful. Boring, but beautiful. Then she turned to him. The jury's still out on the vampires. The coven as a whole, or just those who lead it? Arrow inquired. A whole, Bella confessed. I've got most of you pinned down, though. And? She smiled. Most of you aren't too bad. Arrow cautiously crossed the room to stand before her, curious about her thoughts. Impulsively, he touched her cheek, receiving the nothing he had expected. Tell me the truth, she said softly. Was she a mind reader like you? He shook his head. Not precisely. She was exceptionally gifted, he replied quietly. Meaning? Meaning that, for a moment, she was much like me. So she saw into your mind? Bella asked, and he nodded. Oh. He was taken aback by her disappointment. Mia Amida? He asked gently, placing his other hand on her waist as she turned more towards the one cupping her cheek. I'm a little jealous, she admitted, the words seeming to cause her pain. She got to see every part of you, all those things you keep to yourself. And I might be able to show, but I can never. I'll never know you as deeply as she does, Bella said, a mirthless laugh escaping her lips. She turned away from him, breaking free from his hold. Rock was right, she would have been the perfect mate for you. Arrow reached out and caught her arm, spinning her back around to face him. He placed her hand gently on his cheek, holding it there. This blessed silence is the greatest gift fate could have bestowed upon me, especially considering how unworthy I feel of you. To have your touch, your kiss, your pleasure, and never once hear what's in your head, never having your thoughts invade my mind, is beyond description. Can you imagine never being able to experience intimacy without knowing every complaint your lover has? You hear their passions, their desires, yes, but you also hear them reminiscing about those they miss, those they think are better, more beautiful, more passionate. He looked deeply into her eyes. And, Mia Amida, my Bella, if you were privy to every thought I've had, every moment of my exceedingly long life, you would run. You would flee to the farthest edges of the earth and wish to never speak of me again. You saw Julie's face, I'm sure you did. I couldn't bear to see that kind of reaction from you. How do you know? Bella countered, her voice steady. How do you know that's how I would react? Because of all I've done. The thoughts I had, even just this evening. Julie knew I was more than willing to kill her coven mates and bind her to me. I would have done it without a second thought if it weren't for you. Me? Bella asked, pulling her hand away in surprise. What, you're saying I stopped you somehow? You were the angel on my shoulder, as it were, he replied. Though it still didn't prevent me from destroying Roque to ensure certain things would never come to light. What things? What could he possibly have said? Bella pressed. Julie could temporarily take on the gifts of others with just a touch. She could read my mind because my gift allowed her to do so. If she were to touch you, she would take on your shield. Roque was the only one, aside from me, who knew this, he said. So, he wasn't actually killed because of how he was with me? She asked, her forehead scrunching in confusion. No, he shook his head. He was killed because he was a loose end. Bella nodded thoughtfully and turned away, taking a few steps toward the thrones. She stepped up onto the dais and stopped before Arrow's throne, wringing her hands. You really won't go after Julie? They're being free, that wasn't a lie? She asked, turning to face him. It was not, he assured her. And she knows that? She knows it's the truth? I believe so. Bella nodded and bowed her head in thought. Arrow waited, and although time meant nothing to him, it felt as though it dragged on for an eternity while she remained perfectly still. Then she surprised him by turning toward him and sitting on his throne. She gave him a sly grin, crossing her legs and bouncing her foot as she placed her hands on the armrests. Sembri perfetta sol mio trono, he said, the desire the scene stirred within him palpable. He burned the image into his mind, searing it there so he could recall it as often as he liked. Bella shrugged. Well, I figured I should sit on it at least once since I seem to be the power behind it today, she said, amusement in her voice. He moved to stand before her, and she tilted her head back, moving her arms from the armrests to her lap as if anticipating him caging her in. Instead, Arrow dropped to one knee in front of her, taking her hands in his and drinking in her wide red eyes. A part of me is terrified to admit it, but you truly were. I had no idea what sort of role you would play when you arrived here, but I really wish you would endeavor to do more like you did today. It was a one-off, Bella insisted, but he smirked. You keep saying this, and yet you consistently find. There's no escaping the mantle, Mia Regina, he teased, pleased to hear her playful growl as she fisted his hair and pulled his grinning mouth to hers. You'd better not start calling me that. My dear and my love are just fine, but that? I won't. Not often, he replied, reluctantly getting to his feet and pulling her off the throne. The party is probably still going on if you want to join them. She shook her head and pressed her forehead against his chest, that endearing gesture still lingering after all this time. I think I'd rather go upstairs and read with you. Or take a bath. Just be with you for a bit. Is that all right? Of course, he said, stepping back to take her hand and leading her up to their rooms. Chapter 30. It hadn't been long after St. Marcus Day when a new chair appeared in the throne room. The moment it arrived, Bella sensed something was off. Her mate, Arrow, was unusually insistent that she be present in court that day. Normally, he didn't mind who attended, as long as there were no visitors or celebrations planned. As Bella walked in, her eyes immediately landed on the chair. It was black and gold, matching the thrones on the dais, but with a lower back. It sat off to the side, right where she usually stood with Felix and Dimitri. Felix looked as if he were barely holding back laughter, while Dimitri couldn't suppress a hint of a smile, despite usually being the picture of stoicism. Arrow, on the other hand, was positively beaming like a smug little fool. Bella considered storming out, fully aware of the reasons behind his actions. Instead, she walked over to the table filled with books, picked one up, and settled into her new chair to read. She could barely stifle a smirk when Arrow laughed in delight. For the past month or so, that chair had become her little sanctuary, a spot where she could bring her books and at least spend some time in the same room as her mate. And what horrendous filth are you reading today, mistress? Dimitri teased, his posture straight and his hands clasped behind his back. Bella knew without even looking that he was peering over her shoulder, a slight smirk on his face. I believe you already know, she countered, holding her ground. The book was horribly inappropriate for a room where serious matters were meant to be discussed, and where she was expected to present herself as something more refined. But Bella didn't care. Shut up, I'm waiting for her to turn the page, Felix grumbled, and Heidi hummed in agreement. 3 pairs of eyes from the dais turned their way, and only 2 of them showed even the slightest hint of amusement. Bella flipped the page, fully immersed in her reading. Bella held the book tightly, trying to turn the page as quietly as possible without tearing it. She and the 3 vampires behind her were nearly finished with the book when the doors to the throne room swung open, and Bianca strolled in. What is it, my dear? Arrow asked her. You have an unexpected guest, Bianca replied. She says it's rather urgent. Then, by all means, send her in, Arrow gestured. Bella closed her book and set it aside, straightening up in her chair as a blonde-haired, golden-eyed vampire entered the throne room, her head held high and shoulders back. Irina, Arrow greeted her with a smile that didn't quite reach his eyes. What brings you here? I have information I wish to share and questions I would like answered, Irina replied, her confidence shaky. Well, let's see what you have, shall we? Arrow asked, offering his hand. Irina glanced around nervously before taking it. Bella observed closely, aware of what Arrow might do, especially since Irina had seen Jacob. He had already lied to his brothers once in her presence, and she anxiously awaited his next move, doing her best to appear unaffected. When Arrow finally released Irina's hand, he clasped his own together and sighed, shaking his head mournfully. I'm afraid what you wish cannot be granted, he said, leaving everyone in the room, including Irina, confused. What? Irina laughed incredulously, glancing between Arrow and Caius. It killed my mate. It needs to be destroyed. And if there's one, there are bound to be others. I'm afraid you're rather confused, my dear, Arrow said, gesturing toward Bella. Isabella grew up in that region. I'm afraid she would know if there were any. Bella frowned at Arrow and then met Irina's gaze. Irina scowled back, and Bella wasn't sure why. I've heard of you, Irina said as politely as possible. Edward's crush from school. The one he left and then abandoned his family over. Isabella came here only last year to save the Cullens from themselves, Caius informed her, scowling. And since she is Arrow's mate, I suggest you treat her with respect. Irina's gaze dropped to the floor for a moment before she squared her shoulders and turned back to Arrow. I don't care what she thinks she knows. She couldn't have been a vampire for long, and she's probably been here this whole time. There, she stated firmly. What are? Marcus asked, his tone curious yet bored. A wolf. I saw a wolf, a werewolf. Irina proclaimed. Bella froze, and if her heart could have pounded, it surely would have. Arrow merely smiled in a placating manner. I know, dear Irina, that you saw a rather large wolf near your cousin's home. But I'm afraid you're mistaken. I'm not, Irina began to protest, but Arrow lifted his hand, silencing her. Confirm for us all the time of day when you spotted this wolf. Was it day or night? Irina frowned, considering. It was daytime, she replied meekly. Caius snorted. Pathetic. You don't even know a proper werewolf. Well, then, if it wasn't the wolf who killed Lauren, Irina started, but Caius interrupted her with an exasperated groan. Then it was you, she accused Arrow. She pulled something small from her pocket and opened her palm to reveal Arrow's golden lighter from their fight with Victoria. The details of that moment were a blur in Bella's human memories, but the recollections involving Arrow, and even the Cullens, were among her sharpest post-transformation. She remembered, albeit vaguely, dropping the lighter in her haste to use the makeshift torch as a barrier between herself and Victoria. She had forgotten about it. Arrow glanced at the lighter as if it were an affront to him. While a vampire's memories could sometimes be unreliable, perhaps clouded by bloodlust or other distractions, Bella doubted he had completely forgotten about it. He might have recalled it briefly on the flight back, only to dismiss it as destroyed and push it from his mind. He surely knew how she would react, he had seen into her thoughts, and Bella was certain the accusation hadn't come out of nowhere. He didn't appear surprised when his gaze met Irina's. His expression was dark and foreboding, his jaw clenched, and a hint of a sneer played at the corners of his lips. You're accusing me of a murder that did not occur by my hand simply because you found the lighter? He asked, his voice tight. Bella sensed Dimitri and Felix shifting, poised to act at a moment's notice. Arrow tilted his head, feigning curiosity, yet the hostility remained. Do you know why I was with the Cullens just before your last visit? I believe I mentioned that we had an encounter with your Lauren's former coven mate. She attempted to kill my mate, and she needed to be executed. Your lover was never there, I had not seen him. Well, if it wasn't a wolf and it wasn't you, then what happened to him? Irina pressed, her voice tinged with hysteria. He couldn't have just vanished. You must know something. Tell me. In an instant, Arrow's hand was around Irina's neck, but he held Felix and Dimitri back with an air of calm. You come here, accuse me of wrongful execution, and then demand an answer? He asked, his voice steady, eyes still dark and threatening. Irina didn't flinch, she stood her ground, seemingly unfazed by the threat of death that hung in the air. Her golden eyes made it easy for Bella to imagine that this was how Edward might have faced danger. What would it have looked like if he had exposed himself, believing her to be dead, while she never came to save him? He's dead, Bella said suddenly, drawing everyone's attention. It was a foolish statement, considering she knew who had killed him, and Arrow knew as well, having seen Jacob's thoughts. Thinking quickly, she met Irina's gaze and added, Alice and Jasper came to check on me. Laurent tried to kill me, and they stopped him. It didn't end well. You're lying, Irina replied firmly. His eyes were red, Bella protested. They couldn't have been. He wouldn't have done that. And there's no way Jasper and Alice could have gone to you. They hardly ever leave. And now you claim Isabella is lying. Eros shook his head. His arm twitched, and Bella braced herself, expecting the sound of stone cracking and a head rolling across the floor. Instead, Irina was tossed aside, completely unharmed. Eros wiped his hand on his pant leg, making his point clear. I have no use or patience for those who come to me whining and demanding things we do not need to give, he sneered, ignoring the incredulous looks from those present, including Irina. He returned to his throne, continuing, You accuse us of lies when you have nothing to support such claims. You cry wolf without considering the time of day. Truly a waste of precious time, even when it's infinite. The silence in the throne room was deafening. No one seemed to know how to react or what to think. Caius shook his head, glancing at Irina as she lay on the floor. Perhaps she is so useless without this vampire that she should join him. It seems to be what she wants, he remarked, turning his attention toward Bella. He glanced over her, signaling for Felix and Dmitri, who approached Irina and took hold of her. Bella could see the uncertainty in her friend's eyes, the way they exchanged worried glances. No, Irina began to plead, the weight of the situation starting to hit her. No, please. I'm sorry, I didn't mean. She's just heartbroken, Bella interjected, rising from her chair. She lost someone she loves. It's understandable that she would be like this. She gestured toward Irina. She's just hurt and confused. She wants answers. She needs to know what happened to her mate. And you have told her, Caius replied. She chose to believe you're lying. We can't tolerate such insubordination. Bella opened her mouth to protest, but Eros spoke up. A loss like hers can make one uncertain, brother, he said gently. Caius scowled. You've gotten soft, Caius remarked, shaking his head. I suggest you consider why that is and fix it. He turned to the others. Destroy her so she won't come crying back to us again. Dmitri and Felix exchanged glances with Eros, and after a moment's hesitation, Eros gave a barely perceptible nod. Irina didn't even resist, but Bella couldn't bear to watch. She shut her eyes the moment she saw her mate deliver his verdict and didn't open them again until the unmistakable sound of ignition shattered the silence. Without a second thought, she fled the throne room. Later, the boys found her on the roof. Felix and Dmitri discovered her with her hands on her head, her chin resting on her knees, surrounded by the remnants of bricks she had punched when she first arrived. She was lamenting her inability to have a proper cry. Heidi found them shortly after, letting out a frustrated sigh, likely directed at them, before kicking the brick bits away from Bella's left side. I'm going to sit on this dirty ground to be beside you, Heidi said. So you'd better start explaining what happened to get you in such a state, or I'll be really annoyed that I dirted this dress for nothing. Bella looked up at Heidi and found her smiling, though she still seemed at least. Bella was partly serious about the dress. She shook her head. I can't tell you, she said. Because Master Eros will find out? Dmitri asked. Bella nodded. He knows, I'm sure. He might not be able to read my thoughts, but he was with me in Forks for a few months. He's interacted with everyone involved, he knows everything I do. So why can't you tell us? Felix asked, sitting on the ground directly across from her. Dmitri rolled his eyes and kicked away some rubble to her right, settling down and looking at the others as if they had demanded he do so. Bella could practically hear the unspoken question in his mind, Are you happy? She glanced at each of them, then snorted. You don't have to do this. I know we're friends, or I hope we are, but there's decorum, and... I don't give a damn about decorum, Heidi protested. You're up here, alone, and you've never once cared about all that title and propriety stuff. Unless Master Eros finally comes sauntering up here. I don't blame him for not coming after me, Bella assured them. If it had been my mate. Heidi grumbled. You don't have one, Dimitri teased, and Heidi reached around Bella to smack him. If I had one and he saw me as upset as you are and did nothing, I'd rip his thing off and hide it so he couldn't reattach it. Bella can get away with a lot, but that? Felix cringed. It's fine, Bella repeated. I'm actually sort of glad we're giving each other space at the moment. It makes it easier to stomach all this. Bella, Heidi said encouragingly, if Master Arrow knows why you're upset, then why can't you tell us? What's the harm? Bella considered it, trying to figure out what Arrow would say when he inevitably found out. You can't say a word to anyone, she warned. Not even whisper about it to each other. They frowned and exchanged glances. I've commanded, Bella stated firmly. If I tell you, this is my official command as Arrow's mate, this never gets talked about again, not with anyone, not even each other, unless you're far away from this castle and all the other coven members, so there's no chance anyone could hear it. All right, Felix said slowly. I think we can manage that. Bella turned to Dimitri and Heidi, both of whom nodded solemnly. Dimitri, is there anyone nearby who could hear us? She asked. After a moment of his eyes going unfocused, he shook his head. She sighed in relief. How much do you know about why Edward tried to end his life last year? She asked, noticing the confusion on their faces. When they shook their heads, she continued, he came here because Alice only saw me jump off a cliff. She didn't see anything that came after. She thought I killed myself. When they continued to stare at her in disbelief, she shrugged and added, it was recreational. All right, Felix frowned. Irina did see a wolf, Bella said quietly. It just happened to be my friend Jacob. Wait, you had a pet wolf and went jumping off cliffs while still human? Felix asked, his eyes wide. Dimitri reached across and placed a hand on Felix's chest. She's not saying he was a pet, Dimitri clarified. She's saying he's a friend. Which means, the wolf has a human form. He's not a werewolf, Bella rushed to assure them as she saw their expressions turn wary. He's something else. Arrow said he's unique. He and his pack hunt vampires. They were the ones who killed Irina's mate. I know because I was there. What do you mean? Heidi asked, curiosity piqued. Bella recounted the story of the meadow and her encounter with Laurent to the best of her memory. When she finished, and none of them had run away, she explained how things were with Jacob and later how he and the pack joined forces with the Cullens and Arrow to protect her from Victoria, Riley, and the others. Bella held up her wrist, showing off a bracelet. One of my bracelets is from Jake, she said. And 2 members of his pack are the children of the woman my dad is marrying. Bloody hell, Dimitri exclaimed, glancing up at the sky and shaking his head. Felix frowned. So, Master Arrow knew all of this, he said, and yet, he lied. He lied to Masters Marcus and Caius, Dimitri reminded them. He lied to the coven, all to protect, what? What was he trying to protect? Heidi snapped, Bella, you idiot. No, Bella shook her head. Not me. What was there to protect me from? Irina started with the wolves. She didn't come after me until I spoke up. You knew about them, Heidi pointed out. And you didn't mention a thing about them. Master Arrow knew about them, too, Felix said. He was protecting Jake, the pack, and the Cullens. The Cullens have had a truce with them for decades. No vampire feeds in their territory or bites anyone, and they won't attack. Arrow was under the same truce while he was there with them. Well, fuck me, Dimitri muttered, running a hand over his face. All right, so non-werewolf wolves that still attack our kind live where you used to. And Master Arrow knew this, worked with them even, and obeyed their law? He shook his head. I'm beginning to understand that book you were reading about an alternate reality now. That was a good one, Felix grinned. Given everything, Heidi said, shooting Felix a look that clearly told him to be quiet, I'm still not sure why you were upset. She died because of us, Dmitri insisted. No, she died because she was stupid enough to charge in here and make demands, he retorted. She did it before, just after Master Arrow came back. Had he been in a foul temper, he wouldn't have allowed her to leave then. You're not to blame. And I don't believe Master Arrow is, either. He and Carlyle are true friends, and that's rather nice. To see that actually means something to him. Bella sighed, feeling a bit reassured by her friend's belief that they were not at fault, even if she wasn't entirely better. I do have to ask, Felix spoke up, and Heidi looked ready to throw him off the edge of the building. Is your friendship, I guess, the reason behind the book choice last week? No, Bella laughed. That was because I wanted to see if it was as awful as I expected it to be. That one actually wasn't so bad, Heidi said, pursing her lips. Oh, but the vampire one was ridiculous. The movie was far worse, Bella retorted, and the four of them began discussing the various things they had read over her shoulder. The throne room emptied slowly after the execution of Irina and Isabella's flight shortly thereafter. Arrow noticed that the first three to leave were the ones closest to her. Everyone else departed in trickles, and he was certain Bianca had been informed that there would be no more visits granted that day. A part of him wanted to leave too, to find Bella and discover why she had left. Another part of him wanted to tear Caius apart for his decision and how it had affected his mate. For the sake of the triarchy, he did neither, but he couldn't shake the feeling of how great the cost of his inaction might be. Hours passed in silence, none of them moving. The natural light above began to fade, leaving only the electric lights to illuminate the throne room. No one returned to report if they had heard or seen anything, and even Bianca's faint heartbeat faded as she ended her day and retreated to wherever she went when her work was done. The fire that had been Irina had also extinguished, burnt out long before the light had dimmed. Arrow's thoughts drifted to her family. She had done nothing terribly wrong. Demanding, yes. Disrespectful, without a doubt. He knew she was angry with him, knew she had found the lighter, and understood what she believed, but Arrow hadn't expected Irina to be foolish enough to say it out loud. He had always thought she was stronger and more stable, much like her sisters. Clearly, he was mistaken. Now, he found himself torn between making the courtesy call to his former guard to inform them that one of the Denali sisters was no more, or letting them believe she simply wouldn't return home. What do you think she saw? Caius asked, his curiosity piqued. If it wasn't a child of the moon, what kind of creature do you think that nuisance spotted so close to the Cullens? Was it a threat? Arrow's thoughts drifted to young Jacob, the figure Irina had seen from a distance. It depends on what it encountered, he replied, briefly wondering if the young alpha would still spare him if he were to show up now. To answer Caius more appropriately, Arrow added, they are large wolves native to the area. I encountered them on my trip. Honesty was always the best way to mask the lies within the truth. He had just never anticipated a time in his reign when so many of these honest lies would be directed at his brother. It's no wonder the Cullens like it there so much, then. One might say they finally have something worthy of hunting, Caius mused. Arrow didn't need to see him to know he was smiling. Indeed, Arrow agreed, hoping to maintain the fragile peace that had settled around them. Silence enveloped them once more, and after a moment, Caius shifted. I grow weary of this room, he said, exiting the throne room without another word. Arrow closed his eyes for a moment, trying to sense if his mate was still nearby. Marcus moved as well, and Arrow had expected him to be gone by the time he opened his eyes. Instead, he found his brother standing before him, smiling down at him. Marcus was older than Arrow in every conceivable way, but sometimes he managed to make what was truly just a few decades of an age gap feel like centuries. In moments like this, when a part of Arrow felt vulnerable and uncertain, Arrow felt like a young vampire staring into the eyes of an ancient rather than standing beside an equal. I imagine your mate is having a grand time with our guard, Marcus said to Arrow. I can see their bonds ever strengthening. And I'm sure you have something to say on the subject, Arrow replied as he rose from the throne and made his way to the table of books. He decided to sort through them, piling up the ones he had read and no longer wanted. He needed something to occupy his hands after remaining in one position for so long. "I do," Marcus said, a hint of amusement in his voice. "I think it's the best thing we could ask for." Arrow frowned but glanced back at Marcus over his shoulder, chuckling softly. "Don't seem so surprised, Arrow. You know, I never thought we should be so segregated." He returned his attention to the books. "You never voiced that," Arrow said, directing his words more to the books than to Marcus. "I didn't see the point," Marcus retorted, moving to Arrow's side. "I would have thought our discussion that night had made that rather plain." Arrow swallowed, though he didn't need to. He sensed where this conversation might lead. "Isabella and Dime would have been inseparable, you know," Marcus said after a moment. "Yes, I do believe they would have been," Arrow agreed, a sad smile tugging at his lips. "She'd have adored Bella. And Bella, being who she is, would have been happy around her simply because she liked her. Our present life, I imagine, would have been very different had that night not happened." At this, Arrow frowned and turned to his brother once more. "I'm not sure how you mean." "The only thing I imagine may have been different is Athenodora's freedom." "There would be that," Marcus acknowledged. "But then, you'd have been less perhaps tyrant isn't the right word, but you may have been more forgiving of minor mistakes." He sighed. "But then, if that were the case, the Cullen boy would not have come to us to ask us to kill him, knowing it wouldn't take much to fulfill his wishes. If that had happened, Isabella would have had no reason to run to Volterra in an attempt to stop him. You would have never met her. Or, at least, it would have been a very long time before you did. And by then, who knows how much more complicated things would have become." Arrow inhaled sharply, the dust, paper, and stale blood filling his senses for a moment. "Why do you bring this up?" he asked. "Because today, for the first time since we lost Dime, I caught a glimpse of the man you once were." Arrow frowned and turned to face Marcus. He looked tired, more ancient than either Arrow or Caius, and in that moment, he appeared even more so than usual. But there was also a glint of pleasure in his eyes, perhaps even pride. "You didn't want to kill Irina. I could see it. You only gave the command because you were under Caius' watch. I should have spoken up, I realize that now. But Bella had. I had hoped her voice would be enough, but it seems our brother still hasn't embraced her." "No, he certainly hasn't," Arrow agreed. Marcus nodded. "Still, you tried to support her first. Today, I saw you weigh your options. I watched you decide between upsetting him and upsetting her, and I saw you take the harder, but likely more peaceful, option. I should have been more helpful, and I wasn't. For that, I apologize." Marcus reached for Arrow, almost too slow for Arrow to notice the gesture as he made to touch his face. Arrow's hand shot up, catching Marcus' sleeve-covered wrist. "Don't," he said, his voice a bitter plea. "I beg you." Marcus shook his head sadly. "You must know that I don't think ill of you." "I can live in that delusion as long as I never touch you," Arrow reminded him. "Please," Marcus asked softly. Arrow shook his head. "Please," Marcus repeated, and Arrow wavered. They stared at one another for a moment, the weight of their shared history hanging in the air. As time passed, Arrow's resolve began to waver. Caius didn't need to be physically present for his growing disrespect toward Arrow to become evident. How could confirming a truth Arrow had always known be any worse? Holding Marcus's gaze, Arrow released his grip on Marcus's wrist and steeled himself for the impending touch. They were so ancient that Marcus's human life felt like nothing more than a fleeting shadow, a brief flicker at the beginning of their long existence. They had lived the life of nomads, only to find one another. Dime. Arrow had revisited all the memories leading up to the night of her death, either because he was a part of them or because, before that moment, touch between the three of them had been something they rarely considered. Then he reached that fateful night. He hadn't realized how utterly feral he had appeared when Marcus entered his study, eyes wide, venom glistening on his teeth and lips as he spoke. No amount of fine clothing could conceal the monster he had become as he lashed out at his brother. "You cannot leave. We are the Volturi. Us. And she is my sister, you will not take her from me. Arrow shouted. It's not what we want, Marcus replied, trying to soothe him. We just need some time away from all of this. She needs to not be treated like a goddess for a little while. The guard will stop her, stop you. I don't care if they have to rip you apart to keep you here, you will stay. You can reassemble yourself somewhere secure. Isn't that a little much, Arrow? Marcus questioned. You are needed. You are vital. You cannot leave. It's only for a short while, a decade, maybe 2. Marcus grabbed Arrow's shoulders and squeezed. You must know we love you too much to leave you for good. That had been the last time Marcus had expressed any affection for Arrow, the last moment Arrow felt real sincerity behind those words from anyone. It marked the beginning of a negotiation about how long they would be away at a time. And then, that feral creature Arrow had been returned, and from Marcus's perspective, he watched him remove heads and wreak havoc. An overwhelming sense of heartache enveloped the guard, mingled with utter despair, a desperate wish for death, and an insatiable craving for fire. Marcus felt Arrow's fear of losing everything, the relief that came from finally breaking through the chaos, and a resignation to a long life filled with misery as he took his throne for the first time afterward. Arrow was shrouded in the sorrow of a man who had lost his wife, his soulmate, his reason for existence. Within that blanket of bleakness, he observed himself through Marcus's eyes, growing ever colder and more unforgiving. He realized how often he and Caius wore the same sadistic smile as the end came for some careless immortal. In those moments, he could sense how distant Marcus felt, especially when he needed him the most. Their bond, while strengthened with Chelsea's help and unwavering in its strength, had grown a little lax and distant. Yet, there were fleeting moments of reprieve, when a hint of the Arrow Marcus had once known would resurface, what Arrow referred to as his benevolent phases. Beneath all the heavy sadness, there was always a glimmer of hope, a hope that this would be the time Arrow would reclaim his former self. He could see the bond between Arrow and Marcus tightening, while the one with Caius seemed to slacken. Centuries of this back and forth had left their connections unbalanced. The relationships with the guard felt superficial, with very few exceptions. Then, Marcus observed Arrow watching Jane, Felix, and Dimitri lead in the presence of the Cullens and Isabella. He was initially drawn to Isabella because her connection with the Cullens didn't align with what he had expected. With Alice, the bond was as strong as ever, but with Edward, it appeared weakened and unequal. Most intriguing were the faint lines connecting Isabella to the Volturi, not all of them, just shadows reaching toward Arrow, Dimitri, and Felix, which surprised Marcus himself. Then, Arrow met Isabella's eyes for the first time, and everything changed. Marcus snapped back to attention as everything fell into place. The bonds within the triarchy held steady for just a fleeting moment, and then the connection between Arrow and Marcus strengthened more than it had in years. Meanwhile, the bond between the Cullen boy and Isabella began to unravel, though the one with Alice only wavered slightly. There was no denying the spark that flickered between Arrow and Isabella, and Marcus could feel how that fragile connection impacted him. It was a sign of good things to come, or so Marcus hoped. It also signaled that he would need Arrow to touch him once more, to uncover the truth that had been buried deep within him for centuries, a truth that Arrow now possessed. I had hoped, Marcus began, pulling his hand away, that Bella would win Caius over. I thought her spirit and modern mind might sway him. But as we approach a year, today was the first time she stood up for one of the vampires we are meant to lead and asked for leniency. She showed true leadership, and our brother ignored her. I had hoped I would never have to share the knowledge you now hold. About that night. About the more recent events. But after today and his words, I feel you need to be prepared, for your sake and Bella's. Why did you never tell me? Arrow asked, his voice trembling with renewed anger and grief. Because I knew that if I told you and didn't stop you from your relentless pursuit of vengeance against those involved, then our fight to take power from the Romanians would be in vain. And you, my brother, would never trust another soul again. And you believe I will now? Arrow replied through clenched teeth, willing his body to remain steady. Yes, because you have love, true love. And from what I can see, possible connections beyond just you and her. Marcus grasped Arrow's shoulders, just as he had on the night of Didyme's death, forcing the younger vampire to meet his gaze. Please, don't do anything rash. And don't tell Isabella. There's still hope for her and Caius, I'm sure of it. And if there's not? Arrow asked. Marcus had no response to that. After a moment, he finally spoke. And now, at least you know that when I said I never blamed you, I meant it. You can't deny to yourself that you've always been my true brother. Arrow smirked and nodded. And perhaps now you won't think a clap on the shoulder or an attempt at a handclasp is like a drop of the guillotine blade. Marcus shifted away, adding, quite ingenious, those. It's a shame we could never develop one for our own kind. Arrow chuckled, a hint of dark humor mixed with a partial truth. Marcus sighed heavily. The point was to curb your number of executions, not increase them. Arrow sensed Marcus leaving the room, leaving him alone for the moment. But he didn't want to be alone, so he made his way up to the roof, using his instincts to find his mate, who hadn't wandered too far. When he emerged, he found 4 vampires in the midst of laughter. He felt somewhat intrusive as they all paused at his arrival. I merely wanted to ensure Isabella was all right, he said, watching as the guards sobered and straightened from their positions on the roof floor. Isabella stood and looked at the rest of them. You guys should probably go. You've spent enough time up here with me. Of course, mistress, Dmitri replied with a slight bow as he got to his feet. Bella rolled her eyes but said nothing. And if I may, perhaps when we're all available again, we could accompany you on a ride around the country, he suggested. Sure, Bella nodded, touching each of their arms as they stood and gave her a nod. She smiled at all of them, stiff and sad but genuine, and they all. Bella smiled back quickly before turning to leave, bowing her head to Arrow as she passed. Once they were alone, she said, I'm sorry. No, Arrow replied, shaking his head as he crossed the distance to take her hands in his. The apology is mine to make. I tell you over and over to embrace your power, to claim it, and when you did so today, I sided with Caius. But you also lied for me. Again. I can't keep making you do that, she protested. I also lied for Carlisle, for the Cullens as a whole. I lied for Jacob so his pack and his tribe can remain safe, he countered. And that shouldn't mean that I take his side. You pleaded for her life, and I should have heeded that plea. She shook her head. I shouldn't have said anything in the first place. Mia Amida, please. When she stubbornly stared back at him, Arrow sighed. I don't believe this will be a matter in which we can come to an agreement, so it may be best to let it go. Bella hesitated, clearly wanting to continue her point, but then she relented with a nod. She stepped toward him and did that wonderful thing where she placed her head against his chest. He released her hands to wrap his arms around her, holding her close, knowing she was far safer with him than anywhere else when she wasn't with the guard. Maybe it will be better when I'm gone next month, she said, and Arrow felt a chill run down his spine at her words. When I'm not here to bother Caius, maybe he'll loosen up. Perhaps, Arrow said, though he didn't agree, he kept that from his tone. He rolled the information he had gathered that night around in his mind and kissed the crown of her head. Bella's arms slipped around his waist, and they remained still as statues in that embrace for hours. Chapter 31. As the sun rose outside their window, Bella was determined to pull herself away from Arrow. I have to get ready, she reminded him, but he only slid his hands up her arms, lacing their fingers together and pressing them back down on the bed beneath her. He kissed her jaw. You're a vampire. It's not like you need a lot of time, he said with a teasing smile. Bella returned his smile. Vampirism doesn't help me get through airport security. And it won't do me any good if I miss my flight. Her eyes fluttered shut as he groaned against her neck. I don't understand why you won't just take the jet, he said. I don't understand why you won't come with me, she countered, attempting to roll away from him. But before she could complete her move, he had her back on her back, grinning down at her. It seems your newborn strength is waning, he teased, brushing his nose against hers. That's unfortunate, because it might have been fun to arm wrestle Emmett, she replied, earning a delighted giggle from him. He would have enjoyed that, Arrow agreed, kissing her deeply, perhaps a little too passionately for the limited time they had left. But then he rolled away, allowing her to get up and prepare. Out of curiosity, what do you think your father will say if you show up to his wedding with the man he thinks is Esme's relative? Especially when it would be nearly impossible for me to keep my hands and lips to myself? She glanced back at him while she put on her clothes, savoring the view of him on the bed for a fleeting moment. What's he going to think about the changes I've gone through? My voice, my hair, my skin. He's not Renee. Charlie will notice them and won't just assume it's all, whatever Renee thought. Does he not know about the stepchildren he's about to gain? Arrow asked, his brow furrowed in confusion. No, Bella chuckled. Or if he does, he hasn't said anything. I have no idea what Chief Jacob would think about their secret, and it wouldn't matter anyway. He still has a year before he'll be completely in charge, so Sam is likely still calling the shots there. Arrow hummed as Bella finished dressing. She heard a creak and a shuffle, and then his arms wrapped around her from behind. You've been part of this world for nearly a year. I know you know how to handle your father. You've heard about what some vampires do to maintain their human connections, and you know when the line has been crossed. I know, Mia Amida, that you will manage your father's suspicions beautifully. Arrow kissed her cheek, and Bella reached back to run her fingers through his hair, her other hand resting on one of his bare arms. After a moment, she sighed. I hate that I already miss you, she grumbled, turning in his embrace and placing her hands on his bare shoulders. It won't be long. A week, yes? Between the flights and the time spent away for the wedding? No, not much more than a week. But it still sucks, she said, pressing her head against his chest and inhaling deeply, savoring the rich scent of evergreen on his skin. She kissed his breastbone before stepping back. I have to go. So you do, he agreed reluctantly, leaning down to kiss her lips. I regret that I won't be able to go with you to Venice and see you off. It's better that you don't. Caius is at least a bit less of an ass when I'm not around. Or when you're not with me. I do hope my inevitable irritability will remind him how much more pleasant you make me to be around. Bella laughed, stealing another quick kiss from him. I doubt it, she mused before stepping away to pick up her backpack. Charlie had mentioned that the dress for the wedding would be waiting for her, and she was sure Alice would have the perfect pair of shoes to go with it. Bella packed her favorite pieces, a box of colored contacts, her sunglasses, and the necklace Arrow had gifted her. On St. Marcus Day, Bella slung her bag over her shoulder and took a long look at her half-dressed love, finding it incredibly difficult to leave him willingly. A week apart felt like an eternity, and while she knew there would be countless other moments they could share, the thought of being away from him was unbearable. The human concept of time shouldn't matter to her anymore, but still, she didn't want to go without him. Love could be so frustrating sometimes. Bella, he said after a moment, you'll be late. She sighed in frustration, then darted toward him, kissing him just like she had when they first separated back in Forks. She could feel him smile against her lips. Go, he urged, giving her one last peck. Bella quickly left their room before she could find another reason to linger. As she made her way to the parking garage, she passed Heidi and one of the male guards she hadn't interacted with much. The guard continued on his way, but Heidi paused. I would say have fun, but I can't imagine how that would be possible, Heidi smirked. It could be, Bella replied with a shrug. I'll let you know what Alice thought of that sweater you bought me. If she has half the taste you say she does, she'll love it, Heidi said, leaning in to kiss Bella on the cheek. Bella returned the gesture. Be good, Heidi said. I should say that to you. Command me, Heidi teased with a wink. Bella chuckled as she continued on her way. She approached her bike, gently stroking the front before popping the seat open and pulling out her helmet. She didn't really need it, but it helped with the issue of exposure. Once she put it on and shut the seat, she swung her leg over the saddle and settled in. Taking her keys from her jacket pocket, she started the engine, revving it a few times for fun before kicking off and riding away. Zipping out of the city, Bella felt a mix of emotions. Aside from their trip to Australia, most of her coven's travels had been quick escapes. This time, however, she was taking a plane, her first commercial flight since her time on the jet. She wondered if Charlie might surprise her by picking her up, so she preferred not to arrive in Seattle on a private plane. Her only nerves about flying stemmed from the long flight ahead, especially the part where they would try to feed her. Bella hadn't paid much attention during Alice's meticulous planning on their way to Volterra, and she had slept through the return trip. She considered the possibility of pretending to sleep the entire flight, but traveling alone made her uncertain if the flight attendants would wake her to ask if she needed anything. As her mind raced with various thoughts, the ride to the airport seemed to pass all too quickly. She found a spot in the enclosed garage, a few levels down from where Dimitri had parked when they arrived to pick her up. She left her helmet in the seat, knowing her flight home would land at night. If it got stolen before then, it wouldn't be the end of the world. Taking a moment, Bella popped in her first set of contacts and made sure she had her less-than-legal Italian passport ready for security. Getting through had been relatively easy, especially since she was fluent in the language. She was off to see her American father remarry. It shouldn't be more than a week, and she breezed through the checkpoints. Navigating the airport, Bella did her best to breathe while trying to ignore the overwhelming sense around her. Humans, as a whole, smelled awful, and it hadn't gotten any easier to accept over time. There was something about them that made her throat itch if she focused too long, and the worry of stumbling upon another singer occasionally crossed her mind. But the sheer mass of people, with their food scents, chemical-laced fragrances, and odors from sweat, was simply unappealing. She often wondered how the Cullens managed to survive in such a crowded, sensory overload. School on repeat was a mystery Bella wasn't eager to unravel. As she approached her gate, she opted to lean against the wall instead of taking a seat, patiently waiting for her flight to board. A few men in the nearby seats openly stared at her, and one or two smiled when they thought they caught her eye. She hoped none of them would attempt to talk to her. She might just drag them to a bathroom and eat them, just not in the way they would probably prefer. Maybe she should wear a ring. But if she forgot to take it off, she knew Charlie would question her. Still, wearing a ring would have been a fantastic idea. "There you are," Dimitri said, approaching her with a smile and handing her one of two empty takeaway coffee cups. His eyes were currently a lighter shade of brown than hers, and he was dressed incredibly casually, in jeans and a nice sweater. It was not entirely different from her own outfit, though she had on a leather jacket while he wore a blazer. He also carried a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. "I got you that drink you like," he continued, likely noticing the men trying to gauge their relationship. "Thanks," she replied, bringing the cup to her lips in a gesture that felt very human. Then, she shifted closer to Dimitri, ducking her head as if to rest it on his shoulder. Behind the curtain of her hair, she whispered, "What the heck are you doing here?" Dimitri chuckled and turned his head, making it seem like a young couple stealing a moment. "Did you really think Master Arrow would allow you to go alone?" "Yes, I did," Bella retorted. "Well, that's not the case, mistress." He teased her with the title, and she playfully swatted him. "You're a high-ranking member of the Coven. You have no idea how furious Master Caius was when your mate broke protocol and went off alone last year. Sure, the Cullens were around, but it's not like they were duty-bound to protect him." "And what about your husband?" Bella countered. "Felix, my mate, thank you, was intensely jealous that he couldn't come along." She tilted her head up to meet Dimitri's gaze. "Is that why you two were away for a few days? Because Arrow wanted you to be with me?" "It was," Dimitri replied. "And be thankful I actually like you, because being stuck on a plane for nearly 20 hours with food I can't eat would be terrible for me. I didn't ask you to come, but thanks, I guess." She smirked at him, pretending to take another sip from her cup while watching him do the same. "You remember what I told you about my friend, Jake, right?" "Yes," Dimitri nodded. "So, you know I'm going to have to see him alone first." Arrow was in Forks before Carlisle asked for permission, but he stayed away and out of sight while the arrangements were made. I trust that you'll be able to handle the matter, Dmitri promised as the flight's first-class seats were called for boarding. Taking Bella's empty cup, he tossed it along with his in the trash before shouldering her backpack while still carrying his own. First class as well? She asked, not surprised in the least. Of course. I'm sitting with you. He smiled, and Bella inhaled sharply. She grimaced, and Dmitri laughed. Oh, this will be entertaining, he said, gesturing for her to move ahead so they could get ready and take their seats. Hey, Dad, Bella said into her phone as she and Dmitri exited the gangplank, each wearing a pair of sunglasses since their contacts had dissolved, making it difficult to put them in with the flight attendants constantly moving about. You're landed? Charlie asked eagerly. Yeah, it may take a bit before I make it to the house. By the time I stop for food and get to the Cullens, she said, and her traveling companion snorted beside her. Yeah, no, it's fine, Charlie said. Just, don't spend too long. All your time there, he said, not unkindly, with a bit of a chuckle at the end. I won't. And, I brought someone. Bella braced herself, glancing at Dmitri and giving him a slight scowl when he snickered. Charlie fell silent. You what? It's a friend from school, Bella explained. His boyfriend loaned him to me for the weekend so I wouldn't be alone at the wedding. Oh. Charlie exclaimed, relief evident in his voice. Oh, well, I mean. Cool, that's awesome. Yeah. Well, I look forward to meeting him. Great, see you in a few hours, Bella replied, hanging up and pocketing her phone. And what about your boyfriend, mistress? Dmitri teased as they made their way through the airport. What else was I supposed to call the guy you've been with for hundreds of years if you aren't married? She shot back quietly over her shoulder. Felix would come up with a few clever or crude names, I'm sure. But I thought the modern term was partner. Or is it still special friend? Special friend? Yeah, we could totally go that route, Bella retorted, stepping out of the secure area. Just as she barely got away from the exit, Dimitri's hand darted out and caught her arm, halting her and tensing. What is it? Bella asked, trying to focus on the little things she was drowning out and listening past the many heartbeats around them. We're being stared at rather intently by that human over there, though I get the sense he's not what he seems, Dmitri said quietly. Bella turned to where he was subtly pointing. He looked just as she remembered. His hair was a little longer, as if he hadn't gotten it cut or had decided to grow it out again. He seemed a bit taller than her fuzzy memory suggested and probably a bit bigger too. But when she caught his eye, even through the sunglasses, Jacob's smile was as sunshiny as it had ever been. It was a struggle to keep her movements human as she eagerly approached the boy who had been her best friend. Bella found herself navigating the slow pace of human life, trying hard not to push people aside as she made her way through the crowd. To her surprise, as she got closer, Jacob opened his arms wide for her. Come here, you creepy bloodsucker, he called out, still a few feet away. His grin made her laugh, and they collided with a soft oof from Jacob. She had to be careful with her strength, but they embraced each other tightly. After a moment of rocking back and forth, Jacob teased, You smell horrible. Bella chuckled, feeling as if her tear ducts might have betrayed her if they still worked. Yeah, you do too, she replied, pulling back to look at him. What are you doing out this way? Jacob shrugged. I thought I'd come see you, welcome you and Dracula back under the same rules he had last year. He glanced past Bella as he rummaged through his pocket. But that's not Dracula. Bella turned to see Dmitri standing by her side, glaring at Jacob through his sunglasses. This is Dmitri. He's... She hesitated, grimacing a little. He's my guard. Your guard? Like, bodyguard? Jacob asked, disbelief evident in his voice. Mistress Bella is to be kept safe from any threat to her existence, Dmitri stated, straightening his back. I'm assuming, then, that you're her interesting friend, Jacob? Jacob's eyes widened. I told him, Bella interjected. Irina, she came to the Volturi last month. Alice mentioned that, Jacob replied, frowning. She said Irina was watching her decisions or something. Said it didn't end well. It didn't, Bella confirmed. But believe me when I say I trust Dimitri to keep quiet about you guys. I've been commanded not to. Twice, Dimitri added with a smirk, looking down at Bella. Okay, we're at least 5,500 miles away from Volterra. Here. I'm just Bella. No mistress, no commanding, no. Your word is to be obeyed, Dimitri interrupted. Dimitri nodded respectfully, and Jacob let out a snort. Bella shot him a warning glare. Don't, she said firmly. Queen of the damned, he murmured, lifting his hand to reveal the keys he had brought for her. Dracula's car. Edward drove it up here a couple of days ago, said you'd probably want it. Bella took the keys with a smile, twirling them in her hand for a moment before asking Jacob, did you ride your bike here? Yeah, he replied, as if that was the only way he could have made it from the reservation to Seattle. I wouldn't leave that thing anywhere Paul might try to ride it. That model should only be lovingly cherished, Bella agreed, and Jacob perked up, ready to dive into conversation. Bella, Dimitri interrupted. As much as I don't mind this reunion, I've been in a very small space with humans for nearly a day. Not all of us have your nonchalant attitude toward blood. He spoke in a hushed tone, glancing around. Right, Bella said, handing him the keys Jacob had just given her. Anywhere this side of the mountain to the west is fine. Northeast or southeast would be your safest bet. Head to the Cullens when you're ready. I shouldn't let you go on your own, Dimitri said, eyeing the keys. Master Arrow would have my head. I'll handle Arrow when he finds out. I'm fine with Jacob. Probably more than fine, she assured him, shooing Dimitri away. I promise. With a reluctant nod, he finally gave in and took off through the airport. Jacob watched him go, his eyes narrowed. Right. I suppose you need to go, too? He asked. Nah, I'm good. I had something a couple of days ago. I'll be fine for at least another day unless someone smells a bit too good. Jacob squirmed. Right, he cleared his throat. So if you're good, does that mean you're ready to go? I can give you a ride. Yeah, let's go, she replied, gesturing toward the exit. A nervous excitement gripped Bella as they approached her hometown. The road signs counted down the miles until they finally saw, the city of Forks welcomes you. Her anticipation grew even stronger as they passed the sign, and she heard Jacob chuckle in front of her. Where are we going first? Charlie's or the Cullens? He asked. The Cullens, she replied, relieved that neither of them needed a helmet, so there was no need to shout over the plastic. Dimitri probably won't be too far behind us. Jacob nodded and steered the bike toward the Cullens' house. The driveway felt much longer than it actually was, her eagerness to see everyone again in this new life almost overwhelming. She nearly jumped off the bike and ran, but Jacob wasn't going slow, her impatience was just too strong. As they pulled up in front of the house, Bella hopped off as Jacob cut the engine. She gazed up at the multi-level house that held some of her most cherished human memories. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled the scent of Jacob mixed with the damp earth and vibrant evergreens. Italy was home, it smelled, tasted, and felt like home. But this place was a close second, and if she thought there was any chance of convincing Arrow to spend some time here every couple of centuries, she would certainly try. Just then, the front door swung open, and she turned just in time to brace herself for a squealing Alice, who collided with her in a whirlwind of excitement. You're here. You're here. You finally made it. Alice exclaimed, spinning Bella in a joyful circle. I couldn't see when you'd get here, and it was driving me crazy. But now I know. Alice stepped back, glaring at Jacob. You could have called and let us know you were bringing her. And where's the car? Dimitri took it, Bella informed her. Alice frowned. I didn't see Arrow deciding to send him along. I was quite unhappy when he firmly decided not to come. You're watching his decisions? Bella asked, crossing her arms. I might be, Alice replied, tilting her chin defiantly. Bella. Esme's voice cut through their banter. Bella quickly uncrossed her arms to embrace Esme. The matriarch of the Cullen clan didn't dance around the issue, but her embrace was filled with love and excitement at having one of her children back home. "Oh, we're so glad you're here," Esme said. "Me too," Bella replied as she stepped back. "What about the others?" "Edward went to pick up Bree from school since she's not allowed to drive yet," Esme assured her, smoothing Bella's hair. "The rest went hunting." "Oh, but look at you. You're beautiful, just as we knew you would be." "Eyes are freaky, though," Jacob commented, earning a scowl from both Cullen women, a reaction he seemed used to. "You behave," Esme chided. "Bella's life isn't like ours here, and that means her eyes are going to be different. You remember what Bree looked like in the beginning?" Jacob sighed and rolled his eyes, but a grin crept onto his face. "Do you happen to have any more of that?" "In the refrigerator," Esme said, and Jacob took off toward the house. Bella watched him go, realizing there was something she was missing. "All right," she pointed after Jacob. "What is going on?" "Edward said that you guys were staying here for Jake as much as Bree, so." "He's family now," Esme said fondly. "He and some of the pack are getting to know each other." Arrow pointing out that they weren't actually werewolves had us all wondering if we could coexist because of the lifestyle we chose. "All right," Bella frowned. "But exactly how did that come about? What made you all decide to see if it was possible?" "We think Jacob was meant to imprint on Bree if she were still alive," Alice explained, looping her arm through Bella's as they walked toward the house. "They share a connection, but it's not complete. They can't help being really good friends, and they genuinely like each other. But he's not her mate, and she's not his anchor." Bella felt a pang of sadness for them. "Do you think they'll still find someone?" Alice shrugged. "I hope so. Bree has a long life ahead of her, and Jacob could have the same. It's not something I can really see, it's not a decision. But I'm sure you understand." She flashed a knowing grin and opened the door to the house. Bella hesitated. "I should go see my dad," she realized. "I mean, the wedding is in just 2 days." "Contacts first," Alice insisted, pulling her inside. "And how used to acting human are you?" "Enough, I think," Bella replied. "Really? Because you haven't blinked once since you got here." Alice smirked. Groaning, Bella followed Alice inside. Dimitri had arrived while Alice and Esme were still giving Bella tips on perfecting her human performance. Jacob stood nearby, stuffing his face with leftovers and trying hard not to laugh. When her guard returned, she quickly took the keys and left, confident she could figure it out on her own and eager to avoid more of Jacob's teasing. Plus, she hoped Charlie wouldn't notice. She drove halfway to Charlie's house before needing to pull over to the side of the road to take a breath. Her meeting with Renee and Phil had cast a shadow over her hopes for a joyful reunion with her dad. Despite how she often felt, she was different now. Even with the brown contacts in her eyes, she was not the same Bella who had left Forks, not in any way, really. Renee would never have truly noticed. Charlie, however, had quickly picked up on her wearing Arrow's jacket one early morning when he was barely awake. The memory brought Arrow to mind from the morning before. With his arms wrapped around her, his scent enveloping her, and his encouraging words whispering in her ear. He seemed far more confident in her ability to handle this situation than she was. For a moment, she almost reached for her phone to call him. No, she had to give him space. She could manage a week without him, whether they were talking or not. And she was determined to do just that. Taking a deep breath, Bella checked for traffic and then pulled back onto the road. She was going to face her dad and sue like a mature adult. Hell, if she listened to her maiden friends, she was practically a queen. She was above cowering in the car. As she drove up, she noticed Charlie's cruiser in the driveway, along with a second vehicle that she assumed belonged to her future stepmother. She glanced in the mirror to ensure her contacts were still holding up and took another deep breath. With resolve, She stepped out of the car and looked up at the house. It didn't feel like home. So much had happened since she moved here, but unlike the Cullen house, she felt a disconnect from the Swan residence. It was a familiar feeling, reminiscent of her move to Forks 2 years ago, but this time, there would be no staying. This was likely the last time she would see it. The door swung open, and her dad stepped outside, beaming. "Bells," he exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious. "Hey, Dad," she replied, making sure to walk at a perfectly human pace, even as Charlie half-jogged to catch up with her. Bella opened her arms when it was clear Charlie was about to hug her in one of those rare emotional moments. "Geez," he said as he collided with her. "Bells, you feel like a rock." "I've been working out," she said, the words slipping out before she could think them through. Given that Charlie couldn't see her face, she allowed herself a grimace at her own lame excuse. "You're cold," he remarked. "It's hot and sunny in Italy, of course I'm cold," she replied, stepping back and taking in his suspicious frown, made all the more comical by his mustache. His heart was steady. Whatever he suspected, he wasn't afraid of her, Bella thought, considering it a small victory. "You look different," her father said. "Well, I am different," she replied with a casual shrug. "But hey, enough about me." She gently swatted at her dad, hoping it wasn't too hard. "You're getting married." I sometimes wondered if you had given up on the whole idea of it. Marriage has value. It's knowing you always have someone in your corner, you know? It's a partner you can depend on. Someone you love, someone you respect, and who loves and respects you. "Are you trying to sell me on it?" Bella asked with a playful grin. Charlie rolled his eyes. "I'm just saying that it works and has value. But, you know, later in life. You don't want to get married just because you weren't careful. Trust me, that's not something you have to worry about with me," Bella said as she slowly started toward the house, Charlie walking beside her. "Well, unless you're suddenly in a convent, there's always a chance." He trailed off, squirming a bit. "No, there really isn't," Bella stressed. She sighed. "Just trust me. It's not something you have to worry about with me." That suspicious look returned to his face, but there was sadness there too. Bella could guess what Charlie thought she was trying to say, and at least there was some honesty in that. When they reached the front door, he opened it for her and waved her in. Bella felt an instinct to take a breath and instantly regretted it. She was incredibly relieved that vampires couldn't vomit. The house positively reeked. If she had a gag reflex, it would have been in overdrive because there was no smell in the world worse than what lingered in her old home. Sue emerged from the kitchen, where the aroma of food mingled with the wet dog stench, and froze when she spotted Bella. The tension in the atmosphere was palpable, heavy enough that it almost felt suffocating. Bella felt Charlie's heart rate begin to race nervously, just like prey sensing they were being watched. Sue's heartbeat was quickened with fear and apprehension, and Bella was almost ready to turn and run. Suddenly, footsteps thundered down the stairs, and an exuberant Seth leaped off the last few steps, launching himself at her. "Hey, sis," he exclaimed, wrapping her in a fierce hug that nearly knocked her off balance. She chuckled as she returned the embrace. "Hey, Seth," she said, pulling back to take a good look at him. "You've grown. Like, so much since I last saw you. You've changed a bit yourself, I see," he teased, prompting a nervous laugh from Bella. She noticed both Sue and Charlie's heartbeats starting to calm at the sight of them, and she couldn't help but chuckle again when she realized it was for two very different reasons. "What can I say? Italy agrees with me," she shrugged. "You know, I think it does," he replied with a grin. When Seth stepped back, Sue approached with a warm, apologetic smile and gave Bella a loose hug as well. "Welcome back," she greeted. "I'm glad you could be here for this." "Me too," Bella said, glancing around and listening to the hearts in the house. "Only 3. Seth said, likely picking up on Bella's thoughts. "Leah's back at the res. She's probably not going to be around much before the wedding." Which reminds me, Charlie interjected, shifting behind her before nervously stepping around to stand next to Sue. Seth's giving his mom away, and Leah's standing up with her. I'd like you to do the same for me. Be my best gal, or whatever. A vampire standing up for her human father as he married his human fiancée, who had shapeshifter children. This was real life, and it caught her off guard, prompting a sudden ha to escape her lips. Absolutely, she said without hesitation. Just tell me what you need me to do. I need to wear something, Bella said. I had a dress picked out for you, if that's all right, Sue replied, wringing her hands. It's brown, I hope that's okay. I love brown, Bella assured her. Just show me where it is. Sue nodded, glancing at Charlie before leading Bella upstairs to her old room. Bella could tell that Seth had stayed there occasionally, the sheets on the bed had been changed, and there were small touches that made it feel like it belonged to someone else. Sue walked over to the closet. Seth hasn't used this, she explained. He mostly just used the dresser since it had been emptied out. I'll make sure the closet is cleared for him before I leave, Bella said. Or, if I don't get a chance, I already took everything I wanted with me. Sue glanced at her. I started, she admitted. Then, looking over her shoulder at the door and lowering her voice, she added, I may have discovered a bag you might not have wanted. Yeah, you don't need to keep those, Bella reassured her, relieved that she wasn't able to blush. Sue nodded, smirking a little before clearing her throat. She opened the closet door, revealing a gorgeous brown silk dress hanging on a hook just inside. Bella smiled at it, reaching out to feel the smooth fabric beneath her fingers. Would it be awful if I took it back with me? She asked. No, Sue replied, her hair rustling as if she were shaking her head. I actually quite like the idea. I can think of someone in particular who would probably appreciate it, Bella said, picturing the look on Arrow's face the next time there was a formal gathering in Volterra, and this was the dress she wore. I hope you know Leah won't like you being there, Sue said quietly, low enough that Charlie wouldn't hear, but not quite as discreet as the whispers Bella had grown accustomed to. She turned to face her very nervous-looking brother. Stepmother-to-be. She was very much against your dad inviting you, and she was sure you wouldn't show up. Right now, she's at the reservation because she knew Jacob intended to meet you at the airport, and she didn't want to be around. I'm not offended, Bella assured her. If you don't want me there, I won't go. I can tell Dad that something came up and I had to leave. Sue took a deep breath, and with shaky hands, she reached for Bella's. Bella helped her, guiding her movements as Sue seemed to direct them. I know what you are, Sue said calmly. Jacob told us what you planned to do, and he mentioned that you were very certain of your decision. He also said that the one who was going to sire you was certain it was what you were meant for. So, we have reluctantly accepted it. Charlie doesn't know the full story. All he knows is that my children are not normal, and that there's something going on that is essentially on a need-to-know basis. If he asks, we'll tell him the same applies to you. Bella smiled, a sigh of relief escaping her even without her having breathed for a while. Now, about this friend of yours that Jacob mentioned. An actual friend? Sue questioned softly. Yes, Bella nodded. I have a mate. But he's kind of important in our world. Technically, Demetri's here on protection detail, but he is my friend. Actually gay? Sue raised an eyebrow. Yes, and very much taken, Bella confirmed with a nod. Good, Sue said, letting go of Bella's hands and trying discreetly to rub them against her jeans. Bella couldn't help but smile at the gesture, finding it more endearing than offensive. I'd offer you dinner, but... Yeah, no, Bella replied. But I'll stay with you in the kitchen while you cook if you want. You can tell me more about what's going to happen and what to expect. Sue nodded. I'd like that. She hadn't expected the nights to be so boring, but Bella had also spent. In all those years as a vampire, surrounded by a vast coven, Bella often found herself spending long hours with Arrow. It left her aching for him more than she would have liked as she lounged in a chair on the Cullen's deck, gazing up at the stars. She heard the sliding door open and then close, and a moment later, Edward settled into the chair next to hers. "Where is everyone?" she asked without looking over at him. "The house is eerily quiet. I can only hear Dimitri when he moves." "They're behaving themselves because you're here," Edward replied. "They're scattered about in little cottages and huts around the property. But I can still hear them." "I don't want to know," Bella said. "You really don't," he agreed, a smile spreading across his face as she chuckled. "And Bree?" she asked. "She's with Jacob." Edward smiled fondly. "They've sort of taken over the meadow for themselves." Bella smiled back. "They really are kind of cute together in a strange way." Edward nodded. "They are easily the best of friends. Not that I think she replaced you, but—" "She did," Bella conceded. "In some ways, she absolutely did. But that's a good thing. I was closer to Jake's age than Rachel or Rebecca. It made getting along with him easier. But they're the same age. Only a couple of months apart," Edward pointed out. "Yeah, she rides with him on his bike, and they run together when he's a wolf. He goes with her when she hunts, and then they study together. It's weird. But it's good. It keeps things peaceful now that we don't have to band together to protect you." Bella chuckled. "No, now I can take care of myself." Edward hummed in agreement, and Bella noticed the way his gaze flickered over her. "How's Italy been?" he asked kindly. "Interesting," she replied. "How was England?" "Damp. And nice for a while. I kept thinking about going back over to see you, to spend time with you, but I thought it might be best not to." "Probably," Edward said. "Agreed." After a moment, Edward asked, "Things with Arrow are good?" "Things with Arrow are perfect," Bella replied with a light snicker. "Though I suppose they're supposed to be that way. Soulmates and all." She turned to Edward, her expression softening. "I miss him." "I'd be lying if I said I hadn't missed you," Edward confessed. "But the connection between the two of you is undeniable." Bella smiled sadly. "You're jealous." "A bit," Edward admitted ruefully. "I'll always wonder how different things might have been if I had never left." Bella cringed at the thought. "Knowing what I do now, I'm kind of glad we ended things." Edward frowned, his lips moving as if to ask something, but a shuffle from the house behind him interrupted his words. "Another one?" Dimitri said as he settled down on the other side of Bella. "Yeah," Felix sighed. "Master Arrow is going to check to make sure it really was an accident, which has pissed Master Caius off. But let's face it, accident or not, someone will have to pay the price." "An immortal child?" Edward asked, earning a glare from Dimitri, who Bella knew hadn't shared what the issue was. "Where is it this time?" Bella inquired, turning her attention to Dimitri. "It's on a small island in Japan," Felix replied from the other end of the call. "No big incidents yet, the child is older, but it appears to be in a gray area. At least there won't need to be a lot of you. We should all be back around the same time," Dimitri noted with a hopeful lilt. "With luck. And perhaps our master and mistress will be too preoccupied with each other after their reunion to worry if we happen to take off to Florence again." "I didn't need to hear that," Edward grumbled. "Is our master insufferable already?" Dimitri asked Felix with a smirk that Felix couldn't see. There was a beat of silence, probably to gauge who was listening. "Not as bad as he could be." No heads have rolled. "But there isn't a single doubt in. My mind is set on the fact that once Bella gets back, we won't see him for at least a day," Felix said. "You two would still have to get past Caius and Marcus," Bella pointed out. "Yeah, but if we did disappear, you wouldn't rat us out to anyone," Felix retorted, and Bella could picture his cheeky grin as if he were right in front of her. "No, I wouldn't," Bella agreed. "Be safe without me there to watch your back," Dimitri said to his mate. "You too," Felix replied affectionately, and Bella felt a pang in her heart. When Dimitri hung up, she turned to him and said, I'm sorry you had to be here with me instead of with him. I promise, it's fine, Bella, Dimitri assured her. It's something we say to each other when we leave for separate missions. A way of saying, I love you, that those who are oblivious don't think twice about. It struck her then that in all their months together, she hadn't actually said those words to Arrow. He said them all the time, casually, in multiple languages, without a hint of hesitation. He told her he loved her while she was still human, even when it seemed she might pull away after discovering they were soulmates. Arrow had expressed his love constantly, clearly, and without any expectation of hearing it in return, just as he had promised. Yet, despite feeling it deeply in her heart and etched into her soul, Bella hadn't said it at all. She showed him, surely he must have known. You should probably hunt before tomorrow and Saturday, Edward pointed out, drawing Bella's attention. You don't know how many humans will be at the wedding. And you're still technically a newborn. The calmest, most lustless newborn that ever was, Dimitri replied, glancing at Edward. There was exactly one incident. Phil is your blood singer, Edward cut in, looking at Bella with concern. You know, I'm beginning to understand why Bella left you. Dimitri snapped back, at least when Master Arrow reads your mind, he doesn't interrupt and give away your thoughts. Hey now, be nice, Bella lightly scolded. Yes, mistress, Dimitri teased, earning a playful smack from Bella without even glancing at him. She kept her focus on an irritated Edward. He is, which is why I can never see him again. But you're right, I should hunt. She bit her lip. It was one thing to send Dimitri away, but all Bella could think about was her origins. What if she thought she was safe from anyone she knew, only to find herself about to bite Mike Newton? Mike probably would have liked that, now that she thought about it, which only turned her off the idea of hunting for humans in Washington even more. How hard is it to hunt an animal? She asked Edward. Oh, you're not serious, Dimitri replied. Please tell me you're not serious. Bella turned back to him and shrugged. I'm curious. It's not like I'm really into human blood, and I doubt I'm suddenly going to find a deer to be the best thing ever. It's really not as satisfying, Edward admitted. I can take you if you want. You're used to human, a predator would be closer to that than anything else. Bella stood up and glanced at Dimitri, who shook his head. I'm not participating in this, he stated firmly. No one said you had to. Are you going to be all right with me going off with Edward? I would be. Would your mate? He retorted cheekily. Yes, she replied without hesitation, moving to the edge of the balcony. She looked over her shoulder at Edward. Ready? He nodded, joining her in an instant, and then the two leaped over the railing and took off. A mountain lion wasn't any more or less satisfying than a human, which was a bit disappointing for Bella. Pretty sure something broke when I changed, she said after finishing her hunt. It's like I'm missing something that makes me actually want it. Does that mean you're going to take up the diet? Edward asked, glancing at the deer the mountain lion had pinned down before Bella attacked. Bella shrugged, setting the mountain lion aside, and reached into her jacket. Maybe while I'm here. It's not something I'll be able to do when I go home. Unless I decide to hunt animals instead of unsuspecting motorists. She pulled out her lighter and flicked it open, then paused as she realized she didn't need to destroy the body. Is that a habit of yours? Edward asked, glancing at her hand. Yeah, she replied, closing the lighter and tucking it back into her pocket. If there's no other way to get rid of the evidence. Discretion and all. And it really doesn't bother you? That the human you drank from and then burned might have a family waiting for them to come home? How do we know the mountain lion didn't have cubs? Or that deer didn't have a fawn hiding somewhere? You may have just killed Bambi's mom, she pointed out. Are you really that detached? Edward asked as he got to his feet. I'm just saying that we don't know anything about anyone aside from ourselves, she argued. Every vampire I've seen executed for crimes might have had someone out there waiting for them. Hell, the vampire I executed might have had someone wondering what happened to them. Edward stared at her thoughtfully for a moment. I suppose, he agreed reluctantly. I guess the difference is how much you interact with them. And you don't have to hear their thoughts. No, there is that, Bella agreed, glancing at the brightening sky. Almost morning. What are you doing today? He asked. Preparing the hall, helping Charlie make sure everything's ready for tomorrow. Are they going to need help? Edward asked as they turned toward the house, moving at a human pace. I really don't know, she replied. I don't even know who is supposed to be around. I would say pretty much all of the pack, with only a few exceptions, Edward mused. Jacob has made it sort of mandatory that they not only honor the treaty but also play nice with us, too. Bree? Bella guessed. Edward nodded, slipping his hands into his pockets. Because of Bree. And because of you, he replied, meeting Bella's gaze. He knew you were going to go through with it, and he wanted to make sure that when you came back, you wouldn't have to worry. You mean if, Bella corrected him. No, when, Edward insisted. He knew that you couldn't stay away, even if it was a few years from now. Bella cringed at the thought, picturing Jacob waiting for her return while the Cullens moved on with their lives. Despite knowing that Charlie should never find out about her, and that there really wouldn't be a reason for her to come back, she was surprised to realize that although she loved Jacob and wanted him in her life, she had no intention of returning to Forks. This thought settled around her as she made her way back to the house and prepared for the day ahead. The wedding, much like the preparations the day before, was tinged with an underlying tension that the happy couple could at least overlook while enjoying their moment. Dimitri had insisted on accompanying Bella to the hall and had surprisingly been a helpful presence, all while quietly lamenting that he had to move so slowly. Charlie regarded him with suspicion, and Bella couldn't tell if it was because the pack was watching Dimitri closely or if it was because he often seemed to be flirting with her, despite supposedly being taken. Jacob had instructed everyone to play nice, of course, but it seemed Sam was only following those orders to maintain the peace. Still, he, Paul, Leah, and a few others remained distrustful of the Volturi vampire, often casting Bella the most disappointed look she had ever received. On the other hand, Seth, Embry, and Quill were among the most receptive, though they still eyed Bella's friend with caution. Having Edward and Emmett around helped ease some worries, as the more familiar vampires led the conversation, trying to bridge the gap. However, the wedding itself was both better and worse than expected. The Cullens were invited, but only. Carlisle and Esme arrived, and it felt a bit unusual for the whole family to be there, especially since Charlie only really knew Edward and Alice. Aside from them, there weren't any other vampires around during the day. Dimitri had joined them during the ceremony while Bella stood with Charlie, watching with a wistful yet amused smile. The pack kept their glares and disappointments to themselves, making a point to avoid Bella and the others at all costs. But that didn't bother her, not at all, not even a little. Bella stood by her dad as his best girl, his title, not hers, and couldn't help but beam throughout the vows he shared with Sue, applauding when they shared their first kiss as husband and wife. The ceremony was kept simple since it was a second marriage for both of them. There were no elaborate speeches about blended families, all the children were essentially grown. There were snippets about forever and the phrase, as long as they both shall live, and during those moments, Bella felt her smile fade just a little. The reminder that their forever didn't equate to hers stung, especially knowing there was someone out there to whom she never truly promised forever, even though it was his without question. She managed to get through the reception by taking fake sips of her drink and pushing food around on her plate until Seth happily helped himself to her leftovers when no one was watching. Bella mingled with the invited humans who had no idea what she had become, sharing stories about her time away at school and her love for Italy. She did have to excuse herself roughly every hour to swap out her contacts before the venom dissolved them. Dimitri ensured he did the same at different times so it wouldn't look suspicious. As she returned from one of her lens swaps, her dad spotted her. "There you are," he said with a smile. "Sue and Seth are going to have a son and mother dance. She thought it would be a good idea for you and me to." He gestured toward the makeshift dance floor, and Bella grinned. "Yeah. Of course," Bella replied, moving with Charlie to the center of the dance floor, a little away from Seth and Sue. Charlie got into position, and she reminded herself to relax so he could lead her properly. As the song began, Charlie started to move, and she followed the gentle pressure of his hand against her back. "All right," he said quietly. "I didn't want to say anything before because I was a nervous wreck, and I didn't want to think about it too much. But now that the wedding's done, Sue and I are heading off in a few hours for our honeymoon, and you're going to go back to Italy." "Right," Bella frowned. "But first, I want to know where you got a diamond necklace the size of a golf ball." She glanced down, even though she already knew. Ero's gift had practically screamed at her while she was getting ready. The Volturi crest rested against her skin beneath the dress, and the pendant was visible, the aged gold perfectly complementing the brown of her outfit. She wore no other jewelry aside from her bracelets and hadn't even bothered with her hair. It gave her an elegant look without any effort, and she figured only the Cullens would recognize it as real. "It's not as valuable as it looks," she lied. "Right," Charlie replied, clearly unconvinced. "All right, then I have another question." He took a deep breath, glancing around to ensure no one was listening. "You're different. I know you, Bells, and I can tell something has changed. But I also know that Leah and Seth aren't. Are you like them in some way?" Bella snickered, shaking her head. "I'm different," she admitted. "But that's all I can tell you. I'm asking you to accept that because I really can't share more." She met Charlie's gaze, and he pursed his lips. "That Dimitri guy is different too," he stated. Bella nodded. "Need to know," he grumbled. "Sue said that when I asked about Seth and Leah keeping weird hours and tearing through clothes." They fell silent, each lost in their own thoughts. Bella swayed gently on the dance floor, moving in a small circle. "You don't have a heartbeat," Charlie said quietly, his voice laced with a hint of fear. "I promise you, Dad, I am more alive now than I've ever been," she reassured him. "You didn't die or something?" he asked, and Bella could sense Dimitri's anxious gaze on them. "I didn't die," she stated confidently. "Nothing terrifying or horrifying happened to me. But that's all I can tell you, all right?" "Okay," he replied, a shudder escaping him as he pulled her a little closer for a hug. "Just keep talking to me, okay? Call when you can, and take my calls when you forget. Don't drop off the edge of the world, all right?" "I promise," she swore, her heart tightening at the thought that one day, it might be the opposite. She envisioned a future where Charlie would simply stop reaching out, and she would know why. Tears stung her eyes, and she fought to pull herself together before her contact lenses could betray her. As the song ended, she kissed Charlie on the cheek and made her way to Dimitri. To her surprise, he wrapped his arms around her as she approached. "You handled that beautifully," he assured her, giving her a gentle squeeze as she watched Charlie and Sue begin to dance together. "Your father is safe, as are you. Not that I really think you would come under the law." She let out a mirthless chuckle. "I should, though." Just then, she felt her phone vibrating in the hidden pocket of her dress. "No one should be above," she began, but stopped short as she pulled her phone out without looking at it. Dimitri was staring off into space, his brow furrowed in concentration. A few seconds passed as Bella's phone went to voicemail, then started ringing again. She glanced down at the screen and saw Alice's name, noticing that the last call was from her just before this one. A tingling sensation, reminiscent of a bad omen she hadn't felt since the woods by her house the day after her 18th birthday, washed over her. A chill began to envelop her. "Dimitri," she said, turning back to her guard. "Dimitri, what's wrong?" He blinked, an action she hadn't noticed until now. He frowned and then looked at Bella. "I hadn't realized it had a distinct feeling before." "What doesn't?" she asked. "The bond one had to the Volturi, to the kings." He explained, placing a hand on his chest and rubbing over his sternum. His fingers brushed against his crest, and he looked down at the silver pendant as if he were seeing it for the first time. "My commitment to the three of them. That drive to serve. I hadn't noticed it had a feeling before." "How do you know it does?" she asked, just as her phone went to voicemail again. Dimitri met her gaze, and Bella realized he was worried. No, not just worried. Dimitri was actually a little bit afraid. I know because I don't feel it anymore. No loyalty to the coven at all. It's gone. Chapter 32. Arrow truly loved Japan at this time of year. He kept the hood of his cloak over his head, though it wasn't necessary. The rain fell around them, with thick clouds blocking out the sun. The landscape was breathtaking. I regret that Bella couldn't be here with us, he said, mostly to Felix, knowing he was at least friendly with her. Afton and Michael, he was fairly certain, felt indifferent toward Bella. Understandably, Master, Felix agreed as they moved through the trees of the small island, making their way to the coven that had been accused. And how are she and Dimitri? Arrow asked casually, glancing at the scenery. I believe you spoke to them before we left. Dimitri finds forks. Arrow laughed. Yes, it's quite something, isn't it? He mused. My reasons for staying were vastly different, which made things far easier to tolerate. He says the Cullens have had a rather interesting pet. Felix's tone made it clear he knew exactly what he was implying. Stopping, Arrow turned to face his strongest guard, his expression as placid and unassuming as the inflection in Felix's comment. Felix met Arrow's gaze directly, though whether it was a challenge to deny the statement or an open question for all to hear, Arrow couldn't tell. Venom began to pool in Arrow's mouth, his muscles tensing while he maintained an air of calm. Does he? Arrow asked, curiosity lacing his voice. Felix hummed in agreement. Slowly, Arrow turned back around, running his tongue along the back of his teeth and swallowing the venom. And what does he think of this pet? He inquired, trying to keep his tone even. Annoying, Felix countered. And uncouth, Michael added with a hint of humor. I suppose they had to replace the one they lost, he continued. You'll watch your tongue when speaking about your mistress, Felix warned before Arrow could lash out. Of course, Michael replied, sarcasm dripping from his words. You will show respect, Arrow snapped over his shoulder. Michael remained silent as they approached the coven. Arrow could hear their movements, the faint sound of worried voices growing louder as they got closer. Although he regretted Bella's absence, there was a certain relief in it. When she had accompanied him to Australia nearly a year ago, there had been uncertainty about whether the child was truly an immortal. Their local proxy had been clueless about the conflict between the two covens. But now, Arrow had clarity. He could see it in the mind of the one who reported the news. The real question was whether the child was mature enough to handle immortal life. He didn't want her to witness the destruction, even though he believed Bella could manage it. He had become somewhat numb to the burning of the youngest vampires, but he could never bring himself to do it. The innocence in their eyes, the lack of understanding about what they had done wrong, always struck a chord with him. If you allowed them to, they tended to capture your heart. As the Volturi appeared before the coven, the confusion on their faces was palpable. Perhaps they expected someone else, or maybe even more than what stood before them. Without waiting for Arrow's command, Afton quickly built a bonfire. The child was small, not a toddler, certainly, but not quite the age of Jane and Alec. We're sorry, one of the older vampires said in their native tongue. I'm sure you are, Arrow replied, responding in their language and continuing to do so. Who was the creator? A younger vampire stepped forward, their head bowed. Arrow examined them, noting their awareness of what was likely to happen. He extended his hand, and the younger vampire looked up at him. Arrow recalled with sharp clarity what had transpired in Australia the last time someone hesitated, and he noticed how Felix shifted nervously at the thought. The young vampire lifted their hand and placed it in Arrow's, then closed their eyes. This was a fledgling, only a few years old. They had been feeding on a child when a human from the group they had hunted rushed at the older vampire with a torch. In a moment of distraction, the young one abandoned a meal they thought was long past the point of life to help. The transformation had begun before they fully realized it, and once they did, they assumed it was too late to reverse. It was a simple, honest mistake. Once the change was complete, they looked after the child, who had been somewhat feral but obedient so far. Arrow released the young vampire's hand. You did well to save your coven mate and to take responsibility for your actions. He turned to the guard who was watching. In English, he added, the siring was unintentional. There will be no punishment for this act. Michael's brow furrowed slightly, and Afton's cheek twitched, but that was the extent of their reactions. Arrow then addressed the coven on trial, kneeling as the child was brought forward. He tilted his head, studying the young one. Do you remember your first life? He asked in Japanese. The child shook their head shyly. Not a thing about it. Arrow probed, suspecting there might be a memory hidden away. Why did they take your hand? The child inquired. I'm magic, Arrow replied, his tone enticing. If our skin touches, I can read your mind. The child's face lit up with a smile as they held out their hand. Arrow returned the smile and took it. Fear was the primary emotion flooding this newborn vampire's mind. Most of their human life had been erased by the transformation, the pain of it burning everything away. Yet, they had been raised to obey, and that obedience remained strong within them. Disciplined, intelligent, and small for their age, they were 12 at the time of their change, the same age as Alec and Jane. Do you want to live forever? Arrow asked. Arrow leaned in, sensing the weight of his question. Do you want to be this way for all eternity? The child frowned, uncertainty flickering across their face. I don't know, they confessed. Arrow nodded. The child was old enough to grasp the gravity of the situation, yet still too young to fully understand what it meant. Unlike Jane and Alec, who had been prepared for their transformation and knew what was coming, even if they didn't have a name for it, this young one had received no warning and had barely been taught how to navigate this new reality. He rose to his feet, still holding the child's hand. Master? Afton asked, looking to Arrow for guidance. Arrow sighed and extended the child's hand toward their coven. Master Arrow? Michael asked, confusion evident in his voice. They are the same age as our twins. Arrow addressed the guard. If we execute this young one for simply existing, we would have to do the same to our own. He turned to the leader of the coven as they stepped forward, gently taking the child into their arms. But be warned, any sign of immaturity, and my decision to spare you all will be reversed. The coven nodded, and as they moved away from Arrow, a strange sensation tingled along his skin, a feeling of disconnect. He frowned, observing the coven, who seemed to pay him no mind, their relief palpable at the absence of bloodshed that day. But he sensed the power in the air, his instincts confirmed it, even as he felt the loss of someone he had grown fond of. It was a half-grief, mourning for something he hadn't realized he valued until it was nearly gone. Among the guard, a phone rang, and Arrow turned just in time to see a perplexed Felix pull his phone from his pocket. It seemed the others felt something too, judging by the expressions on their faces. However, upon closer inspection, it didn't appear to be grief, except for Afton, who looked troubled. Santiago? Felix answered, and Arrow felt a wave of relief wash over him that it wasn't Dimitri or Isabella on the line. It seems Arrow is destined to meet a very unfortunate accident while you're all here, Santiago replied, and the atmosphere fell silent. Arrow. Not Master Arrow, as he had been known for millennia. Just Arrow. Sorry? Felix repeated, clearly taken aback. Master Caius is in charge now. Marcus is dead, and Chelsea is gone too. Might as well end the blighter, then call Dimitri and tell him he can leave the Cullens. Chelsea, Afton warned, his sharp gaze landing on Arrow. Arrow tilted his head slightly, intrigued. Would you really kill me as suggested? He asked. Yes, Michael replied without hesitation. Gladly. In an instant, Arrow found himself fighting off two vampires, urgently calling to the other coven to run. Whatever was happening, he didn't want to drag them into this chaos. Suddenly, a hand closed around his neck, and Michael's thoughts flooded into him, resentment, pure and unfiltered. Michael wasn't gifted, but he was impressive. Chelsea had severed the ties with his old coven and led him to the Volturi, and then they had obliterated the rest. There wasn't a mate in the fold, but a lover he was quite fond of. Arrow twisted in the grip, feeling the grinding, choking pressure against his throat just before he managed to seize Michael's arm and flip him over his shoulder. Michael retaliated immediately, kicking Arrow's feet out from under him, sending him rolling for a moment before he regained his stance in a crouch. Michael smiled, his teeth glistening with venom, and Arrow launched himself at him. With all the speed he could muster, Arrow hurled Michael toward the bonfire, the vampire halting just shy of the flames. As soon as Michael landed, Arrow felt a swift hit to his back, knocking him closer to Michael and the bonfire. Afton. Michael was the bigger threat, and Arrow would be damned if he died without taking one of them with him. As Michael prepared to grab him, Arrow pushed himself off the ground, ready for the fight. Arrow swung his feet around, flipping to face Michael just as he prepared to land. Timing it perfectly, his feet connected with Michael's chest, sending him stumbling into the flames. As Arrow regained his footing, he turned on his heel, hands outstretched and ready to grab Afton. But at the last moment, his hands found only empty air as Afton was yanked back. "Move!" Felix barked. Arrow sidestepped just in time as Felix shoved Afton into the fire. Arrow watched in horror as two of his guards burned alive, his mind racing. Marcus, his beloved brother, was gone. He hoped there was an afterlife where he could finally be with Didime, where they could be happy together after so long apart. Chelsea, Charmian, if she was really gone, was another tremendous loss. Not only for the bond she had formed, but because she was such a remarkable being. Though they hadn't been as close in recent centuries, especially after Afton arrived, she had been a wonderful companion during the quieter moments. The Volturi, his coven, was likely in ruins. The delicate threads that kept them loyal were fraying, and there was nothing to prevent them from turning on each other if the mood struck. It hadn't been long since he observed their factions and the select few who flitted between them. How many of those social butterflies would survive? Isabella, he whispered, the realization hitting him hard. She was vulnerable, with only Dimitri at her side, and now his loyalty was broken. Arrow's eyes snapped to Felix. There was no contest between them. Felix could reduce him to ash in seconds if he chose. They stood close to the fire, enough for Arrow to feel its warmth through his clothes. Though they were equal in speed, Arrow's agility was no match for Felix's sheer strength. "She should be okay," Felix reassured him. "I don't think Dimitri would leave her. And if he does, she'll have the Cullens." Arrow nodded, though doubt began to creep in. Arrow stood there, his mind racing. "We should go to them," Felix suggested, causing Arrow to frown and shift his gaze sharply back to him. When Arrow continued to stare, Felix added, "They're our mates. They might be unaware of what's happening and expect to return to Volterra in just a few days." "I agree there's a need for urgency," Arrow replied, "but you said we." Felix smirked, a glint of mischief in his eyes. "I willingly joined your coven. And within days of my transformation, I met my mate here. You forget that you offered us a chance to leave, and yet we chose to stay. I still had you bound. Now that bond is broken." Felix shrugged nonchalantly. "Maybe so. But during all the time you were my master, you didn't exactly treat me like a slave. Besides, I think our necks would be safer together." "Thank you," Arrow said sincerely. "Truly, Felix. Thank you." He turned his gaze back to the fire, where the bodies of his former guards lay, reduced to nothing but ash. A wave of rage washed over him, the weight of his loss crashing down anew. What has he done? Arrow cursed at the flames. What has that foolish, headstrong? He stopped mid-sentence, letting out a snarl of fury as he stormed toward the nearest tree and punched it hard. Thousands of years. Thousands of years, and he decides now is the time to finish what he started. Arrow's teeth clenched, his eyes wild as he turned to Felix, who looked both confused and concerned. "What do you mean?" Felix asked. Huffing in frustration, Arrow paced back and forth, working his jaw as if he wanted to tear something apart. "Caius did something reprehensible to Marcus and me many, many years ago. Long before you or Dimitri were ever created. I just never knew the truth until recently, and then Marcus. He growled, struggling to accept that his brother had asked him not to break up the coven over it. That sentimental fool had forgiven Caius and believed Arrow could, too. But he had likely. Arrow had never expected his downfall. He couldn't believe that Caius would try to overpower them. And, Arrow thought, he probably wouldn't have considered it before. He'll go after the Cullens, won't he? Felix asked, capturing Arrow's attention. Irina mentioned wolves, he added. I'm fairly sure I calmed him down regarding that. Arrow tried to reassure him, but Felix shook his head. Bella told Heidi, Dimitri, and me as well. Who knows what information is circulating now? And even if he's dethroned you, he'll go after the one other coven she had ties with. It's clear he doesn't like her. Yes, Arrow huffed, regretting that he had left his mobile device back in Italy. Can you call them? My phone is on the jet, and I'd prefer not to risk going back in that direction. I'm sure he'll have it watched by now. Felix shook his head. My phone was destroyed when I went to stop Afton. I tried to reason with him, explain it was grief, but he wanted you dead regardless. Because I made Chelsea content to stay, Arrow nodded, understanding the situation. She didn't want to leave, I made her too comfortable. And being her mate, he felt obligated to stay. They fell silent for a moment, the only sound being the crackling of the flames. We'll need to cross the Pacific, Arrow said after a while. We should move to Russia first, then cross from there. Felix agreed. We can have a hunt before we submerge again. They would be almost directly across from there, right? We can't go directly to them, Arrow replied. There's territory we can't cross. We'll have to head further north first. But isn't Bella's friend? Felix trailed off as Arrow shot him a stern look. The treaty states that no vampire can be on Quileute tribe land. The only exception was Carlisle when the Alpha was injured. So, Russia first, then where? Felix asked. Likely Alaska, Arrow said. If we want to reach it with minimal interference, we should leave now. Dimitri, Heidi's voice crackled over the phone as Bella raced toward the Cullens. He had initially tried to call Felix, but that had been unsuccessful. Arrow's phone rang, but there was no voicemail to respond to. Heidi called before Dimitri could try again. Heidi? He killed him, she said, her voice low and shaky. Marcus. Caius killed him, and Chelsea. He. Oi. Santiago's voice echoed faintly in the background, followed by the sound of her phone crashing against the marble floor, and then the line went dead. Bella and Dimitri fell silent for a moment, absorbing the news. Chelsea, he said as they pulled into the Cullens' driveway. That's why I don't feel the connection anymore. She's dead. Marcus, Bella mourned, shaking her head as she parked in front of the house. I don't understand. She switched off the engine and stepped out of the car. In an instant, she and Dimitri were inside, where the Cullens had gathered around Edward, Alice, and Jasper. I'm sorry, Alice said as Jasper attempted to comfort her, while Edward looked apologetically at Bella. It wasn't supposed to go this way. You saw something. Bella didn't need to ask, it was clear. Her hand found Dimitri's, and he held on tightly. The future was always a bit foggy, Alice admitted with a slight shrug. I knew you would help bring out the best in Arrow, but I didn't foresee how that would affect everything else. Caius killed Marcus, Dimitri interjected, capturing the attention of all the vampires in the room. We had a very brief conversation with Heidi on our way here. All we know is that, and that he killed Chelsea. One of the very few who were loyal to Arrow without a bond, Carlisle remarked thoughtfully. Alice nodded slowly, a look of sorrow on her face. Caius hasn't made many decisions, but he did. They decided to rid the vampire world of anyone who had been friends or loyal to Arrow or Marcus. He'll start with the Volturi, then. Then come after us, Edward said, reading his sister's mind. And it doesn't hurt that we're one of the largest covens aside from them. But we wouldn't, Bella shook her head. You're not considered Volturi anymore, Alice said gently. Neither is Arrow. Marcus is gone. But it was Arrow and Marcus who founded the coven. With Arrow's sister and Marcus' wife, Bella protested, her anger and frustration warring with her grief and worry. Where are Felix and Arrow? Can you see them? Dimitri asked as Bella felt her throat tighten and her eyes ache. When I focus on them, I see them leaving Japan together. They head north, and then I lose them. I don't see them at all after that. Bella turned to Dimitri, who immediately wrapped his arms around her, holding her tightly. But it felt wrong, so very wrong. It wasn't the right arms, the right vampire, and Bella knew he was only providing the same bare minimum of comfort she was receiving. They could lose their mates. The thought of living without Arrow was worse than the idea of the Cullens leaving. The ache stole all desire to live from Bella's soul. Just the thought of it made her throat close up, draining her of strength when she had once felt so boundless. And this was merely the idea, not even the reality of what could happen. But Marcus endured. He had actually lost the love of his life, his soulmate, and yet he persevered for his brother. He did what he had to so Arrow wouldn't be alone with Caius, so someone could keep him from falling into the same darkness. So that the Volturi would remain balanced and just. Pushing aside the terrifying possibility of losing her lover before she ever voiced her feelings, Bella turned to Alice, shoulders squared and head held high. Is there a future where we get out of this? She asked. Alice met her gaze. Except for one, every single possibility leads to our death. Esme let out a choked sound, and Bree stared at them with wide-eyed terror. That's it? Bree asked, her voice trembling. Wait, and we die? How is that? Why? Because of what we are, Edward explained gently. How we feed, and who we associate with. Bree wrapped her arms around herself, her golden eyes shining with fear. How? Bella turned to Alice. What advantage does Caius have? In every vision, he has Jane and Alec, Alice replied, her tone nervous. You must be joking, Dimitri grumbled. They're loyal too, of course they are. They share the same sadistic nature and genuinely enjoy seeing anyone in pain. Bella wrapped an arm around her abdomen and tapped her lip with her other hand, lost in thought, trying to sort everything out. You're worried about Arrow, Edward said, observing her closely. Bella rolled her eyes and glanced at Edward, choosing to remain silent. He was focused on Dimitri. You think most of my loyalty to him was forced? Dimitri shot back indignantly. It wasn't? Edward asked, raising an eyebrow. Dimitri scoffed. Carlyle here knows about Ammonius, the one who created me. He can tell you what he's like. It wasn't hard to pull me away from him when the offer to join the Volturi came along. He met Edward's gaze directly, almost glaring. Edward's eyes widened in disbelief. Arrow. Not with me, Dimitri retorted. That's never what it was between us. But when someone can see in your head how often your eyes wander to the same sex and manages to compliment your taste rather than sneer and disgust, you tend to want to choose him. Even if I thought he was merely being nice to lure me in for my abilities, his unapologetic attitude regarding who he took to bed certainly cleared any doubt. As Edward continued to stare in a mix of horror and fascination, Dimitri scoffed again. I'm not saying Chelsea didn't have some sway over mine and Felix's decision to stay with the Volturi. Volturi, but the centuries haven't exactly been kind to mates like us, Dimitri said. Did you know? Emmett asked, glancing at Bella, clearly directing his question at her. Yeah, I knew, she replied, a hint of amusement breaking through her otherwise tense demeanor. That amusement faded, however, as she imagined Arrow's high-pitched laugh at the confused look on Emmett's face. How long before you lose sight of them? Bella asked Alice, nervously biting her finger. Alice shook her head with a light shrug. A few days. Maybe a week. It's hard to say. Bella nodded, lowering her head as her eyes fell on the crest. His crest, really. What if we tried to run? Esme suggested. It's not ideal, but if we could find a way. He'll have us tracked down, Alice interjected. Could they do that without you? Edward asked Dimitri. They had a tracker before me. He's still alive, as far as I know. And since it was Arrow who dismissed him, you can imagine what he would do if Caius were to ask, Dimitri replied bitterly. Arrow let him live? Rosalie asked, her disbelief evident in her tone. Dimitri shrugged. Why kill him? He never did anything wrong and was excellent at what he did. I'm just better. Who else would be loyal to Caius? Bella asked Dimitri. Who would stand by him if we faced off against him? You can't be serious. Rosalie exclaimed. It's better than doing nothing, Bella snapped back before turning to Dimitri, letting her arms drop to her sides. Who? He considered it for a moment. No, Edward scoffed, narrowing his eyes at something Dimitri was thinking. You are incredibly rude, Dimitri shot back. Bella rolled her eyes, sensing that the two were about to start arguing and that time was slipping away. She extended her shield and wrapped it around Dimitri. I can't help it if, Edward began, but trailed off. I can't hear you anymore, he said, glancing around. Really? I wonder how. I was so blissfully exempt from your invasiveness, Dimitri retorted. Actually, I did it, Bella interjected. Now, tell me, who would be loyal to Caius? At least half of the coven, Dimitri replied. And I imagine the half that didn't like him all that much was tortured and burned. There are those scattered around the world who would be more than happy to join his side. They may not have had the falsified bonds, but they would have known Caius from back during the werewolf hunts. He made a few loyal followers back then. Werewolf hunts? Bree stuttered. Yeah, he sounds like a great guy, Bella said dryly. He's fantastic, Dimitri replied sarcastically, still locking eyes with Bella. It wouldn't create a massive army, but certainly large enough to wipe out a coven like this one in the blink of an eye. Fantastic, Emmett grumbled. How exactly are you blocking Dimitri? Edward asked, his curiosity piqued. I'm shielding him, Bella answered. Arrow and I discovered my ability by accident. Oh, did you? Emmett teased, trying to lighten the mood. Bella shot him a fleeting glare. I saved him not long after I was changed. Australia, Dimitri said, understanding dawning on his face. I knew he moved before the rest of us, but I genuinely thought he just fought off the paralysis. Bella nodded and then turned to Alice. You said almost every vision except one has us failing. What's different about the one where we succeed? A spark lit in Alice's eyes. I can't see how it ends. I can't see anything after the initial confrontation. Bella grinned. The wolves. You can't see past them, can you? Alice shook her head, a rueful smile on her face. I can maybe see flashes, but there's never anything solid. Jacob's been around for most of the last year, and I haven't been able to see around him. Great for playing games, Jasper commented with a smirk. So the wolves, Bella murmured to herself. And maybe the Denali's. But... Irina, Bella said, her voice trailing off. It was Caius' decision, Dimitri replied, his tone unwavering. Arrow gave the final word, but he didn't want it. Caius would have seen that as weakness, Edward said thoughtfully. I've seen it in his mind, he despised his weakness. He viewed me that way for not wanting to live in a world without Bella. Well, Dimitri said, tilting his head from side to side, we all sort of thought that. Edward flashed a self-deprecating grin for a brief moment before his expression turned serious again. But it was more than that. He briefly thought Era was weak for not keeping a tighter rein on Bella. It was just a fleeting thought after her behavior in the throne room when I was there, but I didn't pay it any mind at the time. Are you a loose cannon, Bella? Emmett asked, a smirk playing on his lips. She's a queen, and she did what any queen would do, what she wanted, Dimitri responded. Bella, Carlyle interjected, ignoring Dimitri's comment, would the Denali stand with us, with me, despite what happened to Irina? Carlyle blinked, his jaw dropping, and Bella vaguely recalled him looking just as shocked after she and Arrow had exchanged their goodbyes near the treaty lines a year ago. Yes, he finally said after a moment. I think they will. Is there anyone else? Bella asked, hope and excitement bubbling within her. Anyone who would want to ensure Caius doesn't remain in power? Charlotte and Peter, Jasper suggested, shrugging when Bella turned her attention to him. Old friends from my days with Maria. They wouldn't care much about the politics, they mostly keep to themselves. But if I call, they'll come, no questions asked. I have some friends in Ireland, Carlyle said, pondering for a moment. I might be able to get Ammonius to come, but as Dmitri can likely confirm, he isn't exactly fond of the Volturi. He glanced pointedly at Bella. You could still try, maybe, Bella said as an idea began to form. But if you go to Ireland... I know it's dangerous, but there's a vampire named Julie who lingers on the border between Italy and Switzerland. The mind reader? Dmitri asked, and Bella shook her head. It's just what Eros said. She wasn't a mind reader, she could take on the gifts of others. He let her go as a promise to me, to treat other gifted individuals as he would have treated me, Bella explained to her friend before glancing at Carlyle. If there was a way we could ask. Renata, Dmitri said thoughtfully. But there's a chance she wouldn't come. She didn't exactly like Caius, but I don't think she'd be brave enough to face him. I also had a friend on the East Coast who might be willing to help us. An old soldier named Garrett. Bella smirked but remained silent. So if we're lucky, we might have about 30 on our side, Jasper noted, likely keeping a mental tally of potential allies. It's a start, Bella said firmly. Arrow lied to him about the wolves, so he won't expect them. The numbers may not be huge, but it's better than nothing. She clutched her crest tightly. She surveyed the room. I know none of you are doing this for the same reasons I am, and I get it. But I can't let Caius take the name for his own. He's going to destroy Arrows. She cut herself off, shaking her head. Legacy. His legacy. Ugh, I'm actually starting to understand how Victoria felt, and I don't even know if. The room fell silent. Mistress, Dmitri said, startling Bella. She quickly lifted her head to meet his gaze. I could try to find them. I make no promises, but if there's a chance, I can try. I can go with you, she offered, taking his hands and squeezing them tightly. Dmitri shook his head. As much as you don't want to accept it, if the worst has happened or is about to happen. He pulled his hands away from hers. Hold on, Dmitri said, touching her crest lightly. I think we both know what Arrow would want. Bella nodded. Do it, then. Bring our guys back to us, she said softly. Dmitri nodded solemnly. And Dmitri? If you can't bring them home, if it's the worst, come back safe. He gave her a sad smile before darting over to kiss her on the forehead. Be safe yourself, he said before turning and leaving McCullen House. As she felt him step out of the protective blanket of her shield, a wave of frustration washed over her. She hated that it meant he was now unprotected. But, much like Athenadora had done not long ago, she accepted that she couldn't shield him and handle everything else she needed to do. We should make our plans, Carlyle said thoughtfully. Bree shouldn't miss too much school, it would seem odd, especially since she started a little later. We can go to Ireland, Emmett suggested, glancing at Rosalie, who nodded in agreement. And maybe we can track down this Julie Bella mentioned. She's been in Arrow's head, she'll recognize you, Bella warned with a nod. I know where Peter and Charlotte tend to roam, Jasper added. We could head down and bring them back. It won't take more than a day or two, I'm sure. No one goes alone, Carlyle said firmly as the roar of a motorcycle engine grew closer. Bree perked up. Jake! She exclaimed, dashing for the door to greet him. I'll go with Jazz, Alice assured them. And if anything changes, I'll be able to call one of you and let you know what's happened. Bella glanced out the front windows and saw Jacob with his arms wrapped around Bree, his face a mix of horror and confusion. He met her eyes through the glass, and Bella could only manage the slightest quirk of her lips. He must have left the wedding to come here, and she wouldn't have been surprised if he had only come because of how quickly she and Dmitri had left. She couldn't imagine how they must have looked, the fear that must have been evident on their faces. "It's clear to anyone paying attention," Edward said, his voice carrying a note of urgency. "Bella can't go to the Egyptian coven if they have any animosity with the Volturi." "I know," Carlyle replied with a sigh. Outside, Bree stepped back from Jacob, and the two of them walked toward the house, arms wrapped around each other. Bella shifted her focus to Carlyle. "You were hoping I'd go?" she asked. He offered a half-smile. "It had crossed my mind. You haven't been with Arrow for long. Word may not have reached Ammonius about who you are. If it hasn't, there's only one thing that would reveal your connection to the Volturi." His eyes flicked down to Bella's crest. "I'm not taking it off," she said firmly, meeting Carlyle's gaze. "Arrow founded the Volturi. Caius doesn't get to claim the name just because he killed off their co-leader." "Arrow," Bella's voice faltered, her throat tightening, and her chest felt as if it were being crushed. She placed a fist over her dead heart and steeled herself. "If Arrow's gone, or will be, then I'm going to fight to ensure the name of his coven doesn't fall into the hands of some jerk on a power trip, someone who keeps his wife locked away or tosses innocent vampires into a fire because he deems their problems meaningless. If I'm willing to do that, I'm certainly not giving up one of the last pieces of my mate just to placate a guy my friend was happy to leave behind." She shook her head. "I'll go find Garrett, we've met." "You have?" Carlyle asked, raising an eyebrow. "I hope he wasn't causing trouble." "We had an interesting encounter," she replied diplomatically. "I'll go with you," Edward said. Like Carlyle said, we shouldn't go anywhere alone. "Where are you going?" Jacob asked as he and Bree entered the house. "Back down to Florida, then heading up the coast from there," Bella explained. "Trying to. I want to find a friend," Bella said. "I'll go, too," Jacob replied. "Bree told me what was happening." "That's exactly why you should stay." "Just in case Caius comes here while we're gone," Bella retorted. Jacob shook his head. "Sam and the pack can handle things without me for a while." "I want to go with you, too," Bree chimed in, looking at Jacob. "Sweetie, it's probably better that you stay," Esme tried to soothe her, but Bree shook her head. "I can't stay here while everyone else is doing something." "It's only a couple of days," she protested. "Why don't you take her to Egypt?" "Test the waters with Ammonius," Bella suggested to Carlyle, glancing at Esme. "A few days could easily be written off as you two going to court out of state. Bree's a runaway, maybe something came up," she added, unsure of how plausible it sounded. "Egypt?" Bree's eyes widened. "That could be cool." "And it's better than going with Bella, Edward, and Jacob," Carlyle agreed reluctantly. "As Bella said, she won't give up her link to the Volturi. It might be best if you're not traveling with someone who may have a target on her back." "I won't put any of you in danger," Bella stated, glancing around the room and meeting everyone's eyes. "I'm not a great fighter, and I'm not as practiced with my shield as I'd like to be. But I won't hide my loyalties, not for anything." "Then it's a good thing I'll be there with you," Jacob said confidently. "I always said it was my job to protect you from vampires." "I am a vampire," she replied, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. "You're going to protect me from myself?" "If I have to," he agreed. "You always were a magnet for trouble. I bet that hasn't changed." She snickered quietly, turning away. Carlyle and Esme smiled at her, full of affection and pride. "Garrett tends to like being in New England, but given you met him, you likely know he has been known to venture down further," Carlyle said. "I do," Bella replied, a faint smile lingering on her lips. "So it's settled," Carlyle continued. "We should start making our arrangements. We need to move as quickly as possible, it's likely we'll be watched." With that, Emmett and Rosalie, along with Esme and Carlyle, rushed off to arrange flights. Once they left the room, Alice caught Bella's eye and beamed at her. "What?" Bella asked. In an instant, Alice was across the room, wrapping her arms around Bella's neck in a tight hug. "The one possibility," Alice said, her voice filled with joy yet tinged with sadness. "It's the only possibility now." "You're sure?" Bella asked, returning the embrace. "Positive," Alice replied, stepping back, her eyes sparkling. "Someone made a very crucial decision. Now at least we have some hope." With that, she darted away, taking Jasper's hand and disappearing through the balcony door. Bella stood there, frozen in place, as she realized what Alice was hinting at. "You keep saying this, yet you consistently find ways to take up the mantle. I'm not sure you can resist it altogether, Mia Regina." Arrow had wanted her to take his place, and she had been resisting. Deep down, she still didn't want to, not really. But with him gone, she would be damned if the sadistic bastard who was supposed to love Arrow like a brother took what he built and destroyed it. "Jacob and I will change," she told Edward and Jacob. "Then we should start getting ready to go. The sooner we can sort this out, the better." Chapter 33. The sun was just setting as they headed out. Bella had called Charlie's cell and left a voicemail saying there was an emergency and that she was sorry for having to leave early. Since Jacob needed to go back home to change, it also gave Bella a chance to try calling Arrow and Felix again, but in both cases, the calls rang out immediately. When Jacob returned, the three of them piled into Edward's car and left the Cullen residence. They could have run, but since Jacob still needed some sleep, they decided to drive. "I saw Garrett in Jacksonville," Bella told Edward as they merged onto the interstate. "It's unlikely he's still there, obviously." "When?" Jacob asked from the back seat, leaning forward between them. "I didn't sense any vampires around while I was there," she replied. "It was after you left, just a few days before I headed to Italy," Bella explained. "He stumbled upon me and found my various ties to the vampire world intriguing." "I met him once a long time ago," Edward remarked. "He seemed nice enough, if I remember correctly. Very much a patriot. I'm not sure why Carlyle thinks he'd be willing to help what amounts to the dethroned king and queen of the vampire world." Bella swallowed hard. "For all we know, he's just helping me." "Caius, did he really dislike you that much?" Edward asked, concern etched on his face. "He barely talked to me unless I was doing something he deemed out of line," Bella replied with a shrug. "To be honest, I really only spoke with Marcus and a few of the guard. Not even all of them, just Dimitri, Felix, and Heidi. Everyone else just ignored me." "Tell me more about this more evil Dracula," Jacob said, his curiosity piqued. "He sounds kind of like a jerk." "He's always had a reputation for being the most sadistic of the three," Edward began. "There was even a rumor that he hunted all the werewolves to extinction." "He keeps his wife locked in a tower," Bella added. "And he's pushed Arrow to do the same with. To the point that I'm pretty sure he tried to get one of the guards to lure me there," Bella said. "What the hell keeps her there?" Jacob asked. "Is the knob laced with garlic or something? You know that's a myth, right?" Edward commented, glancing over his shoulder while keeping his eyes on the road. "Esme makes you things with it all the time, and she's never once burned or anything." "A gifted vampire named Corin," Bella interrupted before they could spiral into another tangent. Edward looked at her in surprise, clearly unfamiliar with the name. "She apparently can give addictive levels of contentment. She's been Athenadora's only company since Didime died." "And who is that?" Jacob asked, glancing between Edward and Bella. "Arrow's sister," Bella replied, watching Edward's eyes widen in realization. "Marcus's mate." "So. I had it wrong," Edward frowned. "I heard rumors that Arrow had killed someone, one of the queens. I thought it was his wife." Bella shook her head. "It was a misunderstanding. Something he said was taken to the extreme. He never meant to kill her." "So, Arrow's sister married Marcus," Jacob said thoughtfully. "How did this Caius guy come into play?" "They joined forces to take down the original rulers of the vampires, the Romanians," Bella replied, smirking as she turned to look at Jacob. Which is why Arrow's always been a bit unsure about you calling him Dracula. The Romanians might try to swoop in and take out Caius now. If they've heard about the collapse of the Volturi, I wouldn't be surprised if they tried to rise up, Edward said uneasily. I take it they aren't much better? Jacob asked. Worse, Bella and Edward replied in unison, exchanging a glance and a grin. All right, Jacob conceded. And what happens if Caius is taken out, and then the Romanians are dealt with? Do you take up the whole ruling thing? He looked at Bella, who was now staring out the window. Arrow. Will, she said, trying to push aside the painful realization that Jacob seemed to assume Arrow wouldn't be around for the aftermath. The thought hurt too much, making her soul ache with the urge to cry, scream, and rage. Bella's eyes began to sting. Edward must have sensed her distress because he quickly changed the subject. We'll look for Garrett in Maine first, then move further south if necessary. We should stop somewhere cloudy or rainy before nightfall. How do we even look for him? Jacob asked. If he just wanders around, how can we track him down? We can ask other vampires in the area, Edward replied. Which means we should be on foot by when? Bella inquired. New York? Edward suggested. That should be in a couple of days with stops along the way, and maybe not exactly following the speed limits. Bella nodded, and Jacob didn't disagree. I loathe this, Arrow grumbled, gazing out at the forest beyond the cave walls. Hiding. So do I, Felix agreed, standing opposite Arrow and glaring at the sunlight filtering through the trees. They had managed to cross the ocean, island hopping to Russia during the early morning hours, only to find themselves stranded as the sun began to rise brightly. It was hard to tell if they were in a densely populated area or if there were any humans at all, so they settled for a spot in the mountains that would provide shelter should anyone pass by. However, they would need to hunt soon. The journey across land and water, especially after not feeding before their initial trip to Japan, would soon take its toll and could make them reckless. Can you feel him? Arrow asked quietly. It was a question he hadn't wanted to voice, but it had been on the tip of his tongue for hours. He could still sense that Isabella was out there somewhere, or at least, he didn't feel a gaping hole in his chest. I don't feel like he's gone, Felix replied. Bella, can you? I don't feel she's gone, either. But she's too far away to get a proper sense of, Arrow replied, glancing out of the cave at the sky, hoping for a break. But there was none. Where are we going to cross over to Alaska? I assume you have a plan for when we get there? Felix asked. We can go to Eliezer and hope he might be feeling forgiving after what happened with Irina, Arrow reasoned. Though it may be that you'll have better luck there than I will. I might try to seek out the Cullens' Alaskan residence, hoping there's something there that can help me get in contact with Isabella. At the very least, I want to warn her and Dmitri about what's happening. They have to know by now, Felix reasoned. It's been hours. Arrow met Felix's gaze and shook his head slightly. You don't think? How many true friends did you have within the coven? Arrow asked. I know you and Dmitri were very fond of Bella, and you spent a lot of time with Heidi. But who else among them would you think would reach out to Dmitri, rather than just wait for them to return home in a day or two? Felix seemed to ponder this, staring out of the cave with disappointment. Heidi, he finally said. Before, I might have said Chelsea and Afton, but he turned on me quite swiftly. You defended me, Arrow reminded him. If you had let them rip me apart, they would have left you alone. But probably not Bella, Felix countered. And what has she ever done to deserve their resentment? Nothing. He shook his head. I want to believe Heidi made it out or was already gone when it happened. Maybe. He trailed off, and they fell silent again. Time passed, and as it did, clouds began to cover the sun. As soon as it was blocked, the two vampires darted out at a run. Arrow and Felix stuck to the mountain terrain, and they both felt a sense of relief when they came across a pair of climbers who at least satisfied their hunger before they moved into brighter territory once more. We could just eat any of the humans that spot us, Felix suggested as they shifted back into the shadows cast by the rock. That's true, Arrow reasoned. But I'd rather not take that risk. I'm not as familiar with this territory as I'd like to be. Too many humans killed in the same way would certainly attract attention. I may not be in a position to enforce the laws, but if it gets reported, it would draw attention to our direction. We have no idea if those climbers were just a lucky coincidence or the norm. We're going to need help, Felix pointed out, redirecting Arrow's gaze from the sky back to him. We're not just going to let Caius take over, are we? No, Arrow swore. No, we most certainly won't. The problem is, I can't imagine who would stand by my side to do so. The Cullens? Felix offered. Arrow sighed. Perhaps. But considering that I crushed the heart of Carlisle's first, and likely favorite, child, and stole Isabella from them when it was all but certain she would be one of theirs, I'm not so sure. That's the issue with anyone we might ask. I haven't always been kind. After a moment, Felix said, you know you weren't a bad leader. Arrow scoffed, but Felix continued, I'm not under any obligation to say that. I made you kill hundreds of vampires over the centuries, Arrow reminded him, the faces flashing through his mind, reminding him of how many covens he'd potentially angered. And that was only counting those who walked away from the Volturi intact. How many had he destroyed over a single vampire? How many friends would hold a grudge in honor of the fallen? Yes, you have, Felix acknowledged. And I know that not all of them deserved it. But for the most part, they had. So many of them had done something incredibly foolish. You would think that, Arrow pointed out. I'm the only one who truly knows. They fell silent for a moment. Then Felix asked, did you enjoy it? Felix asked, do you enjoy having them killed? Killing them yourself? All the vampires you've executed or had executed over the thousands of years you've ruled, did you find any pleasure in it? I never enjoy wasting the potential of forever, Arrow replied, not meeting his former guard's gaze. There are enough of our kind who perish over foolish squabbles. The only executions I ever truly relished were those that followed Didyme's death. I may have felt a bit of satisfaction in ridding the world of those who opposed me. Felix hummed knowingly. No one's perfect, he said after a moment. As part of the coven, I understand what it's like to be hated on sight. But I also know that when you lead the judgment party, people aren't always instantly afraid. With Caius, there was always a fight. Arrow frowned. I don't believe I ever made that distinction. There was always a fight because when he showed up, everyone was doomed. It didn't matter what anyone was accused of. Arrow looked at Felix thoughtfully. I don't imagine he ever gave a reason. Why would he? What was the point? We weren't going to oppose him. And if we hesitated? Jane, Arrow nodded. Yes, I do recall seeing those moments from her mind. We may not find many who will stand with you for you. But against Caius? That's more likely. Arrow considered this as the two fell silent, waiting for another break in the sun. He had no doubt in his mind that he still wanted to rule. Vampire kind had lived mostly peacefully and completely hidden for thousands of years under his and his coven brothers' power. The only real uprisings they faced were against the Romanians and the Egyptian coven ages ago, both of which were easily quelled. If there were to be an assembly of vampires opposing Caius, it wouldn't necessarily mean he would be placed back at the helm. This wouldn't be like the original uprising. That put him and the others in power. He might actually have to prove his worthiness for the throne. It was certainly a tedious task, and the thought brought a curl to his lip. But hadn't he been more benevolent in recent years? Vampires never forgot, of course, but perhaps that could work to his advantage in the end. It served as proof that he wasn't always a tyrant. This was something he pondered as they bided their time, allowing him to avoid worrying about the one vampire whose opinion mattered most. It had been a couple of hours since Jacob had fallen asleep. They had stopped somewhere in Wyoming so he could deal with his mortal issues. Not long after getting back on the interstate, he stretched out across the cramped back seat and closed his eyes. Soon after, soft snores filled the otherwise silent car. Bella could sit still for hours, she had done it before. But now, she found it difficult to remain calm as her mind raced, trying to figure out what instincts she could tap into that might reveal whether Arrow was still alive. Absently, she began to fiddle with her crest, wishing she could draw the same strength from it that she had while she was still human. She knew Edward was watching her. She could feel his golden eyes on her more than they were likely focused on the road. Not that it mattered. She hadn't once considered asking him to pay attention. "I have a question." "I'm not sure you'll want to answer it," he began. She dropped her crest and looked at him. "You won't know until you ask," she replied, offering a half-smirk that lacked conviction. "I'm not sure I want you to answer it," he admitted honestly, his grin matching her own insincerity. "Again, same thing," she countered. Edward shifted in his seat. "How did you know? That Arrow was the one? You always said you felt perfectly safe with him. And he always claimed that the moment you changed, I'd know you weren't mine. So how did you know?" Bella tilted her head from side to side, recalling what it was like. I don't think I ever felt like a human. I can't really explain what it was like, only that I wanted to know him and that I could trust him. Love came later? Edward guessed. Yeah, for both of us. Well, I say that, but Arrow once told me that he loved me without ever having to try. For him, the distinction was that he came to like me. She smiled genuinely. It was like we were meeting in the middle when it finally clicked. When we first met, I looked into his eyes, saw his soul, and knew I could trust him. I knew I would like him, and as I got to know him, I really did. As for him, he saw my soul and knew he was destined to love me. But as he got to know me, he found that he could like me too. He became my best friend. She glanced at Edward, her heart breaking at the raw pain in his eyes, the way they glimmered in the streetlights as they passed. "I'm sorry," she said, biting her lip. "Don't be." I asked. "I even said I wasn't sure I wanted to know," he reasoned. "I'm just glad it wasn't love at first sight. It makes me think that maybe I didn't waste all that time trying to win you back. But watching Bree and Jacob, I think we were like that once. Before James. Before your mortality became a real thing to me. I couldn't handle the thought of you becoming like me when you were so wonderfully human in my eyes. So to hear it wasn't that you saw Arrow and just knew it was forever." He shrugged. Bella turned away from him, gazing out the window. "Forever may have only been a year," she said quietly, afraid to raise her voice. They sat in silence, mourning their separate losses for a few miles. "What will you do if we beat Caius, and you're the only Volturi leader left? What will you do?" Edward asked. "I don't want the throne," she replied. "I will fight for it in Arrow's honor, but if I'm just fighting to make sure Caius doesn't keep it, I don't know," she said, shaking her head. "I can't lead the vampire world. I've barely been part of it for a year. And depending on who stands with us, I don't want ancients like Ammonius at the helm, especially when he doesn't treat every vampire the same." She sighed. "I suppose I would reach out to." Her voice trailed off, and her eyes widened. "Sulpicia." She fumbled for her phone, quickly pulling it out of her pocket and scrolling through her contacts. It rang twice before Dimitri answered. "I'm somewhere in Canada. It's cold and dark, and no, I haven't found them yet, but they're still alive as of right now," he replied. "Awesome, good to know." "That's not why I'm calling," Bella said. "Sulpicia." Dimitri groaned. "I forgot about her. Well, more accurately, I didn't think of her. Do you have her phone number? Does she even have one?" Dimitri snickered. "She doesn't. But I'll text you the number of someone who does and can get a hold of her." "Awesome. You're the best," Bella smiled. "Be safe without me there to cover your back." Dimitri chuckled warmly. "You too, mistress." He disconnected the call before she could respond, and a moment later, a number appeared on her screen. Without hesitation, she dialed it. The call took longer than expected, and when it finally connected, there was a brief silence before anyone spoke. "Hello? Hi, timid voice asked. I've been told you could put me through to Sulpicia, Bella replied. My name's Bella, I'm... Give me that, darling, another woman interjected, and Bella exchanged glances with Edward. Bella? The woman asked. Sulpicia? Bella responded, hope blooming in her chest. Yes, Sulpicia replied, relief evident in her voice. You're alive. Have you heard from Arrow? Bella asked, her heart racing. No, I haven't, Sulpicia answered. Heidi came to us, Sulpicia said sympathetically, and Bella felt a wave of despair wash over her. It's not pretty. She put up a hell of a fight, I can tell you that much. Bella choked back a sob, a mix of relief and regret flooding her senses. We didn't hear from her for long before we lost her. Dimitri and I mean. He's trying to find Arrow and Felix now. Sulpicia spoke bitterly. Caius is already sending out feelers. He hasn't unleashed the twins upon the world yet, but it's only a matter of time. I told my coven that if they didn't want to stand up against him, they didn't have to. Not surprisingly, they went into hiding. Calliope and I are with Heidi, trying to figure out what to do next. If you can, go to Forks, Washington, Bella suggested. Actually, if you can, go to Denali, Alaska for now. Eleazar lives there with his coven, Edward interjected. Bella frowned at him. I won't take orders from you, whoever you are, Sulpicia countered disdainfully. That would be Edward. And I'm not giving an order, Bella assured her. I'm making a suggestion. Forks is where Carlisle Cullen lives. We're all away from the house for the time being. You can't hunt in the area, anywhere west of the Olympic Mountains is essentially like Volterra, and you can't go on the beach. Just stay at the house, I'm sure you'd find it. Your friends, Heidi said, her voice cracked and barely recognizable. That's why the beach. Yes, Bella replied, trying to hide the pain in her soul at hearing Heidi sound so different from herself. Jacob's with Edward and me now. We're going to try to see if we can get some help. The second in command isn't as friendly with our kind. Just then, a loud snore from the back seat punctuated her sentence. I'm afraid to ask, Sulpicia said. You can count on us, Bella. I do wish we were about to meet under very different circumstances. I had hoped Arrow would bring you to Greece, Sulpicia said. Maybe he still will someday, Bella replied, forcing a smile. Maybe, Sulpicia agreed, her tone mirroring Bella's. We'll make a plan to find you somewhere. Until then. Good luck, Bella said, hanging up and staring at the phone in her hand. After a moment, Edward spoke up. You want her to take the throne if the worst happens. She wanted to be a queen, Bella retorted. If there's one thing I know about her, it's that she married Arrow for what being his wife could give her. If he's not here to take it back for himself, then I want her to have it. Edward nodded, a slight smile forming on his lips. That's one, he pointed out. But the Volturi is made up of 3. It should stay 3. Is this how we're going to pass the time while Jake's sleeping? Picking the ruling government in case we win this? Sulpicia. And who else? Dimitri? What about someone not from the Volturi? Edward countered. We could stick you on a throne. Bella raised an eyebrow. Carlisle? No, Emmett, Edward replied, and Bella smirked. He'd probably demand a big hat, she said. Edward grimaced. Think of Rosalie, though. I love her, but she should never be put in that position. I'm pretty sure her ego is big enough. Then what about Alice? I'd vote for Alice, Edward nodded. As if in agreement, Jacob let out a loud snore. They were nearing the crossing point as the moon rose higher in the sky. Arrow and Felix remained silent as the sun set and night fell. Arrow was reminded of a conversation he'd glimpsed in Victoria's mind. Her mate, her true mate, had hunted a child of the moon not far from where he and Felix were now. Their instincts were on high alert, the surroundings were too bright for comfort. Every rustle of the leaves they passed, every broken branch that wasn't from them, had their senses tingling. Both Arrow and Felix glanced around, uncertain of what lurked in the darkness. "Damned if we run, damned if we don't," Felix murmured, pausing as an unfamiliar movement caught their attention. "This is the one time Caius didn't chase after something relentlessly," Arrow remarked, scanning their surroundings. "He was terrified," Arrow replied, still looking around. "And he had every reason to be." Not sensing immediate danger, they pressed on. Anticipation curled in Arrow's gut. They were nearing the perfect spot to submerge in the Pacific and travel 20 miles beneath the sea to Alaska. In less than half a day, they could reach a place where Arrow could more easily find Isabella and Felix could track down Dmitri. Maybe then, something could be done about this whole mess. Suddenly, the rapid beat of 3 hearts made Arrow and Felix stop, accompanied by the scent of unpleasant blood. It wasn't far off, less than a mile away. They could probably sprint past without being noticed, but the blood had a familiar quality that Arrow couldn't quite identify. Human hearts didn't beat that quickly, even in the height of fear. "You can go on," Arrow told Felix. Felix shook his head in response. Arrow nodded, and together they moved quietly and swiftly toward the sound and smell. "Shit," Felix breathed as they neared the scene. It had been a millennium since Arrow had seen a true werewolf, so different from the pack he had encountered in Forks. While those wolves had been quite beautiful, these were grotesque creatures, beasts mimicking men, walking upright with forelegs that resembled arms dragging on the ground. They looked as if there was no flesh at all between their skin and bones. Immortality like that. Arrow couldn't imagine it. Cornered by the wolves stood a young man, bleeding and glaring defiantly at the creatures before him, gripping a sharp stick with nothing more for protection. "I won't ask you to go against them," Arrow said to Felix without looking at him, noting the tension in the air. The werewolf's ears perked up. "You don't need to," Felix replied. In an instant, they both sprang into action with a growl. Arrow wrestled one of the grotesque beasts to the ground, the two of them rolling until Arrow finally gained the upper hand. The werewolf snapped and lunged, its claws raking at him, drawing blood as one claw dug into his arm. With a quick, decisive motion, Arrow snapped the werewolf's neck. He glanced over his shoulder and saw Felix struggling against a creature that was dangerously close to nipping at his face. Arrow leaped onto the back of the werewolf and swiftly ended its life with a crack of its neck. "Never fought one of those before," Felix said, his voice filled with overwhelming relief as Arrow slid off the creature's back, letting it drop to the ground. "They're what one might call an utter bastard to deal with," Arrow agreed. "Immune to most things and incredibly strong. But unlike us, they aren't as quick when it's not a run, and they can't right themselves easily." Turning his attention to the young man, Arrow noted the blood seeping from his leg and arm. The smell made Arrow's throat feel scratchy, but it wasn't a desperate situation. He removed his jacket, tearing off the sleeves and tossing aside the remnants of the ruined garment. Kneeling down, he looked into a pair of brown eyes. "How are you feeling, Jack?" he asked, a slight smile playing on his lips as he gingerly picked up Jack's leg to begin wrapping it. "I'm surprised you recognize me," Jack replied, his voice just beginning to deepen. He had grown a lot in the 9 months since Arrow had last seen him. Jack looked about the age of the immortal child Arrow had encountered in Japan just the day before. Yet his features were familiar, as were the eyes, and the scent of the hybrid was recognizable enough for Arrow to identify him. "You must have realized our memories are as good as yours," Arrow countered. "I did, but it had been a while." "I wasn't sure," Jack said with a shrug, wincing as Arrow tied off the sleeve. "Where is Lissy?" Arrow asked, moving on to Jack's arm. "Dead," Jack replied flatly. "Those things got to her. We fled Australia after you let us go. She knew it likely wouldn't end well and didn't trust Dad not to do something stupid. She figured if she had your blessing to keep me, she was going to do it on her own. We'd been nomadic, moving where we liked, until those two picked up our scent in Mongolia. She was captured and told me to run. So, I kept going." "Will he turn?" Felix asked over Arrow's shoulder. "No, I don't believe he will," Arrow said, glancing up at the moon, which was clear of clouds. I think he would have shown signs by now if he were. I think that's the only reason they didn't kill me, Jack said, using the stick he had as his only weapon to help him to his feet. He leaned on it once he was standing. I think they were trying to see if I would be some sort of super hybrid. It stings, though. Their venom is likely working against your own, Arrow acknowledged. He considered that Carlyle might be able to help, but he doubted Jack could go beneath the water with his mostly human physiology. They didn't have the time or means to find another way across. Theft was tricky these days, especially with all the ways humans kept track of their possessions. A boat wouldn't be any faster than a run below the surface, but it could get this young man to a doctor who might be able to treat his wounds. Arrow growled. Caius was right, he grumbled before turning his attention back to Jack. I'm going to carry you on my back, and we're going to find a way to Alaska. I don't know how your injuries will fare even if we stop the bleeding, but a friend of mine in North America has medical knowledge. Jack shook his head. I'll be a burden to you, only slow you down. Are you serious? Felix asked, glancing at Arrow. He's alone. He's barely a year old. And as I said, I loathe wasting potential. Carlyle could be helpful, Arrow replied, grumbling as he got on his knees for Jack to climb on. We'll see how far we can get before sunrise. Arrow watched the human on the dock closely, observing his movements and listening to any conversations he had. The old man seemed completely alone, his small motorboat seaworthy but not impressive. It was better than hoping for a human with currency, especially since neither he nor Felix could disguise their eyes. Jack would likely be seen as too young to make such purchases in a human's mind. As the sun began to rise, Arrow felt the pressure of time. Others would start appearing soon. Darting out of the old boathouse, he seized the man and pulled him back, silencing the startled yelps with ease. Arrow relished the warmth of the blood as it filled his mouth, finding it oddly satisfying despite the man's lack of appeal. Perhaps it was the lingering scent of Jack's blood that had fueled his thirst, just potent enough to whet his appetite without driving him into a frenzy. Once drained, Arrow rifled through the man's pockets for keys. Retrieving them, he brought the old fisherman over to join the two humans that had been Felix and Jack's meals. Transportation, Arrow said, holding up the keys. Not ideal, but perhaps better than trying to steal a boat from someone living. They may think it was lost at sea with him on it, Felix agreed, pulling out a lighter and offering it to Jack, who was the least likely to get hurt while setting the bodies on fire. Jack hobbled over to a gas can, grabbed it, and poured the liquid over the remains. It's possible, and we can always send it back out on the water once we get to Alaska, Arrow added as Jack took care of the task at hand. Their evidence burned brightly, and it was only once the flames roared to life that he cursed himself for not retrieving any mobile devices. Probably for the best, he thought, as those gadgets were becoming increasingly traceable. We should go before this draws attention, he said. Felix quickly helped Jack as they dashed toward the small fishing boat. The engines roared to life, and they were a mile out to sea when the sound of sirens reached their ears, the flashing red lights just visible in the distance. It wasn't the most stealthy escape, nor the most inconspicuous of hunts. But they were gone, and if anyone had seen them, it was likely that any human surveillance would chalk it up to a malfunction. After all, men didn't move so fast that they blurred. They had parked the car at a house just outside Ithaca. Jacob took the opportunity to do something mortal while the sun shone too brightly for Bella and Edward to be outside. It had been nearly 2 full days of travel, and while they managed to get in touch with the rest of the family, no one had located their targets yet. Emmett and Rosalie had arrived in Dublin the day before but hadn't had the chance to seek out the coven that Carlyle knew about. Carlyle, Esme, and Bree had only been in Egypt for a few hours and were waiting for the right moment to search for that coven. Alice and Jasper had made it south just a few hours ago and were beginning their on-foot search for Peter and Charlotte. Dimitri hadn't called, and there were no other updates from him or anyone else. This sucks, she said, staring at her reflection in the window. It's not ideal, Edward agreed as he stepped up behind her, gazing out at the thin trees surrounding the house. It's more developed than when we lived here last. Carlyle's always been keen on keeping the houses up to date and in good repair. But I think this may be one that they might need to sell. Hunting is pretty much out of the question. Bella didn't argue with him, knowing that this concern was solely his. She had no problem going out and grabbing a human, but she also didn't. They didn't feel the need to hunt just yet. They had pulled over on the side of the highway not long after Bella had called Sulpicia a few nights earlier when a family of deer caught their eye. It was a quick fix, one that would ensure they wouldn't be thirsty for a while. It was supposed to be over, Bella said, crossing her arms. The fighting, the worry. With Victoria gone, it was meant to be the end of it. Hesitantly, Edward placed his hand on Bella's shoulder. This isn't something any of us could have predicted. Not even Alice. Bella turned to him, his hand still resting on her shoulder. You really don't think she saw anything before this? You don't think she had a glimpse of any of it? He shook his head. Not like this. He swore softly. Alice had visions of the future shortly after Arrow arrived in Forks last year. She would blur them when I was around, but I caught snippets. Arrow, happy in the throne room with you. Vampires greeting him warmly while you were by his side. It was never supposed to be this way. I guess the decision that led to all of this must have been made at the last minute. Bella nodded, gazing out the window. I can only think of one time when he and I were truly happy in the throne room. It was a stolen moment on our way back from meeting Julie, the vampire I suggested we find. Not long after I was changed, I asked him if he would treat gifted vampires as he promised he would treat me. When he met Julie, he kept that promise. He destroyed the one vampire who knew he was lying when he claimed she was simply a mind reader, and he let her and her coven go. She glanced at Edward, who frowned back at her in concern. Bella let out a soft laugh. It's not like that was our only happy moment. There were actually a lot. Hunting with Dimitri and Felix, or just the two of us. Spending time with Marcus in his study. Just Arrow and me together in his chair, reading or talking, just being together. Taunting and teasing. But the throne room has never been a place for happiness, there's always decorum. Except for that one night when it was just us. Edward's frown softened as he gave her shoulder a gentle squeeze. Maybe the rest will happen, then. He tried to sound hopeful, but something in his tone suggested otherwise. Maybe, Bella agreed, clinging to the hope that something good might emerge from all this. She had no idea how far Caius's influence stretched. She wasn't sure if he could reach as far as Sulpicia had mentioned, to know what she was up to. But if there was any chance for a future with Arrow welcoming vampires at her side in their home, she was determined to fight for it. And if that future slipped away, she would take great pleasure in watching Caius burn for it. Chapter 34. They came ashore at the edge of a mountain, a few miles from the nearest town, careful not to raise any questions. Jack looked a bit paler than usual, and although he wasn't bleeding profusely, his injuries were still trickling. Felix's eyes were darkening, and Arrow had no doubt he was feeling the same way. We need to hunt, Arrow said as they pushed the now empty boat back out to sea. They had taken relatively good care of it, steering clear of rocks while coming ashore. However, leaving the boat behind was a wise decision. It could lead authorities to them after the arson and their escape. The less certainty, the better. Arrow had never liked skirting the rules. We need to find somewhere safe for Jack first, Felix replied, glancing around. We can, Arrow started, but he heard it too, coming over the mountain, the unmistakable sound of a vampire at full speed. Someone was coming for them. While it was possible the humans wouldn't have known what or who to look for yet, if any vampire had caught wind of the suspicious and messy disposal, the information could easily have reached Caius. It wouldn't take much for that news to spread, leading someone to search Alaska for them. What's more, the Denali's were not far away, and they would be seen as nearly as big a threat as the Cullens. If no one was specifically after the pair, Arrow was certain that if they noticed two vampires arriving nearby, they would come snooping around. Arrow and Felix stood ready, anticipation for a fight coursing between them as they watched the mountain peak. Suddenly, Felix straightened, his eyes glimmering with hope and venom. Arrow couldn't catch his scent on the wind but sensed that Felix had somehow recognized this newcomer was not a threat, and he relaxed as well. Just a second later, Arrow understood why. Dmitri didn't even hesitate as he crested the ridge. He tore down the other side of the mountain, his presence a welcome sight amidst the tension. The mountain loomed ahead, and Dmitri made a direct line toward Felix, who, after a brief moment, moved to meet his mate partway. He hadn't traveled far when Dimitri's speed, enhanced by gravity and Felix's shock, closed the distance between them with a thunderous crack. They wrapped their arms around each other, holding tight as their lips met in an unexpected display of public affection. Arrow had to look away, feeling more like a voyeur than ever before. This wasn't just a memory he was witnessing, it was real, unfolding right in front of him. Yet, he couldn't suppress the smile that tugged at his lips, pleased that the two had found one another. After giving them a respectable moment, Arrow glanced back to find their foreheads pressed together, their grips on each other firm as if either could vanish at any moment. He looked up at the peak, hopeful but knowing deep down that Bella wasn't about to appear there as well. "Arrow," Dmitri called, catching his attention. "She's with the Cullens." Arrow's smile faded slightly, but he nodded in understanding. Dmitri turned to Felix, giving him one last quick, firm kiss before stepping back and extending his hand to Arrow. "She's waiting for you." Arrow hesitated, glancing from the offered hand to his former guard. He was tempted to remind Dmitri that he didn't have to report back. Instead, he accepted the hand and dove in. He quickly shuffled to the ones who would be new to him: Isabella at the airport, her exasperation at being chaperoned, her reunion with young Jacob, her attempts to act more human for her father, She hunted animals? Arrow exclaimed, his face twisting in distaste as he watched Edward encourage her to continue the practice after her first run. "It baffled me as well," Dmitri replied. "Perhaps leaving her there wasn't the best idea, then," Felix grumbled, as Arrow continued following Dimitri's lead. Arrow was flooded with memories, the wedding and the vision of her in that brown dress, the way she deftly handled Charlie Swan's inquiries. Then came the call from Heidi, bringing with it a wave of panic and fear, along with uncertainty about what it all meant. At least Arrow was certain that Caius had orchestrated it all. Through Dimitri's memories, Arrow watched as Bella transformed in an instant from the uncertain woman she once was into a confident leader of the vampire race. Her shoulders squared, her head held high, she asked for resources and declared her intent to fight for Arrow, whether in name alone or not. "Oh, she was magnificent, wasn't she?" Arrow said, swallowing the venom that pooled in his mouth. Dmitri said nothing, though a smug smile crept across his face. Arrow nearly pulled away, assuming that Dimitri's departure from the Cullens would mark the end of their connection, but a gentle flex of Dimitri's fingers on his hand kept him in place. Then he recalled a brief conversation where Bella had asked for a way to contact Sulpicia. Quella donna meravigliosa, Arrow marveled, his love and appreciation for his mate deepening. "I want to believe she's still at the Cullen residence, but I doubt that's the case. Unfortunately, I'm out of power on my mobile device," Dmitri said regretfully as he withdrew his hand from Arrow's. He immediately reached for Felix. "But we should go, and soon." "We shall," Arrow agreed, glancing down at Jack. "I'm afraid you'll have to tolerate my back once again." "It's fine," Jack assured him, getting to his feet shakily. Dmitri frowned. "You're the hybrid," he said, his eyes widening. "Alice Cullen couldn't see either of you once you left Japan." "Another blind spot in dear Alice's visions," Arrow replied, kneeling to allow Jack to climb onto his back. He then looked up at the sky. The sun wasn't strong enough for them to risk the light, but they shouldn't linger for too long. "I hope you have some financial means with you," Arrow said. "We've already caused more of a scene than I'm comfortable with, especially so close to exposure." Dmitri nodded. "Let's head to the other side of the mountain. We'll get a vehicle and pick you and the hybrid up there. From there, we can make our way to the Denali's." Arrow drove with Jack in the front seat, allowing Felix and Dmitri the comfort of being together again. After centuries of constant companionship, he understood how the uncertainty of the past few days would make it difficult for them to part now. If he found Isabella again, no, when he found her, he doubted he would ever let himself be apart from her again. Until that time came, he could only hope his former guard would be a friend, or at the very least, an ally who could connect him with Carlyle. Dmitri had acquired the car through less than legal means. The cash transactions were untraceable, and while Arrow was confident Caius had no idea how the finances worked, he didn't trust that someone accompanying him didn't. Take Santiago, for instance. He had no qualms about relaying the order to kill Arrow and was just familiar enough with the modern world to know how to track them through a purchase. Cash also meant dealing with unscrupulous people. Those unscrupulous individuals, the ones who sold the car and the shady friends who followed Dmitri during the test drive, were now at the base of the mountain, drained, their car nothing more than a pile of scrap nearby. Arrow glanced at Jack in the passenger seat. The healthier glow of Jack's skin indicated he had fed. "How are you feeling?" Arrow asked. Jack looked at him before turning his gaze back out the window. "Still weak," he replied. "And my leg hurts more than my arm." "That's probably from walking on it," Arrow remarked. "Soon, we should at least have you somewhere relatively safe." "Safe," Arrow declared as they drove for another half hour, moving past the city that shared the Coven's name and deeper into a remote area. Their new home was more aesthetically pleasing than the Cullens'. It was grand and lovely, with plenty of windows, but at least it resembled a cabin that fit the landscape rather than a strange modern architecture better suited for a sculpture garden. He parked the car and glanced in the back seat before looking out the window. The 4 remaining members of the Coven emerged from inside. A frown marred Eleazar's face, while the blonde sisters wore slight scowls. Carmine appeared rather indifferent, if not curious. Arrow got out first, allowing Dmitri and Felix to exit at their own pace while giving Jack a moment longer to rest. As Arrow approached Eleazar, he removed his gloves from his pants pockets and slipped them on before extending his hands toward his former guard. "Eleazar," he said with a smile. "It's been too long." "Arrow," Eleazar greeted with a nod and offered his hand for a shake. "What brings you here?" The car doors opened, and Arrow could hear Felix offering assistance to Jack. "Have you spoken to Carlyle lately?" Arrow asked in return. Eleazar shook his head. "Only after you called to inform us about Irina." He focused on Jack. "What is going on?" "I'll explain inside. Our friend Jack here will need to sit if that's all right. And I'm hoping you can help me connect with Carlyle. And if I'm lucky, Bella." They had crossed paths with nomads making their way south from Ithaca after being directed only a little way north. Jacob would be lurking in the woods or the shadows, whether in human form or not, it really didn't matter. He set the vampires they encountered on edge. And if he didn't, Bella certainly did. "Am I in trouble?" was usually the question posed when her crest was spotted. "No, not at all. I'm not here to judge. I'm looking for a nomad named Garrett." A frown crossed Eleazar's face, revealing his apprehension. "I'm just trying to help him," Edward said, sensing the apprehension from the nomads. They were probably wondering if they could get away with lying. "Caius wants him dead," Bella suggested. "Arrow sent me to help him." Edward usually wore a suspicious frown, understanding and support were rare. "Bella's Arrow's wife," he would state, his words tinged with bitterness. Bella shot him a glare every time, but to the others, it seemed as if she wanted to keep her connection hidden. What they didn't know was that she wasn't Arrow's wife, and she wished Edward would stop saying she was. Yet, somehow, this claim often reassured the nomads they spoke to, and they would provide directions. Yes, they had seen him in passing. He was heading south. Sometimes east, usually west. They followed the clues to Maryland, stopping to hunt along the way. "Your eyes," Edward noted with a half-grin as they walked through the streets of Baltimore at night, "they're already changing." "What?" Bella asked, wrinkling her nose. "They aren't as red anymore. In this light, they're a dark orange," he pointed out. "Still a bit freaky, though," Jacob chimed in, and Bella smirked before gently elbowing him. A group of guys passed them, eyeing Bella with a look she found all too familiar. If this were home, she would flirt, seduce, and lead them to the nearest alleyway for a little fun. She may not have had a preference for blood, but it was satisfying to drink from those who openly leered at her. But she was with Edward and Jacob now, and she intended to behave herself, for the time being. Still, in another few weeks, they'll be more amber than red. And then a few months after that. I'll either be back in Italy or dead, so it won't matter, Bella interrupted. It's just easier to stick with the animal thing for now. They headed toward a different alley, the foot traffic thinning as the neighborhood grew shadier and the hour grew later. Bella caught the unmistakable scent of vampires, more than one, as well as the sharp tang of blood wafting down the dimly lit street. The buildings around them were dark, and the only sounds came from a few streets over. Bella shot a warning glance at Jacob, prompting him to fall back. She exchanged a look with Edward before turning the corner. There they were, 5 vampires, with a few bodies strewn across the asphalt. They had been in a heated argument about territory, discussing how one of them needed to move on. To the left stood 3 of them, sporting a punk aesthetic. They could easily stroll down the street with their red eyes, as most people would assume they were just wearing contacts. Among them was a bald male, one with long curly hair, and a woman. The other 2 vampires were dressed sharply, but not in fine suits or business casual. Both wore black jeans, one had a black leather jacket over a blue shirt, while the other sported a purple pullover. As Bella and Edward approached at a human pace, the argument quieted. "No," the bald punk said, shaking his head. "Absolutely not. We're not sharing any more space. Why are you all here, anyway?" "We won't be here for long," Bella replied. "We're looking for a nomad named Garrett. We heard he was passing through this way." The non-punk shot her a sharp look before glancing at her crest. "Bella," Edward warned softly, his tone laced with caution. "Bella?" The bald punk echoed, a grin spreading across his face. He turned to the others. "Didn't you say you were looking for a Bella?" "We did," the one in the leather jacket said, a smile creeping onto his lips. "And I believe I mentioned you would all be very well rewarded if you helped us." "Yes, you did." "So what do we do?" the curly-haired punk asked. "I'm guessing you work for Caius," Bella asserted, hoping Jacob could hear them despite not being in wolf form. It was starting to seem like they might need backup. "Actually, we're friends with Santiago. He works for Caius," the one in the purple pullover corrected, slowly stalking forward. "Guess. He respects a man who doesn't try to hide behind smiles and platitudes." Jacob's heartbeat grew louder as he joined them in the alley, his footsteps echoing in the quiet. "Hey, guys," he said in that carefree, almost polite manner, while glaring down the other vampires. The woman narrowed her eyes and sniffed the air. "Smell that? That's werewolf out of cycle." "I told you you're still a magnet for trouble," Jacob said, positioning himself at Bella's left. Bella twitched a grin but kept her focus on the 2 vampires connected to the Volturi. "What did you think an out-of-cycle werewolf would do?" Leather Jacket asked, addressing Bella as if she were dense. Edward let out a breathy chuckle, shaking his head. Bella glanced at him, and their eyes met. "He thinks this is going to be easy," Edward explained. "It's not," Bella countered. From where she stood, even with Jacob, the odds were 5-3. The guys were all significantly bigger than Edward, and Bella had witnessed how he nearly lost to Riley. She knew he hadn't faced James alone in the end, and she also recognized that she wasn't much of a fighter. She wanted to believe they'd all make it out, but the odds weren't in their favor. "What the hell? Did you just read my mind?" Leather Jacket asked, his voice incredulous. "Is that a thing for you, mind readers?" He turned to Bella. The woman scoffed. "I can't say I blame her." "Maybe he can read my mind," the bald punk chimed in. "He'd know exactly what I think about." "What's happening here?" Garrett's voice interrupted from the other end of the alley. Bella perked up, hope rising in her for the first time since her conversation with Sulpicia. Garrett sauntered over, first glancing at the 5 gathered, then meeting Bella's eyes. He smiled. "Well, look at you. You got that immortal makeover after all. I told you I would, she replied. Garrett replied with a grin. And still running in some very interesting circles, I see. He edged a little closer, his gaze falling on Bella's crest before darting to Jacob. Interesting indeed. I don't know who you are, but she's wanted by the Volturi, Purple Pullover said, clearly believing this would have Garrett quaking in his boots and turning tail. Instead, Garrett turned toward Purple Pullover and arched a brow in confusion. She is the Volturi, he pointed out, gesturing to Bella. Not anymore, she isn't, Leather Jacket corrected. That depends, Bella said, tilting her chin defiantly, making it seem like she was looking down her nose at the much larger and likely older vampire. Caius would have stolen the name for himself. He was never one of the originals. So from where I'm standing, it's you who lost the right to the connection. Garrett's eyebrows shot up, and he turned to her in surprise. Listen to the self-righteousness on this one. Thinks she's so much bigger than she is because she just happened to spread her wings for. Purple Pullover never finished his sentence. One moment he was about to be very rude, and the next, his head was in the mouth of one very angry brown wolf. The other vampires screamed, and 4 of them immediately turned on Bella and Edward. Leather Jacket charged after her, not that Bella was at all surprised. She tried to jump over him, but he caught her leg, bringing her down hard onto the ground. She felt her face crack from the impact, and while disoriented, she fought to move before he could go for her. Rolling out of the way just in time, she narrowly avoided his hand around her throat. Crouched on the ground, she gathered herself for a split second before Leather Jacket lunged for her again. This time, though, she kicked back. The solar plexus seemed to be a weak spot for a vampire, and the connection thrilled her. While he wasn't out of breath like a human would be, he was at least taken aback. Bella crouched low, gathering enough strength to leap into the air and land on Leather Jacket's shoulders. He immediately lunged for her legs, and she felt him trying to tear them away as she gripped him under the chin and pulled back. The sound of his neck cracking filled her ears, and his grip on her legs shifted to clawing at her hands, desperate to dislodge her. Her newborn strength was fading, but she mustered just enough energy for one final tug, pulling Leather Jacket's head from his body. "Jake!" she called, capturing his attention as Purple Pullover fell lifeless. "Catch!" She tossed Leather Jacket's head toward him. Jacob caught it in his mouth, and the crunch of stone echoed through the alley. Turning her focus, Bella saw Edward locked in a struggle with Bald Punk. They were both gripping each other's heads, caught in a stalemate. Without hesitation, Bella charged forward, tackling the punk and giving Edward the opening he needed to separate head from body with ease. Jacob couldn't crush all the heads, and even if he could, the remaining bodies still needed to be destroyed. Bella reached into her leather coat, pulling out a lighter. She tore a piece of fabric from the punk's clothes and lit the end, tossing the burning cloth onto the body. As it ignited instantly, Edward tossed the severed head into the flames. Bella zipped back to retrieve Leather Jacket's body and Purple Pullover. Jacob had finished with Leather Jacket's head and took down one of the 2 remaining punks from Garrett. He tossed the other head and the remaining bodies onto the growing bonfire. "Well," he said after a moment of watching the flames dance. "When I met you, I thought you were interesting, but this is a whole new level." Bella grinned at him. "We were looking for you," she replied. "Were you?" "I'm flattered," Jacob said with a playful tone. "We need your help," Edward explained just as Jacob approached and nudged him. Jacob looked at the wolf, then rolled his eyes. Bella glanced at Edward and said, "You're going to have to wait for clothes." "You could go get him some," Bella pointed out. "He did save our lives, it's the least you can do." Edward rolled his eyes and then darted off. Bella was pretty sure Jacob was smiling at that, but she couldn't quite tell. She ruffled the fur on his head, just like she would have done in his human form, then turned to Garrett. "I need your help," she told him. While Edward was away fetching fresh clothes for Jacob, she explained their situation. Garrett, understandably, looked conflicted. "A part of me thinks they had it coming," he confessed, glancing as Jacob headed down to the far end of the alley where Edward had set the new clothes for some privacy. But I can't argue that the guy in charge is a bit of a prick. I wouldn't ask if I thought things in our world would be alright if we left it alone. Bella shook her head. I know you're against that type of rule, and while I can't promise things will be better afterward, I can at least say that the people I would want to take over would be with us in Forks. You can try to make a case for a different way. And if Arrow's alive, I'm sure he would compromise on some things for me. She argued, exuding a confidence she didn't truly feel. But Garrett grinned. Damn it all, if you told me a year ago that you belonged to Arrow, I'd have probably thought the same thing as that jerk this guy used as a chew toy. But you're the real deal, aren't you? He belongs to you, not the other way around. Bella huffed, feeling a blush creeping up. We belong with each other, not to one another, she corrected. Still not sure about that, though I do wonder what that's like, having someone like that, Garrett said wistfully. Edward bowed his head but remained silent. A moment later, a human Jacob jogged back over to them, now dressed. Did you really strip me? Jacob asked, a playful glint in his eyes. Naked on the streets of Baltimore? Bella asked, raising an eyebrow. He shrugged. Better than trying to walk around as a rather large wolf in Baltimore. So, is he in? He gestured with his head toward Garrett. Bella looked at him, hoping he could see just how desperately she wanted him to say yes. Garrett shook his head with a grin, letting out a sigh. A Volturi mate, part of the Cullen Coven, and you're friendly with a special kind of werewolf. I have to see what happens with you next. But you better deliver, because my pride as a Yankee is pretty sore for aligning myself with a king, fallen, unofficial, or otherwise. Think of it as siding with the Queen, Edward said with a small smile. It helps. Bet it does, Garrett replied with a smirk and a wink. He clearly had a thought in mind that Edward caught, though whether it was good or bad, Bella couldn't tell. Edward turned away, almost as if he was embarrassed. We need to start heading back, she told the three men. Others will be arriving or getting back soon, and it's still a couple of days to Forks. We left a car in Ithaca, Edward informed Garrett. You're welcome to join us. I suppose it'll help me get used to the smell, Garrett said, shooting a pointed look at Jacob. Jacob rolled his eyes. Like none of you smell bad, he grumbled before the four of them turned and left the alleyway, beginning their journey back. Eliezer, it's good to hear from you, Carlyle answered his phone warmly. I'm afraid you're rather mistaken, my dear friend, Arrow replied, watching as Kate and Carmen helped Jack get settled on the leather sofa. Arrow, Carlyle corrected with warmth. I'm glad to hear you're alive. Has Dimitri? Yes, he found Felix and me. Though, to be frank, Carlyle, as much as I enjoy our conversations, I had rather hoped you could pass me along to Isabella. A beat of silence hung in the air. I'm afraid I can't do that. She's not here, Arrow huffed. Well, where is she, then? I've tried calling her mobile, but she didn't answer. She went with Edward and Jacob to find someone to stand with us, Carlyle explained. And neither of them? Is there really no way to get in touch with them? Arrow asked, his patience wearing thin. It's possible their batteries died, especially if they went on foot for any length of time. We only received a message a day or two ago, telling us to expect an arrival at the house. They mentioned that the arrival might go to Alaska instead. I suppose it was too much to hope that the arrival was you? Considering I haven't spoken to my maid in nearly a week, no, it was not, Arrow sighed, his frustration mounting to the point where he felt like breaking something. How is it that no one can get in touch with them, especially given the current state of affairs? Technology is fallible, Carlyle said gently, as if addressing one of his own coven. Arrow pressed his tongue against the back of his teeth, his jaw tightening. He consciously ensured his grip on the older device in his hand didn't tighten further, cursing the fact that he couldn't pace because the telephone was one of those infuriating models still connected to the wall. You've returned? He asked, recalling Dimitri's memories of discussions about going to Ireland to seek out a coven there. Carlyle hesitated. We have, he answered, his tone oddly measured. We had some unexpected success in finding someone willing to go up against Caius with you. If you've returned from your travels and are back in Forks, I'll come to you. I encountered a young man who will need your medical assistance, I believe. I'm sure you'll find the case rather interesting. Arrow glanced at Jack, who was watching him with amusement. All right, Carlyle said slowly, still quite confused. We should expect you in a couple of days, then? Possibly sooner, Arrow agreed, and he replaced the receiver in its cradle. Arrow cradled the young man before turning to Jack. I do hope you aren't too comfortable, he said. Leaving already? Jack asked, surprise evident in his voice. Arrow nodded, then turned to Dimitri and Felix. I want to thank you both for getting me this far, and especially you, Dimitri, for protecting Isabella along the way. You make it sound like I didn't promise to bring you both back to her, Dimitri countered, tilting his head. Arrow shook his head. I won't ask, nor do I expect you two to join us in this. You have each other. You can leave and find a place of your own. But if you hear that we come out of this victorious, you'll always be welcome back into the coven. Felix snorted. You make it sound like we weren't planning to stand with you anyway. Remember, he likely killed Heidi, Dimitri reminded Arrow. And who knows who else besides Chelsea and Marcus. Now that I know Bella can stand up to the twins. Bella can do what now? Felix interrupted, glancing at his mate. Another time, Arrow replied, turning back to Dimitri. I want to leave as quickly as possible. I want to be in Forks when she returns, or shortly thereafter. Then we'll go, Dimitri agreed, moving to Jack and helping the boy to his feet. We'll join you in a few days, Eleazar said, with Carmen nodding at his side. Arrow cautioned them, you should be warned. Irina wasn't incorrect in her assumptions about the wolves. I couldn't, however, allow that truth to be known to Caius. They aren't true werewolves, and what's more, they aided the Cullens against the Seattle newborns. Isabella is a close friend of the Alpha. This lie is what put Irina in the greatest danger of losing her life. For that, I apologize. Tanya assured him Irina had stopped listening to reason. We tried to explain that Laurent was likely not her mate, that she was merely very attached, but she wouldn't listen. And when Carlyle explained to us what happened, she wasn't around to hear it, but I doubt she would have reacted anyway. Nevertheless, given our history, Tanya. Arrow began, but Tanya shook her head. Sasha made her own bed. You may have enjoyed seeing her burn then, but Caius enjoyed it more, Kate interjected firmly. And you could have burned us with her. It's clear that many of the others wanted that. But you didn't. She broke the law, and we had no knowledge of it. You could have easily claimed we did. We shall see you in Forks in a few days, Eleazar said with a smile and a nod. I thank you again for your help, Arrow replied, clasping Eleazar's hand in his gloved one before turning to head out the door and join the three other men in the car. He ran through the wooded area, the landscape familiar to him after spending a couple of months traveling back and forth to the quaint little spot the Cullens called home. Dimitri and Felix volunteered to take Jack to the Cullens across the border, allowing Arrow to save even more time on his journey. They traveled by car at top speed, racing down the nearly empty highways of Alaska and Canada. Once they were close enough to Vancouver, Arrow leaped out and sprinted, moving beneath the water and across a small island. After another brief submersion, he emerged in Washington. Like the first time he had been there, when he had left Seattle to find Bella, he could sense her near. Beaming, he set off for the Cullen residence, knowing she would be there soon. The sun was starting to rise, cresting just over the horizon and painting the sky in brilliant shades of blue-green and gold. Ahead of him, not far from where he stood, was the Cullen house. He could hear movement inside, far more than their usual numbers, more than even the few extra guests Carlyle had led him to expect. Arrow spotted Alice waiting for him on the balcony through the trees, and once he was within distance, he jumped to land beside her, his cloak fluttering around him. Alice smiled sadly at him. It's good to see you, she said genuinely. When you decided to come here from Vancouver, it was the first time I had seen you in days. Arrow smirked. I think I may know the reason for that, young Alice. Have you all fared well so far? She nodded. And now that we've made it to this point, she offered him her hand. Though first, I want to say I'm sorry. I know you'll see that it wasn't originally meant to be like this, but I still wish there was something I could have done to warn you. There are no apologies necessary, he replied, removing his gloves. You once said that foresight isn't always a good thing. Alice smiled more genuinely this time, but just as Arrow was about to take her hand, they were distracted by the patio door opening. He frowned. Sulpicia? He asked, surprised to see his ex-wife rushing toward him for a careful but meaningful embrace. She avoided touching his skin but squeezed tightly. I'm so glad you're here, she told him sincerely. When Heidi came to us. Heidi, he interrupted, rearing back and gripping Sulpicia's upper arms. Is she okay? Sulpicia nodded. She came with us. But she's not in good shape, she warned. She said she fought off Santiago as best she could, and then someone, she didn't know who, wrestled him off her. She's missing part of her throat and a large chunk of her hair. She also has bite scars along both sides of her face. You can't ask her to touch anyone. I don't want the trauma. She'll remember it with clarity regardless, Arrow countered. What I need to know is exactly what happened in Volterra. Sulpicia scoffed, stepping away. You don't, actually. I do, actually, he bit out. Caius has murdered my brother, and I need to know what his motivation was. What he planned. What he said to set all this in motion, Sulpicia stated. She was only there in the aftermath. She can't tell you anything, Sulpicia countered sharply. Don't bring it up. You've been a vampire for over 1,000 years. You should know that an event can't simply be erased from your memory or forgotten. No, it can't be forgotten, but it can certainly be brought to the forefront, and that's exactly what your invasive touch will do. Sulpicia snapped back. Arrow growled, his teeth clenched. Yes, he gritted out. I'm very aware of what you think of my abilities, Mia of Fasten and Amica, since I have been rather intimately aware of them on and off for many centuries. And to think, for a moment, I was glad you hadn't lost your head, she shot back. He shook his head, nostrils flaring and lips curling as a thought struck him. Arrow couldn't help but laugh. The last time we disagreed like this, we destroyed the east wing of the castle. He smirked. Sulpicia, despite her best efforts to resist, smiled back. It was just before I met Calliope, she nodded. I do hope I'm not inciting the same response I did then. Not in the least, he assured her. But, our passionate disagreements aside, I'm very glad you and she are safe. While I admit you hadn't been at the forefront of my mind, would have been quite worried for you once my other concerns were settled. She nodded, her attention diverted towards something near the driveway as her expression turned to a frown. Is that a heartbeat I hear coming closer? She asked curiously. Alice gasped in delight, jumping up and down. They're back! She exclaimed. For a moment, Arrow was about to ask who she meant, but then his instincts tingled, sensing that Isabella had finally approached. He quickly left the patio, heading to the front of the house. The house appeared in an instant. Chapter 35. The closer they got to Forks, the more eager Bella became, though she couldn't quite explain why. As a vampire, she shouldn't be bouncing her foot or anxiously chewing on her finger while wishing the car would go faster. Just because everyone inside was safe if Edward decided to speed up didn't mean she shouldn't feel frustrated that he wouldn't just go. She could always get out of the car and run, but that didn't seem very leader-like. Still, it wasn't exactly regal to look as if she were about to crawl out of her skin. Eager to get home? Garrett asked, glancing at her over his shoulder with a grin. Yeah, she confessed. It's not long now, Edward assured her, and Bella felt a surge of irritation. She was well aware it wasn't long. Much like the day she'd returned for Charlie's wedding, she had been watching the signs on the highway count down the miles to Forks. They were just entering the town limits, and she could feel her heart racing with anticipation for reasons she didn't fully understand. It bothered her, the mix of giddy excitement coursing through her and the agitation that made her think Edward was driving more like a century-old human than a vampire. As they neared the house, Jacob began to fidget, as if his skin were crawling. "There are a lot of vampires around," he grumbled. "More than normal." "Really?" Bella asked, her hope igniting. "Do you think they all came?" She turned to Edward. "Carlyle said he didn't have any luck with Ammonius, but he, Esme, and Bree weren't coming back alone," Edward replied with a slight shrug. "I got their text when my phone turned back on. I hadn't heard from Emmett and Rosalie, but I wouldn't take that to heart." Bella chewed her lip again, wishing that taking a deep breath would help calm her instead of leaving her with an awful dog taste in her mouth. Her plan was working, sort of. People were going to come to her side, too. Bella was determined to reclaim what was rightfully Arrow's, ensuring it reached the right vampires for the task if it couldn't be returned to him. As they turned down the driveway, her restlessness grew. She clenched her jaw, pursed her lips, and balled her hands into fists on her lap, fighting the urge to fling the door open and sprint the rest of the way, creating a decidedly unregal scene. Edward's brow furrowed, and for a moment, his eyes widened before his shoulders slumped. He sighed and glanced at her, offering a sad smile. "Edward?" Bella asked, worry creeping into her voice. "What is it?" "Nothing," he replied, shaking his head solemnly. "It's nothing, just, you'll find out soon enough." That wasn't exactly reassuring, and Bella's anxiety grew as they drew closer to the house. Through the trees, she spotted a black and red blur darting from the side to the front. It stopped, and in that instant, a wide smile broke across Bella's face, her eyes stinging with emotion. Before Edward even had a chance to fully park, she flung open the back passenger side door, leaped out, and slammed it shut behind her. She dashed the rest of the way toward the one person she had been longing to see since this chaos began. Forget being regal, she had endured enough of that. In this moment, she didn't want to be Bella, the Volturi leader by succession. She just wanted to be Bella, the girl who could see with her own eyes that her mate was still very much alive. She didn't care that she could sense about a dozen vampires watching her as she raced toward the figure in black standing poised in front of the Cullen house. She needed to touch him, to breathe him in, to know he was real and not just a phantom. With a leap, she launched herself toward him. Arrow caught her with a gleeful laugh, his arms wrapping around her in an instant as she clung tightly to him. Bella squeezed Arrow's neck gently, just enough to feel connected without causing any pain. She kissed the skin closest to her, feeling his hair tickle her nose as she traveled from his neck to his jaw, then to just behind his ear, and finally across his cheek until her lips met his. In that moment, she felt at home, not because she was with the Cullens or in Forks, but because she was with her soulmate again. Despite her lingering resentment about being destined for him, about the idea that she had essentially been born to be with him, she pushed those thoughts aside. All that mattered right now was the kiss, lips pressed together, desperate to feel one another. Her fingers flexed and clenched, her hands shifting as she and Arrow tightened their embrace, as if they were trying to meld into one another to avoid enduring another week of uncertainty. If she could cry, tears of relief and happiness would be streaming down her face, knowing she wouldn't have to be alone anymore. Suddenly, a column of rock began to rise between them, pushing them apart as it climbed swiftly toward the sky. Arrow grabbed her hand tightly, and they both watched this strange phenomenon with fascination. Then, a chuckle caught her attention. She turned to see someone on the balcony, a stranger who smiled at them. "You two had been at it for like 5 minutes. Thought I'd do something before you kissed until you petrified," he teased, and with a wave of his hand, the rock column shrank down to nothing more than a small stone. "Magnifico," Arrow said in awe, glancing from the stone to the vampire on the balcony. "That was quite the feat, though, I must say. I would have appreciated the demonstration more if it hadn't interrupted my reunion with my mate." The stranger grinned cheekily. "As I said, 5 minutes." He swung himself over the railing and landed gracefully on the ground. A figure stepped forward, a confident smile on his face. "I'm Benjamin. This is my mate, Tia," he said, gesturing toward a stunning woman standing beside Alice and 2 others on the balcony. A pleasure, my talented friend. I have a feeling you already know me, Arrow suggested. You're Arrow, the man I was taught to hate. Though I must admit, you don't seem quite as ruthless or heartless as Ammonius painted you to be. Ah, Ammonius, Arrow replied with a nod. No, he wouldn't exactly cast me in the best light, would he? Bella interjected, you came with Carlyle? Benjamin turned to her, a warm smile spreading across his face. He painted a picture I couldn't resist. Thank you, Bella said sincerely, reaching out to squeeze his arm. It means a lot that you came, especially considering what I'm guessing is your father's disapproval. Benjamin chuckled softly. Ammonius was not someone I could ever call my father. He was my creator and my captor, trying to force me to harness my powers as a weapon. It's not something I wanted. But Carlyle mentioned you were looking for people to stand with you. Bella nodded. I don't know what we'll be up against, she said, glancing at Garrett, Edward, and Jacob as they moved from the car to the house. And I wouldn't blame you if you decided to run. You didn't want to be a weapon, and when I asked for people to stand with me, I meant in a fight. I know, Benjamin assured her. But I wanted to hear from you what this fight is for. He glanced at Arrow and smiled. Though I'm already getting an idea. Bella looked down at her feet and then at the trees, a shy smile creeping onto her face. Yeah, she managed. I imagine the rest inside will want to hear it too. But for now. Benjamin gestured to the two of them before turning to walk away. Remember what I said about petrifying, he reminded them before entering the house. Bella turned to Arrow and found herself being pulled back toward him. You're amazing, she whispered. A wonderful woman, he murmured against her lips before kissing her fiercely. To see you take charge, he added, perhaps on a breath, then pressed another deep kiss to her lips. To see you, even through another's eyes, be the ruler I always knew you could be. I did it for you, she replied, leaning back just enough so that instead of Arrow's lips landing on hers, his teeth grazed them. The Volturi is yours. I know you did it for me, he said, somehow pulling her closer. If it weren't for me, none of this would have happened. If you never met me. No, Mia Amida, Arrow shook his head, their noses brushing softly. No, I'm afraid this was a long time coming. Marcus shared some information with me that made it clear Caius was merely waiting for an opportunity. When? She asked, pulling back a little more. When did he tell you? Arrow looked positively guilty. The night Irina died. What? Bella exclaimed, her eyes wide. He asked me not to say anything to you, he rushed to assure her, shifting his grip as if afraid she might pull away. But it had been a week of uncertainty, not knowing if he was still alive. A week of wondering if all she would ever have of him was a little over a year, with at least a third of that being fuzzy human memories. Bella wasn't going anywhere, even if what he was about to say might upset her. He showed me, he began. Bella frowned. You touched him? Arrow nodded. For the first time in a millennium, yes. And what he revealed was that, while my words sparked the action, Marcus had come to learn that it was Caius who was ultimately responsible for Didyme. Bella stared at him for a long moment, seeing the pain-filled sincerity in his features. Why didn't you rip his head off that night, then? She asked, knowing that was exactly what she would have done if she had known. It stirred up emotions within her. A vivid image filled her mind, Caius being ripped apart, limb by limb, each piece tossed into a fire, leaving his head for last so he could watch himself burn to death. Marcus asked me not to, Arrow said gently. He requested that I forgive Caius as he had learned to and that I not tell you, hoping the two of you would eventually grow to like one another. How could he forgive him? She demanded, her frustration palpable. How could Marcus not have just destroyed him? I had wondered that myself, Arrow confessed. And now, with what happened to our dear brother, I feel no compunction about tearing him to shreds. But Marcus worried about the balance within the Volturi. She shook her head, her muscles tensing with frustration. A part of her was also angry with Marcus for being so good-hearted, for allowing the murderer of his wife to sit just one throne away from his for thousands of years while he fell deeper into despair. Arrow ran his hands soothingly over her back, prompting her to meet his gaze. "We shall avenge them both," he assured her. "And when all is done—" "I don't want to rule with you," she interrupted before he could make the suggestion. "I don't want the throne, not even now." He smirked, his eyes crinkling with amusement. "And yet, you were willing to go to war for it, even if I was dead. Because it was yours. Your throne, your legacy. You, Marcus, and Didyme were the original Volturi. Caius came after. I was prepared to fight to take it out of his hands, and if I won, would have placed the leadership in more capable hands." "Such as whose, dare I ask?" She shrugged. "Someone everyone could agree on. Or perhaps three someones, people who actually wanted it." "You bring up an intriguing idea, Mia Amata," Arrow said. "Perhaps it's something you could assist me with. Finding a co-ruler or two, should we emerge victorious." She nodded, then placed a delicate kiss on his lips. He savored the moment, relishing the pleasure of knowing he was as alive as ever and right there with her. The door to the house swung open. "I could make the earth crack open if it would help keep your hands off each other," Benjamin called out, earning a chiding remark from someone before the door closed again. "It's probably for the best that we don't find any privacy here," Arrow said, a lascivious smirk spreading across his face. "After witnessing the behavior I saw through Demetri's mind, it would be rather difficult to keep me from worshipping you as a queen deserves." "Shut up," she replied, kissing him quickly before stepping back, still holding on to one of his hands. "Let's see who came for us." As they entered, Sulpicia approached them, and Arrow felt a twinge of apprehension about this first meeting. "You're not at all what I pictured," Sulpicia said with a smile, standing before Bella. "I'm almost afraid to ask," Bella replied shyly, her eyes darting over Sulpicia. Arrow recognized what she was doing, comparing. He knew she shouldn't, but he understood his mate. To Bella, Sulpicia would embody every inch of the goddess many mortals had mistaken her for in the early days. To Arrow, his ex-wife was indeed a vision, but she didn't compare to Bella. Perhaps it was the bond they shared or simply a bias born from his love for her, but he would argue that point relentlessly if it ever came up. Sulpicia reached for Bella's hands, taking them in her own and smiling as kindly as she ever did. "I knew you would be young, but I didn't expect you to be quite this youthful. Especially since you took the initiative to find me and invited us here. A lesser woman wouldn't have." "Ah, so you're the reason she's here, then," Arrow said, glancing at Bella, who looked at him with a hint of confusion. "You left a note saying you were visiting a friend in Greece. If you can go off and see your ex-wife for hours and leave only a slip of paper behind, I can find a way to call her and make sure she's all right. Maybe even ask if she would help." "You left her a note?" Sulpicia smacked his arm, scowling at him before turning to Bella. "Make no mistake, whatever he says, he's the reason I didn't remarry. And I believe you were the reason I spent a decade with Armand after our separation," Arrow shot back with a venom-coated grin. "Hi, guys." Calliope skipped toward them, all bright smiles until she spotted Bella. "Oh, you must be his mate. It's so nice to finally meet you." She darted forward and wrapped Bella in a hug. Bella's eyes widened, and her arms flailed for a moment before she managed an awkward embrace. "My wife," Sulpicia introduced. "Calliope is quite friendly." Hi," Bella said, and Arrow couldn't help but giggle at her uncertainty. Calliope stepped back, clasping her hands in front of herself and smiling proudly. She glanced up at Sulpicia, who was doing her best to suppress the smile, and kissed the former queen's cheek. Sulpicia sighed dramatically, though a pleased smile lingered on her lips. She then turned to Bella. "I would love to talk to you more another time, but I bet the people here are eagerly awaiting news about what's going to happen." Arrow looked around the room, noticing the numerous vampires gathered, all glancing between him and one another, clearly waiting for something. Some faces were familiar. The Cullens, of course, were a given. Julie was a pleasant surprise. She and her coven mingled with Siobhan's. There were others he didn't know, like the pair standing with Jasper off to the side. Benjamin and his mate had only recently been introduced, making them still rather new, and Garrett was someone he knew only through the memories of Carlisle and the others. It was a small gathering overall, and he knew Caius could likely gather a similar, if not larger, crowd. However, these attendees at least had an understanding of the purpose behind their gathering, which gave Arrow hope that they would stand with him and Bella now that his presence confirmed he was alive. He moved to the center of the room and smiled. "My friends," he began, "I'm truly pleased to see you all here. If not for me, then at least for Isabella. The Volturi have ruled over our kind for thousands of years, and in the past week, one of the three has killed one and attempted to kill another. I ask for your help to put an end to his reign before it can extend too long. So you can take his place?" Garrett asked with a smirk. Arrow met his gaze. "I'm still a leader of the Volturi. Or as Bella put it, the only rightful leader. Yes, would be reclaiming the throne." Garrett looked uneasy. Most of the others did too, their uncertain glances revealing their apprehension. It wasn't exactly what Arrow had hoped for, but it wasn't unexpected either. "I'll ask you this," Sulpicia spoke up, moving to stand beside him. "Had the Cullens not come to you, asking for your assistance, would you have known what happened in Volterra by now?" "Likely not. But now you do. Do you really think you'd be safe from the slightest infraction? Or worse, from the slightest accusation?" She turned to Garrett. "Imagine you crossed paths with a nomad like yourself who didn't particularly like you. Perhaps it was your sense of style or the way you spoke, it doesn't matter. Under Caius' rule of the Volturi, that nomad could go to him and say whatever he liked, and your life would be forfeit. The reason wouldn't matter. You could be accused of exposing us, of creating an immortal child, or of consorting with werewolves. We are now," Siobhan said, casting a wary glance at Jacob with clear disdain. "Ah, yes," Arrow acknowledged, offering a grin to Jacob as he continued. The young man rolled his eyes. "I can attest from experience that our friend here, along with his pack, are not the children of the moon that Caius would so eagerly hunt down." "And Arrow lied to him," Bella interjected, stepping to his right and standing opposite Sulpicia. "He lied to Caius to protect the Quileute tribe. Jacob has been my friend my whole life, and Arrow lied when someone declared that werewolves were in the area." "He spared me," Bree said softly, clinging to Jacob as everyone turned to look at her. Jacob wrapped an arm around her for comfort, and Arrow could see that the unusual bond he had heard about in Edward's mind months ago had certainly deepened. "I was created as a newborn to fight the Cullens," Bree explained. "When I surrendered to Carlisle and Esme, Arrow let me live. Others who came later were ready to destroy me." "Jane," Carlisle clarified. Jane, along with some other guards, arrived unexpectedly. Jane wanted Bree executed simply because of how she was created. Arrow granted her life. "He let me stay with my family," Julie said, smiling affectionately at Matt and Dominique, the latter rubbing her arm in a soothing, supportive way. "I could see it wasn't what he wanted. What he wanted was to kill them and take me. But he didn't. He's wanted to kill many others in the past for the same reason, and he has. He twisted things to make them go his way. But that hasn't happened for a very long time, probably about 400 or 500 years. Even when he wanted to, unless there was a real reason to destroy, he didn't." "How do you know?" Edward asked, curiosity evident in his tone. "Julie is a remarkable vampire," Arrow replied, pleased to see Julie preen at the praise. Edward seemed to understand, so Arrow continued for the benefit of everyone present. "Any of those gifted among you, should you touch her, will temporarily allow her to share your talents. If she were to touch Edward, for instance, she could. I can hear all the thoughts of everyone here except Bella. If I touch her, I'd be immune to all those mind-affecting gifts." "You're gifted," Garrett said, disbelief clear in his voice. Bella smirked. "That's not why he chose me." She countered his likely thoughts with confidence. Edward snickered. "She's telling the truth," he told Garrett. "I'd like him to say it," Maggie from the Irish Coven said, her chin tilted defiantly as she crossed her arms. So far, not one of you has been lying. But I still want to hear it from him. Arrow smiled. I do so love your gift, my dear, it's fascinating. No, I did not choose Bella as my mate because I knew she would be a gifted vampire. I suppose you could say I never chose her at all, but I'm certainly not disappointed. Maggie narrowed her eyes and nodded once. All right, Garrett said, as if the entire situation was orchestrated to annoy him. What makes you special, then? I know when people are lying, Maggie retorted. And you didn't try to scoop her up? Garrett asked Arrow, raising his eyebrows. I'd be lying if I said I didn't, Arrow replied with a half-hearted quip. But I rather dislike the idea of having someone so vocal about when another isn't completely honest around us. And why's that? Garrett countered. Possibly because I dislike the idea of having my own lies announced, Arrow admitted. Maggie frowned, her eyes narrowed, and Arrow quietly cursed himself. That's a half-truth, she stated. Arrow growled softly in annoyance. I may have also disliked hearing someone else know when platitudes were lies as well, he gritted out. Maggie seemed more satisfied with that answer, and so did Garrett. What were you thinking of doing, Bella? Benjamin asked, turning toward her with a smile. We all came here originally for you. So, what was your plan? She looked at Arrow, her lower lip caught between her teeth. He smiled back, reached for her hand, and squeezed it gently. It's all right, Mia Amida, he reassured her. She nodded, taking a deep breath. I'm sure you heard me explain this to Arrow outside, but just in case you didn't, here's the simple answer. I was planning to reclaim the Volturi from Caius. It would have involved a fight, probably in a neutral location. If we won, and if Arrow wasn't with me, I would have put it to a vote. Who would rule? 3 people, 3 that those of us who fought could agree on. I know I would have nominated Sulpicia as one, she said, glancing at Arrow's former wife with a grin. Why on earth would you say that aloud? Arrow grumbled, though Sulpicia beamed at the compliment. You'd give up your right to a spot for me? Sulpicia asked, her eyes wide with surprise. It was never what I wanted out of a relationship with him, Bella replied, shaking her head while squeezing Arrow's hand. You would have at least wanted the job, and you would know more about ruling than I would, Sulpicia countered. Wait, Garrett interjected with a smirk. Was the American wife of an Italian king going to suggest democracy? I'm not his wife, Bella grumbled, while Arrow added, it would have been her right as a queen. Yes, Bella affirmed. I would have suggested democracy, especially since the original ruling body of the Volturi was established by the 3 who led the fight against the Romanians. That's not likely to be the case now. I figured that if you were all willing to help me, any of you would probably be a good fit. So, a vote. Except now, we're just fighting for one guy to sit on a throne, Garrett pointed out. You really don't like me much, do you, my revolutionary friend? Arrow asked, meeting Garrett's gaze. Garrett shrugged. Never been much of a fan of the redcoats. No, I imagine you aren't. I suppose it's a good thing, then, that I always preferred black. Still fighting for one guy who didn't do a damn thing to earn his spot, Garrett said. That's a lie, Maggie pointed out, her interest piqued by the idea. It's more of an opinion, Garrett countered. What if we fought for both? Edward suggested, surprising many in the room. He turned to Bella and grinned. We discussed this while Jacob was asleep. Bella's right, we have a lot of vampires here who would make good candidates for overseeing things. Arrow's hardly my favorite person, but he's a good leader when he's not acting like a tyrant. And you really don't think all their laws were just a way for them to control our world? Garrett challenged. It's not, Arrow replied, earning a skeptical look from Maggie. Not entirely, he amended. Most of you were created long after the Romanians were in power. We did want control, we wanted to ensure the survival of our kind. Aren't you the same guy who would wipe out covens that opposed you? You kept the gifted for yourselves and found innocence or remorse in them? Garrett pressed. Julie over there already said as much. You talk about the survival of our kind, yet how many vampires have you burned? And how many of those were just to get what you wanted? Arrow held Garrett's gaze for a long moment before smiling. It's how I gained a few of my more talented friends, yes, he said with a shrug. But allow me to pose a question. If you came across a group of soldiers, and one was particularly skilled, would you not do what you could to have those skills on your side? Not if I had to kill the other soldiers to do it. But you have, haven't you? As both a human and a vampire. You've managed to mingle among them without drawing suspicion, and not all the humans you've killed have been for food, Arrow countered. One could argue you were being wasteful. I was just fighting for freedom, Garrett replied. Arrow countered, what do you think I did against the Romanians? What do you believe I'm doing now? You've heard from two highly gifted vampires that I allowed them to leave with their coven. You're sitting here in the Cullen household, where not one, but 3 gifted vampires have resided, 2 of whom were in my home, ripe for the picking, yet they still remain with their chosen covens. And yet, Bella is gifted, Garrett pointed out. And she is also my mate, Arrow replied. She is the one person whose mind I have never seen. She cannot and has not been swayed or forcefully bound to me. If you're looking for a saint to lead you, I'm afraid you won't find one. Just look at the many varied politicians around the world, and you'll see that all of them are liars who go against their promises. Monarchs are much the same. I've never claimed to be even a little bit of a good man. I have my moments, I like to think I've had more of them since meeting Isabella. But as Julie said, I still wanted to take her for myself. I still have that desire, as a leader, to keep the powerful at my side by any means necessary. Garrett pursed his lips and nodded. Fair enough, he agreed. You all made some valid points. I'll never like the idea of you on the throne, though. It's not in your nature, Arrow acknowledged. But I would be open to sharing my reign with those you would want in power. Maybe we can worry more about who will be in charge after we figure out what to do, Emmett suggested, looking around at everyone. I mean, we're all here, but we still need to figure out how we're going to get to Caius. Arrow pursed his lips, considering. You can't all stay here, Jacob said, meeting Arrow's gaze when he glanced in the wolf's direction. There are already a lot more vampires than wolves here, which means if you all stay, more of the tribe's youth will turn. And they'll turn younger, making it more difficult to manage. Then perhaps we should call our friends in Denali and ask them to stay where they are for the time being. We'll go to them, Arrow suggested, glancing at Carlyle, who nodded in agreement. Those of the pack who have already been turned will go with you, Jacob said confidently. They're not exactly fans of any of you, but the chance to fight some vampires is just too good for them to resist. Are there still 11 of you? Arrow inquired, ignoring the murmurs of confusion from those unfamiliar with the pack. There are 2 more since you were last here. Hopefully, not many more. But those who are too young won't come with us. I'll stick to the original 11 if I need to, Jacob replied with a nod. I'm sorry, Bella interjected. I shouldn't have assumed. You're my friend, Jacob said firmly. And so is Bree. I may not like what you are, and I might not approve of how you lived before, but this is important. I'd like to think my kids might one day skip the whole wolf thing. I doubt that can happen if we let this guy stick around, not to mention his whole kill all wolves agenda. An idea sparked in Arrow's mind, vague but promising, something that could take shape if they succeeded. You would do that? Edward asked, and Arrow rolled his eyes before turning to Edward. It's really annoying, isn't it? Bree chimed in before Arrow could scold Edward for voicing a thought from Arrow's mind in front of everyone. That he just talks to you like you actually spoke, Bree added. All you think about is Jacob, dear, and school. Forgive me if I didn't realize those topics were ever private, Edward replied sarcastically, crossing his arms as his sister glared at him. It doesn't matter if they aren't. If I wanted to talk to you, I would have, Bree shot back. Bree, Edward, enough, Esme scolded, sighing in exasperation as the 2 teenagers exchanged sneers. Looking away from each other, Arrow spoke up. Alaska it is, then. I believe those who intend to travel on foot could make their way there after the sun has set. I still don't know how to fight, Bella admitted uneasily. You were faring pretty well on your own, Garrett said with a grin. Arrow turned to him, extending his hand. I don't suppose you'd care to show me? Garrett eyed Arrow's hand suspiciously, hesitating for a moment before slowly raising his own. You should see it through Edward's eyes, Jacob suggested quickly, before Garrett could make contact. He was with her the entire time she dealt with the thugs. And Yankee Doodle here was busy with a pair of them. Arrow narrowed his eyes at Jacob, noticing the faintest hint of a smile on the boy's lips. A glance at Edward revealed a glare directed at Jacob. Bree seemed eager to remain neutral, but Arrow recognized the look of someone who was quite pleased with how things were unfolding. He had seen that expression on enough faces in his throne room over the millennia for it to be unmistakable. For reasons unknown, Jacob had chosen to suggest Edward as a form of revenge for what had happened to, well, not his mate, Arrow mused, as that seemed impossible between their kinds. But perhaps something akin to that. He and Bree were certainly closer than one might expect. Turning to the young Cullen, Arrow extended his hand. Edward, he asked. Edward hesitated. I'll let you keep your secrets, Garrett said to Edward. But you'll owe me. He met Arrow's gaze and slapped his hand into Arrow's. Garrett wasn't a particularly old vampire, but he possessed wisdom that belied his years. While he often voiced his opposition to the Volturi as a whole, he respected the structure of the laws. He understood the necessity of order and the need to punish offenders. He had come close to draining a few disliked American Army men and certainly took pleasure in silencing those who were vocal about their less-than-pleasant opinions. Consensual exploits. My. I do like the way you handle things, Arrow said, discovering a newfound appreciation for the gentleman who despised him. The years that followed were rather mundane. Garrett managed to avoid trouble, demonstrating the good sense to move on before he could be drawn into any chaos. It was a quiet life, really, spent traveling up and down the eastern seaboard. He adapted to the changing times, striving to keep pace unlike some of the nomads Arrow had encountered. Then came a night nearly a year ago. You're the vampire Isabella spoke of, Arrow said, feeling venom start to pool in his mouth as his jaw clenched. You talked about me? Garrett asked, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes locked on Arrow's. Said you were smart enough not to make me a meal, Bella replied. That brought Arrow back to reality, reminding him that Bella had lived to tell the tale and that this vampire had made the wise choice to back down. Garrett, too, realized he'd acted wisely, and he felt an apology toward Arrow echo through the memories they shared. Arrow nodded, recalling the events of just a few days prior. He observed Bella, who had been in Garrett's peripheral view. I know those vampires you encountered, he said as he released Garrett's hand. The ones searching for Isabella. They are, not proxies, that would be too generous. One might call them scouts. Unlike trackers, they can't easily find someone anywhere on the planet and pursue them. But those two were clever and quite skilled at piecing together clues about where someone might have gone. Oddly enough, they were originally sent here by Caius to ensure there were no children of the moon wandering about. They're gone now, Garrett replied, flexing his hand. Indeed, Arrow said thoughtfully before turning to Bella. You weren't as bad as you think, Mia Amida, but you are relying more on instincts than skill. And your newborn strength is waning. You won't be as lucky next time, Arrow said. She's a newborn? Siobhan asked, her eyebrows raised in surprise. Bella smiled and nodded. I'm almost at the end of my first year, she explained. We can teach those who need it the proper way to fight when we get to Alaska, Carlyle added, glancing around at the gathered vampires. Here, there are wooded areas and not a lot of clear space. Alaska will be better for that. He turned to Arrow. You mentioned I should be expecting a patient? Arrow nodded. A half-vampire Felix and I encountered in Russia. His injuries were from bites inflicted by the very creatures Caius had hunted. I could never get his bleeding to stop, and blood only gave him strength for short periods. A half-vampire? Alice asked, frowning. I've never heard of such a thing. Nearly everyone there shook their heads, exchanging glances to see if anyone else knew. They're very rare and extremely taboo, Arrow explained. Being around one can be uncomfortable unless you're familiar with them. They smell human, as you can detect the blood in their veins. They look human and have a metabolism, but they also possess venom, our sharp teeth, and hard skin. They have our speed, though not our grace. But ultimately, they are mortal. And you met him in Russia? Alice inquired. We originally met when Jack was just a few months old, Arrow corrected, recalling the small boy. He was that large at 4 months? Edward asked, and Arrow glanced at him, remembering the boy they found in the mountains. That's a year. He looks almost like a teenager. You don't want to know anything more about them, Bella interjected before Arrow could elaborate. Trust me, it's really better that you don't know. Arrow smirked at Bella, then turned serious as he addressed Carlyle. Dimitri and Felix are bringing him here. I would ask if there's a way to possibly heal him, so he could find shelter here instead of making. The journey back to Alaska had begun. Edward remarked, he's only a year old, and he will never have a second chance at life. Carlyle nodded in agreement. I'll see what I can do. Should we start our journey north? Siobhan asked, glancing at the other 2 coven leaders. Carlyle and Arrow exchanged a knowing look. I'll inform the Denalis that they're coming. Those who wish to join should head that way, Carlyle said. We shall, then, Liam replied, looking at Siobhan, who nodded in agreement. We'll lead the way, Emmett offered. Rosalie and I can get the first group there. We'll go with you, Dominique added with a nod. I'm afraid we'll want to hunt soon. I don't want to worry about breaking any rules. We'll gather what we need and head out, Rosalie said, her gentle kindness surprising even Arrow. We'll leave as well, Sulpicia said, turning to Arrow and gently touching his upper arm. But what about Heidi? Heidi's here? Bella asked eagerly. Yes, my dear, she's upstairs, Sulpicia replied, and Bella dashed off. A door quietly opened and then closed somewhere above, muffling their voices. Arrow looked at his ex-wife. I need to know, he told her. I have to understand what events could have led to this. I hadn't been gone more than a day, and Isabella only a few more than that. I need to know. Sulpicia sighed and shook her head. I can't stop you, she confessed. But if she is worse off after your visit? She won't be, Arrow promised, his determination clear. Sulpicia nodded, squeezing his arm before taking Calliope's hand and following the others out onto the balcony. Bella found Heidi in the library, and for a moment, she felt frozen. Heidi looked back at her, a faint smile on her lips. I know, she said, her voice raspy, as if she had been battling a cold, something caught in her throat. Her skin looked rough and scarred, as if chunks had been chipped away, far from the smooth porcelain it should have been. A significant portion of her hair was missing too, leading Bella to imagine someone had violently yanked it from her head during her escape. Heidi's face was marred with bite marks, leaving her cheeks pocked and bruised. In an instant, Bella crossed the room and enveloped Heidi in a tight embrace. I'm just so glad you made it out, she said earnestly. Honestly, I didn't know, didn't even think you could have survived until I heard you on the line when I spoke to Sulpicia. Heidi let out a mirthless laugh. I didn't want to be alive. I still don't know if I do. Just look at me. She pulled back slightly, gesturing to her battered appearance. I see a survivor, Arrow's voice resonated from the doorway, announcing his arrival. He stepped closer, offering Heidi a sympathetic yet admiring smile. I'm glad to see you here among us. So you would live like this? Heidi challenged him, motioning to her roughened neck. I'd probably wear a scarf, Arrow replied with a casual shrug. Bella shot him a glare, smacking him lightly on the chest. He met her gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips. Heidi, at least, managed a smile too, her fingers brushing her neck as if considering the suggestion. She then turned her full attention to Arrow. I didn't see much, she said, extending her hand and straightening her posture. But you should know what I did. Arrow took Heidi's hand gently, as if afraid his touch might shatter her. Bella observed them, noting the way Heidi's eyes sparkled with unshed venom as she looked at Arrow, who had closed his eyes for a moment to absorb the weight of her words. After a pause, he opened his eyes and brought her hand to his lips, kissing her knuckles softly. "Sei una bella donna coraggiosa," he murmured. "There's nothing I can do to thank you for." Defying him, "I can only express my gratitude," Heidi said. "There's one thing you can do for me," she continued. "Kill the bastard. And burn Santiago while you're at it, too. I thought we were friends, but it turns out we weren't. I want him to pay." "Consider it done," Arrow promised. "I'm assuming you heard our plans?" Heidi nodded. "I imagine you will be staying here, then?" "I can't fight," she replied, shaking her head. Bella placed her hand on Heidi's arm. "Are you able to hunt? Drink?" she asked. "Yes," Heidi said, nodding. "Though it does hurt to drink. Swallowing is difficult. Hunting isn't any harder than it used to be, at least. I'd be able to head into the area we're allowed in here." "It may not be safe for you to stay here long," Arrow warned. "There were people out searching for Isabella, and I doubt Caius will remain content to wait more than a day or two. It's already been a week since he decided to take over. If he doesn't receive word that all who oppose him are taken care of, he may start pursuing us himself." "If he comes, so be it," Heidi said with a shrug. "I only kept running because I was hoping I'd find you." "And I did." Arrow nodded. "Then allow me to say once more that if there's anything more I can do for you, name it. And if not, know that I am quite thankful for the insight." Turning to Bella, he placed a kiss on her cheek. "I'll be downstairs explaining to Carlisle what I know about Jack so he's better prepared. Please find me when you're ready." "I will," Bella promised, kissing his cheek before letting him walk away. She watched him leave, telling the voice in her soul to quiet down as it screamed not to let him out of her sight. Not now, not after everything that's already happened. "Hold on to what you have with him," Heidi said, drawing Bella's attention once more. Her eyes were filled with a mix of determination and concern. They gazed through the door Arrow had just exited, a wistful expression on their faces. "I never really thought much about finding my mate. Now, I wish I had," Heidi confessed. Bella felt at a loss, unsure of what to say that could truly support or comfort her friend. Instead of fumbling with words, she simply reached for Heidi and embraced her tightly. Bella remained silent as the figure in her arms shook with quiet, tearless sobs, not letting go until Heidi finally calmed. Chapter 36. A scream echoed from the direction of the throne room. Santiago had been flirting with Heidi, as was their usual routine, but that scream sent them both running. It was an unfamiliar sound, and that alone had pulled Heidi away. When they arrived, the scene was shocking: a distraught Corin, the rarely seen Athenadora looking mildly upset, and the headless body of Chelsea sprawled on the floor of the throne room. Marcus sat like a statue on his throne, a smile permanently etched on his face. Heidi was at a loss for thoughts. Initially, she wondered if somehow Chelsea had petrified Marcus or if Caius had blamed her. But nothing made sense. "Master?" Santiago said, glancing at her with confusion. Heidi felt no inclination to address Caius that way. In that moment, she realized she didn't think of Marcus as a master either. Chelsea was dead, and loyalty to the Volturi felt entirely optional. "Yes, master," Caius said thoughtfully, a twisted smile forming on his lips. "You still are loyal to me, aren't you?" "How interesting. What's going on?" Heidi asked, instantly regretting it as Caius turned that smile toward her. He approached Arrow's throne, removed the agate plaque that sat atop it, and tossed it at Marcus. The head shattered, leaving only dust and rubble in its wake. "I would say it's obvious," Caius remarked before turning to Santiago. "Call Felix. Tell him that Arrow should find himself in a rather unfortunate accident while he's dealing with the breach of law." Oh no, Heidi thought, her eyes widening as she glanced at Santiago, hoping to find someone who shared her bewilderment. But he was already on his phone, calling Felix. Heidi turned her gaze back to Caius, a sick feeling of dread settling in her stomach as she watched him take a seat on Arrow's throne. I would suggest, Heidi, that you ensure Isabella remains with the Cullens. I won't tolerate vampires not adhering to their natural ways are weak, Caius declared. I'll deal with the bad apples in our own coven before sending someone to handle the others. Starting with that family. He said the last part with evident disdain. She'll be easier to eliminate while she's with them. Heidi's instinct was to protest, absolutely not. But the look on Caius's face stopped her. It was the same expression he wore during mass executions, a twisted satisfaction that unnerved her. The guards often whispered that he derived more pleasure from those events than from any time spent with his mate, but no one dared to voice it aloud. So, she nodded, bowed her head, and walked out of the throne room. It wasn't until she was clear of the door that she allowed herself to run, but it didn't help. She had barely managed to contact Dimitri to relay what had happened when Santiago confronted her. Arrow had replayed that specific moment from Heidi's memories on a loop while watching the sunset through the trees on the Cullens' balcony. On one hand, it was a relief to know that Caius hadn't intentionally murdered their brother to stage this coup. But it raised the troubling question of what had caused Marcus to freeze in place. Arrow couldn't recall if he had fed during the last 2 meals, having chosen not to partake himself. He had gone hunting with Isabella, Dimitri, and Felix. Isabella had jokingly referred to it as a double date later when they were alone in their chambers. Regardless, that was the true cause of Marcus's final death. Caius had simply seized the opportunity. Arrow supposed he had always had it in him to take control, but he never believed Caius would actually go through with it. Chelsea's death only complicated matters further. Hers had not been an accident. Arrow sighed, his only outlet for frustration, and rubbed his face. Bello was still upstairs with Heidi, and despite how much he wanted her by his side, he knew things were far from settled. Heidi likely needed Sulpicia more than ever. Earlier, Sulpicia had left with Calliope, along with the Swedish and Irish covens, either riding with Rosalie or following behind her in one of the Cullens' many vehicles. Garrett had taken off for a hunt with Benjamin and Tia. The Egyptian vampires were a bit out of practice since Ammonius had kept them close, refusing to let them stray too far. Meanwhile, Jacob had returned home to meet with his pack, keeping them informed about their allies, the current plan, and ensuring no new members had joined them amidst the influx of vampires. The Cullens had left Arrow alone to ponder since before sunset, which he found acceptable. But, damn it, he wanted Isabella. He longed to hold her, to touch her, to know she was still all right. The past week had been filled with uncertainty, and he was grateful he couldn't dream. He was sure he would have been haunted by nightmares where it wouldn't be Marcus in danger, but her. Just then, the patio door slid open, and Arrow lamented the arrival of the present standing beside him. There's nothing in the memory that would give you anything, Edward said, leaning on the railing. Heidi didn't see enough, only the aftermath. I'm quite aware, Arrow replied as kindly as he could. He turned to the young Cullen, taking in his calm expression while sensing the storm of emotions beneath it. I must thank you for your assistance earlier. I believe your supportive words, along with your endorsement of combining Bella's idea with my rightful claim as the future of the Volturi, encouraged those who were uncertain to join the fight. Edward grimaced. You have nothing to thank me for, he said emphatically. Arrow's lips twitched into a smile before he pressed them together again. He gazed out at the trees, studying them for a moment. You do realize that the problem with being in one's mind is that there really isn't such a thing as a secret kept, Arrow told the young mind reader. You yourself catch surface whispers, the here and now. I get every thought, every moment glimpsed. Shall I tell you what Garrett witnessed? What he suspects about you? You don't need to, Edward replied, his gaze fixed on his hands. I hear it in your mind. And despite what you think, I'm on your side in all this. Come now, Edward, let's not lie to one another, Arrow said. Fine, Edward relented. I'm on Bella's side. Arrow hummed, acknowledging this. So I can assume Garrett's assumptions are correct? What difference would it make? Edward frowned, shaking his head slightly. You're alive. But you were really hoping I wasn't, weren't you? Arrow pointed out, his tone not unkind. You were hoping that Dimitri would return with only Felix, breaking poor Bella's heart with the news of my demise. And you would be there to hold her, to pick up the pieces. To give her a half-love like Victoria with Riley. Not her mate, never her mate, but a fine replacement until the day you stumbled upon your own. I never hoped you were dead, Edward corrected. But when Alice couldn't see you after Russia, when she could only glimpse faint shadows and snippets of the battle to come, I assumed you weren't coming back. And Bella? I thought maybe she would know. Some sort of instinct. There's an emptiness, Arrow agreed, nodding. I've seen it in so many who have lost their mates. Most are like Victoria, driven by revenge. They'll never be happy until the one responsible is reduced to ash. Some live half-lives, like Marcus. Others carry on in a sort of numb state. Some become incubus or succubus, or take on a multitude of vampire lovers in hopes of feeling even a hint of what it's like to be with a mate. There are more than you can imagine who have come to us, begging for death. Arrow glanced at Edward. So you can imagine what it might have been like for me to look into the eyes of the woman you were ready to die for, as it was the only hope you. I thought you'd have to be with her and find my mate after thousands of years. You didn't know she wasn't mine? Edward asked. I had my suspicions, which is why I offered you a place among us. It wasn't just for your gifts, though those played a significant role. Marcus especially wondered if you simply needed time to grieve, a distraction from your family, those who knew her, until enough time had passed, and the young human you were infatuated with would fade into memory. But your obsession made it hard to see beyond that. Edward let out a mirthless snicker, looking down at his feet before his gaze drifted to the tree line. I tried to move on, Edward confessed. I met so many vampires while I was away. I couldn't stay in London for long. I ended up becoming something of a nomad, hunting animals. I encountered some remarkable vampires and even a few humans who might have been interesting. But they weren't her. That was probably the problem. I kept trying to compare them. I want to have someone, but I want her. I know it won't happen, which makes me feel like I may never find the one I'm meant to be with. Arrow sighed. It took your brother Jasper 100 years to find Alice. Carlyle spent nearly 400 years before he encountered Esme. And I was nearing 4,000 years before Isabella looked into my eyes for the first time. He placed a hand on Edward's arm, startling him, though he didn't pull away. I can't say I understand your desire for purity. We come from time periods that are far too different for me to fully grasp it. But you found a kind of companionship with Isabella before you left her behind, something that wasn't platonic or familial. Be more open-minded, and you may find it again. Believe me, if you reject every potential connection simply because of what's in their mind, you'll lead a very lonely life. Half my lovers have loathed me at times. It's the price of our gift. Edward was about to respond when Arrow was deep in thought, ready to make a point, when the sound of familiar footsteps interrupted their conversation. Both he and Edward turned to see Bella stepping through the patio door. She walked straight to Arrow's side, wrapping her arms around him and resting her face against his chest, her eyes closed. I'm worried about Heidi, she said softly. I don't want to lose her, but I also don't want her to suffer. Arrow responded gently, wrapping his arm around her waist. I won't ease your worries with false reassurances. But I can tell you that, for now, her will to live outweighs her desire to die. Only time will reveal if that will change. Bella nodded, then looked up to meet his gaze. Her eyes had a hint of orange, different from the deep rubies he was accustomed to, yet they still held the same warmth they had for the past year. He felt an overwhelming urge to kiss her. Can we, maybe spend some time together? Alone? Bella asked nervously, as if she feared he would say no. Time alone with her? After their brief but agonizing separation and the worry they had for one another? He could already feel the venom pooling in his mouth. Can you go at least a mile out, maybe 2 for safety? Edward requested, his voice thick with emotion. I don't want to hear anything. Thoughts or otherwise. Arrow smirked, unable to shake the memory of Bella pressed against a brick wall during one of their passionate hunts in Italy. Edward shot him a glare but chose to remain silent. Taking Arrow's hand, Bella stepped away from him. Together, they turned and jumped off the balcony, launching themselves into the night. They raced through the woods, weaving around trees, leaping over a river, and nearing a cliffside. A glance at Bella's mischievous grin told him to brace himself. Moments later, she leaped toward him, and he was ready. Arrow barely caught Bella before they tumbled onto the ground, kicking up dirt and long dead leaves among the twigs. Her laugh filled the air, bright, beautiful, and free. He couldn't help but join her, especially when he found her pinned beneath him on a smooth sheet of stone. You wanted time alone? He asked with a grin. She sobered for a moment, then shot up, grabbing his head and holding it between her hands as she kissed him, soft and gentle. The contrast in her movements left Arrow a bit baffled but still pleased. She slowly pulled away, her orange-tinted eyes darting across his face as she began to gently trace his jawline, running her fingers through his hair. I don't want to lose you, she said. Nor I you, Mia Amada, he assured her. And as much as I want to say you never will, because I will never leave you, we both know what's to come. I do, she nodded slightly, her throat working as if she had to swallow. But for a whole week, I didn't know if I had already lost you. I had no idea if you were dead or alive, and it killed me. Oh, Arrow cooed. Bella, you'd have known. He placed a hand on her chest. Here, you would have felt it. You already have an idea of what it would be like, from what you've said about your time removed from our world while human. You would have carried that feeling with you, only stronger, had something happened to me. She nodded. Arrow, Bella said, licking her lips. I haven't been fair to you. Not since the whole soulmate thing. In what way have you not been fair? He asked, his brow furrowing. Because while I didn't leave you, I did fight it. A little. I kept refusing to say something very important, and when I thought I lost you. Don't, he tried to interject. Not if you're not ready. I am, she said with a nervous smile. I love you. He'd never realized that before. Despite their intimacy, there had always been a missing piece within Arrow that hadn't slotted into place until that moment. He knew Bella loved him, but he hadn't realized how much hearing her say it would change everything. He couldn't imagine how he must have looked to her, but he noticed Bella's eyes darken, and her touch shifted from reverent to demanding. I love you, she said again, kissing him quickly. Ti amo. Je t'aime. One language was enough. He smiled against her lips, feeling her quick pecks turn into something more passionate. It's not, she insisted, returning his smile. I need to make it up to you. I'll say it however you want me to. He rolled them over, allowing her to hover above him. Then say it as you always have, he replied, his hands slowly working to remove her jacket. Press the words that linger on the tip of your tongue into my skin with a kiss. Let me taste them on your lips and nip them with my teeth. He shifted his hands beneath the hem of her top, sitting up just enough to nose behind her ear. Sigh the syllables against my cheek or neck like you've done in the past. Let me hear them in the unspoken language you sing from your throat. I'll know them by the caress of your fingers on my spine or chest, and by the way you press and dig them in when you feel the words most ardently. He kissed her cheek as Bella began to work on the buttons of his shirt. And if after all that you still feel it wouldn't suffice, then you may whisper them or shout them for all to hear. I'll take it all, Mia Amada, and be honored to have it. They could have gone on for hours. In the past, they had lost themselves in one another when nothing else required their attention. But this moment wasn't about seeking pleasure. It was about affirmation, confirming that they were truly together again. Bella breathed in Arrow's scent as she laid her head against his chest. Bella felt the warmth of Arrow's embrace, his arms wrapped around her. One hand traced gentle lines up and down the arm that rested across his chest, while the other softly played with her hair. She pressed a light kiss to his chest, where his heart once beat. I love you, she said, repeating the words that had become so familiar to them. Ti amo anch'io. Più che altro, Arrow replied with a smile. Bella smirked playfully. Even yourself? He chuckled softly. Yes, mia cara. Even myself. She kissed his chest again and then shifted to lay across him. Arrow adjusted his hold, his fingers gliding between her shoulder blades while the other rested low on her waist. Do vampires hold funerals? Or ceremonies when one of their coven members dies? Bella asked, crossing her arms over his chest and resting her chin on them. Arrow frowned slightly. No. We would mourn, of course, but typically, the death doesn't tear the coven apart like it has ours. I want to do something for Marcus, Bella admitted. I want to honor him in some way when all this is over. He smiled. I love how optimistic you are. I'm also voicing my wishes. You've been around forever, you're skilled, she said, deciding to hold back on teasing him about his age for the moment. I'm barely capable of taking off a head, and it's not like I'm going to get much practice. The second Caius finds out that we're together, and we know. I believe it's more about the moment he confirms we're alive, Arrow corrected her. He's had people looking for you, so he may simply be biding his time. He probably thinks you haven't been found yet. You should have been back in Italy. I imagine the moment you weren't is when the scouts were sent out. But me? I was with Afton and Michael. Afton would have been distraught over Chelsea and may not return, but Michael has never liked me, so I'm sure he's already suspicious that I wasn't destroyed as he asked, Bella said, brushing aside the thought. But putting that aside, I understand what you're trying to convey. I'd prefer not to dwell on it that way. Instead, let's focus on the possibility that we'll be together on the other side, and we can honor him then. She nodded, deciding it wasn't worth arguing about. Suddenly, a rustling noise caught Bella's attention, bringing the background sounds of the world she had learned to tune out into sharp focus. She noticed a heartbeat approaching. Taking a deep breath, she inhaled Arrow's familiar scent, along with the unmistakable presence of a rather large predator she hadn't encountered on her hunts with Edward. As she glanced toward the trees, a smirk spread across her face upon spotting a bear wandering toward them. Without hesitation, she pounced. The bear growled at the human-shaped creature that had wrapped its arms around its neck, and Bella couldn't help but laugh before sinking her teeth in. While the fur wasn't the most pleasant texture in her mouth, the blood was more than satisfactory. A small part of her mind registered the taste as gamey, reminiscent of something Charlie had hunted with Billy, but it didn't bother her. Once the bear was drained, Bella released it and looked up to find Arrow standing on his feet, watching her with such distress that she burst into laughter. Please don't tell me this is going to become a new habit of yours, he said, glancing from her to the bear at her feet. It's just easier while we're here, she replied, moving to stand in front of him. Bella looped her arms around his neck, smiling as he instinctively placed his hands on her waist. I spent a week on the road with Edward and Jacob. I didn't feel comfortable hunting a human with them around, especially Jake. And honestly, I don't mind the taste difference. I can't imagine, Arrow grimaced. With a playful spark in her eyes, Bella leaned in and kissed him deeply, aware that there were likely traces of blood still on her lips. After a moment, he let out a rather disgusted mewl, prompting Bella to break the kiss and laugh again. Bella laughed, her head thrown back. She felt Arrow kissing her neck, a grin against her skin. The only thing that made that experience at all bearable was the taste of you, he grumbled. So, you won't be joining me on hunts in the forest? She asked, shifting to push him away from her neck. No. I'll hunt away from here, Arrow replied. Don't go alone, she urged, the humor fading as the thought of him venturing off by himself worried her. I won't, he promised, sealing it with a kiss. Bella slid her hands from Arrow's neck to wrap her arms around his torso, closing her eyes as she rested her head against his chest. She felt his arms encircle her, holding her close, a reminder of how worried he had likely been for her safety over the past week. I must say, Arrow said after a moment, that despite your choice of prey, it was rather spectacular to watch you hunt naked. She smirked. How spectacular. I could show you if you'd like. They returned to the house just before sunrise, each step reminding them that their moments of happiness were literally behind them, at least for now. But Bella felt a renewed strength, as if they could face whatever was coming. A part of her wanted to stop him, take Arrow's hand, and run back into the woods. She knew she couldn't, so instead, she kept pace and leapt back up onto the balcony with him. He furrowed his brow. I do believe I hear a heartbeat inside. Bella listened, catching that strange, hummingbird flutter. A moment later, Felix burst through the patio door and scooped Bella up in a hug. She let out a surprised laugh as he twirled her around. So glad you're all right, he said, giving her one more squeeze before setting her down. Glad you're here, too. Heidi, did you two see her? His smile faded. Yeah. And I'm going to tear the bastard apart when I see him. Not if I do it first, Bella replied. Dimitri stood at the door, a proud grin spreading across his face as he approached Bella. Mistress, he teased. Thank you, Bella replied, wrapping her arms around him in a warm hug. Thank you for finding our guys. You're the best. Of course I am, Dimitri said haughtily, stepping back after a moment. His expression turned serious as he glanced at Arrow. Jack isn't doing so well. We were delayed at the border. Felix had to carry him over some mountains to avoid the checkpoint. They did manage to hunt once, but... I should go to him, Arrow said, looking upstairs where Carlyle was likely tending to Jack. Then go, Bella assured him. I think I can survive without you for a bit. Arrow gave her a doubtful look. Given that I watched you drink a bear. He said. You managed a bear? Bree's excited voice chimed in from somewhere in the house, followed by Esme's laughter. Bella rolled her eyes. Go, she urged, and unable to resist, she placed a quick kiss on his cheek. Arrow smiled and then kissed her softly on the lips before disappearing inside. I'd say I'm surprised by the open affection, but I heard there was quite a lengthy reunion in the driveway, Felix remarked, glancing from where Arrow had vanished to Bella, a smile curling at his lips. It was something to behold, Garrett agreed as he stepped outside as well. He smirked at Bella and shook his head. Gone all night. What did you do to the fearsome leader of the vampire world, and how does one find a woman like you? Probably by not pointing out how long two mates spend with one another, Bella replied. Yeah, I suppose there's that, Garrett nodded. I know I gave him a hard time yesterday, but he's not at all like the rumors suggested. For one, I definitely didn't think he could be playful. Playful? What do you Bella's eyes went wide. You. Heard, Garrett said firmly. Saw nothing. You guys. We were quite a distance from where Ben, Tia, and I had returned. We didn't see or hear anything that you'd want us to keep quiet about. Unless, of course, you really didn't want us to know that he could laugh in a way that didn't sound like he was about to gleefully murder someone. She buried her face in her hands and giggled, rubbing her palms against her cheeks before shaking her head. It's a shame you two didn't hit it off from the beginning because I have a feeling you would have had a lot of fun humiliating me, she said to Garrett. He shrugged. I'm warming up to him. Like I said, he's not quite what I always heard he was. Allow us to answer some of your questions, Dimitri interjected. We've known him much longer than Bella. Bella stayed with the three of them for a little while, listening to their discussion, which mostly revolved around Volturi politics, before she went inside to find Alice. My mate stays with your coven for just over a week, and upon our reunion, I discover she's become a vegetarian, Carlyle said with a grin, glancing at Arrow. Perhaps now you'll try the diet. He examined something through his microscope. Arrow grimaced. I've had enough of a taste secondhand to know it's not something I'll attempt. Carlyle chuckled quietly. You tasted blood mixed with venom, I'm guessing. Of course, it wouldn't taste pleasant. My mate's venom, Arrow retorted. It's hardly something I would be averse to. He looked over Carlyle's shoulder, then glanced at the prone figure in the bed. Jack was far paler than he had been when Arrow left the day before, The wounds on his leg and arm were still bleeding through the bandages. He looked small, helpless. It was one of the reasons Arrow couldn't understand why anyone would risk creating a half-mortal child. Immortal children had a sick understanding to them, but this? Knowing that the prodigy born of a human would one day die seemed unthinkable. This small boy. Jack had no one left in the world. He had been barely alive for a year, and it was clear he was dying. Is there a chance you can save him? Arrow asked Carlyle quietly. I won't hold you responsible if you say you can't, but I need to know if there's any reason to stand around at his bedside. Carlyle turned to meet Arrow's gaze. You care for him. I'm part of the reason he found himself in Russia, facing off against a pair of werewolves. I went to investigate his existence, destroyed his father and coven when they attempted to destroy us. Only he and his guardian escaped, and she was killed trying to keep him alive, Arrow explained. He could have almost another 300 years of life if he makes it through this. The problem is that the werewolf venom is attacking the vampire venom, Carlyle said. Jacob was kind enough to let me see what made him different one day while he was waiting for Bree. I didn't have a sample of a true werewolf to examine, of course, but the results were fascinating nonetheless. Jack's sample looks very similar to Jacob's. Our venom would make him very sick, possibly kill him, but it would more likely slow down his healing ability. It's likely the same for Jack. I'm going to collect a bit of my venom and see if introducing additional vampire venom will have an effect. It won't change him, Arrow reminded Carlyle. Carlyle shook his head. That's not my intent. I just want to see if the secondary venom will work like intravenous medicine. Perhaps the addition would counteract the werewolf venom. It's definitely preventing him from healing. I suppose that could work, but I imagine you would need a lot of venom. Even at our most feral, we don't produce enough to supply an adequate amount for such a use. I can't imagine the venom of multiple vampires would make any difference if one doesn't do harm, Carlyle pointed out. Given that I'd never heard of a half-vampire before you told me about this one. There are only 4 of them currently alive in the world, Carlyle said, his voice steady. I have met 8 in all my years. They're exceedingly rare, given the exacting circumstances required for their conception. He hummed in understanding. Bella has hinted that. Yes. Had she and Edward, there is a very real chance she would have carried one, and likely would have died from it. Carlyle nodded. It all worked out for the best, then. I would say so, Arrow agreed, though perhaps for a slightly different reason than Carlyle. Bella watched in awe, along with the others, as Benjamin demonstrated his many talents. In the last hour, he had created a large column of stone, manipulated a fire to grow and then extinguish, and now he was causing a small cyclone to weave its way around some of the trees. That's amazing, she said, her wide grin reflecting her excitement. There's a river not far from here, you would have crossed it last night. You could manipulate that, too. I could, Benjamin replied with a smug grin. I can't create the elements, only control them. Fire always made Ammonius nervous, it's the one I'm most out of practice with. Dmitri pursed his lips thoughtfully. You can manipulate, but how far away can you do it? He asked. I have to be fairly close by, at least for now, Benjamin replied. Dmitri grumbled, that could have been handy. How so? Bella asked, curious. The twins, he replied, no further explanation needed. Bella could take care of them, Garrett pointed out. No, she could shield us, but probably not all of us, Dmitri countered. We could test it out, Alice offered cheerfully, swinging her legs from her perch on the balcony above. Edward just has to be able to tell us if he can't read our thoughts anymore, and then we'll know if Bella can do it. I've never tried it with more than 1 or 2 before, Bella admitted. I didn't even know for sure if it worked with anyone but Arrow until I covered Dmitri. How was this not declared to the coven? Dmitri asked. I can think of a few reasons, Felix replied. Still, she is a shield, Dmitri reasoned, gesturing toward Bella as he looked at Felix. I'm honestly surprised that this wasn't shared more widely, given what she can do. I asked that we not say anything, Bella replied, We discovered it so soon after my transformation, and I had a bad feeling. I knew I couldn't trust everyone. That's gonna work to our advantage, Jasper pointed out. 'Cause I'm willing to bet the first thing Caius will do is take everyone out with Alec and get the stragglers with Jane. Why don't you try? Garrett suggested. Bella nodded. It couldn't hurt, and they were supposed to be her allies in all of this. She fought the urge to close her eyes. Doing that wouldn't be an option on the battlefield. Instead, she glanced around. First, she focused on Garrett, who stood closest to her. She willed her shield to expand and wrap around him. She could feel him within it, but he didn't react, just like Dimitri didn't. He was next, along with Felix, since the two barely left each other's sides since she had seen them earlier. They probably hadn't separated since Dimitri found Felix, Arrow, and Jack in Alaska. She felt them both, and this time, she noted the slight flinch in Dimitri's brow, as if he wanted to frown but resisted. Felix did frown outright, glancing at his mate in confusion. Next was Ben, who was farther away and harder to reach. She felt her shield stretching, its tautness loosening, and for a moment, she worried she wouldn't be able to encompass him. But then, she sensed his presence faintly and moved on. Peter and Charlotte were with Jasper off to her right, and she willed the shield to grow again. Just like with Ben, she couldn't be sure she had them for a moment, and then she felt them faintly as well. You're doing well, Edward encouraged from behind her. Somewhere behind her. I stopped hearing the thoughts of a few people already. Bella nodded slightly, took a deep breath, and pushed her shield out behind her. Tia, Alice, Esme, Bree, she knew she had them protected since they were closer than Ben or the southern vampires. A grin spread across her face as she felt the strain of maintaining the shield at such a distance, like pressure on her muscles. But why stop now? Why not push it even further? She couldn't really get hurt, could she? If it was possible, it wouldn't be anything too damaging. Bella stretched, feeling her shield extend within the house. She sensed Heidi, and moments later, there was Carlisle, Jack, and Arrow. It was a challenge. She was reminded of the times she pushed her body to its limits as a human, the fatigue in her arms and legs after intense exercise. It felt like carrying too many grocery bags at once, just to limit her trips. If she needed oxygen, she would be panting, and a part of her almost wanted to just to see if it would bring her some relief. I can't hear anyone here, Edward said, a giddy lilt to his voice. It's the first time I've had silence in company since I changed. Ben Fado, amoro mia, Arrow called from upstairs, admiration in his tone, laced with something familiar that made Bella smirk for a moment. I can't hold it, she admitted, and let the shield drop. Edward hissed behind her, and she turned to see him holding his head, as if the sudden rush of voices had given him a headache. Sorry, she apologized, grimacing. It's fine, Edward replied with a quick smile. Just a bit of what someone might call whiplash. Does anyone else hear a heartbeat? Garrett asked. Other than that Jack kid's? Bella listened intently, straining to identify the sound, and soon realized there was indeed a heartbeat approaching them. It's Jacob, Edward said, confusion evident in his voice. But I can't, it's taking me a second to get. Let me get my head sorted, Bree said as she headed inside for a moment. She returned just as Jacob, in wolf form, emerged from the trees. Holy shit! Felix exclaimed, and then leaped onto the balcony, backing away in surprise. Bree jumped down, carrying a bag over to Jacob and nuzzling into his neck for a moment before stepping back to face the others. Jacob took a few steps back, the bag still in his mouth, and then there was a ripple in the air as he transformed back into his human form. So, we have a problem, he said, the rustle of the bag indicating he was likely pulling out pants. What's that? Bella asked, curious. Did you see someone while patrolling? No vampires. That's not the problem right now. It's Leah. What about her? She didn't. Edward snapped. Arrow, he called out, and Bella shot him a disapproving look for summoning her mate like that. Jake. Bella asked, extending her shield around him to block Edward from hearing Jacob's thoughts before he voiced them. Jacob grimaced. So, there's a rule in the pack. You might remember we can't tell anyone who's an outsider about what's going on. I tried to get you to figure it out, remember? Bella nodded, though she didn't fully recall the details. Jacob continued, the exception to that rule is family and imprints. Leah found a way around one of them. Because now Charlie's family. Why do I get the feeling this isn't as simple as, she knows you're all wolves? Bella asked, her unease growing. Jacob sighed. Because she told him about you. Chapter 37. Okay, Bella said. But Charlie knows I'm different. We talked about it at the wedding. He asked, and I told him it's a need-to-know situation. Yeah, except that's the excuse Sue would use for Leah and Seth. Leah pointed out that maybe need to know is something he should really dig into, Jacob replied, annoyance creeping into his voice as Arrow suddenly approached Bella. She reached for his hand, holding on tightly. What did she say? Bella asked. Everything but the word, Jacob said. And at least she had the decency not to mention the diet. Did she have any idea what kind of danger she put Charlie in by encouraging him to think it through and figure it out? Arrow asked, his jaw clenched. Jacob shrugged. I know your laws because I've talked to the Cullens and to you. That means Leo would know as well, considering how we communicate when we phase. I think it's the only reason she didn't outright say, Bella's a vampire. Arrow huffed, muttering something in Italian under his breath. At least your father thinks you're in Italy. Make sure your phone is charged, we'll figure out a way. He knows she's here, Jacob interrupted. Because Leah told him. For goodness sake. Bella exclaimed, kicking a rock that flew into a tree, taking a chunk out of it and causing it to tip and crash into another tree. Thankfully, it fell away from the house, though that was the only relief she felt amidst the chaos. Okay, who's Charlie? Garrett asked. My dad, Bella snapped, immediately feeling guilty for her tone. But Garrett didn't seem to mind much. Right, and this Leah, who is also a big wolf, is somehow related. Her mom married Bella's dad almost 2 weeks ago, Jacob explained for her. Making them stepsisters, Edward added. Garrett began to laugh giddily, but one glance from Bella sobered him up as best he could. He raised his hands in surrender, still shaking a bit. A car was approaching on the road. While that wasn't unusual, it was starting to slow down. Bella closed her eyes and sighed. Of course he would come as soon as he could. Of course. If he thought there was any chance of getting answers, he was determined to squeeze them out of her. Garrett, Ben, Tia, I know you're guests, and we're grateful for your presence, Edward began. But we'll avoid further exposure, Ben agreed, smiling at Bella. I understand what it's like to want to maintain connections to your human life. He glanced lovingly at Tia. Thank you. Really, all of you, Bella said, hearing Charlie's cruiser making its way down the drive. She turned to Felix and Dimitri. You guys don't have to stay, either. Your father has already encountered me, Dimitri replied. Yeah, but I'm not sure when you last hunted, and I don't want you to feel uncomfortable, Bella said, then turned to Arrow. The same goes for you. I'll be fine, Mia Amida, he assured her. I hunted yesterday on my way to you. I'd rather not take that risk, Felix told Dimitri. Then we'll go, Dimitri replied to Felix, glancing at Bella. She nodded, and the couple disappeared into the woods. Bella let go of Arrow's hand and jumped up onto the balcony, with him following a moment later. I suppose I don't have time to put in contacts. You won't need them, Alice assured her. Do you want us around? Bella could hear the cruiser inching closer. Yeah, sure, just. We'll stay out of the way, Esme promised. Maybe we can just be inside? Bella nodded. Jake and I will go to the meadow, Bree said to Esme before turning to Bella. Good luck, she said, then gestured for Jacob to follow her. Jacob glanced back with an apologetic smile before they took off together. Bella felt the ripple of Jacob's face as Charlie's car came to a stop. She frowned, realizing that Jacob must have been naked just before he transformed, or he was planning to hang out in that state wherever they were going. Not that she could judge, especially considering how much time she and Arrow spent together in a similar situation. The sound of Charlie's cruiser door slamming snapped her back to the present. She walked inside at a human pace, the others trailing behind her. She could hear Charlie making his way to the front door as Esme and Alice headed upstairs. Bella felt uncertain about what to do with herself as Edward went down to answer the door. Should she sit or stand? Face the stairs or turn her back? As she heard her father greet Edward with his usual coldness, Arrow caught her attention. "Bella," he said softly, cupping her cheek. "You handled this well once before, and I know you will again." She placed her hand over his for a moment, then decided to turn away from the stairs as she heard Charlie start to ascend. Arrow moved to the window, gazing out at the woods, keeping his back turned to her father as well. Bella heard Charlie's boots hit the floor, shuffling closer. "Bells," he said, cautious yet hopeful. "Hey, Dad," she replied, wrapping one arm around herself and holding her Volturi pendant with the other. "So, Leah's a big wolf," he said, and she couldn't help but snicker at his attempt at nonchalance. "And she told me Seth is too. So, my stepkids turn into really big. But before that, I'm told my daughter is something dark and vile. And that it wasn't just some weird jealousy thing, and that, what she did would prove it. After that, I was told I should come here because you would still be here, and the Cullens." "I was supposed to go back to Italy," Bella replied, turning her head slightly to speak over her shoulder. "Something happened that prevented it. Is everything all right?" Charlie's paternal concern was touching, and she couldn't help but grin. "Not really, but it will be. Sooner rather than later, I hope." There was a pause as Charlie took a few steps closer. "Bella, why won't you look at me?" She bit her lip. "I will, just, when I turn around, don't freak out, okay?" "Yeah, okay." Bella dropped her hands to her sides, clenching them tightly as she slowly turned around, worrying her lip with her teeth until their gazes met. Charlie reared back, a startled sound escaping his throat as his heartbeat quickened for a moment. "Your eyes are red," he said, his voice strained. "And yours are brown," she countered, ignoring the glare she received for her cheekiness. "I can go get sunglasses or something if it's—" "No," he interrupted, closing his eyes and lifting his hand toward her for a moment. "No, don't go anywhere. Just give me a minute." Bella nodded, perhaps a bit too eagerly, but it didn't matter. Charlie hadn't been looking at her anyway, and considering he already knew about the supernatural world, she doubted it would be a big deal. "Right, okay. So, I need to know. Leah sort of hinted that you're—" "Don't say the word, Chief Swan," Arrow interjected, surprising Bella enough to make her jump, though she didn't physically react. She half turned to her mate, noticing he was still facing the window, his hands clasped behind his back. "Using that word will damn you to one of two choices: become like Bella or face a far less palatable, yet equally permanent option." Charlie's brows shot up. "And who are you to make that decision?" "Arrow is the leader of our kind," Edward explained gently, as if speaking to a child. Bella recognized the tone. It was similar to how he spoke to her when he was explaining things. "He's one of 3 who uphold the laws for our people." Charlie nodded slowly. "Esme's relative or brother or something?" Bella smiled nervously, shrugging one shoulder. "All right. So, don't give. It's a name." "Gotcha. So, how did this happen? Did you have a choice?" "No," Arrow replied, but Edward added, "she could have." "Don't lie," Arrow chided, still facing away from them. "She could have," Edward reiterated. "But I made a selfish choice that took hers away." "It's what I wanted anyway," Bella reminded him, shooting him a sharp look. "Edward?" Charlie asked, clearly not ready to let this go. Edward met Charlie's gaze as he explained, I never wanted this life for her. When I left that September, I hoped Bella's life would be better, that she could escape all this. I promised her I would stay away, that we all would. But then I was told she had killed herself. You were what? Charlie exclaimed, turning his furious gaze to Bella. You said you didn't die. I didn't, Bella retorted. Edward is referring to when I went cliff diving at La Push. Someone saw me and told Edward about it. It was my fault, Alice chimed in, having quietly made her way down the stairs while everyone was distracted. I saw it, and I told Rosalie, who then told Edward. I didn't know someone had pulled Bella out of the water until it was too late, and the damage was done. Charlie sighed in relief, smiling at Alice, then looking gratefully at Bella for a moment before nodding for Edward to continue. In an unfortunate twist of fate, you were planning the funeral for your current wife's husband, Edward said, looking down at his feet. Jacob was at your house and didn't say who the funeral was for. I thought the worst. So I went to Italy, where Arrow and the other lawkeepers live. I asked if he would consider granting me an end. He wouldn't. So I was prepared to take one from him. We can't easily destroy ourselves. You're treading dangerously close to revealing too much, Edward, Arrow warned tensely. So tread carefully. I won't let it come to that, Edward assured, glancing at Arrow's turned back before looking back at Charlie. Bella went to Italy to save my life. Alice took her, Charlie said. Your interview, he continued, now realizing that wasn't true. Yeah, Bella nodded. Alice warned me about what Edward was about to do, and I couldn't let him kill himself for me. Charlie rolled his eyes. I suppose that was the right thing to do. Stupid, but... He sighed and gestured toward Edward. We were brought before Arrow and his brothers, Edward continued. They discovered that Bella knew what we were. So, because of the law, she would have to. That's enough, Arrow commanded, turning on his heel and striding briskly to Bella's side, glaring at the younger vampire. Yeah, I don't need to hear it, thanks, Charlie assured him. So, she figured you out, I'm guessing. And her saving your life got her in trouble. Now she's, what? On probation or something? Is that why he's here? He gestured to Arrow. He's her husband, Edward said glumly. Her what? Charlie seemed to shrink a little at that revelation. Would you stop saying that? We're not married. Bella growled, causing Charlie to flinch. You might as well be, Edward countered. It's forever, isn't it? If she wishes for your head, you're aware I'd give it to her, yes? Arrow asked Edward. What does he mean? Charlie asked, regaining his composure. He pointed a thumb in Edward's direction. I thought you and him had a thing. Bella shot Edward a glare before letting out a sigh. Then she turned to Arrow, pressing her forehead against his forearm. There was no need for formalities or keeping distance. Taking Arrow's hand in hers, she faced Charlie. I've been with Arrow for about a year, maybe a little longer. You already know he was here when I graduated, you just never knew how long before. Edward broke up with me, and we never got back together. And while he was here, Arrow and I got to know each other, Bella thought to herself. Best to leave out the part about being soulmates. She was already having a tough time with it, and Charlie would definitely be skeptical. Bella braced herself for an outburst from her father. But instead, Charlie just blinked. Huh, he said. You know, I sort of thought something was going on, but I figured you were just being a bit sneaky. His expression turned thoughtful. I mean, you were, just not with who I thought you were being sneaky with. Actually, I think I like this better. Not the whole situation, but that you're not with him. That's all it takes to earn your approval. Bella snickered. Well, I'm not saying you're great at picking them, Charlie replied, and Arrow let out a delighted laugh that made Charlie eye him warily. Edward snickered too but quickly cleared his throat, stopping when Bella shot him a warning look. She didn't need Charlie to say that Arrow wasn't helping his case, she could sense her father's thoughts on that. It gave Bella a clearer understanding of Bree's perspective on how incredibly annoying Edward's mind-reading could be. "I had hoped we would never meet," Eros said once he stopped laughing. "I'll admit it had never been my intention for us to cross paths. But I suppose since Isabella's mother knows me, it's only fair that you do as well, especially since you're aware that there's something unusual about us." Eros stepped closer to Charlie and offered his hand. Bella caught his arm. "Ero," she pleaded. "Rest assured, Mia Amata, I won't cast judgment," Eros said, maintaining his gaze on Charlie. Charlie looked from the offered hand to Eros' face. "What's she worried about?" he asked. Eros' genial smile widened just a touch, revealing a hint of the predator he was. "Nothing you have to fear from me, I promise." "It's okay, Charlie," Edward said. Charlie glowered at Edward but reluctantly took Eros' hand for a shake. If there was one significant difference Eros could see between Renee Dwyer and Charlie, it was. Charlie Swan had always wanted Bella in his life, but he struggled to find a way to keep her there. It had torn him apart when Renee took their daughter and left. There were many summers when he hoped Renee wouldn't return. He even prepared a speech for that moment, saying that while Renee loved Bella dearly, she couldn't come to get her just yet. He would tell Bella that she would stay with him until the time came. Bella's decision to come to Forks, especially during her second to last year of school, brought Charlie a happiness he hadn't felt in a long time. Eros noticed how hard Charlie tried to like Edward, but something always seemed to put him off. Then Edward left, and Bella. Eros' jaw tightened, but he maintained his composure for Charlie's sake. As they shook hands, Eros caught a thought lingering in Charlie's mind, something he suspected about Bella, something he had overheard his stepchildren whispering about. It was a suspicion he had at his wedding but dared not confront. "You're an incredibly perceptive man, Chief Swan," Eros said, clasping his hands in front of him. "I'm sure you understand that what you suspect will never be confirmed." Charlie stared back for a moment, then nodded. "Do you love her?" "I do." "And you'll take care of her?" Eros pursed his lips. "She'll never want for anything. I will be devoted to her until I no longer exist. But I cannot promise more than that." Charlie nodded, likely realizing that this was all beyond his understanding. "You guys don't turn into animals too, do you?" he asked nervously, glancing at the ceiling as if he were recalling a particular lore. Eros couldn't help but chuckle at that, despite Bella's huff of annoyance. "No," Bella interjected. "No, we don't do that," Bella replied emphatically. "Okay," Charlie said, glancing around the room again. He ran a hand over his face, half turning away. "Does your mother?" "What do you think?" Bella asked. "Yeah, no, she doesn't know. Hell, she'd look right at you and just," he barked a laugh. "She did, didn't she? She looked right at you and didn't even see it." Bella gave a twisted grin but nodded. "Yeah." Charlie nodded, glancing around the room again. "Well, Bells, I've got to say, I'm not even sure what to think of all this. But I mean, it's like I said at the wedding, as long as you know, call from time to time." Eros watched Bella's heartbreak, and without considering their audience, he pulled her into his arms. Bella gripped his forearms, quickly resting her head on Eros' shoulder before meeting Charlie's steady gaze. "I'll try. But Dad, something is happening. In our world, something is happening. It's why Leah told you about herself as well as Bella," Edward offered, obviously having picked up the thought from Jacob. "We have to leave. Jacob is having the others in his pack come with us." Leah doesn't agree, and she was hoping that revealing her story would force Jacob to change his plans. Charlie frowned at Edward and then met Eros' eye. "Why aren't you promising you'll take care of her?" "Precisely why," Eros replied. Charlie sighed. "Try, all right," he said to Bella. "Try to get through whatever is happening." "I promise," Bella said, stepping out of Eros' embrace to hug her father. It was a strangely touching scene to witness. Luca had been close to his family but rarely showed physical affection to those who were not turned. Arrow had only seen Bella's embrace with Renee through the latter's memories. To witness the bond between parent and child, a human and a vampire, with his own eyes felt odd yet remarkable. Despite everything, Charlie appeared slightly uncomfortable. Perhaps it was Bella's cool body temperature or the way she squeezed him just a bit too tightly. It could even have been the way he tried to hold her as close as possible, even if it felt like hugging a statue. Yet none of that mattered because Charlie Swan's love for his daughter was unwavering. He would do anything, even accept the impossible, just to keep her in his life. Arrow imagined how it would be, sneaking back to Forks as Charlie continued to age. Bella visiting him until he was no longer there, the unshed tears of venom in her eyes as she watched her father's funeral from a distance, unable to participate. But Arrow knew that just catching glimpses of her daughter would bring Charlie joy, even if she remained nearly 19 in appearance for eternity. Charlie placed a quick kiss on the top of Bella's head and then stepped back. "Sue's going to start wondering what's going on," he said, clearing his throat. "Not sure if Leo would tell her or what, so I should head back." "I'll be leaving Forks soon," Bella replied as she returned to Arrow's side. "I'll call when I can." "All right," Charlie nodded, meeting Arrow's gaze. "Treat her right." "Like a queen," Arrow responded, earning a playful smack from Bella. Charlie seemed to have questions but chose not to ask them. He turned to the stairs, pausing by Edward. "She's happy," he told Edward. "Happier than I've ever seen her. Knowing she's been with you for a year, that you've been the one making her smile, really smile. That makes me like you. But make no mistake, her happiness came at a price, and I know exactly who made her pay it." Edward held Charlie's gaze. "No one regrets the choices that brought her to this day more than I do." Without looking back, Charlie continued up the stairs. The room remained still until the sound of the engine starting outside broke the silence, and then it was only Bella left. As Bella stepped out onto the balcony, likely to watch her father leave, Arrow's gaze shifted sharply to Edward, a growl rumbling low in his throat. "You know how much I want to rip your head from your neck for what your actions did to her?" he thought, sneering, his jaw clenched and fists balling at his sides. "I would let you," Edward replied quietly. "Which is one of the reasons I will not," Arrow said. "It's far more satisfying to know you must suffer with the knowledge of what you did to her for the rest of your existence." "I know you caught my and Charlie's collective thoughts." "I did," Edward confessed. "I hadn't known. I only ever caught fleeting, stray thoughts from others at the school and from Charlie. I didn't realize she was that bad. As bad as I was." Arrow wanted to point out that what Edward had done to Bella was worse, but he thought better of it. Honestly, he was sure that if he continued talking to Edward, he would give in to the urge to rip off the boy's arm and beat him with it. Instead, he turned his attention to his mate, not worrying about acting human since Charlie was far enough away from the house that he wouldn't see anything. Meanwhile, Bella and Arrow remained together on the balcony, enjoying each other's company while listening to the other vampires converse. Just then, Jacob returned with Bree, lingering in his wolf form at the edge of the tree line, watching as she approached the balcony. Arrow kissed Bella's cheek. "I'll try not to be long," he said before turning toward the railing, leaping over it, and landing in front of Jacob. The wolf let out a soft growl. "I'd like a word with you, if I could." As one leader to another, Arrow explained, and Jacob tilted his head. "He'll need pants," Edward called out. "He's concerned about modesty." Arrow rolled his eyes. "Modesty? Honestly, it's hardly something to be ashamed of." "Dignity," Edward countered. "Being civil. I've had plenty of civil conversations in my many years where clothing was optional." "It's because you were born before the invention of clothes," Bella teased. He glanced back at her, pressing his tongue against the back of his teeth for a moment. She grinned back smugly, leaning on the rail with her chin resting in her hand. "I'm not quite that old, Mia Amida." "You're right, you were born before clothes were more than just a sheet," she added playfully. "You go on about my age, but not once have I heard you complain about my experience," he quipped. His remark earned a couple of chuckles from Emmett and Felix, along with a surprised laugh from Garrett. Bella pursed her lips and shook her head, while Arrow couldn't help but feel smug, knowing her cheeks would have been crimson if that were possible. Just then, Bree returned, coming down beside him and Jacob, and handed Arrow a plastic bag. Esme washes them, touches them as little as she can, then puts them in this so the smell doesn't stick, she explained, noticing the puzzled look on Arrow's face. He spends all his time with you, young one. I would think he's used to the smell of at least your coven. Bree shrugged. Habits, I suppose. Then she turned to Jacob, pressing her head into his fur at his neck for a moment before darting back toward the house. Arrow turned to the wolf. I have no issue with those among us hearing what I wish to say, but if you would prefer privacy, then lead on. Jacob nodded and took off at a run through the woods. Arrow found he could barely keep up, making him wonder just how much faster Victoria had been to outrun the wolves as often as she had. Perhaps Jacob had grown stronger over the past year. They stopped just on the other side of the river, and Arrow tossed the bag to Jacob, who caught it effortlessly. Jacob stepped behind the tree, and with a ripple of the phase, it signaled that human Jacob had returned. Why do I have the feeling Bella is always just one remark away from ripping your head off? He said, a playful tone in his voice. Arrow chuckled. Likely because I say those sorts of things on purpose to ruffle her feathers. It amuses me, and she's never asked me to stop. Jacob laughed again, re-emerging in a pair of athletic pants, his hands casually tucked in his pockets. So, what did you want to talk to me about? One leader to another. Leah? Bree? Arrow frowned. Jacob shrugged. I thought maybe you'd have a rule against it somehow. Hardly, Arrow replied. The fact that you two are not only friends but seem to have a bit of a romantic attachment is frankly remarkable. Who am I to get in the way of such a connection when it does no one any harm, except perhaps to each other? But if you can handle the proximity, so much the better. No, I was thinking about what you said yesterday. About how you hoped your children could avoid the transformation. Allow me to clarify, it only happens when vampires are in the area, correct? Jacob nodded. When a vampire comes into the area, we phase. The more vampires there are, the more wolves change. I'm not sure why it took so long for our pack to grow, considering the Cullens had been here for a couple of years before I changed, and then there was an influx after that. But most of us changed after the Cullens left last year. That could be due to Victoria stalking Isabella, Arrow offered. And it might have been Isabella herself, given what she was, a vampire's mate and another vampire's singer. Jacob pursed his lips and shrugged. The reason I asked is that, as I said, I had a thought. I can't promise it won't ever happen. I've led the vampire race for thousands of years, and if I've learned anything, it's that. There are always a few vampires who believe they are above the law, Arrow said thoughtfully. However, if we succeed in removing Caius from power and I find myself seated on the throne once more, I plan to enact a new law, a treaty with you and your people, even. This would stipulate that no vampires are to venture west of the mountain. Hunting in that area would be treated the same as hunting in the city of Volterra, illegal and punishable by death. The only exceptions to this law would be the Cullens, should you allow their continued presence. Jacob leaned his head back and tilted it to the side as he studied Arrow. You would do that? He asked skeptically. It's a small area. Arrow gestured dismissively. It's hardly a loss of hunting ground. But why? Is it for Bella? Jacob inquired. No, Arrow replied. I would do it for you and your people. A fight against Caius and whoever he drags from the depths means the destruction of one side or the other. There's hardly ever a battle without loss. You volunteered your older wolves, for which I assure you I'm grateful. This is my way of showing it. And hopefully, in time, there will be fewer wolves who phase. Jacob chewed on his lip. We stop aging until we stop phasing, he said. It's why Sam wanted me to take over as alpha. If he's not aging, it complicates things for him and Emily when it comes to having children. I don't have that issue with Bree. We know we're not a perfect match for one another, but until one of us finds it. I haven't felt this way since Bella. And it's more than it was with her. So I'm choosing to stay with Bree. I'm continuing to phase to run with her, to be there for her. When the Cullens move on, I likely will, too. Or I'll ask if Bree can stay. He blushed, adding, we hadn't gotten that far. Arrow chuckled softly. Young and in love, even if you know it's fleeting. I can understand your choice. Jacob gave a quick, shy half-grin. So, Vampires are said to live for an incredibly long time. I had an ancestor who continued to phase long enough to have 3 wives, outliving them all. The last one was more of a tragedy than a result of old age, but I know I could probably live at least 150 years if I'm careful. I also understand that the fight ahead could change everything. Bree might find her mate, or I could imprint, and that would shift everything. But... He trailed off with a frustrated huff. You met my former wife, Sulpicia? Arrow asked, already anticipating the answer. Jacob nodded. We haven't been married for well over 2,000 years. But there was a strange sort of love between us that neither of us could deny. We fought and bickered, of course. She would remind me how much she hated me as she stormed out of Volterra, and I would call her a power-hungry shrew as I left Greece. But through it all, there was always love. It just wasn't the same kind of love I found with Isabella or that Sulpicia found with Calliope. Yet, whenever we felt lonely, we would inevitably find ourselves weaving back together for a time. It could all change, of course. But if it doesn't, and it may not for a long while, the two of you seem like you could sustain yourselves on the love you have for a very long time. Jacob nodded, gazing out at the woods. How would you know if there was a vampire on our lands? I would arrange for someone in your tribe to inform us. Then Isabella and I would come to find out who it is, Arrow explained. You would have full discretion to allow exceptions and to handle matters yourselves. But if they slipped by and got away, I would say you'd probably want us to seek them out. I'll think about it, if that's all right, Jacob replied, meeting Arrow's gaze. I'm merely making the suggestion. It's a gesture of good faith and a thank you, not only for your help last year and now but also for what you did. Isabella was left behind by the Cullens, Jacob said with a grin that grew even brighter. Almost without thinking, he extended his hand to Arrow. Arrow accepted the gesture, but he could sense the sudden realization wash over Jacob. The echo of, oh no, filled the air as Jacob remembered that Arrow could see every memory and thought he had ever experienced. Arrow couldn't help but burst into giggles when Jacob quickly pulled his hand back, his face turning a deep shade of crimson. Don't say anything, Jacob grumbled, clearly flustered. It's bad enough I have to deal with the pack. I promise, I won't say a word, Arrow assured him, still chuckling. But how she keeps that from Edward? I'm pretty sure he still thinks it's all just a fantasy, Jacob replied, his blush deepening even further. Right, I've got to go, yeah. In an instant, he phased, and his pants ripped apart, scattering across the forest floor as the wolf took off at a speed rivaling a sprint. Arrow allowed himself a moment longer to enjoy Jacob's embarrassment before making his way back to the Cullen house. Chapter 38. How's the patient? Arrow asked as he entered the room where Carlyle was tending to Jack. He could hear the boy's heartbeat sounding stronger, and he didn't look as pale, but that really told Arrow nothing. He's doing well, Carlyle replied. I gave him an injection of my venom not long after our conversation yesterday. It seems to have worked. So it seems, Arrow said thoughtfully. How terribly interesting. We knew they could not be turned completely immortal. There had been parents who have tried in the past with no success. But to discover that it could counter the effects of something that might kill them is a possibility we had not considered. What will happen to him? Carlyle asked, glancing over his shoulder at the sleeping patient before turning back to Arrow. If he has nowhere to go. Another for your coven, then? Arrow interrupted with a smirk. How will you explain this one? It was just a question, Carlyle replied, grinning in return. I couldn't help but notice that most of the purely human drinkers avoid him. Felix looked extremely uncomfortable. It's because none of them can imagine intimacy with a human. So, seeing the product of such relations can be difficult. But none of your family flinch from him, I've noted that. I can't take on another. It would look conspicuous. To whom? Arrow asked. I'm right here, and while I agree your family is a little larger than I would like, what could be the harm in allowing him to join you? He's mortal. If you all wish to have him with you, then please, be my guest. Carlyle's grin widened. Thank you, he said. Arrow nodded, then glanced at the boy. Do you need more venom? You'll find yourself needing to hunt much faster if you keep drawing from yourself. I do, Carlyle acknowledged. You're volunteering? Arrow asked. I've just returned from a hunt with Isabella. She and I are probably in the best position to do this. She has, however, been recruited by young Alice to help Heidi find a covering for her neck, Arrow said. Ah, so that's why you're here. Bella's busy, Carlyle replied. That, and my scientific curiosity, Arrow retorted, eliciting a quiet chuckle from Carlyle. I must applaud you, Carlyle. After all these years of practicing medicine and keeping up with its advancements, I know you've never had a taste for human blood. I still can't imagine it's easy. I suppose it's not without its challenges. Edward would have made a fine doctor as well, but despite being around humans, his control is shaky when he's exposed to large amounts of blood. Arrow hummed in agreement as he watched Carlyle prepare a syringe. What will your family do after Bree finishes school? I was thinking Alberta, perhaps even relocating to Nunavut, Carlyle replied. Edward informed me that we need to let Ithaca go, which is always a bit heartbreaking. I suppose you must move on. But to separate the young lovers. Arrow lamented. You were always a romantic, Carlyle teased in a flat tone. I had thought of that. I considered asking Jacob to join us. I understand he's an alpha and would need to return here frequently, but I had hoped he might be able to stay with us for a while when the phasing ends for the rest of them. It seems he was leaning that way as well, Arrow agreed, watching as Carlyle turned to him with the needle at the ready. What do I do? Arrow asked. Secrete as much venom as you can and open wide. I'll extract it using this and inject it into Jack. Arrow nodded and focused on pooling as much venom as he could in his mouth. Thoughts of an exquisite meal, his rage at Caius for what he'd done, and moments with Isabella all helped him gather a fair amount of venom for Carlyle's cause. As the syringe filled, Arrow watched Carlyle move to Jack's side. Arrow picked up his arm and injected the venom. For a moment, a blackened spot appeared around the area, then it cleared as Carlyle withdrew the needle. It'll be a bit before it works, he said. There were no adverse effects. Arrow asked, frowning as he glanced from Jack's arm to Carlyle. Not that I can see. The blood sample I took after the initial injection showed the venom countering the werewolves without altering any of his cells. Hurts, Jack mumbled, prompting both vampires to look at his face. Pain lets you know you're alive. Or so I'm told, Arrow replied. Jack cracked his eye open for a moment. I don't normally feel much pain. I imagine it's something similar to the burn a human endures when they change, but to a lesser degree, Carlyle offered. If this continues. Arrow. Then shouted from outside the house. Arrow and Carlyle exchanged confused glances. Knowing whatever was happening outside likely took precedence over Jack's recovery, Arrow made his way to the nearest window facing the forest, opened it, and jumped down, turning in the direction of the scent of wolf. Carlyle had things under control with Jack, that much he knew for certain. He hurried forward but stopped short when a large black wolf emerged from the trees. Behind it, Ben was visible, holding the arm of a vampire Arrow didn't immediately recognize. Two more wolves followed, one gray, which snarled more than the other, a darker brown. Garrett had revealed himself as the second vampire, holding the unfamiliar one's other arm in such a way that he also had a grip around the vampire's neck. What do we have here? Arrow asked, intrigued, sensing others from the house coming out to see. He's here to kill you, Edward said, his voice coming from somewhere inside. A moment later, he stood beside Arrow, looking at the vampire. Edward narrowed his eyes and said, "It's all he can think about right now. That you're right here, and he just has to make either Ben or Garrett lose their hold on him so he can get to you." "Are you a mind reader or something?" the vampire asked Edward. "Can you hear what I think of you?" "Really clearly," Edward replied, his tone flat. "Arrow," Bella spoke, but he didn't shift his focus from the vampire in front of him. "It's fine, Mia Amada," he reassured her, sensing her getting closer. "He's doing something," Edward warned as a delicate ringing began in Arrow's ears. The sound grew louder, and as it did, a blur clouded his vision. He flinched and squinted, trying to see past the haze. He could tell that Garrett and Benjamin were doing their best to hold on, but they were failing. Everything around him faded, leaving only shadows, and the whimpers of the wolves barely registered. Then, just as suddenly, it was dawn, and Bella's essence enveloped him. With clear vision returning, he noticed that one of the shadows he had seen was Bella. She had moved during the brief sensory deprivation, wrapping her hand around the vampire's neck from behind, while her other hand steadied his torso. She met Arrow's gaze over the vampire's shoulder. "I wasn't sure how long it would take to cover you all, so I thought." "You did well," he assured her proudly. "Do you want Garrett to resume his hold?" "I have him," Bella replied. "I'm more concerned with keeping everyone functioning." "Well," Arrow said as she crossed the space between them, "let's see what our friend has to say, and then we'll figure out how to handle that." He grabbed the vampire's head roughly, forcing his eyes open as he delved into the vampire's thoughts. Since Arrow hadn't touched Caius in thousands of years, he was unaware that there was a charming French gentleman among the memories from one of the occasions he had visited. The vampire had gone to the Volturi to lodge a complaint about a fellow nomad. Present were Caius and Marcus. Arrow was away at the Grecian coven, or so this vampire had been told. But Caius had accompanied him to confront this rival and had swiftly executed him for the thrill of it. This vampire viewed Caius as a pillar of leadership and vowed to provide whatever Caius needed. His skills weren't as devastating as Alex, with a limited range, which likely explained why Caius hadn't brought him back. "You can ease up on anyone near the house, Bella," Arrow said. "He can only affect those closest to him with his gifts." He shifted his focus back to the vampire's thoughts. Eventually, this vampire had made his way to New Orleans. He had learned from the same vampires Arrow had seen in Garrett's memories that Bella was somewhere in the Americas. A few days later, he heard from another source that Arrow was on the run, facing accusations of breaking a law, with the Volturi after him. The details were unclear, and the vampire who shared this information was more frightened about the implications than anything else. He figured if Bella was on the continent, Arrow was likely there too. The contact Arrow had in the southern region, the vampire who had crafted Bella's Volturi crest and chain, had confessed where Arrow had been the previous year. The pressure from this vampire's gifts had forced him to speak honestly in hopes of relief. Unfortunately, both he and the stray vampire trying to warn others had been killed for their efforts. Well, Arrow said, releasing the vampire's head. "How very interesting. What did you see?" Benjamin asked. Edward then shared what he had gleaned through Arrow while Arrow weighed his options. "Do you think he could be useful?" Edward questioned. "Perhaps, but I'm not sure if the risk would be worth it," Arrow replied. "At least we know there are vampires out there hunting for us. This one was merely uninformed that your coven is at the top of Caius' list of undesirables." He clicked his tongue thoughtfully. "But do we use him to send a message, or do we simply execute him?" "Execute him," Benjamin said without hesitation. "He attacked Garrett and me the moment we asked if he was lost. The wolves here. We were closer to their treaty line than we realized. We didn't cross it," he assured, "but we likely wouldn't have had him if it weren't for them." "Yes, the wolves," Arrow said, pondering. "Caius believes they do not exist." "And he can't know," Bella interjected. "If he escapes, Caius could find out." "I don't particularly like the idea, but I don't see another choice," Edward pointed out. Arrow turned to regard him anew, and Edward met Arrow's gaze directly, his confidence unwavering. My family, Bella, all of us, we can't let Caius know we're together like this. That we have others at our side. And he'd know about my shield, Bella added. Arrow smirked and nodded once. I believe this is our first bit of democracy, he mused. I suppose no one would object? He arched an eyebrow, listening for any dissent from those present. Not a peep was heard. I suppose that settles it, Arrow stated. Allow me, Benjamin said. With a flick of his hand, stone began to wrap around the vampire, holding him in place. It wouldn't keep him for long, which caused Arrow to frown. Bella, Garrett, Benjamin said as the stone halted, wolves. He added with a charming grin directed at the pack members, you all might want to stand back a little. The wolves retreated further into the woods as Bella moved to Arrow's side, gripping his arm. Garrett positioned himself behind Benjamin, likely figuring that was the safest place to be. Just as the French vampire looked ready to. As the vampire struggled to break free from the stone, Benjamin punched the ground, causing a chasm to open up beneath them. Arrow quickly grabbed Bella and stepped back, with Edward joining them. The sound of the other vampires retreating echoed around them. The chasm wasn't wide or deep, just large enough for the vampire encased in stone to fall through. They all leaned in, curiosity piqued, just in time to see the vampire hit the molten earth below. Then, with a swift motion, Benjamin closed the chasm. Well, I suppose that takes care of him, Garrett said, staring at the ground, a hint of horror in his voice. Remind me not to piss you off. Benjamin smiled proudly. Your mate is fantastic, Heidi's voice chimed in from the balcony. I rather think so, Tia agreed, and Arrow felt a sense of satisfaction hearing his former guard forming a bond. It gave him more reason to hope for a brighter future. Sam, Leah, Paul, thank you for helping Garrett and Ben, Edward said, addressing the wolves. The black wolf nodded, while the two larger ones began to turn away. The gray wolf, however, was fixed on the upper story window. Edward's eyebrows shot up in surprise. The other wolves stilled, exchanging glances between Leah and the window before moving on. Arrow didn't need to look up to guess what Leah was seeing. The shocked and frustrated expression on Edward's face spoke volumes. Despite feeling a twinge of sympathy for the young vampire, Arrow couldn't help but chuckle. Edward shot him a glare. Your time will come, he assured Edward before turning to Leah. Jack is still young, he said gently. I'm sure you've heard about him through Jacob, so all I'll say is congratulations. Wait, she? Bella exclaimed, just as Leah turned and dashed off, the other wolves following suit. Yes, Edward replied with a heavy sigh. She imprinted on Jack. Arrow glanced up at the window, noticing the very confused young man being helped to his feet by Carlyle and Esme. He's only a year old, Bella remarked. He looks like 12. Maybe 13, Alice said. Jacob informed us that it's not usually a romantic thing if the imprint is young enough, Edward replied. But it becomes one, Alice added. Almost always, with few exceptions. Leah won't have a choice in it, but Jack might. Well, someone should probably explain it to him, Bella suggested. Because believe me, finding out you're soul-bound to someone when you didn't even know that was a thing can be overwhelming. Bree could probably explain it, Alice said. Or Jacob. Maybe the two of them together. I can't really see if that would be a good idea. She ended her thought with a grumble, causing Heidi to chuckle and Arrow to look up at her. In that moment, Arrow realized how well Heidi fit alongside Alice. He sensed that they could become great friends if everything worked out. Tia, too, made him think of an inseparable trio, one that would be an absolute nightmare to have in the same room together. You have no idea how right you are right now, Edward murmured just before the three of them turned and headed back inside. I really would prefer it remain that way for now, Arrow replied. It seems quite terrifying. Tia's never really had friends, Benjamin chimed in cheerfully. It's nice to see. You say that now, Edward smirked. But Alice. Shut up, Edward, Alice sang from inside the house, followed by Heidi's gravelly laugh and Tia's more bell-like one. A silence settled after that small burst of joy, one that grew heavier by the moment. "He's getting closer," Dmitri observed from where he and Felix stood at an open window. "Sooner or later, someone will get smart. Instead of attacking like the scouts have been, they'll just report back." "You're quite right, I'm afraid," Arrow agreed. "Which means we'll need to move on sooner than expected, perhaps even sooner than we'd have liked. The school day is ending, and Jacob will phase soon. Once he does, he'll come here," Edward reasoned. "I'll go pick up Bree." He left quickly, likely eager to distance himself from everything that had just happened. He probably overheard Arrow's conversation with Carlyle about Jack. Unofficially or not, it was yet another member of Edward's family who had found someone they could love and be with, even if it wasn't how it all began. They could hear the car speeding away from the driveway, much faster than it should have. "We should probably get in touch with the others," Benjamin suggested once the sound of the engine faded. "Maybe we can arrange a time to meet through those interesting little devices I've seen the Cullens use. We should let them know what happened. Ammonius has truly sheltered you, hasn't he, my young friend?" Arrow remarked, a hint of pity mixed with disdain for his former adversary. Benjamin chuckled. "That he has. Which is why I'm sure he won't be surprised when I don't return." "I suppose not," Arrow agreed, an idea sparking at the edge of his mind. "I imagine you'd very much want to be in charge of your own life." Benjamin smiled, almost as if he understood what Arrow was thinking. The Volturi leader felt a silent connection with the young man. "I'll contact Calliope," Dmitri said. "I'll tell her to have Sulpicia and Eleazar ready for a call this evening." Bella realized they were essentially holding a war council. She stood at Arrow's right, with Benjamin to his left and Edward beside her. Jasper was next to Benjamin, and on the opposite side of the rectangular table stood Garrett, Alice, Dmitri, Felix, and Jacob. Peter and Charlotte lingered off to the side with Tia, Heidi, Esme, and Bree. In the center of the table sat Dimitri's cell phone. It turned out that while Sulpicia wasn't one for modern technology, Calliope was, and it was her phone Bella had used to call that night shortly after everything began. "So the lot of you should be arriving soon," Sulpicia said after Arrow. Benjamin and Edward filled her in on the situation. "It's probably for the best," Benjamin said. "We encountered someone on our way here, but since Emmett and Rosalie weren't with us, we could deflect suspicion." "Your pendant didn't draw attention?" Arrow asked, raising an eyebrow. "She tucked it away," Calliope chimed in. "Yes, I'm sorry," Bella replied. "But considering what was happening, I thought it wise to hide it well before we reached Alaska. It turned out to be a good decision." She added slyly, "A queenly decision." Arrow rolled his eyes and shot Bella an exasperated look, which made her snicker. "I want to point out that I refuse to take it off," Bella said to him. "Meaning Sulpicia is wiser than I am and therefore better suited." "You were loyal," Benjamin said. "Loyalty should be celebrated." "We can decide on the leaders once we get through this," Jasper said with an amused smile. "If we must," Sulpicia replied. "That said, we sent them east knowing Bella had been there. I think Caius is growing rather impatient." "Are we really surprised, though?" Bella asked. "I mean, I get that I don't know Caius as well as some of you, but he never struck me as someone who would go for any sort of delayed gratification." "You're right, Mia Amida, he would not," Arrow agreed. "Which is why I believe if we stay, we'll find more and more vampires coming our way." "Causing more phasing," Jacob acknowledged. "So we need to move on sooner to prevent that as well." "I'm afraid things are worse than just having vampires out looking for you and Bella," Sulpicia countered. "Calliope has managed to keep in touch with a few coven members who fled. Diane had hoped to find some aid in Malta for her and Leo." "Hoped," Arrow said, his tone hinting at the bad news to come. Bella gripped his hand, and he interlocked their fingers, bracing himself. "I don't like the sound of this," he said. Garrett cringed. "As you shouldn't," Sulpicia warned. "It's rumored the Romanians have paid him a visit." Murda, Arrow cursed. Paid him a visit as in killed him? Or joined him? Bella asked. From what we heard, joined him, Sulpicia replied. They wiped out the Malta coven, Arrow. A man Bella had been told was Eleazar spoke gently. Luca, Renita, all the guardians, as well as the actual human members. We're not even sure if McKenna and her mate escaped the destruction. Shit! Arrow exclaimed, his voice rising as he turned away from the others. Bella squeezed his hand, and he squeezed back before tugging her into his arms. Bella glanced over at Dimitri and Felix, seeing them wrapped in a half-embrace, their heads pressed together in mourning. A quick look at Heidi revealed that Esme had moved to comfort her. Bella had never met anyone from the Malta coven, though she found them fascinating. She felt a pang for her coven, knowing that Renata had spent time with them and that there was likely a unique bond between the Malta vampires and the Volturi because of it. So what would it mean? Bella said when it seemed no one else knew what to say. If the Romanians sided with Caius, how could that work in their favor? Either side? He didn't hate them the same way Marcus and I did, Arrow explained. He didn't like that they couldn't find anywhere to hunt without serious danger to him and Athenadora. Sulpicia scoffed. As though he'd let Athena hunt. Be that as it may, we became the Volturi scum. Now that they think I'm likely dead and it's only Caius in place, all they would need to do is sway the twins to their side or find a way to kill them. Then they could destroy Caius and resume power. That would likely be their plan. Caius. I can't say for sure, Arrow replied. Benjamin leaned in, curiosity evident in his eyes. So, if the Romanians go to Caius thinking you're dead, why are there still vampires searching for both of you? Because Caius would want to make sure I was truly gone. If I were, he'd need the body to prove my demise. The same goes for Isabella. Why? Bella asked, glancing up at her mate. I've made it clear I was only there for you. Why does he need to prove my death? Arrow gave her a sad smile, gently tapping her crest. You're a leader of the Volturi, whether you accept it or not. If something were to happen to me, you'd be deemed my successor. That's why Sulpicia was allowed to keep her crest. I married her and called her my wife. Before I met you, she would have taken my place if something unfortunate happened to me. Bella frowned. You said it was for protection, she reminded him. I did, while you were human. I asked you to continue wearing it when you changed because you are my mate. While I will always respect your wish to never marry, there are certain expectations. Imagine if something were to happen to me, and my mate wasn't the one to take my place. What about Marcus? Bella countered. He didn't. Who was his successor? I honestly don't know, Arrow admitted. There might have been a will somewhere. He found those rather fascinating. If Athenadora was able to, since she had been a queen for longer, it likely would have passed on to her. Athenadora would be in no position, Sulpicia chimed in, causing Arrow to smirk. I suppose that means you'd volunteer? Arrow raised an eyebrow playfully. There was a moment of silence. Well, Bella certainly thinks I would be right for the job, Sulpicia said. Bella chuckled at that, nodding even though Sulpicia couldn't see her. Don't encourage her, Arrow said teasingly. Much as I dislike the idea of having lost Renata is tough, but at least we don't have to worry about her being on Caius' side, Felix said, drawing everyone's attention. Why's that? Jasper asked. She was a shield, a little different than Bella's, Felix explained. And no one but us knows about it? Jasper inquired, and the heads of those who had been part of the former Volturi coven shook in unison. And you said Caius would likely have his werewolf hunting buddies? Jasper directed this to Dimitri, who nodded. Caius was never one to form friendships, Arrow commented. I don't think there would have been many left who would have sided with him. He was pretty thorough in his vetting, Heidi added, shifting slightly behind Esme as attention turned to her. They would have been my choices or Marcus, Arrow acknowledged. But Dimitri is right, those who helped him try to wipe out the werewolves would give him a significant number, perhaps about the same size as our coven. You said there were 35 of us, Bella noted. Yes, so add to that those who would remain with him, Arrow replied. And any that the Romanians might have brought with them, Edward pointed out. How many do we have on our side? Benjamin asked, concern evident in his voice. Our numbers seem rather small. I counted 24 vampires before the others left, Jacob stated. Heidi has declined to fight, which is understandable, Arrow added. All right, 23, Jacob corrected. We'll have 4 more for you, Eleazar interjected. How many of the pack? Jasper asked. 10, Jacob replied. Who's staying? Bella inquired. Sam will stay to ensure the youngest ones have someone to lead them, as well as someone experienced in case any of these wandering vampires show up. I was going to force Leah to come too, but considering she imprinted on the half-vampire upstairs, I figured I'd let her stay to watch over him. Imprinting is like your mate? Benjamin asked. Jacob shrugged. Sort of, yeah. Only a few of the pack have done so. There will be 2 that. They will be leaving behind their imprintees, but it's something they volunteered to do. As interesting as that is, you can ask Jacob all about it later, Edward interjected. Will 37 be enough to face who Caius will bring? He directed his question to Arrow. I want to believe so, Arrow replied thoughtfully. But given the small network he has accumulated, do you really think they're loyal to him? Calliope scoffed. They're likely more afraid of him, especially if he has Jane and Alec with him, she added. Calliope is right, Sulpicia agreed. We'll have an advantage with the wolves, just like we did with the newborns, Jasper pointed out. They outnumbered us too, maybe 3 to 1, and we still came out almost totally unscathed. But the twins, Eleazar said with concern. Bella's shield can stop them, Edward reassured him. Wait, hold on, Bella said, turning to Edward and meeting his gaze. I could barely stretch it over, what, a dozen of you? I couldn't even get a good hold on anyone who wasn't on the ground today when that guy did the thing. I won't be able to shield everyone, let alone fight. Practice, Dimitri suggested. You just have to work on it, like any gift. And you have been working on it, Arrow reminded her. You just never had cause to try it on so many before. Bella nodded, considering his words. And it will be beneficial for a reigning member of the Volturi to be able to protect their people, Alice added confidently, a smile brightening her eyes. Bella turned to Alice, ready to argue that wasn't the case at all, but she hesitated. A small smile of pride appeared on her face, though it was tinged with an apology. Bella frowned, almost asking what was going on when she realized something. One path to a possible victory was forming. It became the only path the moment Bella decided she would fight for the coven, Arrow or not. In that instant, she had essentially accepted her title. She had denied it multiple times, yet she clung to her crest just as Arrow still did. She gave commands and allowed Dimitri's cheeky remarks of her mistress. Even as she insisted she didn't want the throne, she never truly renounced it. But could she really be a third of a ruling body when she felt like she was still in her infancy? It didn't seem fair. There were others who were far more qualified for the job than she was. How far from the main city do the Denalis live? Garrett asked thoughtfully. We're miles out, Eleazar replied. High enough in the mountains that we don't have to worry about being seen. So we contact Caius somehow. Alice can keep an eye on his decisions to see when he'll arrive. The wolves shouldn't affect that, Edward pointed out, and Alice nodded uncertainly. He won't expect the numbers, she added. But he would expect the people, Felix said thoughtfully. That's an intriguing idea, Edward said with a smile. Not just a pretty face, Felix replied with a wink, earning an eye roll from his mate. Mind sharing with the class? Bella asked, turning slightly away from Arrow to face Felix. Caius would expect something like this, he said, gesturing around the table. At least the covens he knows were Arrow's friends. The Denalis because of Eleazar, and you all because of Carlisle, and also because of Bella. So what if we have someone play informant? We could tell Caius that Arrow and Bella found each other and are hiding somewhere to the north. It's not unlikely that Eleazar could have turned me away if I had run there, Arrow reasoned. Given what happened to Irina. A woman Bella didn't recognize said, and she noticed Garrett shift slightly at the sound of her voice. Precisely, Arrow agreed. So we all go up north, but then what? Arrow and I just go hide in the mountains? Bella asked. You wouldn't be able to practice expanding your shield if we did that, Jasper pointed out. It might be best if we decide on a meeting spot for now, Benjamin suggested. We could probably travel there. In groups, Emmett said, his voice crackling over the line. I've got my jeep. We could bring tents and clothes for the wolves. What about food? We can get that from here too, Edward agreed. Yes, but if we're all heading further north, how do we let Caius know where we are without giving away that we're all together? Bree asked. Wouldn't he hear the others in the background? Isn't this supposed to make him think that none of us went with Bella and Arrow, that they're on their own? Bree's right, Bella chimed in. We're trying to avoid luring him to Denali, so he thinks both covens have turned us away or, even better, that they're already taken care of. So what do you propose we do, Mia Amida? Arrow asked, raising an eyebrow. Heidi can contact him, Bella suggested, tilting her head towards her friend. We'll give her a phone that Santiago or someone else wouldn't have the number for. She can tell him where we're supposed to be hiding. She can even mention that we were turned away or went to the house and found no one there. That way, if someone is sent to check it out, they'll see it's true. Caius will come for us, but he won't expect all of us to be there. There could be an advantage in that too, Jasper said thoughtfully. He might bring fewer numbers. But would that mean he'd stay behind? Benjamin asked. He and the Romanians? I don't think he will, Arrow replied, turning to Benjamin. Caius loves bloodshed, and if he's set on ensuring Isabella's and my destruction, he'll want to witness it himself. The Romanians will join him, and if they don't, they'll be easily dealt with afterward. I'm not concerned about them for now. And what about Athena, Arrow? Sulpicia interjected. What do we do about her? She lives, Bella said firmly, meeting the gaze of everyone in the room. Unless she outright attacks or gives us a reason to act otherwise, I say she lives. She turned to Arrow, who looked back at her, pondering her words. He furrowed his brow slightly. She's been alone for who knows how long, with only her dealer for company. An occasional visit from her mate, or a walk to the throne room just to sit and see no one. That's not a life. She's barely lived since she was turned. I love you, but I would resent you if you did that to me. So she lives. She gets to have a choice. And what if she's like Marcus? What if losing Caius throws her into a depression where she wishes for an end? Then she can have an end, but the choice would be hers. Arrow smiled ever so slightly and nodded. Very well. We shall see about freeing her when this is all done, then. Bella nodded in agreement and allowed the others to continue their planning. The planning evolved into battle tales, and gradually, the atmosphere shifted. The war room vibe transformed into something reminiscent of a campfire gathering. Bree and Jacob had escaped early, and Arrow struggled to hide the smirk on his lips as he watched them go. Heidi and Esme went upstairs, and shortly after, Bella followed. However, she didn't join them in the room where Carlyle had tended to Jack. Instead, she went to what would have been her space had she been a Cullen, finding it untouched since the last time she left it. Without thinking, Bella moved to the bed and lay down, staring up at the ceiling, lost in thoughts of a simpler time. A time when Volturi crests were nothing more than a graduation gift, a means of protection rather than something almost as significant as a crown. As she lay there, she heard someone approach and stop in the doorway of the bedroom. I didn't want this, she said with a half-hearted grin, the humor tinged with darkness. I wanted him. I wanted Arrow, who was unashamed of who he was and embraced it. He was passionate and unapologetic. And I was really, really stupid to think that I could have him without everything that came with it. He's the ruler of the vampire world, and somehow I thought I could just be Bella for all eternity. But maybe being just Bella was always meant to be this? Alice asked, skipping over to Bella. You looked happy in the visions I had before all this happened. You seemed so much more at ease than you ever did with Edward. You could help change things for the better. What did you see? Bella inquired as Alice settled down beside her on the bed. Edward mentioned he saw fragments. You and Arrow together in the throne room. It looked like they added a new throne for you because I could see 4, maybe 5. I couldn't be sure, and the edges were blurry. But you too. You and Arrow. You looked so blissful together. There were people coming in to greet you, happy to see you both. I didn't see Marcus or Caius among them, but I figured maybe they just weren't there. Bella nodded, processing Alice's words. The visions she had always seen might still come to pass, especially since Caius and Marcus weren't in them. She felt a deep sense of loss for Marcus, knowing she would never see him again. But it helped to imagine him in some sort of heaven, if such a place existed, smiling and dancing with a lovely girl who had Arrow's long dark hair and his eyes, yet was small and dainty. A vampire, of course, because Bella couldn't picture either of them as anything but. Still, she could envision them happy to be together again, and that thought offered her some comfort. But at what cost? If she was meant to be a leader, and it was painfully obvious that Athenadora was not in any state to take Marcus's place, then his position would likely fall to Bella. Even if she wanted Sulpicia to take over, she could already imagine the arguments against that. I don't want this, Bella told Alice, reaching for her hand and holding on tightly as she gazed into a pair of golden eyes that shimmered with sympathy. I didn't want to be a queen. I wasn't a little girl who played pretend and dressed up like a princess. Bella began. No, Alice interjected. But you're the girl who left everything she loved, sunshine, warmth, and a life of obscurity, to live with your father because your mom was struggling at home. You faced a vampire alone, fully aware he wanted to kill you, just to save your mom. You did everything you could to buy us time to find you. You didn't want to leave us behind, even after nearly dying from a paper cut in our home. You confronted what you thought were werewolves, and when I asked you to come with me to Italy to save my reckless brother, you didn't hesitate. Even though you believed he didn't love you. Even though you thought there was nothing in it for you. You can be incredibly selfless when it comes to those you care about. Alice paused, a smile spreading across her face. And yes, you've done things that benefited you too. We all do. But Bella, you could have run away so many times, and you didn't. You stood your ground, you were brave even when you thought you were being a coward. I would love to see someone like you leading our kind. She grinned wider. Like when you chose to lead us instead of simply going on the run when all this started. You may not want to be a leader, but it's not like you'd be doing it alone. I know, Bella conceded. But I don't feel qualified. You'd be better for the job. Flattered as I am, I'll tell you the same thing I told Arrow. I'm better as a proxy. Meaning? Bella asked, curious. Alice merely grinned and hopped off the bed. Your mate's coming, she said before darting off. Arrow appeared moments later, looking uncertain. He hesitated in the doorway, then came to sit beside Bella on the bed. She took his hand and gently pulled him closer, and he complied, stretching out beside her. She curled into him, wrapping an arm around him and resting her head on his chest. Things were easier when you were my secret lover, Bella said, feeling his arm wrap around her. When we sneaked kisses and shared those silly little moments together. Like the moment on this bed? Arrow asked, a hint of amusement in his voice. She hummed in agreement. I may have had an army of vampires out to kill me then too, but the reason was easier to understand. I suppose it was, Arrow agreed. After a brief pause, Bella spoke quietly. When this is over, if you want me ruling with you, I will. Arrow shifted, and Bella glanced up to find him looking at her with cautious wonder. You don't want to rule, he countered. I don't, she admitted. But if you want it, that's what was expected when I chose to stay with you. I will not have an unhappy queen, Arrow said firmly, leaving no room for argument. A throne is not a gilded cage atop a tower, but but it might as well be for you. Arrow, Bella sighed, turning her head to breathe him in. I'll never feel like I belong there or that I should be. But everyone has pointed out that I didn't hesitate to take charge when we didn't know where you were or if you were alive. I keep doing it, probably without even realizing it. So if you... Nothing needs to be decided yet, Arrow reminded her, kissing her forehead gently. But I do have a couple of people in mind. It's a terrible thing to keep hidden with Edward around. So you know who you want with you? Bella propped herself up to look at him. You make an excellent point about Sulpicia, Arrow conceded. And she likely expected to be in Marcus's place since you are very young in many ways. I would have probably agreed to put her there for a time. But that's where it gets a bit muddied, because I have another two in mind for different reasons. He sighed. But as I said, nothing needs to be decided now. If it's all right with you, I would like to steal this moment with you here. Bella settled back against him, feeling the weight of the world momentarily lift. She closed her eyes and leaned against him. For the first time since her transformation, she longed for the days when she could sleep. The thought of curling up and drifting off next to Arrow, just as she had nearly a year ago, felt far more appealing than the uncertain future that awaited them. Bella nodded, though she couldn't help but feel curious about who he envisioned by his side as he ruled in Volterra. Chapter 39. As dawn approached, groups began to leave the Cullen residence. Some departed by car, loaded with food and supplies for the wolves, while others took off on foot, sprinting across the border, having never felt the need to integrate into human society. Bella sat in the car with Edward, waiting as their companions exited the vehicle, rushing ahead to avoid the border patrol. I'm surprised Arrow doesn't have anything, Edward remarked after they had been in line at the Canadian border for a few minutes. He normally does, Bella replied. But since he was on the Volturi jet, which cleared customs when leaving Italy, he didn't take his identification with him. After a moment, Edward asked, "What does it say?" Bella hummed, turning toward him. His identification. What does it say? Arrow Volturi. Age, what? She smirked. His age is listed as 30. He can't remember how old he was when he was turned, so he goes with what he thinks he can get away with. His latest documents say he was born in March, and that his last name is Signo. Swan? Edward said after a moment. Bella simply smiled. Bella and Arrow Swan, rulers of the vampire world. With at least one other, she reminded him. Probably Sulpicia. Because that doesn't seem weird, Edward said as he pulled up to the window. Bella readied her passport, her contacts already in place to ensure her eyes matched her photo. After a quick, efficient check with the extremely tired border control officer, they were on their way again. About 10 minutes from the border, Bella unbuckled her seatbelt and climbed into the back. A moment later, Garrett slid into the front seat. Shortly after that, Arrow joined Bella in the back. No issues? Arrow asked. Just traffic, Edward replied. Did you have a good hunt, Mr. Swan? The air around them stilled, and Bella did everything she could to suppress her laughter at the horrified expression on Garrett's face. Truly, the poor vampire looked at Edward as if he had just. Arrow announced that he had told the border guard their true intentions for traveling before draining the woman dry and leaving her there for everyone to see. Quite a fine one, actually, Arrow replied, unperturbed. Something about the cooler regions. I've actually been considering trying this animal thing, Garrett said, glancing between Edward and Arrow, as if he expected a fight to break out at any moment. Oh, not another one, Arrow grumbled, causing Bella to laugh. It's not that bad, honestly, she said again, and Arrow grimaced. If you choose to continue down that path, I won't stop you. But I'll be taking my blood from a human, thank you, Arrow stated firmly. The only thing even remotely appealing about that lifestyle is... I really didn't need to see that, Edward interjected, grimacing. See what? Bella began to ask, then stopped. Oh, wait, you were thinking about the bear, weren't you? Of course I was thinking about the bear, Arrow replied, his tone obvious. You were hunting. Please, don't say it, Edward interrupted, and Bella immediately extended her shield around Arrow. He glanced at her with a smirk, fully aware of her intentions, and she suddenly grew suspicious. You're doing this on purpose, Bella called him out. Of course I am. How else can you practice maintaining a hold around someone long-term unless you try? And while I will never think of you in all your resplendence, an expression of your bliss may slip by. Well, that's not too terrible, Bella retorted. Considering Edward had watched her sleep for who knows how long, she was pretty sure that aside from her nudity, there wasn't anything he hadn't seen. But, should your shield slip, he might catch some of your more inelegant moments from our time together when you were human. Or maybe. You've made your point, Bella told him dryly. Shall I stretch it over Garrett as well? Please, Edward said, making Garrett chuckle. What are you up to, my revolutionary friend? Arrow asked, well, dragging out the word. I've noticed that our friend here seems a bit embarrassed by some things. And while I've never hunted naked or seen anyone do so, I have. Bella, please, Edward interrupted, and Bella extended her shield over Garrett as well. We won't need to stop between here and Alaska. Let's see if you can maintain it over the two of us for the entire trip. That's 2 days, Edward pointed out. Yes, Arrow agreed. Just imagine the silence in your mind for the next 2 days. Keeping her shield extended for 2 days was challenging. It became even more difficult once they reached the north. Jasper might have been an expert at fighting newborns, but that didn't mean he was any less skilled when it came to battling a regular vampire. He, along with Arrow, taught those who needed guidance on how to fight. Dimitri and Garrett had begun to learn as well, but both found they were more effective in supportive roles. You're slipping, Bella, Jasper called out, and she growled, trying to focus on sparring with Emmett while maintaining her shield over Garrett at the far end of their practice area. It's all right, Garrett chimed in, his voice slightly slurred. I kinda like it. Kate giggled. Bella appreciated Kate. She admired how direct she was and that she didn't give her any judgment upon arrival. Instead, Kate showed her respect that seemed unrelated to who her mate was. Bella also liked Kate for the way Garrett's expression changed the moment he saw her, as if the world had tilted on its axis. She had no doubt that Kate's intriguing ability to send an electric current over her body wasn't too intense for Garrett. It was probably her way of flirting. Bella. Jasper snapped, and she growled again, delivering a hard punch to Emmett before turning to see Liam on his knees, his eyes rolled back, while sparks danced from Julie's hand. What do you expect me to do? She demanded, sensing Emmett coming for her again. She ducked, but Bella felt the pressure of Arrow's arm around her torso, and gritted her teeth as she managed to shift his arm just enough to duck underneath and shove him away. She stormed toward Jasper. Calm down, Isabella, Arrow said, stepping in to stop her before she could confront Jasper. He's simply trying to instruct you, to make you aware of where you're struggling. I can't do both. Bella shot back. I can't fight physically while covering almost 40 people. A wave of calm washed over her, and she shot a glare at Jasper, who raised his hands in surrender. You needed it, he replied. You are raging, and that won't help you focus, not the way you need to. What I need is a break, she snapped. I spent 2 days covering Garrett and Arrow every second, and now it's been a day and a half of this. I just need to rest. We don't have time, Arrow reminded her gently. You must perfect this. Heidi will have contacted someone in Italy, or will soon. I won't be able to perfect this in a couple of days, Bella said, frustration creeping into her voice. She struggled with the reality of it. She could extend her shield to cover everyone as long as she didn't have to do anything else. They had tried that approach, with the more powerful vampires defending her, but unless Ben opened a chasm to distract those pretending to be Kaya's followers, they could easily lose focus on protecting her. That meant she had to fight, but remembering her moves while ensuring everyone's minds were clear was exhausting. She couldn't actually tire out physically, but her mind felt like an aching muscle that had been pushed too hard. On top of that, every time her shield slipped too much, She could hear Edward growl at the sudden influx of thoughts he wasn't prepared for. Arrow cupped her cheeks, drawing her attention fully to him. He squinted, examining her face, then nodded. "Go hunt," he said simply. "What?" "No. I don't need to hunt," I went. "Go. Hunt. Don't argue." His tone was firm, though still quiet and gentle. She huffed, glancing back at the people still trying to practice. Slowly, she withdrew her shield until it wrapped back around her mind alone. "Go," he repeated. "I'll go with you," Edward said, suddenly appearing at her side. "Of course you will," Arrow replied, a hint of a smirk on his lips. "And perhaps someone else could join you?" "You?" Edward asked. "No, I would merely be in the way." "I'll go with you," Benjamin offered with a smile. "Great," Bella said. "Let's go then." She turned from Jasper and Arrow, running south with Edward and Benjamin just behind her. They headed toward the mountains in the Yukon, high enough and secluded enough that anyone who ventured up would not easily spot them. They were close to various populations, allowing those among them who drank from humans to leave and return within a reasonable time, but not so close as to draw attention. For those who fed on animals, there was a fair selection to choose from. As they moved, Bella tasted the air, searching for something appealing. But then she realized she wasn't thirsty. This was a stupid idea. She stopped short, and Benjamin and Edward came to a halt just past her. Bella took a deep breath, savoring the cold, and recalled a remark from what felt like centuries ago. "It tastes like ice," she said suddenly. "Crushed ice that hasn't been flavored." Edward smiled. "Not mint?" he asked, confusing Benjamin. "I feel as helpless as I did then," she confessed, meeting his golden eyes. "I'm going to let him down. He won't say it, but Jasper's the one who's been snapping at me. He feels everything, doesn't he? Including how disappointed Arrow is in me." "Me?" Edward glanced around awkwardly. Bella could sense his disappointment, which only amplified her own feelings of inadequacy. "If that man is disappointed in you, I'd hate to see what he looks like when he's in awe," Benjamin chimed in, catching Bella's attention with a sly smile. "He watches you like you're the one who could move the earth. He's been trying to coach me, but he's had his eye on you the whole time." "Probably to see why I'm not getting it," Bella replied. "It's not that," Edward said, shaking his head. "Arrow's terrified." "He's what?" Bella asked, disbelief evident in her voice. "He doesn't want you to see it, but he's been trying to run the numbers." "When have you heard him?" "I've blanketed him for literally days." Bella argued. "But not constantly," Edward reminded her. "You eased up on him from time to time. He's been trying to predict who would be with Caius, how many gifted there are, what kind they are, and what would be the easiest way to handle Jane and Alec, all while wishing there was another way to avoid that." "I'd been thinking about that," Benjamin said. "But I didn't want to say anything because Arrow hasn't mentioned them much. Given what I've heard, I would have thought they would be the obvious target. Jane and Alec are just old enough to not be considered immortal children," Bella explained. "They're barely even teenagers, if they are at all. I've likened myself to being the evil stepmother, and it's not entirely inaccurate. While I've never encountered an actual immortal child, I've been told it's hard not to love them in some way." "They were his favorites," Edward agreed. "Though I hadn't thought it was due to any parental affection." "Affection's a stretch," Bella admitted. "But this is a war, and they have chosen a side." Benjamin nodded, his expression serious. "If there's a way to take them out first, we'll need to. There won't be enough practice in the world to allow Bella to cover us all and defend herself at the same time. In just a few days, she'll be a newborn, not an ancient," Benjamin said. "We'll have to confront them physically first and hope we can defend Bella long enough in the meantime." Edward nodded in agreement, then turned to Bella with a sad smile. In that fleeting moment, it struck her that he wasn't talking about a collective effort. He meant he would defend her himself, no matter the cost, until either Jane and Alec were dealt with or he was unable to continue. After all this time, despite understanding the harsh reality of their situation, he would still die for her. The weight of that thought left Bella momentarily frozen, allowing a stray Arctic fox, fleeing from Edward's and surprisingly Benjamin's attack, to scurry past her feet, oblivious to her presence. Arrow watched Bella disappear into the distance, letting out a sigh before turning away. Jasper was already focused on someone's stance of attack, moving on without a second thought. He was the consummate soldier, a fantastic ally, and had been keeping his frustrations in check so that those struggling wouldn't feel as Bella had and would remain willing to push forward. But Bella had already used her ability for a while now, and although she might not realize it, her eyes had darkened considerably. As much as Arrow wanted to be there with her, he felt relieved that Edward and Benjamin were by her side. Arrow would either encourage her to push harder or allow her to rest until Caius neared their location. She was doing well, Sulpicia said, suddenly appearing beside Arrow. I know, he replied. But will it be enough? Arrow asked, looking her in the eye. You're terrified, she said, offering a sad smile. I can understand it, I suppose. You know the capabilities of those who would side with Caius better than anyone, their biases, and whose head they would want most. Those who align with him will want my head above all else. I have my doubts, but I know him. I'll be his to destroy, and the feeling will be mutual. Still, I worry that we might be underestimating what we're about to face. I loathe the idea that this could cost the twins their lives, because it most assuredly will. And I dislike the thought that all of this could be for nothing, and we might lose everything. You were far more confident when facing the Romanians, Sulpicia chided gently. That's because, with the Romanians, I knew what I had in my arsenal and what they lacked. I don't know if they've brought anything with them since they sided with Caius, and he possesses my most powerful offensive weapons. And your greatest defensive weapon is the woman you love. Once they realize that, she will become their biggest target, Sulpicia said with understanding. Well, it seems obvious that you need to have Julie touch hands with Isabella, so she can take on her ability to shield. Julie, from what I've observed, absorbs the ability but not the skill. She can take on Kate's energy, but it only manifests in her palm. If she touches Benjamin, she can only create minor effects. I believe if she tries to act as a second shield, it would only protect her mind. Sulpicia made a sound of displeasure as Arrow scanned the crowd. They were improving. Under Jasper's guidance, they were truly becoming a group that might stand a chance against werewolf hunters. Some were obviously better than others. The more passive members, like the Irish Coven, had been slower to adopt the skills, while those like Benjamin and Tia had built upon the natural instincts that Ammonius had already developed in them. The Cullens, as a whole, were more skilled than the Denalis, but they had also faced more battles than most of these covens, and more recently. You know we probably won't have a full moon when he comes, right? Sulpicia said, pulling Arrow's attention back to her for a moment as she gestured toward the pack. Jacob had them watching in human form, which meant those who hadn't been at the house during the wolf encounter hadn't witnessed their second form. Arrow grinned. They won't need it. It's quite magnificent, really. Sulpicia hummed with interest. I noticed the leader is particularly fond of the small Cullen. That's interesting. I also observed he was pleased to see your mate when you arrived. They were very good friends growing up and were on the verge of a romance before Bella and I met. However, Bree seems to be where the alpha's heart truly lies. For now, at least. After a moment of silence, Sulpicia said, and this is why you were always better suited for the role than most, especially Caius. When I see them interact, I think it's an abomination. You look at it and see an intriguing romance doomed to fail, yet you encourage it anyway. You think of him as an alpha, a proper equal. Are you saying you wouldn't want a throne when this is all over? Arrow asked. She blinked innocently. Now, I didn't say that, Sulpicia replied. One will be yours, Arrow promised, meeting her gaze so she would know he meant it. I haven't chosen another. But Bella is right, and you should be there with me when it's over. Sulpicia remained silent, and Arrow couldn't help but giggle at the prospect of silencing his ex-wife for the first time in all the millennia he'd known her. She was speechless, a woman receiving exactly what she wanted and genuinely surprised to have it. "I'm thinking, perhaps having more than 3 of us." "What?" Sulpicia asked, a little louder than necessary. "I want Isabella with me as well. I believe she's finally willing to accept it. But if I know her, she'll want older vampires as well. You and I are ancients. She is a newborn and will be seen as one in the eyes of many for a very long time. Another 1 or 2, I believe, may help keep us balanced." "I suppose," she agreed thoughtfully. "As well as, well, to be blunt, dear one, I think you need someone who truly hates you. Or at least someone who doesn't like you very much. Having your current and ex-wives as your co-rulers isn't ideal." "Bella's not." "Semantics, Arrow," Sulpicia cut him off. "Whether it's 3 or 5, you need someone who hasn't shared your bed if you want any credibility in who reigns beside you. I will take the offer, of course. Bella deserves the position. But I believe your thoughts on expanding might be beneficial. Especially since you won't have guards as blindly loyal as you did before, thanks to Chelsea's assistance." He wouldn't. It was a reality Arrow had not wanted to dwell on too much, but he knew he had to face it. If there were any left in Volterra, they had likely been killed or had fled. Although he had allies scattered around the world, Arrow realized many of them were probably dead. There wouldn't be a sweeping wave of black and gray descending on those who opposed the law. Instead, there would just be those who ruled with him, along with maybe a handful of others. He hoped Dimitri and Felix would stand beside him, and perhaps Heidi would return. He would have considered asking Garrett, but given the way he looked at the lovely Kate, and the slightly frustrated growl from Edward, Arrow sensed he'd found a mate connection. He'd lose the twins. He'd lose Santiago. He had already lost Marcus, Chelsea, Afton. He had nearly lost Heidi. "Arrow," Sulpicia said softly. "You need to focus on what will happen, not." "He's decided," Alice suddenly interrupted, cutting through every conversation and spar. No one moved, hanging on her every word. "Caius is leaving immediately. Word is being spread, and they'll assemble on the way." Alice frowned. "I can't see who arrives." "May I?" Arrow asked, moving to her side in an instant. Alice nodded and took his hand. He brushed past all the new, all the uncertainty. Arrow found himself lost in a web of visions, both fleeting and faded. He glimpsed her everyday life, the subtle tension of Edward potentially foreseeing the future. In those moments, it was clear how his presence, or absence, affected the coven. When he was away, it brought her a sense of relief, allowing her to believe she was experiencing what she thought was the future. He carefully avoided the visions of a battle, or more accurately, a massacre, where Caius relentlessly hunted down the Cullens, destroying them without mercy. Instead, Arrow focused on a more recent vision. Caius sat in the throne room, positioned on the central throne, his thorny neck shifting from the left throne to the center. Stefan and Vladimir flanked him, exchanging knowing glances, while Santiago eagerly reported what he had learned, surprising everyone with the source of his information. "Did Heidi really make it all the way across the ocean?" Caius asked, a snarl curling his lips, though his voice remained calm. "She went to find Bella," Santiago explained. "But when she arrived, she discovered the Cullens had scattered. No one was there. She tried to reach her supposed mistress, but the woman told Heidi she didn't care about anyone but Arrow." "So, he is still alive," Caius mused, contemplating the implications. "As we said," Vladimir shrugged, indifferent. "And so we destroy him," Stefan added casually. "If he's alone with his mate." "Bella won't be affected by us," Jane interjected, casting a glance at her brother. "No, but she's soft," Caius countered. "And foolish enough to believe that she and Arrow can survive anything. We'll take our tracker and witnesses, find him, and ensure everyone sees that the mighty Arrow and the would-be leader of the Volturi are dead. Isabella will beg for us to spare him while you torture him, dear Jane." And when she tries to stop us from killing him, we'll kill her. We can definitely track down the Cullens and their allies, Vladimir said with a smirk aimed at his coven brother. We should leave soon. It's better to rid ourselves of Arrow for good. Arrow withdrew his hand. They'll find us in about 3 days, maybe 4 at most, he replied. Santiago will spread the word, and they'll gather around us before long. The tracker knows me well, and while he may not be as talented as Dmitri, he won't have any trouble locating me since I have no intention of moving. Arrow smirked. Amusingly, it seems Caius is rather oblivious to the Romanians' intentions. Or perhaps he's arrogant enough to think they won't turn on him. So we have 3 days to prepare ourselves. Or at least as ready as we can be, Sulpicia said, nodding in agreement. 3 days. It felt both like nothing and an eternity. Not enough time, yet still a long stretch before all of this could be resolved one way or another. It had only been a fortnight since Caius usurped him, but to Arrow, it felt nearly as long as the time he spent among the Cullens while dealing with the newborns. There was no joy in this situation, only the dread of potentially losing Bella before he even had the chance to truly spend his life with her. A year felt insignificant, a mere blip, especially when he had nearly 4,000 years ahead of him without her. A word, if you would please, he said to his former wife, noticing Alice's sharp gasp. He glanced at the pixie vampire and offered a sad smile before gesturing for Sulpicia to follow him. He led her a little way off, just out of earshot from the others, which he could see made her uneasy. Arrow placed a hand on her arm, over her sleeve, and squeezed gently. I need to ask you something. If something happens to Bella and not to me, I want you to end me, he said bluntly, knowing this wasn't the time for soft words. Sulpicia stared back at him in horror. You're joking, Sulpicia said after a moment. I am not, he assured her. I'll ensure Caius is gone, and I will tell you whatever his motivation was for this whole thing. But if Bella no longer exists. I've waited so long. I've been as patient as I could be. I told young Edward once, and I meant it, I don't want to exist in a world where she doesn't. Not now that I know her. Tell me, Sulpicia, if something were to happen to Calliope, would you carry on? She inhaled sharply, turning away to think. I want to say yes, she finally replied. I want to say I know she would want me to live on, so I would. And with the promise of being queen. I want to say I would be as strong as Marcus, but he wasn't as strong as the world believed. I suppose I don't really know. But I won't have my happiness ripped from me while it's still so new. Nor will I lose my brother, my coven. I could rebuild my home, my coven. I still have friends. But I could never replace Bella. And what if she doesn't share your sentiments? Sulpicia asked, meeting his gaze almost pleadingly. What if it's you who is gone, and she survives and continues to live on? He smiled. She is young. Whether she takes my place or gives it up to someone else, it's her choice. I can imagine she might move on in some way or another. With the boy? Sulpicia asked archly. If that's her desire, Arrow replied with a nod, despite the ache in his soul at the thought of Edward winning Bella's affections. She hasn't even been in this life for a year. I've lived nearly 4 millennia. I've known more life without her than with her, and I can't fathom continuing on. She'll have only known a year with me. Sulpicia sighed. You could still do so many great things, dear one. But if this is truly your wish, then I will grant it. But only after you are certain. You say you can't live without her. You don't know how you will react to the loss. If it happens and you still want an end, I will give it to you, even if it breaks my heart to do it. Arrow nodded. Thank you. Don't thank me, she replied, shaking her head. You may not be my mate, and we may not always get along, but I love you all the same. Which is all the more reason I need to thank you, he said, squeezing her arm. The moment hung heavily between them, reminding Arrow of when they realized their love was not enough. They were not proper mates, and no amount of affection or respect would change that. It struck him then that aside from Bella, there There was no one else in the world he trusted more. "We will make a wonderful ruling body, don't you agree?" he asked with a smirk. "Of course we will," she agreed. "Now, let us rejoin the others. I have a feeling that if Edward sees us missing when they return, he'll spin a tale of a torrid affair." Arrow laughed, momentarily lifting the weight between them as he imagined the eye roll his love would give Edward and the intrigue Calliope would undoubtedly feign, if only for show. By Dimitri's calculations, they were about 7 hours from Caius' arrival. If he were to search for him now, he figured it would only take that long. Time was running out, and most everyone had scattered to hunt one last time before the decisive battle. The pack was off together, sharing a meal and savoring their final moments as humans before they might very well die as wolves. They likely sought a few precious hours of rest in the meantime. Bella had already had her fill of blood and completed her training and practice. Benjamin had been right, there was no way she would accomplish what everyone expected of her in just a couple of days. Yes, she could hold her shield for a while, but never indefinitely. It was always those on the outside who seemed to slip away. A part of her was content with what she could achieve, but a more vocal part cursed her inability to be better. It could cost someone, or many, their lives. Instead of practicing or hunting a little more, she stood on top of a rocky slope overlooking the area where they planned to lure Caius and his army. The sun set to her left, casting a red hue over the snow. A year ago, the threat of Victoria loomed over her, and she had feared for her vampire family and her lover. The year before, it had been James. She hoped that if she made it through this, the law of threes would be satisfied, and she wouldn't have to face anything like this for at least a few centuries. She sensed Arrow's return. He had gone with Benjamin and Tia, a devious grin on his face as he extended the invitation to join him. As he crossed the snow toward her, Bella smiled. "Did it go as you hoped?" she asked. "Exactly as I had," Arrow confirmed, wrapping his arms around her from behind. "I've informed Sulpicia, and she is in agreement." "Good," Bella replied, turning her head to place a kiss on his jawline. Arrow's lips twitched, but he continued to gaze out over the tundra. "It's the end of a day and the end of an era. Though, I suppose that end came a couple of weeks ago when Marcus petrified." Bella looked back at the snow, clasping her lover's hands where they rested around her. "I'm sorry," she said. "Whatever for?" Arrow asked. "For all of this. And for whatever part one may have had in it. You have nothing to apologize for. None of this was your doing. Even if you were somehow part of the catalyst, that is not on you. I won't allow it." She couldn't argue with that. As much as Bella could point out the ways she might have been the catalyst, or at least part of the problem, she chose to stay silent. Bella turned away from the scenery, leaning more fully into Arrow's embrace. She breathed in his scent, recalling the first time it made her feel at home. She envisioned snow blanketing the evergreens, and how perfectly he seemed to fit into that picture. But the moment was fleeting. She soon heard the sound of several vampires approaching. "When we get through this," Arrow said quietly, "and things have settled down, I would love nothing more than to spend at least a week just with you. I don't care where we go or what we do. I just want it to be the two of us." "And here I thought you liked me," Benjamin teased, causing Tia to chuckle as they joined Bella on her right. "I suppose I do," Arrow conceded, as Dimitri and Felix stepped up beside Tia. "But you must admit, the idea of being alone with your mate is quite appealing. If we make it out of this, you won't see us in Volterra for at least a month," Dimitri promised. "Make it 2, Felix added. "So, we'll see you there?" Bella asked, barely managing to keep the hope from her voice. Felix grinned. "You can't get rid of us that easily. The Volturi function as a governing body, and it needs people who aren't in charge for it to keep working. No one has to like us, just respect us," Dimitri agreed. "And having some familiar faces around will help ensure that respect." "The wind is changing," Alice announced as she approached Arrow's left, with Jasper right beside her and Edward appearing shortly after. "It's going to give us an element of surprise," Jasper said, a hint of excitement in his voice. If we can get everyone to hide on the other side of this slope and make Caius think you're alone at first, it will make them all overconfident. Then, hopefully, suddenly very nervous. Maybe we shouldn't talk about that right now, Edward interjected, frowning slightly. He turned, and just as he did, Alice ducked, sensing something. Bella was suddenly greeted by a snowball to the face. At the other end of the slope, Garrett turned back, a daring grin on his face, with Kate beside him, looking uncertain whether to be amused or unimpressed. Red sky at night and all. Garrett called out. It's a good omen. I thought maybe we could relax a little. His words sparked delighted laughter, and everyone except Bella, Arrow, and Edward raced down the hill to join him. They embraced the moment, engaging in a playful snowball fight as the sun dipped lower in the sky, counting down the final hours of what could be the rest of their lives. Chapter 40. The sun was rising, casting a golden light over the snow as it broke the horizon. The sky above remained a deep blue, the moon no longer visible, though a few stars still dotted the expanse. Bella and Arrow stood a few hundred feet away from the slope where their friends and allies waited, the light wind blowing toward them, masking the scent of those lying in wait. Arrow wore his cloak, an item he had yet to part with, and Bella suspected he clung to it like armor. She donned her leather jacket for the same reason. Hand in hand, they waited, and Bella knew her heart would have been pounding furiously if it were still working. In a way, it was a relief not to have a beating heart. There was no flutter in her chest to betray her nerves, no need for her breath to quicken and reveal her true emotions. She stood tall, proud, and regal like her mate, and no one would know she was an imposter. Everything around them was quiet, deafeningly quiet. It was the calm before the storm. Then she heard it, carried on the wind, the crunch of snow in the distance. Arrow squeezed her hand. Whatever happens, he said softly, know that I love you. You were worth every second I had to wait for you, and I would trade our time together for nothing. I love you, too, Bella replied, turning to meet his gaze. They stared at each other for what felt like an eternity before he rested his forehead against hers, his eyes falling shut for just a moment. Behind them, Bella could hear the murmurs of others sharing quiet goodbyes, just in case. She stole a quick kiss from Arrow, nothing more than a gentle peck on his lips, before he pulled back and stood straight, facing what was coming for them. A dark shadow loomed against the sunlight on the snow, a line of vampires marching toward them at an easy pace. Bella stretched her shield around those behind them, as well as Arrow. For the moment, it was easy enough, no one had yet to engage. Bella was torn between running and fighting. Edward had promised to watch her back, a vow that both comforted and worried her. It was reassuring, especially if the twins proved difficult to subdue. As the group advanced, she spotted Caius at the center, a pleased smile spreading across his face. Flanking him were two unfamiliar vampires, but their confident demeanor made it clear they were the Romanians. Alec and Jane stood together, Jane proudly holding a torch. Bella knew exactly who Jane intended to ignite with that flame, which meant the vampires on the other side were ready to defend Arrow. She tightened her grip on his hand. Just beyond Caius and a line of guards, Bella was surprised to see Athenadora and Corin. Athenadora wore her usual serene smile, gazing around the mountain area as if it were a pleasant place for a stroll. In contrast, Corin appeared deathly nervous. The group halted about 400 feet away, and Caius tilted his head, grinning maliciously. Arrow, he said, his tone dripping with false sweetness. Caius, Arrow replied, his voice calm and friendly. Impressive army. Bella scanned the crowd, recognizing some familiar faces among the approximately 50 supposed witnesses. They weren't overwhelmingly outnumbered, but it was enough to make her want to reinforce her protective shield. The Romanians, too, I see, Arrow continued, his curiosity piqued. How interesting. And you, Caius shot back. Nearly 3 weeks on the run, and all you have to show for it is your mate at your side. Did any of our coven actually like you? Bella felt Dimitri and Felix move in sync, jumping over the slop and landing on either side of her and Arrow. Caius laughed derisively. How utterly pathetic, he jeered. Just two. It seems your coven was more loyal to me than to you. Bella noticed Alec frown for a moment, while Jane cast a glance her way. Bella felt the tension in the air as she observed the standoff between Caius and Arrow. Despite the stillness, she sensed that neither side was willing to shift their allegiances. Jane locked eyes with her, a fierce glare that spoke volumes. It certainly doesn't hurt when you destroy the one who had the power to keep them loyal, Arrow said smoothly. Yet, when Bella glanced at him, she could see the simmering rage beneath his calm facade. It's a pity, truly, he continued, but once I destroy you and build my ruling body from the ground up, I will know who is trustworthy enough to be at my side. Felix shifted beside her, puffing up his chest, and Bella felt the urge to squeeze his hand for reassurance. But instead, she kept her other hand balled into a fist at her side. Destroy me? Caius laughed, the Romanians joining in his mockery. With what army? The four of you? Your pathetic mate and two average warriors. Oh. Did you band with the Cullens after all? How wonderful. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Come on out, Cullens. Edward stepped forward first, standing resolutely beside Bella, with Carlyle and Esme right behind him. Alice and Jasper followed, and soon Emmett and Rosalie jumped down the slope. Bree appeared next, Jacob right beside her. Bella risked a glance over her shoulder as the rest of their allies trickled over the slope. Benjamin positioned himself near her and Arrow, with Tia close behind. Sulpicia and Calliope stood next to Benjamin, followed by the Denali's and Garrett, along with the pack, still in their human forms. Bella turned her attention back to Caius, noticing his baffled expression as the Romanians continued to snicker. Jane scanned the crowd, locking eyes with various members of their group, her confusion and frustration becoming increasingly evident. Alex stood nearby, his hands out with palms directed toward their opposition, but nothing seemed to happen. You brought hybrids? Caius questioned, disbelief evident in his voice. What? What could you possibly hope to accomplish? Arrow grinned, his smile a mix of glee and venom that made Bella smile in return. Jacob, she said, when you're ready. The ripple was intense as nearly a dozen members of the pack phased at the same time. It was worth it to see the utter horror on Caius's face, along with the disdain and fear reflected in the eyes of half his gathered warriors. I once told the Alpha that if we could make enemies of our own kind, Arrow said to Caius, then surely we could make allies with our enemies. You can't imagine how much I enjoy that small bit of foresight right now. I will crush you and scatter your ashes for this alone. Caius spat, practically frothing at the mouth. And I will see you dust for all you've done to me and mine, Arrow replied darkly, his smile vanishing and replaced by a fierce glare. He released Bella's hand and half-crouched. Caius snapped at Jane and Alec. Well? He demanded. We're trying, Alec assured him. But. Benjamin laughed. Bella, he said, glancing around Arrow to meet Bella's eye with excitement. You didn't think I could hold them off? She asked, feigning offense. Ben shook his head. It's not that. You really don't have to work as hard as you thought you would. Bella frowned, and Benjamin wiggled his fingers. She turned to the army across from them, expecting to see stone or ice forming around the twins. Instead, the flames of the torches suddenly flared, catching Jane, Alec, and two more vampires ablaze, causing them to drop in a fit of screams. Kill them. Caius screamed, and then chaos erupted as both sides lunged for each other. Arrow and Caius charged at one another, and as much as Bella wanted to protect Arrow, she knew she couldn't. She had the two she assumed were the Romanians were coming directly for her. I'm with you, Edward said, and together, they quickly engaged the ancient vampires. Bella was not as skilled, that much was clear from the start, but she was quicker. The blonde one targeting her swung at her, and she ducked. He reached out to grab her, and she dodged. When she charged him, he managed to flip her around, but she quickly pushed herself off the ground into a spin kick that Jasper had taught her. The move caused the blonde to stumble back, grinning as if he were playing with a child. Before he could recover, Edward crashed into Bella, sending them tumbling into a heap. Their eyes met as her hand covered his. He smirked, shifted his grip, and lifted her up. Bella didn't question his actions. She recalled seeing Kate and Garrett perform a similar move, so she stuck out her leg and made contact with the darker-haired Romanian, sending him flying into his coven mate. Edward tossed Bella down, ensuring she landed on her feet. Distantly, she heard a horrified shout from their side, but she couldn't tear her gaze away from the fight. She sensed someone abruptly leaving the safety of her shield, and a wave of sickness washed over her as she understood what that meant. The Romanians charged again. The blonde one reached for Bella, but she ducked, darting behind him and almost getting him in a chokehold. Instead, he bit down on her hand, right where James had bitten her when she was human. It burned, not as intensely as the venom had back then, but still irritating. She growled, wrenching her arm away and shoving him back. He used her momentum to charge after her. Bella dropped, sliding to the ground beneath the blonde's feet. Grabbing his leg, she tossed him into his friend, sending them crashing into each other. But then, she noticed two more people leaving her protective bubble. "No!" A strangled, high-pitched voice cried out. "Sulpicia," Edward said, "and Bella." Bella stood still, processing the weight of Calliope's words. It meant Sulpicia. She barely knew the woman, but she liked her. Arrow loved her, and he had already lost too many of those he considered family. Sulpicia shouldn't have had to die. She should have been there at the end, taking her rightful place on the throne as the queen she deserved to be. Bella met the eyes of the Romanians, venom filling her mouth as her jaw tightened and every muscle in her body coiled in preparation. She charged forward, colliding with the blonde just as Benjamin opened a chasm beneath a few of Caius's men. The Romanian was sent flying, crashing into the far wall of the chasm, but he managed to grab hold of the edge. Before Benjamin could close the chasm, one of Caius's men hurled a wolf into it, and Bella heard the surprised cry from her enemy. Turning back to Edward, she saw him engaged in a fierce battle with an enraged Romanian. Suddenly, he froze as Bella sensed another presence leave her protective bubble, followed closely by another. The devastation on Edward's face told her everything she needed to know. They had both lost family. Without hesitation, she darted forward, grabbing the Romanian's arms from behind just as he was about to seize Edward's neck. The sight of Bella seemed to jolt Edward back into action, and he struck at the Romanian's head with a ferocity Bella hadn't witnessed from him before. "Paul!" Edward shouted, tossing the vampire's head to their ally, who swiftly tore it apart. With the immediate threat gone, Bella noticed that her mate and Caius were essentially left unchallenged. It seemed Caius followed the same rule as Arrow: they were each other's, and no one else's. "Bella," Edward said urgently. "Carlyle." "Esme, they." She shook her head, cutting him off. "Not now. See if anyone needs help." "What about you?" he asked, glancing at their surroundings. Bella turned to where her mate stood, and just past him, she noticed Athenadora, her expression betraying only the slightest hint of worry. Bella charged toward Corin, her focus unwavering despite the chaos around them. Corin's expression was a mix of surprise and fear, as if she might flee with the woman if she thought she could escape. "I have someone I need to help," Bella declared, closing the distance between them. Corin had clearly believed she could remain unnoticed, and the shock on her face as Bella approached was almost comical. If Bella hadn't sensed another soul slipping away from her bubble or heard the cries of agony, both physical and emotional, from her friends and allies, she might have laughed. But instead, she was filled with rage. Bella wanted to unleash her fury, and Corin, who fed Marcus his contentment, who tried to confine Bella to a tower, and who had subdued a woman for nearly her entire existence, was the perfect target for that fury. Without hesitation, Bella leaped at her. Corin clearly had no idea how to fight or defend herself. She simply raised her hands, as if that could deter Bella. Bella landed just behind her, grabbed her from behind, and twisted. Nearby, a bonfire blazed, and Bella sprinted toward it, leaping over a skirmish to toss Corin into the flames. Just as she managed to dispose of her, a cry of pain rang out, "Arrow!" After 2,000 years, it was inevitable. Arrow would finally have to confront Caius if he wanted to rip his head off. Despite Caius wearing gloves, as if that would protect him, Arrow had no such barriers. The two transitioned from sparring to attempting to push each other's heads off. Eventually, it came down to Arrow making skin contact. The aftermath of Didyme's death hung heavily in the air. The destruction Arrow had unleashed among the guard in his search for the one who knew, the one who had given the order, was staggering. Caius had eliminated the only one who could provide answers, the only one to whom he had said directly, "Well, if Arrow said, by any means necessary, I suppose." Burning her to bits would certainly keep her from leaving, wouldn't it? He wasn't sure what he would do when Arrow came looking for him, but Marcus had pleaded for an end to the executions. To his surprise, Arrow had listened. Foolishly, perhaps, out of some strange sort of love. Love. Marcus had become nothing but a shadow of his former self. Once fierce and commanding, he had been a king. Now, he slumped on his throne, looking as if he wanted nothing more than to have his head ripped off, all because his wife had died. Caius couldn't help but wonder what would happen to him if Athenadora were killed. Arrow snarled, and Caius pushed him away. Their struggle didn't last long. Arrow quickly returned to the fight, grabbing Caius by the hair and yanking back, his hand beneath Caius's chin. "Are you sure?" Athenadora asked nervously, biting her lip as she surveyed the lavish surroundings. "Sulpicia will be with you, and so will Corin." "You won't be alone," Caius assured her, placing his hand gently on her cheek, caressing her marble skin as she looked back, uncertain. "You'll be so content here, and I'll never have to worry about you. Arrow and Marcus will be around too, of course. You just won't have to deal with the lessers. You'll be the goddess you were meant to be, worshipped from a distance." Athenadora hesitated for a moment, then nodded. Caius sealed his promise of protection and companionship with a kiss. In a sudden burst of energy, Caius kicked Arrow away and then was on him, pinning him down momentarily, laughing as he placed a leg across Arrow's neck. "Your mate and the Cullen boy look rather cozy, quite the pair. They're even holding hands." He knew this was a tactic to distract Arrow, yet he could see the flicker of curiosity in Arrow's eyes. Why were they holding hands? But now was not the time for answers. With a swift movement, Arrow grabbed Caius and tossed him aside. Arrow was just getting to his feet when Caius charged at him, hands wrapping around his neck. But Arrow pushed back, placing a hand under Caius's chin once more. From his throne, Marcus watched with a sense of betrayal as Arrow and Sulpicia ended their marriage in front of a court of witnesses. Arrow symbolically removed the rubies from her crest with his bare hands, and then he cupped her face and kissed her. It made no sense, none at all. He looked at her as if he wanted her, needed her, yet they were separating in every official capacity. "They aren't a true match," Marcus said mournfully, catching Caius's attention. "They agree it would be unfair to one another if they were to meet the one they are meant to be with, while still bound to one another." Arrow took a risk and jumped, the move paying off as Caius's tight grip around his neck slipped, thanks to the smooth texture of his gloves. Arrow broke free with just an ache and a few hairline cracks that quickly healed. He turned to see Caius surveying the scene for a moment before going for him again, this time with his gloves tossed aside. Arrow lifted his hands, grabbing Caius's and pushing back. Arrow had been a wonderful presence after separating from Sulpicia, at least for a time. Caius watched as Arrow removed the head of one of his lovers with absolute glee. The man had been tempted by the Romanians to gain information, foolishly believing he could please Arrow enough that he wouldn't notice his treachery. "It's a shame," Arrow said, tossing the head to a guard to be burned. "I quite liked him." "There will be others," Caius stated as the guard cleared away the evidence. "Dmitri has yet to find someone." "I will not mingle with the guard in that way," Arrow insisted. "Just as I would not copulate with Chelsea, I will not with Dmitri." "Well, when you do find someone to entertain yourself with, make sure they're more loyal before you're naked," Arrow laughed. Caius wondered for a moment if that was part of the thrill for Arrow during the execution, his delight in fulfilling his darker desires. "You were always better when you were bloodthirsty," Caius snarled at Arrow. And weak when you weren't. I quite like him, Arrow lamented sadly as the three of them stood over a pile of books on the table. Are you sure? He asked Marcus. No, the fool practically begged. It was pathetic. Marcus sighed and looked at Arrow fondly. Let the man go, Arrow. He's not your mate. If I must, Arrow sighed. Shame. William would have made a wonderful consort. You love him in your own way, but he's not yours. Let him go, Marcus assured him, reaching for Arrow, probably to offer some comfort. Physical affection, how ridiculous. Of course, Arrow moved away before Marcus could make contact. Love-drunk as he had been lately, he was no fool and knew what such sentiment would do to his reputation. I had heard, Arrow said after Marcus tucked his disappointment away, that there are some unusual children with interesting gifts. They'll make wonderful immortals, I'm sure. I shall have to see them myself. Suddenly, a familiar shout rang out, and Arrow shoved Caius aside just in time to see Felix and Dmitri tossing half of Santiago into a fire. Your numbers are falling, Caius, Arrow taunted, only to find a hand reaching for his throat. He quickly grabbed it, twisting it and nearly snapping it. The destruction, Athena. Caius exclaimed as they lay in bed, having worked out his euphoria from the post-battle scene. The Romanians had been decimated, utterly destroyed. No one would join them again after this terrible defeat, the Volturi made sure of it. It had been glorious, the amount of death and destruction laid out before them. The many fires and not a single one belonging to the Volturi had Caius' mouth swimming with venom. He made a beeline for Athenadora. You sound like you really enjoyed yourself, he remarked. She smiled serenely. I'm sorry I missed it. Next time. I promise, next time you will see our victory firsthand. He kissed her deeply and passionately, thinking of the hard-won battle, all thanks to the two sadistic twins Arrow had rescued just before they burned alive. He understood why Arrow had been so fond of them. Turn away, Caius commanded Corin. I need more of my wife. Corin obeyed. She couldn't go far, not if Caius wanted to ensure his giggling, blissful wife remained that way. But there was no need for her to watch. Caius laughed at the sound of horror coming from someone who sounded vaguely like Rosalie. So are yours, he said, twisting away, smacking Arrow hard enough that he felt his cheek momentarily splinter. Arrow quickly returned the favor with a punch. He's disgusting, Caius sneered. He's intriguing, Arrow countered. You merely want him for your bed, Caius shot back. Arrow pursed his lips and shook his head. He doesn't appeal. He waved his hand dismissively. But animal blood? As a substitute for humans? And he's never had a drop of what would be natural, it's positively fascinating. Carlyle is indeed an unusual man, Marcus agreed. He'll have a connection with you, Anne. I believe I see another 2 or 3 that will link to you as well. They're faint, perhaps they have yet to come to be. All the more reason to have him stay with us, Arrow urged, turning to Caius imploringly. Caius rolled his eyes and flicked a hand dismissively in Arrow's direction. Do what you like with him, I want none of it. He's an abomination to our kind. Caius' expression slowly shifted. Where's your pretty little mate? Caius snarled, his voice dripping with disdain. Where could she have gone? Arrow recognized Caius was trying to bait him, to distract and unsettle him. Yet, he could still feel Isabella's shield, her essence lingering around him, though not as tightly as it usually did. It was a sign that she was alive, fighting, defending herself as best she could. He prepared to punch again, but Caius caught his hand, squeezing it firmly. He should have wiped out the newborns and come back. Caius complained. Marcus, sounding bored yet slightly amused, replied, Do you really think he'd just go there, get the job done, and come home? He's with his mate. Caius scoffed. She's a human, not his mate. It didn't matter that Marcus had seen their bond and assured him of its significance. Until she was one of them, she was just a human, nothing more, nothing special. Arrow felt his hand start to splinter under Caius' grip. He quickly grabbed Caius' arm with his other hand and yanked hard. Caius tried to grab Arrow's second hand but was too slow. Arrow ripped the arm he held from its socket and tossed it aside. Caius remained silent, though his eyes darkened and his expression tightened with pain. With a swift motion, Arrow shoved one hand under Caius' chin, pushing his head back while preventing his remaining arm from reaching for him. He stepped into the throne room, expecting it to be empty, only to find it was not. It was clear that none of them had heard him approach. Perhaps their senses had dulled, or their low argument had distracted them. "What is going on here?" Arrow asked, fixing his gaze on Corin and Chelsea. He glanced to the side and spotted Athenadora sitting in the chair Arrow had gifted his mate. The two other vampires exchanged fearful looks. "Well," Caius snapped. Bowing slightly, the two women stepped aside, revealing a nearly petrified Marcus on his throne. Caius stood unmoving, his eyes a milky haze, his gaze barely focused. In an instant, he was in front of his coven brother, scrutinizing him. "What happened?" he asked. "I believe he became too content," Chelsea replied. "Or too loyal," Corin snapped back. "To who? Arrow? His own brother? Clearly, he's become complacent, just sitting around." "Arrow," Caius interrupted flatly, silencing them both. "Arrow, his own brother. But not to me?" Silence filled the room for a moment. "He asked me to. After." Chelsea began, trailing off. "After," Caius sneered. "After that wretched, selfish little wench was killed." He glanced at Marcus, noting his lack of reaction. Caius shook his head. "She had them both wrapped around her finger, and it was only a matter of time, wasn't it? But Arrow did say, by any means necessary. You were to stay." He reached out, touching Marcus' cheek, which felt far more lifeless than usual. "Death was the means of keeping you, and look what you've become. Pathetic." "What do we do?" Corin asked, anxiety creeping into his voice. "Let the fool petrify," Caius replied, then turned to Chelsea. "Now, allow me to understand this. You bound Marcus to Arrow?" "Only Arrow." "And who else? Who else is bound to him alone, I wonder?" "No one," Chelsea said firmly. "The only one bound solely to Arrow is Isabella." "Broken." The whisper sounded like Marcus, but it couldn't have been, he was too far gone. Yet he was right, of course. Trust had been shattered. But why? Why had Arrow been the sole one bound to their supposed co-ruler? Perhaps he had always known about Didime. Maybe he had been biding his time until a suitable replacement for Marcus appeared. Or, more likely, Caius had simply rendered him powerless. Arrow had gathered so many supernatural vampires and bound them all to him. "And yet you wouldn't bind Isabella to me?" Caius asked Chelsea, his nostrils flaring as he pondered just how deep this betrayal ran. "I couldn't," Chelsea protested. "She was untouchable." "Yes, she's gifted at being mindless, isn't she?" Caius snorted. "Mindless and pliable. And Marcus had been fond of her. Arrow kept taunting her, wanting her to seize power, to take a throne. Caius was certain it was his throne that Arrow coveted. Marcus approved of her little outbursts, her opinions. They were grooming her, he realized, just as they had once groomed Didime. They would give her what she desired, allowing her to escape the burdens of her role. When she returned, she would be grateful to them. Wanting more. They had desired Didime because she was Marcus's mate and Arrow's true sister. Now they wanted Isabella because she was like a sister to Marcus and Arrow's long-awaited mate. A mate Arrow should have simply confined to the tower, one who made him feel irritatingly pleasant. "Well, I suppose there's nothing for it then," Caius said to himself with a sigh. In an instant, he had Chelsea's head in his hands. He turned, ripping it from her shoulders and tossing it into the fireplace with enough force that it shattered upon impact. Corin screamed, and Athenadora watched in placid sadness as Caius took a long match from the mantel, struck it, and lit the end before tossing it into the hearth. "Be thankful you keep my darling wife happy," Caius said without glancing at Corin. "It's the only reason you're still alive." Footsteps echoed as they rushed toward the throne room, and then the doors flew open. Santiago, Heidi, and a few others stood frozen, taking in the scene, the lifeless, headless body of Chelsea on the floor, and Marcus, turned to stone in his chair. "Master?" Santiago asked. "Yes, Master," Caius repeated with a smile. "You still are loyal to me, aren't you?" "How interesting. What's going on?" Heidi inquired. Caius flashed a grin over his shoulder at Chelsea before striding toward Arrow's throne. He removed the agate plaque from its place and, with a swift motion, tossed it like a discus toward Marcus, knocking the head off the newly crafted statue. "I would say it's obvious," he remarked, glancing at Santiago. "Call Felix and tell him that Arrow should find himself in a rather unfortunate accident while he's dealing with this breach of the law." Heidi's eyes widened as she shifted her gaze between Santiago, who was already on his task, and Caius, who now sat on Arrow's throne, always at the center, just a step ahead of the rest. Aesthetics, he thought. It was unbelievable that he had fallen for such reasoning. "I suggest you ensure that Isabella remains with the Cullens," Caius continued, his tone firm. "I will not tolerate a vampire who strays from their natural order. It's weak. I'll deal with the bad apples in our own coven before sending someone to handle those outside of it. Starting with that family. She'll be easier to eliminate while she's among them." Heidi hesitated for a moment but then nodded, bowing her head as she turned to leave. Caius sighed. "Santiago," he called as the other vampire ended his phone call, having relayed the message. "Get rid of her. I have a feeling she's going to do something foolish and sentimental. And when you're finished, take care of any remaining coven members who might try something similar." Santiago nodded and vanished. Caius looked at his wife. "We'll need a new regime, my love." "It's sad," she replied. "I quite liked your brothers. But I suppose that means you could get new ones." "Yes, ones without gifts, I think. We need someone who won't rely so heavily on things that make them soft." Then he heard the scream followed by a sickening crack, and a second scream, this one male, echoed through the castle. A smile spread across his face. The sound made him very, very happy. Arrow's jaw dropped as the weight of the truth settled in. How horrifically it all unfolded. Caius had completely misjudged the situation. The distraction was just enough for him to lunge forward, his teeth sinking into Arrow's jaw. "And here we thought we would come and find an easy fight," Stefan said, as Santiago held him by the neck, with Vladimir still under Jane's control. "You thought wrong," Caius replied. "Now, give me a reason I shouldn't end you right now." "We know Arrow is still alive." Caius stiffened at the revelation. "Then how did you expect?" "We didn't think his favorites would be left behind," Stefan interrupted. At that, Caius glanced at Jane, who eased her hold on Vladimir. "His favorites have shifted since he found himself a mate," Caius sneered. "But how do you know he's alive?" Stefan asked. "When we heard the rumors, we went to Malta." "They're always well connected," Stefan explained. "They were warned by Sulpicia," Vladimir added with a smile. "They actually asked us to help that smug bastard." "Why would we want to help him?" "He wanted to overthrow us from the start," Stefan retorted. "Our numbers are small, but so are yours," Vladimir pointed out. "Perhaps we can come to an agreement and wipe him from existence." Arrow cried out as searing, burning pain coursed through his skin, the foreign venom just shy of his neck. Caius knew he had only seconds to shove Arrow away before his former brother could sink his teeth in and remove Arrow's head. In an instant, Caius was gone, physically torn away from Arrow and skidding across the snow with a snarl. Then Bella was there, back at Arrow's side, glaring at Caius and shifting into a defensive crouch. Caius stared at her, bewildered by the sight of Arrow's mate coming to his defense. He seemed uncertain whether she truly intended to fight him. The idea of a pair of mates standing together, defending one another, was almost laughable to him. Caius opened his mouth to speak. A blur darted behind him, a figure racing toward him. Athenadora. She was likely seeking protection or trying to persuade him to stop the fight. But then, she reached around his neck, holding his chin as she approached from his armless side and bit into his flesh. Arrow's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched the most serene being he had ever known tear the bewildered head off her mate and kick the body toward a bonfire. Stunned, he glanced at the remains of his brother, noting how Jacob, in wolf form, picked it up in his mouth and began to destroy it. Athenadora observed this scene with apparent indifference before lifting Caius's dazed, half-lifeless face to hers. She pressed her lips against his unmoving ones. "I'm sorry," she whispered to the head. "I love you so much, but you would have just found another way to keep me locked away. That makes me hate you almost as much." She caressed his face gently before tossing the head toward the fire, watching it roll past Jacob and into the flames. Arrow remained uncertain about what to do as Athenadora approached him, then dropped to her knees. "I'd like to surrender," she said, her eyes closed. "Athenadora," Bella said as she knelt beside the blonde vampire, placing her hand on Athenadora's shoulder. The blonde opened her eyes and met Bella's gaze. "I remember you," she said with a faint smile. "You tried to help me." Bella nodded. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you. And I'm sorry I left you there." "There was nothing you could have done," Athenadora assured her. "Athena," Arrow said, finding the nickname strange on his tongue after so long. She looked up at him, and he extended his hand for her to take, expecting her to grip his sleeve. Instead, her hand brushed against his as she pulled herself up. There was nothing, just a cloud, a haze. Happiness? No, contentment. Merely content. Content to remain in the white and gold. In the dimly lit room, Athenadora found solace in having her humans brought to her. A small cut on their neck ensured she knew exactly where to feed, eliminating any chance of a mess. She was content to see only Corin, and her intimate moments with her husband were always public. What would happen if Corin went too far, and she found herself no longer content? Time seemed meaningless. There were many days when she struggled to get up, to move, or to do anything other than sit still and stare into nothingness. Sometimes, it felt as if she had become stiff. It was strange, really. Why would she feel that way? She recalled vague murmurs from Corin about petrifying, but how could that be? Why would she cease to exist when she was content to live her life in such a stagnant way? She longed to participate in conversations with her husband and his brothers, but why? She was comfortable enough to remain silent and watch. She observed the graceful dance Arrow performed as he moved from one brother to another, and she noted the sad exchanges between brothers and brother-in-law, especially when Caius's harsh words brought back painful memories. There was talk of a ball, and oh, how she wanted to go. But Caius had declared he wouldn't risk her. He had added, with a hint of dark amusement, that it would be quite entertaining if Athenadora's proximity to a human ignited her natural instincts. Arrow was foolish for delaying his decision to change his mate. It would serve him right. Then there was mention of a new friend, and Athenadora yearned for companionship. Yet, deep within, a long-buried voice of reason screamed and raged against the idea of subjecting another to this existence. But why rage? Why feel anger when life was so comfortable, safe, and filled with contentment? As Arrow released her hand, she steadied herself on his feet. "Oh, Athena," he said, shaking his head. "I'm so sorry for all you've endured." "It wasn't your fault," she assured him. "You didn't put me here. Caius did." Her voice turned mournful as she gazed into the fire where her husband burned. Arrow looked around, realizing that the last of Caius's men were being torn apart by wolves, and the sun had fully crested in the sky. Over the horizon. "It's done," he said simply. "We've won." He glanced at Bella, and for a fleeting moment, elation surged through him. They were victorious. They had emerged from the battle alive, and that was all that mattered, at least for now. For just a second, it seemed to matter to Bella too, but then her expression fell, and her eyes sparkled with unshed tears. "We lost Sulpicia." Carlyle, Esme, she said, her throat working to swallow the emotion. Arrow pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly as he felt her tremble. He too was struck by the sharp sting of grief. He clung to Bella, overwhelmed by the sickening realization that he would never see his first love again. The woman he was meant to rule alongside was gone. And Carlyle, his friend, the Stregoni Benefico, the world, both human and vampire, had lost someone who had so much to offer. Arrow had lost one of his oldest friends, a connection untainted by the stigma of being part of his guard. And then there was lovely Esme, kind and nurturing, a second mother to Bella, better than Bella's own mother had been. He held Bella a little tighter as he noticed a glassy-eyed Edward and a stoic Benjamin, hand in hand with Tia, approaching them. "I'm pleased to see you made it through, my friends," Arrow greeted them. "And you," Benjamin replied, extending his hand. Arrow stepped away from Bella, grasping Benjamin's hand with as sincere a smile as he could muster in the face of such loss. "Bella told you," Edward said, and Arrow nodded in response. Edward returned the gesture. "We lost the entire Swedish coven. Colin, Jared, Brady from the Wolves. Quill has a broken arm, front leg, that I set. Where's Calliope?" Arrow asked, scanning the aftermath for any sign of her. "Mourning," Edward replied. "Sulpicia moved to save her and was knocked into a fire for it. Calliope managed to destroy the one responsible, but she went catatonic after. Rose and Emmett protected her," Arrow explained. "What does she look like?" Athenadora asked, her gaze meeting Edward's. He appeared weary as he replied, "She is dainty, with dark, slightly curly hair and gold-toned skin. She has a penchant for white, just like you." Athenadora smiled sadly at this. "If I may?" she inquired, and Arrow nodded, watching her glide over the snow in search of the vampire she sought. "How did Carlyle and Esme?" Bella began, her voice choking slightly on the words. "Carlyle went to help Colin when he was overwhelmed, and he was pulled apart from behind. Esme went to avenge him, but Bree said she didn't seem to have the will to fight." "How is she?" Bella asked, scanning the field anxiously. "Jake has her," Edward assured her. "How many others were injured?" Arrow inquired, feeling the bite mark on his jaw keenly. "Tanya lost her arm, it's been reattached but seems off. Emmett lost an ear when someone tried to bite his neck and missed." Edward cringed at the thought. "All the others had injuries that were easily reparable, or just bite marks," Benjamin added, gesturing to Arrow's new scar. "It's not a complete victory, but a victory all the same." Bella wrapped her arms around him, and he embraced her gladly. Benjamin did the same with Tia. As Arrow looked out over the expanse before him, he noticed many others sharing similar moments of connection. The wolves huddled together, mourning their losses with a howl, while Bree buried her face in the russet fur of the alpha. A pair of widows clung to each other in the snow, united in their grief despite the different reasons for their loss. Bittersweet, to be sure, Arrow reflected, thinking about how terribly wrong Caius had viewed things. But now we may move on, mourn our losses, and begin to rebuild. Chapter 41. Bella realized over a year ago that it often took being right in the middle of something to understand that a decision made could very well be the wrong one. Staring at the 5 thrones in the Volturi throne room made her question whether she had jumped the gun by accepting one. She was definitely not ready. It felt foolish because, as many had pointed out, she had been acting the part for months. She was the reason there was even a small army on the northern Canadian mountain 2 months ago. She had asked for help, for defense. Perhaps it was her reluctance to take on the role of a leader that made the thrones, 5 of the same size, black, each adorned with a round disc on top, so intimidating. Arrow's throne remained central, its brown agate disc replaced. To her chagrin, hers was positioned to his right. Although the thrones were aligned in a perfect row, she hadn't truly wanted to be so central. Yet there it was, the disc composed of an array of swan feathers marking it as hers. Bella's gaze drifted to the others. To her right was a throne featuring an amber disc etched with a lion. To Arrow's left was a glass disc filled with golden sand. To the left of that, vibrant green thorns intertwined with red and white roses adorned the final throne. They seemed to fit well together, and so far, the dynamic among the five of them was working, albeit with the occasional bumps. There was a lot of history between three of them, history that began in the very room where she stood. "You're having regrets," Arrow said, his voice echoing in the empty space as his footsteps softly glided over the stone floor. "No," Bella replied firmly. "I'm just worried I won't be the right fit for the job. That is why there are five of us, so when you feel undecided or unsure, you're not alone," he said as he approached her side. He took her hand and gently pulled her up onto the dais, guiding her to her throne and turning her to face the others. He gently pushed her down onto the seat. "But you look exquisite here." Bella let out a huff laugh, turning her head away to hide her smile. He had called her exquisite that morning as she dressed, though she hadn't quite understood why. She still wore jeans, but upon Heidi's insistence, she had chosen heeled boots. Bella had opted for a black, sleeveless turtleneck, topped with a charcoal open cardigan that flowed down to her ankles. And, of course, the Volturi crest. There had been discussions about changing it to reflect their new coven, but it remained a well-known symbol in the vampire world. Arrow fell to his knees, dressed just as he had been the day they met. The only difference was the mark of betrayal on his right cheek. "I thought there were five because you didn't want to choose," Bella countered. He arched a brow. "While Athena earned her right, and it would have been terribly hard to choose between you and Benjamin if it came to it, do you truly believe I'd have had?" "Yes," Bella interrupted with a grin. "Because it's what you wanted for longer than you wanted me. Even if it was only by a few days." Arrow let out that delightful laugh that Bella had finally accepted she would never get used to. He stretched up to kiss her lips. "I'll always want you more than anyone for any reason, mia amata regina." She snickered, then moved her hands to cup Arrow's cheeks, gently running her thumb over his scars as she closed her eyes and basked in his affection. It didn't take long for him to deepen their kiss, and Bella melted into it. "I thought we agreed that we'd have decorum here?" Edward asked as he walked in, interrupting the moment. Arrow growled softly, a snarl escaping him before he got up and took his throne. Edward, either hearing Arrow's thoughts, likely filled with colorful commentary, or simply knowing him well enough, stepped in. Irritated, Arrow smirked as he climbed the dais and took his seat to Bella's right. The Cullens, understandably, had been feeling a little lost after the loss of their parental figures in the coven. No one really wanted to stay in Forks except Bree, and it would have been quite difficult for her to remain there alone after the news spread that Carlisle and Esme had perished in a car accident while visiting family. Bella understood that Rosalie and Emmett were there to pose as her guardians until Bree could pretend to go off to college. Bree would live in one of the small cabins on the property, close enough to Jacob whenever she wanted to see him. Jack would live with her, just close enough to the reservation for Leah to get to know and bond with him, yet not so near as to disturb the pack, who were uncertain about the match. Alice and Jasper had decided to travel, and as a bonus, they spread the word of what had happened among the Volturi to those they met, including Peter and Charlotte, who did the same for a time before returning to their more introverted ways. But Edward remained the odd one out. He had no mate, and while he favored Alice, he had no desire to play the third wheel to her and Jasper. He had asked to accompany them to Volterra, hoping to become part of the guard after all. Arrow had offered him more. It was Sulpicia's suggestion, he told Bella afterward. Her gaze fell to the statue by the throne room door, carved in her likeness, with Calliope at her side in stone. The real Calliope had disappeared, and no one knew if she was still among them or if she couldn't bear the pain of losing her mate. The mere thought of losing Arrow ached in Bella's chest, prompting her to reach for his hand and interlock their fingers. He squeezed her hand gently, and she glanced over to see his eyes had fallen on the statue opposite Sulpicia's. There stood Marcus, smiling in his carved form, his attention focused on the woman beside him. Arrow mentioned that the small, beautiful figure carved in Didyme's likeness was nearly an exact replica, based on sketches found in Marcus's study that he had created over the years. She resembled Arrow a little less than Bella had anticipated, yet she was just as enchanting as everyone had claimed she was in life. This tribute was their way of honoring Marcus, just as Bella had wanted, and it served as a reminder of those who had been among the originals. Benjamin entered with Tia, planting a quick kiss on her before he bounded up the dais to sit next to Arrow. While Edward wore an outfit similar to Bella's, albeit in a lighter palette and with a jacket instead of a sweater, Benjamin had opted for modern formal wear, choosing a black and gold dashiki-style shirt. "Not that I doubted you," Bella said as Tia took her place beside her, "but you do look good." "I'm aware," Benjamin replied, preening as Tia scoffed with a smile at her mate. Dimitri and Felix arrived next, with Dimitri giving an exaggerated bow in Bella's direction before joining Tia's side. They had only returned a couple of days earlier, as they had promised. The most enthusiastic greeting came from the next person to walk through the doors. It wasn't just the newfound confidence in the way she wore her scars, the marks of her survival, that signaled her transformation. Her nearly golden eyes suited her well. It turned out that hunting animals had become easier for her, and while she made it clear that it wasn't nearly as satisfying, she could manage to survive. Edward almost always accompanied her on her hunts, and Bella had occasionally joined them as well, along with a couple of members from the new guard. The rest of the attendees trickled in, vampires who had fled before Caius had made his decisions about loyalty. A few came from Sulpicia's coven, while others belonged to the Japanese coven that Arrow had spared, offering to join the guard until. It was a time for rebuilding the guard, much like Arrow and the original Volturi had done before. But this time, they would do so without Chelsea's powers binding them. As Arrow had playfully pointed out, it would be their collective charm that would draw people into their coven. His hand flexed against Bella's, drawing her attention once more. "Athena," he greeted warmly. "Arrow," she replied with a smile. Bella couldn't help but think how much Athena resembled Sleeping Beauty, only now she was awake and discovering her true self. Athenadora took her place beside Benjamin, a nervous sigh escaping her lips. They had only a few minutes to wait before the curious nomads, who had heard the whispers of change, would arrive. Rumors were spreading about how the Volturi was being reshaped and renewed. The first court session was set for a month after the summer solstice. Those who ventured into the throne room would be greeted by a very different sight. Instead of just 3 ancients, they would see 5 vampires of varying ages and diets. They would witness a blend of cultures and moral understandings shaped by the eras from which they came. A new ruling body for a new age, one that would still command respect, but not fear. "Are you sure about this?" Athenadora asked, glancing down the line at her fellow rulers. "Are we really ready?" "We are," Arrow replied with confidence. "You have nothing to worry about," Edward assured her with a genuine smile. "They'll adore you." "Thank you, Edward," Athenadora responded softly. Bella looked at Arrow and caught the slight smile on his lips before it grew as he turned to her. In that moment, her heart swelled, her soul sang, and time seemed to stand still. The look they shared spoke volumes about their love for one another, how happy they were and how hopeful they felt about the future. They could envision the moment Alice had seen, greeting people with joy, simply being happy together for all to see. It would still come to pass, whether today or perhaps in 50 or even 100 years. Outside in the city square, Bella heard the clock tower chime the hour, marking midday and the official start of the first court of the new Volturi. Arrow lifted their joined hands, bringing Bella's to his lips and placing a gentle kiss on the back of her hand as the first of the nomads entered. He rose to his feet, his grip on Bella's hand encouraging her to stand alongside him. And so, she did.